In my previous life, my owl wandered aimlessly across the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, and it did not deliver my acceptance letter to Hogwarts until I graduated from university. In this life, the owl arrived punctually. The Transfiguration professor, or so he claimed, came to the orphanage to fetch me. Something seems amiss, doesn't it? Chapter 1. Mavis. In the year 1989, in Surrey, southwest of London, at 4:15 in the afternoon, Mavis concluded a day of household chores, leaving Mrs. Walker's kitchen immaculate, taking a total of 4 hours and 25 minutes. Mrs. Walker verbally expressed, "My dear, I am ever so grateful to you." Yet she could not muster even a hint of politeness, feigning ignorance to the girl's longing gaze towards the biscuits, and simply handed her 10 shillings as payment for her labor. How much is this, one might wonder? Mavis calculated that the purchasing power of £1 in 1989 roughly equates to £2.54 in 2020, translating to approximately 22.6 yuan at an exchange rate of 8.9. With £1 equating to 20 shillings, that amounts to 10.3 yuan. Divided by 4 hours of toil, her hourly wage was a mere 2.8 yuan. She felt an acute sense of despair, yet dared not show her displeasure. As an 11-year-old orphan, earning 10 shillings in a day was akin to a boon. How could she possibly express dissatisfaction to her employer? "Thank you for your generosity." She expressed her gratitude to Mrs. Walker. Though the woman was somewhat stingy and not particularly fond of tidying up, the kitchen's grease could accumulate to several millimeters in thickness. At least she compensated her for her efforts. Wow! Mrs. Walker's youngest son awoke from his nap and, not seeing his mother, immediately began to wail, kicking the sofa with a loud thud. The aged piece of furniture, unable to bear the weight, emitted a series of piercing creaks. Mrs. Walker hurriedly scooped him up, gently patting his back to soothe him. At that moment, Mavis caught a whiff of a pungent odor. "Help! Please don't make me change a diaper." Fearing unpaid overtime, she hastily declared, "I must be on my way," and swiftly exited through the door. Mrs. Walker, unable to retain her, had no choice but to fetch the diapers herself. The refreshing breeze of the summer evening greeted Mavis as she mounted her decrepit bicycle, pedaling furiously. The bicycle traversed the bumpy path, creaking and groaning as it maneuvered through the narrow gaps between the houses, eventually reaching the main street of Surrey. An enticing aroma wafted towards her. The old bicycle lacked brakes, so she stood on tiptoe to slow down, halting in front of the bakery. "One baguette, please." "Thank you," Mavis said, presenting the shilling she had just received. The laborer, without lifting his gaze, accepted the payment, wrapping the already cold baguette in paper while simultaneously returning 3 shillings to her. Mavis tucked the hard bread into her coat, her mouth watering in anticipation. Although the baguette was tough enough to be a dental hazard and paled in comparison scones, bagels, muffins, or grain bread, its affordability was irresistible, especially since it was discounted after 4 o'clock each day. A long baguette for 7 shillings was a vital source of carbohydrates for a child on the brink of puberty. "I am so hungry, truly famished. What kind of sun never sets empire is this where charitable support is so pitiful?" At this juncture, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mavis Lynn. I am 11 years old, my father is unknown, and my mother vanished after giving birth to me in a workhouse, after which I was taken in by the Hope Orphanage in London. Once a child surpasses the age of 10 in the orphanage, they're considered a big kid, tasked either with caring for the younger children or seeking odd jobs, such as delivering milk and newspapers, mowing lawns, or maintaining cleanliness. The competitive landscape of London proved challenging for an unformed girl, unable to compete with the robust boys. Thus, she sought opportunities in the surrounding areas. Surrey, located to the southwest, was a favorable choice, just a 30-minute bike ride away. Of course, there was another reason. "Hey, Mavis," a scrawny boy hiding by the roadside playing with pebbles emerged, waving at her. "Over here." "Sorry I'm late," Mavis exclaimed, hastily pedaling and nearly colliding with the curb. The boy donned oversized clothing, his frail frame resembling cardboard. Yet he was remarkably agile, leaping aside just before she could collide with him, avoiding any brush with her bicycle. My apologies. Mavis finally brought her rickety bicycle to a halt, splitting the baguette in two and offering him half. The boy accepted it, taking a bite. The flavor of wheat was intense, yet his teeth ached. He grimaced in pain. "It's so hard." "It's good for your teeth," Mavis replied. Having learned from experience, she slowly gnawed on her portion, allowing saliva to soften it before swallowing. The boy said nothing but pulled out a textbook from beneath him and offered it to her. "Here." "Thank you." Mavis was not one to casually part with half a baguette. She desired the elementary school textbook he presented. Oh, indeed, for some unknown reason, orphans were barred from attending school, with only the headmaster conducting 2 classes a week, teaching the children of the orphanage some letters and words. Who said that traversing to England absolves one of language concerns? Mavis, after all, was still relying on her limited English from her previous studies. Though her spoken English flowed smoothly, her spelling had become rather rusty, necessitating her to borrow textbooks from Harry Potter, who was 2 years her junior. Speaking of that name, most people could surmise the nature of the world she had entered. A realm of wizards, a domain of magic, the world she had yearned for in her childhood. Mavis had discovered this last year. She witnessed a chubby boy named Dudley bullying a child named Harry, who bore a scar upon his forehead. Subsequently, the gossipy women spoke of a house on Privet Drive belonging to the Dursleys, where the matron habitually craned her neck, peering into the neighbors' little secrets. It was almost certain that she was correct. Mavis had been exhilarated for an entire day, only to feel an overwhelming sense of disappointment, for thus far, she had not exhibited any magical talents. There is no inexplicable growth of hair, no shattering of glass, nor any transformation of soiled garments into cleanliness. Yet, she remains undeterred, shouting countless times at her pillow in the night, "Pillow, fly to me," to no avail. Thus, she must reluctantly acknowledge that she has become an even more marginal background character than Dobby. However, as the old adage wisely states, since I've come this far, I might as well make the most of it. Given that attending Hogwarts is no longer an option, the protagonist is within reach, and it would indeed be a missed opportunity not to forge a friendship. If she were to befriend Harry, he surely would not begrudge her a chocolate frog, would he? With a stroke of luck, perhaps she might even get the chance to peruse Diagon Alley. Melvis, harboring a touch of opportunism, gradually became half a friend to Harry. This was not particularly difficult. At that moment, Harry was merely a pitiable boy suffering from domestic abuse, and anyone willing to befriend him would bring him immense joy, leaving him utterly unguarded. Conversely, Melvis felt a twinge of guilt and a hint of shame. While others who traversed into the world of Harry Potter could assist him in various ways, materially and emotionally, her situation was markedly different. Harry was the one extending a helping hand to her. What was this, the savior taking on his role prematurely? "Melvis, have you found a school that will accept you?" Harry, cherishing his soul friend, earnestly suggested, "Perhaps you could write to our headmaster. She is a rather stern woman, but not unkind. I mean, while she may not have much affection for me, she treats others quite well." Melvis nodded earnestly. "Thank you. I will give it serious thought. To attain a better life, one must pursue education, and to pursue education, she must first locate a school willing to accept her. Tragically, according to her age, she should be entering secondary school this year. Yet the reality is that she has not even completed her primary education. If only there were a school with free admission," she sighed. Harry finally swallowed the last of his baguette, his throat becoming parched and dry. "If such a place existed, Aunt Petunia would certainly be willing to send me there." Melvis reassured him. "You will surely complete primary school. Then, he would enter Hogwarts and confront the Dark Lord." "That would be my Christmas wish," Harry mumbled. As the sky gradually darkened, the moon ascended, casting its gentle light. Melvis stated, "I must return now. May I return the textbooks to you in a few days?" "Don't worry about that. I won't need them anyway," Harry replied, scratching his head nonchalantly. Melvis shrugged and accepted her friend's gift. Once more, she mounted her battered bicycle and pedaled with determination, exclaiming, "See you another day." The slender boy waved farewell to his friend as the sun dipped in the west, a crimson hue bleeding across the horizon. Chapter 2. The Letter of the Night had enveloped the world in a blanket of darkness by the time Mavis returned to the orphanage. To conserve electricity, only the director's office was illuminated. Navigating her way through the dimly lit corridors, she encountered 2 children engaged in a game of hide-and-seek. One was 7 years old, the other merely 5, both emaciated, with oversized heads precariously perched upon their slender necks, as if they could snap at any moment. The 5-year-old girl tugged at her sleeve. "What'd you bring back? I'm so hungry. We only have mashed potatoes for dinner tonight." "Nothing," Mavis replied curtly. "Is mashed potatoes not a meal?" The orphanage, though financially struggling, ensured that the children never went entirely without food, even if it meant they were often left unsatisfied. She had opted to work outside, tacitly agreeing to forego her meals at the orphanage, thus alleviating some of the burden. The remaining baguette was to be her supper. "Go on, go away. Don't bother me," Mavis warned, raising her hand in a mock threat, "or I'll give you a smack." The 2 children scampered off, silenced. Hurrying to the kitchen, she poured herself a cup of hot water and retreated to her room to dine. The baguette was extraordinarily tough to chew. As she gnawed at the bread, akin to wood, she settled by the window, utilizing the moonlight to peruse her textbooks. At that moment, something on the windowsill caught her eye. A letter. Mavis froze, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Indeed, there lay a letter. A sharp intake of breath escaped her as she pressed a trembling hand to her chest, her heart racing. London. Angel Street. The Hope Orphanage. The small room at the far end of the second floor. For Miss Mavis Lynn. The phrasing, the address, there could be no mistake. Unable to contain her excitement any longer, Mavis leapt from her bed. Ah, ah, ah. She stifled a scream with her fists in her mouth. Her heart raced wildly, surely exceeding 120 beats per minute. Her mind spun, as if she were trapped in a dream rather than reality. A wave of emotion surged within her, and her eyes brimmed with tears. She crouched down, struggling to suppress her sobs. After a moment, regaining some composure, she carefully unfolded the strange yet familiar letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Dear Miss Lynn, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term commences on September 1st. We await your owl with your response by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. It was identical. Mavis exhaled slowly, frantically retrieving a pen and paper from beneath her pillow, contemplating her reply. After a prolonged hesitation of 30 minutes, she finally composed a response. Dear Professor McGonagall, I am delighted to receive the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, although I am uncertain about what kind of school it is. Nonetheless, I am eager to attend. I must inform you in advance that I am unable to afford the tuition fees. Might there be a possibility for me to work in exchange for each term's expenses? I look forward to your response. Yours faithfully, Mavis Lynn. She opened the window, hesitantly gazing outside. An owl swooped down from a tree, landing on a windowsill. Mavis secured the letter to its leg, hesitating briefly before feigning ignorance. Thank you. The owl glanced at her, flapped its wings, and with a sharp peck, broke the baguette resting on the table. It expertly grasped the bread, turning to soar into the vast night sky. Conflicted with joy and sorrow, Mavis was uncertain whether to celebrate her newfound prospects or mourn her empty stomach. Ultimately, she consumed the remaining bread, enduring a night filled with the grumbling of her belly, the most arduous she had faced since her arrival. The following morning, Mavis awoke in a daze, her gaze immediately falling upon a response letter resting on the windowsill. Opening it, she found Professor McGonagall's reply. Miss Lynn, do not worry about tuition fees. Hogwarts provides scholarships for underprivileged students. I will visit the Hope Orphanage tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Compared to the formal acceptance letter, Professor McGonagall's response was considerably more casual, her handwriting neat and precise, unmistakably clear. Mavis sighed in relief, eager to reply again. But upon discovering the owl had already flown away, she realized it had no intention of returning. Is it looking down on the baguette? As if there isn't enough left to eat. Mavis thought bitterly, struggling to rise and wash up. In the morning, she assisted the cook by peeling a large bowl of potatoes, her hands aching as if they might break. Once the task was completed, she hurried back to her room to review her elementary school textbooks, memorizing the spelling of words and letters, indulging in daydreams of the splendid life awaiting her at Hogwarts. In the afternoon, she went to another household in Surrey to trim the lawn and clean the pool, earning a payment of £1.10 before rushing back to the orphanage for a bath. The orphanage's bathroom was merely a water room, lacking proper bathing facilities. She had to fill a basin with water and retreat to the toilet stall to wash. Of course, there was no shampoo or body wash, but that was all right. While cleaning the pool, she had discreetly collected a scrap of broken soap in a plastic bag from the restroom. The soap, no larger than a fingernail, was barely sufficient for a wash. After bathing, she returned to her room to lie down, enduring the agonizing wait for the next day. The day arrived. At 9 o'clock, as Mavis was changing a diaper for the newly arrived infant at the orphanage, a little one came running up. Mavis, the director wants to see you. I'm coming. Mavis quickly secured the diaper, extricating her hair from the infant's tiny fists, and rushed to the director's office like a whirlwind. There stood Professor McGonagall, clad in a vibrant green robe, her hair tightly coiled into a bun, and wearing rectangular glasses. This is Professor McGonagall, the director explained. She is the deputy headmistress of the school that wishes to enroll you. The joy of a previously uneducated child returning to school was a sentiment that ordinary people could hardly fathom. Mavis bowed deeply, her gratitude palpable. Thank you so much, Professor. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses, scrutinizing the muggle girl before her. Mavis appeared somewhat smaller than her peers, her face exhibiting distinct Asian features, flat and gentle. Her hair, which should have been black, was a dry, lifeless yellow, unkempt and lacking luster. She wore a faded pink dress that was slightly too small, perpetually inching upward, forcing her to tug at the hem to cover her exposed midriff. Her trousers were oversized sweatpants that swayed in the wind, while her shoes were yellowed and blackened, the edges peeling away, resembling mocking mouths. Chapter 3. Shopping after exchanging pleasantries with the director, Professor McGonagall escorted Mavis to Diagon Alley for shopping. Counting 3 bricks up and 2 across, the bricks quivered, revealing a large opening, and Diagon Alley lay before them. Everything was exactly as described in the books. Mavis had visited Universal Studios, but no simulation could compare to the exhilarating reality of the scene before her. The cacophony of voices, the swirling dust, the peculiar aromas, all at once, the wizarding world unfolded before her. She stood in awe, momentarily forgetting to speak, realizing that the witches and wizards here bore no difference from those born of Muggle heritage. A faint smile flickered across Professor McGonagall's lips before she promptly composed herself. "Miss Lynn, we have many tasks ahead. Please stay close." Mavis snapped back to reality. "Oh yes, Professor. First and foremost, you will need a wand," Professor McGonagall stated. Mavis's mind, having just calmed, ignited once more. Purchasing a wand required a visit to Ollivander's wand shop, where countless wand boxes cluttered the cramped space. Ollivander appeared, whispering as he measured her arms, and the lengthy process of selection began. The first wand, no good. He didn't even mention the material. The second, still unsuitable, causing half the room to collapse. The third remained ineffective, feeling merely like a stick in her hand. Mavis swallowed hard, panic rising within her. "Perhaps I'm not a witch." "Do not speak foolishly," Professor McGonagall admonished sternly. "Hogwarts does not make mistakes. A discerning wizard, let me think. What have I overlooked?" Ollivander regarded her for a considerable time, and suddenly, inspiration struck him. He retrieved a box from the top shelf and suggested she try this. It was an unremarkable wand, straight, smooth, and a light shade of brown, adorned with a vine-like pattern around the handle, exuding an antique and substantial aura. Mavis waved it. A warm current surged, and the tip of the wand blossomed into a golden light, utterly beautiful. "Perfect." Ollivander introduced her to his newfound companion, a 12-inch wand made of yew, renowned for its exceptional defensive qualities, ideally suited for a wizard with a clear mind and a pure heart, and particularly advantageous in duels. Most notably, the core of this wand was derived from the rare and magical creature known as the Zowu, which he had acquired from a magizoologist. He mumbled softly, his eyes shimmering with a misty light. "The wand chooses the wizard. You are destined to become a great sorceress." "Thank you," Mavis replied, her cheeks tinged with a hint of blush, though predominantly filled with joy. The wand had chosen her, which at least ensured she would not be a dud, nor face the risk of expulsion. "How much?" Professor McGonagall inquired. 6 galleons and 10 sickles, Ollivander answered. After purchasing the wand, Professor McGonagall cleared her throat and said, "Miss Lynn, I hope you understand that while the scholarship provided by Hogwarts is sufficient, it is not extravagant." "Yes, Professor. I believe I can acquire the other items on the list secondhand," Mavis promptly replied. Professor McGonagall exhaled in relief and nodded. "Please follow me." On the southern side of Diagon Alley, there is a thrift shop selling secondhand cloaks, inaccurate brass scales, and wands, adjacent to a store for used robes. Here, Mavis discovered a sturdy black cloak, a dragonhide glove with a hole, and all the necessary first-year textbooks: standard spells, beginners, history of magic, magical theory, beginner's guide to Transfiguration, 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, potions and elixirs, fantastic beasts and where to find them, and dark magic, a self-defense guide. Additionally, she procured a cauldron, scales, a telescope, and glass potion vials. Finding solace in her purchases, Mavis reassured herself that this indeed constituted a one-stop shopping experience. The items were heavier than she had anticipated, and she pleaded with the shopkeeper to provide her with a second-hand suitcase. Seemingly at Professor McGonagall's behest, the proprietor reluctantly acquiesced. In the neighboring shop, for used robes, she acquired a simple work robe and a pointed hat. The list required 3 items, but due to budget constraints, she only managed to buy 2. After completing her shopping, Professor McGonagall dutifully escorted her back to the orphanage. Before parting, she said, "According to Hogwarts custom, students without guardians will receive an additional enrollment gift." "Ah, such a thing exists?" Mavis exclaimed. Professor McGonagall set down the paper bag she was carrying and nodded with restrained dignity. "The ticket is for August 31st at Platform 9. I hope you won't miss the Hogwarts Express." Mavis nodded, somewhat dazed. Professor McGonagall turned and vanished into thin air. Mavis scratched her head and opened the paper bag on the ground. It bore the insignia of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, and inside was a brand new plain robe and a pair of everyday leather boots. That night, with the moonlight dim, Mavis lay on her bed practicing spells with her wand. This was the only day before adulthood when she could use magic in the Muggle world. She speculated that since she had not yet enrolled, the wand's trace had not been registered, and she needed to cherish this opportunity. Lumos, she attempted, following the instructions in Standard Spells Beginners. Initially, there was no response. Focusing more intently, she cleared her mind and tried again. Lumos. Her fingertips tingled, and the wand seemed to fit more comfortably in her hand. Yet still, no light emerged. Was the incantation incorrect? Mavis resolved to try a different rhythm and tone. After all, Lumos was quite brief and wouldn't take long. Lumos. The tip of the wand emitted a gentle glow. From that day forth, Mavis ventured out each day with a pair of panda-like eyes. A few days later, on a Monday, Headmistress Hopkin summoned Mavis. Mavis was slightly taken aback. She hoped that the name of the orphanage was indeed derived from Mrs. Hopkin's surname. She was an unfortunate woman, childless and widowed, left with neither too little nor too much wealth. Originally, she could have lived a comfortable life on this money, but instead, she purchased the nearly bankrupt Angel Orphanage, adopting abandoned children. Yet, she was not an overly affectionate woman, rarely interacting with the children. Mavis's impression of her was of an office filled with countless bills. Rap, rap, she knocked on the door. Come in, came the reply. Mavis entered. Headmistress. Did you call for me? Yes, Mrs. Hopkins said, removing her glasses and pointing to a large pile of old clothes spread across the floor. A few days ago, the community had a donation drive, and these were contributed by kind-hearted ladies. She glanced at Mavis and said blandly, pick a few items to take with you. All the clothes in the orphanage were second-hand, mostly donated by housewives, with a few sourced from discount thrift markets. They were invariably inexpensive. Thank you, Headmistress, Mavis replied, squatting to select clothes. Considering her growth, she chose loose-fitting styles, hoping they would last until next summer. Since long robes were required at Hogwarts, she was indifferent to color, opting instead for sturdy, durable fabrics. Soon, she had selected 3 tops and 3 pairs of trousers. In this, Mrs. Hopkin pulled out a drab red coat. You can wear for Christmas. I might not be back for Christmas, Mavis said. I know, the elderly woman responded. Reluctantly, Mavis accepted it. Chapter 4. Friends and the Station. Harry loathed the summer holidays. Although he was free from early mornings, classes, and homework, he firmly believed that spending all day under Aunt Petunia's watchful gaze was the worst fate imaginable. Moreover, being at home during the break meant he had no friends to play with. The neighbors all regarded him as a peculiar child, as though he might suddenly become volatile and bite. He was not the poodle owned by Mrs. Gary, barking at everyone who passed. Thus, Harry cherished his friendship with Mavis. Unlike his schoolmates, her loose-fitting clothes, tape-adhered glasses, and dirty sneakers did not make him feel out of place. She was much the same. While he merely dared to spit at Dudley in secret and curse Aunt Petunia in his heart, Mavis was braver. She dared to pursue what she desired. When there was no school, she wrote letters everywhere. When there were no textbooks, she borrowed from others. When she had no money, she sought work. Harry held a childlike admiration for her. He eagerly anticipated Mavis's visit to Little Whinging, even though the baguette was unpalatable. Being with a friend made throwing stones all the more enjoyable. Today, Mavis had come, bringing with her a grand piece of news. A school is willing to accept me as a student. I'll be starting in September, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Really? That's wonderful. Harry was swept up in her enthusiasm, unable to contain his joy for her. Yet soon, he realized that Mavis going off to school meant he would not see her for a long while, which left him feeling somewhat despondent. She continued, I can hardly believe it. I wish school would start tomorrow. Harry bit his lip. For a fleeting moment, he found himself wishing she had not been accepted. However, he was quickly horrified by his own despicable thought and instinctively replied, That's truly fantastic. I mean, congratulations. Thank you, Mavis responded, completely oblivious to Harry's awkwardness as she returned the textbooks wrapped in scrap paper. This is the last time. Thank you for always lending me books. You're welcome, Harry said dryly. After a moment of silence, he abruptly asked, What do you think about me going to school there as well? I certainly don't want to attend Stonewall High. That would be dreadful. Mavis was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. What a splendid idea. When you turn 11, I shall inquire whether Harry Potter can attend Hogwarts, she exclaimed. Harry felt a peculiar sensation, unable to fathom the implications, and merely regarded it as a friend's earnest promise. Agreed, only a puppy would deceive. She laughed once more. Harry, finally feeling elated, asked her to wait as he dashed back to his aunt's home, rummaging through the corner of the cupboard to retrieve a dusty gray plastic bag. Last week, my teacher had me clean the old classroom, and I thought you might need this. He dusted off the bag, but unfortunately, the dust triggered a sneeze. Mavis waved away the air and opened the bag, her eyes lighting up with joy. Wow, a ballpoint pen and several blank notebooks. This is precisely what I need. She clutched the bag tightly and sincerely expressed, I don't know how to thank you. It's nothing. Harry feigned nonchalance, though his smile reached his ears. I thought you would surely require it. I absolutely do, Mavis replied. The school I'm attending is quite remote, and I fear I won't be able to procure such items. Harry recalled something and hurriedly asked, will you return for Christmas? Mavis shook her head. If I can avoid returning, I definitely will. The train fare is exorbitant. While it seems that the ticket to Hogwarts is free, it doesn't mean that traveling to and from London is without cost. Bus fares, subway tickets, all of that requires money. Understanding her predicament, Harry kicked a small stone on the ground. You will write to me, won't you? Of course, without a doubt, she assured him thrice. Harry felt satisfied. On August 31st, at 6 o'clock in the morning, Mavis set off for King S. Cross Station. Her luggage had been packed the previous night, consisting of merely a backpack and a suitcase. She spent a week mastering the lightning charm, which could reduce the weight of items. After a 30-minute walk, a subway ride, and a bus trip, by 10 o'clock, after 4 hours of exertion, Mavis finally arrived at platform 9 3/4. The crowd was overwhelming. After 4 continuous hours of walking, she felt exhausted, as though she were a lifeless creature, lacking the energy to dash through the wall. Instead, she approached slowly, seizing an opportunity when no one was watching to step forward. She had arrived. The Hogwarts Express awaited her, its deep crimson exterior exuding a nostalgic charm. While the steam and smoke irritated her throat, the heat from the coal warming the air, causing beads of sweat to form on her brow. Mavis struggled to heave her suitcase aboard, feeling too fatigued to continue, and simply opened the nearest compartment door. To her delight, it was empty. She internally cheered, kicked her suitcase beneath the seat, and sat down blissfully. Outside the window, a throng of people bustled by. Wizards in various garb were a common sight, and children chattered animatedly, their voices resembling a chorus of sparrows. The distant horizon was an utterly pristine blue. Mavis exhaled, feeling completely at ease. Chapter 5. The Sorting Hat. The Hogwarts Express departed at 11 o'clock, and around noon, a snack trolley came by. Mavis longed to purchase a chocolate frog, but her purse was too light, so she pretended not to hear and nibbled on a couple of leftover biscuits. These were given to her by the priest after she assisted at church the previous week. The devout housewives enjoyed baking biscuits for the congregation, and as long as one had the audacity and was industrious enough, it was not difficult to procure some treats. However, England's damp climate rendered the biscuits soggy, and they felt soft and limp in her mouth. After hastily finishing her lunch, Mavis opened her textbook and began to study. Gazing out at the scenery, she discovered that she was quite adept at casting spells, likely due to her full concentration. With just a few attempts, she was generally successful. However, her spells lacked strength. They were rather gentle. The flickering light was but a mere glimmer. The water charm produced only a slight trickle, and the levitation charm barely lasted a few seconds. Mavis doubted her magical prowess, which could explain why she had never experienced a surge of magic. The blue-striped, unfortunate wizard. She could only chuckle at her predicament. The afternoon passed swiftly, during which the compartment door opened once, revealing 2 older girls seemingly searching for someone. Upon seeing Mavis, they hastily closed the door without a greeting or introduction, the entire encounter lasting barely a second and a half. Mavis had no desire to venture outside, though she knew that if she had entered in 1989, she should be in the same year as Cedric and the Weasley twins. She felt utterly drained. Having boarded the train, it was a peculiar kind of fatigue, a relaxation-induced weariness. Previously, she had been uncertain and anxious about the future, even if she were a seer. Knowing that stocks of Microsoft, Apple, and Amazon would soar, what relevance would it hold for her? For many years, her greatest desire was to return to China. Even if her homeland was still impoverished and lagging behind, living in China provided a sense of security. Thus, upon her arrival in this world, she earnestly wished to be adopted by a Chinese family and had committed many foolish acts. Never mind, that was a dark chapter of her past she preferred to forget. Mavis rubbed her face and continued to practice her wand movements. As night fell, Hogwarts was nearing. She changed in her old wizarding robe and gripped her wand tightly. The train slowed, coming to a halt at a pitch-black platform. A towering half-giant held a lantern, cautioning them to watch their step. Mavis was the last to disembark. The darkness and the descent nearly caused her to collide with someone. "Be careful," a boy beside her said, steadying her. "Thank you." Amidst the chilly wind, they stumbled downwards, only to be greeted by a breathtaking vista. The castle stood majestically, as if a miracle had materialized. Hagrid instructed, "Board the boat, no more than 4 per vessel." The children eagerly jostled forward, and Mavis waited a moment before being the last to board, sharing her boat with the boy who had helped her and another girl. The lake was frigid, sending ripples across its surface. Mavis felt her cheeks stiffening from the cold, so she took out her wand and cast a warming charm. A subtle warmth enveloped her, restoring color to her face. "Your spell work is quite proficient," the girl remarked. Mavis was clad in only a single garment beneath her robe, and the lake's temperature seemed to hover around 10 degrees Celsius. She sniffled, replying, "Thank you. We'll be there soon," the boy reassured her. Indeed, the boat soon came to a stop, and the new students disembarked, guided by Hagrid through a tunnel to a damp lawn. He knocked on the castle door, and a warm glow poured forth, astonishingly inviting. Hagrid exchanged a few words with Professor McGonagall, after which they were handed over to the deputy headmistress. They were led into a small room to tidy themselves up. Seizing the opportunity, Mavis braided her unruly hair to avoid resembling a lion dog when she stepped out. The lighting here was bright, allowing her to finally see the two individuals who had shared her boat. The boy had a thick mane of black hair, gray eyes, a straight nose, and fair skin. While his facial features were still soft, they hinted at a striking countenance. Could it be Cedric? She mused quietly, turning her head. She was taken aback. The girl was even more beautiful, with golden hair, blue eyes, and long, curled lashes. Her cheeks were round and cherubic, resembling an angel. I should be beneath the train, not aboard, Mavis thought, turning away and pretending not to recognize them. After a while, Professor McGonagall approached, instructing them to line up for the ceremony. The grandeur of the Great Hall can be summed up in 1,000 words. It was resplendent. The Sorting Hat began to sing. Indeed, it was quite off-key. Once it finished, the sorting commenced. Names were called in alphabetical order. The boy was among the first, and Professor McGonagall announced, Cedric Diggory. As expected, he was certified handsome by the original text, and without a doubt, he was sorted in a Hufflepuff. The girl was also called Early. Her name was Connie Harris. The sorting had almost instantaneously declared her house, Slytherin. Mavis quickly extinguished any thoughts of befriending the beautiful girl. Mavis Lynn. It was her turn. Mavis took a small breath, held it, and sat down on the stool. As the sorting hat was placed upon her head, it nearly suffocated her, compelling her to lift the brim for a breath. Yet, in the very next moment, she regretted that decision. Perhaps it would have been better to forego breathing altogether. "Let me see your little mind," the sorting hat proclaimed. Ah, a principled young girl, loyal and kind-hearted, imbued with courage. Indeed, a delightful child. Oh, and a fervent thirst for knowledge. Welcome to Hogwarts, the finest school of magic in Britain. You shall be embraced by Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. It inquired, "To which house shall I assign you?" This was not an easy question. Mavis had not anticipated such popularity. A fleeting thrill coursed through her. "Hufflepuff," she declared. "A surprising choice," the sorting hat responded. "I had assumed you would select Gryffindor." "Hufflepuff," Mavis reiterated. "Very well." The sorting hat acquiesced to the wizard's choice and shouted, "Hufflepuff." Mavis descended with great enthusiasm. In truth, any house would suffice. But a convenient dormitory was paramount for the next 7 years. Who could rival Hufflepuff in that regard? Nestled beside the kitchens, Hufflepuff was undoubtedly the best house. She took her seat at the long table of Hufflepuff, greeted with applause. Cedric sat beside her, a charming young boy, brimming with excitement to meet new friends. Mavis exchanged names with him, but soon her attention was diverted to Professor McGonagall. How many more were left? Had the sorting concluded? When would dinner commence? A few remained. After the Weasley twins, only one remained. The last was placed in Ravenclaw. Dumbledore stood up. "Welcome, new students, to the Hogwarts family. Before the feast begins, I wish to share a few words." Mavis eagerly and excitedly gazed at him, thinking, please, just a few words, and let us eat. True to form, Dumbledore continued, "I hope you all enjoy a delightful student life." "Thank you." And then, dinner commenced. Chapter 6, Classes and Assignments. Miss Lynn Mavis achieved a new milestone at Hogwarts. On her very first day, she found herself in the hospital wing. The situation unfolded as follows. After Dumbledore's speech, dinner was served. It is well known that British cuisine can be rather unpalatable. However, after 10 years of inadequate meals, even pig feed seemed delectable, let alone the fare at Hogwarts. Pork chops, steak, roasted chicken, baked potatoes, vegetable soup. Upon witnessing such a feast, even Voldemort could not resist. Mavis fully understood Voldemort's obsession with Hogwarts. Transitioning from a place of scarcity to such a bountiful and magical school was akin to entering paradise. Initially, she attempted restraint, but her body vehemently urged her. You must consume meat, you must ingest carbohydrates, you require protein, you need fruits, you are deficient in vitamins, lacking trace elements, you're lacking everything. Feed me, eat voraciously. The main course was lavish enough, but desserts included ice cream, donuts, and pudding. Mavis had never tasted ice cream in her life, so she could not help herself. Even when her stomach was full, She was determined to shove a scoop of ice cream down her throat. After finishing her meal, she felt fine. She joined the crowd in the Hufflepuff common room, found her assigned dormitory, and quickly took a shower. However, soon after, things took a turn. Standing felt like her stomach was laden with lead, causing discomfort, and lying down made her feel as though something was pressing against her throat, making her desperately want to vomit. Mavis had initially thought it wiser to avoid trouble, but as her discomfort intensified, she had no choice but to rise. She rushed to the bathroom to induce vomiting, but could not. Her throat felt constricted. Fearing she might miss her first day of classes, she hurried to the hospital wing. Despite it being before curfew, Madame Pomfrey was astonished to see her. "What seems to be the matter?" "I overate," Mavis quickly explained, feeling unwell and seeking assistance. "You really ought to be more careful," Madame Pomfrey scolded, though her expression softened upon seeing Mavis's embarrassment. "Let me fetch some medicine. Drink it, and then we shall see." Yet by the time she returned, curfew had passed. Madame Pomfrey explained, "The indigestion potion has not yet arrived. I had to procure this from Professor Snape, your potions instructor." With trepidation, Mavis consumed the potion. Then she began to pass gas. "Curfew has passed. You may rest here in the infirmary," Madame Pomfrey announced. Not wishing to suffer social embarrassment on her first day, Mavis quickly agreed. The infirmary was sparse, the bed small, and far less comfortable than Hufflepuff's soft mattress. But compared to the orphanage, at least the blankets were new and warm. Mavis was not picky. She lay down to sleep. Her stomach churned as she continued to pass gas, the emptiness of the room echoing her discomfort. Thus was the consequence of gluttony. She buried her face in the blankets, feeling utterly despondent. However, potions are indeed magical, far more effective than ordinary antacids. Within half an hour, Mavis felt no discomfort and drifted into a deep slumber. The next morning, her internal clock awakened her promptly. Mavis neatly folded the blankets of the infirmary bed, thanked Madame Pomfrey, and hurried to breakfast. This time, she exercised some restraint, avoiding overly greasy foods, merely nibbling on 2 blueberry pastries, consuming a hearty bowl of cereal, devouring 2 fried eggs and several strips of bacon, and snatching a handful of sweets. The prefect distributed the class schedule, with the first lesson being charms on the 4th floor of Hogwarts. The staircase was rather cumbersome. Mavis decided to follow the crowd. Wherever they went, she would go too. If they were to be late, they would be late together. However, Hufflepuff, known for its friendly nature, had the prefect hurrying ahead to lead them to the classroom. "Once you get familiar, you will learn the way," the prefect advised. "This week, our 6 prefects will take turns escorting you to class. If you fear getting lost, simply wait in the Great Hall." "Thank you, prefect," the little badgers expressed their gratitude, feeling the warmth of their house. Charmed class was shared with Slytherin. Professor Flitwick stood atop a stack of books, calling the roll, introducing himself, and then asking, "Who here has learned to use a charm?" Anything was acceptable. Mavis glanced around, choosing to remain understated. The doll-like, beautiful girl raised her hand first. "Miss Harris." Connie Harris lifted her wand and exclaimed, "Orchideus." A bouquet of orchids sprouted from the tip of her wand. "Excellent. Slytherin gains 10 points," Professor Flitwick praised without hesitation. "Anyone else?" Cedric raised his hand. "Mr. Diggory." He performed the levitation charm, causing a textbook to float. Mavis thought to herself, what is happening with our year? Did Harry's year not learn charms until nearly Halloween, with only Hermione succeeding? How is it that they all seem to have mastered them so easily? Hufflepuff gains 5 points. Professor Flitwick said with satisfaction. "Anyone else?" Mavis tremulously raised her hand. "Miss Lynn." She lifted her wand, declaring cheering charm. A boy seated in front of her suddenly burst into laughter, completely bewildered by his own reaction. A rather adept use of the cheering charm, Professor Flitwick smiled. Hufflepuff gains 5 points. Mavis sighed in relief. Her most proficient spells were Lumos, practical for reading at night, followed by Scourgify, equally useful, and lastly, the rather frivolous cheering charm, effective in silencing the cries of the little orphans. With 3 consecutive points awarded, the new students stirred slightly. But Professor Flitwick had already returned to the lectern, clearing his throat. "Today, we shall begin with the origins of charms." The charms lesson lasted 2 periods, and afterward, it was time for lunch. Mavis ate modestly, filling herself to about 80% before taking a sandwich to go. In the afternoon, there was a herbology class taught by Professor Sprout, a plump witch in the head of Hufflepuff House. She presented 3 pots of herbs and inquired if anyone had knowledge of them. This class was conducted jointly with Ravenclaw, who eagerly buzzed in with answers to 2 questions, while Cedric managed to answer one as well. Maeve, however, had not consulted any relevant texts and spent the duration diligently taking notes. After dinner, she ventured to the library to complete her assignments. The homework for charms consisted of fill-in-the-blank questions, such as identifying who invented a particular charm, the year of its invention, and the incantation itself. Alternatively, students were asked to determine what a specific charm entailed, who its creator was, and to provide precise phonetic transcriptions. Quite straightforward, indeed. The assignment for herbology required a brief essay, having discussed daisies in class. She was to elaborate on their medicinal properties and list 3 potions that necessitated the use of daisies, a topic not covered in class, thus requiring her to seek information in the library. Oh, so easy. On Tuesday, there were 2 flying lessons scheduled in the morning, shared with Gryffindor. Cedric soared effortlessly into the air, while the Weasley twins cheered as they zipped past, along with another exceptionally gifted girl. Maeve spent the 2 sessions acclimatizing to her broomstick, finally managing to mount it just before class concluded, gliding sluggishly along the ground, akin to riding a small electric scooter. In the afternoon, there was history of magic. The physical education class was exhausting, so she took the opportunity to catch up on sleep during her cultural studies. In the evening, she had to write an assignment on the origins of Hogwarts. Thus, without hesitation, she borrowed Hogwarts, a history to copy relevant sections. Of course, Maeve encountered her own challenges. In Chinese, she could easily write 1,000 characters, but her limited English vocabulary and lack of formal grammar education made every essay a formidable obstacle in her exams. How does one construct an inverted sentence? How does one utilize the subjunctive mood? Is this the correct way to formulate an adverbial clause? Chapter 7, Daily School Routine. The first class on Wednesday morning was Transfiguration. Maeve had anticipated this class eagerly, only to find that Professor McGonagall did not transform into a cat, but strode in briskly at the appointed time, casting a serious gaze over the first years. Transfiguration is a profound discipline. I require your utmost attention, she declared imperiously, transforming the podium into a dog that bared its teeth at the students in the front row. This display rendered the students momentarily speechless, their expressions a mix of anxiety and excitement. However, Professor McGonagall did not allow them to practice. Instead, she launched into a discussion of theories and prohibitions. She cited several historical examples, emphasizing the dangers of using transfiguration on living beings, recounting instances where individuals became animals and could not revert to their original forms. Yet, the students seemed even more exhilarated, asking, can people really transform into animals? If one becomes an animal, will they adopt animalistic habits? For instance, if one transforms into a dog, will they have a penchant for eating excrement? Maeve nearly burst into laughter. Professor McGonagall, however, maintained her solemnity, stating, certainly not. Even if a person transforms into an animal, they retain their human capacity for thought. Now, imagine the torment of someone who cannot revert to human form. The students were momentarily taken aback, a chill running through them. Maeve focused intently on her notes. The afternoon class was Defense Against the Dark Arts, which involved theoretical knowledge. After dinner, she returned to the library to tackle her assignments. Thursday brought an evening astronomy class, necessitating a climb to the astronomy tower for stargazing. This was the tallest structure at Hogwarts, and the staircase was narrow, leaving Maeve breathless by the time she reached the top. Yet, the fresh air at such heights offered a splendid view of Hogwarts lawns and lakes, the night's scenery enchanting. However, she found herself utterly perplexed by the stars. Her sole familiarity with astronomy stemmed from the 12 zodiac signs and the concept of retrograde periods. Faced with a canopy of stars, she squinted in bewilderment, struggling to discern which stars glimmered brighter, belonged to which constellations, or what they represented. A clear lack of talent. Friday heralded another potions class, which unfolded without incident. Professor Snape's entrance mirrored his portrayal in the original texts. Frosty and austere as he commanded, put away your wands. Such implements are unnecessary in my classroom. Do not pose questions. Listen carefully to every word I utter. I dislike repetition. Without Harry around, there were no personal jabs or inquiries. He scribbled an array of ingredients, characteristics, and preparation methods on the blackboard. Maeve immediately began fervently taking notes. In the second session, he assigned a series of materials for them to practice with. The task was simple. Chop the roots and stems of plants, extract the juice from caterpillars, and grind minerals into powder. He then instructed them to gather their processed materials, as they would be utilized in the next class. Saturday and Sunday were spent on assignments. Maeve practically lived in a library, discovering just how wonderful a place it was since her enrollment. Quiet, warm, and well-lit. Most importantly, there was an abundance of free parchment quills and ink. These supplies could not be taken home, but were available for use on site. Maeve possessed only a battered quill that shed feathers, making it exceedingly difficult to write, while the parchment was distributed by her instructors. Essays required uniform paper, and for minor papers, the length of parchment mattered more than the word count. Ink had to be purchased separately, and it was quite expensive. Naturally, she opted for the free options. In the weeks that followed, life settled into a repetitive rhythm, akin to a perpetual cycle. The first month slipped by in this manner. Maeve seized a moment to write to Harry, informing him of her successful enrollment and her contentment in the school, with ample food and drink and amiable professors. She was happy, yet due to the school's remote location, she doubted he would be able to send a reply. Her letter was relayed through a friend, and she would have to wait until the summer to discuss further. Moreover, the admissions process at this school was rather complex, and she had yet to comprehend it fully. If he had not been accepted at the age of 11, she would certainly inquire on his behalf, assuring him not to worry. Upon finishing her letter, she suddenly realized something. Did she have no friends? Reflecting on it, she indeed found this to be true. On the day of her arrival, the other 3 girls in her dormitory had already formed a bond, while she had been unable to participate in the self-introduction session due to her visit to the infirmary. Subsequently, she spent her days engrossed in classes, completing assignments, and scouring the library for resources, her pace not aligning with that of her peers. After all, she was a Hufflepuff. Her classmates reveled in spending time in the common room playing wizard chess, exploring the moving staircases, and debating whether the portraits were indeed sentient. Their greatest concern seemed to be encountering peeves, forgetting to complete assignments, or wondering why first years were excluded from Quidditch. Maeve was not isolated per se. It was simply that she did not seek companionship, and her peers did not seek her out, resulting in a lack of friendship. She felt quite content with this arrangement. Her friendship with Harry transcended the typical dynamic between older and younger children. It was akin to a reader engaging with a protagonist. At this moment, any childishness on Harry's part was entirely overlooked. Even if he acted foolishly, she found herself smiling at the thought of the Savior's innocent naivety. Yet, she was ultimately an adult, and befriending an 11-year-old was more of a challenge for her than for them. While others arrived at Hogwarts as children experiencing a blend of learning and living, she was akin to a graduate student solely focused on acquiring knowledge and securing her future, maintaining relationships with classmates only to avoid animosity and perhaps exchange inquiries about assignments. Maeve soon cast aside these musings. Human attention is finite, and she faced numerous challenges. Who had time to dwell on friendship? What issues? She had faltered in potions class 4 times. They had only had 4 potions classes, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Despite meticulously following the steps and exercising caution, her concoctions consistently went awry. It should have been purple, yet it emerged as pink. It ought to have been clear. It was a cloudy mess. It should have been fragrant, yet it smelled utterly bizarre. How utterly absurd. Had her past life as a culinary disaster followed her here? Maeve felt like crying. To compound her woes, after several failures, the infamous Professor Snape had taken notice of her. He loomed beside her like a specter, scrutinizing her every move with an unsettling intensity. Afterwards, every step taken by Maeve felt particularly clumsy, as if her fingers had lost their autonomy. Even arranging a few leaves became an exercise in futility, her movements awkward and uncoordinated. Each action necessitated a glance at her notes for confirmation. Were the grams accurate? Was the stirring motion correct? Was the direction proper? After persevering through it all and executing each step correctly, the potion in the cauldron still bubbled ominously. What should have been a pale, slightly odorous potion was instead foul-smelling and murky. Maeve pondered. What did I go wrong? Why not check your equipment before class? Professor Snape remarked coldly. Due to your carelessness, Hufflepuff loses a point. And with that, he departed. Maeve was left in a state of confusion. She glanced at Snape, then at her dismal potion, and finally grasped its true meaning, hastily checking her equipment. The cauldron, though old, was undamaged. Surely it was fine? The crystal vial, also aged, was intact, albeit a bit cloudy, but it was meant for potion storage. The potion in her cauldron was faulty, which could not possibly be attributed to improper storage. The stirring rod was composed of the correct material, crystal as well. The balance? Hadn't the shopkeeper calibrated it? When empty, it balanced perfectly and the needle was straight. Maeve dug deep and ultimately unearthed the issue. The weights on the balance were rusted. All the potions she had measured were inaccurate in grams. Chapter 8. The Professors. What to do about rusted metal? Try soaking it in white vinegar. However, one could not attempt such a remedy on the weights. This rust was no ordinary blemish. Most likely a residue from the previous owner's potion class, having reacted with some peculiar liquid, rendering it impossible to remove. The spell for restoration yielded no results, perhaps due to her insufficient magical strength. Maeve had no choice but to abandon the repair and resort to the simplest solution, borrowing from others. In fact, she could opt to partner with someone, but Maeve preferred to tackle everything on her own, determined to complete each step independently. Borrowing weights was a straightforward task. Her fellow Hufflepuffs were amiable. One of her roommates, Betty, came from a well-off family and possessed 2 sets of balances and weights. She generously lent Maeve her inexpensive copper weights in exchange for Maeve's assistance with her homework. While this was undoubtedly a fair trade, Maeve resolved to learn the copying spell as soon as possible. She had an inkling that this spell would prove highly useful. Once the weights were accurate, the mishaps in potion class vanished. Snape no longer paid her any heed. Maeve breathed a sigh of relief, though it came as no surprise. She had come to understand the temperaments of several professors. Professor Flitwick was humorous and appreciated clever students. Professor McGonagall was stern and valued both intelligence and hard work. Professor Sprout was simple and generous, rarely deducting points, allowing for conversation during herbology class as long as it did not disrupt the lesson. Professor Sinistra, knowledgeable yet lacking in teaching prowess, was often lost in her own world, believing she had conveyed her message clearly when, in fact, she had not. Her classes were arduous, better suited for advanced students with a foundation. Madame Hooch, akin to Professor McGonagall, was serious and fair, placing greater emphasis on students with flying aptitude. However, she remained vigilant regarding the safety of students like Maeve, who struggled. The most complex was the ever-popular Professor Snape. First and foremost, he was genuinely intimidating. No student was unafraid of him, and he was the most severe in deducting points, never offering encouragement to any student, including Slytherins. Avoiding reprimand was the best outcome. He was undoubtedly the harshest professor, without exception. As for his teaching method, one could only describe it as technically proficient yet abysmal. He could discern the myriad mistakes students made with their potions at a glance, whether it was the order of ingredients, the wrong stirring direction, or the incorrect brewing time. He knew it all. Upon the first mistake, Snape would coldly disdain your intelligence, then point out the problem in his scathing manner. Mr. XX, perhaps your brain has been overtaken by slugs, rendering you incapable of comprehending what is written on the 3rd line of the blackboard. Miss XX, if you could devote a third of the attention you give to your hair to your potion, you would realize you stirred it for too long. If corrections were made, he would merely deduct 2 or 3 points as punishment for not paying attention to the blackboard. However, the vast majority of students failed to meet this expectation. Snape's presence was well known. His ominous demeanor and slick tone instilled fear in first years, rendering them unable to comprehend his words. They continually made mistakes, and the more they were reprimanded, the more errors they committed. After the second mistake, Snape could no longer contain his fury. This sense of rage could be likened to a parent guiding a child through homework. The patient teaching of basic concepts, but when faced with a new problem, the child boldly writes an incorrect answer. Watching him, the child timidly writes something else. In Snape's eyes, such students were utterly thoughtless, akin to trolls, and he felt no obligation to show any leniency. And what the good students? Points were awarded to Slytherins, while those from other houses were ignored. No points deducted, no attention given, no praise offered, a cold glance, and an A for effort. Exceptionally talented students like Cedric might receive an E. In any case, there was never an O. After the balance debacle, May found herself teetering on the edge of an E for her paper and an A for her potion. Why was her paper an E? Those who have written a thesis understand. Her grammar was somewhat lacking, relying on simple sentences, yet her structure was top-notch. Take the example of the forgetfulness potion. First, she would write 200 words on its origins, who invented it, when and why, what societal impact it had at the time, who popularized it when it was recognized, and currently in what fields it is widely used. Then, she would list the potion's ingredients: river water from the river Lethe, mistletoe berries, and valerian root, standard components. Next, she would detail where the river water could be found, how to collect it, the precautions to take during collection, how to store it, and how to distinguish between genuine and inferior quality. The same would apply to the mistletoe berries and valerian root. Following that, she would outline the processing steps, explaining the significance of each action. For instance, the mistletoe berries seeds must be extracted with a knife. Why? Because the seeds are toxic and must be removed using a shell knife. A wooden or silver knife would compromise the potion's efficacy. The duration of stirring is essential for proper mixing, ensuring the potion's effectiveness. The first boiling serves to diminish the potency of the river water, preventing it from turning the drinker into a fool. The second boil, and so on. Finally, she would write about the appropriate occasions for use, methods of application, and contraindications, such as a maximum of 3 drops for minors and caution for the elderly. A concluding statement was also mandatory, praising the brilliance of the inventor, extolling the greatness of potion making, expressing her admiration for the art and declaring her intention to diligently study in hopes of making a modest contribution to the field. The papers for Transfiguration, Charms, and Herbology followed this format, each receiving a grand O. However, in potion class, one could hardly expect too much. Being a mere invisible presence was already commendable. One should not harbor delusions that Professor Snape would treat any student with favor. It was simply impossible. To illustrate, in Professor McGonagall's eyes, first years resemble a flock of small creatures. Mischief, clumsiness, and folly are all part of their nature because they are still young. Her reprimands and point deductions are not punitive for the sake of punishment, but rather serve to instruct them on what is appropriate and what is not. In contrast, Professor Snape perceives his students as trolls, translation, utterly foolish. His sole requirement of them is, do not cause me trouble. In Mayway's contemplation, she mused that students like Cedric and Harris were likely akin to trolls capable of rudimentary speech, barely able to communicate. However, it was inconceivable for humans to regard trolls with any semblance of respect. No matter their intellect, they remained trolls. Chapter 9, Wool. As October unfurled, the temperatures in England plummeted day by day. Mayway donned her leather boots, which, although lacking in insulation, provided far greater warmth than her tattered sneakers. The juices and ice creams that graced the dining table had vanished, replaced by warm pumpkin and corn soups. To be candid, neither was particularly palatable. Mayway had a penchant for milk and, taking advantage of her growth spurts, indulged in it in hopes of reaching a height of 7 meters. The ham in her sandwiches was of the frozen variety, leaving a chill upon her palate. She began opting for donuts, hot dog buns, and puff pastries as her snacks between lessons. During history of magic or herbology classes, she could sneak a few candies for Professor Binns was oblivious, and being caught in her headmaster's class would not incur any penalties. Dinner was the most sumptuous meal, featuring a variety of meat dishes and hot chocolate to sip. Before heading to the library to complete her assignments, she could relish a generous cup of steaming chocolate, which was a delight. Today was no different. Mayway savored the warmth as she confidently entered the library, retrieving the latest issue of the Wizarding Weekly from the nearest shelf to the entrance. This magazine was immensely popular among witches, offering a plethora of columns. This week's divination section discussed fortunes, the daily recipe column provided culinary instructions, and the love magic segment featured a quiz to determine the type of wizard best suited for you, alongside emotional counseling where witches could share their troubles. There were also numerous advertisements for magical supplies. Mayway was quite fond of perusing it, as it allowed her to grasp the myriad aspects of the wizarding world and, additionally, partake in some clever schemes. Each issue included intriguing quizzes that one could cut out, complete, and mail back to the magazine, with correct answers earning small prizes. These included sample shampoos, new candies from the Honeydukes, and cleaning cloths, among others. Mayway's mouth watered at the thought, though most of the questions eluded her. Some were even incomprehensible. For instance, in what year did the first fake-out in Transylvania occur? What on earth was that? Quidditch? Another example. Who serves as the bridge between the Muggle Prime Minister and the Ministry of Magic? Who? How would I know? Nevertheless, it mattered not, for there were also contests offering prizes. For example, the new candy from Honeydukes had yet to be named, and readers were invited to submit suggestions. Being chosen would yield a free pack of the new confection. Additionally, a new magical shampoo required a slogan, and those selected would receive a cleaning gift pack. Mayway, unfazed by her linguistic prowess, decided to give it a try. After all, it cost nothing. The Owls of Hogwarts delivered letters without charge. The new candies were said to be exceedingly sweet, so she proposed First Love, Mistletoe Romance, Honeybee Dance. All were rejected. For the shampoo ad, she crafted a half-hearted slogan, Magical Hair, Full of Confidence, which surprisingly won her a cleaning gift pack, colorful shampoo, ultra-clean soap, and candy-scented shower gel. As the name suggested, the colorful shampoo would change hair colors randomly after use, while the soap boasted exceptional cleaning power, capable of removing any stain from clothing, leaving one smelling of candy post-bath. The effectiveness of these products was certainly debatable, especially since Hogwarts did not provide bathing supplies. For a month, Mayway had relied on a simple wash and rinse routine. The day she received her prize, she luxuriated in a warm bath, emerging enveloped in the sweet scent of milk candy. A delightful experience. Having succeeded once, Mayway's enthusiasm for flipping through magazines heightened. She contemplated submitting a piece to the Wizarding Weekly, perhaps a brief romance tale, as the stories published therein were rather lackluster, typically revolving around handsome wizards falling for naive witches or the trials faced by pure-blood princesses and half-bloods in their quest for love. Cliché indeed. Yet when she sat down to write, she quickly realized the error of her assumptions. Despite brimming with melodrama, Her words fell flat, sentences were dry, and her vocabulary was painfully limited. The borrowed magical phonetics book was useful for research, but wholly inadequate for crafting a narrative. Faced with the necessity of quenching her thirst for knowledge, she resolved to teach herself. The textbooks offered little inspiration, so she opted for Vacationing with Avila by Gilderoy Lockhart. To her surprise, Lockhart's writing was rather commendable. He was indeed a notable author in the wizarding realm. With a style rich in vocabulary and diverse grammatical structures, replete with an array of similes, Mayway diligently copied his sentences, rephrasing them into her own style for use in her papers, which significantly elevated the literary quality of her work. I truly am a genius. After all, this series was bound to be read eventually. Sooner was better than later. She had thus found a new method for her clever schemes. Young witches and wizards could also purchase items at school, primarily through mail order. Magazines often included shopping catalogs with product descriptions, and whatever was popular in the magazines gained traction at Hogwarts. For instance, currently, older students were enamored with oversized, wide-brimmed hats, which were comically large and often obscured their vision, yet made their faces appear smaller, leading to a surge in popularity among girls. Younger students were collecting December floral brooches, with chrysanthemums being the trend for October. The one who amassed the most would be hailed as the most stylish in school. Naturally, such expenditures were of no concern to Mayway. After practicing the duplication charm for half a month, she finally mastered the ability to create duplicates and began borrowing catalog from her peers, copying the last few pages which contained the essence of a magazine, discount coupons, and survey forms. Completing and returning the surveys with diligence could earn her small gifts, such as feather quills, bookmarks, and paper clips. Some magazines hosted events where a year's worth of magazine stickers could be exchanged for towels, brooches, soap, and other trinkets. The items were inexpensive, hardly worth the effort, and few bothered to participate. Yet for Mayway, it was a treasure trove. She began scouring old magazines, finding none in the library, and resorted to rummaging through the old classrooms. Piles of damaged textbooks, desks, and teaching tools were stored in empty rooms, unnoticed by all save for Filch. Mayway delighted in her search, likening it to a treasure hunt, exploring the mysterious corners of Hogwarts while reaping rewards. However, campus life was not devoid of its shadows. Chapter 10, Pecking Order. Many years hence, both Raymond and Mayway would recall that fateful afternoon when they met, each cursing their misfortune inwardly. Who was Raymond? His family, the Shafiqs, belonged to the Sacred 28, a pure-blood family. In other words, their lineage had never been tainted by muggles, consisting solely of wizards. In 1989, the 9th year after the fall of the Dark Lord, he was a second-year student and an exemplary member of Slytherin. That morning, during History of Magic, a young wizard from a muggle family mentioned the Dark Lord. Professor Binns, in his usual vague manner, remarked that he was an exceedingly malevolent wizard, ultimately vanquished by Harry Potter, and then refused to elaborate further. However, students like Raymond could not help but feel their spirits dampened. Finally, during the class, he encountered a Gryffindor with whom he had a long-standing rivalry, who provocatively remarked, "Shafiq, I truly feel sorry for you. If only you'd been born 10 years earlier, you might have had a chance at Azkaban." "Get lost, Fenwick," Raymond retorted coldly. "If you don't like me, feel free to cast a curse," Fenwick sneered, swaggering past him. Raymond's mood soured further. Fenwick was a half-blood. His family was hardly remarkable, save for his uncle, Benji Fenwick, who had joined the Order of the Phoenix. At the conclusion of the First Wizarding War, he fell victim to the merciless brutality of the Death Eaters, his remains discovered in a ghastly state, with only half of his body intact, while his limbs and lower half had vanished without a trace. It was evident to all that he had endured inhuman torment before his demise. Although the Dark Lord was deceased, the Fenwick family could never forget the deep-seated enmity they harbored. Harper Fenwick, who was old enough to recall, distinctly remembered the day his uncle would no longer return. The smiles on his parents' faces had been eternally extinguished. This profound anguish planted the seeds of hatred deep within the heart of the young child. At merely 12 years of age, Harper perceived that the Dark Lord hailed from Slytherin, a house notorious for its many wizards who were Death Eaters. Thus, Slytherin students were mere precursors to dark wizards. He harbored a deep loathing for them. And what could Raymond possibly say? Could he declare, "I have never encountered the Dark Lord. During the war, my father stood aside. I have never taken a life, nor am I a dark wizard"? Certainly not. Being of pure blood, he belonged to a lineage where every family member was a relative, entwined with the Blacks and friendly with the Malfoys, even if he had not aligned himself with the Death Eaters. Unlike the Weasley family who had become staunch supporters of Dumbledore, the indelible mark of the Dark Lord would forever tarnish their name. "Mister," Shafik had indeed sent gold galleons to the Dark Lord. Raymond found it impossible to distance himself from his classmates. The ties of family could not be severed. Nor did he desire isolation. Yet, having done nothing, he found himself the target of scorn from Gryffindor students. Who could maintain a good mood under such circumstances? He cursed the Fenwicks silently hundreds of times, yet refrained from drawing his wand, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he made his way to the library. Gryffindors despised reading, while Ravenclaws preferred to avoid trouble. Here, it was the quietest place. He intended to borrow the latest issue of Advanced Potions Mastery. Alas, misfortune struck. A short individual had hastily snatched it from the shelf just 10 paces away, their hands moving with remarkable speed as they tucked the magazine away and prepared to leave. "Hey!" Raymond called out, pursuing them. Like most Slytherin students, he placed great importance on potions class, hoping to garner some favor with the headmaster through his academic performance. With potions class the very next day, he was unwilling to miss this issue. At that moment, Raymond could not fathom that he would be unable to obtain the magazine. The short individual was a Hufflepuff, and all students at Hogwarts knew that Hufflepuffs were the most foolish, clumsy, and timid of all. Gryffindors were impulsive and reckless, endlessly clashing with Slytherins, while Ravenclaws were proud and aloof, avoiding trouble unless their books were pilfered. Hufflepuffs? Huh. Raymond called out to the first-year student ahead of him, stating, "I need that magazine. Hand it over." Meavis, with a perplexed expression, replied, "I haven't read it yet. You can borrow it next week. I need it now." Raymond emphasized, "Give it to me. Who do you think you are?" Meavis rolled her eyes. "Why should I?" Raymond's face darkened. First year, don't go looking for trouble. He was seething with anger and felt no obligation to be courteous to a Hufflepuff. He drew his wand, demanding, "Hand it over." Meavis immediately sensed the threat and drew her wand in response. Extortion is akin to domestic violence. Once it occurs once, it becomes a cycle. If they perceive you as easy to bully, a mere threat will suffice, and they will undoubtedly seek you out again. However, if you resist, even if they succeed in their robbery, they will recognize you as a tough opponent and think twice before acting again. Of course, this is not the approach one should take in a peaceful society. Normally, one ought to obediently surrender their wallet and then seek the authorities to experience the iron fist of justice. But this was Hogwarts, after all. With the eternal feud between Snape and James, and the tumultuous relationship among Malfoy, Harry, and their respective cohorts, Hogwarts, despite its charm, was not a paradise. Meavis believed she had done nothing wrong. Yet, with her wand drawn, Raymond found himself unable to back down, especially with two foolish followers at his side. Minion hurried over, witnessing the first year daring to point a wand at them, and their dignity as upperclassmen was instantly offended. Fuming, he exclaimed, "How dare you draw your wand on us?" Minion added, "You, a Hufflepuff, dare to stand against Slytherin?" Raymond's expression darkened like the bottom of a cauldron. Momentarily at a loss for whether to chastise the first year for her insanity or to reprimand his minion for adding fuel to the fire. All he wanted was to retrieve the magazine and quietly return to his dormitory to read. He took a deep breath, understanding that he had to act. A Slytherin cannot simply flee from a confrontation with a Hufflepuff. He would be scorned by his housemates. Moreover, as an upperclassman, he felt it was his duty to teach this insolent first year a lesson. Trip Jinx. He cast a leg-locking curse, thinking, "Let her fall. That is not unreasonable, is it?" Meavis's internal alarm bells rang. Here it comes, the onset of schoolyard violence. She promptly cast her only offensive spell, Petrificus Totalis. The rushing minion befroze mid-stride, stumbling to the ground. Raymond gritted his teeth. Damn it. He grew serious, flicking his wrist, disarm. Meavis's wand flew from her grip, landing in his hand. Grasping her wand, he raised his chin and sneered, "Perhaps I should snap your wand." Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the small girl before him, as thin as a goblin. Turning pale, Meavis took him seriously. To her, the upperclassman appeared merely as a child. Yet precisely because he was a child, she feared he might truly act on his threat. At 11 or 12 years of age, claiming to be mature was nothing more than a facade. However, to dismiss them as mere children would be a grave mistake. Perhaps they believed breaking a wand was trivial. Perhaps they thought it amusing. Perhaps. She dared not gamble on that uncertainty. Her wand represented her entry into the wizarding world, her most treasured possession, the vessel of all her dreams and aspirations. No one could touch her most precious belongings. She lunged at Raymond, fiercely grasping his neck. Raymond was taken aback, struggling to pull her off while internally cursing. Is this goblin insane? Who the hell wants her wand? Can't you tell I'm just trying to intimidate you? Wouldn't it be easier to cry a little and apologize? You're a first year. Losing to a second year isn't that embarrassing. Why are you risking your life over this? Are you out of your mind? Chapter 11. The Serpent and the Badger. Mavis's first fight at Hogwarts was ambiguous in its outcome. It was hard to say whether she had won or lost. Firstly, it was certain that she had not beaten him. It was not her fault. Long-term malnutrition had left her small and frail, a disadvantage that could not be overcome, even with sheer effort. However, Raymond had suffered injuries no less severe than hers. She had struck with vigor, landing blows that connected, poking at eyes and ramming her fist into his nose, culminating in a headbutt. Yet, Raymond refrained from retaliating with full force, not due to lack of desire, but primarily out of concern for reputation. Beating a first year as a second year, especially a girl, would be utterly disgraceful. Furthermore, the distinction between employing magic to torment and physically assaulting someone was significant. He felt utterly frustrated. Of course, in their mutual clumsiness, both emerged with bruised faces, only to be caught by Professor McGonagall, drawn by the commotion. Raymond awkwardly stood, seizing the initiative. She started it. Mavis sniffled, trying to garner sympathy. He stole my wand. However, Professor McGonagall was entirely disinterested in determining who was at fault. Who could say how many reasons young wizards might have for brawling? If each dispute required adjudication, the professors would have no time left for teaching. She sternly reprimanded them. Fighting in the corridors, Hufflepuff and Slytherin lose 15 points. Both of you are to serve detention. Noticing their external injuries with no magical harm, she waved her hand, instructing them to visit Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing. And with that, she resumed her own duties. Raymond threatened, "Next time, don't let me see you. Stay far away, Hufflepuff." Mavis retorted with a cold smile, "I'm not afraid of you, you shameless brute." The underlings seethed with anger, yet they displayed remarkable composure, seeking their leader's counsel. "Raymond, perhaps we should teach her a lesson." Raymond, unable to contain his frustration, retorted, "What if word gets out that we fought with a first year? They may have no shame, but I still do." Understanding the gravity of the situation, the underlings vowed, "The next time we see you, you'll regret it." As they spoke, their eyes widened, and they brandished their fists menacingly. Mayway C scoffed, comprehending their intent. Adhering to the principle that a wise person does not suffer immediate losses, she concealed her wand and departed. The altercation concluded. Mayway C made her way to the school infirmary, where she faced a second reprimand from Madame Pomfrey, dutifully applying ointment to her swelling. Meanwhile, Raymond returned to the dormitory, plucking 2 fresh white roots, chewing them thoroughly before swallowing. The taste was somewhat peculiar, but such minor injuries could be remedied by consuming white roots directly, rendering a visit to the infirmary unnecessary. If he went, he would lose face. How unfortunate. Lying on his soft bed, Raymond felt increasingly despondent. Today had been particularly unlucky, encountering a lunatic. Clearly, he was superior to her, being her senior. Why couldn't she simply comply and hand over the magazine? He had done nothing wrong. He merely wanted the magazine. What was so problematic about that? In the common room, upperclassmen arrived, and lowerclassmen were expected to yield their seats. This was a norm. It was nothing to fret over, as when they themselves became upperclassmen, the lowerclassmen would do the same. Being a half-blood wizard was not as esteemed as being pureblood, so it was wise to find a pure-blood wizard to ally with. Just like his 2 underlings, once they had recognized him in their first year, other students ceased to ostracize them, and he would look after them. Wasn't that beneficial for everyone? Raymond could not fathom Mayway C's actions, attributing it to her mental instability. Hufflepuffs were all fools. With this thought, he finally felt unbothered. On the other hand, Mayway C felt she had encountered a dimwit today. Initially, she believed the school bully was intentionally provoking her, but later realized that was not the case. The opponent had no desire for a fight, merely seeking the magazine. This was even more perplexing. If she truly desired it, why not purchase her own? Judging by her attire, money was evidently not an issue. Did she not have time? Then she should have gone to the library earlier to borrow it. Arriving late and attempting to snatch it from others. What kind of logic was that? Even if we were to entertain the possibility, why not ask to borrow it politely? The entitlement she displayed, was something amiss with her? It was utterly baffling. Fortunately, potions in the magical realm were remarkably effective. Bruised and battered, she emerged revitalized. Mayway C hurried back to her dormitory, preparing to fill out the survey for Master of Practical Potions. This edition featured a selection of potions masters, allowing readers to vote and pen short essays, with chosen submissions earning 20 sickles. She decided to nominate Snape and then, emulating Lockhart, compose a glowing tribute. This, of course, posed a challenge. A great master of potions, perhaps a slightly embellished introduction. His temperament resembled the still waters of the Black Lake at Hogwarts, calm on the surface, yet brooding beneath. Brave and unyielding sorcerer. This was indeed true, though others might not be aware. A prodigious potioneer. This phrase was more palatable to her conscience. Proficient in the art of eloquent language. A sharp-tongued virtuoso. After struggling to produce a mere 200 words, her creativity exhausted, she reluctantly retired for the night. The following day, during breakfast, she received a note from an owl, informing her of her detention schedule. Tonight at 9 o'clock, she was to report to Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. Professor Sprout. Mei Wei Si sighed, tucking the note away. Her roommate Betty looked at her in astonishment. What did you do? Another roommate, Alice, exclaimed loudly, goodness, detention. Did you sneak out at night? No, I got into a fight, Mei Wei Si replied. The third roommate, Cass, gasped in shock. A fight? You have quite the nerve. Mei Wei Si scratched her head, glancing at her ABC roommates. Soon, everyone was aware of the news. They quickly discovered that one of their own had been assaulted by a second-year Slytherin. Poor Mei Wei Si. They sympathized. Next time, don't go out alone. Mei Wei Si replied dryly. That's the hallmark of Hufflepuff. If someone is bullied, they don't think about retaliating or giving the bully a taste of their own medicine. They choose to band together or avoid those troublesome students. Thank you, she said flatly. I'll keep that in mind. Her classmates were reassured. One patted her shoulder. Another gifted her 2 chocolate frogs, while another helped her with her textbooks, sharing their Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Surrounded by her kind classmates, she embarked on her first class of the day. After class, her ABC roommates linked arms with her, encouraging her to join their lively group, even encircling her protectively when Slytherin students passed by. Once they had safely navigated, Betty remarked, See, walking together keeps us safe. Exactly, don't be afraid. There are many of us, Alice chimed in loudly. Cass remained silent, tightening her grip. For some reason, Mei Wei Si found it both amusing and touching. Being placed in Hufflepuff wasn't so bad, was it? Chapter 12, The Twins. That night, Mei Wei Si struggled to sleep on time. Arriving promptly at the entrance hall at 9 o'clock, Filch awaited her, threateningly growling, Look, an insubordinate Hufflepuff. How rare. Mei Wei Si, wishing to avoid offending the old curmudgeon, remained silent. Her compliance pleased Filch, who raised his voice, addressing the 2 individuals descending the stairs. Weasley, you're late. The 2 red-haired boys grinned mischievously as they fell in a line. Follow me. Filch, lantern in hand, strode ominously ahead, declaring, You have a heavy task ahead. I need some records rearranged by year. He led them into his cramped, filthy office, crammed with towering cabinets overflowing with disheveled boxes. This is a critically important task. Filch emphasized. Weasley, you 2 need to sort all records by year and the first letter of the name. You, Hufflepuff, will fill out labels based on this list, then affix them to the boxes, arranging them outward. Understand? Mei Wei Si nodded obediently. The twins exchanged glances, surprisingly compliant. Begin, Filch commanded, watching them intently. The trio set to work. The twins were responsible for retrieving the records and sorting them by year, while Mei Wei Si flipped through a hefty notebook, dipping her quill in ink to write labels. First entry, 1973. To think this was over a decade ago. Had Filch been organizing records since then? Mei Wei Si marveled internally, begrudgingly acknowledging the administrator's diligence. She immersed herself in her task. The room was quiet, filled with a faint scent of cat fur. After a while, seeing their focused efforts, Filch finally ceased his scrutiny, lifting his lantern and gently calling, Madame Lorelei, it's time to catch those little rascals wandering the halls. Meow. Madame Lorelei emerged from a corner, following him into the darkened corridors of Hogwarts. As soon as he left, the twins sprang to life, rifling through the boxes. That old curmudgeon confiscated some good stuff. What's this? One of them picked up a rubber ball and squeezed it hard. Puffed. A foul liquid erupted, nearly splattering Mei Wei Si's shoes. Cool, the twins exclaimed. Mei Wei Si ceased her work, intrigued by the commotion. The twins generously offered, anyone who sees it can have some. Do you want it? She shook her head, carefully searching through other boxes. I'm looking for something practical. Wow, they exaggeratedly gasped. Dear Miss Lin, let's assist you. Mei Wei Si questioned, You recognize me? One replied, Of course, Miss Lin Mei Wei Si, a brave Hufflepuff. The other added, A remarkable Hufflepuff. In unison, they exclaimed, She actually took on Slytherin. Mei Wei Si was taken aback. Look at this, how splendid. They resemble fervent salespersons, gracefully lifting an item, an aged ink bottle. Wow, there's still a bit left. I believe this is correction fluid. What do you think, madam? Perhaps you might fancy it? Mavis chuckled heartily. She always felt a peculiar kinship with the characters in the story, as if they had been her friends since childhood. Thus, she exhibited no shyness, adopting a slow, deliberate tone. Let me have a look. Oh, this item appears quite splendid, perfectly suited to my tattered quill. It's yours, madam, said the red-haired fellow by the way. E. M. George. The other interjected. No, I am George, you are Fred. Mevis introduced herself. I am Lynn Mevis, though I suppose my name requires no further introduction. We know you, the twins chimed in. Honestly, there are few Hufflepuffs brave enough to confront Slytherin. You ought to be sorted into Gryffindor. Defending her house, Mevis retorted. Hufflepuff is truly the finest house. The twins countered, Dumbledore is a Gryffindor alumnus. We have Newt, she argued, and the kitchens, plus all of Hogwarts recipes. The twins exchanged glances. Kitchens? You know where the kitchens are? Feigning ignorance, Mevis continued rummaging through the items. Indeed, Filch had confiscated quite a collection of treasures. Ink, quills, and visible erasers. Without hesitation, she tucked them into her pockets. These were relics from the 70s. The owners might not even be alive, so it mattered not. Yet, what she truly sought was the Marauders map, which ought to be around here. After rummaging through several boxes, she failed to uncover the special parchment. The twins were preoccupied studying a moon-gazing glass, seemingly oblivious to its allure. A faint sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor. Filch was returning. She quickly alerted her companions. With no time to reorganize the boxes, she hastily snatched a round object from the corner and returned to her seat, feigning earnestness in her note-taking. Moments later, Filch entered. His expression grim. He surveyed the disheveled room, his tone menacingly chilling. What are you up to? The twins replied. A mouse startled us just now. Mevis pretended to be frightened. Yes, it was quite large. I nearly stumbled. Filch glared at them, his skepticism palpable, yet lacking evidence. He ordered, clean this mess up. Your detention ends here. They hurriedly tidied up. At 11:30, detention concluded. Mevis bid farewell to the twins, each returning to their dormitory. They remained undeterred. The kitchen, she teased, sticking out her tongue. Hufflepuff secret, not telling you. The twins responded with an even larger grimace. Back in her dormitory, Mevis washed away the dust accumulated in the office and cozily nestled into her bed curtains. The bedding provided by Hogwarts was made of velvet, adorned in hues of yellow and black, warm and comforting. The circular dormitory ceiling gave an almost cave-like sense of security. She burrowed in her blankets, perusing her spoils, 2 quills, half a bottle of ink, and several sheets of vintage parchment for writing letters. The last item she had casually picked up was a pocket watch. What luck! She had long desired a pocket watch. Without one, she often lost track of time, fearing she might be late. The case was somewhat tarnished. A heavy old silver with a beautifully carved owl design, the initials H engraved beneath, perhaps the owner's surname. However, upon opening it, disappointment washed over her. The watch was broken and did not tick. Unwilling to concede, she drew her wand. Reparo. No response. Clean and renewed? She attempted again. Still, no effect. It seemed to be a magical item beyond her capabilities to mend. Perhaps she would try again in a few days. With that thought, she tucked it under her pillow. Chapter 13. The glutton, the morning sun poured warmly into the Hufflepuff dormitory, casting a gentle glow upon the curtains. Mevis was awakened by the blaring of her roommate's alarm clock, struggling to rise and wash up. At that moment, her roommates remained blissfully asleep, only stirring when the 3rd alarm rang, causing them to scramble from their beds. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she donned a plain robe and grabbed her cloth bag. Just as she was about to dash to the Great Hall, she remembered the pocket watch hidden beneath her pillow. She retrieved it and hung it around her neck. Rumor had it that some watches wound themselves through movement. Perhaps this ancient piece functioned in such a manner. She would wear it and see. The Great Hall was relatively quiet that early in the morning, yet breakfast was remarkably lavish. Mevis began with a few sips of steaming honeyed milk, followed by a slice of warm toast slathered with sweet tart blueberry jam. Each bite was deliciously soft and sweet. Chewing, she speared some scrambled eggs, pairing them with bacon and ham, immediately shoveling them into her mouth. Choking slightly, she quickly took more milk. Next came mushrooms, hash browns, and fried fish, perhaps a bit greasy, but who cared? Fried food was simply the best. After finishing her milk, she switched to juice. The orange juice, unsweetened, was sour enough to pucker her face, but she persisted, acknowledging the importance of vitamins. Feeling slightly full, she slowed her pace, nibbling on another egg. Unable to consume more, she reluctantly set down her cutlery, not forgetting to pack 2 croissants into her bag for a snack between classes. Alas, Hogwarts was splendid in every regard, except for the absence of mid-morning meals. Young students tend to get hungry easily. Wiping her mouth, she dashed off to class. The first lesson was Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall assigned the task of transforming a matchstick into a needle. Everyone diligently attempted, yet none succeeded. Mevis was no exception. She had previously thought this would be simple, but the reality was that Transfiguration was the most challenging subject of all. Potions appeared daunting, but materials tossed into the cauldron always reacted to some degree. Transfiguration, however, often yielded no results at all, leaving one to question their own competence. Professor McGonagall was not surprised. She reiterated, "Transfiguration is the most difficult of all magic. You must apply yourselves diligently, earnestly, and wholeheartedly to master this art." Mavis couldn't help but feel disheartened. She truly didn't understand where she was going wrong. Why she simply could not succeed. Cedric had transformed his matchstick into something resembling a wooden needle, while hers remained unchanged. Why was this so? The class ended with an unmistakable sense of failure. Dejected, Mavis left the classroom. If the setbacks and potions could be attributed to a touch of bad luck, then her struggles and transfiguration represented the greatest disappointment since her enrollment. She was at a loss as to why she failed, lacking direction for improvement. Yet, the thought of abandoning the subject felt utterly unacceptable. How marvelous transfiguration was. Without needles, she could transform matchsticks. Without thread, she could use her hair. Sewing clothes would be a breeze. In the future, she could conjure furniture from wood and stone, and even pots and pans could be transformed. Such a practical form of magic. Not being able to learn it was simply infuriating. But those who have studied political philosophy know that material conditions do not yield to human will, no matter how much she wished to master it. If it was beyond her grasp, it remained so. Not attending Tsinghua or Peking University was simply not due to lack of desire, was it? Nevertheless, aside from the failures in transfiguration, the rest of her day unfolded remarkably smoothly. Each time she ascended the stairs, they turned precisely in the direction she intended, never once leading her astray. When she encountered Peeves, he was busy chasing a group of other students, allowing her to deftly avoid the mess he had left behind. At dinner, to her astonishment, there appeared a dish of fish and rice. Although the British, influenced by Indian cuisine, did not hesitate to use rice, it remained a rare sight at the dining table. Mavis had scarcely encountered it before. Upon seeing the rice, she nearly lost her composure. Even though it was adorned with cream, sweet, and peculiar spices, it was still rice. She promptly seized a plate and began shoveling spoonfuls into her mouth, often swallowing before finishing one bite and immediately moving on to the next. The companions seated beside her were utterly astonished, while everyone at the table displayed a fierce appetite. Such ferocity was indeed rare, resembling refugees who had not savored a single grain of rice for days on end. "Take it slow," one friend urged, offering a cup of pumpkin juice, concern etched on their face. "Did you skip lunch?" "I ate," Maeve replied vaguely, refusing to set down her spoon. Ultimately, she had consumed no meat or eggs, but had devoured an entire portion of rice meant for 3. Subsequently, she made her way to the infirmary, inquiring with Madame Pomfrey for a digestion potion. "You again?" Madame Pomfrey scolded, stuffed to the brim and still not satisfied. "You are quite inconsiderate." "I'm sorry." Maeve obediently admitted her fault, leaving the matter of change for another time. Madame Pomfrey handed her a vial of potion, instructing her to drink it. Without hesitation, Maeve leapt off the hospital bed and dashed away. She returned to her dormitory and, with a quieting charm, bravely swallowed the potion. The sounds of her stomach transformed from gurgles to soft sighs. Before drifting off to sleep, she remembered her pocket watch and checked it once more. It remained still and unmoving. Disheartened, she tucked it into a drawer, resolving to save some money to buy an inexpensive mechanical watch upon her return to London during the summer. The following day, she found herself rushing down the stairs again. Was it true that her lucky day was but a fleeting moment? Maeve mused, not dwelling on the thought, for everyone experiences a moment of extraordinary fortune. Perhaps it was merely a matter of probability, like when the traffic lights turn green in succession. Yet, a fortnight later, she retrieved the pocket watch once more, now wearing it as a talisman. The reason was simple. She craved rice. Although the house elves were exceedingly hospitable, always eager to present her with an abundance of food in the kitchen, they were unable to conjure what was not available. The daily menu depended entirely on the kitchen stock. If Hagrid had a bountiful harvest of pumpkins, then pumpkin juice, pumpkin pie, and pumpkin pudding would be served. During the rainy season, an array of mushrooms would grace the table. Only potatoes were a constant presence throughout the year. Rice, however, was a matter of luck. Thus, with an insatiable longing for rice, Maeve succumbed to superstition, donning identical attire and shoes, adorning herself with a pocket watch, and hoping for rice once again. And indeed, it materialized. I believe I have stumbled upon something remarkable. Chapter 14, A Fortuitous Encounter. Maeve remained somewhat wary of the unexpected magical item she had acquired, particularly since it purportedly enhanced her luck. What kind of luck could exist without reason? Even a certified good luck charm could yield adverse effects if overused. She meticulously conducted experiments over several days, concluding that it seemed unrelated to fortune. The ironclad evidence was her experience with the Twinsburg Bot's every flavor beans, where she encountered an exceedingly bizarre flavor. If luck were on her side, why hadn't she drawn another bag? Yet, it appeared to possess peculiar effects. And to some extent, they were connected to Hogwarts. Ascending the stairs was invariably smooth. In flying class, she was able to select the finest broom, and at mealtimes, her favorite dishes consistently appeared. In a library, she could locate reference materials in under 3 minutes. However, that was the extent of it. She did not become particularly clever. Her spell work remained mediocre. Potions class was neither exceptional nor poor, and astronomy still eluded her comprehension. Maeve surmised that the pocket watch must be a Hogwarts artifact, reminiscent of the Room of Requirement. She decided to wear it for a while longer, observing any unconscious behaviors, ready to confess everything to the headmaster if necessary. If Ginny could face Voldemort without issue, surely she would be fine. This conviction allowed Maeve to begin to understand the admiration others held for Dumbledore. He might appear eccentric, like a doddering old man, yet his presence felt like a mountain standing before them, shielding the teachers and students of Hogwarts from peril. As for whether she would be subjected to a Dementor's kiss, the likelihood was slim. Who would be interested in the memories of a schoolgirl? Even if it were to happen, what of it if they discovered she was a time traveler? She had not harmed anyone or usurped another's place. Her conscience was clear, and she feared nothing. Embracing this mindset, before she knew it, Christmas had arrived. Most students had returned home for the holidays, leaving only a handful behind. On Christmas Eve, Maeve munched on 2 apples, opting not to visit the library, instead practicing Transfiguration in the common room. Beside her, a house elf had provided a steaming mug of hot chocolate. The chocolate was delightful, yet her progress in Transfiguration remained stagnant. She practiced for a while, flipped through magazines, and practiced again. The fireplace crackled warmly, and she felt drowsy, resting her head on a cushion, drifting into a light slumber. Perhaps she dozed for 10 minutes when she was suddenly awakened. Upon opening her eyes, a peculiar owl, perched on the back of a chair, caught her attention. What is this creature? Maeve wondered. The owl was undoubtedly an owl, yet it was not real. Its body was composed of silvery mist, shimmering like a pond under the moonlight, exceedingly beautiful. A Patronus? Whose Patronus is an owl? Are you looking for me? She inquired. The owl spread its wings and flew through the door of the common room. After a moment's contemplation, Maeve decided to follow. The Hufflepuff common room was the only dormitory equipped with a protective enchantment, making it difficult for nefarious individuals to enter. If the owl could come in, it likely wasn't a villain. Which professor could it be? She crawled out of the passage, curiosity piqued. The owl led her to the Transfiguration classroom. Excitement coursed through Maeve. Could it be that Professor McGonagall was offering her special assistance? She pushed the door open. The room was packed with students, and at the lectern sat a dapper gentleman in a suit, complete with a striped shirt, wool vest, and bow tie, embodying the epitome of British gentlemanly charm. He lounged casually, half-seated on the lectern. Transfiguration is a profound discipline. Unlike spells, it lacks incantations, so you will need to engage your mind more, he remarked humorously. That's all for today. Class dismissed. Maeve's eyes widened in shock. You're dismissing us already? I've only just arrived, she exclaimed, having heard nothing at all. Please go on. But her classmates were already preparing to exit, seemingly oblivious to her presence, bustling out while chattering excitedly. Professor Dumbledore is incredible, one student exclaimed as they brushed past her. I've heard he's the best Transfiguration professor. Maeve was taken aback. As she looked up again, a little Gryffindor girl squeezed past, anxiously asking, Professor Dumbledore, I have a question. She voiced her confusion regarding Transfiguration, lamenting why she could never transform objects into the desired forms. It never turns out as I expect, she said, dejected. The charming gentleman responded, you need to focus more. When you wave your wand, you must have a clear thought in your mind. Maeve was intrigued. After the Gryffindor finished her question, she approached cautiously, scrutinizing the young Dumbledore, who appeared utterly oblivious to her, engrossed in gathering his belongings. Unable to restrain herself, she spoke up, Professor? Dumbledore seemed to finally notice her presence. You are? I'm a first year from Hufflepuff, Maeve stammered. Could I ask about my transfiguration? Is it all right? Dumbledore smiled warmly, of course. My transfiguration always fails, and I don't understand why. Could you demonstrate for me? Despite the original text indicating that Harry frequently encountered the headmaster, Maeve had only glimpsed him once at the beginning of the term and from a distance during class, never having the opportunity to converse with him, let alone seek guidance. Seizing this rare opportunity, she gathered her utmost focus and waved her wand. The feather designated for her demonstration changed slightly, yet it merely transformed from a soft, light, genuine feather into a rather artificial-looking plastic one. Disheartened, she argued, clearly, my spell work is adequate. Fearing he might doubt her, she immediately cast a levitation charm. The feather floated gracefully. The young Dumbledore chuckled softly, saying, "It is evident that you are a diligent student. Am I devoid of talent in Transfiguration?" she inquired. He gently shook his head. Charms and Transfiguration are distinct disciplines. While Charms undoubtedly presents its own complexities, anyone can master some spells as they are quite established. Let us examine how it all unfolds. He gracefully waved his wand, and a silvery light emanated from him, coiling around the wand before transforming into a flurry of glimmering silver that danced in the air. The wand gathered magical energy, movements directed that energy, and the incantation released it. He looked down at the young witch with a subtle smile. Spells are uniform. As long as your movements are precise and your pronunciation accurate, you can conjure magic. However, Transfiguration is entirely different. The outcome varies with each individual, necessitating greater focus and clarity. Mavis candidly confessed, "I don't quite comprehend." "Close your eyes," the greatest of white wizards gently urged. "Envision what you wish to transform. What material is it? What color? What size? Construct a vivid image in your mind." Mavis endeavored to envision a knitting needle made of bamboo, a soft yellow hue, pointed at both ends, and about the length of her forearm. "Do you see its form clearly?" he asked. She nodded. "Let it reside in your mind," Dumbledore instructed. "Now raise your wand." Mavis held her breath and slowly lifted her hand. "Remember, Transfiguration must be utterly precise," he reminded her. "Hold on to the image you have envisioned, channel your magic into it, and direct it towards the object you wish to transform." The feather turned a pale yellow, but did not fully transfigure. Mavis nearly burst into tears. "You are too anxious," Dumbledore remarked with a shrug. "Try again, but take your time. Before you release it, you must be entirely certain, then proceed in one decisive motion." He demonstrated. With a flick of his wand, the feather on the table transformed into a troupe of dancing figures. Mavis exclaimed, "Incredible." Chapter 15, Christmas. While admiration was one thing, seeking guidance was imperative. Mavis voiced her confusion. Why must it be one decisive motion rather than a gradual progression? "I always assumed one should first change the color, then the size, and finally the material." In Transfiguration class, students progressed at different rates. Some altered size, others color, all receiving Professor McGonagall's approval. As a novice, taking it step by step is acceptable, Dumbledore chuckled, appearing relaxed. However, altering one attribute is still a single transformation, and a complete change is yet another. Transfiguration does not require a process. That is the essence of magic. "Magic," Mavis nodded, somewhat understanding. "Then I shall attempt once more." This time, she heeded Dumbledore's advice. Concentrating fully, determined to transform the feather into a knitting needle in one go. The feather shifted, transforming into a thin layer resembling a needle. The description felt somewhat awkward. It was not a three-dimensional needle, but rather a two-dimensional layer of bamboo, almost as if painted. She scratched her head. Dumbledore reiterated, "It must be utterly precise." After several attempts, Mavis took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and meditated. She envisioned the knitting needle, contemplating how she could use her coupon to purchase yarn. As a ball of yarn cost only a few nuts. With the intention of knitting a scarf, she resolved not to freeze. Armed with this firm belief, she focused her energy on the feather once more. Transform into a knitting needle. Knitting needle. Knitting needle. The feather stirred, and in the next moment, it fully transformed into a knitting needle. "Hooray!" Mavis leaped up, uncontrollably cheering. "I did it." By Merlin, from her enrollment in September to Christmas, 4 months had passed, and she had finally executed a transfiguration spell. The joy was overwhelming. "Thank you, Professor. I am immensely grateful." Dumbledore smiled at her. "Congratulations, Miss Lynn Mavis." "Mavis Lynn," she blurted out. "Congratulations, Miss Lynn," he replied, suddenly looking up as an owl flew in through the window. Mavis glanced over, and, in the next instant, the world faded to darkness. She opened her eyes to find herself still in the common room, the fireplace warm and inviting, her feet comfortably toasty, though the hot chocolate had grown cold. Was it a dream? She pondered. Surely not. Dreams typically involve failing to answer exam questions. She knew nothing of Transfiguration, and such detailed guidance seemed far too reliable to be mere fantasy. It indeed felt as though something peculiar had transpired. Mavis hesitated deeply for a moment, but ultimately resolved to give it another try. She raised her wand, lowered it, lay back. Goodness, in the time I took a nap. The blue bar is nearly depleted. Could it be that the hourglass siphoned a wizard's magic? This time it was magic. Next, could it be life force? Tomorrow, she would seek out Madame Pomfrey for clarity, Mavis mused. Then, she returned to her dormitory to sleep. With no classes on Christmas, she slept soundly until noon. After freshening up, she descended the stairs to find several cards beneath the Christmas tree in the common room. Mavis sighed in relief. She dreaded the thought of receiving gifts, not because she did not wish for them, but rather because she couldn't reciprocate. What if someone gifted her books, sweets, or a scarf, and all she offered was a card? How embarrassing. Thankfully, there were only cards. She picked them up, 3 from her roommates, and the remaining 1 from Professor Sprout. She briefly skimmed her roommate's cards. The Professor was filled with pleasantries, merely a Merry Christmas, requiring no response. Lunchtime arrived. The Christmas feast was bountiful. Tuna salad, turkey sandwiches, roasted mushrooms and peas, pumpkin pie, blueberry pudding, and orange juice. Yet today, Mavis found only half of her mind occupied with the meal. The other half lingered on Professor Dumbledore. The elderly headmaster, with his snow-white beard, donned a shimmering purple robe. His crescent-shaped glasses perched on his nose, relishing dessert with a cheerful demeanor. He noticed Mavis's gaze. "Miss Lynn," he addressed her. The Christmas table was unlike any other. Everyone gathered around a single table, close together, conversing more casually than usual. "Did I get jam on my face?" Mavis momentarily froze before hastily replying. "I was admiring your robe. The stars are beautiful. Thank you for your compliment." Dumbledore plucked a star from his robe, causing it to float beside her. "Let us share in this joy." "Thank you," Mavis said, curiously grasping the star. It twinkled and changed colors, particularly delightful. She glanced at her shabby robe and decided to place it atop her head. Nearby professors chuckled at the sight. As lunch concluded, Dumbledore quickly departed. Having no intention to converse with Mavis, she thought to herself, if Dumbledore had encountered students from decades into the future during his youth, it would be quite peculiar. Since he displayed no curiosity, it suggested she had not returned to the past. That sensation did not resemble a time-turner. She had not felt everything retreating rapidly, but rather like a dream. First, to the hospital wing, Mavis resolved, navigating her way there with familiarity, only to be met with Madame Pomfrey's disapproving glare. "You again? Why do you never take care of yourself?" "I'm not. I haven't tea. I'm perfectly fine," she quickly refuted. "I merely wished to know if there was anything I could assist you with." Madame Pomfrey scrutinized her for a moment. Then her expression softened. "There's nothing here. You've caused me quite a bit of trouble. If there's anything I can do, please do not hesitate to ask." Her words were sincere. Few first years frequented the hospital wing. She imagined she was only slightly better than the Weasley twins in that regard. Seeing her earnestness, Madame Pomfrey considered and said, "Severus has some newly concocted potions. Would you fetch them for me?" Of course. With no one around on Christmas, a stroll through Slytherin's quarters seemed pleasant. However, the experience was somewhat disappointing. Though Hufflepuff's domain basked in sunlight, warm and comforting, offering a great sense of security, Slytherin's area remained cold and dim, requiring wall lamps even in broad daylight. Mavis quickened her pace and arrived at Professor Snape's office. She knocked on the door. "Come in," came the cold, icy voice. Upon entering, she immediately stated her purpose. "Madame Pomfrey sent me to collect some potions." Professor Snape cast a cursory glance at her and gestured toward a nearby cabinet. "Third shelf, second compartment from the left." Mavis approached, the cabinet towering high, crammed with countless crystal vials. In the second compartment, at least 7 or 8 different potions were nestled within. After a moment's hesitation, she mustered the courage to inquire, "Is there anything I need to be wary of?" "Avoid light." "Avoid light? But it's a bright sunny day outside." Mavis scratched her head, awkwardly removing the tray, then retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket to gauge its size, but it was far too small. Ultimately, she had no choice but to remove her robes, folding them into a neat square, laying them on the tray, placing the crystal vials atop, and gently covering them with the topmost layer. "Thank you. I shall return now." She swiftly exited, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Snape averted his gaze. Mavis carefully carried the tray upstairs and successfully delivered it to Madame Pomfrey, who was busy tidying up a cabinet. Upon seeing the potions obscured by the robes, she remarked with satisfaction, "The house elf just brought in new bed linens. If you don't mind, could you help me spread them on the beds?" "At your service." Chapter 16. The Heart of the Protagonist. As long as she didn't bring misfortune upon herself, Madame Pomfrey was quite agreeable. While spreading the bed linens, Mavis soon found herself chatting with her, clarifying that it wasn't that she neglected her health. Rather, she had never consumed such fine delicacies before and found it hard to restrain herself, akin to a glutton. Madame Pomfrey expressed deep sympathy and promptly stated, "I should examine your health." Mavis exclaimed in surprise, "Is that possible?" Eagerly, she voiced her concerns. "I always feel my magical power is so weak, and I have never experienced a surge of magic." With little to do during the holiday, Madame Pomfrey, who was already free and cared for her students, immediately waved her wand and cast several diagnostic spells upon Mevis. Nervously and apprehensively, Mevis awaited the results. Reminiscent of a health check after a sleepless night, Madame Pomfrey soon completed her examination, and with a slight frown, she remarked, "Aside from the defense against the dark arts instructor, the capabilities of the other professors at Hogwarts are indeed commendable. Your health is quite poor. It seems your magical energy is being expended solely on sustaining your growth." Mevis timidly asked, "Do I still have a chance?" "Do not worry," Madame Pomfrey replied. "The crucial period for a wizard's magical development occurs during their youth. Just pay attention to your health during this time." However, suddenly, she frowned, causing Mevis's heart to leap. However, Madame Pomfrey continued, "You have a cold." She produced a vial of invigorating potion, insisting, "Drink this, and then go rest immediately." Mevis felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had feared her vitality had been drained, so she quickly consumed the potion and departed. After taking the invigorating potion, her ears smoked continuously, transforming her into a walking chimney as she returned to the dormitory, collapsing onto her bed. The usually boisterous dormitory, filled with chattering girls, was eerily quiet as Mevis lay alone, not needing to cast a silencing charm to drown out the noise. It felt quite unfamiliar. She was left to ponder aimlessly. After a day of rest, her magical energy had slightly recovered, and she attempted to recall the sensations from her dreams, pointing her wand at a fallen hair. Transfiguration. The hair shimmered slightly and transformed into a fluffy yarn. To her astonishment, it had indeed succeeded. Her extra lessons were not in vain. She touched the silver chain around her neck, momentarily uncertain whether she had gained a magical boon or had become the next Ginny. Yet, she could not deny that this feeling allowed her to fully comprehend Ginny. It was neither foolishness nor ignorance. It was simply that when extraordinary events transpired, individuals could not help but think of themselves as the most special one. Why can't I be the protagonist? Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore set down his quill, stuffed a letter into an envelope, sealed it with wax, and handed it to the waiting owl. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, he inquired of the Sorting Hat, "Did you not sing this morning?" The Sorting Hat, an intelligent magical object, typically had no particular hobbies, but would laboriously compose songs for festive occasions. The previous night, on Christmas Eve, it had performed a song titled Hogwarts Christmas, and had retreated contentedly after Dumbledore's praise. However, early this morning, just before dawn, Dumbledore heard a new song. The lyrics were as follows: "Over 1,000 years ago, for great wizards traversed the endless wilderness. They journeyed through thickets thick with thorns. They crossed perilous and terrifying lakes. They arrived at this highland and established the magnificent Hogwarts. Time has passed swiftly. Hogwarts has welcomed countless new students and bid farewell to many graduates. They have either become great white wizards, or renowned alchemists, or terrifying dark lords. But they all belong to Hogwarts. The castle remembers the distant past. The castle gazes towards the near future. The castle knows everything. The castle is right here. Brave Gryffindor, wise Ravenclaw, just Hufflepuff, and cunning Slytherin. No matter which house you hail from, you belong to Hogwarts. If you cherish this land, if you yearn for this castle, perhaps, just perhaps, you will receive Hogwarts' most precious treasure." Dumbledore found this quite intriguing, as it evidently hinted at something. However, after singing, the Sorting Hat fell into a slumber, as if it had merely sung for its own amusement, and once the song concluded, it dispersed. He was curious about what had transpired. Wizards come to Hogwarts in search of their dreams. The Sorting Hat responded in a melodic tone. "You found what you sought, he found what he sought, and today, someone else has received their own gift." Dumbledore nodded and humorously remarked, "It seems the moment to unveil the truth has not yet arrived." The Sorting Hat replied, "Hogwarts is indeed the birthplace of miracles." Chapter 17. Spring has arrived. Christmas had concluded, and the students returned to school. In Transfiguration class, Mevis successfully performed the transformation spell, and Professor McGonagall generously awarded Hufflepuff an additional 5 points. She felt invigorated. The headmaster's special meals were truly delightful, Mevis thought. If I were in the same era as Tom, both taught by Dumbledore, he might not even become the Dark Lord. However, this ambition was swiftly dashed during flying lessons. In the second semester, flying lessons began simulating Quidditch, with Hufflepuff pitted against Gryffindor. Cedric and the twins demonstrated considerable talent, and were likely to join the Quidditch team next year. But as for Mevis, well, she opted for a leisurely flight. After all, only 7 players were needed, with 2 substitutes. The rest could simply enjoy themselves. She slowly rode an old clean sweep broom, gliding leisurely above the lawn. The slow pace prevented dizziness, and the wind caressed her face as her body soared freely in the air. Truly delightful. When she grew weary of flying, she would land near Hagrid's hut to become better acquainted with him, petting Fong's head. Fong was far more approachable than Madame Pomfrey. At Hogwarts, petting cats was a riskier endeavor than petting dogs. In terms of her extracurricular life, Mavis had recently acquired a new goal. She wished to redeem a thermos. The Potions Weekly published her short essay, awarding her 20 silver sickles. This was for a character introduction featured during the voting period, rather than a post-award accolade. In fact, Snape had not been elected, though, to be fair, it was somewhat surprising if he had. Yet, Mavis remained unconcerned with the outcome. All she cared about was the reward. The thermos can be purchased through mail order, and by utilizing various discount coupons, one can enjoy a maximum reduction of merely 10 silver sickles. In the magical realm, where even a single book might cost a galleon, this price is quite reasonable. The enchanted thermos possesses the ability to automatically regulate its temperature and is imbued with a preservation charm, allowing it to maintain its warmth for an entire week. Maywise longs to have access to hot water at all times, rather than being restricted to enjoying warm beverages only during meal times. However, she lacks an additional 20 discount coupon. As previously mentioned, Maywise acquires her coupons through the use of a duplication charm. The magazine permits 3 uses of the charm, but magic is bound by temporal limitations. Her duplication charm lasts approximately 15 days, after which the replicated items will vanish. Previous duplicates have already disappeared, and the remaining uses have been exhausted by her classmates. It was said that you sought a coupon from the Wizarding Weekly. A red-headed figure emerged from the left. Maywise replied, "Do you have any?" Another red-headed figure on the right chimed in, "If you are willing to inform us of the kitchen's location." Maywise agreed, "Deal." Both sides responded in unison, "Pleasure to cooperate." Mrs. Weasley is a devoted reader of the Wizarding Weekly and is keen on collecting coupons. The twins swiftly acquired a stackable coupon and exchanged it with Maywise for the means to access the kitchen. Both parties were quite satisfied. By the end of January, Maywise obtained the magical thermos and ambitiously contemplated knitting a sweater. She intended to transform matches into knitting needles and her hair into yarn. How environmentally friendly and economical. However, it must be reiterated, magic is bound by time. With her feeble magical prowess, it was utterly impossible for her to maintain such transformations indefinitely. The yarn fashioned from her hair could only endure for a day, and before she had knitted more than a few rows, it was rendered useless. After much deliberation, Maywise devised an alternative method, using Transfiguration to turn a handkerchief into a scarf. Task accomplished. Each morning, she would perform the Transfiguration spell as a form of post-class practice. The thermos filled with hot water, the scarf concealing much of her face, complemented by a hat and cloak, winter suddenly became far more bearable. Gradually, spring arrived, yet the curriculum intensified. The Defense Against the Dark Arts class finally commenced practical lessons, and an unremarkable professor introduced a particularly useful spell, the Shield Charm. Although it was merely another spell, Maywise sensed that this one was considerably more challenging than those in the Charms class. She could not articulate why it was so difficult. Perhaps it demanded more magical energy and greater concentration, or perhaps, as the professor had stated, defending against dark magic is invariably more arduous than ordinary spells. For combating evil is never an easy task. Nonetheless, whether it was due to the wand's influence or not, Maywise found herself learning with relative ease. However, her greatest source of frustration soon became Potions class. Although Snape had remarked that there was no need to foolishly wave one's wand, this was merely to distinguish it from Charms class. In reality, potions do require wand work. The potions they brewed in the initial stages could not truly be classified as genuine potions, as they lacked any special efficacy. If one were to characterize them, they resembled mere processing. For instance, plant extract from the white fresh herb can treat wounds and can be ingested directly. After extraction and brewing, the effects are merely enhanced, without creating any new properties. Muggles can achieve similar results through technology. However, true potions cannot be brewed by Muggles, for they lack magical power. In the magical world, magic is the very source of everything. It could be said that if the process of brewing potions were to be disassembled into an assembly line and assigned to Muggles or machines, nothing would transpire. Maywise found this aspect particularly exasperating. Brewing potions requires magical energy. This is undeniable. But how much magic is needed? What should be added? At what speed should it be delivered? It was confounding. In the previous semester, as long as one was diligent, careful, and meticulous, everyone could successfully brew potions. Yet, in the latter half of the semester, the integration of magical energy became necessary, leading to frequent cauldron mishaps. If added too early, the ingredients would react and be ruined. If too much was added, the magic would erupt, causing an explosion. If too little was added, the potion would fail, resulting in a complete loss. Maywise lamented, QEQ. The previous semester resembled a chemistry experiment, where everything had precise measurements. Now, it resembled cooking, which required a sense of proportion. Each individual's magical energy varies, and their techniques differ, making it impossible to replicate another skill. Those with innate talent seem to instinctively know how to proceed, effortlessly executing their tasks, while those without such talent may study the textbooks exhaustively yet remain unresponsive. Connie Harris is an example of the former. She handles materials with less caution than Maywise and lacks precise timing. Yet this is inconsequential. She always seems to perform the right action at the right moment. Perhaps this is what talent entails. Reflecting on the passage of 6 months, the first-year students have, to some extent, discerned their strengths. Connie learns spells rapidly and possesses a broad array of incantations, likely due to her family's background. Her true prowess lies in potions, and she excels in astronomy as well. The Weasley twins exhibit a talent for flying, working in harmony, and quickly mastering spells while also showing great interest in herbology. However, their grasp of magical history is utterly abysmal. Cedric is particularly well-rounded, lacking in no area, and is favored by all his professors. As for Maywise, she excels in charms class, and her transfiguration skills appear salvageable, while her defense against the dark arts seems promising as well. She lacks talent in flying, struggles to comprehend astronomy, and finds magical history akin to reading comprehension exercises. Her skills in potions and herbology are merely adequate, relying on notes and meticulousness to avoid errors. Yet she possesses no true talent. This simply will not suffice. The first casualty of the HP series was Cedric. Though Maywise shares little camaraderie with him, she does not wish for his demise, thus setting herself a modest goal, to become a champion of the Triwizard Tournament by her 6th year. Looking ahead, this seems to pose a significant challenge. Which subjects can she salvage? Chapter 18, Physical Education. Maywise resolved to devote herself to flying class. This subject is quite practical. Brooms serve as the primary mode of transportation for wizards, akin to bicycles and electric scooters for muggles, making them essential for long-distance travel. Maywise is not particularly enthusiastic about flying, so she approaches it as a skill to be learned. However, during class, Madame Hooch primarily focuses on the Quidditch players, lacking the capacity to attend to the needs of other students. Consequently, Maywise must navigate the learning process on her own, with limited progress. To summarize the cause, it likely stems from a lack of freedom. She is hesitant to fly too swiftly, fearing dizziness and the potential of falling and injuring herself. If only she could dream of flying, for in dreams, one need not fear falling. With such thoughts, she found herself unexpectedly hopeful. Then, she truly did dream. As before, she awoke in a haze, only to find an owl perched beside her, gently pecking at her hand, urging her to follow. Maywise leapt from her bed, astonished to discover she was already dressed. Following the owl outside, she encountered no one along the way, and thus smoothly arrived at the Quidditch pitch. Suddenly, the sky brightened. The warmth and brilliance of the spring sun enveloped the grassy field, where students were scattered in small groups. Lowering her gaze, she found a broomstick at her feet. This was the Oak Arrow 79, crafted in 1879 by broom maker Elias Grimm for Portsmouth. In 1935, it was used to successfully fly across the Atlantic, thereby earning its place in history. Someone beside her remarked. Turning her head, Maywise noticed a professor seated upon a broom. She was uncertain if this was indeed a professor, as she had never encountered this individual before. Had they been mentioned in the original work, she would surely have remembered. The figure lacked legs, for beneath the robes was emptiness, yet it cast a shadow. It was a person, not a ghost. Hello. She hesitated. May I ask who you are? Professor Rakuta Sykes. The silver-haired professor replied, your flying instructor. The name sounded vaguely familiar to Maywise, as if she had heard it before. Professor Sykes continued. People began playing Quidditch in the early 19th century, but the history of broomsticks is far older than that of Quidditch. Initially, wizards sought a means of flight, attempting to train magical creatures such as winged horses. However, these beings possess their own consciousness and cannot truly obey a wizard's commands. Maywise had never heard this part before and was fixated on her. She said, thus, the alchemists began their quest for a suitable instrument to replace flying creatures, serving as an additional pair of legs for the wizards. Initially, attempts were made with carriages, but they proved too cumbersome. The idea of flying carpets was considered. Though they were comfortable, they lacked agility. Brooms, prior to the invention of the cushioning charm in 1820, were not particularly comfortable. However, their unremarkable appearance made them easy to conceal, and their portability rendered them a favored choice among many wizards. Maywis nodded in understanding. Professor Sykes continued to master a broom. One must not regard it as merely a tool in hand, but rather as an extension of one's own body, much like I do. As she spoke, her broom suddenly soared, twisting, darting, and landing with the audacity of a roller coaster, evoking sheer thrill. Maywis felt her heart race at the spectacle. Yet, Professor Sykes returned to her side, maintaining her composure, stating calmly, "While it may seem daunting to you, for me, it is no different from a somersault. Now, mount your broom," she commanded. Maywis grasped the broom, which transformed into her most familiar Comet series, and mounted it, her body gently lifting off the ground. "Fly a bit higher," the professor urged. "Why are you so tense?" "I'm afraid of falling," Maywis confessed. "This is Hogwarts," the professor reassured her. "What do you mean?" Maywis inquired. "It will protect you. No student has ever perished during a lesson. But the thought of being injured is still terrifying." Professor Sykes seemed to understand her expression, sighed, and resignedly said, "All right, it appears I must adopt a different approach." Suddenly, Maywis felt the broom become heavier, as if someone was supporting the handle from behind her. "Are you ready?" Professor Sykes asked. The broom shot upwards, and Maywis plummeted backward, ascending with the speed of an aircraft. Hogwarts instantly diminished in size, and the Black Lake transformed into a mere puddle. "Charge!" Professor Sykes commanded as they began to dive. The fierce wind assaulted them, stinging their faces and eyes. As the landscape whirled in a rapid blur, Maywis was stunned. Professor Sykes grasped her hand, guiding her on how to maneuver the broom. "When the wind approaches, harness its power, just like this." Adjusting the broom's direction to align with the airflow, they soared into the sky. When rain fell, evade it. What had begun as a sunny day suddenly turned stormy, with thunder roaring and torrential raindrops pelting them, accompanied by menacing lightning streaking across the night sky, pursuing them. "Dodge!" Professor Sykes instructed. "Just like that, gently sway the broom's tail." "Ah, this is lightning. We could get struck," Maywis exclaimed. Yet, the broom weaved through the tempest. The wind their ally, the rain a mischievous adversary, and the lightning a fierce beacon guiding their way. Gradually, Maywis found herself no longer afraid. Her heart raced, but in place of dread, exhilaration took hold, akin to a bird breaking free from its cage, soaring into vast skies, unrestrained. She felt like a fearless seabird, proudly navigating the storm. This thrill of dancing on the edge of life and death was a paradox of immense fear and unparalleled ecstasy, sending goosebumps across her skin. The next day, a loud crash startled ABC roommates awake. They opened their eyes in terror to find Maywis sprawled on the floor beside her bed, her head hitting the ground, chin colliding painfully, creating an undeniably comical sight. "Maywis, what happened to you?" The Badgers rushed over with concern to help her. "Nothing," Maywis numbly replied. "My legs are weak." Her roommates exchanged puzzled glances. In the following week's flying class, Maywis raised her hand to volunteer as a seeker. Madam Hooch favored allowing everyone to try Quidditch, and she agreed to let her participate in the match that day. Maywis mounted her broom, clutching a quaffle. Madam Hooch blew her whistle. With a whoosh, Maywis ascended at breakneck speed. Quidditch had no altitude restrictions, and she climbed to a satisfactory height before diving toward the opposing goal. The combination of the broom's speed and gravity was formidable. The Weasley twins as beaters initially intended to knock her off course, but upon witnessing her velocity, they were momentarily stunned, and by the time they prepared to act, it was too late. Maywis surged into the scoring zone. Raising the quaffle, she threw it. The quaffle flew for a moment and then dropped, merely 10 meters from the goalkeeper. Uft. The twins erupted in laughter, nearly tumbling off their brooms. Maywis, feeling utterly mortified, resolved to incorporate training into her schedule. With a packed course load and homework, the most opportune time for exercise became the early morning. Surprisingly, she found herself reminiscing about the 800-meter morning runs from her high school days, which she had previously evaded at all costs. Thankfully, the weather had warmed considerably. With an 8 o'clock curfew, Maywis typically went to bed around 9 and rose at 5:30. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, she began jogging around Hogwarts. The morning air was fresh, tranquil, and free of demerits, providing a pleasant experience. She was not particularly fast. It took her about 20 minutes to complete the lap, after which she would return to the dormitory for a shower and change. By around 6:30, she would arrive at the Great Hall. At this time, breakfast had yet to be served, allowing her to take out her textbooks for a bit of pre-study and practice some spells. At 7 o'clock, it was time to eat, then off to class. On weekends, she no longer spent all day in the library, but instead took leisurely walks to Hagrid's hut, playing frisbee with Fong and lending a hand to Hagrid. As the keeper of keys and grounds, he occasionally needed assistance with handling creatures. Maewis understood he couldn't use magic for certain tasks and would help him with small chores. Hagrid was not particularly popular among students, often referred to as the Big Oaf. Yet he was delighted to have a small witch willing to converse with him, warmly offering her rock cakes. Maewis bravely declined. Gradually, she began to flourish like a seedling that had amassed sufficient energy, embarking on a fervent growth spurt. The most evident sign, the shoes Professor McGonagall had purchased last semester were already becoming painfully tight, the toes pinched severely, making walking quite uncomfortable. Once loose clothing was now snug, and she anticipated that in a few months they would no longer fit. Maewis began to worry. She was gaining muscle and magical prowess. Yet her wallet remained emptier than her face. Chapter 19, Finals. At Hogwarts, as long as one refrained from ordering items online or venturing Hogsmeade, there were hardly any expenses. However, unlike plants or animals, humans are not sustained merely by food and drink. Supplies wear out and need replacing. Clothing shrinks and must be exchanged. Each necessity demands funds. Yet earning money is not so easily accomplished. Upperclassmen could purchase items from Hogsmeade and resell them to lower years. Some would craft protective charms or brew potions for a little profit. Yet all these ventures required capital. Maewis had only 8 sickles to her name. 2 had been spent on a new quill and stationery, as the previous ones had deteriorated beyond repair. With the recent warmth, she had been bathing more frequently, depleting her shower gel and shampoo supplies. However, the most pressing issue was her shoes. During class, she would quietly loosen them to relieve her toes, for the pain was incessant. At such moments, Maewis would reflect, life is so difficult. Yet, it remained merely a fleeting thought. Some live life, others merely exist, and some endure. She was enduring, believing that perhaps one day, she would emerge from the struggle. She began to understand Tom a little better. The Dark Lord of you must have felt this intense yearning to break free from the past and embrace a new life. However, their paths were destined to diverge. Unable to wear her shoes, she magnified them with a charm, transforming scrap paper into makeshift insoles, allowing her to wear them with difficulty. As for her clothing, which had become ill-fitting, she unraveled the seams, dyed the fabric with hair strands, and stitched it back together. Naturally, earning money remained a necessity. The magazine's meager rewards are hardly worth the effort, and success is not guaranteed each time. Even when fortune smiles, the prize may not be essential. Driven by necessity, Maewis concocted a dubious scheme to offer her services as a ghostwriter for assignments. This endeavor tapped into a vast market, as young wizards were perpetually reluctant to engage in their homework. Who would prefer writing assignments over the thrill of wizard chess or Quidditch? Only when deadlines loomed did they scramble to copy work, frantically searching for information, urgency igniting their haste. Maewis' business began with her roommate, Alice, who was utterly captivated by the explosive thrills of a card game, leaving her little time to complete her own assignments. Consequently, she resorted to copying Maewis' work. Generously, Maewis allowed her to do so, and upon completion, Alice rewarded her with 2 chocolate frogs as a token of gratitude. Soon, other classmates sought her assistance, requesting to borrow papers for copying. Yet, upon reviewing the borrowed essays, Maewis found the topics to be entirely different, nearly bringing her to tears. She still had 3 papers left unwritten. A spark of inspiration ignited within Maewis, and she proposed, I can help you outline your papers. You merely need to copy them for 1 silver sickle apiece. This was a modest price, especially considering that the Weasley Twins Canary Creams sold for 7 sickles each, while bubblegum cost 2 sickles per piece. The renowned butterbeer was also priced at 2 sickles. An entire essay could be completed for the cost of half a cup of butterbeer, an exceptionally economical arrangement. Her classmates eagerly accepted her offer. Maewis crafted outlines for 3 papers, meticulously detailing the specific page and paragraph from which to copy, providing a truly bespoke service. Her classmates, with bated breath, managed to submit their assignments just before the deadline. The following day, another roommate came seeking her services. She had garnered a solid reputation among her peers. As the end of term approached, with an increasing workload from professors, her business flourished. Maewis welcomed all requests, burning the midnight oil, for after all, these assignments were intended to aid in final exam preparation. With each repetition, her understanding deepened, and her perspectives broadened. Some offered her well-meaning advice. Cedric discreetly approached her, inquiring, Are you in need of funds? I can lend you some, but it could spell trouble if the professors discover you're helping others with their assignments. Maewis was taken aback, feeling a twinge of guilt. What would happen if I were found out? Cedric replied. You might lose points. Without hesitation, May Wasey declared. Then I shall cease my activities. Although such practices were not uncommon, she felt a moral conflict, prompting her to assert her intent to study and refrain from accepting any further tasks. Cedric, feeling somewhat embarrassed, asked if she still required financial assistance. You can repay me gradually, he offered. I'm not in a rush for the money. Unlike May Wasey, his clothing, shoes, and school supplies were all provided by his family, leaving him with pocket money meant solely for leisure. His greatest desire was a Nimbus broomstick, which his father promised to procure for him if he achieved top marks in his final exams. That was more than sufficient for him. May Wasey, not wanting to owe anyone, graciously declined. Thank you. Not at all, he replied. Then, final exams arrived. The topic for charms was clear spring water. With the larger the water column, the higher the score. Transfiguration required transforming a matchbox, with complexity yielding higher marks. Herbology involved managing bouncing bulbs, coaxing the energetic plants back into their pots, while potions demanded concocting the simplest antidote. Astronomy involved stargazing and answering questions, and flying class required executing prescribed maneuvers, with well-executed actions earning extra points. In all but astronomy, May Wasey felt confident about her performance. Yet, her concerns extended beyond mere grades. She had another matter to contemplate. She approached Professor Sprout in the herbology classroom to express her intentions. Initially, Professor Sprout firmly declined, stating, "No, the castle will be closed for the summer. You cannot remain at Hogwarts." Prepared for this response, May Wasey earnestly conveyed her predicament. The orphanage is financially strained. An extra mouth to feed can mean a little more for the others. I cannot return to eat, but if I could stay here, it would allow the other children to have a bit more to eat. I am not unwilling to work, yet the earnings of a child are limited, and despite my efforts, I can only scrape by. Furthermore, it is perilously dangerous. This was no exaggeration on her part. An 11-year-old child in London faced perils akin to those of a delivery boy. She specifically sought work with families in need, yet even this did not guarantee her safety. 2 or 3 years prior, a girl named Anna, age 13, had assisted a couple with their newborn, returning home each day reeking of milk and smoke. One day, she left for work and never returned. Some children claimed Anna had found her family and was living a better life. Others suggested she had earned money and escaped that dreadful place. However, May Wasey harbored a darker belief. She suspected foul play. She had once passed by that household and noted the freshly turned earth in their garden. Rumors circulated among the street children about disappearances, suggesting some had been sold into human trafficking, with destinations across Europe where such practices were legal. Those girls, she feared, had likely been forced into prostitution. Of course, she refrained from articulating these grim realities directly, instead subtly implying that the outside world was fraught with danger. If possible, she expressed her hope to remain at Hogwarts to work and study. Professor Sprout hesitated, but May Wasey assured her, "I can assist Hagrid or Filch. I am capable." While it was indeed true that the castle would close for the summer and professors would return home, 2 individuals would remain: Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds, and Filch, the caretaker. They would oversee the Forbidden Forest, maintain the castle, and perhaps tend to the greenhouse's magical plants. May Wasey felt she could not measure up to Hagrid, being a half-giant, but she was certain she could fulfill Filch's duties. Professor Sprout replied, "This is beyond my authority. It requires the headmaster's approval." Though she stated this, she swiftly removed her dusty apron and headed straight for Professor McGonagall's office. Dumbledore might not be present, but she could first consult the deputy headmistress. After listening to the situation, Professor McGonagall appeared quite hesitant, noting there has never been a precedent for this. She paced back and forth twice before making up her mind. "Pomona, let us go together to speak with Albus." In the headmaster's office, not only was Dumbledore present, but the potions professor was there as well. The two were engaged in a conversation that seemed rather tense. Professor McGonagall succinctly explained the situation. "It appears you all wish to assist Miss Lynn." Dumbledore did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he pondered aloud. "She must be an exceptional student, I presume?" Professor Sprout proudly affirmed. "Lynn is a diligent and conscientious student." She emphasized that she had achieved the top rank in her year. In previous years, the top student had either been from Slytherin or Ravenclaw, making Hufflepuff's victories exceedingly rare. She took pride in this, casting a glance at Snape, stating, "The second place also belongs to one of our students." Professor McGonagall, with a hint of exasperation, motioned for Dumbledore to consider. "Albus?" Dumbledore then inquired, "Minerva, I recall you were the one who brought this child in last year. Is the situation at the orphanage truly as dire as she claims?" Professor McGonagall's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Yes, the orphanage's finances are quite strained. It has been said that caretakers take children under 10 to plant potatoes, lettuce, and peas, which constitute their primary sustenance, while older children seek work delivering milk, newspapers, and mowing lawns. For reasons widely understood but seldom spoken, Dumbledore pressed further. And how has Miss Lynn fared at the orphanage? The caretakers described her as a remarkably understanding and kind child, one who had always taken care of others and yearned to return to her homeland. Yet her relatives had never come for her. Professor McGonagall recalled that the headmaster had requested leniency towards her, as she had not received a proper education. Fearing expulsion, she had a profound love for learning. Dumbledore smiled faintly before turning to Snape. Severus, what say you? Snape cast a cold glance in his direction, squeezing out a few words. A Hufflepuff. Dumbledore visibly relaxed, displaying a light-hearted and mischievous smile. Then we have no reason not to assist this child. He promptly decided, let her stay. Perhaps Hagrid would be willing to look after her. At the end-of-year feast, Maeve indulged in a feast, stealthily stashing away some sweets. If she couldn't remain, it would be prudent to take plenty of candy. Cedric, feeling a bit unsettled, inquired, how did you do on your exams? Maeve shot him a sidelong glance and smiled. He sensed something was amiss. Surely her broomstick wouldn't have lost its ability to fly. Once they finished eating, Dumbledore announced the winner of this year's House Cup, Slytherin. Ravenclaw took second place, followed by Gryffindor, with Hufflepuff comfortably settled in their perennial fourth place, a fact everyone had grown accustomed to. After a satisfying meal, they returned to their dormitories to rest, for the young wizards would be heading home the next morning. Professor Sprout called her over, guiding her to a corner. Headmaster Dumbledore has already approved your staying at school during the summer. The subsequent words were lost on Maeve as she leapt up in excitement. Really? Truly? I can stay? Professor Sprout was taken aback by her exuberance and quickly reassured her. Maeve was overwhelmed with joy, her eyes sparkling. Thank you, Professor. I am incredibly grateful. It was Headmaster Dumbledore's agreement, Sprout explained. However, the castle will be closed during the holidays, so you cannot reside in the dormitory. Maeve expressed no objections. Where shall I stay then? Hagrid has kindly offered to take care of you. But Miss Lynn, I must advise you, the Forbidden Forest is far too perilous for young witches and wizards. Do not wander about carelessly, understand? Maeve earnestly replied. I will certainly heed Hagrid's advice. Now, return and get some rest. Professor Sprout urged her back to her quarters. Yet sleep eluded Maeve. She returned to the common room and leaned by the fireplace to write a letter. Not returning home for the holidays meant she needed to inform Mrs. Hope. A member of the school staff is willing to take me in. I will remain at school to assist, so please do not worry. I will listen to the teachers and won't cause any trouble. I'll bring sweets and cookies for everyone. Please don't fret about me. I'll visit you in London whenever I can. Wishing you good health. The letter was brief, as she endeavored to avoid revealing too much about the Wizarding World. But the parcel was substantial, containing the food Maeve had saved for the holidays. Most were easily preserved cookies and candies, all from the Hogwarts kitchens, devoid of any magical traces. The children at the orphanage would surely be overjoyed to receive such a treat. The next morning, the report cards were distributed. Maeve was astonished to discover she had indeed come first. Elated, she hurriedly added this news to her letter from Mrs. Hope as reassurance. Then, clutching her small package, she made her way to the Ollery to send the letter. Upon her arrival, the owls fluttered towards her, flapping their wings and pecking at her hand. Maeve quickly shook out her small parcel, scattering the food for the birds. Small and large owls alike swooped down to snatch the morsels. One particularly robust owl devoured the most food before lazily approaching her, tilting its head. Maeve handed the knotted parcel over to the London Hope Orphanage, the office on the east side of the second floor, for Mrs. Hope. The owl grasped the knot with its talons and took flight. Returning to the dormitory, her roommates had gradually departed. She packed her belongings, preparing to move to Hagrid's home. Hagrid had cleared out a small room and gruffly remarked, "Make yourself at home." Maeve replied, "My home could never be this chaotic." She rolled up her sleeves, ready to work. After a thorough cleaning, she waved her wand, restoring everything to its former glory. She had learned quite a few spells for saving money. Fong came over to nuzzle her, and Maeve responded without hesitation, "Clean water." Like a spring, the dog splashed mud everywhere. Maeve exclaimed, "All clean up?" She spent the entire morning tidying Hagrid's abode. It must be said, domestic magic was indeed effective, far more pleasurable than doing it by hand. Staying in a magical realm was undoubtedly the right choice. Returning to the Muggle world, devoid of her wand, Maeve felt utterly lacking in confidence. However, with her wand in hand, she grasped her future firmly. In the afternoon, she was summoned by Professor Sprout to assist with tasks. During the summer, The greenhouse plants required tending. Initially, the professor would come every 3 days. But now that there were students, she would surely make Maeve do it. This is Devil's Snare, the professor explained, which resembles a crab claw, but it is exceedingly dangerous. If you become ensnared, do not struggle. It will gradually release you. Professor Sprout added, remember to water it daily to keep it moist, and if sunlight shines upon it, you must move it quickly. Maeve diligently took notes. This is Mandrake, which you will learn about next year. Do not touch it. Just loosen the soil daily. This is Ashwinder. You will certainly use it in your potions class. Be mindful of its light exposure. It requires a minimum of 3 hours of sunlight daily. She noted down an entire page of precautions. Then, Madame Hooch arrived, handing her the keys to the broom storage room, instructing her to perform maintenance on the brooms weekly. Clean them with a cloth, no magic allowed, apply some polish, and, if possible, take them for a short flight. The short-haired professor cautioned, but be careful. Steer clear of dangerous areas, particularly the Whomping Willow. Avoid it in rainy weather or near the lake, and high winds are also a concern. She rambled on, finally handing her a copy of the Broom Care Guide. Maeve glanced at her notebook, responding, understood, Professor. Chapter 21. The Caretaker. Maeve's summer life was exceedingly fulfilling. Rising early, she would eat some of yesterday's sandwiches and milk to fill her stomach, taking a shovel and birdseed to the olery to clean. Don't ask how much droppings there were. It was not a matter of sweeping, but shoveling. She filled several iron buckets, levitating them with a charm to fertilize the Forbidden Forest. There was a patch of land by the edge of the Forbidden Forest where Hagrid had planted pumpkins, lettuce, artichokes, radishes, and potatoes, essentially sufficient to supply the kitchen. Fertilizing was not her task, as it was too strenuous. Meanwhile, Hagrid patrolled the Forbidden Forest, feeding the poor little creatures he spoke of. Maeve made no request to accompany him, as she had other duties to attend to in the greenhouse. Caring for the headmaster's prize plants, watering, fertilizing, loosening the soil, and documenting everything, she sent Professor Sprout a letter every 3 days to report on the situation. Once done, it was 10 o'clock, and her stomach grumbled in hunger. She returned to Hagrid's home to prepare a meal. However, Maeve was not adept at cooking. At the orphanage, she merely helped peel potatoes and steam them. Therefore, the simplest and most convenient option was to make dumplings. The filling varied based on what was available, both sweet and savory. She conjured a mold and crafted hundreds at a time, boiling them until cooked through. Hagrid did not comment on whether they were delicious or not, but encouraged her to keep trying, leaving her to wonder if they were indeed difficult to eat. In the afternoon, she assisted Hagrid in caring for magical creatures. This was not a particularly pleasant experience, but we shall skip over that segment and focus on the daily routine. By evening, once all tasks were complete, Maeve could sit by the window and read a few books. She had borrowed these books before Madame Pance's holiday and was required to return them in perfect condition once the term resumed. Otherwise, she would never be allowed to borrow another book from the library, as the librarian had sternly warned. Maeve cherished these books dearly, even wrapping them in old parchment to protect their covers. They were indeed practical reads: Standard Spellbook, Magical Defense Theory, 100 Household Charms, The Magic of Toasting, and Healing Manual. Compared to lofty knowledge, household magic proved the most useful. With their assistance, she managed to tackle 1/3 of the pumpkin stores in a single go. She transformed all of it into pumpkin cakes, kneading the flour and pumpkin into a dough and baking them in the oven. They turned out soft and chewy, delicious even when cold. The only issue was that she had made far too many. She had no idea why there were so many, perhaps due to the fermentation charm. Not only can it ferment, but it can also double in quality and volume. In any case, the pumpkin pies teetered precariously atop a long table. Hagrid, she inquired, would you mind eating pumpkin pie for the next fortnight? Hagrid replied, perhaps we could send some to the other professors. That's a splendid idea, said Mavis. They began packaging the pies, instructing an owl to deliver them to the professors. In Godric's Hollow, Dumbledore switched off the radio and gazed towards an approaching owl. It was a large one, which dropped a heavy parcel. Upon opening it, a wave of pumpkin fragrance enveloped him. Tasting it, he couldn't help but smile. Ah, a minor mishap with the fermentation charm. Yet the sweetness is just to my liking. In Caithness, Scotland, Professor McGonagall, clad in her pajamas, sat by the fireplace engrossed in a book. This was her birthplace, and since her husband's passing, she had not returned to the small cottage in Hogsmeade, choosing instead to retreat to her ancestral home during the holidays, sitting in quiet solitude. As the owl swooped in, she was enjoying her afternoon tea. Pumpkin pie, she murmured, taking a bite and frowning at its excessive sweetness. In southern England, Sprout rose from her garden to catch the descending parcel. Upon inspection, she discovered it contained pumpkin pie. Brushing the dirt off her hands, she prepared to enjoy a cup of eggnog. In Hogsmeade, at the Three Broomsticks, Flitwick was enjoying a drink with friends while listening to jazz. Madame Rosmerta remarked, "Phileas, there's a parcel for you." Flitwick stepped outside and shortly returned, carrying a tray of pumpkin pies, cheerfully inviting his friends to sample them. In Knockturn Alley, an owl tapped insistently at the window. Snape emerged from the cellar, casting a cold gaze at the unwelcome visitor. The owl fluffed its feathers, dropped the parcel, and fled. Snape cast a detection charm, saw no reaction, and proceeded to open it, revealing the pumpkin pie. With a furrowed brow, he turned and walked away. After 3 consecutive days of consuming pumpkin pie, Hagrid intended to feed the remaining pumpkins to the creatures of the Forbidden Forest. Mavis asked, "Do you not want them?" The giant scratched his head. "With no students, we cannot possibly eat this much." "Then may I transform them into pies for the orphanage?" Mavis suggested. "I can pay you." Hagrid waved grandly. "Take whatever you wish. We cannot finish it anyway." He added, "Do you need anything else?" "There are still plenty of potatoes in the cellar." Mavis replied, "Potatoes are least favored at the orphanage." She politely declined and once again used magic to create pumpkin pies. Following the same procedure, this batch of pumpkin pies turned out perfectly normal, yielding just about a basket's worth. Indeed, the previous spell had gone awry, and fortunately, no harm had been done. Mavis divided the pies into 2 portions, one slightly larger than the other. She packaged the larger portion for the owl and placed the smaller one in a box, preparing to personally visit Surrey. Accompanied by Hagrid, they first ventured to Hogsmeade. Hagrid went to the Hog's Head for a drink, while she boarded the night bus. This bus was indeed enormous, 3 stories tall. A conductor in a purple uniform exclaimed, "Come on, get on." "Where to?" "Privet Drive in Surrey." "How much is it?" 10 sickles, dear." "Do you want chocolate and a toothbrush?" "No, thank you." Mavis had toiled to save 10 sickles just to afford a one-way ticket, and with no other options. She reluctantly paid. The bus thundered forward. Bang! 100 miles. Bang! Another 100 miles. Mavis narrowly avoided becoming ill. After spinning for what felt like an eternity, the bus screeched to a halt, and the young conductor announced, "Surrey has arrived." She stumbled off the bus, taking a moment to regain her bearings. After just a few steps, she spotted Harry, who was hiding behind some bushes, idly tossing stones. "Hey!" Mavis tiptoed over and gave him a hearty shove. Harry jumped up, bolting away without looking back. After a few paces, he turned to look and froze, his mouth agape, as if he were about to swallow a frog. "Mavis?" Chapter 22. Reunion. "I'm back to see you," Mavis greeted, presenting her gift. Harry pursed his lips. "Did you not say you wouldn't return?" "I didn't go back to the orphanage," she nodded, handing him the box. "I made these. Give them a try." He appeared somewhat displeased, clearly feeling neglected by his friends since she had started school. Yet he refrained from expressing anger and slowly accepted the box, opening it to retrieve a warm slice of pumpkin pie. Taking a bite, he found it exceedingly sweet. "Are you doing well?" she inquired. Harry shrugged, trying to appear tough. "It's all right. I'm doing pretty well." Mavis beamed. "School is wonderful. There's delicious food every day, the teachers are kind, and my classmates look after me." Harry took another bite of the pie, chewing thoughtfully. "Are you jealous?" she teased. "It's all right. You'll be able to go next year." Harry's eyes brightened. "Really?" "Yes," I inquired. "And students like you will definitely be accepted," Mavis assured him. He eagerly pressed, "What school?" "It's a charity school," she replied, then added, "But you mustn't breathe a word to Mrs. Dursley. If she learns how good the school is, she will surely send your cousin instead of you." Harry gasped, finding her reasoning sound. "It's a secret," she said. "I can't tell you too much, but you'll find out in due time. It's a school tradition." Harry was skeptical, suspecting she might be deceiving him. However, compared to the distant school, the presence of his friend held his attention far more. He began to vent his frustrations. Aunt Petunia was always harsh with him. Dudley was cruel, constantly bullying him alongside his friends, and even damaged his homework, leading the teacher to think he hadn't done it and requiring him to stand in the corner. Mavis was at a loss for how to comfort him. Words of solace felt futile, and she couldn't help him, so she began to talk about her school life. "Winter is so cold without gloves or hats. My hands and feet were frostbitten before. The homework is overwhelming, taking me ages to complete each day. My pen broke, and new ones are really expensive. But new pen writes so well." She expressed a desire to knit a sweater, but her attempts had failed. Harry listened intently while eating. Deep down, he recognized that while his life was indeed the worst among his peers, when compared to Mavis and the others at the orphanage, it wasn't so bad. Dudley quickly outgrew his clothes, while he always had old clothes to wear. Though Aunt Petunia scolded him daily, he always had a piece of bread to fill his stomach at mealtime. At times, he felt angry and wronged, questioning why misfortune had befallen him. Why did he have to endure all this? Why wasn't he a child with both parents? He too longed for parental affection, new clothes, the chance to watch television, and to celebrate birthdays. Yet, these questions were fated to remain unanswered. He cherished his time with Mavis, and in a somewhat gloomy way. Knowing others were worse off brought him some comfort, yet there was also a brighter side. She radiated hopefulness, and he inwardly yearned, then my future will also improve, right? After chatting for quite some time, Mavis prepared to leave. Harry asked, will you come again? Mavis confessed, I probably want tea. The ticket is too expensive for me to afford next time, but I might ask a friend to send you something. How about not leaving it in the mailbox, but placing it in the holly bushes behind the garden? Harry replied, I'll check every day. She cruelly added, it might take a long time. There is no guarantee, so don't hold out too much hope. I'll be mowing the lawn every day anyway. He shrugged indifferently. Mavis patted his shoulder and turned to leave. She departed early because she wanted to visit the orphanage, spending 2 sickles. Although expensive, it was worth it for safety. The orphanage was just as it had always been, with the caregiver leading a group of little ones in weeding the garden. Mavis received a warm welcome. Mavis, a red-haired girl bounced over, cheerfully exclaiming, we received your pumpkin pies. They were absolutely delicious. She eagerly asked, what did you get them? Which shop was willing to deliver this? May Weiss rolled her eyes and said, I did it myself. Oh, then the one who took you in must be a kind-hearted person, the little girl remarked. Do you know of any other places that need help? I can cook. Do laundry. Please take me along. May Weiss replied, you're only 7. Don't think too much. The little girl, with an air of maturity, retorted, everyone needs to eat, regardless of age. Go on, go away. May Weiss dismissed her, stop bothering me. Whereas Mrs. Hope. Another little boy with a runny nose piped up, the director has gone out. May Weiss strolled around the yard and picked up a spade. I'm going to dig a hole. What do you plan to plant? Carrots, a ragged little boy grumbled. I don't like carrots. Why not? May Weiss inquired. Only rabbits eat carrots. The boy exclaimed. May Weiss coldly responded. That is a fairy tale. Rabbits don't exclusively eat carrots. They eat vegetables. And too many watery vegetables can even be fatal. The surrounding children widened their eyes, then began to jostle each other, bouncing off toward the backyard. Undoubtedly, they must have a rabbit. Roasted rabbit is quite delicious, May Weiss added. With that, the pesky little ones disappeared. Before long, Mrs. Hope returned and, upon seeing May Weiss, immediately adopted a serious demeanor. What happened? May Weiss replied, I was passing by and came to check in. Mrs. Hope scrutinized her from head to toe, noticing that after a year away, she had grown taller and gained a bit of weight, which eased her tension. Come with me, she instructed. She led May Weiss back to her office and inquired in detail about her experiences over the past year. May Weiss praised, the teachers at school are wonderful. The food is great, and my classmates don't discriminate against me. They are very friendly and have helped me a lot. Mrs. Hope nodded slowly. Where have you been staying during this time? May Weiss answered, at school, at the gatekeeper's place, right by the school entrance. Mrs. Hope asked, are you married? What is he like? May Weiss, sweating, replied, no, he is a good man, a relative of the principal. She quickly explained, knowing what the director was concerned about. The room I stay in was the original storage room, and it's locked every day. Hagrid is not interested in little children. He doesn't even notice normal women. He has his eyes set on a giantess. A giantess? You must protect yourself, Mrs. Hope said sternly. I know, May Weiss replied. The director relaxed slightly and said, you came at the right time. The child allowance has been issued. Since you're not living here anymore, you can take this money with you. May Weiss knew that the orphanage received subsidies, but hadn't anticipated the director would give her money. She quickly said, I don't want, just a little is fine. It's calculated per head, the director briefly explained. Last year, in 1989, the UK passed the Children's Act, which mandated further protection of children's rights. Consequently, the previously withheld subsidies for orphanages were fully released this year, amounting to £5 per child per week. Naturally, this money is intended for the orphanage, to be collected by the institution to support the upbringing of orphans. Furthermore, a new public school was established near the orphanage. Since 1944, the UK has implemented compulsory education, providing free milk and lunches, as well as clothing and transportation allowances. All the children from the orphanage could attend there. Why wasn't this the case in previous years? May Weiss asked. Mrs. Hope shook her head, refraining from explaining the reasons behind it. If you return, you can also attend classes there until you're 16. The current school is very good, May Weiss noted. Mrs. Hope didn't insist, taking out her wallet and handing her a stack of pounds. This is for the summer. Come back again before school starts, and I'll give you the allowance for the next term. Wow, May Weiss exclaimed, astonished at suddenly having money. Chapter 23, The Difficult Job. It was already quite late, and Mrs. Hope, concerned for May Weiss's safety, asked the orphanage's cook to escort her home. The cook and the gardener were a couple and didn't live on site. They cycled back and forth each day. Before leaving, May Weiss changed into a different pair of shoes. The orphanage had many old shoes, and those she couldn't were could be given to smaller children. The pair she put on was also a donated old pair. However, as long as the shoes were not too tight, a bit worn was of no consequence. The cook-esque couple dropped her off at Charing Cross. May Weiss found a public telephone booth nearby, inserted a penny, and after 3 rings, hung up. This indicated that she had arrived home safely. If the call didn't go through, the penny would be returned, which she carefully pocketed. At the leaky cauldron, she asked the proprietor for permission to use the fireplace, saying she needed to find Hagrid at the Hog's Head. Considering Hagrid's reputation, Tom, the owner, agreed just this once. "Thank you, boss," May Weiss beamed at him. Clutching her flue powder, she proclaimed, "Hog's Head Pub." A burst of flames ignited, and she dashed inside. Upon arrival at the Hog's Head, Hagrid was so inebriated that he was nearly sprawled under the table. "Can we still go home today?" May Weiss inquired. Clearly, that was not an option. She settled into a quiet corner, lost in thought. Then, she overheard someone say, "Quirinus over here." The person introduced his friend beside him. "This is what I mentioned. Professor Chilo. He has been to America and plans to go where next? Next year, he intends to visit the Balkans." The future Professor Chilo was only a shy young man at this time. Without his signature garlic scarf, he was sharing with a friend. "I've heard there's a special kind of magic there. I want to see it." The Hog's Head was notoriously easy to eavesdrop on, so everyone tacitly avoided discussing important matters. May Weiss didn't listen further, opting to remain invisible in her corner. Several hours later, Hagrid awoke and rode his motorcycle to take May Weiss back to Hogwarts. Thus, May Weiss experienced the importance of strict measures against drunk driving. She didn't rise until noon the following day. "You're awake?" Hagrid didn't notice her absence that morning. Instead, he appeared a bit sheepish, scratching his unruly hair. "Here, have something to eat." He handed her a rather dismal rock cake. May Weiss pushed it away, saying, "I'll go bake some bread. We can have sandwiches for dinner." Hagrid had no objections. May Weiss expertly wielded her wand. At present, her most proficient skill was not Chinese cuisine, but rather baking bread, as it involved numerous spells, and wizards had even published several books on the subject. Making bread with magic was akin to using a bread maker. If the spell was executed correctly, the bread would turn out palatable. With a few swift motions, the dough was placed in the oven. May Weiss set a timing spell. When it was time, the flames would extinguish, and the residual heat would finish baking, resulting in softer, more airy bread. This was all detailed in the magic of baking bread. After lunch, it was time for May Weiss to face the more arduous task of caring for Hagrid's magical creatures. Today's chore involved collecting the stingers of billywig insects. This magical creature was classified as X, posing little danger, but it was fast and could sting. A sting would cause a person to float away. Additionally, its stingers were a source of many potion ingredients and one of the key components for fizzing whiz-bees. Hagrid required her to collect the stingers, drawing a portion for Professor Snape and selling the rest. Hogwarts was a generous school. The bounty from the Forbidden Forest not only supplied the school and professors, but any excess sold would be their own money. Hagrid was willing to share some pocket money with May Weiss. She approached the task with diligence, though it was quite painful. Imagine being fully armed, attempting to catch a swarm of bees, and then removing their stingers. The billywig's flying speed was incredibly swift. If it stung her, it would be futile, as she would float up in the air for a while, feeling dizzy and unsteady on her feet. Hagrid suggested she use a cloth net to cover them. However, even before she could use the net, they would suddenly swarm away, many of them darting toward her face. The cold insects flitted about on her face. Just imagine that feeling. Regardless, by nightfall, she felt like a pig's head, with the entire world spinning, tilting, and leaping. Tomorrow would bring a new day, along with new tasks. Hocklap. This is a creature resembling a mushroom, fond of extending its tentacles underground to unearth earthworms for sustenance. Its reproductive capacity is exceedingly vigorous, enabling it to swiftly dominate a garden. Just imagine, if the garden were entirely populated by these beings, the soil would be turned into utter disarray, and the plants would be destroyed. Consequently, it becomes imperative to periodically clear the yard of these creatures. Professor Sprout's greenhouse, in particular, necessitates utmost caution. To eradicate this little nuisance, one must gather the venom of the chameleon giant snail, classified as XXX. Mavis inquired, "When does the tutoring class commence?" Protecting magical creatures only begins in the 3rd grade, and she finds herself unable to contain her anticipation any longer. The owl overheard her. That night, under the cloak of darkness and gusty winds, an online class was once again convened. Without a doubt, today's instructor, possessing unparalleled authority on magical creatures, is none other than Newt Scamander, the pride of Hufflepuff, who faced the first Dark Lord head-on. Yet, to her surprise, Newt had never served as a professor at Hogwarts. Thus he appeared to be in the guise of a 5th or 6th-year student. In the Forbidden Forest, amidst the chirping of birds in the meadows, the bashful Hufflepuff squatted in a corner, captivated by a snake glowing with a red light. Mavis stood at a distance, tiptoeing to observe for quite some time. Puzzled, she wondered what is so fascinating about this. The ash-gray serpent has a lifespan of merely 1 hour. Newt, maintaining a pleasant demeanor but avoiding her gaze, murmured that once it finds a place to lay its eggs, it would swiftly turn to dust. It sounded harmless enough. Mavis took a couple of steps closer, kneeling to observe the snake. Laying eggs? Honestly, all birthing processes are fraught with pain. The ash-gray serpent writhed, its eggs gradually emerging, glowing a brilliant red as if they contained a searing light. Mavis, ever the pragmatist, thought, could this egg serve as a lamp? No, Newt swiftly responded. If not frozen with the correct spell, within minutes, the serpent's eggs could ignite a dwelling. Mavis, intrigued, asked what spell. Can you teach me? Newt turned his head, his gaze grazing her cheek before drifting away. Do you enjoy magical creatures? Mavis hesitated. Though she felt she ought to say yes, she didn't want to deceive him. So she honestly shook her head. I prefer furry creatures, like cats and dogs, and owls are nice too. Most magical creatures appear bizarre and perilous, and she genuinely found it hard to appreciate them. Newt remained silent. As for magical creatures, she pondered a wish to recognize them, discern the dangerous from the benign, and learn how to manage them without being harmed. Mavis had previously enjoyed watching educational videos, eager to understand the habits of certain creatures. But that was the extent of her interest. She didn't wish to interact with them daily, nor did she find them appealing. Cockroaches, spiders, caterpillars, how terrifying. If Newt's lessons required such involvement, she would rather abstain. One shouldn't force oneself. Who would have thought Newt would lift his head, glance at her swiftly, and say, "That's sufficient." Mavis was taken aback. He continued, "Understanding them is the first step to coexisting with them." Chapter 24. The summer continues. While other summer programs involve calligraphy, piano, and dance, Mavis's summer class is titled The Animal Kingdom. In the real world, she spends each day assisting Hagrid in caring for peculiar magical creatures, effectively commencing her 3rd grade lessons early. In her dreams, things become even more exaggerated, as she sometimes learns how to eliminate magical creatures. She recalled that in the early days, wizards' fear of magical creatures prioritized control over protection, allowing for the killing of magical beings in certain circumstances to safeguard wizarding lives. It was not until Newt and others endeavored to enhance understanding that the focus shifted towards protection. Thus, in the early 20th century, Newt's magical creatures class was somewhat bloody. However, Mavis has discovered that as long as she refrains from initiating conversation, the professor overlooks her, sparing her from performing spells. Moreover, it has happened infrequently. He seems to sense her reluctance, as her subsequent dreams no longer featured such scenarios. More often, it is Newt conducting the class. Of course, as he is also a student, his teaching style differs significantly from that of Dumbledore or Professor Snape. Typically, they meander through the Forbidden Forest, and he comments on whatever they encounter. Mavis has become acquainted with the Bowtruckle, witnessed the birth of a Snidget, and even had to accompany him throughout the castle to catch a Niffler. It has become somewhat numbing. Nevertheless, it must be said that Newt truly embodies the pride of Hufflepuff, and adventuring with him is immensely enjoyable. Initially, Mavis harbored a distaste for magical creatures, maintaining a respectful distance. Yet, when a newly hatched Puffskein snuggled in her palm, she found herself somewhat enchanted. Plump, fluffy, and unable to fly, it was undeniably adorable. There were also unpleasant aspects. Newt offered her a peculiar piece of jerky, instructing her to consume it, claiming it was a tumor from a murtlap, which, when cured, could enhance one's resistance to curses and misfortunes. Mavis swallowed hard, an idea forming. I'll eat it later. She tucked it into her pants pocket. Upon waking, she instinctively checked her pocket. It was empty. She had been wearing an oversized t-shirt to bed, which had no pockets. Searching through her bedding and pillow yielded nothing. The items from her dreams could not be brought into reality. Mavis felt a pang of regret, but also a sense of relief. Her golden opportunities were already abundant. She had no complaints. Beyond the aforementioned experiences, working at Hogwarts offered other advantages. For instance, maintaining the flying broomsticks, although it left her hands greasy each week, allowed her the privilege of playing alone in the vast Quidditch pitch. Mavis ensured she took turns flying on every broom. But one broom broke during her attempts to repair it, and she had to write to Madame Hooch to explain the situation. Madame Hooch reassured her that it was no concern, Several brooms had been damaged multiple times and were due to be retired. Professor Sprout visited approximately every 10 days. She tended to the greenhouse plants and addressed issues Mavis struggled with. As Mavis assisted her, she inadvertently acquired a wealth of knowledge about herbology that she was originally meant to learn her second or third year, but she had gotten a head start. In August, the chrysanthemums bloomed, and Hagrid planned a trip to Godric's Hollow to visit Lily and James. Mavis asked if she could accompany him. Hagrid, puzzled, queried, "Are your parents there too?" "My parents are both muggles." Mavis was uncertain of her biological father's identity. The rogue had vanished after impregnating her mother. Unable to support her, had given birth in an orphanage and fled. She candidly replied, "Harry is my friend. I heard his parents are there. And I'd like to bring a bouquet." Hagrid was taken aback. "How do you know him?" Mavis briefly explained her situation. Hagrid, not overthinking it, took her along. There, they encountered Dumbledore. Upon seeing Mavis, Dumbledore was quite astonished. Hagrid clarified, "Mavis is a friend of Harry's. Surrey ISNT far from the orphanage. I sometimes go there to look for work." Mavis gazed into the old man's blue eyes and said frankly, "Harry, like me, has no parents, so we relate well." Dumbledore inquired, "Have you informed him about the Wizarding World?" Mavis shook her head. "He seems to know nothing. I haven't said anything." "Why not?" The elder was curious. She blinked. "I'm just guessing. His identity might need to remain confidential to prevent enemies from discovering it and seeking revenge." Hagrid interjected, "Those people are all in Azkaban. I heard some have escaped." Mavis logically responded, "Besides, if you were meant to know, you would have been told long ago. The fact that no one has informed him surely has its reasons. After all, he will learn next year, so I'd better not presume too much." Dumbledore couldn't help but smile. He observed the little girl before him, a mixture of curiosity and concern in his gaze. "It's rather warm today. Would you care to join me at my home for a refreshing glass of pomegranate juice?" Mavis's eyes sparkled with delight. It had been ages since she had savored fruit juice, especially since Hogwarts did not provide meals. All Hagrid had at home was rum, which was hardly suitable. Would it be too much of an imposition? Hagrid scratched his head, torn between eagerness and shyness. Consider it a companionable visit for this old man. Dumbledore sincerely invited them. "Miss Lynn, I also have some sugar mice, or perhaps liqueur chocolates, or cauldron cakes." Mavis responded with gratitude. "Thank you, Professor." Chapter 25. The End of the Holidays. Since they were guests at Dumbledore's residence, the conversation flowed naturally. Mavis candidly recounted Harry's experiences. Hagrid was particularly incensed, repeatedly exclaiming, "How could they treat him so? I wish to rush to the Dursleys and cast a dreadful curse upon them." Dumbledore merely sighed, speaking almost to himself. "I ought to have a word with them. Yes. This was my oversight." Mavis lowered her gaze, focusing intently on the cauldron cake. She did not wish to pass judgment on Dumbledore's actions. It was all too easy to criticize, yet taking responsibility was far more challenging. Striving for change was the most effective approach. For now, everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. She hoped that not just Harry's circumstances would improve, but Dudley's as well. The little brat should learn a lesson, though perhaps growing a pig's tail had left him with lasting psychological scars. As anticipated, Dumbledore remarked, "Hagrid, we should not be too harsh on Mrs. Dursley." He sighed gently, recalling the Muggle girl who had once written to him, along with Lily, James the Longbottoms, and many others. "I will speak to her," he reiterated. "This is my oversight." Hagrid, fiercely protective of the elder, firmly declared, "No, Dumbledore, this is not your fault." Dumbledore shook his head, correcting him. "Everyone makes mistakes." While placing Harry with the Dursleys was the only viable solution, I could have handled it better had I considered Mrs. Dursley's feelings more carefully. He turned to Mavis, assuring her, "I will address this matter." "Thank you, Miss Lynn, for providing me with the opportunity to make amends." Mavis replied, "I merely did what I could. That is already quite commendable." Dumbledore smiled faintly, waving his wand. A gift box flew toward them. "Chocolate frogs," he said. "I often receive an abundance of sweets that I cannot finish. Perhaps you would be willing to share some of this sugary burden with me?" Mavis hesitated slightly, but encouraged by the old man's gaze, she grabbed a handful. "Thank you, Professor." "Oh, that is not nearly enough." With another flick of his wand, the entire gift box shrank to the size of a matchbox and flew into her pocket. Satisfied, he added, "You will enjoy it. The strawberry jelly inside is exquisite." Mavis remarked, "If I were unaware of your preferences in age, one might think you were quite the charmer." After enjoying the chilled pomegranate juice, relishing a delectable cauldron cake, and taking home a box of chocolate frogs, her outing concluded for the day. Upon returning to Hagrid's home, she poured out the chocolates, filled a handkerchief transformed into a small bag, and secured it tightly. Then she penned a letter to Harry. The The headmaster gifted me a plethora of chocolates. I'm sharing half with you. Wishing you joy. She then arranged for an owl to deliver the message, compensating it with a pie. In August, Professor McGonagall returned to Hogwarts. Previously, at the end of July, she had spent a few days there, primarily overseeing the dispatch of letters. Let us not forget, the acceptance letters from Hogwarts bore her signature as deputy headmistress. Mavis had been called upon to ensure the correctness of the book list penned by the enchanted quill, which occasionally malfunctioned. Once all the letters were sent, in another half-month, preparations for the new term would commence. Initially, she would coordinate various professors to travel into the Muggle world, explaining the situation to the young wizards of Muggle descent and guiding them to Diagon Alley to procure their supplies. Should any student have a particularly unique situation requiring special handling, she would need to rush to assist. This year, one student had encountered a bit of trouble. A student named Zhang Xiao had returned to Hong Kong for the summer, and the owl's letter had gone undelivered. Professor McGonagall had to apply at the Ministry of Magic to personally deliver the letter across borders. These tasks were tedious but necessary. Furthermore, the defense against the dark arts teacher was to be replaced once again. The first-year instructor had fallen ill, and by the end of the last term, their condition had worsened, necessitating treatment at St. Mungo's. Thus, they would not be returning to teach this year. The professors had grown accustomed to this cycle and began searching for a successor. Once these matters were resolved, Professor McGonagall would open the castle. During the summer, the entire castle had been closed, save for a door left ajar in the entrance hall for Filch to reside in. All classrooms, offices, dormitories, and common rooms remained shut. After 2 months, a thorough cleaning was required to welcome the students back. The house elves were bustling with activity. Mavis volunteered to assist in cleaning the Hufflepuff common room and dormitory, eager to move in sooner. Living next to Hagrid and Fong was hardly a joyful prospect. The spells used by house elves differed slightly from those of wizards, and though she had attempted to learn them, she found herself unable to master them, thus continuing her efforts to clean thoroughly. However, she did acquire Helga's cooking spells. Indeed, the recipes at Hogwarts originated from Helga Hufflepuff, who had created numerous culinary charms, which the house elves utilized for cooking. With no one else around, she could order meals for herself. For many days, she relished risottos, steamed rice, and fried rice, quite content. The corridors required tidying, the library needed airing out, and the professors' offices needed cleaning. In short, the house elves were exceedingly busy. Hagrid needed to clear the floating weeds and fallen leaves from the Black Lake, while Filch was tasked with addressing the garden's weeds, and the Quidditch pitch required repairs. As a student, one never realized the multitude of responsibilities that awaited. A few days later, Professor Snape also arrived, prepared to brew potions. There were always students who encountered mishaps at the start of the term, necessitating preparation in advance. His mood was predictable. Mavis, for her part, dare not linger near his office. However, she was, after all, one of the few remaining laborers in the school. Like all the professors, Snape too enlisted Mavis to assist in the tasks. He was reluctant, of course, but who else could he assign? Hagrid? Filch? Or perhaps have Professors McGonagall or Sprout lend a hand? Mavis had no choice but to accept the work. Naturally, with her level of expertise, she could not brew potions but was charged with handling the ingredients, slicing caterpillars, extracting strange fluids, grinding roots and leaves of magical plants, and so forth. This was no light undertaking. It required utmost caution, precision, and dexterity. In layman's terms, one had to remain ever vigilant. Mistakes were inevitable. After all, she was no potion prodigy. A heavy hand, a slow reaction, or a wandering mind could lead to errors. Each time this happened, Snape would cast her cold, disdainful glance. Mavis would shiver, feigning ignorance, and continue her work with her head down. After 5 consecutive days of labor, upon completion of her tasks, Snape tossed the dragonhide glove she had used into her arms, coldly and sternly warning, "Do not let me witness you making the same mistakes in class." Mavis replied, "Yes, Professor." On August 25th, Professor McGonagall handed her the New Year's financial aid. "Mrs. Hooch informed me that a few of the school's brooms are broken. I need to make a trip to Diagon Alley. If you require anything, you may accompany me." Mavis eagerly nodded. "I would love to join you, Professor. We shall depart at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." Chapter 26, Shopping. This day was particularly busy for Mavis. Professor McGonagall guided her through the fireplace, leading them directly to the leaky cauldron, where they parted ways, agreeing to meet back at 6 o'clock that evening. After separating from her, Mavis promptly left the pub and headed straight for a budget supermarket in London, as purchasing daily necessities with pounds was far more economical. Last week, Mrs. Hope sent her an allowance of £50, covering all expenses from the start of school until Christmas. When converted, this amount is equivalent to £100 in 2020. Given the exchange rate of 89, translating to approximately 890 yuan, adding the 20 pounds for the 2-month summer vacation, it totals nearly 1,000 yuan. Although in her home country, 1,000 yuan merely suffices for a month's living expenses, it is sufficient for purchasing basic necessities. The budget supermarket chosen by Mavis offers many items at single-digit prices. She bought a dozen pairs of underwear, 2 tank tops, a pair of loose-fitting jeans, a pair of sweatpants, a dozen thick socks, a dozen thin socks, family-sized bottles of body wash and shampoo, and a box of face cream. The stationery was even simpler: 5 ballpoint pens, a box of matching refills, and 2 thick notebooks. She also remembered to pick up a sewing kit, a pair of scissors, a comb, 2 black hair ties, 2 insoles, and a pair of slippers. Finally, she chose the least expensive watch. At the checkout, she packed all her purchases into a canvas bag that had undergone an unnoticeable expansion charm. Next, she ventured to the second-hand market. There, she found a pair of sneakers and a pair of boots, both in a size larger. She also acquired an adult-sized shirt, an adult-sized sweater, a belt, and a slightly oversized children's coat. Most of the used clothing was merely slightly damaged, yet still warm. In summary, for items worn close to the body, buy new if possible. For outer garments, opt for second-hand if available. With these purchases, her daily essentials were complete. On her way back to the Leaky Cauldron, she passed a Chinese supermarket selling Chinese knots, character decorations, and red lanterns. After a moment of hesitation and haggling, she bought a small red Chinese knot. That would suffice. As she left, the shopkeeper's television played a familiar melody. The night enveloped her. The crescent moon hung delicately in the sky, and memories of the past washed over her like a dream, prompting her to ponder where to seek those dreams anew. She began to hum along, instantly transported back to her distant homeland, a homeland she could never return to. Just then, the shopkeeper called out to her, asking if she liked Leslie Chung. Mavis replied enthusiastically, yes. The shopkeeper smiled warmly and said, I like him too, before handing her a poster as a gift. Upon opening it, she discovered it was a poster for a Chinese ghost story, featuring Leslie Chung and Joey Wong at the peak of their beauty, stunningly captivating. Thank you. Mavis exclaimed joyfully, I adore this film. The shopkeeper inquired, where are you from? Mavis replied, I'm British. The shopkeeper then asked, when did your parents come? To which Mavis responded, I don't know, I'm an orphan. The shopkeeper's expression shifted to one of sympathy, her words hanging in the air, unspoken. I must be going, Mavis said, not seeking pity, smiling at her before hastily departing. Behind her, the song of Wu Yingyin trailed after her, though separated by 1,000 miles. My heart remains heavy with longing. Please convey my greetings to the bright moon. Breathless, she returned to the Leaky Cauldron, now past 1 in the afternoon. Time was of the essence, and Mavis didn't even feel hungry as she made her way to the second-hand shop with familiarity. She sold back her damaged scales, an even older robe, and textbooks, then added money to buy second-year textbooks and a larger robe. The shopkeeper grimaced, muttering a few slang words. Mavis guessed they were something akin to stingy miser, but pretended not to understand. This year, she didn't need to buy a wand. All these items cost her a mere 5 galleons. The remaining funds must be spent wisely, such as purchasing a new balance and weights. Additionally, she needed to acquire several quills that would write smoothly without smudging or damaging parchment, and a bottle of ink would be ideal. This way, during the cold winter months, she could stay in the common room to do her homework instead of trekking to the library. Shopping for stationery was always a delightful experience. In the stationery shop, several shelves were lined with quills, each unique. Mavis browsed carefully, aiming to select the most durable option, yet found herself overwhelmed with choices. Thinking one looked great and another seemed worth the price. I'll try this one. Someone handed her a white quill, model 105. Known for its smooth ink flow and resistance to messiness, though it could only use standard ink, as colored ink would diminish its longevity. Turning, she recognized her benefactor as Cedric. You're here to shop too? Cedric shrugged. I had no choice. My broomstick flew away. Oh, she recalled, smiling sheepishly. I'm so sorry. Perhaps you'll do better this year? Cedric replied, I won't lose to you again this year. Really? Mavis scrutinized him. Didn't you take summer classes? He nodded. What a coincidence. So did I. Cedric politely refrained from probing further and instead asked, Are you looking for ink? Thank you, she responded. After a year of camaraderie, they shared a bond, and she wasn't shy to ask, which one is the cheapest and most effective? Number 06 ink, he suggested. With the help of the kind badger, Mavis completed her shopping ahead of schedule. Everything was finished by just after 3. Bidding farewell to Cedric, she resolved to visit the Leaky Cauldron bookstore. There, she encountered a familiar face, Raymond Shafik. Upon seeing him, Mavis instinctively reached for her wand. However, Raymond recoiled. his expression akin to one who had just stumbled upon something revolting. "School bully," Mavis declared. "Lunatic," Raymond retorted. In unison, they exclaimed, "How unfortunate." The two exchanged glaring looks, both retreating simultaneously. "You go to the counter to check out, and I'll slip between the shelves. Let us keep to ourselves." After 3 minutes of mutual wariness, Raymond grabbed a new textbook and turned to leave. Mavis exhaled in relief. If a fight broke out in a bookstore, the damages would be unthinkable. Raymond, too, felt relieved. If he were to brawl with a girl in Diagon Alley, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Yet, turning to leave felt a bit undignified. Unwilling to concede, Raymond glanced back, contemplating the feasibility of casting a curse as he considered returning. Unfortunately, he spotted a fellow student from their school. Forget it. He wouldn't give them a spectacle to enjoy. He reassured himself that the goblin's good fortune would soon wane. Once the new professor took over, someone like her would certainly face hardships. Raymond chuckled at the thought. Chapter 27. The Start of Term Assault. 3 days before the term commenced, Mavis moved into the Hufflepuff dormitory. She hung the small Chinese knot above her bed, ensuring it was the first thing she saw upon waking. The poster, now reduced in size, was tucked inside her notebook, allowing her to glance at the stunning visages of the two great beauties before class each day. This faint connection to her homeland brought her immense joy. The day of a new term arrived. In the blink of an eye, Hogwarts was bustling with students. Roommates ABC either brought homemade snacks from their mothers or treats from the Muggle world, generously sharing them with friends. Mavis contributed a plate of pumpkin pastries, a gesture of goodwill. It had been ages since she had tasted Hogwarts dining hall fare, and everyone relished the treats, their faces dusted with crumbs. Mavis was delighted to receive a pack of chips from the wealthy Betty, enjoying them thoroughly. Betty recounted her summer travels to Australia, where she had seen countless sheep. The group responded with envious gasps. Alice mentioned spending time with her grandmother, a pure-blood, who had a house elf that was very strict, checking her homework daily. Cass said she had visited her cousin's house, where they played Quidditch every day. This year, the house team was recruiting, and she planned to sign up. And she asked Mavis, "Will you give it a try?" Due to her limited experience in sports, Mavis was quite intrigued. "Sure, I'll give it a shot." She had been taking her broom for regular outings each week, no longer fearing the sport. The symptoms of her broomstick-induced dizziness had also lessened. They reminisced until midnight before finally sleeping. The next day, they rushed frantically to class. Second year had begun. The new academic year bore little difference from the old. The only change was that everyone had transitioned from newcomers to somewhat seasoned students, no longer requiring the upperclassmen to escort them to their classes. The second grade curriculum bears little difference from that of the first grade, with Mei Wei C firmly maintaining her position at the pinnacle of the charms class. During the summer break, students are prohibited from practicing magic outside of school. While students from wizarding families largely disregard this rule, Mei Wei C blatantly flouts it. Hogwarts is protected by intricate shielding spells, yet she wields her wand daily throughout the 2-month holiday. Transfiguration remains a struggle in the early weeks. Mei Wei C senses that she has grasped the principles of Transfiguration, executing with precision and utmost caution, but she still lacks a certain finesse. Once she masters the technique, ordinary transformations will pose no challenge to her. It is crucial to attune oneself to the moment of change. Professor McGonagall has offered several hints, urging her to seize that sensation. "Understood, Professor," she replies dutifully, embarking on her arduous attempts. Astronomy continues to be a matter of rote memorization. Potions class is manageable. The scales are new, measuring with remarkable accuracy. Although the dragon high gloves are old and ill-fitting, they prevent her fingers from being exposed, allowing her to concentrate fully on her work. The students' assignments are not particularly difficult. With diligence and care, even those lacking innate talent can achieve commendable results. Professors do not expect every student to be a prodigy. As long as they exhibit a reasonable attitude, they are often let off the hook. However, just as Mei Wei C anticipated that the second grade would unfold as calmly as the first, reality resoundingly declared otherwise. It is well known that the Defense Against the Dark Arts class has a new instructor this year. Last year's professor, frail and ailing, focused primarily on theory, teaching only 3 defensive spells in the latter half of the term: Shield Charm, Healing Charm, and Disarming Charm. Judging by Harry's experience, his choice was quite astute. This year, they have a Professor Folly. To say he is benevolent would be a gross understatement. Folly hails from a pure-blood family, one of the 28 noble lineages, from the village of Folly in Hampshire. During Voldemort's reign, this family, suffering from dwindling numbers, was overlooked by the Dark Lord. Years later, the only male heir to come of age is the present Philip Folly. He is a staunch supporter of pure-blood supremacy. endorsing Slytherin's ideology that half-blood wizards should not attend school, and believes that, despite Dumbledore's formidable prowess, he is overly familiar with muggles. Bloodlines are the most reliable means of inheritance. In the first class, Professor Folly bluntly asserts that the purer the bloodline, the more potent the magical power it contains. Mei Weiqi silently retorts, Voldemort would disagree. He continues, I understand that you may be skeptical of my words, but I shall demonstrate it to you. Now, all pure-blood wizards, step to my left, half-bloods to my right. I will teach you the same spells, so you can clearly perceive the differences between the two. The students exchange uncertain glances, unsure whether to comply. Mei Weiqi raises her hand. Professor? Speak, he coldly replies. There are only so many pure-blood families. Inbreeding leads to a dilution of bloodlines. She contends, inbreeding often exposes genetic defects and predisposes individuals to hereditary diseases. Professor Folly glances at the roster. Mei Weiqi, are you a half-blood? Both of my parents are muggles, she replies, a mudblood. The professor unabashedly utters the taboo term, espousing the derogatory muggle theory. How could such a lowly being comprehend the strength of wizarding bloodlines? Indeed, you have a point, Mei Weiqi counters. Wizarding bloodlines are indeed powerful. They can produce offspring with magical creatures, which muggles certainly cannot. A stifled laugh escapes from an unknown source. Professor Folly's expression darkens instantly. He ruthlessly punishes this troublesome student. Miss Lin, since you do not acknowledge my theory, there is no need for you to attend my class. What? She gasps. My classroom does not welcome you. Kindly leave. He adds, anyone else who disagrees need not return to my class. The Hufflepuffs collectively gasp. Alice discreetly tugs at Mei Weiqi's sleeve, urging her to apologize. Cedric interjects, Professor, Mei Weiqi merely posed a question. She meant no offense. Folly fixes his gaze on her, inquiring, is that so? Mei Weiqi realizes she has been singled out as an example to establish the professor's authority. To punish me by barring my attendance is within your rights as a professor, and I accept that, she asserts. However, I believe you must also understand that while individuals can manipulate others through words, tempt them with rewards, or coerce them with power, an incorrect assertion will never become correct simply through such means. She swiftly gathers her books, leaving with a haughty air. 50 points from Hufflepuff, Professor Folly declares. Have a pleasant day. Mei Weiqi lifts her chin, exuding a sense of superiority. Chapter 28, Aftermath. Mei Weiqi has become well known. Everyone is aware that she has stood up to the new professor. The Weasley twins express their genuine admiration. Dear Miss Lin Mei Weiqi, why are you not in Gryffindor? You are truly a Gryffindor at heart. Mei Weiqi, stuffing a hot dog in her mouth, mumbles, I'm a Hufflepuff. All right, Hufflepuff. The Weasleys chuckle. The great Hufflepuff. Mei Weiqi remains unimpressed. However, Percy Weasley vehemently disagrees. You should not have confronted the professor. That is inappropriate. Authority does not equate to correctness, she retorts. The division among the houses is already dire enough. He need not incite bloodline discrimination. In Slytherin, she may not have stood up, but Hufflepuff encompasses wizards from pure-blood, half-blood, and muggle families alike. Isn't that a breach of unity? What irritates her further is the audacity of his discrimination against her. If he has the gall to discriminate, let him do so against the Dark Lord, she grumbles. He wouldn't dare, yet he chooses to bully students. What a coward. She vents her frustrations, and the professors are equally incensed. Professor Sprout seeks out Professor Folly to question his motives. I have the right to discipline students, he replies coldly, refusing to retract his stance. She violated classroom discipline and defied authority. I believe my punishment is justified. Professor Sprout argues, but you should not deny her the right to attend class. That is a student's privilege. Professor Folly pauses, conceding to the headmistress. Very well, if she is willing to apologize, this matter can be overlooked. Professor Sprout hesitates, but ultimately agrees. She approaches Mei Weiqi, signaling her to follow her to Professor Folly's office, assuring her, you need not say anything. I will handle it. Yet Mei Weiqi responds, Headmistress, I do not wish to apologize to him. Professor Sprout hesitates, wanting to say more. Our house comprises a diverse array of students. If we are split into factions, we will not thrive together. Mei Weiqi presents her argument cogently. If the professors punish me in this manner, it will only incite further anger, and no one will take his words seriously. Professor Sprout gazes at her in surprise, then gently pats her shoulder. Miss Lin, this is not something you should concern yourself with. I am a part of this house, and this is my concern. She stands firm, declaring, I will not apologize. What he said was wrong. If I apologize, does that mean students must apologize to professors, or that they should apologize for wrongdoings? Professor Sprout, is momentarily at a loss for words. I can study the material independently, she asserts, having already resolved that he can only teach for 1 year. That will not suffice. You are a student. Professor Sprout frowns, contemplating for some time, before deciding to approach Dumbledore. Dumbledore has yet to hear of this little uproar and inquires. Miss Lynn said such things? Albus, you should speak with Professor Fawley. Professor Sprout insists. You should not address students in such a manner. Dumbledore nods. I will have a word with Philip. However, Professor Philip Fawley is not easily swayed. He questions Dumbledore. Must all professors at Hogwarts adhere to your beliefs and forfeit their own ideals? The answer, of course, is no. He further inquires. Do I not have the right to discipline students as a professor? Dumbledore reassures him. Certainly, but Miss Lynn is merely a second-year student. We should exercise greater leniency. Professor Philip Fawley responds, I did not impose corporal punishment upon her, nor did I cast any spells. Moreover, I find myself in concordance with Professor Sprout's entreaty. Should she extend an apology, I am willing to rescind the prior punishment. Dumbledore sighed, believing that such an act of leniency was ample. The new professor retorted coldly, asserting that if he deemed her incapable of instructing the defense against the dark arts, he could petition the board for her dismissal. Dumbledore replied, Philip, we ought not to differentiate between purebloods and half-bloods. Philip Wilkes countered, that is a belief of Slytherin, not mine. Furthermore, you cannot substantiate the fallacy of my conclusions. Dumbledore fell silent. The debate over whether pure-blood lineage bears greater strength than mixed blood remains a contentious one, with both sides able to cite numerous examples. This proposition lacks a definitive conclusion, as the concept of strength is inherently indefinable. Unable to refute Wilkes' theory, Dumbledore found himself powerless to prevent its propagation. In truth, many wizards still adhere to blood purity ideals, albeit with varying degrees of extremism. If one were to insist on compelling others to acknowledge their errors due to ideological differences, would that not be a manifestation of another form of tyranny? In light of this, Miss Lynn is indeed unfit to attend your class, Dumbledore stated. Yet, Philip, I implore you, while at school, refrain from uttering that term. He added gravely, we must not employ such language with our students. Philip Wilkes regarded him for a moment before reluctantly nodding. As you wish, if that is your request. Is there anything else? Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. He composed himself, intertwining his fingers and closing his eyes, reflecting on the words he had just heard. Humans can manipulate language to beguile others, entice with promises of gain, or coerce through power. However, incorrect actions will never become right through such means. What remarkable children, he mused, pondering whether he had possessed such clarity of thought at the tender age of 12. Certainly not. If he had, Dumbledore sighed softly, a hint of melancholy glimmering in his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned a piece of parchment, hastily inscribing a sentence before sending it off with the owl perched on the windowsill. In the second period of defense against the dark arts, Mayway was preparing to self-study in the library. Her classmates regarded her with expressions of sympathy, reluctant to part ways. Cedric promised, I will lend you my notes. Thank you. Mayway replied gratefully. Yet, this scene lasted scarcely 10 minutes. Professor Sprout approached, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Miss Lynn, please come with me. Headmaster Dumbledore wishes to see you. Bewildered, Mayway asked, what does the headmaster want with me? Sprout replied, aren't you supposed to be in defense against the dark arts? Mayway. Half a second later, she exclaimed, ah. Chapter 29, The Lesson. Happiness arrived with such unexpected fervor as Mayway ascended the spiral staircase, feeling as if she were floating. The illustrious Dumbledore was to teach her defense against the dark arts. This treatment was akin to being a lucky coy indeed. As she reached the final step of the staircase, Mayway dusted off her robes and entered quietly. Hello? Miss Lynn, Dumbledore greeted from his position by the window, smiling. We meet again. Mayway smiled back, her excitement barely contained. Professor Sprout said that my defense against the dark arts class. She cast a shy glance at him, seemingly afraid of misinterpreting the situation. Yet Dumbledore merely blinked, feigning innocence. Ah, yes, although it has been quite some time since I taught this subject. If you do not mind. Not at all. Please, I wish to learn from you. She replied enthusiastically. Please have a seat. Would you care for a cup of tea? The elderly wizard waved his wand, summoning exquisite porcelain cups and saucers, as a teapot poured steaming tea into her cup. Mayway sat down, her posture rigid. Thank you, but I have, a question. May I ask? Of course. Why is defense against the dark arts a separate course? Considering it also teaches spells? She asked eagerly, recalling her previous professor's assertion that defending against malevolence was far more challenging than ordinary magic. as combating evil is never an easy endeavor. What did that imply? Dumbledore set down his teacup, contemplating. You are more perceptive than I anticipated. After a moment, he inquired, are you familiar with the unforgivable curses? The Cruciatus Curse, the Imperius Curse, and the Killing Curse, she answered. Excellent. 5 points to Hufflepuff. But do you know why they are deemed unforgivable? Mayway hesitated. Because they are particularly cruel? Indeed, it is cruelty, not danger, that defines them, Dumbledore replied. With sufficient strength, even the most mundane spells can become perilous. He provided an example. Lumos. A flicker of light emanated from his wand, gradually transforming from a gentle glow to a blinding brilliance. Mayway instinctively averted her gaze. He retracted his wand. Many spells can lead to death. Yet dark magic is uniquely insidious. It necessitates an intense hatred, and those who frequently wield dark magic inevitably become ensnared by its power. Mayway, though somewhat perplexed, began to grasp the essence of his words. Hatred is a potent force, as is love. However, harboring animosity towards another is often far simpler than nurturing love, which is why many are lured into the abyss of dark magic, ultimately succumbing to its grasp. Dumbledore sighed gently. This is the malevolence of dark magic. It compels one to forsake love and become a slave to hatred. She began to comprehend. Previously, when reading Harry Potter, she had perceived Dumbledore's discussions of love as abstract and grandiose notions, akin to fairy tale ideals. Yet, after delving into the study of magic, her perspective shifted. Is it similar to Transfiguration? She proposed. When casting spells, one must possess a resolute intent. If I wish to harm another, I can conjure formidable dark magic. But when I seek to protect others, I can learn powerful defensive spells against dark magic. The elderly wizard nodded approvingly. Precisely, Miss Lynn. I must award Hufflepuff another 10 points. Mayway, 0. However, Miss Lynn, resisting evil is no simple task. Each of us harbors malevolent thoughts. We have all experienced moments of desire to harm others. Resentment, jealousy, and greed. These negative emotions can lead our souls toward dark magic. Dumbledore's lecture was profoundly abstract. Those who did not grasp his meaning might dismiss him as a mere purveyor of nonsense to children. Yet those who understood could vaguely recognize that he was articulating the very core of theory and the origins of magic. Initially, when individuals begin to study dark magic, they may find it deceptively simple and immensely powerful, akin to water flowing effortlessly downstream. Yet, as the current grows murky and turbulent, one may find themselves ensnared, helplessly drawn into the silence of the whirlpool. Dark magic defense, he elaborated, is akin to swimming upstream. You must resist evil. The waters will assail you constantly. You must conquer not only the malevolence of others, but also expunge your own malice if you wish to ascend. Mayway nodded. So that is why the professor said resisting evil is not an easy task. Indeed, belief, Miss Lynn, is of utmost importance. Dumbledore raised his cup for a sip of tea. Then, after a moment of contemplation, feigned surprise, oh dear, I seem to have forgotten the course content. He began rummaging through the second-year textbooks, muttering, let me think for second-year students. Only a fool would learn second-year magic. Mayway interjected. Headmaster, I wish to learn the most representative spell, the one that requires the most positive energy. Dumbledore regarded her thoughtfully. Mayway continued, that would be the Patronus Charm. A profoundly advanced spell, the elderly wizard replied, smiling, and one that is typically not required. Would you not prefer to learn how to combat certain dark creatures? Werewolves? Redcaps? Trolls? Mayway resolutely stated, I wish to learn that. Very well, Dumbledore declared, tapping the table as he reminisced. The Patronus Charm, a remote and intricate incantation, of which I happen to possess some knowledge. It is extraordinarily fascinating, for dark wizards cannot wield this spell. Mayway affirmed, I wish to give it a try. The incantation for the Patronus Charm is Expecto Patronum. Dumbledore slowed his speech, articulating each syllable with clarity. Now, you must strive to recall your most joyful memory, and hold steadfast to that conviction. Maeve first recited the incantation several times, ensuring her pronunciation and intonation were precise before she inhaled deeply, conjuring the moment she received her acceptance letter. This was her most cherished memory, or rather, a pivotal turning point in her life. In this unfamiliar realm, she felt like a drifting soul, her homeland thousands of miles away, and her time had yet to arrive. It was Hogwarts that connected her to the world, illuminating her future path and revealing her destination. No one could take my life from me. Expecto Patronum. She pronounced the spell distinctly. A silvery mist emerged, sketching a vague outline. Dumbledore couldn't help but smile. The joy of the memory dictated the density of the mist, while the firmness of her belief affected the clarity of the Patronus. Though her happiness was not abundant, her resolve was sufficiently steadfast. That concludes today's lesson. After a moment's consideration, he added, I have a small request. Maeve blinked. I hope you can keep today's lesson a secret. Dumbledore said, this will be our little secret. Shall we? She pondered for a moment and understood. Very well, Headmaster. I will say you asked me to study the textbook on my own. Thus everyone will refrain from imitating me. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow in surprise, then smiled, winking. Miss Lynn, you are more astute than I anticipated. 10 points to Hufflepuff. Indeed. Maeve made a face in her mind, saying, I never viewed Professor Quirrell as a villain, rallying everyone against him, even though I dislike him. Headmaster, why have you appointed such a person to teach us? Considering her performance, Dumbledore decided to be somewhat candid. Your previous professor passed away during the summer. Maeve was taken aback. Why? The curse exacerbated his illness. He observed her reaction and continued, perhaps you have heard that a powerful wizard cursed this subject. She nodded. Professor Quirrell was an exemplary student and is now a competent wizard. He is entirely capable of teaching this course. After a slight pause, he added with complexity, of course, I cannot deny that his views are rather radical. This does not send the right signal to students. Maeve suddenly comprehended. She realized that Dumbledore need not personally tutor her. This was merely a signal indicating the headmaster's disapproval of blood purity ideology. Yet, he could not go too far and cause students to question the authority of the professors. Thus, Maeve could only be an exception, not to be emulated by her peers. Will the professor still speak in such a manner during class? She inquired curiously. I think not, Dumbledore smiled. Maeve felt entirely convinced. To be honest, she had no interest in politics, yet sadly, politics intertwined with everyone's lives. It would be ideal if matters could be resolved within a confined scope. Chapter 30. The desire to skip class. After class, Maeve naturally attracted considerable attention. Her friends whisked her to the table in the great hall, loudly asking, Maeve, what did the headmaster teach you? Maeve replied weakly, which biscuit pairs best with tea? Eager ears awaited the continuation. The headmaster asked me to study the textbook on my own. He was busy writing a letter to the Ministry of Magic. Maeve blinked, fabricating a tale while subtly digging a hole for herself. He even treated me to some new candies from the Honeyduke. The audience felt a mix of disappointment and inexplicable relief. Indeed, a second-year student, would Dumbledore personally teach her magic? It was more fitting for him to comfort her with sweet little biscuits, befitting her age as a mere 12-year-old. The attention of the keen observers immediately shifted to the letter writing, speculating to whom Dumbledore was writing and what it contained. Meanwhile, her roommates, true to their youthful nature, swiftly diverted their focus. What new candies? Maeve replied, licorice wands, I brought some. She produced a few new candies, generously sharing them with everyone, as delightful as a wand. The children began to eat the sweets, chattering about today's lesson. Professor Quirrell did not mention the previous matters. He said this year, we will learn how to catch pixies. Do you know those things? They're blue and fly incredibly fast. He instructed us to research, and by the next class, we must learn at least one spell to deal with them. Maeve had to concede that Professor Quirrell seemed somewhat competent. Or rather, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant if he weren't. But she felt no jealousy. I am about to learn the Patronus charm. At this moment, Maeve still harbored beautiful illusions about life. Until 3 days later, when she was once again dragged to a tutoring session by an owl. That night, under a faint moon, while others slept, Maeve rubbed her eyes and followed the owl outside, muttering to herself, could it be that during the day, she attended the senior version of special class, and, at night, she was summoned for the youth version? Such treatment was too generous. She felt a bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, someone was residing in New Mongard. Otherwise, Newt would not harbor any animosity. She quietly nibbled on candy, a secret smile creeping on her face. Then, are you here to join Riddle's Club? A senior at the classroom door frowned, coldly retorting, a Hufflepuff? Don't be like that, Avery. The suave Tom Riddle appeared, smiling. We welcome any wizard willing to join us. Maeve thought, in defense against the dark arts, confronting the Dark Lord, what's wrong with that? Nothing wrong, but it's hardly necessary. How about we skip class today? No, you wanted, the Dark Lord replied, stepping aside. Classmate, please enter. You are? Lynn. She only provided her surname. Riddle mused. Sounds like a half-blood? I'm not sure. Since she was already here, Maeve relinquished her struggle and cleverly answered. I was born in an orphanage and have never met my parents. What a pity, Riddle said, stroking his wand, a slow smile spreading across his face. But it doesn't matter. You'll have many siblings. Please come in. It was a warmly decorated classroom. The older students conversed in hushed tones, mostly Slytherins, with only a few Ravenclaws present. No Gryffindors or Hufflepuffs in sight. Riddle declared, "This is my club. We call it an O1. The first club." Maeve asked, "What did I learn here?" "That depends on what you seek," Riddle replied nonchalantly. "Power? Protection? Status?" Maeve blinked. "I want to learn spells." "That couldn't be simpler," he smiled. "Avery, come teach Miss Lynn a simple spell while I think." His gaze slid over Maeve's old robes and worn-out shoes, his smile becoming more genuine. Bone-breaking curse. "I think you need this spell." Maeve, straight to the curses, just like you, Dark Lord. Yet she felt no aversion to this curse. The bone-breaking curse could be used to shatter solid obstacles, essentially a method of controlled demolition. Quite practical. Avery complied with the classmate's order, stepping forward and menacingly stating, "Little one, watch closely." He waved his wand. Bone-breaking curse. Bang. A table exploded. "Cool," Maeve complimented while internally lamenting that she had just completed Dumbledore's defense against the dark arts class, only to turn around and learn magic from the Dark Lord. Wasn't this operation a bit too audacious? Riddle asked, "Want to learn?" She honestly nodded. He smiled with satisfaction, his tone enticing. "See, I told you. Here you can obtain everything you desire." Maeve, She began to understand why so many people followed him. Maeve's second year became extraordinarily busy. Defense against the dark arts was held twice a week, but Dumbledore only taught once, as the headmaster was, after all, quite occupied. Thus, for the second class each week, Maeve obediently remained in the headmaster's office, enjoying biscuits while reading. There was no alternative, with the final exams approaching. She had to learn how to deal with the mischievous sprites. Cedric generously lent her his notes, which contained essential information regarding the freezing charm. Through conversations with her classmates, she gradually came to appreciate Professor Flitwick's teaching abilities. The Flitwick family possessed an extensive library, and he was erudite, well-versed in many dark creatures. However, after the incident involving Mavis, he had become more prudent. Do not mistake my words as a slight against half-bloods. Indeed, I acknowledge that half-blood wizards are an integral part of the magical community. However, it is imperative to understand that the purity of blood is what defines purebloods, as it preserves the most pristine magical essence. His eloquence captivated many in Slytherin. They held the belief that while half-blood wizards could coexist, only purebloods were fit to lead the magical realm. Of course, owing to Dumbledore's prior actions, such sentiments circulated solely within Slytherin and had yet to permeate other houses. During mealtime, Mavis inadvertently overheard Raymond conversing with his two companions. This summer, Fudge visited my home and spoke with my father about certain matters. One of the companions, a half-blood, foolishly inquired, "Who is Fudge? Are you not reading the Daily Prophet? He has become the Minister of Magic this year," Raymond retorted, rolling his eyes. The other companion quickly flattered, "Raymond, you are truly remarkable. You have met the Minister of Magic." "It's nothing," Raymond dismissed impatiently. "He is a relative of our family." "Oomph. A newly discovered relative. They say his aunt married one of our distant uncles, but his aunt and his father do not share the same lineage. It is evident he is attempting to fabricate a pure-blood family tree. He was astute, and some matters remained unhidden from him, leading him to vaguely surmise. He sought to garner more support. How peculiar was not Fudge's backing Dumbledore? Having eavesdropped on this exchange, Mavis could not help but cast a glance at him. The implications were profound. It seemed that the upheaval 5 years hence was already beginning to unveil its early signs. Chapter 31. Flourishing Growth. Political struggles seemed distant from the students, whereas classes and assignments were ever present. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Mavis recently felt as though she was under the professor's keen scrutiny. In Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall particularly enjoyed calling her to demonstrate. "Miss Lynn, last lesson we learned how to transform animals into beetles and then into buttons. Let us see the fruits of your practice." Mavis nodded, pointing to a beetle on the table. Disliking such creatures intensely, she focused resolutely, and with a gentle flick of her wand, it transformed into a plastic button. Yet, Professor McGonagall did not award her any points. Instead, she remarked, "Perhaps it could be a bit more refined." Mavis, puzzled yet obedient. She conceived a more intricate design, a gradient of pink. Professor McGonagall nodded, maintaining her stern demeanor. "Hufflepuff earns 3 points." In Charms class, Professor Flitwick said, "Miss Lynn, I would like you to demonstrate the disarming charm." Mavis swallowed the candy she had been sneaking, quickly rising to her feet and scanning the room. Professor Flitwick gestured for Connie to stand. Connie rose indifferently, wand in hand. "Expelliarmus," she intoned before finishing her incantation. A flash of light erupted. With no time to alter her words, Mavis grasped her wand and swiftly recited, "Expelliarmus." The tip of her wand emitted a similar glimmer. The two beams of light collided mid-air, and neutralized each other. In the instant Connie cast her spell, Mavis silently invoked a second charm, Depulso. Connie's wand slipped from her grasp and clattered to the floor. An eerie silence enveloped the room. The doll-like girl sat down, speechless. Mavis pondered. In potions class. Snape stood beside her, his demeanor grim, taunting. Miss Lynn, allow me to witness what remarkable magic you have gleaned from the esteemed Dumbledore. Mavis, thank goodness Grindelwald is in Ermengarde. She refrained from retorting, opting instead for greater obedience and caution as she diligently brewed her potion. It emerged unscathed. Snape scrawled a large P on her parchment. You should have performed better, he stated coldly. Do not assume that Dumbledore's favoritism renders you exceptional. Mavis firmly concurred. You are absolutely right. Snape fell silent for a moment before dismissing her with a wave of his hand. Only Hagrid beamed at her, waiting for her to toast bread, saying, You are truly remarkable. Dumbledore is the greatest wizard, and you too shall become a great wizard. Mavis, but I have yet to master a single spell. At that moment, she fervently wished that Harry had already enrolled. Yet there were delightful occurrences. The Quidditch tryouts. Mavis had initially intended merely to join the fun. Although she enjoyed playing as a chaser, her lack of arm strength meant she often missed the goal, so she merely hoped to enjoy a breezy afternoon. However, the assessment bore no relation to positions. They were required to fly 3 laps around the pitch, perform various aerial maneuvers, and ultimately catch several rogue bludgers. Afterward, the captain, based on their performance, selected Mavis as a substitute seeker. Mavis, why me? Your small stature means that if you improve your speed, you are well suited to catch the golden snitch, he shrugged. You never know where the snitch might hide. Taller players may not fit into some of those peculiar spaces. Isn't Cedric aiming to be a seeker? She replied, somewhat displeased. The seeker is detached from the game the entire time. It hardly feels enjoyable. The captain patted Cedric, stating, he is better suited as a chaser. But it makes no difference. You are both substitutes this year. Mavis scoffed. Do substitutes ever get a play? Of course. The captain sighed. We are the house that needs substitutes the most. Mavis. The keeper interjected. There are always unforeseen circumstances. Pre-match nerves leading to stomach issues, resulting in players unable to participate, or food poisoning causing one to vomit, or getting hit by a bludger during a match against Slytherin. He summarized. We at least need 2 substitutes. Mavis, I am afraid of flying. For the sake of Hufflepuff, Captain, please endure. Mavis. Joining the house team had its advantages. Even as a substitute, the school provided 2 sets of team uniforms, one for winter and one for summer, both of excellent quality. Moreover, the captain mentioned that as long as one remained on the team, they would receive 2 new sets each year. Every year. What did it matter that she feared flying? She could manage. 3 months into the new term, Mavis occasionally ventured out at night. The reasons were simple, insomnia and hunger. The former stemmed from her sudden growth spurts, which brought with them the discomfort of growing pains, leaving her restless at night. Additionally, the demands of adolescence were insatiable, and her hunger seemed unquenchable. Mavis typically consumed a large amount of food, but whether it was the exertion of magic or simply her growing body, she often found herself ravenous even after eating a substantial meal before bed. Staying awake made it even harder to resist. One night, unable to sleep, she donned her pocket watch and stealthily made her way to the kitchen, hoping to find a midnight snack. At the entrance, she encountered the twins. Mavis, what are you 2 doing? Fred offered a plate of cookies. Want some? Mavis promptly stuffed 2 pieces in her mouth, mumbling, what are you up to? Nighttime exploration. George replied, care to join our castle exploration initiative? Mavis, I'm in. Fred said, you frequent the library. Do you know about the invisible book section? Mavis, yes. It's a mysterious area in a library filled with books related to invisibility spells, but it itself is also invisible. George, we need to find it, and then Fred, learn a masterful invisibility spell, so George, we won't have to worry about Filch. Mayway felt that this was a monumental task and decided to first head to the kitchen for a cup of warm milk, vowing to complete her work after finishing it. They cautiously ascended to the 2nd floor, nearly encountering Madame Loris, but fortuitously, as they approached the 1st floor, she was redirected to the 3rd floor due to the staircase's turn. Luck was on their side. The twins, one on each side of Mayway, swiftly escorted her to the library's entrance. The door swung open. They unlocked the library and quickly slipped inside. Mayway exclaimed, the glow is flickering. She surveyed her surroundings and inquired, so how do we find it? We brought a little helper, George said, producing a mouse from his robe and encouraging, go on, Spot. Let us witness your keen sense of smell. Mayway remarked, goodness, I thought you were at the Weasley residence. I didn't realize you now have the twins' pet. She then posed a question, what will happen if we attempt the revealing charm? Clearing her throat, she added, let me give it a try. With a flick of her wand, she cast the spell. A shimmering light passed over, and suddenly, an entire shelf of books appeared on the nearest bookshelf, displaying titles she had never seen before. However, Spot remained unresponsive, indicating that this charm was ineffective against animagi. The section for invisible books also did not reveal itself. Contemplating, Mayway decided to try another spell, a Nimigus reveal. Something glimmered in the corner. She moved closer and concentrated her magical output. A Nimigus reveal. A row of hidden bookshelves emerged. Wow. Advanced invisibility spell, variants of the disillusionment charm, methods for crafting invisibility cloaks. The trio, filled with enthusiasm, immediately seized the first book and began to read. The invisibility charm is categorized into two types, the invisibility charm and the disillusionment charm. The former can render living or non-living entities invisible, while the latter allows a person or object to blend seamlessly with their surroundings. The three of them huddled together, memorizing each word with diligence. The invisibility charm is an advanced spell. Any misstep could potentially cause an object to vanish permanently, whereas the disillusionment charm poses a lesser danger but requires exceptional skill to execute. As Mayway read on, she pulled out her wand. Duplicate. It failed indeed. A protective charm was in place. However, undeterred, she reached into her robe's pocket and retrieved a notebook and a pen. She began to transcribe. Chapter 32, The Patronus. Mayway's second year hardly resembled that of a typical second-year student, yet one must admit, it was rather splendid. The low-level spells taught in her charms class no longer sufficed. Not only had she experimented with nearly every spell in the textbook, mastering most of them, but even the new content seemed easily grasped after a bit of practice and contemplation. Occasionally, Mayway found herself puzzled. Is magic truly this simple? Or am I simply a prodigy? The answer was that spells were relatively straightforward. However, upon encountering advanced spells, she immediately faced challenges. For instance, her initial attempt at the Patronus charm successfully conjured a silvery mist, yet forming a stable Patronus proved to be far more difficult. Her emotions needed to be intensely potent, and her willpower steadfast. Mayway could gather the mist into shape each time, yet she was unable to solidify it. Dumbledore suggested she recall a different memory. Mayway hesitated slightly. But this is my happiest memory. Dumbledore gazed at her with compassion and replied, then let us learn a new spell. This will be a very useful one. Finite incantum. Spell cessation, she repeated. Indeed, it can halt any spell, from the simplest flickering glow to more formidable incantations. As long as your magical energy is sufficient and your belief unwavering, theoretically, it can stop any magic. Dumbledore paused before adding, thus, is also known as the All-Curse Ender. I can handle this. Mayway remembered how the Scamander brothers and Nicholas Flamel had once used it to extinguish someone's flames and protect Paris. The headmaster demonstrated it, and Mayway quickly learned, using it to extinguish the fire. Do not rush to pursue powerful spells. You are still young, and time will grant you ample opportunity, Dumbledore gently advised. Yet Mayway insisted, I truly wish to master the Patronus. I want to know what it feels like. Dumbledore sighed. However, recognizing that this was not a particularly dangerous spell, he refrained from saying much more, simply sharing sincerely. Happy memories are not always extraordinary. In fact, the mundane moments of everyday life are exceedingly precious. Mayway was taken aback. The aroma of red tea wafted through the air, prompting Dumbledore to reminisce about many things. After his mother's death, he was compelled to abandon his dreams of traveling the world to care for his sister. Those constraining days nearly suffocated him, and he constantly yearned for escape. Yet, in retrospect, that ordinary and monotonous life was the happiest period of his existence. Expecto Patronum. The little girl's voice startled the elder. He lifted his gaze to witness silver mist coalescing, slowly forming a pure white rabbit. It crouched at her feet, its body emanating a soft white glow. Its tail a mere fluffy ball, quivering gently. You have succeeded, Dumbledore said, a look of pride lighting his face. Remarkable, Mayway replied. It was your reminder that I indeed once possessed this. In a past life, when the owl did not come, she had longed for such a life. Yet now, she found herself in the Hogwarts she had always desired, while forever losing her homeland. At that time, I merely thought it was ordinary. A silence enveloped the office. After a long pause, Dumbledore remarked, Hufflepuff gains 10 points. He had returned to his usual demeanor, smiling softly. Now, I can teach you another application of the Patronus. Beyond its unique defense against dark magic, in her leisure moments, Mayway delved into the disillusionment charm with the twins. This was an advanced spell, not particularly difficult to cast, but challenging to control. They had not yet studied such profound content. The spells they typically learned were external and more or less efficient. However, the disillusionment charm required precise accuracy, ensuring that the magic adhered seamlessly to the entire body. If it spilled over, it would resemble a poorly cut image, with various peculiar fringes revealing the flaw instantly. The three were fully engaged, often gathering to study. Their progress was, to put it mildly, unsatisfactory. Equally struggling was Quidditch. The captain, Macaulay, was affable before joining the team, a kind upperclassman. After joining, he transformed into a raging werewolf, conjuring a flock of birds to chase Mayway's broom. "Mayway, hurry, go faster," Macaulay shouted. "If I catch you, I'll burn 2 holes in your robe." "QEQ," Mayway exclaimed. He waved his wand. Fiend fire. The birds morphed into flaming birds. Darn it. She accelerated with all her might. An entire afternoon passed, and when she dismounted her broom, her legs felt like jelly. Now, regarding the tutoring sessions, Mayway had learned several spells at the club, shattering bones, sandstorm, and barrage. She felt she was on the verge of mastering Fiend Fire and Avada Kedavra. Naturally, that was utterly impossible. Riddle would provide anyone with what they desired, under the condition of loyalty to him. "Dear Lynn, milk and bread do not fall from the sky. If you seek power, I can grant it to you." The tall and lanky Riddle sat in a velvet armchair, tapping his wand against his palm. "But you must give me something in return." Mayway stood by the fireplace, curiously toying with a silver medal, and inquired, "What?" Riddle smiled slightly. "Your loyalty." She replied, "You know I do not worship you, right?" "Of course," Riddle responded. "You merely wish to gain something from me. But I do not mind. Do you know why?" "Because, Lynn, you cannot obtain what you desire anywhere else." He fixed his gaze upon her. "Your classmates have happy families. You do not. Other girls have new robes and hats. You do not. They live in a glamorous world, while you can only dwell in the filthy streets, mingling with thieving vagabonds. You know you do not belong with them. They cannot accept you, just as you disdain their childishness and shallowness." Mayway was left speechless. Riddle inquired, "Am I correct?" She hesitated briefly before replying, "It cannot be said to be wrong." At times, she indeed found herself devoid of conversation with her peers. "Do you not wish to prove yourself?" Riddle pressed. "Show them your strength, and they shall no longer dare to mock your poverty and squalor." Maeve blinked and replied then, "Senior, please demonstrate that you are truly worthy of my loyalty." Riddle countered, "Is what you have learned not sufficient proof?" Maeve asserted, "What Avery has taught me are merely spells that any upperclassman knows. I shall grow up and learn them in due course. You must show me that you are stronger than anyone else." Riddle asked, "What do you desire?" Maeve responded, "A spell." Riddle queried, "A killing curse?" Maeve clarified, "No. A spell that can restore an animagus to their original form." Chapter 33, The Gift. Today marked another night of exploration. The twins remarked, "Though we have yet to master the disillusionment charm, we possess a secret weapon." "One, no, not particularly," Maeve replied. "I wish to visit a certain place." "Care to join?" The twins chimed, "The secret passage? A hidden door? Or perhaps the restricted section?" Maeve replied, "The trophy room." The two redheads shrugged. "We have no interest in that." "Then I'll meet you in the invisible book section," Maeve said, igniting her wand and skimming along the wall as she hurried away. "She has a secret," Fred whispered. "Let's follow her," George nodded. The two stealthily trailed her, but the moving staircase led her upwards while they prepared to ascend. It was instead heading down. "Oh no," Fred exclaimed, leaping down. "George, meow," came the distant voice of Filch, Madame Loris. "Wait," George said, clutching his brother's arm as they consulted the Marauder's map. "Here." The two slipped into a nearby corridor, the light and the cat gradually receding. "Phew," Fred sighed, leaning back. "Look what you've done, Fred," George exclaimed. "What else is there to say?" Fred, momentarily setting aside thoughts of Maeve's secret, rubbed his hands together in anticipation of the mischief to come. The two slipped into the hidden passage and embarked on their adventure for the night. Meanwhile, although Maeve lacked the Marauder's map, her enchanted timepiece often bestowed upon her small fortunes. She arrived safely at the trophy room. The door was unlocked. A push on the aged wooden door emitted a creaking noise. In hushed tones, she rapped her wand against the door, and the sound quieted. She navigated into the room, the glow illuminating each row. Filch was a diligent caretaker, ensuring every medal was arranged by year. She quickly located the medal from 1943, the Special Contribution Award, Tom Riddle. The medal soared to her hand. The silver medal, now considerably tarnished compared to its appearance in the first club, bore the marks of age. Its pure silver dulled to a darkened hue. After a thorough cleaning, the medal appeared much clearer. Maeve scrutinized the engraving, examining the intricate patterns on the reverse. The Special Contribution Award of Hogwarts bore the winner's name on the front, while the back displayed the emblems of the 4 houses. However, When she had toyed with it in her dreams, she had chipped one of the edges. This was something she had long desired to do, to alter the past within her dreams. What would reality yield? Although Dumbledore seemed entirely oblivious to her existence. A second confirmation would provide peace of mind. However, Hogwarts had seen a continuous influx of students for decades, rendering it a volatile environment. Meddling elsewhere felt too perilous. Riddle's meddle was different. Those who knew dared not touch it, while those who were unaware were indifferent. Yet, the metal remained intact. Fearing the spell might fail, she resorted to a clumsy method, but even so, it left no trace. Had Riddle repaired it? It seemed unlikely. The metal lay discarded in a corner. May felt that Voldemort had no desire to see this object engraved with his true name and was unlikely to notice such a subtle flaw. So, was it truly a dream? Why could she continue to dream it? What was this, after all? The days of study flew by swiftly. Christmas had arrived once more. Maeve had pre-ordered some Wizarding World greeting cards, still determined to shamelessly get through. However, on the morning of Christmas Day, she was horrified to discover gifts beneath the tree. She was the only Hufflepuff. Merlin, please let it not be something too extravagant. She trembled as she unwrapped the parcel, sincerely hoping for mere sweets. The first small package indeed contained candy, accompanied by a card. Merry Christmas. Enclosed is a lollipop quill, a token of gratitude for teaching me the Patronus charm. Unrelated to Christmas. Cedric. Maeve, though she publicly claimed that Dumbledore merely allowed her to view textbooks. Cedric had consistently lent her his notes on defense against the dark arts, which she had annotated with the Patronus charm in the margins. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to accept the gift and penned a reply, including the disillusionment charm. The next gift was a bundle of black root from Hagrid, with black stems and white flowers, said to provide resistance against dark magic. He advised Maeve to consume some flowers daily to gradually increase her resistance to dark magic. Considering he must have foraged it from the Forbidden Forest, Maeve decided to accept it as well. To her surprise, there was a third gift, a knitted hat adorned with 2 reindeer antlers. Miss Lynn Maeve, Merry Christmas. The signature was simple, a D, from the headmaster, so no return gift was necessary. Maeve sighed in relief, happily donning the reindeer hat. Although the hat was initially a bit large, it magically adjusted to snugly cover her ears once she placed it on her forehead. Her chilly head was instantly warmed. The headmaster truly was a wonderful person. Eagerly finishing unwrapping her gifts, Maeve rushed to the Great Hall for breakfast. On her way, she encountered her househead, Professor Sprout, who handed her a handful of chocolate sweets. Not long after, she bumped into Professor McGonagall, who praised Maeve's hat, declaring it quite adorable. Then, she transformed Maeve's plain robe into a new style, suddenly adorned with lace. Maeve exclaimed, "Wait, Professor." She had lost her appetite for breakfast. "What spell is this? Teach me." Professor McGonagall replied with a serious tone, "This is advanced transfiguration. If you pass your OWL exams, you will learn it in my class." Maeve, stunned JPG. In second year, one could learn to transform animals, yet altering clothing style was considered advanced transfiguration? I did not comprehend you wizards. Professor McGonagall departed, leaving Maeve disheartened as she made her way to the Great Hall for breakfast. Along the way, she cast a color-changing spell on Madame Loris's bow, transforming it into a more festive red and green combination. Filch nodded at her and cautiously carried his cat away. Breakfast was as bountiful as ever. But after a year and a half, her body had replenished its energy needs, and though her appetite remained robust, she no longer overindulged. She drank 2 cups of milk, devoured meat pies, fried eggs, and bacon, then sauntered to the hospital wing to assist Madame Pomfrey in organizing supplies. Having not entered the hospital wing for 6 months, Madame Pomfrey was quite pleased and readily accepted her help. Maeve organized the potion cabinet, placing nearly empty vials outside and arranging new ones within, alphabetically. Working for the faculty had become second nature, and the professors gradually recognized her utility, becoming accustomed to requesting her assistance. Madame Pomfrey confirmed that Maeve was diligent and would not mishandle items, allowing her to comfortably return to copying lists. With stock running low, preparations for a shopping list needed to be made, and she would later send Hagrid to procure supplies. Confirming that Madame Pomfrey was in the adjacent office, Maeve swiftly drew a crystal vial from her robe pocket, retrieved a half-filled bottle of sleeping potion from the cabinet, and then returned it to its original place. The young sorceress, confined to the hospital, harbored a certain trepidation towards pain. To ensure their restful recuperation, Madame Pomfrey typically administered a small dose of a sleeping potion. Its potency was considerable, its preparation straightforward, categorizing it as a common potion, and a slight reduction in quantity would go entirely unnoticed. With that settled, she reclaimed the crystal vial and returned to her tasks. Chapter 34, Matters at Hand. After a strenuous day at the infirmary by afternoon, Mavis made her way to Hagrid's abode. She commenced by tidying up the place, followed by lighting the oven to bake some bread. It was the extent of her culinary prowess. Given that winter preserved food well, baking a surplus was prudent, as Hagrid could certainly use it. One could hardly expect him to take proper care of himself, even though he tended to the creatures with commendable diligence. She had not forgotten to feed Fawn, who affectionately licked her hand. Mavis chuckled, extending her fingers playfully. As evening approached, Hagrid returned, puzzled by Fawn's lethargy. "What is the matter with Fawn?" he inquired. "He seems rather listless. I had him accompany me while I practiced some spells. It wore him out a bit," Mavis replied with a grin. Hagrid, not dwelling on it further, complimented her. "That hat is splendid. A gift from the headmaster," she couldn't resist boasting, revealing a small snowman with a carrot nose nestled between the antlers. "Particularly charming. Look, it can make it snow." She lowered her head, and, as the snowman waved, a flurry of snowflakes cascaded onto her hat, a delightful sight indeed. Hagrid patted her shoulder heartily, proclaiming, "I knew it. You are Dumbledore's favorite student." Mavis's smile faltered momentarily, prompting her to swiftly change the subject. "Did you visit Harry? Did you bring my card?" "Yes, poor Harry. Those muggles have been dreadful to him," Hagrid responded, pulling out a handkerchief to dab at the corners of his eyes, blowing his nose as well. "However, after Dumbledore's visit this year, he seems to be doing much better." Mavis inquired with concern. "He didn't see you, did he?" "Of course not," Hagrid assured her. "I merely took a quiet glance." Dumbledore was right. It's best to reveal his heritage next year. He shouldn't bear such hatred at this tender age. Mavis felt a wave of relief wash over her. As night fell, she hastily bid farewell to Hagrid and hurried back to the castle. Outside, snowflakes danced through the air, and as she entered, the snow that had settled on her hat melted, leaving conspicuous wet marks on the floor. Filch, wielding a mop, approached in a fury. "Who has sullied the floor again?" "I'm sorry," Mavis exclaimed, startled, and promptly used a cleaning charm to erase the water stains. Filch shot her a glare, but refrained from further admonishment, muttering as he retreated to the staircase to continue mopping. The floor bore evident footprints, a clear indication that some students had neglected to clean their shoes. Yet Mavis chose not to assist him. She was well aware of his disdain for the young witches and wizards' goodwill. Any magical aid from them only served to deepen his humiliation and anger. In a certain sense, he feared the possibility of being replaced in his job. Mavis understood his animosity towards young sorcerers. Thus she never attempted to approach him or ingratiate herself. In truth, she had little affection for Filch herself. But what fault lay with the cat? She had cast a cleaning charm on Mrs. Norris, erasing the mud from her fur. Filch ignored her, not reacting like other students who, upon seeing Mrs. Norris, would eagerly wave their brooms to shoo her away. Perhaps he harbored a flicker of sympathy for her, as they both found themselves residing at Hogwarts, with nowhere else to call home. Who could say? The Christmas holidays swiftly passed, and Mavis had managed to write only a handful of essays before her classmates returned in droves. They animatedly discussed their Christmas plans, whether relatives were agreeable, the quality of the turkey, and if the gifts were to their liking. At such moments, Mavis felt an urge to withdraw. It wasn't that she feared being pricked by their words, but rather that her mere presence seemed to stifle their conversations. This sensation was exceedingly awkward. Thus, she retreated to the library to practice her disillusionment charm. The twins had already mastered it. They had likely consulted their older brother and came running with pride, though upon closer inspection, one could still discern flaws. When standing still, they had nearly melded with their surroundings. Focus, precision, like the flow of water. "Do not overflow the cup," she reminded them. They eagerly relayed their experience to the top student of their year, watching her expectantly. Mavis rolled up her sleeves. "Protego!" A white rabbit burst forth, splattering them with a face full of fluff. "What is this?" they exclaimed. "Humph," Mavis replied playfully, although somewhat begrudgingly. She took their suggestions to heart. Later that evening, while showering in the dormitory bathroom, she endeavored to feel the flow of water. Standing under the warm cascade, she allowed the soothing water to envelop her. With her wand gently tapping her forehead, she guided the sensation downwards, cascading over her neck, chest, abdomen, arms, and legs, finally pooling at her feet. Did I succeed? Mavis wondered as she gazed at her palm. Her body manifested a peculiar translucence, akin to frosted glass, partially revealing the colors behind her, yet still retaining a sense of existence. The direction was correct. She would try again. Squeezing a pump of shower gel, she lathered it over her body, increasing the water flow to rinse it away. Magic flowed through her. After repeating this process several times, her shower was complete. Mavis donned an oversized t-shirt and cast a quick-drying charm on herself, emerging from the bathroom, feeling refreshed and burrowing into her bed. She pulled out her notebook and began to jot down her reflections on learning spells. Her 3 roommates were engrossed in the radio, whispering to one another. "This is a song by Celestina Warbeck. My mother adores her," Alice introduced. "Do wizards have radios, but no televisions?" Betty lamented. "If only there were TV shows. I watched Twin Peaks over Christmas. Have you seen it? It's phenomenal." Mavis suddenly perked up, directed by David Lynch. Yes. Have you seen it?" Betty replied eagerly. I've heard of it," Mavis replied. "I fancy Cooper. He is quite dashing." Betty leaned in. "Curious you like him? Then who asked it in your notebook?" "Leslie Chung. A star from Hong Kong," Mavis replied, attempting to promote. "Have you seen A Chinese Ghost Story? It's a tale of love between a scholar and a ghost." "A ghost?" Kay exclaimed. "Those are dark creatures that look like skeletons." "Oh my, how terrifying." "Chinese ghosts are not frightening. They are tragic and sorrowful," Mavis defended. Kay and Betty were baffled, believing it wasn't a love story but rather a horror tale. Mavis felt an immense disappointment wash over her, and she retired to bed, disheartened. That night, she dreamt of Riddle once more. In a warm club, he observed her closely. "Lynn, you seem rather unhappy." "Doi," Mavis replied. Riddle smiled faintly. "It appears you have finally come to realize." "What?" Mavis inquired. "Human existence is inherently lonely. Friendship, love, companionship. These are all meaningless pursuits," he stated calmly. "As long as you possess sufficient strength, all that you desire can be achieved." Mavis chuckled, swiftly diverting the topic. "Does the senior know about the spell I mentioned last time?" "I admit, the countercharm for Animagus is exceedingly rare. I am not particularly adept in Transfiguration," he replied with a blend of humility and arrogance. "However, you need not concern yourself with such an obscure spell. Do you wish to know who the Animagus transforms into? It's quite simple." He drew his wand, pointing at a nearby spider, his wrist trembling slightly. Soul reveal. A flash of light erupted, and the spider quivered as a hazy silhouette began to emerge from its body, akin to a shadow on a foggy day. Mavis gaped in astonishment. "What is this?" "An Animagus can only alter its body, not its soul," Riddle explained. "By casting this spell, you will perceive the essence of things, be it human or animal." "Isn't that straightforward?" Mavis cursed under her breath, finally grasping that the Dark Lord's wool was not easily shorn. This was indeed ruthless. "I have fulfilled my promise. Now it is your turn." His wand aimed at her forehead. "My mark or a piercing pain?" Chapter 35. Bets and Competitions. In the frigid depths of winter, Mavis sat beneath the canopy, trembling uncontrollably. This was truly dire. She once believed that Voldemort during the Riddle era was relatively restrained, adept at disguise, and not as cruel as he became later. Little did she know how profoundly mistaken she was. No matter how charming his appearance, it could not conceal his mad and ruthless nature. Throughout her life, she had endured hardships and faced hunger as a common plight. Yet the excruciating pain she felt nearly drove her to the brink of despair. It was utterly terrifying. Maeve considered her reaction to be prompt. The moment he presented his choice, she did not even entertain the notion of pretense and turned to flee. The next instant, the searing agony crashed in her back. How to describe this sensation? It was akin to the agony experienced by someone suffering from severe menstrual cramps, where the pain did not reside in the abdomen but in the heart, with blood flow completely stifled, bones aching excruciatingly as if they were fracturing inch by inch, and her brain felt as if it were being drilled into at the temples. She was jolted awake from her dream, fraught with terror. One could only say that the Lombard couple had it exceedingly hard. They were true warriors. She wiped the cold sweat from her brow, sipped from her thermos of hot water, and gradually composed herself. Once calm, May found herself contemplating her next course of action. She had initially intended to extract the content of the Animagus countercurse from Riddle to vanquish Scabbers, but she was uncertain whether Riddle had deliberately deceived her or was genuinely unaware at that moment. However, this was likely the true visage of the Dark Lord. Among the Death Eaters, some genuinely followed him, while others were compelled by fear, but regardless of the motive, what he offered was, from the very beginning, merely candy wrapped around a poison bait. Whether sincere or feigned, once one picked it up to consume, there was no escape from the trap. Although still shaken, May found herself inexplicably curious about what would transpire next. Was the searing pain merely a precursor to recruitment? Yet, she felt utterly incapable of enduring it. "Never mind. I'm only in my second year. There's no need to rush through the final boss," she reassured herself, burrowing back into her blankets. She spent the night tossing and turning. The following day, in the Great Hall, she dully consumed her breakfast. "Hey, Maeve." Two new figures appeared beside her. "Quickly tell us, What spell did you use earlier? Maeve replied, impossible and oh, Maeve baby, dear Maeve. The two mischief makers had bestowed upon her a peculiar nickname, eagerly pressing her for answers. Certain that it was a spell taught by Dumbledore, they lowered their voices conspiratorially. This is a profound spell. I assent it, considering we were exploring Hogwarts together. Maeve rolled her eyes dramatically. Fine. Fred interjected. We want to let you? You agree? He and George exchanged glances, both incredulous. This ISNT, a dangerous spell. Maeve stuffed cereal in her mouth, but many wizards struggle to learn it. I doubt you could cast it now. The Patronus charm required not only happiness, but also a determination to safeguard that happiness. Without the pressure of Voldemort, how could a 12-year-old possess such awareness? The spell is the Patronus charm, which necessitates recalling your joy. Maeve explained, it's that simple. George remarked, Fred, is she underestimating us? No, I'm envying you. She corrected him. Also, don't randomly assign nicknames XX baby or something. It easily conjures strange associations, okay, Maeve? They were merely jesting, and cheerfully complied, suggesting, how about we make a bet? Bet on what? We're confident we can learn this spell. The twins were exceedingly confident. All right, let us see whether you learn the Patronus charm first, or I learn the disillusionment charm first. Maeve readily agreed. If I win, you must lend me Scabbers for a few days. Fred replied, that S. Percy S. rat. We'll just borrow it for a bit. George nudged him with his elbow. No problem. Percy would definitely lend it to us for 2 days. Deal? She inquired. Deal. While learning spells, another significant event unfolded on campus, the Quidditch match. The official seeker had unfortunately broken his leg in the previous match and was still recuperating. Thus Maeve was thrust into the spotlight. On the day of the match, her face was ashen, and she longed to invent an anti-motion sickness spell. However, the captain did not grant her the opportunity. Maeve, if you can catch the golden snitch, I'll give you a box of chocolate frogs, but if you dare faint, I'll burn your robes, understand? Maeve thought, this sly fellow is definitely not from our house. Regardless, she was compelled to mount the broomstick. The Nimbus series, of course, was not hers. Cedric generously lent her his new broom, and although she had underperformed in the previous term S exams, after being selected for the team, Mr. Diggory had finally purchased the broom she had long coveted. You can do this, he encouraged her. Maeve replied, why don't you go instead? Cedric gave her a gentle push. The broom shot up into the sky. The early spring air was frigid, and Maeve sneezed as soon as she ascended. It's that goblin, the Slytherin players whispered amongst themselves. The captain almost instantaneously decided, get her off. The players exchanged glances. They were all too eager to teach this outspoken opponent of pure blood supremacy a lesson, their enthusiasm palpable. Watch this. 2 beaters mounted their brooms, swinging their bats to strike the bludger. The massive ball charged towards Maeve. She raised the handle of her broom, slightly soaring to evade the attack. Where's the golden snitch? Maeve had never been nearsighted, but the snitch was swift, small, and those with poor dynamic vision could easily miss that fleeting golden blur. She looked around, unable to spot the snitch, only to be pursued once more by the bludger. Moreover, the 2 tall Slytherin chasers took delight in using their brooms to sweep her aside, obstructing her escape from the bludger's trajectory. How had been set up? Maeve belatedly realized this harsh reality. She quickly gathered her wits, elevating her broom while retrieving her wand. According to Quidditch rules, one could not interfere with opposing players, their brooms, the referee, the ball, or any other spectators present. However, it did not state that one could not manipulate the field, oneself, or one's allies, did it? She first cast a sensation charm on her side, enhancing her state. Then, snowflakes flutter. A flurry of snowflakes erupted, scattering across the pitch. This was the snowmaking charm, an advanced spell, but Professor Flitwick had used it to adorn the Great Hall for Christmas, and Maeve had learned it under the guise of helping. Seizing the opportunity as the snowflakes obscured visibility, she allowed her broom to descend, evading their pursuit. Consequently, an unusual scene unfolded on the field. At the Hufflepuff goalposts, snowflakes danced, obscuring vision, while at the Slytherin end, it was calm and overcast. Water and fire did not intrude upon one another. Maeve cast a protective charm on her broom, thinking it unreliable. It wasn't hers, and she couldn't afford to damage it, needing to be cautious. One more. Armor charm. With her protective layers complete, she was ready to engage. Her voice boomed as she pointed her wand at herself. Maeve fell into her old habit from gaming. Trash. Come at me. Who as cowardly as a dog? Kneel and call me daddy. Commonly known as trash talk. Chapter 36. A brief respite. The match against Slytherin resulted in mutual injury. Following the event, the twins dubbed it the most bizarre match in recent years. Maeve unleashed her full sarcasm, inciting the wrath of Slytherin, who chased her around the field until she was ultimately struck on the back of the head by the bludger. She distinctly recalled that as she plummeted down, enduring the sharp pain, she willingly dismounted her broom, her back and backside hitting the ground with a thud. Yet she clutched her broom tightly. The teammates rushed to her aid, but she inquired, "Is the broom all right?" Professor Sprout, visibly irritated, exclaimed, "What time is it? And you're still concerned about the broom?" She levitated Maeve, reassuring her teammates, "I'll take her to the hospital wing right away. Don't worry. Madame Pomfrey will mend her up." Maeve protested, "Is the broom unharmed?" "Stop worrying about the broom." The anxious senior, serving as the batter, exclaimed, "That's not my broom." Mei Weiqi mirrored her urgency, struggling like an overturned turtle. "Oh no, I can't afford to lose this." The captain paused momentarily before reassuring, "It's not broken." Mei Weiqi let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Slytherin had already lost one player due to a foul, and, moments ago, two batters had violated at least 3 rules in their attempt to escort Mei Weiqi, consequently facing the wrath of Madame Hooch and being sent off. 5 minutes later, the chasers, stripped of their batter protection, were attacked by a rogue bludger and had to exit the game. They were left with merely a goalkeeper and 1 chaser. In contrast, Hufflepuff boasted a complete team of 6 members, aside from Mei Weiqi. Thus, they leveraged their numerical superiority to score frantically. Once the match concluded, the captain approached Mei Weiqi to console her, still relishing the exhilarating experience. "I've never played so delightfully before." Mei Weiqi retorted, "Your joy is built on my endurance of disdain." Regrettably, they had captured the golden snitch, leaving the captain disheartened. With Hufflepuff losing their seeker, Slytherin undoubtedly seized the golden snitch. Ultimately, in the epic confrontation of Badger versus Serpent, the score stood at 230 to 200 in favor of Hufflepuff. "You are our hero," the captain declared, fulfilling his promise by gifting her a box of chocolate frogs. The other students generously contributed a basket of snacks to the hospital wing, all provided through their camaraderie. However, having sustained a blow to the head, Mei Weiqi experienced mild concussion symptoms, rendering her unable to keep food down and confined to rest. Ultimately, she bore the burden alone. The following day brought another match, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. They had learned the Honey Badger's audacious tactics and began with scathing insults. Yet, unlike Mei Weiqi, whose insults served a tactical purpose, they resorted to personal attacks, questioning parental lineage and hurling insults at the Weasley twins, labeling them pure-blood traitors and paupers, and that would, "You foolish muggle mother." Naturally, Gryffindor retaliated with their own barbs directed at Slytherin. "Hurry and lick the Dark Lord's boots. You'll be the next Dark Wizard." The professors were left astounded. Following discussions, Dumbledore decided to prohibit the use of amplification spells in Quidditch. Mei Weiqi lamented, "Life is devoid of meaning." After several days of illness without much to do, she resolved to practice the disillusionment charm while lying in her hospital bed, visualizing herself merging completely with the bed. Eventually, after numerous attempts, she succeeded unexpectedly. Madame Pomfrey entered, inquiring, "Lynn, where are you?" Mei Weiqi, feigning stillness, remained silent. As Madame Pomfrey walked past her bed without pausing, heading outside, Mei Weiqi observed her hand, appearing almost non-existent, blending with the white of the sheets. Stopping her magical output caused her form to abruptly materialize. "Madam, I'm right here," she called, having just returned from the restroom. Madame Pomfrey rushed back, relieved to find her resting properly, sternly stating, "You may leave no earlier than tomorrow." Mei Weiqi vowed to take good care of her health. The next day, she was discharged. She sought out the twins, asking, "Have you learned the Patronus charm yet?" Fred replied, "We've been busy practicing Quidditch lately." George added, "What is a strict captain?" Fred continued, "So the spells." George interjected, "At least we've conjured some smoke." Mei Weiqi cruelly informed them, "Most people can produce smoke. That is hardly impressive. Have you mastered the disillusionment charm?" The twins exchanged doubtful glances. Mei Weiqi produced her wand, promptly demonstrating the transformation. The twins shared a glance, their faces falling. "A bet's a bet," she urged. Fred replied, "Of course, we still have some credit." Mei Weiqi shrugged, as if recalling something. "Do you have a piece of parchment?" The twins chimed in unison. "Trade for your secret." Mei Weiqi pondered among her many small secrets, snapped her fingers, "Deal." To show sincerity, she suggested, "Follow me." She made her way to the 8th floor, locating the tapestry depicting the troll being beaten by the barrow, gesturing for them to stand back before concentrating. "I wish for a lounge filled with books." She walked back and forth until the thought became powerful enough. After 3 rounds, a door appeared. "Come," she beckoned, pushing the door open. Inside was a cozy room with a roaring fireplace, soft cushions, steaming tea, and cookies. A row of bookshelves lined the walls. filled with a plethora of spellbooks. Fred, do you see this? George twirled excitedly. There's even a secret room. Mei Wei Si clarified, this isn't a secret room. It's a room of requirement. After a moment, she added, I believe this can serve as our secret base. So cool. Fred and George high-fived, their excitement palpable. What are you planning to do? Blow up Slytherin's common room? Mei Wei Si replied, practice magic. Skipping that topic, she extended her hand, the parchment, please. Fred produced the Marauder's map, teasing, I bet you don't know how to use it. What if I do? She countered, what's the wager? George interjected, Fred, don't bet with her. Do you really think she won't know? Fred insisted, we should have some confidence. Mei Wei Si decided it best not to bully younger students. Fine, I don't know. How do you use it? It just looks like an ordinary piece of parchment. The twins exchanged knowing glances, responding in unison. Too fake. You definitely know. I don't, Mei Wei Si insisted. You do, the twins retorted. The banter continued until Mei Wei Si stubbornly denied knowledge, finally compelling them to mercifully reveal the incantation. The Marauder's map unfolded, and Mei Wei Si feigned interest in Dumbledore before surveying the dormitory, eventually casting a casual glance at Percy. He was absent. She redirected to the Gryffindor common room, discovering his name tucked away in a corner. When can I borrow Scabbers? Mei Wei Si inquired. The twins chorused. Next week, how about that? Percy will be busy preparing for finals. Let us play with his little rat for a while. Mei Wei Si smiled. That sounds wonderful. Chapter 37. A Trap for the King. The Weasley twins persuaded Percy to lend them Scabbers during study time. However, Percy was no fool. He sensed that the twins were not genuinely interested in Scabbers, demanding they clarify their intentions before he would agree to lend him. After some resistance, the twins could not sway their stern, serious brother and ultimately confessed about the wager with Mei Wei Si. Consequently, Percy approached Mei Wei Si directly, asking, what do you need Scabbers for? Oh, I want to practice Transfiguration. Aren't we supposed to transform animals this year? I'd like to practice a few more times. Mei Wei Si replied smoothly, without hesitation. Can I? I promise to take good care of Scabbers. While speaking, she produced a cake she had prepared. This is a treat for Scabbers. A hint of a smile broke through Percy's stern demeanor. Of course, just know that I worry about Fred and George teasing him. Scabbers has been with us for nearly 10 years and can't handle their pranks. We would never do that. The twins protested in unison. Mei Wei Si beamed. Thank you. I knew Percy would agree. After all, I am, the headmaster's current favorite student. Percy nodded, handing Scabbers over before heading to the library. Mei Wei Si placed Scabbers into the transformed basket, lining it with a handkerchief, and adding pumpkin juice and a small piece of cake. The twins asked, are you really going to practice Transfiguration? Yes, Mei Wei Si affirmed. Professor McGonagall is particularly strict with me. I need to practice. Do you want to join me? The twins shook their heads vigorously. We still have Quidditch practice. She shrugged, all right then. Bidding farewell to the twins, Mavis placed a small basket down and casually wandered into an empty classroom, securing the door behind her. From her pocket, she extracted a paper box containing a captured ladybug. Ben, you mustn't catch it, she admonished the mouse with a mock seriousness. First, enjoy some cake, and there's pumpkin juice as well. The mouse nestled within the basket. Remaining still, Mavis set the beetle upon the desk and commenced her practice of transfiguration. The ladybug transformed sporadically into a half button, then into a long antennae button, always proving less than satisfactory. Nevertheless, she persevered through numerous attempts, ultimately succeeding in transfiguring it into a silver button. It needs a bit more embellishment, Mavis murmured to herself, continuing to wave her wand. In the meantime, Ben had relaxed considerably. It sniffed at the cake and swiftly devoured a substantial portion, which had been sweetened with honey, leaving it feeling parched. Thus it sipped a couple of gulps of pumpkin juice. The flavor was delightful. Ben, it's your turn now. Mavis lifted the mouse from the basket, casting the transfiguration spell once more. The results this time were evidently worse. The mouse transformed into a cup that either sprouted multiple tails or grew fur. Discouraged, she lamented, "Why is transfiguration so challenging? No, I must try again." After several more attempts, each culminating in failure, she sighed, retrieving a piece of chocolate from her pocket. After indulging in one, she hesitated painfully before unwrapping another and offering it to the seemingly defiant mouse. "Ben, do give this a try. Honey, Duke's liqueur chocolate. Once we finish it, we shall practice a few more times." The mouse approached cautiously, catching a whiff of the faint liqueur aroma. After a moment's hesitation, observing the girl rifling through her transfiguration textbook, it boldly swallowed the rare delicacy. The effects of the alcohol began to take hold, leaving it in a state of blissful disorientation. "It's almost time," the girl stated. "I must return you to Percy, alas." She placed the mouse back in the basket and took her leave. As she walked, swaying slightly, the intoxication intensified. Faintly, Ben heard her murmur, "Percy, thank you for your mouse. It seems to have fallen asleep." Indeed it had. Mavis paused, confirming the mouse in the basket remained motionless, and immediately cast a joy charm, enveloping the mouse in immense delight. Then, she applied a binding charm to prevent any potential escape. Swiftly, rope shot forth, securing the wicker basket with an extra layer of safety. Having completed her preparations, she dashed away, racing towards the headmaster's office. The stairs appeared just in time. Within mere minutes, Mavis arrived at the office door, uttering the password, which prompted the stone creature to open the spiral staircase for her ascent. In those fleeting seconds, an unavoidable worry crept in. What if Dumbledore were absent? That would complicate matters significantly. She touched her pocket watch, silently wishing for everything to proceed smoothly. The staircase halted, and Mavis stepped into the headmaster's office, just in time to witness Dumbledore emerging from the fireplace. He appeared quite surprised. "Miss Lynn, today does not seem to be our scheduled class time. You must have something of great importance to discuss with me." "Indeed, Headmaster," Mavis replied, placing the wicker basket on his desk, and began to weave a tale. "I have a query. Perhaps I am overthinking, but I hope to share it with you." Dumbledore waved his hand, and 2 cups of red tea appeared on the table. Nodding in acknowledgement, he replied, "I shall." Mavis continued, "You see, in our second year, we are learning to transfigure animals into objects of equivalent size, beetles into buttons, mice into cups, and so forth. My transfiguration skills are not exceptional, yet I have managed to grasp the concepts quite well. However, every attempt to transfigure Ban has ended in failure." She paused briefly, adding, "Ban is the Weasley family's pet mouse and is already 10 years old." Dumbledore sipped his tea, patiently listening. Mavis felt a surge of relief at her cleverness. In a few years, as the headmaster became inundated with responsibilities, he likely wouldn't spare so much time on a clearly fabricated story. "Initially, I thought my magical ability might be insufficient for the transformation, but I successfully transfigured Fong, Hagrid's dog, into a chair without issue," she asserted thus. "I believe the problem lies with the mouse." Dumbledore nodded, graciously acknowledging her point. "Perhaps this mouse possesses the bloodline of a magical creature, making it challenging for your level of magic to effectuate a transformation." Mavis replied dryly, "True, but it is also possible that this is more than just a mouse." Dumbledore furrowed his brow. Their eyes met, and Mavis, disheartened to find that deceiving was indeed no simple task, shifted her approach to divulge a fragment of truth. "I do not wish to betray a friend, but he has been marked with a name." "Marked?" Dumbledore grasped the implication. "A magical artifact?" Mavis neither confirmed nor denied. "It is a person's name, Peter Pettigrew." The elder's expression finally shifted. Clearing his throat, he stated coldly, "Let revert to its original form." A flash of blue light enveloped the slumbering mouse, transforming it into a balding middle-aged man. Mavis released a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lift. Dumbledore then cast a revival charm. Peter awoke, his eyes widening at the sight of the last face he wished to see. In a moment of panic, he screamed, "Dumbledore!" Mavis interjected, "Peter, we know everything." "No," he cried. "Why are you doing this?" she inquired. Peter, weeping profusely, instinctively denied his guilt. "I didn't Dumbledore. You must believe me, I didn't betray James." Chapter 38, The Deception. Peter's defense was predictable. Mavis immediately countered. "Why were you staying with the Weasley family?" I feared retribution from Sirius. He is terrifying. He wants to kill me." Peter stammered. Mavis retorted, "He claims it was all you're doing." Peter, now somewhat composed, groveled at Dumbledore's feet, asserting, "He lies. He betrayed James. He has allied with the Dark Lord." "Dumbledore, you must trust me." Mavis interjected, "But he used Veritaserum, claiming you had sided with the Dark Lord. Are you willing to take the Veritaserum?" Peter faltered, stammering, "I don't know how he deceived you. I am innocent. Everyone knows I am not the secret keeper. How could I betray James?" Mavis challenged, "You are quite cooperative. Sirius asserts that you are the secret keeper, not he." Boldly, she declared, "You deceived everyone." Peter, now solely focused on pleading for mercy, exclaimed, "It wasn't me. Don't believe him. I did nothing." Mavis pressed on, "If you did nothing, why disguise yourself as a mouse to hide?" "I was afraid. I'm sorry, James. I couldn't come out," Peter stuttered. "I was just too scared. If Voldemort's followers found me, I would surely die. Villains with intelligence are exceedingly vexing." Mavis glanced toward the headmaster for assistance. Dumbledore regarded the panicked Peter with calm intensity, stating, "Miss Lynn, would you be so kind as to summon Professor Snape and bring the Veritaserum?" "No, Dumbledore." Peter panicked. I didn't Mavis waved her wand, conjuring a white rabbit. Please inform Professor Snape that the headmaster requests he bring the Veritaserum and come to the headmaster's office. The rabbit twitched its ears, leaped through the stone wall, and vanished into thin air. Dumbledore cast a reproachful glance at her. Mavis feigned ignorance, wearing a sweet expression that suggested, "Look how well I've learned my Patronus." Dumbledore turned away, his tone serious. "Peter, raise your head and look at me. Tell me, who is the secret keeper?" Peter quivered, wanted to argue further. However, when his gaze met Dumbledore's, he crumbled under the weight of dread. His fear of the Dark Lord was so profound that he would betray his closest friend. Yet the one whom Voldemort feared most stood before him, a man with hair and beard already turning gray. Peter could eloquently articulate his thoughts in front of Sirius and Lupin, and he could twist the truth in Severus's presence. Yet, when confronted by Dumbledore, his courage evaporated. He sorrowfully realized that he could not even muster the words to form a coherent sentence. "I am not." He trembled, his face ashen, stuttering in a desperate attempt to express himself. Ultimately, his reason crumbled. A cowardly soul cannot sustain itself for long. Moreover, he understood that if Severus were to administer Veritaserum, the situation would worsen considerably. Thus, akin to his earlier submission to the Dark Lord, Peter faltered and capitulated in this moment. "I did not mean to." He wept inconsolably. "But it was the Dark Lord. He is so terrifying. I had no choice. He would kill me. What options did he possess? He never intended to betray James and Lily. He was left with no alternatives. Through his tear-blurred vision, he perceived a dark figure materializing at the doorway. Grasping at a lifeline, Peter blurted, "Severus, you understand me, don't you? The Dark Lord is too fearsome, far too fearsome. We had no choice. I don't want to die." Severus tightly gripped the potion bottle, exuding an ominous, brooding aura. Mavis retreated a couple of steps, hiding behind Fawkes. "Dumbledore," Severus rasped. Like an enraged beast, "Please, clarify what he means." Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly and replied, "As you have heard, Peter confesses that he betrayed James and Lily." Severus instinctively denied it. "No, I think the case of Sirius requires a re-examination." Having weathered many storms, Dumbledore swiftly masked his fatigue and rallied himself. "I must visit the Ministry of Magic." He resolved, "Severus, please accompany me. Miss Lynn, your presence is no longer required here." Mavis nodded vigorously, but did not forget to cast a spell, permanent adhesive. A badge floated from her pocket and adhered itself firmly to Peter's forehead. The badge began to sing, jingle bells, jingle all the way. This was one of Mavis's exploits, a singing badge from a Christmas lottery. Utterly useless, yet surprisingly practical. Despite the gravity of the situation, Dumbledore could not help but chuckle. "Miss Lynn, I assure you, you need not worry about him escaping. He will transform into a rat." Mavis countered, "What if there are many rats at the Ministry?" Peter shot her a resentful glance, his eyes filled with animosity. Mavis declared, "Despicable traitor, hate me if you must. I fear you not." Dumbledore smiled, though a hint of sadness lingered. With a flick of his wand, Peter collapsed to the floor. "Let us go, Severus," the elder stated. "Bring the Veritaserum. We shall require it." Fudge had only just become Minister of Magic after 90 years, and there remained over 4 years until he would refuse to acknowledge Voldemort's return, desperately suppressing Harry and Dumbledore. At this moment, although he was flirting with pure-blood families, he understood that securing his position as minister necessitated Dumbledore's support. Thus, when Dumbledore requested a re-examination of Sirius's case, Fudge did not vehemently oppose it. Naturally, he harbored his own ulterior motives. At the time of the Potter's tragedy, he was the deputy head of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, the first to arrive at the scene. It was evident that he was also one of the witnesses who had sent Sirius to Azkaban. But there was still a head of department to consider. With his silver tongue, he could shift the blame entirely onto another, transforming himself into the illustrious minister who rectified wrongful convictions in his first year of office. This would undoubtedly enhance his political standing. Some matters, when viewed from a different perspective, yield entirely divergent outcomes. However, this bore little relevance to Mavis. She had to explain to Percy why his rat was no longer present. "Your rat has, some issues," Mavis stammered. Professor Dumbledore took it away. Percy and the twins were baffled. "Scabbers is just an ordinary rat." Mavis replied, "I'm sorry. I will compensate you." Of course, Percy would not allow a younger student to incur expenses, cautiously inquiring, "What is wrong with Scabbers? What did Professor Dumbledore say?" Mavis responded, "I do not know." Left with no recourse, Percy could only accept his misfortune. The twins, however, were not so easily placated. "You knew Scabbers had issues. That's why you borrowed him, right?" They were quite displeased. "Are we not friends?" Mavis asserted, "I can explain." They pressed her, "What exactly happened?" She recounted the tale she had told Dumbledore, adding at that time, "I just thought your rat was very strange. So I noted it on the map and discovered it had a peculiar name." The twins were not entirely convinced, but could not fathom any other possibilities. So they chose to disregard it. "Mavis, you have greatly disappointed us," they lamented. "Why didn't you tell us about this sooner?" Mavis apologized profusely, promising that should a similar situation arise in the future, she would certainly involve them. In addition, she faced another significant dilemma. She had to return to defense against the dark arts class. Indeed, with only half a month until exam week. And it being the end of term, Professor Flitwick had entered St. Mungo's. On the day Mavis brought Scabbers to see the headmaster, Dumbledore had just returned from St. Mungo's, confirming that Professor Flitwick would no longer be able to teach. She was particularly curious about what had happened to Professor Flitwick. Chapter 39, End of the Academic Year. Why Professor Flitwick had entered St. Mungo's became the subject of much speculation among the students. A younger Badger, whose cousin was a Ravenclaw dating a Slytherin, brought forth second-hand rumors. It was said he was cursed by a dark magical artifact. In the common room, everyone gathered together, whispering conspiratorially during Christmas. At a gathering of pure-blood families, someone supposedly brought out a dark magical object. Professor Flitwick claimed he was quite adept at handling such things, and then they left the statement hanging, exchanging knowing glances. The chorus of "oh" echoed as they sensed the gravity of the situation. Mavis was not particularly interested. Her main concern was whether she could endure Severus's substitute teaching during this time. It was evidently going to be challenging. Severus had not forgotten who had brought Scabbers. On the first day of his substitute teaching, he declared, "With only 10 days until the exam, I have no time for idle chatter. Now, I shall call upon a student to come forward and review this year as curriculum." Mavis sat in the long-awaited classroom, her heart racing. "Miss Lynn, please come up," Severus said coldly. Mavis reluctantly approached the front. He opened a box, releasing a group of trolls. These were a type of Russian demon resembling stones, known for shadowing individuals. If someone were to be followed for an extended period, they would be afflicted with a peculiar debuff, leading to exhaustion and despair, ultimately resulting in being devoured by the trolls. Dealing with them was quite simple. A strong individual could kick them away effectively. However, for a smaller wizard, the stunning spell could suffice. It sounded straightforward, didn't it? Yet Severus unleashed a swarm of trolls. Mavis found herself instantly surrounded by a throng of stone creatures. In that moment, regardless of which direction she cast the stunning spell, she would be attacked by the other creatures. She promptly raised her wand and cast the extension charm on the chandelier above, causing it to stretch and descend rapidly. She then leaped onto it, dispelling the spell and escaping the encirclement. The trolls collapsed to the floor. Her wand emitted a continuous stream of red light, driving away the pesky demons. 5 minutes later, the trolls retreated back into the box. Mavis employed her previous tactic again, using the chandelier as an elevator and leisurely descending. The students of Hufflepuff yearned to erupt into applause. However, a piercing glance from Snape silenced them instantly. With a cold smirk, he declared, "Next." The next unfortunate soul approached the front, bearing a woeful expression. The towering creature returned once more. To be fair, one must admit that while self-studying from notes is beneficial, Snape's practical lessons undoubtedly hold greater value. Thus, although Maeve was consistently called upon, she found herself resistant to the idea. She merely feigned trepidation when Snape derided her. Remarking that Miss Lynn understood the essence of fear, he refrained from further actions. She had passed this hurdle. Subsequently, the final examinations finally arrived. With Professor Welfare recuperating at St. Mungo's, the defense against the dark arts examination comprised solely of theoretical questions. Maeve felt secure in her initial 3 subjects. The history of magic required filling in 100 blanks, while Transfiguration called for a paper and the transformation of a lizard into a necklace. Astronomy involved recounting historical events and predicting the future based on that evening's celestial arrangements. The charms examination proved the simplest, requiring the successful casting of all the spells taught throughout the year for full marks. The herbology assessment featured 10 analytical questions regarding the care and handling of biting vines, the total number of geranium species, along with a brief description of each variant. Once all assessments concluded, Dumbledore extended an invitation for tea. What was meant to happen would inevitably unfold. At the outset, Dumbledore shared delightful news. Sirius had been released from prison. Maeve's heart soared with joy. This was splendid news. Dumbledore remarked that once Peter faced judgment, Sirius would likely be fully exonerated. Maeve responded, "I cannot imagine better news." Dumbledore smiled gently, then, attempting to soften his tone, asked, "Maeve, do you mind if I address you in this manner?" To which she replied, Not at all. Very well. Maeve, the old man interlaced his fingers earnestly and inquired, would you be willing to share what led you to make such a decision? Maeve responded simply, my own volition. He continued, everyone harbors secrets. Your willingness to maintain a friend's confidentiality is commendable. I would never ask you to betray a friend, but, Maeve, Peter has concealed himself too deeply. Maeve met his gaze, and after a moment of realization, stated, no one coerced me into this. Dumbledore watched her, waiting for her to elaborate. I chose to expose him. No one prompted or encouraged me. It was my own decision. She spoke with certainty and seriousness. I wish for the wrong to be vindicated and for the true traitor to be punished and pay the price he deserves. Dumbledore candidly admitted, this is indeed unexpected. I presumed you had received some assistance. At that moment, Maeve hesitated, acknowledging, indeed, even if I claimed I discovered Peter's plot, it would lack credibility. After much contemplation, she confessed, I do not wish to lie. Falsehoods are devoid of meaning. However, I must confess to you, I did know from the beginning that Scabbers was Peter Pettigrew. Dumbledore comprehended her revelation. He spoke with measured rationality. You may keep your secret. Maeve felt immense gratitude, and, when pressed for more, could only divulge her timepiece. Regarding her travels, she honestly didn't perceive it as a taboo, yet deemed it inappropriate to share. Such arrangements were satisfactory. On the eve before leaving school, the final examination results were released. Although Slytherin secured the House Cup, Maeve achieved first place. Hufflepuff brimmed with pride. This year, Maeve also applied to remain at the school. Dumbledore offered no objections, but on the third day following the holiday, he took the initiative to invite her to visit Diagon Alley together. Sirius hoped to see Harry, and Dumbledore explained, I believe you may wish to witness this moment. However, to his surprise, Maeve declined. She said, family reunions do not require my presence. Dumbledore gazed at her in astonishment, compelled to reveal more. Sirius also wishes to see you. Maeve shook her head once more. I have done nothing. I merely spoke the truth. Reflecting further, she added, but I have a request. The Weasley family pet has gone missing. Is it possible? This matter was quite awkward. She felt guilty for not compensating, yet lacked the funds to do so. After all, it was Sirius who had initially compensated Ron. So, she hoped he might contribute once more. I shall convey your message, Dumbledore replied, winking meaningfully. Perhaps, if you go, you might discover other surprises. Chapter 40. Harry's Joy. It turned out that Harry believed moving from the cupboard to a small room upstairs constituted a life that he could never have previously imagined. Although Aunt Petunia still assigned him numerous chores, Dudley continued to bully him, and Uncle Vernon shouted at him daily. They seemed to have ceased mentioning his parents. Harry sensitively recognized that this change was somehow related to the unexpected visitor from a year prior. Yet, Aunt Petunia forbade him from eavesdropping, sending him outside to run errands. Upon his return, he could only see that Aunt Petunia's eyes were slightly red, and the guest had vanished. To be fair, he found little dissatisfaction with his life. However, who could have anticipated that a year later, he would encounter an extraordinary surprise? Godfather. He actually had a godfather. His name was Sirius, a gaunt yet handsome man. The moment they met, he eagerly lifted Harry and exclaimed, You look just like your father. In that instant, Harry's vision blurred. He did not comprehend why tears streamed down his face, but he could not contain his emotions. Overwhelming joy engulfed him. Their time together was fleeting, and he was reluctant to part ways. Thus, Sirius invited him to stay for a while, to which Harry eagerly agreed. Upon learning of this, Aunt Petunia spent 3 consecutive days cursing him. You ungrateful wretch, we raised you, and you leave at the mere suggestion of others. Or if you starve on the streets, do not expect us to come looking for you. Harry felt a sliver of guilt. He had to admit that despite the Dursleys' disdain, they had never truly cast him out of their home. Aunt Petunia, he said awkwardly, I'm only going to stay away for a few days. Uncle Vernon bellowed, Petunia, tell him that if he dares to bring back anything strange, we shall send him off to boarding school. Dudley, munching on his cereal, muttered, maybe he won't come back at all. In the midst of chaos, Harry departed from the Dursleys, boarding a taxi. Aunt Petunia explained to the nosy neighbors. He is off to summer camp. Yes, Dudley won't be going. He can't handle the hardship. The driver assisted by placing the luggage in the trunk while extracting a note. Let me see, Mr. Black's reservation for number 17, Privet Drive, correct? Harry nodded nervously. The taxi sped away, arriving in an upscale neighborhood in Surrey. Sirius awaited him at the door, and as soon as he disembarked, he rushed forward to embrace him tightly. Thank goodness, Harry, you're here. Thus began Harry's joyful life. Sirius prepared an abundance of food for him. Snacks galore, chips, soda, cake. and allowed him to watch television at any time. Living with him was a friend of his godfather, who was also a good friend of his parents, named Lupin. He was gentle and patient, always advising Sirius not to overindulge Harry. Harry felt he had never been this happy before. Yet, an even more astonishing revelation awaited him. His parents had not died in a car accident. They were murdered while battling an evil foe. Furthermore, he was not a muggle, but a wizard. A wizard. It was utterly unbelievable. Throughout the summer, Harry felt dazed, contemplating the mysterious figure, Hogwarts, the unforgivable curses. Everything seemed overwhelming. Lupin expressed concern. Sirius, perhaps we should not reveal this to Harry so soon. He is only 11. No, Harry instinctively retorted, I am not afraid. Indeed, although it appeared to those around him that he was in grave peril, he felt no fear in the presence of his two guardians. Should this situation allow him to remain close to his loved ones, he would willingly embrace any hardship. Harry declared, I'm not afraid. Sirius, I yearn to know everything. Sirius, patting his shoulder with a sense of pride, responded, you must truly be a Gryffindor. Yet, he added, Remus is correct. At present, you need not concern yourself with too much. The most significant event for you this year is attending Hogwarts. Harry was already familiar with Hogwarts. He merely felt a tinge of regret. I promised a friend I would accompany her to a distant secondary school. That matter could wait. Sirius, grinning, suggested, let us first prepare for your birthday. This marked Harry's inaugural birthday celebration. He was filled with excitement, fidgeting restlessly since the previous day, eager to discover if there would be a cake, yet hesitant to broach the subject lest he impose upon them. His anxiety peaked in the early hours of the 31st when suddenly the door to his bedroom was knocked upon. Happy birthday! Sirius and Remus entered, bearing a large cake adorned with 11 flickering candles. Harry sprang upright, rubbing his eyes. Happy birthday, Harry, Remus said gently, his emerald eyes glistening with tears. Harry sniffled and embraced them, stammering, I am so happy. Thank you both. He devoured a generous slice of cake before succumbing to slumber. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Harry awoke late, hurriedly brushing his teeth before descending the stairs. Sirius waved an envelope in his hand, exclaiming, Harry, a letter! He bounded over to seize the envelope, noticing the prominent Hogwarts crest emblazoned upon it. In his haste, he tore it open. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Dear Mr. Harry Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. It was a letter from Hogwarts. Harry leapt into the air, a sense of joyous relief washing over him. Sirius draped an arm around his shoulders, saying, What are we waiting for? Let's head to Diagon Alley. It was a fantastical outing. Harry experienced the wonders of the Wizarding World for the first time as he entered the leaky cauldron, stepped into Diagon Alley, and marveled at its vibrancy. Sirius guided him to purchase a wand, 11 inches, holly wood, with a phoenix feather. Remus gifted him a brass scales and a crystal bottle. They indulged in ice cream, when suddenly, a towering figure approached, carrying a pure white owl. I thought I would miss it. The giant grumbled, Harry, happy birthday. The last time I saw you, you were just a little tyke. Remus interjected, This is Hagrid, a friend of your father S. Hagrid remarked, I was the one who brought you to the Dursleys. They've treated you well, I hope. Mayway, he continued, they've been mistreating you. It's absolutely outrageous. If Dumbledore hadn't stopped me. He was interrupted as someone tugged at his sleeve to prevent him from revealing too much. Hagrid, don't you have other matters to attend to? Oh, right. Hagrid hastily set down the owl. Dumbledore assigned me a task, so Mayway, I'll come find you later? All right, she replied. Harry stared at her, astonished. Don't be so surprised, she said. What other school besides Hogwarts offers free tuition and board? You knew all along. Harry exclaimed. Your story is well known. I would naturally learn about it upon enrollment, Mayway replied. Why didn't you tell me? Harry asked. Would it have made a difference? She maintained a stern expression, but after several moments, the joy of reuniting with a friend overwhelmed her. I'm so glad to see you. Chapter 41, Mayway's Choice. Happy birthday. Mayway presented him with a pumpkin pastry, decorated with cherry jam in the shape of a smiley face. Harry was brimming with questions. Do you now reside at Hogwarts? Sort of, she replied. He was curious. What do you usually do? Mayway began to count off on her fingers. In the mornings, I clean up after the owls and tidy their feathers. A few of them have had babies recently, so I've been helping Hagrid make nests and care for them. Hagrid said if they all survive, he'd give me one. Then I go back to baking bread and processing the smoked meat. It takes at least 7 or 8 cutting charms to prepare those wild boars. In the afternoons, I help Hagrid look after small creatures and gather the freshly picked fruits. This year, for some reason, The cherries have grown exceptionally well. I've been busy for half a month, collecting several baskets of cherries every day. I made cherry pies, but Hagrid doesn't like them. So I sent them to the orphanage instead. The rest, I turned into cherry jam. There was so much that I ruined 2 cauldrons in the process. But I ended up with dozens of jars, most of which I gave to the professors. However, Mayway then produced 3 jars of jam from her robe. These are for you. Don't turn your nose up at them. You can spread it on bread. It's quite nice. Harry gratefully accepted them, still eager to hear more. What else? What more do you have? Mayway, accustomed to having few people to converse with, was invigorated by the opportunity to share. A few days ago, I took Buckbeak out for a stroll, and it startled a group of pygmy puffs, which caused chaos and knocked down Professor Sprout's greenhouse. Even worse, it rained that night, and I spent most of the night trying to fix it, ultimately having to write to the professor. But did you know, this rain also brought a significant problem? There were bludgers in the broom cupboard. I cast countless cleaning spells, yet none worked. Harry, not yet enrolled, had no understanding of Mayway's situation, treating it as a story. However, Sirius and Remus, being experienced, understood that this was far from the life a 13-year-old should lead. Harry, we must go purchase your textbooks, Sirius said, exchanging glances with Remus to change the subject. Mayway, would you like to join us? I've already bought mine, she replied. It was evident she had visited a second-hand shop, selling her old robes, shoes, and textbooks, and then purchasing new old robes, shoes, and textbooks in a one-stop shopping experience. How convenient. Furthermore, she had spotted a second-hand, complete collection of Lockhart's works in the bookstore, which she promptly purchased, knowing it would surely increase in price next year. Yet even second-hand, due to the popularity of the author, the collection was quite thick and expensive, leaving her with barely any pocket money. I'll save the feather quill for next year. For now, I'll stick with a ballpoint pen, she decided. Remus remarked. Then I shall take Harry. Sirius, you stay here to keep an eye on Lynn. Oblivious to any suspicion, Harry joyfully ran off to flourish in blots. Once they had departed, Sirius immediately inquired, Mayway, are you truly not considering my previous suggestion? Perhaps, she replied. In truth, she had met Sirius over a fortnight prior when he had not yet reclaimed Harry and was residing at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Dumbledore had introduced her to him, and their initial meeting had been awkward and tentative. Sirius expressed his awareness of her being Harry's friend and his desire to bring Harry home, seeking her counsel. However, Dumbledore had indicated that, due to the necessity of blood magic, it was best for Harry to remain with his aunt. With differing opinions, Mayway suggested he could rent a house in a Muggle neighborhood and occasionally bring Harry over for a few days. This arrangement would alleviate the burden on the Dursleys while allowing Harry to continue benefiting from the protection of blood magic. Ultimately, Sirius accepted her advice, moving out of Grimmauld Place and purchasing a villa near Harry's home, which he enchanted with protective spells. At the end of their conversation, Sirius made another proposal. Mayway, may I call you that? I heard Dumbledore mention that your parents have. Well, I'm sorry, I meant to say if you were willing, I hope to become your guardian. His tone was sincere. You could live with me and Harry. We could be a family. However, after some contemplation, Maeve spoke. In my childhood, I yearned countless times for my parents to return for me, or for some kind-hearted couple to adopt me. I did not aspire to have relatives who cherished me. I would have been content with merely having 3 meals a day, an education, and a roof over my head. Yet day after day, no one came for me, and gradually, I relinquished hope. I began to seek out work for myself to earn a bit of money. My greatest dream being to find a school that would take me in. If I could gain admission to university, no to high school, and secure a job, I could sustain myself. The air hung heavy with silence. Compared to such a future, my present circumstances are already quite favorable. Hogwarts is wonderful. I should be able to complete my 7 years successfully and then find employment within a magical realm. Sirius, I am grateful for your words, but I no longer require anyone to rescue me. Had someone adopted me before I entered school, I would have been more than willing. Adult life is arduous enough. How much more so for a child? Yet, I'm already a witch. With my wand in hand, I hold my own destiny. No matter how challenging or exhausting it may be, at least I can see a promising path ahead. If that is the case, why should I rely on others? Sirius and Harry are kin not by blood, but by the bonds they share, unlike my situation. I am merely appreciative. Sirius, you and Harry love one another. You do not need me. Maeve declared, rather than be an outsider in a family, I would prefer to be a close friend. I apologize. Her candor rendered Sirius's prepared remarks futile. Dumbledore merely sighed in silence, no longer insisting. Time returned to the present. Sirius was taken aback. In his recollection, his teenage years were filled with mischief, teasing others, squabbling with family, and playing Quidditch with friends, living carefree and indulging in whatever whims he desired. Not cleaning up after pets, cooking, tending to creatures, repairing greenhouses, or tidying rooms. That was the work of house elves. Maeve, please reconsider, he earnestly implored. Even if we cannot be a close-knit family, we can at least be a family that supports one another. You have already helped me immensely. Without you, I would have had no idea how to interact with Harry. Maeve waved her hand dismissively. You simply do not understand what Muggle children enjoy. Harry is about to start school. It is not a significant matter. Sirius hesitated to speak further. Hagrid returned, and Maeve beckoned to the half-giant, then remarked, it's getting late. I must return to care for my little owl. So, how about coming to visit? Sirius hurriedly suggested. Stay for a few days. We can play Quidditch together. I heard you're a seeker. Maeve hesitated. Can we not watch television? I haven't seen a TV show in ages. Sirius readily responded, of course. Chapter 42, Pets. Maeve had confidently informed Harry that she would bring her little owl to visit Sirius. However, when Sirius arrived on his flying motorcycle in Hogsmeade, he only saw a small, shabby box. Where's your owl? He inquired. Maeve shook her head and took a seat on the motorcycle's rear. Sirius opened his mouth, but thought better of it and started the engine. The motorcycle soared into the sky, racing through the clouds, faster than a broomstick. Cool, Maeve exclaimed. Sirius beamed with pride. I can teach you how to ride. All right, she replied, tightening her grip. Sirius revved the engine, and the motorcycle surged forward, plunging into the gloomy gray clouds of England. The damp scent of summer grass enveloped them. Maeve, I feel a bit queasy. Upon arrival, she sat on the grass, feeling dizzy and nauseous, taking a moment to recover. Drink some water, Lupin offered, handing her a bottle of chilled water. Is there any hot water? Would tea suffice? Of course. After consuming a steaming cup of tea, the turmoil in her stomach subsided. Maeve patted her ears, relieved that the pressure had finally dissipated. Harry peeked in. Where's your owl? Hedwig has been waiting for ages. Well, that is a long story, Maeve replied. The tale of her little owl stemmed back to the beginning of summer vacation. One morning, she had gone to the Ollery to clean, only to discover several nests filled with eggs. They laid their young, she exclaimed, rushing out to inform Hagrid. The two hurried back to check each nest. Ultimately, they found 3 pairs of parents with chicks and 1 single mother. It must be a rogue from outside. Hagrid fumed. Don't let me find out who it is. Maeve agreed. Naturally, while they scolded, they still allowed the rogue to enter. When a female was nesting, the male was supposed to forage for food, and once the chicks hatched, both parents would care for their young. However, the father was nowhere to be found, although Maeve made sure to feed the female daily. Ensuring she had sustenance even without the male, how could the father simply vanish? She and Hagrid were annoyed for over half a month, and eventually, the eggs hatched without knowing who the father was. At the end of July, a sudden storm struck, causing a series of mishaps, damaging the Ollery. The chicks with parents were well protected, but the single mother had 5 chicks of varying sizes. The last-born chick was pushed out by its siblings and fell ill. The poor little creature could not be adequately cared for by its mother. Hagrid took the weather-beaten chick home and tended to it by the fireplace. Maeve immediately decided to adopt this little owl, naming it Dodo. Under their attentive care, Dodo quickly recovered, chattering away in its basket, while Dodo's sibling, Yaya, loved to perch beside the basket, watching the little one. Hagrid often remarked that Dodo was too small and that it would be at least a year before it could deliver messages. But Maeve had no one to write to and cared little about that. However, the mail returned. He had not abandoned his wife and children. One morning in early August, he arrived home at dawn, his wings clearly malformed. Hagrid captured him, and upon inspection, he discovered that the male's wing was fractured. With his injured wing, he had flown over mountains and lakes to return to his chicks. Maeve healed him, and then she returned Dodo to its parents and siblings. They were reunited as a family. Maeve finished her story. Harry was delighted with the ending. That is simply wonderful. Like a fable, right? Maeve found it quite dramatic. But the outcome was undoubtedly positive. Harry did not forget his friend. So, where's your owl? Or you could borrow my Hedwig. She is a good girl and will surely help you deliver messages. Right, Hedwig? Hedwig flapped her wings as if in agreement. Maeve shrugged. Actually, I don't need one. The school owls are quite familiar with me, and I can easily ask them to deliver messages as long as I offer a bit of baked goods. She shifted the topic. Shall we watch some television? I haven't seen a show in ages. Mr. Bean, Harry exclaimed. Oh, I haven't seen that in so long. She perked up. Quick, just play an episode. The two children joyfully immersed themselves in the television show. Dinner consisted of pizza and cola. Sirius prepared a room for her, and Maeve finally had a clean, spacious, and sunny bedroom, which was truly moving. The next day brought crepes, fried chicken, and ice cream. Maeve remarked, something seems off. After a day of television, dinner was takeout Chinese food. Maeve pondered. On the third day, The table featured cereal, cola, and cake. She decided to abandon television and take a trip to the supermarket. School is starting soon. I want to buy some notebooks and pens. Sirius was busy playing Quidditch with Harry, so Lupin accompanied her. Mei Weiqi, as per her usual routine, procured a notebook, a ballpoint pen, and various household necessities, followed by a substantial bag of semi-prepared food. In the evening, she prepared a pot of spaghetti for them, mingling it with diced, cooked chicken and tomato sauce. The flavor seemed somewhat peculiar, having relied on magic for cooking over the past 2 years. She felt rather out of her depth with a muggle stove and suspected her culinary prowess had waned. Yet, everyone unanimously agreed that the dish was delightful. Mei Weiqi mused that indeed, the culinary skills of international students were unparalleled. They continued to watch television into the night. Harry, having played for too long in the afternoon, retired early, leaving Mei Weiqi alone after 10 o'clock. As she watched a recorded video, she scribbled notes about where to find frozen chicken breasts, fries, and fish fillets in the freezer, contemplating how to conjure them into a meal. She noted how long to sear a steak and how to set a timing spell. Mashed potatoes could be prepared with hot water for instant consumption, but she emphasized the necessity of using hot water, never cold. As Remus Lupin descended the stairs, he observed her actions without surprise, remarking, "We wish to care for you, but it seems we are falling short." Mei Weiqi, lollipop in mouth, reassured him, "You have done well. It is no wonder you are unfamiliar with Muggle ways. We are not qualified guardians," he lamented. "No one becomes a parent overnight." She comforted him not to dwell on it. Remus sighed deeply. Initially, he and Sirius had shared a profound disdain for the Dursleys, believing they could offer Harry the utmost love and care. However, he now had to concede that the reality was far more challenging than anticipated. Loving a child is easy. Raising one, however, is a formidable task. Mei Weiqi inquired, "Did Sirius send you?" "No, I came of my own accord," Lupin replied with a smile. He appeared less weary and troubled now, admitting he felt awkward approaching her. "I apologize," he added. "I am not implying any blame." He understood that he felt inadequate in caring for Harry and was uncertain about how to nurture a second child. Mei Weiqi stated, "Life as a Muggle will soon come to an end. Once Harry begins school, Sirius will surely know how to care for a young wizard." Lupin proposed, "What do you think about moving to Hogsmeade?" "That sounds splendid." Mei Weiqi mused, "Have you visited the Weasley household?" Lupin nodded. "Mrs. Molly is a remarkable mother," she continued. "If you wish to learn how to care for children, she would be an excellent resource." The days spent visiting passed swiftly. Mei Weiqi had been engrossed in television, and on the final day, she hurried off to the Hope orphanage. Mrs. Hope was delighted to see her. "You've grown taller." Mei Weiqi smiled, but thought the headmistress had aged. "It's inconvenient for you to come here, so I've arranged a card for you," Mrs. Hope said, handing her a bank card along with a certificate from the orphanage. "In the future, I will deposit your allowance monthly. Do not spend frivolously, and do not give the money to others." She admonished sternly. "Do you understand my meaning?" Mei Weiqi nodded. "Once you leave, do not return," Mrs. Hope insisted. Mei Weiqi shook her head. "I will take care of myself and send you greeting cards." Mrs. Hope sighed, but said nothing further. Over the years, few children adopted from the orphanage returned. Either they wished to forget everything about it, or their adoptive parents made efforts to conceal their past. She understood that this was for the best. Yet, the thought of Mei Weiqi remembering the place, returning each year, brought a sting to her eyes. "I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself." Upon returning to the Azalea community, she found it quite convenient to take the bus. Thereafter, with a sprinkle of Floo powder, she could reach Hogsmeade. Sirius insisted on accompanying her. "I get motion sickness," she firmly refused. Next time. He had no choice but to bring out a gift ahead of time. "I intended to sneak this into your robes." Harry, stifling a laugh, said, "I told Sirius he should have placed it in the trunk beforehand. He insisted on hiding it in your robes to surprise you." Sirius shot him a glare and pulled out a small creature from his robe pocket. Mei Weiqi's eyes widened. What did she see? Akkat. This was a purebred serval. Sirius particularly relished such moments, believing he had brought unparalleled joy. "Be careful. It can be a bit fierce, but it is incredibly loyal. If you lose your way, it will guide you home." Mei Weiqi held her breath, cautiously observing it. The creature resembled a miniature leopard, with large, pointed ears, a lion-like tail, and a coat adorned with soft, mottled fur, speckled with spots, reminiscent of tabby. "You will accept this gift? One to you? If you refuse even this, I would be quite heartbroken." Mei Weiqi smiled shyly, hesitated, then thanked him as she took the soft little serval into her arms. She gently scratched its chin, and the feline, unable to resist such pleasure, closed its eyes blissfully. "I have a cat now." She floated on air. "I have a cat now." Sirius and Lupin exchanged a glance, finally breaking into smiles. Thus, the story reached its most fitting conclusion. The kind-hearted child received a kind reward. Chapter 43. The Daily Life of a Cat Slave. May Wacy was utterly ecstatic. For the sake of her adorable little cat, she resolutely accepted a flying motorcycle ride, fearing that the soot from flue powder might irritate it. Upon returning to Hogwarts, she could hardly contain her excitement and rushed to share the news with everyone. Before bedtime, she exclaimed, "Hagrid, I have a cat." Hagrid replied, "What a lovely little creature. Let us make her a cozy nest." The next day, she passed by Filch, who was mopping the floor. "Filch, I have a cat," she announced. Filch, holding Mrs. Norris, glanced at her several times. "Her name is Chestnut." May Wacy eagerly shared with someone she had rarely conversed with before. "She is only 3 months old, just left her mother, but she is amazing. She understand what I say." This morning, she drank a whole bowl of goat-s milk, and she loves to gnaw on table legs. "I baked some finger biscuits that are particularly hard, just right for her to chew on." She produced 2 pieces for Mrs. Norris. Filch took them and fed them to the grooming cat. Another day, while assisting in repairing the roof, she encountered Professor McGonagall and the familiar Professor Quirrell. "Professor McGonagall, I have a cat," she exclaimed, approaching enthusiastically, momentarily forgetting the Dark Lord himself. Professor McGonagall nodded. "A fine serval. You must take good care of her." "I will," she assured. Dressed in her wizarding robes, she had cast an undetectable extension charm on the inner pocket, expanding it to roughly half a square meter, where she placed a soft pillow for the little creature to rest beside her. Professor McGonagall then introduced, "This is Professor Quirrell. He will teach you next year's defense against the dark arts." "Hello, Professor." May Wacy frowned as Chestnut wriggled out from her collar, hissing at Quirrell, who appeared bewildered. "I'm sorry. My cat is a bit shy," she explained. Professor Quirrell stammered, "In no worries." May Wacy had anticipated how sensitive her serval would be to those with ill intentions. Fearing that it might attract unwanted attention, she quickly excused herself. "Well, Professor, I'll be on my way." She had never departed so swiftly before. Oddly enough, once she left Professor Quirrell's presence, Chestnut became calm, curled up quietly in her pocket, dozing. "You're such a good baby," she cooed, kissing its head and rubbing its large ears. "Meow." Chestnut purred gently. As days passed, with about 10 days until the start of school, all the professors resumed their work. Hagrid remarked, "Little May, something extraordinary is happening this year. Is it related to your trip to Gringotts?" She inquired eagerly, "Is it some great treasure?" Hagrid replied mysteriously, "Though I shouldn't tell you, it's a significant matter. Dumbledore has entrusted me with the most crucial task. He knows I would lay down my life for him. Hagrid, rather than laying down your life for me, I would prefer for you to live well." Dumbledore stepped into the hunting lodge and exclaimed, "Ah, Mavis, you have a delightful little companion." Mavis replied with enthusiasm, "Yes. This is my cat otter, given to me by Sirius. Her name is Chestnut." The cat otter possesses an innate sense of discernment between good and evil and exhibits unwavering loyalty to wizards, making her a splendid companion. Dumbledore gently patted the little creature's head, and Chestnut let out a soft meow. Mavis continued, "I have heard the same, but strangely, Chestnut harbors an aversion to Professor Quirrell." Dumbledore lowered his gaze. "Quirrell? Indeed. She seems to react unfavorably towards him. Despite her lack of response to Professor Snape's stern demeanor, she becomes quite agitated in Quirrell's presence. Perhaps it is the overpowering scent of garlic that he carries." Dumbledore said nothing further and turned to Hagrid. "It is nearly time. We should be on our way." Hagrid lifted his lantern. "Mavis, I'm going out with Professor Dumbledore. You?" Mavis interjected, "Are you going to see that creature you keep in the Forbidden Forest? The one named Fluffy?" Hagrid, taken aback, replied, "How did you know?" Mavis grinned. "You've been mentioning that Fluffy must be starving, and I've overheard you preparing extra buckets of raw meat. How could I not know?" Hagrid scratched his head. "May I join you?" she asked eagerly. "I haven't had a proper look at it yet." Hagrid glanced at Dumbledore, who seemed lost in thought, walking ahead. "Hey." Hagrid winked at her, striding towards the Forbidden Forest. Mavis followed closely behind. In the past 2 years, she had never truly ventured into the Forbidden Forest, not counting her dreams. Cradling Chestnut, she hurried after Hagrid, strolling through the moonlit woods. The place was enchanting, yet shrouded in mystery. She sensed someone watching her, an unsettling feeling akin to being scrutinized. Yet in her dreams, Newt had said, "We enter their world, thus we must remain vigilant and humble. As long as you harbor no intent to harm them, you will gradually learn to coexist, and they will become your loyal friends." Therefore, Mavis made every effort to tread lightly, avoiding contact and disturbances, striving to be a courteous, uninvited guest. Not far into their journey, she beheld Fluffy, Hagrid's 3-headed dog. To be frank, the visual impact was striking. Fluffy resembled a mountain, with heads that were alarmingly large, drooling profusely, and bearing yellowed teeth, exuding a pungent odor. Mavis whispered, "Hagrid, don't you ever brush your dog's teeth?" Hagrid raised a finger, signaling her to shush, as he approached cautiously to stroke Fluffy's 3 heads. Each head nuzzled his palm in turn, with one quickly settling down to sleep, another playfully nipping at Hagrid's fingers, and the last curiously observing the newcomers. "Good boy. Listen to me," Hagrid encouraged, affectionately patting their heads. "Dumbledore, I assure you, Fluffy would never harm a student." "Isn't that right, little fellow?" the elderly wizard observed for a moment, confirming that Fluffy showed no signs of aggression before nodding in approval. Hagrid relaxed. "All right, let us head back." The following day, Professor Sprout called upon her assistance in repotting the plants in the greenhouse. "Thanks to that rain, the plants have flourished remarkably." Mavis replied, "Indeed, especially the Devil's Snare." The plump headmistress scrutinized the vines, which had overtaken a significant portion of the greenhouse, their dense tendrils intertwining menacingly. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved a pot, declaring, "Lynn, your task is complete." Mavis surveyed the chaotic long table, still laden with many plants awaiting relocation. "Complete? It hardly seems so." Professor Sprout chuckled. "Yes, now I shall take over." Another day passed. "Miss Lynn, come with me," Professor Snape instructed. "Oh." Mavis responded as she was led to the basement to handle ingredients for invigorating potions, antidotes, and extracts of white hellebore. "Do not ask questions. Do not touch anything unbidden. Simply do as I instruct. Do you understand?" The professor warned coldly, "If you dare to take liberties." Mavis nodded. "Yes, Professor." It appeared that Dumbledore had uncovered an issue during the summer break, prompting an impromptu decision to relocate the Philosopher's Stone to the school, catching all the professors off guard. Snape was tasked not only with brewing potions for the hospital wing, but also preparing several exam potions, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Interns truly are like bricks, moved wherever needed. After a busy day, she completed the processing of all materials. Snape came to inspect her work, appearing somewhat satisfied, saying, 10 o'clock tomorrow, do not be late." Mavis replied, "Understood." Thus, the next day, she was permitted to brew potions herself. Although it was merely the simplest invigorating potion, it was undoubtedly a remarkable achievement. Mavis mused, "It seems my culinary skills have improved alongside my potion making." Chapter 44, The License. 3 days prior to the start of term, Dumbledore sent a message, requesting Mavis to meet him at the school gate at 9 in the morning, noting that she should bring her cat. Rising early, Mavis hurriedly tidied the Ollery, stuffing a few biscuits into her mouth as she exited. "Headmaster," she panted upon arrival. Dumbledore was dressed formally and bore a serious expression. "Mavis, today we must pay a visit to the Ministry of Magic." Mavis gasped, "Oh, today is Peter's final trial." He explained further, adding, "Additionally, a license is required for keeping a cat otter, and today is the perfect opportunity to sort that out." She nodded. "All right, how shall we get there?" Dumbledore extended his arm. "Take my hand and relax your body." Mavis grasped it, took a deep breath, and before she could exhale, the world spun violently, nearly causing her to stumble. Once she regained her balance, she quickly checked on little Chestnut. "Chestnut, are you feeling unwell?" The cat otter licked her fingers, showing no signs of distress. She exhaled in relief. Dumbledore did not use the telephone booth's visitor entrance. They apparat directly to the hall. Many employees recognized him and bowed their heads in respect. "It is still early. Let us first visit the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures on the 4th floor." Dumbledore led her into the ancient elevator. Mavis asked, "Will I be needed for anything in particular?" Dumbledore winked at her. "Fear not. It shall not be too troublesome." Mavis inquired, "Are we perhaps taking a back entrance?" The elevator descended to the 4th floor. Newspapers folded into paper airplanes zipped to various offices. House elves scurried about, mopping up mysterious spills on the floor. From one room came the sounds reminiscent of a dragon's roar. Mavis exclaimed, "Oh, Newt." Dumbledore turned, smiling at a hurried figure exiting the elevator. "Long time no see." The young man, carrying a suitcase, paused, his face slightly averted, exuding a youthful shyness. "They informed me that a wounded Norwegian ridgeback had been discovered." He switched the suitcase to his other hand and continued, "As you know, ridgebacks are quite aggressive. Handling them is no easy feat." He paused momentarily. "My apologies. Excuse me." He swiftly returned to the 8th floor. 5 minutes later, he returned, clutching a soggy black bundle. "My Niffler is quite the troublemaker. Did it run off to the fountain to fish for coins?" Mavis was intrigued by the Niffler, peering curiously. "May I pet it?" Newt only then noticed her presence. "If it wishes to." Mavis rummaged through her pocket, producing a shiny hair tie. "Niffler, would you let me pet you?" She waved the hair tie, the rhinestones sparkling in the light. The Niffler was immediately captivated, climbing onto her robe. Meow. Chestnut peered out from her collar, glaring at the unexpected guest. Chestnut, you know I love you the most, Mavis cooed, giving her a kiss while simultaneously stroking the Niffler's fur. Quite smooth, she thought, reveling in the delightful embrace of both creatures. A cat otter, Newt observed closely at 3 months old. She is rather small. What have you been feeding her? Mavis instantly felt anxious. Goat's milk, biscuits, and meat strips. Newt remarked, this is a purebred cat lynx. It should now be capable of hunting independently. Please prepare some small prey for it to hone its hunting skills. Mavis quickly pulled out a notebook, inquiring what constitutes small prey. Mice? Insects? Frogs? All of these are suitable, Newt replied. The cat lynx is an omnivorous magical creature, and it would also benefit from the occasional addition of berries and tender leaves to aid in digestion. Mavis scribbled furiously, asking, are there any forbidden foods it should avoid? Steer clear of toxic plants, as they may induce vomiting, Newt explained, but the cat lynx is quite sensitive and will instinctively avoid poisonous substances. He added, however, one must be cautious, as the cat lynx can exhibit a degree of aggression towards humans. You must know how to handle such dangers. Mavis interjected, what about biscuits? Can it eat pumpkin pie? Candy? Chocolate? Most magical creatures do not favor human food, Newt responded. However, the chestnut does enjoy nibbling on biscuits. Therefore, a small amount may be permissible. After an extensive discussion, they reluctantly concluded their breeding tutorial. Dumbledore humorously remarked, I almost thought I had donned an invisibility cloak, such a rare opportunity. Mavis, satisfied, tucked her notebook away, reflecting, this is the first time I have met Senior Newt. He is indeed a source of pride for our Hufflepuff house. Newt chuckled awkwardly. I'm not that remarkable. Flattery can be a daunting topic for those who suffer from social anxiety. Mavis quickly changed the subject. What were we discussing? The Norwegian Ridgeback? Is it injured? How will you handle it? It is a wounded mother dragon, and someone has taken her offspring. She is currently quite agitated, and we are at our wits' end, replied a middle-aged man who extended his hand, introducing himself as Amos Diggory, head of the Beast Division. Hello, Newt said. Thank you for coming, Mr. Diggory. Diggory turned to Dumbledore, inquiring, are you also here to see the Ridgeback, headmaster? Dumbledore replied, no, I have brought a student to apply for a cat lynx breeding license. She lacks a guardian. Diggory looked at Mavis, recalling, you must be Miss Mavis Lynn. Cedric often speaks of you at home, mentioning your intelligence. Mavis forced a laugh, recognizing that encountering a classmate's parent often leads to awkward small talk. She glanced at Dumbledore for assistance. The headmaster, understanding her plight, kindly suggested, I shall not interrupt your work any longer. Mavis, let us move over there. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures is a vast institution. Diggory's office handles dangerous creatures, while the Magical Creatures Breeding Office, where Mavis was applying for her license, oversees the registration of cat lynxes, measles, and other magical beasts. A lady greeted them, informing Mavis, underage witches and wizards must have a guardian signature to breed creatures of XXX classification. Dumbledore interjected, I believe I can assume that responsibility. Mavis looked at him gratefully. Very well, the lady said. In addition, we require that the young witch or wizard be proficient in one of the following spells. Petrificus Totalis, Stupefy, or Immobilis, to ensure you can control your cat lynx. Mavis sighed in relief. No problem. She promptly demonstrated the Immobilis spell, receiving approval. The lady handed her a form to fill in her name, age, address, and the species of magical creature. Mavis wrote Sirius Black's residence as her address, with Dumbledore's signature in the Guardian section. This is your breeding permit, the lady said, handing her a parchment. Got Ygrick's breeding permit. Breeder, Mavis Lynn. Age, 14. Address, 17, Plum Blossom Lane, London. Creature, Purificax. Classification, XXX. Number, 39862. Guardian, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Ministry of Magic Opinion. After testing, the breeder has demonstrated the ability to control the cat lynx and is permitted to breed. Signed, Sharon Cook. Chapter 45, the first day of term. At 11:15. With less than an hour remaining until the noon trial, Dumbledore suddenly received urgent news and hastily departed, lacking the time to escort Mavis back to school, thus entrusting her to Newt's care for the afternoon. Mavis speculated that something had happened to Peter but dared not inquire further, acquiescing to the arrangement and observing the esteemed dragon tamer. However, the Ridgeback, having lost her offspring, was extremely agitated. Even Newt, after considerable effort, could only manage to administer a potion, unable to calm her. Ultimately, Newt devised a plan, asking Mr. Diggory to urgently procure a young dragon. Any breed would suffice. Conveniently, The Beast Division often intercepts smuggled magical creatures, and there happened to be a Romanian longhorn egg in their storage. The allure of longhorns has never waned, Diggory explained, as many risk raising them for their horns. This is a recent seizure we uncovered last month, Mr. Scamander. Do you think this will suffice? Newt nodded, accepting the dragon egg. The mother dragon's attention was drawn to it, and she did not attack him as she had previously. With surprising agility for someone nearing a century, Newt deftly approached the mother dragon, carefully placing the longhorn egg on the ground, and then gradually stepped back. The mother dragon instinctively cradled the egg, her agitation slightly subsiding. I cannot take it today, Newt stated. Let us wait until her injuries are more healed. Diggory was visibly concerned. If it is to stay for an extended period, our staff will be ill-equipped to handle it. We will need to enlist 2 specialized wizards from the reserve. I can remain in London for 2 days, Newt offered. That will be most advantageous. Once their discussion concluded, Mavis approached, asking, can we help the mother dragon retrieve her child? The dark wizards who took the dragon egg are likely engaged in illicit trade. We cannot track their dealings, making it difficult to recover her offspring, Mr. Diggory explained. Mavis furrowed her brow, looking to Newt. He assured her, I will find a way. If you succeed, could you let me know? Mavis asked. I will inquire among my classmates. If anyone has information, I will inform you. Although Newt doubted she would uncover anything, he earnestly agreed, certainly. Mavis tore off a piece of paper, writing down her name and address. They exchanged contact information in this manner. At 12:30, Dumbledore returned, his expression grave as he delivered terrible news. Peter Pettigrew has escaped. Before the final trial, he had not yet entered Azkaban, but was confined in a regular prison. Today, Aurors went to interrogate him, but he suddenly collapsed, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. As the Aurors prepared to administer first aid, Peter attacked them, transforming back into a rat and vanishing. Mavis was left in shock. We must return to Hogwarts, Dumbledore stated. Fortunately, Harry has Sirius by his side. Mavis asked, do you think he will return to Hogwarts? Dumbledore replied, he has no other choice. Mavis exclaimed, this is truly troublesome. If Peter returns to Hogwarts, won't he connect with the Dark Lord? With Quirrell's covert and overt actions, the Philosopher's Stone will surely be at risk. She returned to school, anxiety-ridden, tugging at her hair in distress. This won't do. In the dead of night, Mavis found herself alone in the dormitory, resolutely deciding, I must prepare in advance. Since I will inevitably confront Tom, it is wise to study ahead. In her dreams, she felt a piercing agony. August 31st, the first day of term. Students would only return in the evening. Thus, during the day, Mavis collaborated with Filch to inspect the castle's nooks and crannies, ensuring every room was securely locked, especially the corridor on the 4th floor. Then, she assisted Madame Pomfrey in checking the stock of potions and took a trip to the Ollery to see the little owlet. Dowdew remembered her. Upon her arrival, he wriggled free from the affectionate grasp of his parents and flapped his wings against the hem of her robe. You've gained weight, Mavis remarked, lifting the little creature and discovering that its weight was now comparable to that of its siblings, which brought her some comfort. After all, its parents had cared for it well, hadn't they? Dowdew chirped excitedly. After a chaotic day of bustling about, she encountered the twins at the entrance of the Great Hall in the evening. Mayby, I heard you got a purebred cat otter? Mavis shielded the little kitten in her arms, gazing at them in astonishment. What on earth have you two been eating? How did you grow so tall in just 2 months? This is unscientific. No, it's not magic. In their second year, they were all of similar height, around 5 feet, but now she had yet to surpass 5'3", while they were nearing 5'7". Oh dear, poor Mayby, you're still so short. Fred feigned surprise. You must have eaten only 1 meal all summer. Mavis's expression darkened. George nudged his brother with his elbow, admonishing, how can you speak the truth like that? Mayby's already unfortunate enough. This year, she'll be called a goblin by those Slytherin brutes. I thought she might escape that nickname. Mavis took a deep breath and drew her wand. Let us duel, you 2 rascals. The twins chuckled mischievously, bowing in mockery. Very well, a bow, a salute, and a zombie shuffle. They deftly seized her arms, dragging her toward the Great Hall. We're starving. What as for dinner? We know you always hide the best chocolates. Mavis replied, sorry. Apologies. For food, they chorused in unison. Reluctantly, she retrieved a few chocolate truffles from a robe. The Hogwarts feast offered an array of sweets, but whether one could savor the delectable flavors depended on one's speed. Mavis had ventured to the kitchen at midday to snag a few in advance. Stealing snacks was always a delightful way to strengthen friendships. The 3 of them crouched behind a column, nibbling on treats while exchanging trivialities. Has Sirius compensated you with a pet? Mavis inquired. He gifted us an owl, Fred replied. But Percy became a prefect, and Dad bought him an owl, which went to Ron. George added, Ron is our youngest brother, a whiny fool. I'm genuinely worried he won't be sorted into Gryffindor. Why don't you want an owl? Mavis asked. The twins exchanged glances, each gripping the other's shoulder. With this guy around, they said, glaring at each other. Who do you call pet? They began to bicker playfully. Mavis rolled her eyes, thinking how annoying it was to have such brothers. Gradually, students trickled in, and soon the long tables of the great hall were filled. Cradling the little kitten, Mavis returned to her house table, where her classmates erupted in exclamations. Ah, gut. It's a cat otter. How adorable. Oh my, can I pet it? She felt quite pleased. Chapter 46, The Audience Below. As the upperclassmen gathered, the doors closed, and Professor McGonagall led in the new students. Mavis spotted Harry's face instantly, and beside him, the red-haired boy whispering, must be Ron. Which one is Hermione? She searched, finally conceding that the girl with the messy hair must be Hermione. Professor McGonagall began calling names, starting with Hannah Abbott, a girl who was unremarkable in presence but memorable by name. The first years looked nervous while the upperclassmen whispered amongst themselves. Betty, where did you get that cat? It's so cute. I want my dad to buy me one. Mavis, without a wizarding guardian. You can only get a mixed breed. The cat otter is a magical creature. Alice, how did you manage that? Mavis, a kind-hearted person helped. Keese, by the way, have you all heard? Harry Potter has joined us. What? Which one? Alice leaned in. Is it that proud-looking fellow? No, wait, that hair color belongs to the Malfoy family. Doesn't he it? Just as they finished speaking, Professor McGonagall called out Draco Malfoy. He had pale skin, a slimmer physique than his peers, and held his chin high, exuding an air of arrogance, like a little rooster, as Keese aptly remarked. All Malfoys were like that. Alice commented, I don't like Mr. Malfoy. He is so creepy. But Mrs. Malfoy is beautiful. My grandmother says she is a true black. At last year's banquet, her robes were stunning. Goodness. That lace, I bet I've never seen anything like it before. Keese, this year, Madame Alkin's robe shop doesn't he have many appealing robes? Betty, I envy you for having endless new clothes. Betty shrugged. Fashion in the Muggle world changes quickly. My mom loves go to Paris. So we have new clothes every season, more than we can wear. She glanced at Mavis shyly. Mavis, my mom said thank you for helping me review. Otherwise, I would messed everything up. I brought a few new outfits. If you don't mind, not at all, Mavis replied. I've always worn hand-me-downs from kind-hearted people. You're giving me new ones? That's wonderful, but I feel bad being the only one to have them. Betty quickly reassured her. No, I brought gifts for everyone. Alice loves my perfume. I brought her a bottle of Chanel. You know her? She is the most famous designer in the Muggle world. Keese gets scarves. Hermie sent a lot this year, and I brought you 3. The 4 girls chattered excitedly about their attire. By the time Mavis returned to her senses, the sorting ceremony had concluded. The Gryffindors cheered, "We have Potter," with whistles and applause, creating quite a ruckus. Meanwhile, the Hufflepuffs were discussing rumors about the steak being served tonight. Who said that? Mavis? Oh my, she must be sneaking food again. Dumbledore spoke a few words before the feast commenced. Mavis eagerly immersed herself in the culinary delights. Today's steak is fantastic, she exclaimed. You all should eat more. It's flown in from Australia, and the professors nearly devoured it the other day. It might be gone by tomorrow. The poor pies were delightful too. The Quidditch captain remarked. Matey, just how much did you eat in the kitchen? Mavis replied, if you had to clean out the boar's dung daily, you'd be able to eat more too. Her classmates grimaced, all in unison, no disgusting talk while we're eating. They polished off their meals in a whirlwind, sipping drinks, and finally, the topic turned serious. What classes did you choose? When are we heading to Hogsmeade? Is there a new defense against the dark arts teacher this year? Did Professor Snape fail again? After a summer apart, everyone had countless topics to discuss, chattering on endlessly. Harry Potter? He was merely one of many topics, for there was much more in a student's life than the chosen one. The new term had begun. Besides the usual classes from the first 2 years, Mavis opted for several electives. She chose divination, arithmancy, care of magical creatures, and Muggle studies, while giving up ancient runes. Although the upperclassmen highly recommended ancient runes, she had never properly attended grammar lessons and lacked the foundational home education. Her command of English was rather average, equivalent to that of a middle school student in her home country. Was it too ambitious to attempt translating Oracle bone script? Her greatest interest lay in alchemy, but that course was only available to 6th and 7th years, leaving her temporarily out of luck. In divination class, Mavis exchanged tea leaves with Betty, helping each other with readings. I see that your heart seems to be filled with struggles. There must be something deeply troubling you lately. Betty, oh my. You're absolutely right. You wish to heed your inner guidance, but some external, I'm sorry, I can't quite describe it. Some force is attempting to thwart you. Betty, exactly. I confided in my father that I aspire to act in Hollywood next year, if only for a brief moment. Yet my parents disapproved. Trelawney remarked, "Child, you possess remarkable talent. Believe that divination can lead you to greater achievements." "Thank you, Professor," replied Mavis. "I too believe in my innate gifts." In the arithmetic divination class, which proved unexpectedly engaging, we transformed all events into numbers, filling out a numerical chart, and then employing mathematical algorithms to derive a digitized outcome. By correlating the numbers, we could unveil the answers to our divinations. Mavis found it intriguingly enjoyable, albeit somewhat perplexing. In the Muggle Studies class, we discussed how wizards disguise themselves as Muggles. Mavis approached her studies with utmost seriousness, the reasons for which would be revealed later. The Care of Magical Creatures class was taught by Professor Kettleburn, a venerable educator who had imparted his wisdom for many years. His curriculum was meticulously organized according to the Ministry of Magic's grading system, progressing from basic to advanced levels. Thus, our inaugural lesson featured the Flobberworm and the Puffskein, both exceedingly adorable creatures that captivated everyone. Alice was spellbound as she gazed at the fledgling birds. This class was utterly delightful. Mavis remarked, "You will soon come to realize the harsh realities of life." Witnessing others relive their past misfortunes is truly something to anticipate. Outside of class, Mavis dedicated her time to the library. With her quill running out of ink too swiftly, she found herself resorting to the school's resources once more. There, she encountered Hermione, who was alone. Chapter 47, The Academic Overachiever. Mavis read Harry Potter, perceiving Harry as a friend. He was reckless, impulsive, obstinate, yet courageous, kind, and steadfast. Through the pages, she embarked on adventures with him, weeping for Cedric and Sirius, and sharing in her loathing for Voldemort. Yet Hermione, truth be told, who wouldn't wish to be an overachiever? She aspired to be as exceptional as Hermione. "Hello," Mavis greeted the solitary girl. "Are you alone again?" Hermione looked up from her hefty tome and replied, "Yes." "And you are?" Mavis introduced herself. "I am Mavis Lynn, a wizard of Muggle descent." Hermione, intrigued, adopted a serious demeanor and asked, "I believe bloodline and magic are unrelated. What is your opinion?" Mavis affirmed, "Undoubtedly, indeed." Hermione smiled, growing more familiar. "What are you reading?" "Advanced Transfiguration. Isn't that a fifth-year course?" Mavis answered, "I am perusing flying guidelines." Hermione cleared her throat. "I wish to learn how to tame a broom. They are rather disobedient." Mavis advised to shout at it more times. The little girl, indignant, retorted, "Some can make it respond with just one call. Everyone has their own talents." Mavis shrugged, "Focus on your strengths. With your diligence and eagerness to learn, you will excel in the future." Hermione felt slightly bashful, lowering her gaze but standing tall with pride. Mavis added, "I shan't disturb you any longer." She settled into a corner, retrieving items from her robe pocket. Books, a quill, a thermos, and 2 chocolates. Hermione's eyes widened as she approached, sitting down opposite her. "Is that the undetectable extension charm?" she inquired. "You are quite perceptive," Mavis replied. Hermione, eager to learn, asked, "This is an advanced spell. The book states it is taught in the 6th or 7th year. Where did you learn it?" Mavis explained, A senior taught me in secret. Please don't tell anyone." "Who wields the most impressive undetectable extension charm?" Newt. 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 His suitcase was self-crafted. It was said that it could initially hold only a few nifflers, then expanded to include puffskeins, and later, mooncalves, gradually evolving from a single room to a vast area. Thus, Newt mastered this spell exceptionally well. During the second dream class, Mavis requested him to teach her this spell. Newt readily agreed, though the process was arduous. If the Patronus charm requires belief, and the disillusionment charm demands precision, then the undetectable extension charm resembles striking dough with a fist, creating indentations. Insufficient magical power results in a smaller space. A pocket the size of a fist is impractical compared to carrying a bag. If one's magic is unstable, the contents will spill out. It can be said that the undetectable extension charm is the most challenging spell Mavis has encountered thus far, taking her nearly half a year to master it to a satisfactory level. Newt advised her to persistently attempt it. Upon reaching a pivotal moment, she would suddenly understand the spell's correct form. Indeed, after countless failures and adjustments, it felt as though she were drawing a grid, each line perfectly aligned, the entire space evenly divided and remarkably stable. This explained why Newt's suitcase was compartmentalized, to prevent one's belongings from becoming a chaotic mess. Akin to laundry fresh from the dryer, one must partition the space. Each compartment supports the others, ensuring stability. At present, Mavis merely needed to expand her existing 9-square grid into a 16-square or 25-square grid. Should she desire it, her robe pocket could accommodate an entire suitcase. Returning to the matter at hand, Hermione was immensely envious, yet their acquaintance was still superficial. After gazing at Mavis for a moment, she suddenly leapt from her chair and returned with 2 large tomes. Mavis thought, impressive. I must not be surpassed by the younger generation. I must strive harder. She encouraged herself and promptly opened her copy of Advanced Defense Against the Dark Arts. In a dream, bone-crushing, she sighed, why can't online classes have a rewind feature? In the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Professor Quirrell began his lecture, stammering, Today, class, we shall learn how to defend against zombies. Mavis diligently took notes. As a professor, Quirrell was not entirely inept. He was quite talented and knowledgeable about dark magic, which explained his allegiance to Voldemort. However, simply attending the lecture felt like a waste. In the final 5 minutes, Quirrell asked, Does anyone have any questions? Mavis raised her hand. Miss Lynn, Quirrell acknowledged her. She inquired, The book states that of the 3 unforgivable curses, aside from the killing curse, which cannot be countered, the Cruciatus and the Imperius curses can indeed be resisted. May I ask how one might defend against these 2 spells? Chapter 48, Counterweaponry. Quirrell did not answer Mavis's question, but instead asked, Why are you inquiring about this? The 3 unforgivable curses are forbidden. You need not concern yourselves with them. Mavis replied, It is merely my curiosity. Quirrell stammered, I know a little. To resist the Imperius curse, one can either prevent the caster from successfully releasing the spell, or, through sheer will, counteract it. As for the Cruciatus curse, one may evade it by hiding behind solid objects or interrupting the incantation. Mavis pressed further, What spell can interrupt another's casting? Quirrell vaguely stated, There are many. I haven't truly tested them. He evaded her question, and Mavis, recognizing the futility of pressing on, responded, Thank you, Professor. Although it appeared to be a mere triviality, Mavis was now fueled by her inquisitive spirit. To be frank, the dream class did not hinge solely on riddle. She had begun to discern a pattern. As long as her intent was sufficiently strong, an owl would guide her to the appropriate class. However, the barrier posed by riddle felt akin to a game stuck at a level, igniting within her a stubborn determination to conquer it. It is merely a Cruciatus curse. It is not the Avada Kedavra. Why should I not be able to surpass it? Later that evening, in the Hufflepuff common room, as the classmates engaged in chess, munched on biscuits, and flipped through magazines, the deadline seemed a distant concern. Only Mavis and Cedric were occupied with their assignments. However, today, Mavis was distracted, gnawing on her quill, oblivious to the fact that she was nearly wearing it down. Was divination truly this challenging? Cedric, engrossed in his essay on ancient runic, noticed her distress and, intrigued by the subject of her divination class, leaned over for a glimpse. Ominous clouds, impending doom, inner hesitation, and heeding the advice of those nearby. What was this? He inquired. Mavis replied, My fortune for next week. Cedric asked, Is divination proving to be a struggle for you? She responded, Not at all. I possess a remarkable talent for this subject. Professor Trelawney was likely aware of the whispers among students branding her a fraud, yet she never hesitated to bestow praise and extra points upon Mavis, whose predictions were consistently accurate. What troubles you then? Hogsmeade? He inquired curiously. I have a guardian's signature. She explained. When I visited the orphanage, Mrs. Hope signed for me and even gave me an extra £5 for pocket money. I'm contemplating which spell might be most effective for interrupting a casting. Cedric's immediate reaction was, stupefy? She shook her head. I believe it to be Expelliarmus. For some time now, she had been reflecting on her strategies. The first was Protego, a protective spell that proved nearly ineffective. The second was Stupefy, an offensive approach that had also failed miserably. Why? Was her magical prowess simply too feeble compared to Riddle's, rendering her spells ineffectual? Or was her aim off? Or perhaps he had evaded them entirely? Or was it possible that Riddle himself possessed a formidable magical resistance that negated her spells upon contact? Reality was not a game. There were no visual data to rely upon, making discernment exceedingly difficult. Yet, one aspect of Quirrell's words lingered in her mind, the emphasis on disrupting the spell's casting. This led her to consider that perhaps Expelliarmus could indeed be quite useful. Cedric set aside his tedious ancient runic translation, suggesting, why don't we experiment? Mavis brightened at the idea. Excellent suggestion. She swiftly gathered her parchment, exclaiming, let us find a place before curfew. Certainly, dueling was far more exhilarating than completing assignments. Cedric hurriedly tidied the table, and the two dashed out of the common room with 20 minutes to spare before curfew. Alice, where are you headed? Mavis replied casually. To the library. Do we need to bring books? Alice promptly returned to her seat, continuing her card game. Betty, it's your turn. Mavis sighed. The Hufflepuff atmosphere was devoid of conversation, and the study ambience was lackluster. Cedric was quite the oddball. Yet now, they formed an eccentric duo. Mevis navigated the stairs with familiarity and soon discovered an empty classroom at the end of the corridor on the first floor. Let us practice here. Isn't this too close to Filch's office? Cedric questioned. That is precisely why it's safe. Filch is rather lackadaisical during his patrols on the first floor. Mevis reassured him. Nevertheless, she drew out her wand and gave it a gentle shake, casting a privacy charm. An invisible curtain unfurled, enveloping the entire classroom. Cedric remarked, Is this the muggle-repelling charm? Not quite, she replied. It's a modified version of the repelling charm. She shrugged. It's not particularly effective. If one has a clear intention, they one team miss this classroom. However, if they merely pass by, they overlook it. Cedric grimaced, a modified charm. Magic is truly fascinating. Mevis had a desire to share her thoughts but suppressed it, stating, Let us begin. If you don't mind, I'd like to try first. Cedric had no objections. He selected a swift and relatively harmless spell, Petrificus Totalis. Expelliarmus. Riddles, save point. Cruciatus. Expelliarmus. The searing pain ceased. Mevis sprawled on the ground, still somewhat incredulous. Is that it? Did it interrupt? Indeed, the wands serve as a conduit between wizard and magic. Disrupt the joint. And one could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Had she known this wasn't merely a protagonist's privilege, she would have employed it much earlier. I underestimated you. Though Riddle did not lose his wand, he was momentarily interrupted, and the subtle shift in his tone suggested, perhaps I should reevaluate your worth. That weekend, Mevis had planned to linger in the library, but upon receiving an owl letter in the morning, she altered her course and headed to Hogsmeade. She bypassed the confectionery and quill shops, making a beeline for the Three Broomsticks. Sirius was waiting for her. Butterbeer? All right, she replied cheerfully, enjoying the absence of guilt in indulging in adult beverages. A warm cup of butterbeer dispelled the early autumn chill. Sirius, the quintessential Gryffindor, could not conceal his thoughts and soon broached the subject. How is Harry? Mevis replied, Hasn't he written to you? Sirius sighed. He did, but I'm quite worried. Peter's whereabouts are unknown. Mevis candidly admitted, I haven't paid much attention to Harry. He has made new friends, so he should be fine. It was said that during dormitory assignments, one was likely to be paired with their best friend, a truth that held in Hogwarts as well. A house a year, and a dormitory created bonds that fostered lifelong friendships, as long as personalities aligned. However, she and Harry belonged to different houses, different years, and even different genders. Though they exchanged greetings during mealtimes, that was the extent of their interaction. Mevis believed their friendship stemmed from a shared understanding of mutual struggles and years of support for one another, which was sufficient. The closest companionship was undeniably that of Ron and Hermione. The three of them possessed their own strengths and weaknesses, yet remarkably, their virtues bolstered one another while their flaws were tolerated. Upon hearing her words, Sirius, both reassured and troubled, raised a new concern. By the way, Mevis, it seems you don't have friends? Chapter 49, Halloween. Mevis was taken aback by Sirius's comment. How can I not have friends? She retorted. I have many friends. Aren't you one of them? Of course, Sirius chuckled, genuinely pleased, yet added, but I meant friends with whom you play, like me with Moony and Wormtail. Those kind of friends. Mevis shrugged. I find solitude quite liberating. Sirius seemed perplexed. To him, individuals who were solitary and lacked friends resembled some detestable Slytherin, and such recluses were not considered good company. Doesn't one feel lonely? He asked. People are inherently lonely, Mevis remarked, observing Sirius gradually regain his composure. He was in his 30s, while many of his contemporaries had become fathers, yet his years in Azkaban had left a void, and his heart and soul remained trapped in the past 11 years. In truth, this hurriedly thrust godfather had yet to fully mature. Lupin would never pose such questions. Mevis patted his shoulder. Don't worry, Sirius. I'm doing well. Just take care of yourself. By the way, did you come looking for me regarding Harry? Sirius replied. I'm contemplating whether to enter the school to protect Harry. Mevis asked what. He continued, I could transform into a dog, hide in the shrieking shack, and you could bring me food every day. Mevis responded, that is so like you. No way. She firmly rejected. It would be problematic if anyone discovered you. Sirius persisted. Harry would be ridiculed. She threatened. At his age, he can't still be attached to his godfather. Is he still a baby needing milk? He looked disheartened. You could move to Hogsmeade, Mevis suggested. If anything arises, I'll write to you. Her tone was resolute, and Sirius understood that without an insider at the school, remaining concealed would not be easy, so he reluctantly acquiesced. Mevis finished her butterbeer and quickly took her leave, then turned into the quill shop. I have a Halloween discount coupon. She presented a gift from the Wizarding Weekly Survey, which offered a 50% discount, correct? The shopkeeper glanced over and confirmed. Yes, however, the special quills and eternal ink are not included in the promotion. Maywazy replied, I would like 5 quills and a bottle of rainbow ink. The quills are 10 sickles each, and the rainbow ink is 3 galleons, which amounts to half after the discount. After purchasing her items, the day was still young. Yet she hurried back to school. Linda, here's your rainbow ink. She distributed the items. Katie, your quill. Both Linda and Katie were second-year students and could not venture to Hogmeade. Thus, they relied on the older students to carry their purchases. Moreover, they were not short on funds, having paid half the deposit in advance. Now that the items were in hand, they promptly settled the remaining balance. Maywazy thought, indeed, being a purchasing agent is quite profitable. It turns out, capitalizing on the magazine's offerings is the best. She adored Wizarding Weekly. Then, Halloween arrived. Hagrid had hollowed out all the pumpkins, using the filling to make pumpkin pastries and the skins to create lanterns, which floated against the pitch-black starry ceiling, casting eerie shadows. Maywazy spent the entire day in the library, keeping company with the despondent Hermione. Yet, she said nothing, primarily because she was unsure of what to say. As dinner approached, she finally suggested, let us go eat. I'm sorry, I can't eat, Hermione murmured. I want to return to the dormitory. Maywazy insisted, you must eat. Only when you are full can you have the strength to feel sad. She tugged at the little girl. There's delicious roasted beef ribs today. Hermione felt her stomach heavy, disinclined to go, but being pulled by her senior, she felt a bit shy yet also pleased, pursing her lips without refusing. Maywazy sighed in relief. She forcibly led Hermione to the Great Hall, guiding her to the Gryffindor table. Then she addressed the Weasley twins. Your brother is bullying girls. Oh, that's dreadful. Fred dramatically placed his hand on his forehead. That foolish boy. George handed Hermione a pie, stating, Ron is a fool. Though the twins were mischievous, no one could dislike them, not even Hermione. She accepted the pie, feeling somewhat less miserable. Ron and Harry approached, and upon seeing Hermione, both appeared somewhat awkward. The tension lifted, and Maywazy withdrew. She returned to the Hufflepuff table, focusing on her steak. Didictable. After a hearty meal, Quirrell arrived, announcing the troll in the underground classroom, fumbling his lines before collapsing. Chaos ensued. Everything unfolded as if rehearsed, and Dumbledore instructed everyone to return to their dormitories. Maywazy obediently lined up, but after leaving the Great Hall, she quietly slipped to the wall's edge, employing the disillusionment charm, and stealthily made her escape. She headed straight for the 4th floor. However, in the corridor of the 2nd floor, she encountered the same trio who had strayed from the line. Harry said, Hermione, Ron has something to say to you. Hermione stiffly replied, we should head back. The professors will be angry. Just a moment, Harry raised his arm, nudging Ron and exchanging glances. Ron stammered, this morning I didn't mean to. Hermione maintained a stern expression. Harry stepped on Ron's foot. Ron turned beet red. Yes. Sorry. The little girl's demeanor softened slightly. She lifted her chin. Weasley, I'm not at all. Her terrified expression startled Harry and Ron, who turned back in trepidation to see a troll lumbering towards them from the corridor's end. Maywazy panicked. What have I done all afternoon? She dispelled the disillusionment charm and drew her wand. Misty Veil. A wisp of gray smoke began to rise, floating above their heads, perfectly concealing the trio of small figures. Maywazy beckoned to them. Quick, get up. Harry reacted fastest, grabbing Ron with one hand and Hermione with the other, sprinting towards the nearest staircase. Confusion ensued. She cast another spell from a distance and saw the troll begin to spin in place, heading directly upstairs towards the end of the 4th floor corridor. A shadow stealthily pushed open a door, peeking inside before quietly slipping in. 10 seconds later, Snape hurried upstairs and confronted him. Professor Quirrell, what are you doing? I was worried someone might come, Quirrell stammered, visibly anxious. Snape scrutinized him, but the 3-headed dog had already been stirred. Chapter 50, Behind the Scenes. Snape and Professor Quirrell engaged in a struggle against the 3-headed dog, ultimately culminating with the former dragging the latter by the collar, only to be bitten by Fluffy. The two departed nonchalantly, meeting Professor McGonagall on the 3rd floor. The troll is in the 2nd floor corridor. Thank goodness no students were harmed. Quirrell stammered. It's all my fault. I never thought it would come out. Snape shot him a cold glance. In any case, let us remove the troll. Professor McGonagall clasped her hands. I fear we cannot allow it to remain at Hogwarts. Everyone unanimously agreed. Maywazy took a different route and saw the trio whispering to one another. Harry asked, Is Maywazy all right? Hermione replied, Professor McGonagall already knows. You should trust the professor. Ron added, Harry is worried about his friend. Hermione's face flushed slightly, yet she asserted, I am worried about her too. She is my friend. After all, Harry shot her a glare. She retorted, we study together in the library every day. Harry appeared disheartened. Ron looked back and forth, suggesting, how about we go check on her? Where to? Mayweezy bent down, peering from the stairwell, resembling a head that had fallen. Ron jumped back, nearly screaming. Mayweezy laughed heartily. Don't worry, I'm fine. You should head back. Hermione rushed forward, anxiously asking, you didn't encounter a professor, did you? I was also going to find a professor. Mayweezy replied, they've gone to deal with the troll. You all should hurry back, or the prefects will deduct points. Hermione exclaimed sharply, decisively pulling the two curious boys along, stating seriously, we should go back. Professor McGonagall almost deducted points from us just now. The boys reluctantly looked back several times. However, they could not escape the pull of their new friend. Mayweezy waved goodbye, preparing to return to the common room, but not before making a stop at the kitchen. Upon entering the common room, she was immediately surrounded. Merlin, you finally returned. The prefect was terrified. I was about to go find Professor Sprout. Mayweezy replied, I didn't eat much. I grabbed some pies and cookies. Would anyone like some? Oh, me too. Alice cheerfully approached. Give me one, Cass. Do you want one? I'll feed you. Betty interjected. I'm on a diet. Alice retracted her hand. Right? I need a diet too. Cass grinned. I'm not dieting. Give me another cookie. Mayweezy handed her a handful and inquired of the other girls. Would you like some? The girls struggled to decline. Mayweezy, eyeing her oversized tray, shifted her attention. Cedric, do you want some? Thank you. The tall boy unceremoniously took 3 pies in one go. Is it cherry filling? Mayweezy remarked. This year, as cherry harvest is abundant, perhaps we should plant more blueberries next year. The Quidditch captain chimed in. I prefer chocolate filling. Mayweezy lamented. Cocoa trees cannot be cultivated here. Imported ones are quite expensive. The prefect interjected. Watching you all eat makes me hungry as well. Are there any chips left in the kitchen? There are a few, Mayweezy replied. Give me a portion too, along with a cup of hot chocolate. The prefect, allowed to be out past curfew, casually gave an okay sign. Cedric, honey milk. Mayweezy teased. You're already tall enough. He laughed. Then I'll have milk, she amended. I just saw their cake in the oven. The house elves didn't have time to serve it. They must be quite upset. The prefect gave her an understanding look. Who else? Cass asked. Are there donuts? Betty defected. I want donuts too. The girls chorused. Prefect. In the end, 3 large trays were retrieved, continuing the Halloween feast at the academy. Sated and refreshed, Maeve returned to her dormitory. Before lying down, she curiously inquired, why are you all trying to lose weight? Betty replied, I've gained 2 inches on my waist this year. Alice interjected, forget that, Betty. Can I borrow that acne-clearing product of yours? Betty generously waved her hand. Feel free to use it. Someone interrupted, and Maeve dismissed the earlier topic from her mind. She nestled into her bed, embracing the warmth of her beloved pet, pondering her next steps. Was Cedric truly at Hogwarts? Outside the bed curtains, faint whispers of conversation from the girls drifted in. I envy Macy. She seems unable to gain weight. All Asians are short and petite. The Japanese in my father's company are about my height. Shoo, Macy is asleep. I really envy her. She hasn't had her first period yet, has she? Such a child. The tumult of the troll incident faded into silence. Winter had officially settled over England, blanketing the outside world in snow. For Maeve, attending the care of magical creatures class in such weather was a torment. It was terribly cold, yet this elective held a certain, how should one say, unique charm. With a small class size, students from all 4 houses attended together. There was a remarkable boy from Ravenclaw who, in Hermione's first year before she made her mark, resembled a walking encyclopedia. His relationship with Cedric was rather strained. The reason? According to Cedric himself, our fathers both work at the Ministry of Magic, and we've known each other since childhood. Maeve understood. It was likely a rivalry among children from affluent families, which had nothing to do with her. However, this walking encyclopedia seemed determined to monopolize all points for the class. The professor asked, does anyone know what this magical creature is? The encyclopedia answered, this is the Triple X, which thrives in the XX environment and has a natural enemy, the Triple X. The professor responded, 5 points to Ravenclaw. Now, who can tell me its weakness? The encyclopedia replied, its weakness is fire. Mr. Scamander, the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, has stated, the most egregious part was that after finishing the book, he added, I met Mr. Scamander during the summer, and his views on this magical creature are, May felt a sense of alertness. Mr. Scamander spoke for 5 minutes. Slowly, she drew her wand, thinking, no more rambling. Since today is about the Erumpent. She glared at her rival with a cold smirk. Let us see who can catch more Erumpents. Chapter 51, Gifts. In the last 10 minutes of class, the Ravenclaw Encyclopedia, having heard the Erumpents calls too many times, had to retire to the hospital wing for recuperation. Maeve managed to catch 1/3 of the erumpents. The twins exaggeratedly lifted dry yellow leaves, tossing them behind her while boisterously proclaiming, "Miss Lynn of Hufflepuff has valiantly defended her title as the top of her year." Maeve rolled up her sleeves. "Beware, or I shall cast a tripping charm on you." They both laughed and ran off. "Humph." Maeve hopped onto a conspicuous large rock, declaring, "Newt Scamander is a student of Hufflepuff, our esteemed senior." The Badgers felt immense pride in defeating Ravenclaw, cheering, "Hufflepuff." Onlookers might have thought they had won the House Cup. And then, there was nothing more to say. Such were the little interludes of life. The weather grew increasingly frigid. Yet Quidditch practice could not cease. As the Seeker, Maeve's routine consisted of flying in circles on her broom, familiarizing herself with the sensation of soaring through the biting wind. Upon landing, her face and hands felt numb. Thankfully, Chestnut had grown plump, allowing her to bury her face in its long, warm fur, quickly finding warmth. When alone, she would also ask her adorable Kneazle, "Have you spotted any suspicious bad mice?" Chestnut flicked its lion-like tail, yawning widely. "All right." She kissed Chestnut on the head, grateful for its companionship. Soon, the Christmas holiday arrived. With Sirius and Lupin around, Harry naturally chose to return home. Most of the Hufflepuff children had loving families. So this year, only Maeve remained at school. She had grown accustomed to it. Although Sirius had invited her, she did not wish to intrude on such a family occasion. Instead, staying at school with the professors who also remained felt more comfortable and free. Yet on the first day of break, before Christmas even arrived, she unexpectedly encountered Professor McGonagall in the corridor. The professor called out to Maeve, appearing hesitant yet eager to convey something. Maeve, puzzled, asked, "Professor, you need not remain at school this year." McGonagall stated, "Perhaps enjoying a feast with family is the better choice." Maeve understood, her heart warming unexpectedly. "I have never had the experience of being with family," Maeve admitted honestly, "and it is now impossible to do so." McGonagall paused, swallowing her prepared words. "Merry Christmas to you," Maeve said. McGonagall looked at her, hesitated, then gently nodded, "Merry Christmas." On the afternoon of the 24th, Maeve sat by the fireplace, writing greeting cards. This year brought additional responsibilities. She not only had to write to Harry, but also to Hermione and Newt. She carefully penned, "To Mr. Scamander, wishing you a Merry Christmas." Inside was a crystal vial containing a bit of red liquid. The card stated it was the blood of a fire lizard, possessing healing and restorative properties. Maeve carefully tucked it away. Next was Harry's gift. Thank goodness, he sent her a bottle of color-changing ink, which, although costing a galleon, was still a delightful surprise. Then, Hermione's gift, a book. Another similar one, but unsigned. Upon unwrapping it, she discovered a sweater from Mrs. Weasley. The card from Molly Weasley expressed heartfelt gratitude for capturing Scabbers, as the family had been quite fearful, and thanked her for helping Ron during Halloween. The twins always said she was their good friend and hoped she would visit their home during the summer. What a warm and friendly family. It made her envious. Maeve wished to see the burrow for herself and decided to write a thank you note. Accompanying the sweater was a scarf, identical to last year's, a bold combination of red and green, exquisitely soft cashmere that had been enchanted to remain dry even in the rain, providing warmth. It was also from Professor Dumbledore. Maeve was puzzled, wondering where the headmaster had found such a style, which she had never seen in magazines. Next came another unfamiliar package, the entire year's subscription to today's Transfiguration. The card was signed by Professor McGonagall. Finally, there was a super enormous package. She had a hunch it was from Sirius. Upon opening it, she found a Firebolt 2000, undoubtedly his doing. Maeve was ecstatic, yet also worried that this spendthrift would squander all his money within a few years. She needed to write a letter urging him to spend his money wisely. After half an hour, she finally unwrapped all her gifts, feeling a sense of relief. Maeve donned her new sweater and headed to the Great Hall for lunch. On her way, she encountered Professor Quirrell. "Merry Christmas," she politely greeted him. Professor Quirrell halted, stammering a reply, "And Merry Christmas." After a moment, Maeve entered the Great Hall, thinking, "Tonight, I must venture into the Forbidden Forest." Chapter 52, A Journey into the Forbidden Forest. After dinner, Maeve's mind was consumed with thoughts of the Forbidden Forest. Whether it was the half cup of mead she had secretly drunk that evening, she felt a delightful lightness, her whole being brimming with joy. As she stealthily slipped out of bed, Chestnut nipped at her fingers. Maeve gently kissed it. "Be good, dear. I shall return shortly." Chestnut refused to release her grip, biting down fiercely. Her ankle was pierced, drawing blood, and the pain was excruciating. Ouch! She felt a twinge of displeasure. How could Chestnut bite her? Chestnut glared at her, nimbly evading her hand. Leaping onto the bed, and continued to bare its teeth at her. Mavis decided to ignore it and turned to leave. Chestnut observed her retreating figure, licked its paw, and pursued her. The night at Hogwarts was utterly serene. During the Christmas holiday, Filch was not patrolling, and Hagrid was likely inebriated, fast asleep. Approaching the small hut, Yaya stirred upon hearing movement, only to settle back down, wagging its tail. On the tattered sofa nearby, Hagrid snored thunderously. Mavis withdrew her wand and cautiously entered the Forbidden Forest. The directional charm's hovering arrow consistently pointed north, guiding her way, while the path-clearing spell conjured a gust of wind, clearing a route through the lurking shadows among the trees. As Mavis tread lightly along the path, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her. The last time she visited, the forest had maintained a neutral stance, a delicate balance of non-interference. But today, it felt as though every branch was conspiring against her. Thorns snagged her robes, stones wedged themselves in her shoes, and the cold wind slapped her face like a reprimanding hand. What have I done? Why is this happening to me? She felt lost and bewildered. Just then, she heard a noise behind her and swiftly turned. A heavy weight crashed on her chest, knocking her to the ground, sharp teeth sinking into her wrist. Growl! The usually docile Chestnut emitted a roar akin to that of a lion. Mavis gasped in astonishment. Chestnut, what are you doing? Chestnut glared at her, its eyes luminous like yellowing bulbs, frightening in their intensity. Mavis instinctively drew her wand. Shatter? No, that won't do. How could she use the shattering curse? Chestnut could die. Woof! Yaya charged forward, barking insistently at her. Mavis was taken aback. Chestnut had always been gentle and endearing, and Yaya was timid and obedient. How could they both display hostility towards her? Something was terribly amiss. Were they under some sort of control? No. Rather than the animals being strange, perhaps the true anomaly lay within her. Could I perform the path-clearing spell? It seemed she had never learned it. And why was she even venturing into the Forbidden Forest? A chilling thought arose in Mavis's mind. What has happened? When did I begin to desire entering the Forbidden Forest? This afternoon? What transpired today? She racked her brain, but could recall nothing unusual. The more unknowns there were, the more fear enveloped her. Lying on the damp earth of the Forbidden Forest, she trembled uncontrollably. Yet amid the shivering, a fierce yearning ignited within her. Let me uncover the truth. Let me understand what has transpired. As she pondered this, a burst of silvery light erupted from her chest. An owl unfurled its wings, landing upon her face. Like being plunged into a pensive, Mavis found herself standing once more in the corridor. Merry Christmas, she heard herself say to Quirrell. Professor Quirrell stuttered. Merry Christmas. After exchanging polite pleasantries, she prepared to depart, but a voice called out from behind. Soul departure. The soul-snatching curse. Suddenly, she stood there like a statue, her face bewildered, blinking incessantly. Quirrell demanded, Your name? She replied, Mavis Lynn. Excellent. The voice was husky and muffled. Tonight, I require you to venture into the Forbidden Forest and procure unicorn blood for me. She answered yes. Quirrell appeared anxious. Master, let me handle her. Are you questioning my decision? Voldemort interjected. Quirrell immediately fell silent. Eliminate her. He vanished, weary. Quirrell cast another spell, Obliviate. The memory was erased. Thus, even if the task failed and someone discovered she had been subjected to the soul-snatching curse, they could not trace the spellcaster from her memories, ensuring his safety. And indeed, this was the case. Mavis retained no recollection of that moment. Quirrell's mastery of dark magic was undeniable, yet she observed that segment of memory through another means. Cold sweat trickled down her brow. Without a second thought, Mavis sprang to her feet, lightly tapping her wand. Misty veil. The night fog dispersed. Chestnut leaped onto her shoulder, while Yaya pressed closely against her leg. Mavis placed a small rabbit in the underbrush, then turned and fled. Obstacles loomed ahead. A shadowy figure emerged unexpectedly. Mavis stumbled, her head spinning, drawing a sharp breath, but quickly regained her footing, shouting Professor Quirrell. No, Dark Lord, why don't you reveal yourself? She declared. To cast the soul-snatching curse on a third-year student is profoundly disappointing. Master, Quirrell nervously replied, I will deal with her. No, Voldemort stated. One who can break free from the soul-snatching curse is worth conversing with. Quirrell fidgeted with his fingers, hesitating to disobey, and slowly stepped out from the shadows. Through the thin veil of mist, Mavis caught sight of his peculiar face from behind. She asked, Are you attempting to recruit me? I have observed you for quite some time. Voldemort's voice was strange, reminiscent of a serpent slithering through the grass. Within your heart lies a longing known only to you. Mavis had become adept at handling him, her expression wary. Is that so? You cannot deceive me, Voldemort rasped. Born in a Muggle orphanage, You are more unwilling than anyone to settle for mediocrity. You seize every opportunity to enhance your power. You yearn to prove yourself. Mavis retorted, and what of it? I wish to prove myself. I desire wealth, but what can you offer me? You are no longer the Dark Lord of your. Why should I choose you? Choose. Voldemort erupted into hysterical laughter. You have no choice. He transformed into a floating shadow, suddenly lunging towards Mavis. Obey me, or face death. The tone, the phrasing, it was not merely similar, it was identical. Thus, Mavis instinctively cast the spell, Disarm. It missed. Voldemort guided no one. This spell was utterly ineffective against him. Meanwhile, Quirrell demonstrated the prowess expected of an adult dark wizard. He quickly countered with Soul Departure. This time, Mavis was prepared, yet still felt her mind blank, struggling to react. Chestnut delivered a sharp scratch. The pain jolted her back to some clarity, and Mavis fought to break free from the control. Deal with that wretched cat, Voldemort commanded coldly. Quirrell raised his wand, Avada. Mavis's eyes widened. Her blood ran cold. Chapter 53, The First Battle. Mavis felt as if she were a balloon, taut and filled with rage, soaring upwards, as if she might burst forth and transform into a rocket at any moment. Such intense emotion was unprecedented in her life. Upon opening her eyes, she heard the nuns in the chapel say that her birth mother had given birth yesterday and had vanished today, leaving only a note with her name. Lynn, her mother's surname. Father? She had no knowledge of her father. The nuns' words were vague as they delivered her to the orphanage, and her grasp of English was poor, akin to trying to decipher a riddle. She could only speculate that it was not a tale of glory. Likely, she was the product of a careless liaison or, worse yet, a forced pregnancy that could not be terminated. Yet Mavis accepted it all. One cannot rebel against their origins. One must simply live life well. She endeavored to eat, grow, and work in the orphanage, and at long last received her acceptance letter, gaining a future of her own, along with the sweetest, most obedient, and cleverest Chestnut. How could she allow her sole happiness to be stripped away? No, absolutely not. The incantation was uttered with such swiftness. Could she still manage to raise her wand in time? What was the spell to disarm? Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Yet she found herself paralyzed, unable to act. Tears streamed down her face. Chestnut, the shackles lodged in her throat, vanished abruptly, and she screamed, Run! Bang! A violent wave of energy erupted. Chestnut let out a yowl, flung far away. A green light struck the tree behind her. She was alive, breathing heavily. Mavis recognized with startling clarity that she could move once more. Instantly, she raised her wand and declared loudly, Shatter. Quirrell swung his wand, deflecting her spell. Dust and debris swirled. Armor shielded him. Quirrell, trembling slightly from repeated failed attacks, was gripped by fear of Voldemort's wrath. Hence he resorted to dark magic in a desperate attempt to redeem himself, inflicting excruciating pain. Disarm. No time. How could an adult wizard cast spells with such alacrity? She had clearly heard the initial syllable and reacted, yet it felt as though she was lagging far behind. The torment that descended upon her was 100-fold more intense than any dream. Mavis clenched her teeth, enduring the maddening agony while casting Inferno. Flames surged skyward, crackling embers scattering in all directions. Voldemort's voice pierced through the dissipating smoke. Someone is coming. Master, my master, Quirrell stammered, I can't flee. Voldemort commanded, it is Dumbledore. Quirrell trembled in terror, turning to flee. Mavis, fueled by an inexplicable strength, cried out, Stupefy! A red beam struck Quirrell's back, causing him to thud heavily to the ground. The black mist that had possessed him swiftly retreated into the forbidden forest, vanishing from sight. Mavis trembled, unleashing her fury and fear upon the woods. I will ensure your demise, you fool. After shouting a few words, her strength was utterly drained, collapsing to the ground as tears flowed uncontrollably. What has transpired? Dumbledore, adorned in a purple starry robe, rushed over, his expression grave, and then gasped. Mavis? Mavis responded, Quirrell, Voldemort. She felt a tickle in her throat, coughed violently, and spat out blood-stained saliva, paling in shock. Do not speak. Dumbledore frowned, waving his wand to levitate her. But she stubbornly raised her hand, Quirrell. Professor Quirrell? Hagrid, lamp in hand, hurried over, with Fong anxiously pacing beside him. Mavis? Good heavens, what has happened? Dumbledore nodded at him. Hagrid, you've arrived just in time. I fear we need you to escort Professor Quirrell back. I will take her to the hospital wing. Hagrid, seeing Mavis, inhaled sharply, yes, leave it to me, Dumbledore. Relief washed over Mavis. She was levitated into the hospital wing, startling Madame Pomfrey. The professors remaining at the school were roused, gathering in their pajamas in the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey, like an enraged lioness, brandished her wand, checking her injuries. Unbelievable. The Cruciatus Curse. The bone-crushing curse. She is merely a 14-year-old child. Who did this? Professor Quirrell. Mevis, wrapped in automatic bandages, managed to assert. He was recruited by Voldemort. They wanted me to procure unicorn blood. Child, do not speak, Madame Pomfrey insisted. Mevis detested those who fell unconscious before finishing their explanations. She had to clarify that Voldemort lacked a corporeal form and was possessing Quirrell, aiming to steal the Philosopher's Stone. If she did not expose the truth now, all her suffering would be in vain. He is plotting his return. He knows Harry. Snape's face turned ashen. Dumbledore stated, "We are already aware. Mevis, you must rest. It's merely superficial wounds. I am fine." Mevis glanced at the chestnut beside her, feeling warmth within. It was from her own spell. The debris and flames were advanced spells, easily capable of causing collateral damage. Her skin bore not only the marks of Chestnut's claws and bites, but also the abrasions from scattered embers and stones. Otherwise, she was unharmed. Even the blood she had coughed up was merely from biting her lip. However, the expressions of concern from those present, including Dumbledore, were unmistakable. He asked solemnly, "Pomfrey, do we need to send her to St. Mungo's?" Madame Pomfrey replied without hesitation, "Absolutely. That was the Cruciatus Curse." Chapter 54. Hospitalization. At the age of 14, Mevis achieved several milestones. The first time she was subjected to the Cruciatus Curse. The first time she endured the bone-crushing curse. The first time she confronted Voldemort. The first time her magical powers surged uncontrollably. None of these were trifling matters. She was urgently transported to St. Mungo's, surrounded by a cadre of healers examining her condition. Yet, barely beginning, she succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep. She dreamt not, but her slumber was light. The slightest rustle would send chills down her spine, jolting her awake. The following day, she awoke feverish, alternating between chills and sweats. Her mind foggy, she suffered from diarrhea and nosebleeds. The healers administered a different potion each day, all exceedingly unpalatable, with peculiar side effects. Smoke emanating from her ears, saliva turning green, and bubbles forming with each breath. The effects of the bone-crushing curse gradually manifested. Muscle soreness, heightened anxiety, and an exaggerated startle response rendered her jumpy at the slightest sound. These were all classic symptoms of neurosis. Yet the healers remained optimistic, asserting that her experience with the bone-crushing curse was not particularly severe. This was due to Quirrell being a normal person. He sought to torment Mevis, but had not descended into madness, unlike the Death Eaters who relished in inflicting suffering. Thus, his application of the curse was formidable, yet not enough to drive her to insanity. Mevis indeed had a stroke of luck. She spent a week at St. Mungo's, where the experienced healers performed spells thrice daily and administered various potions, gradually alleviating the aftereffects of the curses. During this time, Sirius and Lupin visited her, their faces paling upon learning she had been subjected to the Cruciatus and bone-crushing curses. Mevis empathized, realizing that being subjected to the unforgivable curses in Azkaban was akin to being accused of murder. As a high school student, being shot twice was indeed serious. To assuage the adults' worries, she swore she would take her medications on time and follow the healer's instructions. "Do not fret over me," she implored earnestly. Sirius had a multitude of concerns he had intended to express, but swallowed them back. Mevis deftly changed the subject. "Did you have turkey for Christmas?" "Yes," Lupin replied. "We went to the amusement park with Harry." "That sounds delightful," she remarked. Previously, she had longed to visit Universal Studios to cosplay as a wizard amid the snowy Hogwarts. Now, it felt genuine, and she was no longer envious. Lupin sighed quietly and produced a box of honeydew sweets. "Christmas set?" Mevis laughed heartily at the festive red and green packaging. "Thank you." She opened the box and shared the treats with them. Sirius revisited the earlier concern. Unwilling to leave Harry at school, wanting to transform into a large dog to accompany him. Mevis recalled his dismal financial plans and quickly suggested, "I have an idea." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" "You could donate a sum to the Ministry of Magic, securing a position that does not require you to work." Without a moment's thought, Sirius scoffed. "Mevis, you have no idea. Those folks at the ministry." "I don't know," Mevis said, unwrapping a lemon-flavored candy and quickly popping it into her mouth. "Consider this. Voldemort will eventually return. Do you truly believe you and Lupin can eliminate them all?" Sirius patiently explained, "Rest assured, we have some allies. Voldemort has his followers as well." She interjected playfully, posing a scenario where, during the summer, the Death Eaters found Harry and planned to attack him, prompting Harry to draw his wand and cast disarm, only for the Ministry to expel him from Hogwarts for using magic outside school. Mevis tilted her head, grinning as she inquired, "Dear Sirius, what would you do then?" Sirius flushed crimson. "Are you planning to take Harry on a run?" she inquired, only to hear Sirius retort, "Is that not permissible?" Remus interjected, "Of course it is not." After carefully contemplating Mavis's words, he hesitated, saying, "I believe Maggie has a valid point. We cannot confront the Dark Lord solely on our own, for he possesses numerous followers. Bigfoot, should he return, you know there are some who have awaited this day." Sirius's heroism waned, the harsh realities of Azkaban having tempered his temperament. "Why the Ministry?" he questioned. "Do we truly require their assistance?" Mavis asserted, "Consider Dumbledore's stance towards Fudge. We undoubtedly need the Ministry, even if they cannot overtly ally with us. They must not oppose us explicitly." "Why would they oppose us?" Sirius asked, astonished. "Would they support Voldemort?" "Because many do not believe he will return." Dumbledore entered the infirmary. Holding a bouquet of flowers, "Hagrid asked me to bring these to you." Mavis joyfully accepted them, placing them in the water jug by her bedside. "Please thank Hagrid for me." Sirius furrowed his brow, still puzzled. Dumbledore remarked, "Sirius, you must understand, rather than accepting the notion of his return, people prefer to believe he is dead. No one wishes to revisit the nightmare of 11 years ago." Sirius paused, then fell into a somber silence. A nightmare, indeed. It was undeniably a nightmare. He had lost his dearest friend, been imprisoned, and endured the pain of betrayal and endless regret. Who would wish for such a nightmare to repeat? In the face of a harsh reality, self-deception seemed preferable. The infirmary fell into a moment of silence. Mavis gently caressed the belly of the chestnut, changing the subject. "Quirrell, there's good news." Dumbledore smiled slightly. "We discovered a dragon egg in Quirrell's suitcase. Hagrid will temporarily care for it until Newt returns." Mavis gasped in disbelief. "Really?" "Indeed," the old man winked. "I believe it will soon meet its mother." Mavis appeared as if she had just sipped a steaming cup of tea, feeling immensely pleased. "That's wonderful." After a brief pause, she repeated, "Truly marvelous." Chapter 55, Reunion. Dumbledore arrived at St. Mungo's bearing good news about Norbert. Mavis was ecstatic, insisting on witnessing the moment of reunion. Dumbledore readily acquiesced. 2 days later, he came to escort Mavis out of the hospital, then disapparated to the outskirts of London. There, various protective charms, including muggle-repelling spells, were woven together, forming a luminous barrier that securely enveloped the Dragon Mother. Dumbledore handed the dragon egg to Mavis, but she waved her hand in refusal. "I'm a bit frightened." Newt gently stroked the Dragon Mother's wings, encouraging her, "Don't worry, Ginny won't harm you." Mavis smiled shyly, hesitating before cradling the heavy egg and taking small steps forward. The Dragon Mother extended her head, fixating on the egg in her arms. "Ginny, we promised." Newt gently reassured the fierce dragon. "We have found your child, and we will bring it to you. Be patient." Mavis cautiously approached, then slowly crouched down, intending to place the egg down, when suddenly, as if the little one sensed its mother's presence, it began to stir. The eggshell cracked. She quickly set the dragon egg down and turned to flee. The Dragon Mother, eager, rushed forward, her fierce breath warming the egg. The shell shattered piece by piece as the hatchling struggled to emerge. The Dragon Mother lowered her massive body, folding her wings protectively around her newly hatched child. Her lantern-like eyes fixated on the hatchling, entirely oblivious to the humans nearby. Seizing the opportunity, Newt tended to her wounds, a smile gracing his lips as his inner joy shone through. Mavis stood at a distance, witnessing the hatchling dragon flapping its leathery wings, eagerly launching itself into its mother's embrace. The mother dragon squinted her eyes in delight, relishing the warmth emitted by her child, as if accepting the infant's affectionate kiss. "What a mischievous little girl," Newt remarked. Mavis was taken aback. "A girl?" "Indeed," Newt replied. "Perhaps you would like to name her?" Mavis protested. "What? Hagrid, you unprofessional fellow. Norbert is a boy's name, isn't it?" She thought to herself, yet inquired, "Could we let Hagrid name her? He has been caring for the dragon egg and adores dragons." "Of course, it is merely a name. They need to be registered." Newt opened the case and retrieved the camera to capture photographs of the mother and daughter. The photos would need to be submitted to the Ministry of Magic as documentation for this operation. Mavis leaned in to take a look. "Why don't you take a picture together?" Dumbledore suggested with a twinkle in his blue eyes. "I believe Tina would love to hear about your adventures these past few months." Newt chuckled shyly, handing the camera to him. "Yes, I always share lengthy tales with her." Mavis exclaimed, "Oh, what a mouthful of dog food." Yet, she dutifully stepped forward to partake in her very first group photograph. Newt's camera was a magical instant camera, producing a photograph immediately. On the thin slip of paper, 2 Hufflepuffs stood side by side, with the reunited dragon mother and daughter in the background. The mother dragon even breathed sparks of fire in celebration. I will cherish this. Mavis marveled at the lively photograph, feeling that a moment in her life had been eternally captured. Tonight, I shall seek out Hagrid to ask him for a name, and I will write to you tomorrow. Newt stated, I will remain in London for a few days, then I shall take them to Romania. He noticed Mavis's concern and explained, there's the world's largest dragon reserve there. They will receive excellent care. She nodded happily. With you here, I shall not worry about a thing. Newt chuckled sheepishly. Dumbledore seemed to find the exchange amusing, deliberately sighing. Such enviable trust. Clearing his throat, Newt awkwardly coughed a couple of times, attempting to clarify. I have not done anything remarkable. It is not merely your accomplishments that make you admirable, Mavis contemplated, then said. Some say Hufflepuffs are foolish and only suitable for sheltering students rejected by other houses, yet you make it clear that being a Hufflepuff is something to take pride in. That is who we are, and we can be proud of it. Before the release of the Fantastic Beasts series, Gryffindor basked in the glow of the protagonist's halo. Slytherin possessed the aura of the antagonist, and Ravenclaw's intellectual prowess naturally conferred superiority. Only Hufflepuff remained entirely transparent. Then Newt emerged. He single-handedly transformed the perception of Hufflepuff, demonstrating that they are loyal to themselves and do what they believe is right. Newt pressed his lips together, pausing for a moment before saying, It seems I must accept this trust. He gazed earnestly at Mavis's face, stating, I, too, am proud to be a Hufflepuff. Mavis replied softly, Yes, indeed. Chapter 56. A Conversation in the Headmaster's Office. On the third day after the new term commenced, Mavis finally appeared at the dining table in the Great Hall. Her ABC roommates asked, The professor said you were ill? Are you all right? I'm fine. It was a surge of magic. Mavis had concocted an excuse, claiming it was severe enough to require a few days' stay at St. Mungo's. Hey, do you still experience surges of magic? Everyone was astonished. ISNT, that's something that happens at 7 or 8 years old. I was 5. Alice was devouring her pudding. Betty chimed in, I was 7. On my birthday, I exploded all the balloons in the house, and the neighbors thought there was a gunfight and called the police. Cass added, I was a bit later. It was almost 10 when my father refused to take me to Diagon Alley. The conversation drifted off as they shared their own stories of magical surges, comforting 14-year-old Mavis and urging her not to worry too much. Mavis had no choice but to accept their kindness. After dinner, Harry, Hermione, and Ron approached her again, asking the same question. She provided the same response. It was a surge of magic. They felt reassured, exchanging glances, playfully nudging one another. Ultimately, Hermione could no longer bear to watch and forcefully pushed the two boys apart, stepping forward to inquire. Do you know who Nicholas Flamel is? A close friend of Dumbledore, replied Mavis smoothly. Why do you ask? It's about Hagrid. Harry opened his mouth, only to swallow his words back again. By the way, where has Professor Quirrell gone? Mavis sensed an unexpected tension and feigned ignorance. Wasn't it said he was ill and took a leave of absence? No, Harry replied, lowering his voice. The night before last. I was wearing the invisibility cloak. It's my Christmas gift, originally my father's. To make a long story short, I saw Professor Snape in the corridor that night. He took Professor Quirrell away. What? Mavis gasped. He kidnapped him and stuffed him into a carriage. Harry reiterated, adding that Quirrell pleaded for mercy, while Snape expressed a desire to kill him on the spot, but reassured that soon enough, Quirrell would wish he were dead. Hermione interjected, and the next day, everyone said Professor Quirrell was sick and on leave. Mavis exclaimed, What? Are you suspecting Professor Snape? He intends to steal something from the corridor on the 4th floor. Ron stated, though he had no idea what that might be. He has already deceived Dumbledore and taken Quirrell away. We must stop him at once. Mavis found herself caught in a dilemma. Should she let them proceed with their adventure, or reveal the truth to prevent them from encountering danger? After much contemplation, she resolved to act discreetly. Why not ask Sirius and Remus? They were in the same year as Snape. As for the 4th floor corridor, Hermione's eyes brightened. Do you know what it is? Yes, you've been living at the school all along. You must know, Mavis replied, with the presence of a Leviathan. There is nothing to worry about. Leviathan? You really do know, Ron exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. That is quite a creature. Ah, I said nothing. She feigned regret, secretly pleased. Yes, try to extract information from me, while sparing Hagrid. We're going to be late, goodbye. This tactic of feigned withdrawal was executed with masterful finesse. During dinner, Mavis received a note from Dumbledore, requesting her presence in his office. She arrived punctually and was graciously rewarded with dessert. Sitting by the warm hearth, indulging in icy blueberry ice cream, she felt elated. Where has Quirrell gone? She inquired curiously. The Ministry of Magic? Dumbledore shook his head. News of Voldemort is not suitable for dissemination at the moment. He is currently in a very secure location. A crackling sound echoed as the firewood popped. Mavis jumped at the noise, quickly glancing around to ensure nothing was amiss before she exhaled quietly. And then, she hesitated slightly. What are we going to do next? Voldemort will undoubtedly return, Dumbledore stated directly, embodying the spirit of Gryffindor. We must prepare for that. Mavis nodded. He has lost his corporeal form. He exists solely as a soul, yet the resurrection ritual is exceedingly complex. He must seek assistance. The elder explained meticulously that after the last war, most Death Eaters were imprisoned in Azkaban, but a small faction had escaped justice. If Voldemort requires help, he will certainly seek them out. Mavis inquired, "Can we attempt to recruit them?" "It is challenging, but I shall do my utmost," Dumbledore replied earnestly. "One more ally is always preferable to another enemy. Wouldn't you agree?" Mavis nodded vigorously. "Yet, that is insufficient. We need individuals to keep watch over them, to swiftly ascertain Voldemort's whereabouts. Although he is currently quite weakened, unable to even wield a wand, we must not let our guard down." He continued, "Voldemort's greatest strength lies not only in his power, but also in his ability to manipulate and his cruelty." Mavis began to ponder. Had Dumbledore revealed too much to her? The Longbottoms were once exceptional aurors. Dumbledore seemed to see through her doubts, but chose not to elaborate, instead speaking of unrelated matters. They were incredibly resilient and brave, having endured relentless torment at the hands of the Death Eaters without yielding. Yet, regrettably, I was unable to protect them. They now remain at St. Mungo's, suffering from the everlasting scars left by the Cruciatus curse. She nodded, waiting for him to continue. "In the last war, we lost many." He interlaced his fingers, his gaze traversing through time back to the darkest of eras. "War is brutal, and opposing evil is no simple task. Some sacrificed themselves, some fled, and others capitulated. It was far more arduous than one might imagine. Many declare that Dumbledore is the greatest white wizard. He defeated Grindelwald and vanquished Voldemort. But only Dumbledore knows that it was never he or Harry who truly defeated Voldemort, but every witch and wizard who fought. It was Lily, it was James, it was the Longbottoms, and so many others." Mavis could not restrain herself and asked, "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I wish to request something of you." Dumbledore replied, "You have thwarted Voldemort's plans, and no child could have done it better, perhaps even better than many adult wizards. But Mavis, I have no justification to involve a student in a war, no matter how extraordinary she may be." He spoke slowly. "I wish for you to transfer to Ilvermorny in America." Mavis responded, "Newt's grandson is also attending there. He is a kind and earnest boy who can look after you," Dumbledore continued. "Ilvermorny has a wonderful connection to Hogwarts. With your abilities, you would surely adapt there swiftly." Mavis shook her head, refusing 3 times. "I don't want to, I want tea, I'm not going. Voldemort's power cannot reach across the Atlantic. For you, that would be the safest place." He pleaded, "As for Voldemort, I acknowledge that confronting him is no easy task, but please believe me, I will do everything in my power, even at the cost of my life." Chapter 57, The Choice. If the first refusal was thoughtless, the second was far more challenging. Mavis couldn't help but consider that transferring to Ilvermorny might not be so terrible. After all, what profound connection did the war hold for her? She had no friends. Her loved ones perished at Voldemort's hands, and she harbored no urgent desire for vengeance. She had never faced the horrors of the dark times. She was a complete outsider. Dumbledore was indeed correct. It was unreasonable to involve underage children in war. Had it not been for this, she would not have stopped Hermione on Halloween, even knowing that perhaps they could not become good friends without experiencing this ordeal. But safety was paramount. Mavis fully understood Dumbledore's intentions, yet she insisted, "I wish to stay." She pondered deeply, "Headmaster, I am aware of what I may face." Dumbledore gazed at her silently. "I know Tom. There is no mercy in his nature. You have thwarted his plans, and he will undoubtedly seek revenge upon you. Such retribution may far exceed what you can endure. The Cruciatus curse is not the end, but merely the beginning." Mavis shuddered lightly. Most people, when mentioning the Cruciatus curse, recognized it as an unforgivable curse. Only those who had experienced it understood that its terror often left not just wounds, but also deep psychological scars. The muscles remember the pain, the brain instinctively recoils. This horror is inexpressible, yet it is etched like a scar upon the soul. "I understand," she replied. It would be a lie to say she was unafraid, but her desire was to grow strong enough to defeat him, rather than to flee to a place he could not reach. "Mavis," Dumbledore said, "there is no shame in fleeing, especially when facing the most fearsome dark wizard." Mavis pondered for a moment longer, but shook her head. "Fleeing may not be shameful, but it would leave me feeling guilty. I wish to do what I can, to exert my strength. Even if the outcome is dire, I will not regret it. Dumbledore sighed softly. He made one last effort. Mavis, you are not like Harry. Harry was chosen to be that child, his fate irrevocably intertwined with Voldemort's. There was no alternative but to fight to the end. I am acutely aware of this. Maeve attempted to lighten the atmosphere with her thoughts, intentionally stating that Harry was the most crucial element in defeating Voldemort, and many would willingly sacrifice their lives to protect him. However, I am different. Voldemort despises me, and the Death Eaters would gladly capture me to prove their loyalty to their master. But my life holds little significance. After a moment of silence, she slowly remarked, Headmaster, you see, I'm not lying. I truly know everything. When Harry is in danger, a stranger like Dobby would rush to his aid, and Sirius would charge forward without hesitation, along with future members of the Order of the Phoenix. Even the deceased Fred would be among those who would come to his rescue. I did not envy this. She continued, Harry bears his burdens, while I joined willingly. In truth, Maeve was unsure why she was so fixated on this. Was it a desire to be part of the narrative? Or merely because the protagonists represented justice? And justice ought to triumph over evil? No, it was not that simple. For a fleeting moment, she was perplexed but soon dismissed the thought, clearly stating, from now on, I will strive harder to protect myself, but if possible, please do not save me. It was only at that moment that Maeve experienced a certain awakening. War claims lives. This time, it was Lucius who nearly perished, and next time it could be her. People's destinies are shattered by war, and no one knows whether they will be the next sacrifice. The room fell into silence. The portraits in the headmaster's office remained mute, and the clock ticked steadily. As if in judgment, Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, his thoughts resembling a scattered cluster of willow fluff, drifting momentarily to past wars, then to Harry, and then to distant childhood memories. But soon, he snapped back to reality, removing his glasses and smiling apologetically. Please forgive me. Age has diminished my vigor. His bony fingers fumbled with the velvet cloth, carelessly wiping the crescent-shaped lenses. Maeve chuckled, taking a bite of biscuit. Then she heard the elderly man say, That may be so, but saving my student is still within my capabilities. Maeve looked up in astonishment. Did I persuade you? Yes. You have, Dumbledore replied. You understand what you are doing and are fully aware of the consequences. Therefore, what reason do I have to prevent you from choosing your own path? A sigh of relief escaped Maeve, yet her heart felt heavier. She knew this was a path fraught with thorns, but we cannot sacrifice ourselves unprepared. Dumbledore donned his glasses, smiling slightly. It seems your defense against the dark arts lessons will continue. Maeve's heart soared, nodding enthusiastically. I will notify you 2 to 3 times a week. The crisis of transferring schools had quietly passed, and not only was Maeve delighted about her special lessons, but she was also subjected to being forced to take medicine. That Saturday, due to health issues, she could not participate in Quidditch this year, avoiding weekly training and preparing to stroll through Hogsmeade. However, she was caught by Snape. Miss Lynn, come with me to the office. Maeve thought to herself, a worker's life is indeed monotonous. Acting as a temporary assistant, she was tasked with handling moonstone powder and sneezewort. After finishing, she was not allowed to leave and was ordered to observe. Watch closely. I will only do this once. Snape said coldly. Pay attention to the number of times I stir, clockwise and then counterclockwise. Do you see the flames? Lower your head. Align with the flames. She quickly crouched down. The flames must be this blue-red color that indicates the temperature has reached the standard, he instructed. Maintain it for 10 seconds. Then add the final ingredient. A faint white mist rose from the cauldron. Snape poured the potion into a crystal vial. Take a small sip each time, and do not exceed 3 times a day. The next session is 1 week from now, at the same time. Do not be late. Understood? She nodded vigorously, suddenly empathizing with Lupin's feelings. The professor, clad in black robes, waved his wand, and the cellar door swung open with a bang. Do I need to bid you good night? He issued his dismissal. Goodbye, Professor. Maeve hurriedly departed. Chapter 58, The Younger and the Older. As winter transitioned into spring, after Christmas, Maeve celebrated another Lunar New Year. This year's festivities were filled with a celebratory atmosphere. Before dinner, everyone was doing their homework in the Great Hall when Cho Chang from Ravenclaw suddenly approached, her face flushed, and shyly said, would you like to try this? Maeve initially thought she was calling Cedric, and continued, writing her homework. In the end, Cedric poked her. Cho is looking for you. Bewildered, she looked up to find a box of dumplings that had been preserved with a freshness charm. For me? Maeve exclaimed in surprise. Cho nodded, awkwardly saying, I told my grandmother that there are Chinese students at school, and she insisted I bring these for you. To be honest, Cho felt quite resistant to being forced into doing this. She felt foolish. Aren't dumplings a must for the new year? After years in England, she might have already embraced the local lifestyle. This clumsy act felt terribly awkward to her. She bit her lip. If you don't like it, then forget it. I love them, Maeve exclaimed excitedly in Chinese. I adore them. You are so kind. I haven't had dumplings in over a decade. She stood up and embraced her younger compatriot. I don't know how to thank you. Cho breathed a sigh of relief. Maeve added, I will eat them all. Please be sure to thank your grandmother for me. I'm glad you like them, Cho said, shyly smiling, revealing 2 dimples on her cheeks. You are truly adorable, Maeve remarked. Cho became even more embarrassed, waving her hands as she sprinted back to the Ravenclaw table, glancing back and smiling at Maeve. Truly a delightful younger student. Maeve sighed to Cedric, right? Cedric's attention was on the box. What is this? Dumplings, a food eaten during the Chinese New Year. Maeve opened the box, revealing even packets of vinegar, instantly making her mouth water, and she warned him, don't look, I want to share a single one with you. Upon realizing they were dumplings, Cedric lost interest and changed the subject. I never noticed you and Cho were so close. Maeve shook her head. We haven't spoken much. After a pause, she added, I envy her. No one could be more enviable than Cho. She has the blood of her homeland, gets to study at Hogwarts, can occasionally visit Hong Kong, hear familiar accents, and enjoy familiar foods. Look, her family still retains Chinese customs. She even celebrates the Lunar New Year. This stark contrast in life experiences made Maeve hesitant to draw closer. Meanwhile, Cho was discussing Maeve with her friends. Cho patted her chest. Relieved, Lynn said she really likes them. That's wonderful. I was so worried she wouldn't even know what they are. You can breathe easy, Cho. Lynn is not an easy person to get along with, a Ravenclaw classmate grumbled. You know, she sent Stephen to the hospital wing during care of magical creatures. Stephen was Ravenclaw's encyclopedia, and in Ravenclaw, showing off knowledge is not a crime. On the contrary, those willing to share knowledge are highly regarded. Maeve, having kicked him into the hospital wing due to a dispute over a senior, had earned the displeasure of many Ravenclaws. Their sense of house pride was strong. Another third-year girl remarked, Lynn actually has a pretty good temperament, but she doesn't have many friends. She is often solitary and quite mysterious. The professors also liked her. The professors all favor the top of the class. She deducts the fewest points. Professor McGonagall frequently awards her points, even when we all raised our hands. The rivalry among classmates was as dull and tiresome as ever. As spring arrived, the snow melted. The first Quidditch match was upon them. Maeve chose not to attend, reasoning that since Quirrell was absent, Harry would be safe. She could no longer endure the overwhelming noise of the surroundings and chose to take a nap in her dormitory, conveniently attending an online class as well. Regarding the matter of the soul-binding curse, she discovered that it was unnecessary to fall asleep to utilize the time turner. A sufficiently intense thought would suffice. The reason it had only appeared in her dreams before might simply be that she felt more relaxed while dreaming, her mind free from distractions. In any case, it had now become much easier to catch up on her studies. Mavis decided to revisit the moment when Snape brewed the calming potion, intending to closely observe the process once more. The experience was quite surreal. Snape was brewing potions while she assisted nearby, and now her present self craned her neck to watch. Mavis attempted to converse with Snape, but he displayed no reaction, utterly oblivious to her presence. She, too, was unable to engage in dialogue with herself. When she reached out to touch the potion, her hand passed through the object, akin to the sensation of the pensieve. At this point, any speculation about parallel worlds or the past could be dismissed. However, it could not be considered merely a large pensieve. Memories could not be communicated, only observed, yet the scenes provided by the time turner possessed interactive capabilities. It resembled a combination of pensive images. Nevertheless, rather than unraveling the nature of this phenomenon, she was more concerned with how to utilize it effectively. After pondering for a moment, a spark of inspiration struck her. She concentrated her thoughts, and the image of the cellar unfurled like mist, transforming into an owl shimmering with silvery light. It preened its feathers, then spread its wings, shaking off strands of pearlescent light. A new scene emerged, the potions classroom. The portly, bald professor announced, "Today, we shall learn about the calming potion." Was that Slughorn? Had he gone bald so early? Mavis scoffed, then turned to observe her surroundings. In the Slytherin corner sat a student with greasy hair and a sullen expression. He silently sorted through the ingredients on his desk, methodically and efficiently, exuding a menacing aura, his mood seemingly lower than that of others. She glanced over at the Gryffindor side. Sirius was particularly easy to identify, with his handsome features and an air of aristocratic arrogance, draping an arm around a friend's shoulders, a mischievous glint in his eyes. James's hair was as unruly as Harry's. The two truly resembled each other. They whispered to one another, their hands moving swiftly. Lupin was absent from class, while Peter Pettigrew partnered with someone else, appearing timid and mouse-like. Mavis knew exactly whom to approach. She slipped over to a table and asked, "Lily, may I partner with you?" The red-haired girl with green eyes looked up and replied amiably, "Sure." Mavis responded, "You're truly wonderful, Lily." None of the young boys were dependable in her generation. No one was more reliable than Lily. Chapter 59, The Order of the Phoenix. Having mastered the new application of the Owl's classroom, her supplementary lessons became increasingly enjoyable. Missed a point in class? Replay it immediately. Completing her notes was no longer a dream. Want to enhance her skills? Schedule advanced courses with upperclassmen and practice on the spot. It was thoroughly fulfilling. Mavis briefly fell into the agony of indecision, pondering what to study, before resolutely deciding to learn the brain-blocking spell first. Dumbledore would not invade her mind, but Voldemort would undoubtedly do so. Though her knowledge was limited, she could not allow the plot to be revealed. The happy ending could not be destroyed on her watch. However, this course proved challenging, even with Dumbledore as the instructor and Snape as her classmate. Before the prophecy emerged, Snape was still a fervent Death Eater. He craved power and had allied himself with the seemingly promising Voldemort, until Lily gave birth to Harry, becoming one of the prophesied children. The timing of the class was set after Snape had chosen to become a spy. He appeared utterly despondent, struggling against Dumbledore's magic. Another failure. Severus, Dumbledore said sternly. You must pull yourself together. In your current state, I cannot trust you to return to him. Snape, pale and drawn, replied once more. Time and again he attempted, only to fail repeatedly. Mavis could not intervene in their dialogue. She could only wait until Snape's lesson concluded to catch Dumbledore's attention and begin her own tutoring. I invaded your mind, but cannot see your memories, the headmaster remarked, seemingly devoid of curiosity for exploration. That will be all for today. You must concentrate more. Intent is the key to the brain-blocking spell. Another abstract concept. Mavis grimaced, but had grown accustomed to it. Magic was always like this, revolving around love, intent, faith, and courage. If one fixated too much on logic, analysis, and deconstruction, it would backfire. Do you believe in magic? I do not. Very well. Your acceptance letter is revoked. Mavis felt that, as an adult capable of mastering magic, the most crucial reason was her unwavering belief that the owl had gotten lost. But the absence of summer camp had led to her not being chosen. She merely lacked a pokeball. Returning to the main point, once she began attending supplementary lessons. Time flew by. Mavis typically attended third-year classes, occasionally being summoned by Snape to work and learn potion brewing in the process. On Friday and Saturday nights, Dumbledore would provide her with one-on-one tutoring in defense against the dark arts. On Sundays, she spent her days in the library writing papers, accompanied by Hermione. In the evenings, she returned to the common room to write, partnered with Cedric. There exists a breed of dog known as a student dog. Woof. The wool-pulling activities were abruptly halted, thanks to the damned Dark Lord. The novel she intended to submit existed only as an outline, with not a single word written. Gurgle. Each day's amusement consisted solely of gathering chestnuts and corresponding with Newt. Newt was truly a wonderful person. Upon hearing about Mawis's predicament, he sincerely shared his experiences with her. As you know, I was indeed the first to capture Grindelwald. Prior to that, I had merely heard of his cruelty and ambition. In fact, when I first faced him, I did not feel much fear because, no matter how terrifying a person may be, they will always possess weaknesses. As the weather gradually warmed, in May, she donned last year's sweatpants and shirt. The oversized shirt still fit, while the pants had become quite snug. It was also in this month that the Order of the Phoenix was reactivated. Mavis attended this meeting, held at 12 Grimmauld Place. Sirius still donated his home to serve as the headquarters of the Order. Mechi, Sirius exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her. What are you doing here? Mavis, cradling a chestnut. Feigned innocence, the headmaster brought me. You should be at school, Lupin interjected. She continued to play dumb. I specifically brought a chestnut. Look, it has grown over 10 pounds now. The chestnut chirped, rubbing against Mawis's chin, its tail brushing against her cheek. Dumbledore, how about I take Mechi back to school? Sirius suggested. Dumbledore, who was conversing with Moody, turned calmly and replied, she needs to attend this meeting. The ever-watchful Mad-Eye Moody glanced at Mavis with keen interest, his magical eye spinning in its socket, as if seeing through everything. Mavis felt goosebumps rise on her skin, a chill enveloping her. An interesting child, he said, taking a sip of his drink, lost in thought. As everyone gathered, Dumbledore conjured a few chairs and signaled for everyone to sit. Although some friends are unable to attend, I would like to clarify the situation before contacting others. He turned to the middle-aged couple on his left and said, "First, let us welcome a few new members. This is the Weasley couple. As you all know, Mrs. Molly S. Brothers, Fabian and Gideon Pruitt, perished in the last war. They are willing to join us, and I must express my gratitude for their trust and support." Mavis observed the renowned couple attentively. Mr. Wesley, with his mane of fiery red hair, exudes the aura of a quintessential, good-natured individual. Mrs. Molly Weasley embodies a harmonious blend of tenderness and assertiveness, radiating an undeniable warmth. "Albus, we have no choice," she declared. "I have 4 children at Hogwarts, and next year there will be 5. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement and introduced another young woman with striking pink hair, Nymphadora Tonks, who had been recommended by Moody. "Tonks is a metamorphmagus," Moody asserted. "I am confident she will prove invaluable." Sirius added, "In fact, Nymphadora is my niece." "Do not call me Nymphadora." Tonks shot him a glare. Sirius merely shrugged. Dumbledore smiled gently and continued, "Additionally, we have Maeve, who may be the youngest among us." Maeve sat up straight. Mrs. Weasley expressed her discontent, stating, "We should not involve children in these matters." "I concur," Sirius chimed in. Dumbledore replied, "Generally, yes. But I see no reason to prevent Maeve from joining us. This Christmas, she has already faced Voldemort alone." Tonks blinked, her hair shifting to a vibrant purple, revealing her keen interest. "Maeve, perhaps you would like to recount your experience." Chapter 60, The Meeting 2. Maeve omitted the more fantastical elements and focused on how Ron and Hermione had sensed something amiss and desperately tried to prevent her from entering the Forbidden Forest. It was then that she became aware of her own peculiarities and, in her attempt to flee, encountered Quirrell, who was possessed. Moody commented, "A rare occurrence." Maeve inquired, "What do you mean?" Lupin explained, "Those under the influence of the Cruciatus Curse often find their minds blank and struggle to think independently. Your retention of rationality is indeed an extraordinary condition." Maeve murmured, "Could it be the halo of a traveler?" "Yet," he continued, "it illustrates that your will is remarkably strong, far surpassing that of an ordinary young witch." After hearing the account, Dumbledore posed the question, "What are your thoughts?" Mrs. Weasley interjected, "This is outrageous. Casting the Cruciatus Curse on underage witches and wizards is unconscionable." She condemned Dumbledore, questioning how the school could employ such individuals as professors. Sirius defended him, "Mrs. Weasley, this is not Dumbledore's fault. The defense against the dark arts position has been cursed by the Dark Lord, and over the years, more than 10 professors have perished." He then shifted his tone, offering perhaps next year I could give a try. Dumbledore conceded, "I regret to admit that this is indeed my oversight. I will be more meticulous in selecting the professor for the defense against the dark arts next year. Harry and the others need to learn these things." Maeve remarked, "Lockhart. Well, at least he's not a Death Eater in disguise." He redirected the conversation to Mr. Weasley, stating, "Voldemort seeks to return and must rely on the Death Eater's power. However, we do not know his chosen ones and require your assistance." Mr. Weasley cautiously replied, "You want me to find an excuse to visit several Death Eater homes and scout the situation?" "Precisely," Dumbledore nodded. "If anyone were to once again pledge allegiance to Voldemort, their actions would undoubtedly change." Mr. Weasley promptly agreed, "Consider it done." Dumbledore then turned to Moody, who understood the cue, his magical eyes swiveling incessantly. "I will keep a vigilant watch over them. If anyone acquires an additional ally, I will certainly notice." Tonks made an enthusiastic gesture, indicating her eagerness. Sirius, unable to remain still, anxiously inquired, "Dumbledore, what about Remus and me?" Dumbledore pondered before suggesting, "How about the Department of International Magical Cooperation?" Sirius appeared perplexed. "What? That's a leisurely department." Mr. Weasley clarified, "It primarily oversees diplomacy, fostering collaboration between international wizards and the Muggle world." Sirius grimaced. "Why not the Auror Office?" Moody interjected, "Then you would have no time to tend to your children, Sirius." Maeve chimed in, "It's a low-pressure role, an opportunity to gather information and connect with other wizards, and when necessary, advocate for us. You, with the surname Black, have relatives aplenty. Who could be more suited?" Sirius retorted, "The Weasleys are also a pure-blood family. He has 7 children to raise. I wager that department offers scant remuneration." She huffed. Mr. Weasley found the conversation amusing and exclaimed, "Absolutely right. The Department of International Magical Cooperation has few diligent workers. Most are merely coasting by." Left with no choice, Sirius conceded, "If Dumbledore insists, then I shall comply." Lupin, who had remained silent, finally spoke, "Perhaps I could assist in outreach." "Not at this time," Dumbledore interrupted. "We need an emergency contact, and none are better suited than you." Relieved, Lupin promptly agreed, "As long as you require it, I shall see it through." "Does anyone have anything further to add?" Dumbledore inquired. Maeve swiftly raised her hand. Miss Lynn, the headmaster called upon her. Maeve organized her thoughts and tentatively stated, I believe monitoring the Death Eaters is not of utmost importance. Those who have not entered Azkaban do not necessarily wish for the Dark Lord's return. It is the captured, the fugitives, and the deranged who would seek his resurrection to reclaim their former status. Are you referring to Peter? Sirius reacted swiftly to this matter. Maeve nodded. Peter has no escape. He can only align himself with Voldemort. Yet, consider the Malfoy family. Should Voldemort return, they too must pay the price to regain their trust. However, that is not my point. The Death Eaters are of little consequence. Without them, there will still be others. The most pressing matter is to prevent Voldemort's resurrection and to ascertain why he did not perish. She added, perhaps it is merely my intuition, but I find Voldemort's state quite peculiar. Dumbledore instinctively sat up straighter, his gaze sharpening. Is that so? When he emerged from Quirrell, there was a brief appearance. Unlike Harry, Maeve was not influenced by the Scar Horcrux. She truly perceived Voldemort's visage, a vaporous form, exceedingly frail, yet profoundly malevolent and fragmented. Dumbledore repeated, fragmented? Indeed. Without personal bias. When is the appropriate time to interject personal sentiment? Maeve was certain he conveyed to me an impression of incompleteness. Dumbledore fell into deep contemplation. The Order of the Phoenix meeting extended into the late hours, and it was not until after 9 that Maeve returned to the school alongside Dumbledore. Famished, she resolved to forego her dormitory for the moment and head to the kitchen for a bite to eat. However, upon reaching the first floor of the castle, Ron suddenly darted from her pocket, ascending the stairs. Maeve thought, what on earth? She hastily pursued him, an ominous premonition welling up within her. That premonition materialized. At the end of the fourth-floor corridor, a door stood ajar, and Ron lay sound asleep, the trapdoor wide open. Oh dear, she groaned. Let the rabbit go, Ron. I will investigate. You stay here and await the professors. Do not allow any other students to enter. Ron wagged his tail in response. Meh. Maeve cautiously descended. The devil's snare bore traces of fire. Further in, keys flew about chaotically, and a broom was carelessly cast aside. This scene could only mean that Harry and the others had indeed ventured inside. What in the world was happening? Chapter 61, A Peculiar Development. In Professor McGonagall's chess game, Maeve discovered Ron, whose leg had been broken. Thank goodness. Ron grimaced, his face a portrait of relief, grateful that someone had finally arrived. Hermione, ever the little whirlwind, admonished him, do not move. She anxiously informed Maeve. Harry has already gone in. Do you have any idea what awaits inside? Maeve queried, could you first tell me who is in there? A Slytherin student. Hermione's words tumbled out like a rapid-fire machine gun, recounting the events in a flurry. Here's the situation. We decided to venture into the restricted section to search for information on the Philosopher's Stone, and midway, we spotted a senior student sneaking up to the fourth floor. The trio engaged in a fervent debate, ultimately deciding to pursue the matter further. To their dismay, they found that Louis had succumbed to slumber, with the entrance ajar. Fearing for the safety of the Philosopher's Stone, they resolved to intercept the rogue individual. Thus, the scene unfolded as you have witnessed. Ron grimaced, inquiring about the professor. Have you notified him yet? This was a question posed on behalf of Hermione. Hermione, momentarily taken aback, closed her mouth with a fierce glare directed at him. Mavis, she stated, I have informed the headmaster. Producing her wand, she cast a healing charm upon Ron's injured leg, securing it with a splint. Bandages and a splint materialized from thin air, immobilizing his wounded limb. I will seek out Harry. You must remain here and not move. Hermione interjected, there's fire inside, and one must consume the potion to enter. Leave it to me, she confidently replied, stepping into the examination room set by Snape, the purple flames blocking their retreat. Ahead lay a door engulfed in black flames. Mavis raised her wand. Impedimenta, her magical prowess paled in comparison to Snape's, yet extinguishing the flames entirely was unnecessary. At the incantation's release, the black flames momentarily solidified, allowing her to leap through. Inside the room, two figures were present, a dust-covered Harry, enraged like a dolphin, and another familiar face. You again? Mavis incredulously exclaimed. Shafik, must you always oppose me? Raymond, hearing the commotion, turned with an air of hostility, only to find himself confronted by a long-standing adversary. Old grievances resurfaced as he tightened his grip on his wand. You, what are you doing here? Mavis brandished her wand, the two locking eyes in a standoff. What do you intend to do? Who sent you? Mind your own business, goblin. He growled. This is a trial belonging to Slytherin. You two should step aside. Harry shouted defiantly. This is Dumbledore's place to protect magic and safeguard the stone. You intend to steal it. I can attest to that. Mavis, rife with suspicion, countered, "The contents here have nothing to do with Slytherin. Who informed you there was anything? Have you acquired some bizarre, dark magical artifact? Enough with the chatter. Whenever it matters most, it's always the incompetent ally who drags us down." A hissing voice whispered ominously, "Kill them, Shafik, kill them." Raymond hesitated. Murder? Muggles have no right to be at Hogwarts. The voice continued, "This is the Slytherin doctrine. As you know," Mavis interjected, "why lurk in the shadows? Voldemort, come forth. You have thwarted my plans twice." A serpentine creature slithered from Raymond's pocket, coiling around his neck. Yet this time, it would not be so effortless. "Ugh!" Raymond gasped as the serpent constricted his throat. "Let me go." The serpent hissed, "Harry Potter, surrender the Philosopher's Stone, or I shall take his life." Harry was taken aback. The enemy had suddenly transformed into a hostage? What was he to do? Instinctively, he glanced at Mavis. She stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Harry. "Upperclassman, I am curious. Can the killing curse end your life a second time?" Voldemort's cold laughter echoed. "You may attempt it. I assure you, the serpent's grip will tighten, and he shall perish first. I care not for the demise of Slytherin." Mavis waved her wand. Casting Expecto Patronum. A beam of light struck the serpent's body, and a misty, black soul materialized, akin to a floating specter. It lunged at her like a frenzied beast. "Why do you possess my spell?" "Exclamo!" she shouted, unleashing a spell. The incantation pierced the soul, striking Raymond behind. His wand slipped from his grasp, deftly seized by the quick-witted Harry. "I tell you, Dumbledore is on his way," Mavis asserted. "Huh!" The mist returned to the serpent's form, which flicked its forked tongue, yet spoke in human tongue, chillingly. "Then let us see." The serpent collapsed. Mavis concentrated on casting spells, but the serpent adeptly evaded, slithering toward the exit. "With so many students at Hogwarts, do I not care? Does Dumbledore not care?" It taunted. "Ha ha! Ron, Hermione, we cannot let it escape," Harry urged, sprinting after it. Mavis, concerned for the guardian at the entrance, followed closely behind. The serpent moved with great speed, winding its way along the devil's snare vines. The onlookers below were left dumbfounded. Descending was easy, but ascending proved a formidable challenge. "I will fetch a broom," Harry called, racing back to Flitwick's chamber to prepare for flight. Mavis did not impede him, but pointed to the overhead hatch, forcefully gesturing downward. The hatch extended and transformed into a wooden ladder. Using both hands and feet, she swiftly climbed upward. The serpent's tail flickered behind her. "Make way, Chestnut," she shouted. Chestnut complied, leaping to her side. The serpent descended the moving staircase. The stairs shifted, yet the serpent required no consideration of direction, effortlessly latching onto another ladder, gliding down the banister's pattern. Thankfully, Mavis was endowed with the fortunate buff of her timepiece, ensuring that the stairs would always align perfectly beneath her feet. However, the thrill of a chase in a film is far less glamorous in reality. Within mere minutes, her stamina waned, heart racing like thunder, breath coming in gasps. This, she realized, was the consequence of neglecting morning runs. Mavis panted heavily, finally witnessing the serpent slip into her room. Encouraging herself, she pushed her weary legs to follow. A wave of damp air engulfed her, the restroom stalls emanating an unpleasant odor, and the sink lay open, revealing a substantial water pipe. Mavis murmured, "Huh, wait a moment. Is happiness arriving a tad too abruptly?" She opened her mouth to speak, but closed it again, pointing her wand at the ceiling. Reducto. The ceiling erupted, countless wooden and stone fragments raining down to seal the opening. Misty veil. The entire room filled with dense smoke, obscuring visibility. She listened intently for any sound, and upon hearing none, retreated to the door and slammed it shut. Thundering footsteps echoed from the hallway, filled with fury. A gusty black robe swept in, exuding an air of authority, as Snape's wand glowed with a ghastly light, illuminating his grim visage. "You had better provide me with an explanation." Mavis replied, "Voldemort is inside." The air fell silent. Chapter 62, The Prelude. He slipped into a water pipe. I heard a terrifying voice, a monstrous entity. There were hissing sounds, reminiscent of a serpent. This was Mavis's testimony. Shortly thereafter, Harry, who had been flying on his broomstick, arrived, having heard the commotion. "Someone is speaking within the wall." His complexion drained of color as he stated, "Kill Harry Potter, find the Philosopher's Stone." Snape retorted, "How could there be someone within the wall?" Harry insisted, "I distinctly heard it just like this." He spoke in Parseltongue. Snape's face contorted as if he had been struck. Mavis, however, remained curious. "Did you pursue it? Or did it flee?" "Of course it fled," Harry responded. Being only a first year, he was entirely unaware of the burden he carried. As a seasoned victim of bullying, upon hearing someone plotting to kill him, he would certainly not be foolish enough to wait for an attack. He felt a twinge of pride. Hey, at least I brought my broom. The recent corridor drift had been rather impressive, leading him to believe he possessed a knack for Quidditch. However, Dumbledore's expression remained grave, and he remained silent for a considerable duration. At length, he addressed Snape. Severus, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, and Mr. Shafik are in the hospital wing. Please escort Harry there as well. Snape frowned. What has transpired? I will explain shortly, Dumbledore replied. Mavis, you should return to rest. Mavis dryly stated. I suppose I'll sleep in the hospital wing. Dumbledore nodded. Thank you, Severus. Snape understood it was time to depart, pursing his lips as he tugged at Harry's collar. Come along, Potter. Mavis followed suit. In the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey was attending to the injuries of others. Mayweezy greeted Hermione and Ron, casually making her way to the innermost bed. She kicked off her shoes, nestled into the warm covers, and hugged the chestnut that had followed her in, saying good night. Harry, filled with words yet to be spoken, lamented. You Haven Tea told me. Silence. Snape coldly interjected. Now, get to bed and close your eyes. Harry glared at him, while Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. Were they truly to sleep under Snape's watchful gaze? Mayweezy let out a soft chuckle. Snape shot her a glance, prompting her to dutifully draw the curtains. With Snape on watch, they felt reassured enough to slumber. The following day, Saturday, Mayweezy awoke to find 3 heads peering at her intently. She yawned and sluggishly sat up. Mayweezy, Ron eagerly began, excitement evident in his tone. Harry told us everything. How did you know it was the Dark Lord? Mayweezy retrieved her water bottle and took a few sips of lukewarm water before responding. Because Quirrell was possessed. Hermione gasped sharply. Quirrell. You really do know? Harry pressed. Why didn't you tell us what happened to Professor Quirrell? I can't articulate it. Mayweezy replied, a hint of frustration in her voice. It involves the Dark Lord. You should ask the headmaster. Harry, dissatisfied, retorted that's rather dismissive. We've shared everything with you. Hermione chimed in. You're keeping so many things from us. Ron nodded fervently in agreement. It can't be helped, Mayweezy sighed, her tone earnest. Some matters are not suitable for you to know. You're still in your first year. Harry remarked, you speak just like Sirius and the others. She shrugged. It's predictable. Self-righteous adults who say nothing for your own good, completely disregarding your feelings, despite having been children themselves. Ron nodded in agreement, affirming that childhood misunderstandings often lead to adult acceptance of their supposed wisdom. Isn't that the logic at play here? She inquired. Hermione, caught in a web of contemplation, found herself at a loss. Harry, unable to counter her, redirected the conversation. Was that really the Dark Lord? He didn't seem formidable at all. It is indeed him. He is currently quite weak, which is why he requires assistance, Mayweezy explained. Quirrell and Shafik have likely been misled by him. Speaking of, where's Shafik? Hermione responded. Professor Snape took him away early this morning. Meanwhile, Snape stormed into the headmaster's office with a grim expression. He had already learned the full extent of the situation from Raymond. The events unfolded as follows. One day after returning from the Christmas holiday, Raymond discovered he could converse with snakes. The serpent revealed itself to be a pet of Slytherin, having slumbered within the castle until someone recently opened Slytherin's chamber secrets. As a qualified Slytherin and a pure-blood wizard well-read in various texts, Raymond was not easily swayed by others' disbelief. He understood that Slytherin was known for Parseltongue and had indeed left behind a hidden chamber at Hogwarts. He believed at least half of what the snake told him. The serpent further enticed him, claiming that Dumbledore had found the entrance to the chamber, but, in an effort to prevent Slytherin's resurgence, had concealed it at the end of the 4th-floor corridor. Raymond found this assertion somewhat credible. The serpent seduced him with promises of becoming the heir of Slytherin, restoring its former glory. Raymond was intrigued. Ever since the fall of the Dark Lord, Slytherin had been misunderstood, ostracized, and suppressed. Dissatisfaction lingered among them. Last year, they had a professor who validated their perspective, only for him to resign after a mere half-year. A rumor circulated within the house, claiming that the welfare professor ended up in St. Mungo's not due to a cursed object, but rather because he angered Dumbledore. This theory was met with a divided belief among the students. Although Raymond was skeptical, he yearned for change. Despite Slytherin winning the House Cup year after year, they were still marginalized, constantly labeled as the den of dark wizards. Why should that be? He observed the 4th-floor corridor for a long time, confirming that the professors had indeed set up certain obstacles, further solidifying his belief in the serpent's claims. The most formidable challenge was the troll. Raymond spent over a month preparing, familiarizing himself with Hagrid's feeding patterns, and concocting a potion of living hell, which he added to the beef barrel prepared by Hagrid. Sure enough, the troll consumed the raw meat and quickly fell asleep. The subsequent challenges were similarly manageable for him, and he utilized his knowledge of potions to identify the fire-resistant potion at Snape's obstacle, albeit cautiously only taking a sip. Upon reaching the final challenge, Harry Potter arrived, followed shortly by Mayweezy. Snape relayed the entirety of the events to Dumbledore, sarcastically suggesting, "I ought to crack open his head to see if it's filled with confusion potion." "Severus, we need not be harsh on a student," Dumbledore replied, appearing weary from a sleepless night, yet maintaining his composure. "Tom knows how to manipulate. You must concede that his words are indeed compelling." Snape scoffed. Even adult wizards struggled to discern the truth behind his words, especially since there is indeed a hidden chamber, Dumbledore noted. Snape frowned. "Yesterday, yes. Yes, I believe that is Slytherin's chamber," Dumbledore confirmed with a nod. "Inside lies a basilisk." Snape's complexion paled. "A basilisk? There's a basilisk within the school?" Chapter 63, Final Exams. This weekend, Mayweezy was in the Forbidden Forest assisting Hagrid with cleaning duties. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were also roped into this task. They gazed at the vast expanse of desolated woods, aghast. "What happened here?" "There was a bit of an incident," Hagrid replied vaguely. "In any case, your task today is to clear away all the fallen leaves and dead branches." Ron despaired. "This is far too much. This is your punishment for violating school rules." Mayweezy, however, was focused on another matter. Dumbledore was truly impressive. How did this mess come to be? It was simple. Voldemort had controlled the basilisk in an attempt to seize the Philosopher's Stone, but unfortunately for him, he was thwarted by Dumbledore in the Forbidden Forest. A fierce battle ensued. The basilisk was captured, and Voldemort escaped, leaving the woods in disarray. The heroes were tasked solely with vanquishing monsters, while the burden of post-disaster recovery fell gloriously upon the shoulders of the successors. Mayweezy rolled up her sleeves and got to work. Using the levitation charm, she levitated a pile of dead branches and leaves, directing them to one side. She repeated this process. Meanwhile, the trio, foolishly bent over picking up sticks, pondered. "What spell is that?" Hermione eagerly inquired. "Locomotor," Mayweezy replied. A day later, the three had gained enough experience to earn a fifth-year spell. Ron voiced the collective sentiment. "No wonder you're so formidable." Mayweezy glanced at him, shaking her head dismissively. "You've yet to witness true prowess." If she were named the three spells she most desired to learn, without a doubt they would be Voldemort's Fiend Fire, Dumbledore's Water Prison, and Grindelwald's Fire Shield. The sight of ordinary wizards questioning their existence was amusing. As the three fledgling wizards absorbed her words, Hermione mumbled something that sounded like textbook content. Ron was utterly clueless, and Harry eagerly asked, "Can you do it?" "Of course not," Mayweezy replied, her yearning evident. Currently, the few powerful spells she possessed were all taught by Tom. In light of this, she found herself missing Riddle, who, after all, was an excellent tool. Sunday arrived, and the labor of the previous day was repeated. Harry began to regret his impulsiveness. Looking at the task ahead, it seemed insurmountable, a far cry from the tidy garden at Aunt Petunia's. Ron, the optimist, consoled himself. "I heard that Slytherin has to go to Snape every day. He must be worse off than us." "Ronald, Professor, Snape, Professor," Hermione scolded. Ron recoiled slightly. Mayweezy chuckled breathlessly. "Goose, goose, goose." However, the following day, her laughter was extinguished. This week marked the examination period. She had completely forgotten. The news of the Serpent Monster's revelation had been so astonishing that all thoughts of exams had vanished from her mind. She found herself burning the midnight oil, cramming for her finals, and once again reliving the dismal scenes of university assessments. The other subjects were manageable. She had mastered the curse and transfiguration classes, and her potions class, thanks to frequent tutoring, had gone relatively smoothly despite lacking a review afterward. As for the defense against the dark arts, she merely closed her eyes and hoped for the best. Yet, the history of magic was a different matter altogether. That night, in the Hufflepuff common room, May was curled up in a corner armchair, her head buried in her knees. Cedric inquired, "What's wrong?" She had been in this position for 3 hours. Betty, munching on chips, muttered indistinctly about failing her exam. Alice added, "In magic history, she hasn't spoken a word since leaving the examination room." Kathy, with an expression of disbelief, exclaimed, "This is monumental news. Meiji actually flunked an exam. Unbelievable." The other students nodded in agreement, happily sharing snacks. Maywis lamented, "It's just one subject." Cedric tried to console her. "I didn't do well in potions either. My flame temperature was slightly off." Maywis responded with a pitiful QAQ. Cedric asked, "What did you get wrong? The timing of the Goblin Rebellion? The history of trolls? The Vampire Civil War?" Maywis groaned. "I mixed up all the dates, and misspelled several key figure surnames. It's over for me. I'm done." She cradled her head in anguish. Foreign names were excessively long and their spellings bizarre. For instance, the founder of Mongolia is typically answered as Genghis Khan, but the history of magic required his full name, Borjigin Temujin. It was too challenging. She had crammed the night before and still got the spellings wrong. Goblin surnames were particularly odd, divided into various clans, and each surname had its variations. Vampire lineages were ancient, with surnames often being compound names, requiring distinctions between fathers and sons. Is anyone even studying? The Hufflepuff students remark, yes. It's so hard to remember. Someone gave up entirely, opting to lie back, reasoning that it was better than studying all night. Meichi, no one is going to punish you. Why are you so upset? They didn't understand her despair. Maywis shut herself off. The next 2 days brought exams in herbology and care of magical creatures. Maywis struggled to avoid thoughts of history, but with all 4 houses testing together. Ravenclaw was keen on sharing answers. The questions on goblins, the contracts of house elves, and centaur history left her feeling she hadn't performed well in the latter 2 subjects. Her isolation reached its peak. Then, the exams concluded. It was time for farewells, and this year the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team was graduating. I have received my acceptance letter from the Pottle's Pride team, he joyfully announced to everyone, inviting them to watch his matches in the future. His classmates congratulated him, and he encouraged everyone for next year as Quidditch. Eric, you'll be captain next. Be patient with everyone. Michelle, don't gain weight over the summer. You need to stay agile as brooms have weight limits. Angela, be bolder. Believe in yourself. You're an excellent batter. Said, you don't need me to say anything. You're always great. Meichi, he looked at the petite girl and squatted down. Forgive me for always threatening to burn your robes. I must have scared you. Maywis replied glumly, it's fine. I'm not angry. You're just saying it. You've never actually tried. Sometimes, you really don't act like a child. The captain laughed. I'll leave my maintenance box with you, so you can take care of your broom. She exclaimed, huh? Good luck then. Gryffindor has Potter. He is an exceptional seeker. You can't lose to him. The captain embraced her, affirming, but I believe you will also be Hufflepuff as Pride. Maywis replied, ugh. Don't be so sentimental. She added, I feel like crying. I've never seen you cry. The captain teased. Go ahead, we want to laugh at you. The team chuckled kindly. All right, enough with the sentimentality, the captain said, rubbing his hands together. Let us go. I'm off to enjoy the final feast of the year. I must indulge in some fried pork chops. Merlin, I've started to miss the house elf's cooking. The Great Hall was already adorned with green decorations. This year's House Cup results were Gryffindor 312, Hufflepuff 352, Ravenclaw 426, Slytherin 472. Maywis could not recall the exact scores, but she knew Gryffindor had lost some points. I bet Gryffindor will gain points, the captain lamented. Potter protected the philosopher's stone. Alas, Hufflepuff barely made it to the top 3. Maywis remarked, you all already know? It's south all over the place, Cedric replied. Only you're concerned about the history of magic. Maywis felt another pang. Losing the top position in her year was far more disheartening than Hufflepuff falling out of the top 3. Damn Tom. Chapter 64. Points and Prizes. As they took their seats, the headmaster delivered speech. Dumbledore stated, I'm delighted to have spent another year with you all. Some of you are about to leave Hogwarts and become true wizards. This is a celebration for the graduates. He continued, the results of the final exams will be delivered to you tomorrow morning. Maywis buried her head in her arms, not looking forward to it. After the pleasantries, the actual agenda began. Now, we shall present the House Cup. Before that, allow me to address a matter. Last Friday, Mr. Harry Potter, Ms. Hermione Granger, and Mr. Ron Weasley displayed remarkable bravery in thwarting an attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone. He stated, I must thank them for protecting Hogwarts property. Thunderous applause erupted from the long tables. Dumbledore gestured for silence. Originally, I should award them each 50 points, but considering their violation of school rules, I regretfully must cancel the points to avoid any misunderstandings regarding school prohibitions. Disappointed hisses arose from the Gryffindor table. Instead, he elongated his tone, speaking leisurely. The school will grant them each 100 galleons as a reward for safeguarding Hogwarts property. Ron was astounded. How much? He stammered. I think I heard galleons. The twins repeated in disbelief. Percy's cheeks flushed with excitement. However, Dumbledore quickly added, of course, as first-year students are not of age. This money will be given directly to your parents. Even so, Ron was left speechless, nearly on the verge of tears. On the Slytherin side, led by Malfoy, the young heirs scoffed derisively. Look at the Weasley family's poverty. It's laughable. His friends joined in mocking laughter. Nearby, Raymond stared at his empty plate, not participating in the banter. Dumbledore's words echoed in his ears. Mr. Shafik, I hope you realize there are many ways to prove oneself. Results obtained through improper means hold no significance. He numbly asked, so, are you going to expel me? No, Everyone makes mistakes, Dumbledore replied thoughtfully. Fortunately, youthful errors can still be corrected. This incident will not be made public, and of course, you will not be expelled. However, as a punishment, you will face a year of detention, overseen by Professor Snape. He looked up in surprise, not expecting such an easy resolution. Your father has done much for you. Dumbledore told him, you should cherish his intentions. At that moment, Raymond did not fully understand, but now, he comprehended completely. Hogwarts could not possibly produce such a vast sum of galleons. It was his father's money. A hush payment. His father, clenching his fists, suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of regret. Clink, clink, Dumbledore tapped a silver goblet. Silence, I have yet to finish speaking. The cheers gradually subsided. The headmaster continued. Next, I would like to speak of Miss Mavis Lynn of Hufflepuff. Mavis found herself momentarily bewildered. She had her own affairs to attend to. During last Christmas, she bravely discovered and thwarted a dark wizard invading the Forbidden Forest, protecting its magical creatures. Just a few days ago, she also contributed to the safeguarding of the Philosopher's Stone, saving innocent classmates. Her roommates exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, Mavis, why didn't you tell us?" Mavis replied, Most importantly, with her assistance, we uncovered the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts, discovering some exceedingly valuable items." Dumbledore smiled slightly and added, "Please forgive me for this information being momentarily withheld. It is undoubtedly related to the four founders." Hufflepuff exclaimed, "You found Helga's cookbook?" The crowd clamored with questions. Mavis interjected, "OMG. Please, headmaster, do not say any more. I will lose all my composure. For this, I must award Hufflepuff an additional 100 points." Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued, "And I shall present her with a special contribution award." Mavis responded, "All right from now on. It shall be displayed alongside Cedric in the trophy room. Why not some pocket money? I would like some pocket money as well. And a bonus of 200 galleons." Dumbledore promptly added this crucial detail. Mavis sat up straight, astonished. "How much?" Betty chimed in, 200 galleons, you could buy several robes with that. She cheerfully remarked, "I know a few excellent robe shops. I'll introduce you later." Mavis paid no heed. Her mind was solely occupied with one thought, converting 200 galleons into pounds. Would that suffice to purchase a plane ticket back home? The head of Hufflepuff expressed regret. "We were so close to winning the House Cup." "Second place is still commendable," the students declared, though they were undoubtedly lying about their lack of disappointment. Nonetheless, second place is a remarkable achievement and warrants celebration. Only the Slytherin students exhaled a barely perceptible sigh of relief. Someone muttered, "I thought we were doomed this year. We worked so hard for those points. We cannot let it slip away." They proclaimed loudly, defiantly gazing at Dumbledore. Dumbledore ignored them and cheerfully declared, "Now, let us begin our feast." After the start of term feast, the results of the final exams were released. Mavis indeed lost over 10 points in History of Magic, thus missing out on the Triple Crown. Her heart ached with despondency. Her roommates packed their belongings, paying her no mind, and discussed with others. Mavis is so unfair. She claims she did poorly, yet she is ranked second in the year. For the top student, being second is tantamount to failure. Regardless, the first place still belongs to Hufflepuff, just the same. Congratulations to Cedric. He has worked hard this year as well. Cedric accepted the accolades with a beaming smile. Only Mavis felt a pang of jealousy, indignantly stating, "Cherish this. It is your first and absolutely your last time taking first place. All right, I declare that next year's top student will also be a Hufflepuff," the head of Hufflepuff joked. "It would be splendid if the third place were also Hufflepuff." The third place belonged to Slytherin's Connie Harvis. The three companions who once shared a boat now claimed the top 3 positions. It seemed to be fate. In any case, another semester came to a close. For most students, the story comes to a temporary halt, but for Mavis, the excitement was just beginning. On the first day of summer vacation, they gathered to observe the basilisk. Chapter 65, The Phoenix's Nest. Who is most adept at handling magical creatures? Newt. He received a letter from Dumbledore informing him of the basilisk's emergence at Hogwarts. Without hesitation, he changed his flight and flew back directly from Romania. He also brought several photographs of Norberta for Hagrid. Hagrid's eyes glistened with emotion. Although he had only cared for Norberta for a few days, he had already formed a deep bond with the dragon. However, with Norberta beside her mother, he did not worry excessively. He simply missed her. Mavis had a gift as well, a vial of dragon blood, a specialty from the Romanian Dragon Reserve. It is relatively mild and can be taken directly. It enhances one's resistance to spells, Newt explained. Mavis hesitated and tentatively inquired, "So if I drink this?" Newt nodded. Mavis uncorked the vial and gulped it down. It was foul, cold, and viscous, utterly revolting. Yet, she persevered, feeling a fiery sensation erupt in her stomach. After reminiscing, they all gathered to observe the basilisk. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and the ever-present Professor Snape were in attendance. The basilisk was trapped in a cavern within the Forbidden Forest, its eyes covered by a black blindfold. Coiled in a massive heap, towering several stories high. Its scales bore a ghastly and eerie shade of green, with a girth that required 2 people to embrace it. Mavis exclaimed, "Wow, Harry is truly brave. Isn't this far more terrifying than the Dark Lord? This is my first time seeing a basilisk." Newt shook his head. "It is a creature created by wizards, yet it has not been treated kindly." Mavis curiously asked, "Should we kill it?" Dumbledore replied, "Voldemort has drained its life. It is already incredibly weak and won't survive much longer. Of course, this is relative to the basilisk's lifespan. It may still outlive any of us." Professor McGonagall interlocked her fingers. "Albus, keeping it at the school is exceedingly dangerous. We must ensure the safety of our students." "Of course. I invited Newt here specifically to address this issue," Dumbledore stated. Newt observed for a moment. Aside from Parseltongue, a basilisk cannot be tamed. This one may be particularly special. It was created by Slytherin and could be over 1,000 years old. A heavy silence fell upon the group. This creature was Slytherin's legacy, and they were hesitant to take its life, yet it was far too dangerous to remain at Hogwarts. Newt furrowed his brow. "I will consider some solutions." "Can it stay here temporarily?" Dumbledore responded. "It may remain until the beginning of the new term." Newt nodded, contemplating the situation with concern. Mavis began to brainstorm. Should she bring Harry to try, or perhaps utilize her special talents in a lesson? The tutoring sessions were always accommodating. That night, just before sleep, she grasped her time turner, earnestly beseeching it to allow her to experience a lesson from the true Slytherin. However, the dream she had was marred by poor connectivity and abysmal quality. The entire scene resembled a black and white silent film. She could see Slytherin's figure and the immense basilisk. Yet everything was hazy, with muffled voices and a choppy frame rate. Before long, it all came to an end. Was it the vast passage of time that made it impossible to revisit? Mavis sighed in disappointment, realizing she could not be of assistance. The time turner was not omnipotent. The following day, the professors packed their belongings, preparing to return home. Mavis was about to move to Hagrid's, as usual, when Dumbledore summoned her, stating, "The basilisk is in the Forbidden Forest. You cannot remain here this year." I asked Sirius? Although caught off guard, Mavis was no longer the same. She knew that Sirius and Remus would surely take her in for 2 months. "What I mean is," Dumbledore smiled, "perhaps you would consider Godric's Hollow." Mavis replied. He continued, "In fact, I have arranged summer courses for you, which will make things more convenient for us both." "Summer courses?" Mavis's ears perked up, and she agreed eagerly. "If it does not inconvenience you, I would be more than willing. Trust me, you will not cause any trouble." Dumbledore winked, donning his cloak. "Cool, me. We can enjoy raspberry ice cream together tonight." Mavis exclaimed. Dumbledore's home in Godric's Hollow was known as the Phoenix's Nest, named for the exquisitely lifelike phoenix weather vane perched atop its roof. The Phoenix Cottage is a striking edifice characterized by its robust Tudor style. Constructed from red brick, adorned with black tiles and white walls, this 3-story dwelling boasts a quaint little attic, its windows framed in charming wooden latticework. The garden is elegantly enclosed by a fence entwined with clusters of indigo wildflowers, while the verdant meadow beneath one's feet feels akin to a vast, plush carpet, often adorned with glistening dewdrops kissing the ankles. The modest courtyard is flourishing with raspberry, strawberry, blackcurrant, zucchini, and lettuce, their exuberant growth intertwining in a delightful yet unpretentious manner, exuding a sense of vitality, as if the owner could pluck ripe fruits at leisure during a stroll, wiping them clean before indulging. Beneath the eaves, the porch is furnished with 2 chairs and a round table, upon which rests a pure silver tea set capable of autonomously pouring water and brewing tea. In the interim, forks, knives, and spoons jingle against cups, serenading joyous melodies. Within the living room hangs a clock that chimes the hour, at which time a golden oriole flits forth, circling within to announce the time. On the second day of her stay at Phoenix Cottage, it was indeed this very avian herald that roused Mavis from her slumber. She occupied a guest room on the 2nd floor, featuring a small velvet bed draped in red canopies, walls adorned with vibrant tapestries, and a small writing desk by the window, its cherry wood grained smooth and polished, with brass handles shaped like violet branches. Opening the window reveals a serpentine path winding through the Godric's Hollow Valley, alongside a babbling brook of crystalline waters and majestic peaks that loom over the lush countryside, dotted with quaint, peculiar homes that whisper of antiquity. At 7 in the morning, still lost in dreams, a yellow oriole flutters in, chirping insistently. It is 7 o'clock. It is 7 o'clock. Good children should rise. Mavis leaps up, swatting the bird to the ground, where it dissipates into a wisp of smoke, winding back into the clock. Mavis, still nestled in her cozy bed, finds herself in a slight daze. Chapter 66. 3 meals a day. The breakfast at Phoenix Cottage consists of toasted bread, courtesy of Dumbledore's magical fully automatic toaster, which kneads the flour into a dough, producing a fragrant, fluffy loaf upon completion. Slices may be accompanied by choices of mayonnaise, blueberry jam, chocolate spread, or hawthorn jelly. Beside the window, 2 wicker baskets await, one brimming with golden eggs, heavy in the hand, leading Mavis to muse that they merit a medal for heroic mothers, the other filled with plump ears of corn, their golden hue both beautiful and sweet. Mavis prepares herself a fried egg, accompanied by 2 strips of bacon, sandwiched within the bread. On a high table in the kitchen, a large wooden barrel sits beneath a brass tap. Curious, she inquires, "Headmaster, what is that?" "You may give it a try," Dumbledore replies, sipping his honey tea while perusing the day's daily prophet. Mavis fills her cup, only to discover it contains milk, sweetened to perfection. Eventually, she locates pickled cucumbers, oddly flavored peas, and some smoked sausages in the pantry, sufficient to assemble a breakfast. Once her hunger is satiated, Dumbledore does not rush to commence lessons, but instead invites Mavis for a stroll. She readily agrees, taking her sunbathing cat, Chestnut, into her arms. The valley is tranquil, with few souls about in the morning. They tread the winding paths amidst the flourishing grass, where birds jubilantly chirp from the branches. Nevertheless, the conversation between the elder and the youth is far from serene and idyllic. Dumbledore asks, "Mavis, do you understand your situation?" "Yes," Mavis replies. "Then, let us entertain a hypothetical scenario." He states solemnly, "What would you do if you encountered a Death Eater? Where and when?" Mavis queries, "Let's assume right here in this valley. I would immediately run back to find you. And if I were not home, I would signal you and then hide in the mountains, ensuring they could not find me." "Very well," he responds with satisfaction. "You must remember, dealing with Death Eaters is not your responsibility. Your primary duty is to protect yourself as best as you can." Mavis nods. Dumbledore's tone lightens. "This summer, I shall teach you 2 spells. You must learn at least one." Mavis quickly nods, determined to master both. They are notoriously challenging, not typically taught to younger students. "You must exert yourself diligently," he emphasizes. "I will," she assures him. Dumbledore then reveals the spells to be learned. The first is apparition. Mavis exclaims, "QAQ. The headmaster is truly kind. How practical apparition is, saving on travel costs. Yet without assistance, I hardly dare to attempt it." But with Dumbledore personally overseeing her, what is there to wait for? As long as she persists, she will learn. Dumbledore carves out a practice area in the backyard of Phoenix Cottage, ensuring her magical attempts remain undetected by the Ministry of Magic. Then follows a rigorous regimen of practice. "You must remember focus, determination, and composure," Dumbledore instructs. "Do not be afraid." With Dumbledore present, how could Mavis possibly feel fear? Yet perhaps she is too relaxed. Her resolve seems insufficiently strong, and without a hint of suspense, she finds herself observing her lower half remaining stationary. What is it like to witness one's self being severed in half? Mavis stares in disbelief. Is my spine broken? With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore promptly returns her to her original position. She hastily checks her waist and rear. All is intact. Well, she swallows, conceding it is indeed a bit challenging. However, Dumbledore offers no words of comfort, stating sternly, once more. Before Mavis can gather her wits, she is compelled to try again, the outcome predictable. Too tense, unable to escape the haunting memory of her previous gruesome experience. This time, her arm vanishes. Again, Dumbledore prompts. After 2 consecutive failures, Mavis struggles to maintain her composure. She does not feel wronged, believing Dumbledore is neglecting her feelings, but the sheer magnitude of her failures fills her with embarrassment, as if she has squandered his generous intentions. Such a mindset is, evidently, far from the composure required. On the 3rd attempt, failure again. She remains in place, utterly motionless. Dumbledore shakes his head gently. "That will be all for the morning. We shall resume in the afternoon." Mavis feels disheartened. Yet, mealtime must continue. The main course for lunch is mashed potatoes. Freshly unearthed from the soil, the potatoes are washed with spring water, boiled until tender. Then mashed with a spoon and spread atop a mixture of sautéed onions and ground beef, baked to perfection in the oven, seasoned with pepper and other spices. Excess beef and tomatoes are simmered into a soup, enriched with carrots, mushrooms, and sugar snap peas until tender, then a squeeze of lemon is added. A salad is prepared with lettuce, romaine, kale, cucumbers, and cherry tomatoes from the garden, topped with half-boiled eggs and generously drizzled with dressing. For dessert, they indulge in ice cream. Served in a crystal dish, the sunlight refracts through the crystal engravings, creating a kaleidoscope of colors. Mavis pours a spoonful of blueberry sauce over her serving and adds a few crushed chocolate wafers. Dumbledore opts for the honey flavor. Afternoon practice resumes. Having filled their bellies, their minds are sluggish. Mavis feels less tense, taking several deep breaths to coax her body into a state of relaxation while remaining ready. This time, she only loses 2 fingers. To be honest, filling every corner of her being with determination is no simple task. Mavis finds that while her mind is eager, her limbs remain uncooperative. She sits despondently on the grass, beginning to doubt her magical aptitude. Mew! Chestnut gently calls, nuzzling her cheek. Thank you, Chestnut. She takes a breath, invigorated by her feline companion, and prepares for another attempt. Yet, by the time dinner arrives, she has not achieved complete success. Let's have dinner first. Dinner consisted of chicken wraps, filled with deep-fried chicken pieces, crisp lettuce, and cherry tomatoes, generously slathered with chili sauce, imparting a rather unique flavor. Our neighbor, Bashida graciously gifted us a jar of German sauerkraut, which I used to concoct a dish featuring sauerkraut and smoked ham as the centerpiece. To be candid, the sauerkraut was indeed quite tart. The soup also showcased sauerkraut as its main ingredient, incorporating leftover vegetables from lunch, simmered into a hearty sauerkraut soup. For dessert, we indulged in a caramel pudding, which was excessively sweet. Chapter 67, The Gift. It took Mavis 3 days to initially grasp the intricacies of apparition. This progress was rather sluggish. Although the 6th grade curriculum spanned 12 weeks, there was merely 1 session each week. Nevertheless, she practiced diligently every day. Despite her ability to sense the magic effectively, she struggled to regulate her emotions. At times, her impatience or frustration would result in yet another failed attempt. She needed to maintain emotional stability, a fact that perhaps elucidated Dumbledore's insistence and even stern admonishments. You must perform this magic in moments of utmost tension and fear, he advised, emphasizing the importance of composure, steadfastness, and confidence as the most vital elements for escaping peril. Mavis felt an echo of understanding within her. I should award Hufflepuff 50 points. Dumbledore winked, but for now, we can choose another mode of celebration. Mavis suggested 2 scoops of ice cream. The elderly gentleman readily acquiesced. After dinner, the two engaged in a game of wizard's chess within the confines of the house. Mavis, in a state of distraction, fidgeted, while Dumbledore alternated between his chess moves and perusing a magazine, inquiring which is more appealing, the stars or the pocket watch. She glanced over, noting the colorful wizard robes featured within. The headmaster's taste remained as flamboyant as ever. The stars. Dumbledore cheerfully marked a check on the magazine's order form. 2 days later, a parcel arrived at the Phoenix cottage. The robes Dumbledore had ordered had arrived. A deep purple, lightweight silk adorned with an array of pocket watches, each genuinely ticking away, displaying various calendars and time zones. Quite impressive. Yet beneath the purple robes lay a lovely ginger-colored women's wizard robe, designed with an adorably fashioned cape at the shoulders, embellished with fluffy little stars. It was accompanied by a matching pointed wizard hat, also adorned with twinkling stars. Utterly charming. This is your reward for mastering apparition, Dumbledore declared, adding, and I require you to wear this. Tomorrow we shall visit a friend. Mavis exclaimed, but everyone seems to have forgotten that I just received 200 galleons. The golden galleons resided within her wallet, a gift from Sirius, crafted from the hide of a transformed lizard, capable of shrinking when strangers approached to thwart pickpockets. Mavis had tested it by teasing Newt's Niffler, which could not extract a single galleon from it. How splendid. Dumbledore perceived her inner turmoil and remarked, this robe will be of great assistance to you. Mavis asked how so. It possesses a unique magic that allows it to adjust its size according to the wearer's physique. Dumbledore explained, the uniforms from the Japanese Wizarding Academy are designed in such a manner. Mavis replied, thank you, headmaster. Truly practical. The following day, Dumbledore insisted she don a new wizard robe, and with the use of a portkey, they directly flew to Paris. Mavis encountered an exceedingly frail Nicholas Flamel, who seemed on the brink of death. Albus, it is a pleasure to see you, he rasped, having lived for 665 years, appearing almost as a pale skeleton, with the sounds of his bones creaking as he moved. A flicker of sorrow crossed Dumbledore's eyes as he offered, if you change your mind, producing a red philosopher's stone to present to his old friend. It is not too late. No, Nicholas shook his head. This is the best outcome. Perenelle and I have awaited this day. Dumbledore sighed gently. And this young lady is? Nicholas inquired, his countenance fearsome, yet his tone gentle and amiable. My student, Mavis Lynn. Dumbledore introduced. She reminds me of someone. Newt is rather fond of her, he added with a smile. Nicholas replied, No, she resembles Newt's dear friend, that muggle, who always brings to mind the aroma of freshly baked croissants from the bakery, the scent of butter wafting through the air, and, in that moment, we were enveloped in immense happiness. At that moment, Mawis's stomach audibly grumbled. I see you can hardly wait to sample my wife's donuts, Nicholas chuckled. Strawberry, vanilla, or chocolate? Chocolate, Mawis exclaimed. A quarter of an hour later, she was seated in an armchair, savoring the donuts while sipping red tea, listening to the two elderly gentlemen recount tales of basilisk encounters. Dumbledore remarked, Only the descendants of Slytherin can truly control a basilisk. Bloodline spells? That's a splendid idea. Nicholas replied optimistically. Albus, everything will turn out well. Dumbledore responded, I hope so. Nicholas invited them to stay in Paris for a few days. Mawis, recalling his precarious condition, readily agreed and thoughtfully offered to explore the city on her own. Neither Nicholas nor Dumbledore objected. Take this. Nicholas gifted her a mithril ring set with a small red stone. This will help you evade the ministry's gaze. He added, shaking his head in disbelief, in my youth, there were far fewer rules. Dumbledore chuckled. Of course, back then, there was no Ministry of Magic. With age comes a relentless nostalgia, Nicholas mused. His voice is smooth as silk. But was our time truly better than this? He turned to Mawis, offering a slight smile as he recited the famous line. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. Mawis was left puzzled, uncertain of his intended meaning. However, the two elderly men seemed disinclined to elaborate, transitioning their conversation to the weather in Paris. Engaging in a debate about the relationship between London's fog and the ethereal mist before deciding to listen to some music. I don't understand the old men, she muttered to herself as she stepped outside. Seizing the rare opportunity to be in Paris, she resolved to purchase some gifts to bring back. Many had directly or indirectly given her presents, and now that she had some money, it was time to reciprocate. This endeavor consumed a fair amount of her time. She had to meticulously select gifts that matched each person's preferences, ensuring they were neither too extravagant nor too modest. Eventually, she chose a large dog pendant for Sirius, a fountain pen for Lupin, some French specialty biscuits for Harry, handcrafted felt cats for Professor McGonagall, a flask for Hagrid, and wooden combs for Madame Lorelei and Yaya. As for Dumbledore, he proved to be the most challenging to shop for. She wandered until nightfall without finding something suitable. Mawis casually entered a quaint second-hand shop on the street, hoping to strike luck once more. It was there she discovered a silver picture frame, which captivated her with the inscription etched around its border. Don't cry because it is over, smile because it happened. She decided to gift this to Dumbledore. For having once loved, everything was worthwhile. Chapter 68. The Funeral. During her days in France, Mawis experienced profound joy. It was one of her rare holidays, free from obligations, allowing her to peruse newspapers and magazines each morning, take leisurely strolls, and visit various attractions like a muggle. The currency exchanged from galleons went a long way. She even purchased crepes from a street vendor, bringing them back to Nicholas's home to share with everyone, delighting in the sweet version of a pancake roll. Nicholas and his wife were exceptionally hospitable, presenting her with a different sumptuous French meal each day, keeping her stomach perpetually engaged in digestion. In the evenings, they would gather to listen to music and leaf through old photo albums. These blissful days spanned a total of 7. On the morning of the 7th day, a fog enveloped the sky as she dressed and descended the stairs, spotting Dumbledore seated at a desk below, engrossed in writing. Machi, could you please summon the owl? He said. We need to send a letter to Nicholas's friends, inviting them to his funeral. Mavis paused for a moment, struggling to find her words, and stammered, I'm truly sorry. Is their choice? Dumbledore sighed softly, then waved his wand. Their robes transformed into somber black funeral attire. It was at that moment that Mavis comprehended the true purpose of wizarding robes. Nicholas had appointed Dumbledore as the executor of his will, tasked with arranging his final rites. They needed to notify Nicholas's friends, secure a venue for the funeral, and ultimately decided upon the cemetery, which Nicholas had chosen 3 centuries prior. Mavis's primary responsibility was to cut all the flowers from Nicholas's garden, adorning every corner of the funeral with their beauty. This was his request. On that day, I wish for no tears or sorrow, only lightness and joy. Dumbledore remarked, Death is merely the commencement of another journey. Mavis replied, I am utterly convinced of that. Thus, the funeral site was not shrouded in dreary black, but filled with vibrant blossoms. The attendance was sparse. Throughout Nicholas's long life, many dear friends had already departed, and those remaining were frail with age. Mavis stood as the only youthful face among them. Everyone regarded her with curiosity. Dumbledore introduced her, saying, "Maechi is my student." Consequently, Mavis was compelled to greet a multitude of unfamiliar faces, striving to remember their names and lengthy titles. During the funeral, Dumbledore delivered the eulogy. "A loyal friend, who has departed this world along with his beloved wife, wishes for us not to shed tears for him. Throughout the lengthy span of 600 years, he has gained much and lost even more. Death is a part of life. He has finally completed the entirety of his mortal journey. Let us bid farewell to our friend, Nicholas Flamel, the great alchemist and a devoted companion." A profound silence enveloped the gathering. No one wept. They simply stood in quietude, silently honoring their friend. Following the funeral, Dumbledore commenced the execution of Nicholas's will. Nicholas bequeathed his entire library to his alma mater, Beauxbatons, while distributing his alchemical belongings among several other alchemists. His personal effects were allotted to his close friends. Dumbledore received all of Nicholas's tableware, much of which dated back to the Bourbon dynasty, including several sets of Chinese porcelain and an array of collected musical records. Newt was assigned items related to magical creatures, such as dragon teeth, venom, and feathers from wings, many of which belonged to extinct magical beasts. He even set aside a few golden coins for his Niffler, rumored to be fairy currency. The Niffler was overjoyed. Mavis, too, received a gift, a box that resembled a cigarette case, crafted from pure gold adorned with purple crystals and lined with red silk, featuring a clasp of 2 pearls. "Do not underestimate it," Dumbledore said. This was once known as a witch's box, compartmentalized into several sections to neatly store potions, broomsticks, clothing, and other wizarding necessities. The section for potions ensures freshness, while the broomstick compartment maintains a constant temperature and humidity, and the clothing section is protected by a dust-repelling charm. Functionally, it bore similarities to Newt's suitcase and Moody's trunk, underscoring the aesthetic continuity of wizarding artifacts over the centuries. Mavis mused that she only needed a pair of shoes to complete her ensemble. Perhaps she could purchase a pair of lizard skin boots, adjustable in size and reasonably priced at 20 galleons. Stop. How much do sneakers cost? She chided herself. Continue with the will. Nicholas's wife, Perenelle, also left behind a curious request. Before departing, visit the cellar. Thus, Mavis undertook a task, bringing up a box. Inside were macaroons, cookies, mille-feuille, Madeleine cakes, and raspberry ice cream, accompanied by a note that read, "Dear friends, please enjoy." After a morning of stifled tears, they finally flowed freely. Mavis blinked away her own tears and brewed a pot of strong black tea, allowing the grieving guests to slowly savor the couple's final hospitality. As evening approached, the attendees began to depart one by one. Dumbledore walked to the door and waved his wand. Mavis observed as Nicholas's home seemed to be enveloped in an unseen cocoon, gradually fading into another realm, forever vanishing from the streets of Paris. She did not inquire where the house had gone. She simply mused that perhaps it awaited discovery by some fortunate wizard in a hidden corner. It would surely be fascinating, akin to a plot from a fantasy novel. Upon returning to England, Dumbledore vanished for 2 days. Mavis continued her studies in apparition, diligently honing her skills in the phoenix's nest. The chestnut had grown, and her recent delight was playing a game of chase with Fawkes, honing their hunting skills. Fawkes had shed many feathers. He was on the verge of rebirth. Mavis collected them, contemplating whether they could be fashioned into quills. If successful, she would not need to purchase pens this year. Alas, once the phoenix feathers fell, there was no suitable spell to preserve them, leading them to self-ignite and turn to ashes. Mavis sighed. She swept the ashes into a dustpan, scattering them in the garden. Compost would suffice. Chapter 69. Animagus. In mid-July, Dumbledore informed her that her next task was to learn to become an animagus. This was a challenging and intricate form of magic. He stated, "My plan is to have you master it within 1 to 3 years." Mavis inquired, "Will the Dark Lord return no later than 3 years from now?" Dumbledore replied gravely, "I fear so." Mavis exclaimed, "That prediction is remarkably accurate." She was now prepared to embark on her studies of animagus transformation. To be honest, this magic was less about difficulty and more about intricacy. The first step was rather peculiar. It required her to hold a mandrake leaf in her mouth for an entire month. The leaf could neither be swallowed nor removed. During meals, Mavis had to carefully position it in an awkward spot to avoid swallowing it, and while brushing her teeth, she had to keep it beneath her tongue, expelling bubbles like a child to prevent it from being ejected. Dumbledore casually remarked, "This is a perfect opportunity to practice nonverbal spells." He explained, "Language is a form of power that can help you solidify your confidence and clarify your goals." Nonverbal spells require a more potent will. Mavis nodded in understanding. At the moment she spoke, 1's spirit naturally focuses on language, and magical energy gathers accordingly. However, nonverbal spells stem from thoughts within a mind, easily disrupted by other distractions, making them more challenging. Nevertheless, her proficiency in nonverbal spells had been commendable. Perhaps this was related to her linguistic habits. After years of traversing realms, she had grown accustomed to English, her default language, while conversing, organizing her thoughts in English words and grammatical structures. However, due to a lack of foundational education, Mavis's English vocabulary was rather average. When confronted with complex issues, she preferred to analyze them in her native language, as her command of Chinese vocabulary supported higher levels of logic. When casting nonverbal spells, Mavis silently recited in Chinese, and once Chinese became her dominant language, distractions from the English language became less impactful. It was akin to conversations. Some spoke English while others spoke Chinese, and instinctively, she would focus on her mother tongue. Is there a connection between magic and language? She asked tentatively. Can magic be performed in any language? Dumbledore replied, indeed, mermaids, fairies, and the parcel tongue. You are familiar with all wield magic, albeit in different tongues. The essence of magic remains unchanged. Mavis pondered, then how do spells originate? Though there is no particular pattern, the purpose of spells remains constant, to make the wizard acutely aware of the intent behind the incantation. He set down his cup of red tea as the wind gently stirred the wind chimes, producing a melodious tinkling. Wingardium Leviosa, wing arduus levo. Maeve thought deeply, thus Expelliarmus. Expel arm, stupefy stup nox. Could it be so? Dumbledore smiled and nodded knowingly. If it were that simple, why are there not more who can create spells? She inquired with curiosity. In the annals of magical history, one often studies who invented a particular spell and the original purpose behind its conception. For instance, the Interlexpelling Curse, a dreadfully sinister enchantment capable of extracting a person's innards, was initially devised for the treatment of constipation. Dumbledore remarked, casting a unique spell is not particularly challenging. The true complexity lies in transforming magic into a spell. Do you know why your textbooks are titled standard spells? He asked. She shook her head earnestly. Standard spells do not inflict harm upon the caster. Spells that fail to pass the test may be effective, but are unstable, difficult to replicate, challenging to control, and can even pose a danger to the wizard themselves. Dumbledore cautioned her, Maeve, at your age, it is still too early for you to create your own spells. I do not wish to create a spell, Maeve replied earnestly as she refilled his cup of honeyed red tea with the refill charm. I wish to learn a spell that you have created. Dumbledore, momentarily taken aback, chuckled and shook his head. Ah, I see. Is that permissible? She pressed. Of course. No teacher can refuse a student's request for knowledge. Dumbledore winked. I suspect you wish to learn a powerful spell. Do you not? Maeve nodded vigorously. Water prison. Water prison. She silently chanted in her mind. After some contemplation, Dumbledore finally said, Yes, I have thought of a suitable spell that might assist you in critical moments. The cage spell, he announced, though I have given it a more whimsical name. Orb. Maeve inquired what? Dumbledore demonstrated. He pointed his wand at the grassy lawn, flicking his wrist as the fine blades of grass protruded from the earth, rolling together like a snowball to form a verdant cocoon. Orb of leaf. The old man guided the rolling ball of grass, ensnaring the drowsy squirrel within, and with a swift motion, he yanked the bewildered creature into the house. The magic dissipated, and the squirrel tumbled through the air before landing cautiously on the ground. Wow, Water Prison is part of series? Amazing. Teach me, she exclaimed, tugging at Dumbledore's robes, eager to learn this enchantment. Outside of Hogwarts, her golden touch was of little use. Fortunately, Dumbledore's vast repository of knowledge allowed her to glean many fascinating spells. In the ensuing fortnight, Maeve's primary focus was on mastering Animagus transformation alongside the newly acquired cage spell. Dumbledore's spell proved to be highly adaptable. Water when there was water, grass when there was grass, and even wind when nothing else was available. The spell's lethality was minimal. Its primary purpose was control, preventing the wizard from acting or uttering incantations. However, a notable drawback was that the wizard had to maintain a constant output of magical energy. Should they cease, the spell would lose its potency. In essence, it was best suited for aiding teammates. Time flew by during her studies, and on the night of the full moon, leaves were placed into a crystal vial filled with saliva, followed by strands of hair, dew, and pupae. Thus, Maeve's daily routine revolved around awaiting the storm, directing her wand at her heart at dawn and dusk while reciting the incantation, Amata, Animo, Animata, Animagus. Do you comprehend what this entails? It signifies that one must rise before the sun each day. Maeve lamented, summer vacation is not a time for slumber. We have tasks to accomplish. Chapter 70, Another Trip to Diagon Alley. The morning dawned, though the hour was uncertain. The sky was merely a soft glow when Maeve was roused by the pecking of a yellow oriole, with her hair resembling a tangled nest. She struggled to emerge from the warmth of her bed. The crystal orb on the table still emanated a faint rainbow glow. It was not a memory orb, but a solar instrument capable of shining at sunrise and sunset, reminding certain woeful students that it was time to rise and attend to their duties. Maeve perched on the edge of her bed, half asleep, murmuring incantations as she felt the rhythm of her heartbeat. She did not yet sense the urge to transform, merely occasionally hearing the peculiar thumping of her heart. After completing her incantation, she crawled back into bed, eager to continue her slumber. At 7 o'clock, the squirrel nuzzled her hand, deftly unfastening the window latch before leaping down to roll upon the soft grass. An owl, clutching the Daily Prophet, swooped down, catching sight of the large cat and promptly dropping the newspaper before hastily departing, leaving behind 2 feathers. With warm-ups concluded, the squirrel groomed its paws and gracefully ventured into the underbrush. Breakfast time arrived. At 7:30, having completed her morning routine, Maeve descended to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The bread had been baked the previous day. She sliced it and warmed it in a pan, creating a hollow in the center to crack in an egg and insert ham. She heated oil, pouring in pre-prepared chips and fish from the Muggle supermarket. Once the stuffed toast was fried, she placed it onto a white porcelain plate, twisting open a jar of pickles to toss in 2 small cucumbers and a scoop of Spanish hot sauce. The chips and fish were piled onto a separate small dish, accompanied by a dollop of ketchup. With her teeth tearing open the plastic packaging of yogurt, she retrieved a small container of the creamy delight. It was time to eat. By 8 o'clock, she had tidied the kitchen of its chaotic state and proceeded to the garden to water the seedlings. Water prison, the watering spell, she muttered as she began to cast her magic. Alas, I cannot use grass on the lawn, nor wind on all the plants. Water prison is the most effective. She struggled to control the flow of water, often spilling as she rolled. Serendipitously, the dripping droplets were just enough to nourish the peas, green beans, and broad beans, which thrived splendidly. After happily practicing several times, her watering duties were complete, though only Fawkes fluffed his feathers, appearing rather displeased. Maeve contemplated capturing him for a playful tussle, but turned to find Dumbledore standing at the door, having observed her for an indeterminate time, his gaze lost in distant memories. "Do I remind you of someone?" she inquired curiously. Dumbledore returned to the present, smiling as he regarded the young girl before him. At 14, she had grown considerably since June. Her dark brown hair was a tousled mess, bound with a hair tie, her eyes bright, and her magic akin to the rising sun in the east, the seedlings in the garden, vibrant and striving to flourish. The elder's gaze upon the child evoked a silent sense of satisfaction, as though glimpsing the future. "No," he replied, "you remind me of my own youth." His mother, Kendra, was a remarkable woman. Despite her husband being imprisoned and her obligation to care for her ailing daughter, she diligently maintained a well-ordered household. Each summer upon returning home, he would behold a beautiful, flourishing garden. This illusion led him to believe that all troubles could be resolved, that everything would ultimately improve. Yet, alas, he continued, for an elder, youth is an enviable state. Maeve responded, "Compared to Nicholas, you are still quite young." Dumbledore replied lightly, "I fear I may not live that long. At least until the 10th year after the mysterious one has perished," she suggested earnestly. "One should make the most of their final decade." He blinked in surprise. "Make the most? I believe the elderly can be braver than the young. Youth must consider the future, but as one ages, nearing death, if there are things they wish to do yet have not, they should endeavor to try." She posed a question, "Albus, do you have any regrets?" Dumbledore did not respond to this query. "Oh dear, it is 9 o'clock," she exclaimed, hastily rushing back to her room. "I have made plans with the Weasley family. We're going to Diagon Alley today. It is a momentous occasion. Whether she can manage to outsmart the diary shall depend on her acting prowess." May Wacy hastily donned last year's plain robe, worn and drab, grabbed her wallet and tucked it into the inner pocket, giving a pat. With Lee Z absent, she decided not to bring him along. Diagon Alley awaited her. She dashed into the fireplace. Harry's summer had been rather dismal this year. To maintain the bloodline magic, he was compelled to reside with the Dursleys for a month, which was utterly dreadful, particularly since Sirius was exceedingly busy and Lupin had gone on a distant trip, leaving him feeling even lonelier. Moreover, his friends had not written to him, as if they had forgotten him entirely, which was undeniably disheartening. Fortunately, This misunderstanding was swiftly resolved when a house elf emerged, confessing to its misdeeds, and Ron along with the Weasley twins came in their flying car to rescue him from the confines of the Dursleys. He was now residing at the Burrow, which was splendid. Today, he would accompany the Weasley family to Diagon Alley, and Ron mentioned that Hermione would be joining them. Harry contemplated inviting May Wasey, but the twins informed him that she had previously stated her intention to join them, so he merely needed to arrange a time to meet her. Harry felt a surge of joy, yet a tinge of melancholy lingered. He gradually realized that as they entered school and made more friends, they were no longer the best friends they once were. He and Ron had more in common, often engaging in lengthy conversations, playing wizard-esque chess, sharing homework, and snatching chicken legs from the dinner table. Hermione would scold them, yet she invariably joined their adventurous group. The three of them felt united. They faced difficulties together and resolved troubles as a team, assisting one another through thick and thin. At this moment, Harry began to comprehend the camaraderie shared among Sirius, Remus, and his father. May Wasey was akin to an older sister, much like the Weasley brothers' affection for Ginny. Just yesterday, Ron had confided, "Harry, I told Mom that this year I'd buy Ginny a new robe out of my 100 galleons. I can't let her be ridiculed. Malfoy will surely mock her, the scoundrel." This reflection made Harry's heart lighten. Ron might not share their adventures or secrets with Ginny, yet his love and concern for her were palpable. Chapter 71, The Diary. The Weasley family was rather numerous, and upon arriving at Diagon Alley, they decided to split up. Harry, Ron, and Hermione ventured off to enjoy ice cream, while Mrs. Weasley took Ginny to procure robes, and the twins met May Wasey at the second-hand store. May Wasey was already there, proclaiming, "You should thank me. I snagged a complete set of Lockhart's books for you. They would sell for at least 10 galleons at Flourish and Blott's." The twins gasped in astonishment, giving her a thumbs up. "May buy, you're a true friend." May Wasey cheerfully patted a stack of books beneath her, saying, "Take them. The competition this year is fierce." The proprietor of the second-hand store was already quite familiar with her and lamented, "Lockhart's books always sell well. I should have collected more of them. They won't be worth as much next year." May Wasey kindly advised, "Don't hoard too many. You might incur losses." The owner retorted angrily, "Not a chance." He glanced at the twins' books, 1 galleon for 20 sickles. The twins protested vehemently, "Is it truly that expensive?" Fred pointed to the tattered pages. "Look at this cover. It's all ink-stained and completely illegible." George flipped through the pages, and there are missing pieces inside. They haggled. 1 galleon, no more. The owner responded, "Take it or leave it." In this seller's market, the twins found themselves at a disadvantage, laboriously managing to bargain down to only 10 sickles. This was a disaster. Fred lamented, "Our starting funds have vanished." May Wasey inquired, "What?" George explained, "We had planned a summer project to create some trinkets, made by, if I recall correctly." "You received a bonus last semester?" Fred drawled, "So." May Wasey readily agreed, "Sure." "Yay." The twins high-fived. After purchasing their books and other items, they triumphantly headed to Flourish and Blott's. As they stepped through the door, they witnessed Lucius Malfoy and Mr. Weasley engaged in a brawl. May Wasey, clutching her books, squeezed forward, shouting, "Fight well, strike hard." "Mr. Malfoy, you're putting in quite the effort. I'll offer a canute." She tossed a bronze canute, which clinked as it hit the floor. Draco's face flushed red, seemingly ready to charge at her, but Ron and Harry quickly stepped in, outnumbering him. "What do you intend to do, Malfoy?" Lockhart attempted to mediate, but to no avail. The chaos only intensified. Amid the tumult, Lucius fixed a steely gaze upon May Wasey, as if memorizing her visage. May Wasey stuck out her tongue, making a grand face, ominously declaring, "I know what you're thinking, Mr. Malfoy." Lucius's expression darkened instantly, yet he quickly regained his composure, dusting off his wrinkled silk robe, venomously remarking, "Don't think that hiding behind Dumbledore will shield you from consequences. You shall pay for your arrogance today. If I were you, I would carefully consider your position." May Wasey stood her ground. "Your son is merely 12 years old." Lucius glanced at Draco, whose face was flushed and nearly ready to brawl with Ron. Each word forced from between clenched teeth, "Do not threaten my son. With Dumbledore present, he is safe." May Wasey countered, but not outside. The two faced off, the atmosphere taut with tension. After a moment, Lucius sneered, turning to Mr. Weasley. "You work for Dumbledore, but what has he given you?" He picked up the tattered book from the floor, mocking, "Arthur, if I were you, I'd deconsider having fewer children. Then at least you wouldn't have to starve while buying this heap of rubbish for them." Mr. Weasley fumed. "This is none of your business." Lucius sneered again, casually tossing the book into Ginny's cauldron. "Draco, let us leave." He yanked his son away from the scene. Ginny, her eyes reddened with anger, found her newly acquired robe far less appealing. However, she held back her tears, crouching to retrieve the items strewn on the floor. May Wasey followed suit, gathering her second-hand goods, and spotted the black notebook in the cauldron. Naturally, she took it in hand, placing alongside her purchased textbooks. Ginny, having gone to buy robes and not visiting the second-hand store, assumed it was her possession and hardly glanced at it. May Wasey slipped the notebook into her pocket. Following the uproar, everyone's spirits were dampened. May Wasey exchanged only a couple of hurried words with Harry before departing in haste. As she opened the black notebook, faded dates appeared alongside the signature T.M. Riddle. The pages were blank. May Wasey took a ballpoint pen and wrote, "Key points of advanced transfiguration. 1. Careful. 2. Diligent. 3. Focused. 4. The pen tip hesitated, as if struggling to deliver. Then a line of text manifested. 4. Resolute. May Wasey continued writing. The recipe for the bewitching brain elixir. The content appeared word for word, far more precise than any search engine. Following that, a line of handwriting emerged. "Hello, my Vae," she responded. "Did you find my diary?" May Wasey retorted. "Who are you?" "My name is Tom Riddle." May Wasey set down the pen, tucked the diary under her arm, hurried downstairs, and knocked on the door. Albus. Dumbledore came to open the door. "Are you about to transfigure?" "No," she exclaimed. "Merry Christmas." Dumbledore blinked, momentarily perplexed. May Wasey handed him the diary. Tom Riddle. Dumbledore's expression turned grave. He opened the diary. It was utterly empty, not a word to be found. Mr. Malfoy tossed it into Ginny's cauldron. "But today Fred, George, and I bought the books. This one ISNT hours," she clarified. "I simply retrieved it, attempted to write a couple of lines. And he popped up claiming it was his diary." Dumbledore nodded, closed the notebook, and stared at it for a moment before suddenly asking, "Mei-Chi, do you know what this is?" May Wasey remarked, "This is a malevolent dark magic." She hesitated, unsure of how to spell the word Horcrux, for none of the textbooks she had encountered since her arrival in this world had ever mentioned it. Yet, that was of little consequence. She continued, "I have a story to share with you." "Story," Dumbledore murmured, repeating the words softly with a sigh. "Very well, I shall listen." "Red tea, milk, or coffee?" "Coffee," replied May Wasey. They shifted their conversation to a small parlor by the long window. Chestnut leapt onto May Wasey's lap, curling up to nap. As she stroked its beautiful fur, she eventually asked, "Albus, do you think Hogwarts possesses consciousness?" Chapter 72. All is becoming better. May Wasey recounted her extraordinary adventures, an unusual pocket watch, a classroom traversing time and space, and memories that could not be retained, for they had indeed transpired, leaving no room for doubt. Dumbledore believed her instantly. Intrigued, he inquired about the details, and upon learning that during their first encounter, he had been clad in a waistcoat and was the professor of Transfiguration, he could not help but smile nostalgically. "That was a long time ago. You were quite handsome in your youth, Albus," May Wasey complimented. "Ah, such a long-lost praise," the old man chuckled, a hint of melancholy flickering in his eyes. Time, like a swift river, had flowed by unknowingly for many years. He shook his head, his expression gradually turning serious. "So, you have met Tom as well?" May Wasey nodded, beginning to share intelligence. "He is searching for a dark magic. The exact name eludes me, but it is certainly related to the soul." "Soul." Dumbledore lifted his teacup as if to sip the red tea, yet remained still for a long while, eventually snapping back to reality. Pinching the bridge of his nose, "I was somewhat lost in thought. Perhaps we could discuss this tomorrow?" "No," he rose and paced the room. "Mei-Chi, you have imparted something very significant to me. I believe I might know what it is, but it is insufficient. If it truly is as I suspect, it is still not enough?" May Wasey asked, "Do you need numbers?" "Wouldn't stating it now seem too contrived?" "No matter. I already have some ideas," he said, his long, slender fingers tapping his forehead. "Let me think carefully." Another prolonged silence ensued. May Wasey had finished her coffee and began unwrapping potato chips. Chestnut leaned in to sniff, showing little interest, yawned, and resumed its slumber. "Mei-Chi," Dumbledore spoke again. "Though the topic had shifted, I think you are correct in your assumptions. What you witnessed was indeed a memory of Hogwarts. Quite remarkable. I have spent a century in this castle, and it is the first time I have learned of this." May Wasey blinked. "It is not difficult to comprehend. The Sorting Hat serves as the finest example. It is a magical object, yet possesses its own consciousness. Though it cannot be classified as living, it undoubtedly harbors memories." May Wasey shifted uneasily, cautiously inquiring, "Am I supposed to surrender it?" "Of course not." Dumbledore perceived her struggle and cheerfully replied, "This is a gift from Hogwarts to its students. I believe it only manifests at specific times to aid those who genuinely cherish it." He recalled the song sung by the Sorting Hat 2 Christmases ago. "If you love this land, if you yearn for this castle, You shall receive Hogwarts' precious gift. To be honest, I feel quite wonderful at this moment. No matter how powerful a wizard may be, he cannot escape the ravages of time. Dumbledore, having surpassed a century in age, could not possess the vigor of his youth. Yet, at this very moment, an inexplicable energy surged through his body, illuminating the path ahead and filling him with a more optimistic outlook for the future. It was a splendid Christmas gift. He approached the liquor cabinet, deciding to reward himself with a glass of mead. My Vashti watched eagerly. Dumbledore waved his wand, pouring her a glass of sweet milk. Please, do not share this with anyone, she requested. Dumbledore drank the mead, yet his mind felt clearer than before. Once the term commences, I may require your assistance. May Wasey shrugged. I will be delighted to help. May Wasey felt little curiosity regarding the fate of the diary. Well, I wish him a happy life. On the 31st, the Hogwarts Express departed. After a 2-year hiatus, May Wasey once again boarded the train. This year, I have money. She arrived early, commandeered a compartment, and, after a thorough search, purchased a few snacks, retreating into her compartment to cast an improvised repelling charm, eagerly preparing for the journey. Before long, the train set off, and she pulled out her thermos filled with icy juice, ready to indulge. Creak! The door swung open. May Wasey looked up, astonished. It's you, Cedric exclaimed, spotting the snacks on the table. Huh? Stealing snacks, are we? What miser? May Wasey quickly waved her wand, shutting the compartment door with haste, feeling slightly embarrassed. Ahem. Who said I was stealing snacks? Cedric did not argue, settling down and pulling out a book by Lockhart. Don't worry. Everyone on the train is already tired of the snacks. No one wants to share. You make it sound as if I am stingy, May Wasey vehemently denied, shifting the topic. How did you discover my magic? Your charm only conceals those passing by. If the target is clear, it remains unaffected. She questioned, Did I occupy your compartment? He raised an eyebrow, speaking slowly. The divination book indicated my lucky number today is 17. So I was searching for compartment 17. As it turned out, everyone passed by 17, and I deduced someone had cast a charm, May Wasey thought. She endeavored to redeem herself. I am not that stingy. I brought something for all of you. She retrieved a large cloth bag from her pocket, filled with small round boxes. Take your pick. In truth, the boxes were identical, a product of Transfiguration. Yet Cedric selected the blue one based on the divination book suggestion for the day's lucky color. Upon opening the box, he found it contained neatly arranged homemade peanut brittle. Lucky me, I stuffed all the leftovers into this box. May Wasey swallowed a chocolate frog in one bite. She pulled out the card. Yea, it's the headmasteress, Cedric replied. I have already collected them all. Ignoring him, May Wasey tucked the card into her pocket, intending to use it as a bookmark. Just then, the compartment door swung open again. Instinctively, she grabbed Cedric's book, covering her snacks. Who is it now? Hi. Qiu Zhang stood at the door, dressed in a sky-blue dress shirt, a very Ravenclaw-like outfit. She stood awkwardly at the entrance, glancing around before saying, All the other compartments are full. May I? Come in, May Wasey said nonchalantly, returning the textbook. Would you like some snacks? Qiu Zhang hesitated. Although she had lost interest in chocolate frogs, refusing seemed impolite, so she feigned pleasure and said, Thank you. Consider it a repayment for the dumplings, May Wasey quipped. Qiu Zhang replied, So sweet. QEQ, chocolate frogs are really not as delicious as the honey Duke-esque treats. Chapter 73, Some Matters. The atmosphere in a compartment with unfamiliar company is always peculiar. The issue was that Qiu Zhang, despite not being well acquainted with them, forced herself to engage in awkward small talk. May Wasey glanced around, sensing the need to create space. I think I'll step outside for some fresh air. Eager to slip away, she was surprised when Qiu Zhang, with a look of relief, cheerfully announced, ILL go too. May Wasey thought. Cedric understood. ILL find Richard. He left. Qiu Zhang exhaled, slowly pulling out a crumpled paper bag. Lin, my grandmother, while the elder. She heard you enjoyed dumplings, so this is something we made at home. With difficulty, she produced a box of chicken feet. May Wasey's eyes widened. If you don't like it, Qiu Zhang thought, not wanting to present such a peculiar item in front of Cedric. But now it was too late, and her scalp prickled. Wouldn't he eating chicken feet be rather odd? But I like them. May Wasey exclaimed, Oh my goodness, chicken feet. Steamed with black bean sauce. What a rare delicacy that's hard to find. She rolled up her sleeves, saying, If you don't mind, I shall begin. Qiu Zhang quickly shook his head. May Wei started to eat, mumbling her praise. Qiu's grandmother is truly remarkable. You are so fortunate. She always enjoys preparing delicious dishes for me. Qiu Zhang touched her cheek, knowing without a doubt that she would gain weight during her summer vacation at her grandmother's. It's wonderful that you enjoy it, she replied, having feared mockery for indulging in peculiar delicacies. May Weiss chuckled, her spirits dimming. This was perhaps the most unfortunate circumstance in the world. Someone possessed all that she desired, yet she found herself incapable of harboring any resentment. After all, Chiyo was someone who, despite their unfamiliarity, still brought her treats. Thus, she resolved to eat heartily, while also returning the favor with peanut candies. Once Chiyo Zhang completed her task, she left with a cheerful demeanor. The train slowly approached Hogwarts. A new term was commencing. Compared to last year's much-discussed Harry, this year's focus of attention was undoubtedly Lockhart. He was indeed pleasing to the eye, with lustrous golden hair and defined features, enhanced by the aura of a celebrated author, drawing numerous gazes during the banquet. The girls whispered and exchanged glances. This year's defense against the dark arts class should be quite good, right? Lockhart is impressive. My mother adores him. Pretty boy. The last remark elicited a chorus of eye rolls. With nothing pressing on her mind, May Weiss felt more at ease and chimed in. The stories are well written. May QE. When shall we ask him for an autograph? Betty inquired eagerly. There will be opportunities during class, May Weiss replied. After a satisfying meal, they returned to their dormitory for rest. The next day, they rose with the sun, reciting spells, grooming themselves, and heading to the hall for breakfast. Waking up too early left her weary, nearly dozing off until a yelling letter jolted her awake. She looked up to see Ron, wishing he could disappear beneath the table. All right, I see that Bai is at it again, she remarked. Wiping her mouth, she proceeded to class. Her elective courses remained the same as last year, but Cedric had replaced Muggle studies with divination. What makes you think this way? May Weiss asked. Divination is quite useful, Cedric replied. Come on, tell me how long you will live, she challenged. Cedric seriously examined the tea leaves in his cup and stated, a very lush tree. It should live a long time. He leaned over to examine her cup, but was puzzled. What does that mean? May Weiss retorted, I wish I knew. Yet, when Professor Trelawney called her name to answer, she surprisingly spoke with conviction. My vision is murky. A troubling matter is about to unfold, a chaotic and dark enigma, and I shall face a tremendous challenge. Very well. Professor Trelawney beamed, awarding Hufflepuff 5 points. Cedric fell into contemplation. In defense against the dark arts, they tackled 100 questions favored by Lockhart. May Weiss had meticulously studied the grammar in his book and remembered quite clearly, achieving a score of 98, which earned her praise from Lockhart and 5 points. This impressive score seemed to intimidate her classmates, leading them to assume she harbored a fondness for Lockhart. During a late-night chat, Alice, with an all-seeing tone, remarked, So, Meichi, you fancy this type? May Weiss, an early riser yet weary at night, protested. Who said that? You practically got every answer right, replied the seasoned fan, Cass. My mother adores him, yet she doesn't even know his favorite color. Someone will surely achieve a perfect score, she yawned. Betty, applying a face mask, curiously asked, Then who do you like? May Weiss produced an aged poster gifted by the owner of a Chinese supermarket. Something like this. It was a poster of Leslie Chung from The Last Emperor, which had gained popularity a few years ago, but had waned this year, hence being given away. However, if he stars in Madame Butterfly next year, the situation may change. Betty and the others scrutinized it, reaching the conclusion, you prefer dark-haired individuals. May Weiss countered, not necessarily. Once Titanic is released, I might very well change my allegiance. She decided to end the conversation, feeling both tired and drowsy, and pulled the curtain to sleep. The following morning, she was awakened by a yellow oriole-turned alarm clock pecking at her. Reluctantly, she extricated herself from the warmth of her bed and began to recite spells. After what felt like an eternity, she finally concluded, utterly exhausted, wishing to return to sleep, when a sudden realization struck her. She scrambled out of bed and shook the still sleeping Betty. Betty, dear, wake up. Betty groggily responded, What? Do you have any sanitary pads? Lend me one. Ugh. Chapter 74. Unexpected Developments. What does getting your period signify? Growing up? Becoming a young lady? The possibility of romance? No. It signifies enduring several days each month of backaches, fatigue, and irritability. It means an additional fixed expense each month for several decades. It means no cold water, no vigorous exercise, and no ice cream. For an entire week, May Weiss wore a sour expression. Her friends consoled her, saying, All girls go through this. We got ours long ago. May Weiss was well aware of this. But having previously escaped such torment, returning to this nightmare left her feeling quite imbalanced. Wait, what did you say about potions? It seems there's no potion that alleviates menstrual symptoms. The exhilaration and soothing potions might help ease the anxiety surrounding it. But unless brewed personally, Madame Pomfrey would promptly dismiss you, saying, Child, it's a natural occurrence. You need no potions, sanitary pads, Wizards possess magical versions, yet they merely absorb better, are easier to clean, fit more comfortably, and are exorbitantly priced. By the way, Mae Weiss discovered a hidden compartment in the witch's box upon opening it. She found a calendar marked with specific days in red, inscribed with a series of ancient runes, considering it was not a full moon and unrelated to werewolves. The placement of the boxes was rather discreet, just enough to conceal a small item, leading her to a bold hypothesis. Could it be a long-lost potion? She copied the runes down and asked Cedric, who was studying ancient runes, for assistance in translation. He stated, "It means to die." Mae Weiss felt greatly disappointed, yet deeply resonated with the sentiment. Indeed, go to hell, you cursed relatives. As she vented her frustrations, her first period waved goodbye as it departed. Revitalized, Mae Weiss prepared to work. This year, she had several significant tasks, assisting Dumbledore in resolving the Horcrux issue, completing her long-overdue short story for publication, and embarking on a money-making venture with the twins. Progress on the first task was beyond her control, so she set it aside. The second task was in progress, and she planned to seek Lockhart's favor, while the third was fervently discussed. "We want to create some special snacks," Fred announced. "Of course, they will come with a little surprise." Mae Weiss suggested, "Cookies or candies?" "Why?" George asked. "Because I can make those. Bread is too complicated. We can accomplish these in the room of requirement." Fred agreed. Smaller sizes are more convenient. Thus, the three divided their roles. The twins would brainstorm ideas, and Mae Weiss would offer technical support. She borrowed some tools from the kitchen and swiped a bit of syrup to create a semi-solid mixture. "What do you want to add?" she inquired. Fred replied, "Maybe. You should ask." George interjected, "What do we have?" Fourth-year students had a general understanding of potion knowledge, and with tight finances, the only viable experimental subjects were the results from class. The options included laughing potion, soothing potion, babbling beverage, hair growth potion, and swelling solution. Mae Weiss thought the laughing potion sounded delightful. Imagine everyone laughing heartily after consuming it. What fun! But the twins rejected it. "We need something more exciting, more unique, and unforgettable." They decided to personally test whether wild laughter was more amusing or nonsensical babbling, or perhaps even the astonishing growth of hair. To their surprise, the swelling solution proved to be the most effective. When the tongue touched the candy, it would swell, blocking the entire mouth, causing one to drool unattractively and mumble incoherently. Hilariously amusing. "This is it," they exclaimed in unison. "We will bring joy to everyone." Partnering with the twins in their entrepreneurial venture was a challenging yet hopeful endeavor. Mae Weiss sincerely exclaimed, "May we prosper. Gold for the entire vault of Gringotts. Such is the life we deserve, brimming with joy and hope." Nearly a month into the new term, Dumbledore finally located Mae Weiss, regretfully informing her, "I have found an old friend, but sadly, he is unwilling to disclose the truth." Mae Weiss inquired, "What can I do for you?" "Return to the past. Let Hogwarts reveal what transpired then," Dumbledore replied, handing her a note. "If my assumptions are correct, at this time and place, we shall acquire the answers we seek." "Very well," Mae Weiss agreed. Although she remembered the answers, she grasped the timepiece that night, hoping to witness that memory. Hogwarts heeded her request. At 11 o'clock, in the potions classroom office, a group of students was exiting. Mae Weiss did not engage with them. She appeared as if she were invisible, unnoticed by all. She boldly entered the room, hearing Riddle ask, "Sir, may I inquire if you are aware of the Horcruxes?" Slughorn responded to his query. Riddle continued to probe until he uttered the pivotal line. "For instance, is 7 a word of power?" Mae Weiss diligently memorized every word until the memory concluded. The following day, she rose early, completed her incantations, and hurried to the headmaster's office before breakfast to share the answer that weighed heavily on Dumbledore's mind. 7, he responded, surprised yet resigned. It was good news, but also not. Mae Weiss feigned annoyance. "What a pity. He's about to leave Hogwarts. Otherwise, I could simply follow him and learn everything." Dumbledore chuckled at her jest. "Maggie, we have been fortunate enough. Has he returned since?" She continued, "Perhaps I could coax him into revealing more." Dumbledore, considering, did not deter her. He was currently at a loss regarding the 7 Horcruxes. Yes. He returned to Hogwarts after graduation, hoping to apply for a position teaching defense against the dark arts. "I will do my utmost," Mae Weiss stated, "even without leads. Knowing how to break the curse would be beneficial. Then next year, we could have Lupin as a professor." "That is an excellent idea," Dumbledore agreed. Mae Weiss departed, content. Next, she set out to find Ravenclaw's diadem, eliminating the lurking dangers within the school. Fortunately, she possessed an innate talent. She could not recall the precise location of the diadem. This consumed some of her time. Tom had returned to the school multiple times during the first 2 visits. He had chosen the wrong time and found nothing. It was not until the 3rd time that she followed him to the room of requirement and confirmed its location. The next day, during curfew, she employed the disillusionment charm and stealthily infiltrated the room of requirement's collection room, turning it upside down. However, the diadem was nowhere to be found. Chapter 75, Investigation. Life often takes unexpected turns. Mei Wei had envisioned completing the diadem in the first half of the year and visiting Sirius for Christmas to dispose of Slytherin's locket. Yet, the diadem was missing. Hogwarts memories confirmed that Voldemort had indeed hidden himself in the room of requirement, an especially significant detail, leading to the conclusion that it had been taken by someone later. Mei Wei attempted to return to the scene of the crime to apprehend the suspect. But this time, Hogwarts did not respond to her. How unfortunate, Mei Wei lamented. Having spent a sleepless night, she reported her findings the next morning, sporting dark circles under her eyes. Dumbledore was astounded. Missing? She erupted, yes. Wasn't it supposed to remain until 7th year? I thought it would be the most docile one. Yet the diary faltered and the diadem vanished. That is not surprising. Dumbledore observed her agitation and offered her milk and biscuits. Let us analyze this. He reminisced. Tom returned to school, hiding a special diadem. What do you think it was? Mei Wei replied. He is a Parseltongue. He must be aware that he is a descendant of Slytherin. Ordinary objects are unworthy of harboring his soul. The heirlooms of the 4 founders are most suitable. Dumbledore concurred with her assessment. He continued to analyze, since Tom concealed it. He likely did not instruct anyone to steal it. I know him. He trusts no one. As long as he understands his situation, the Horcrux will undoubtedly react. Mei Wei calmed herself, realizing he would certainly manipulate those around him, just as Quirrell and Shafik had done, but nothing had occurred thus far. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I suspect he remains within the school. We must draw him out. Could he be seeking the basilisk? Mei Wei suggested. It resides in the labyrinth of the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore informed her, we have established a blood bond using the remains of the Acromantula. It can no longer harm Hogwarts students. And the school will ensure its safety until the end. Mei Wei fretted. What should we do then? Do not rush. At least we know what it is. The elder displayed a steadiness born of experience. Once he appears, we shall know. Although Dumbledore presided over the school, Mei Wei was unwilling to remain idle. The diadem dared to escape under her very nose. She was determined to set it ablaze. Her first subject of observation was Ginny. After all, what if she possessed an aura that attracted the Dark Lord? However, Ginny appeared perfectly normal, shy only around Harry, yet otherwise confident, maintaining harmonious relationships with her classmates. Furthermore, this year Ron had gifted her new robes, and Malfoy had found no opportunity to mock her. It made sense. The diadem was in the room of requirement, a place no first year could know. Then was an upperclassman. Mei Wei's gaze shifted to her old rival. However, this year, Raymond was remarkably subdued. He rarely appeared at the dining table, spent most of his time in the library, and was confined to Snape's office every weekend. Mei Wei mused. No wonder he hasn't been conscripted for community service this year. Snape has found better free labor. What about the twins? Say, have you two come across anything peculiar? As good friends, Mei Wei directly cornered Fred and George with her wand, urging them to confess without resistance. Fred replied, what peculiar thing? George added, what strange thing do you want? Fred quipped to Dumb-Bomb. George chimed in a stinkball. They exchanged glances, shrugging in unison. Mei Wei pressed, female jewelry. Fred protested, maybe. How could we possibly have that? George inquired, what are you searching for? Having spent 3 years as classmates, they now understood Mei Wei well. And with snippets of overheard conversations from their parents, they exchanged knowing glances and draped an arm around her shoulder. Dear Mei Bai, has something happened? Is there anything we can assist you with? Their curiosity was piqued. Mei Wei glanced at them, realizing that this matter indeed required the help of individuals familiar with all the houses, and thus stated, Hogwarts has lost something. The twins exchanged glances. Excitement reflected in their identical faces. I think we can help, Fred declared. George chimed in. What was lost? Professor Trelawney's necklace? Mei Wei slowly shook her head. A crown. Wow, they exclaimed dramatically. Whose treasure is it? It wouldn't be Professor McGonagall's. They chorused. Mei Wei felt awkward. It is a relic left by a predecessor. Highly important. I believe a student discovered it, thinking it was unwanted and took it. Is that all? Believe it or not. Don't be upset. Fred embraced her. Lowering his voice, we can assist you. But in exchange, you must tell us one thing. Mei Wei queried, what? George leaned in conspiratorially the Order of the Phoenix. Mei Wei replied, all right. Deal. They sealed their agreement with a high five. Chapter 76, the highlight moment. The twins were brimming with enthusiasm. eagerly probing for clues throughout the day, yet found none. They firmly concluded it certainly wasn't within Gryffindor. After much contemplation, Mavis resolved to approach the defense against the dark arts professor. Lockhart, it shall be you, she declared. Armed with a freshly penned manuscript, she sought out Lockhart. Professor, I am particularly fond of your books, and I even wrote a short story of my own. If you have a moment. Lockhart's eyes sparkled with delight. Really? That is quite astonishing, he exclaimed, playfully tossing his golden locks. Your trust in me is truly heartwarming. I shall not let you down. Mavis promptly presented her assignment, taking the opportunity to survey his office. As you can see, I receive an overwhelming number of letters daily. Some lovely ladies consistently seek my advice, Lockhart remarked nonchalantly, skimming through the correspondence. I must say, Miss Lynn, your choice of words feels remarkably familiar. It appears you are indeed a devoted admirer. Mavis replied, yes. I deeply envy your ability to craft such captivating tales. Lockhart, with a perceptive smile, replied, my dear, it is not mere writing. These are my genuine experiences. It is precisely this authenticity that renders them so enthralling. Mavis remarked, that must be your gift. Such delightful flattery. I adore it, Lockhart beamed, earnestly reviewing her story. Both wizards entertained the notion of falling for a muggle, compelled to masquerade as one to conceal their true identities. Fascinating, he commented. The Wizarding Weekly would appreciate such a narrative, but I must say, it lacks a certain adventurous element. You are rather oblivious to the lives of adult wizards. Mavis inquired, if you would be so kind as to offer me some advice. Lockhart shook his head regretfully. Perhaps it would be better for you to explore this on your own. My experiences may not apply to you. Mavis continued, then regarding the editor of the Wizarding Weekly. Lockhart graciously provided, not a problem. He scribbled down a name and address, declaring, this is the editor-in-chief of the Wizarding Weekly. You may inform him of my endorsement. Mavis expressed her gratitude, swiftly departing deep in thought. There was an evident spell error in her story that Lockhart failed to notice. Had he been wearing his crown, he would likely have been eager to point out the mistake, enhancing his own credibility. But now, even the professor of defense against the dark arts was at a loss. Mavis, left with no alternative, could only await the Horcrux to reveal itself. As October arrived, the weather was neither too hot nor too cold, making an ideal time for Quidditch. The former captain had stepped down, leaving Slytherin with an abundance of new Nimbus 2000 brooms. The new captain, eager and impatient, urged everyone to hasten their training. Mavis was in excruciating pain. This year, not only did she have to wake early every day, but she also needed to search for a Horcrux. Balancing Quidditch on top of that was quite overwhelming. Wanting to quit the team, she was met with her captain's tearful pleas. Mavis, you can't abandon us. Reluctantly, Mavis acquiesced, QAQ, until new team members were found. She had no choice but to participate. Before training, she was a person. After training, she felt like a dog. She clung to the bludger player, Michelle, being dragged along by her teammates. I'm exhausted, she muttered. I feel like I'm dying. The captain encouraged. Dinner awaits us in the common room. I specifically asked the house elf to prepare an extra portion for us, so we can eat as soon as we return. Mephis lamented. What? Michelle echoed her sentiments. Mavis, you've gained weight. Walk on your own. Mavis protested. My legs are weak. Cedric pulled out his wand and teasingly asked, care to try the zombie float? She retorted, get lost. As they hurried back, Cedric suddenly halted. Strange, who is that? He queried. Mavis looked up to see the North Tower ahead, where they typically attended divination classes. A figure was perched on the semicircular windowsill, engaged in some unknown activity. Couples strolling in front of the castle, students buried in their studies, and Harry, who had just finished eating and was heading to find Hagrid, all noticed the anomaly at the tower. Just then, the figure fell. Ah! Michelle screamed. Cedric, wand in hand, quickly aimed at the figure, Wingardium Leviosa. The levitation charm was successfully cast, but only slightly slowed the descent. The distance was too great, and the figure was too heavy. A fourth-year student's magic was insufficient to halt the fall. Mavis's mind blanked. There was no time to contemplate who it was or to assess her magic. In a flash, she drew her wand and unleashed the most potent spell she knew. Orb of Wind, she cried. A tempest arose from the ground, the howling wind swirling into a colossal vortex, ensnaring the figure that was about to crash to the ground. Mavis spread her arms, feeling her magic swiftly dissipating with the roaring winds. She focused, gradually easing the wind's intensity, aiming to envelop the figure like a blanket rather than shredding it to pieces. Then, she whispered softly, slowing her wrist, allowing the wind to descend gently. With a thud, just a foot from the ground, her magic was completely drained, and the wind dissipated like a wisp of smoke. allowing the falling figure to land softly on the grassy meadow. Mavis collapsed onto the ground, her back drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 77, Various Oddities. The commotion attracted the professors swiftly, who transported the fallen student to the hospital wing. Dumbledore arrived shortly thereafter, furrowing his brow as he gazed up at the towering North Tower, his expression contemplative. Professor McGonagall admonished the onlooking students, "This does not concern you. Return to your common rooms." "We saw it," Harry exclaimed. "Someone pushed her." McGonagall gasped. "What?" She turned to Ron and Hermione. "Did you also witness this?" "No, we didn't," Hermione replied. "But I believe Harry is correct. She certainly did not jump willingly. Her head was facing downwards. Someone must have pushed her." McGonagall pressed her lips together, her demeanor growing more serious. "We will investigate this matter thoroughly." Dumbledore's tone was calm, instilling a sense of trust. "Do not worry." He glanced at Mavis, who was seated on the lawn, regaining her composure, and cast a spell. Rejuvenation. Mavis felt a warm flow coursing through her limbs, her drained body revitalized. "I hope you won't blame me for causing such a scene." "No one can hold you accountable for anything," Dumbledore smiled, winking. "In fact, I wish you to know that I take great pride in having a student like you." Mavis stammered, that's a bit embarrassing. I didn't do much." She turned her gaze to the disheveled lawn, feeling the urge to sigh. Filch would likely want to murder her. After exchanging a few words with Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore noticed Mavis still pondering the state of the lawn and gently reminded her, "Mavis, perhaps you should also rest in the hospital wing for a while." Mavis snapped back to reality, standing up swiftly. Now was not the time to dwell on the lawn. "Yes, I should go to the hospital wing. I feel a bit dizzy." She pressed her head, groaning. Her stomach growled in response. It protested. Mavis remarked, "I'll fetch you something to eat. You need a cup of hot chocolate." Michelle chimed in. "Perhaps I should bring chestnuts to the hospital wing?" "Yes, I need chestnuts." Mavis nodded gratefully, placing her order. The captain mentioned fried chicken legs for dinner. "All right," he commanded. "Cedric, you take her to the hospital wing. I will fetch the food. Michelle, go find a cat in the girls' dormitory." His gaze toward Mavis brimmed with pride. "Leave it to us. You just focus on resting." The Badgers could hardly contain their excitement as they dashed away, their overly enthusiastic expressions giving Mavis an ominous feeling. Cedric, ever the gentleman, stayed back and squatted down. "Come on, I'll carry you." Mavis hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding that being floated like a zombie was far more terrifying, and obediently climbed onto her classmate's back. As they donned their Quidditch training attire, everyone assumed she had sustained an injury during practice, and no one approached to inquire further. Mavis asked Cedric, "Did you see anyone push her?" Cedric replied, "It's too far to tell, but the way she fell seemed rather peculiar." They made their way to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey was attending to the fallen student. Mavis, with an air of familiarity, climbed onto an unoccupied hospital bed and asked, "Madam, is she all right?" "I believe there's nothing to worry about," Madame Pomfrey responded. "She's merely petrified." Mavis craned her neck for a glance and thought the girl looked somewhat familiar. She hesitated. "Is she from Ravenclaw?" "Marietta Ekdal." To Cedric's surprise, he recognized her, a friend of Cho's. "Don't you know her?" Mavis retorted, "Of course I know Cho, but how could I possibly know her friend? Why do you know her? Are you quite close?" She scrutinized her companion, fearful he might harbor some ulterior motive. Cedric answered, "I know many people at school." Mavis stroked her chin, contemplating the unconscious Marietta. Just then, Cho arrived, rushing to her friend's side. "Madam, is Marietta all right?" "Yes, she is fine," Madame Pomfrey admonished them. "Keep your voices down, children. The patient needs rest." "Mavis?" Mavis replied, "I just need a sip of restorative potion. My magic is depleted." "You silly child," Madame Pomfrey huffed, rummaging through her potions. Mavis quickly got up. "Cho, what exactly happened?" "I don't know," Cho replied, looking equally perplexed. "We were in divination class, and Marietta received a rather dreadful reading. The professor said she saw ominous things, shadows of death closing in on her. Although we've heard the professor predict such things every year, Marietta was in a terrible mood and said she wanted some time alone. We want to eat. And then we heard someone say she fell from the tower. It's utterly terrifying." She looked at Mavis, anxiously asking, Is the divination true?" "Lynn, they say you excel at it. Perhaps you know what happened?" Mavis pondered, organizing her thoughts, and tentatively suggested, "I think the professor meant she might be affected by a curse. Has she exhibited any odd behavior recently? Has she been different from her usual self?" "Cho-appo-boo-woo. Not that I know of." "Does dark magic influence a person? Has she become irritable, easily angered, mysterious, often disappearing, or particularly clever?" Mavis inquired. Cho thought seriously and shook her head. "Marietta is quite reserved. She never speaks loudly and prefers reading in the library. She doesn't even play Quidditch. Mavis frowned. After listening for a while, Cedric interjected. Has she had any conflicts with anyone? I don't think so. We're always together. Cho hesitated. Mavis pressed. What were you about to say? Is it really a curse? Professor Trelawney has predicted many times. Cho uneasily replied, could it be? Is it possible, she stammered, that you're overthinking it? Perhaps it was just an accident, like being too heartbroken and accidentally falling? Mavis exclaimed. Heartbroken? A sudden realization struck her. Has she experienced a breakup? I'm not certain. Cho replied, suddenly shy. Sorry, I'm just speculating. These scenarios often appear in movies. No need to apologize. You've already helped us tremendously. Mavis caught sight of a tail and called out, Chestnut, over here. Meow. Chestnut leaped onto the bed, nuzzling her hand. Mavis stroked him and turned to Cho. This is my cat, Chestnut. Would you like to pet him? Chapter 78, The Invisible Assassin. Cho extended her fingertip, attempting to stroke Chestnut's head. Chestnut regarded her coolly and turned away. Mavis sighed in relief. All right, Chestnut's radar confirms she harbors no ill intentions. But he simply doesn't tea like Cho. Hee, that's just how Chestnut is, Mavis said, her expression devoid of embarrassment, rather filled with pride. He loves me the most. She cradled Chestnut, inhaling deeply. Chestnut, in her hands, was like a well-behaved child, allowing all the affection without protest. Cedric comforted Cho. Don't mind her. She boasts about her cat to everyone she meets. Mavis retorted, You're just jealous of me. Cho gazed enviously, but did not insist on petting the cat again. Assured that her friend was merely slumbering, she soon departed the hospital wing. Hufflepuff classmates trickled in, their faces alight with excitement. Oh, Mavis, we've all heard. Did you save a student from jumping? How did you manage that? Slytherins say you blew her down. They buzzed with curiosity, their chatter incessant. Mavis busily gnawed on a chicken leg. However, the overly exuberant badgers attracted Madame Pomfrey's attention, prompting her to shoo them away with her hands on her hips. Mavis obediently drank her potion, dutifully rested, waiting for the next development. A night passed without a single visitor. The next morning, Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick arrived to inquire about Marietta's awakening. Mavis concealed herself behind the hospital curtain, eavesdropping. Marietta appeared somewhat dazed, unable to recall how she ended up in the hospital, vaguely remembering her divination class before everything faded into oblivion. Dumbledore employed 2 detection spells, but found nothing. There were no traces of dark magic upon her. It was an accident, he reassured the students. Fortunately, nothing regrettable has occurred. Madame Ekdal will arrive this afternoon. You can take a proper rest. Marietta nodded. Thank you, Headmaster. She seemed entirely untroubled. Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick conversed at the door. Professor Flitwick anxiously queried, Is this truly an accident? Phileas, no one wishes for a student to harm another. However, Harry would not lie. This matter requires thorough investigation, Dumbledore remarked. You should be aware that a relic has gone missing from the school. A dark magical artifact? Professor Flitwick inquired. Indeed, Dumbledore confirmed. With a sigh, Professor Flitwick responded, I shall do my utmost. He departed, visibly troubled. Dumbledore turned. Your disillusionment charm is commendable. Mavis's form gradually materialized against the wall. She stuck out her tongue. Staying still is fine, but once I move, I give myself away. Dumbledore asked, How did it go yesterday? Mavis shook her head. No one came. He nodded. We need not rush. If it truly is him, he will be more anxious than we are. Mavis replied, I will devise another plan. Be cautious, Dumbledore warned. Tom in his youth was exceedingly powerful. He is not someone you can easily confront. Mavis felt a shiver of fear. Rest assured, I understand perfectly. The piercing pain still lingered in her memory. After a day of rest, Mavis skipped Quidditch practice, intending to utilize her unique ability to return to the scene of the incident and catch him red-handed. With renewed confidence, she delved into her memories. The North Tower, divination class. Cho and Marietta, along with a group of Ravenclaw students, descended. Unlike the lively Hufflepuff students after class, the Ravenclaw girls were more aloof. They either dismissed Trelawney, believing her to be a fraud, or immersed themselves in their own worlds, engrossed in books and magazines, oblivious to everything else. Gentle-hearted girls like Cho quietly consoled their friends. Presenting evidence, Professor Trelawney predicts this every year. I doubt she's truly that gifted, don't you think? Marietta shook her head. I want to be alone for a while. This was quintessentially Ravenclaw, and Cho nodded before departing with her other friends. Mavis rubbed her hands together. Let me see who you've hidden your crown away with. I'll catch you in the act. Marietta positioned herself by the window, gazing outside with a conflicted expression. Suddenly, she was petrified. A spell shot from the corner, and the girl instantly froze. A shadow approached swiftly and pushed her. Mavis widened her eyes in astonishment. What on earth? She had never encountered such a bizarre scene. A dark figure? An indistinct, unrecognizable apparition. A memory that seemed to be pixelated, reminiscent of a small shadow that had wandered into the filming set of Conan next door. The figure had succeeded in its endeavor and quickly made its escape. Mavis chased after it, yet the shadow twisted and turned, vanishing with remarkable speed, eluding her grasp entirely. The recollection came to an end. Mavis never anticipated such a conclusion. She was so flustered that she could scarcely find her voice. With a huff, she climbed out of bed, intending to brew a cup of hot chocolate to calm her nerves. In the common room, every seat was filled to capacity, yet curiously, no one was engaged in Wizard-esque chess or playing Exploding Snap today. Instead, they were gathered around a table, fixated on what appeared to be a crystal ball. "What are you all doing?" she asked, perplexed. "Mavis, come quickly," Betty beckoned her. "We are divining." "Divining what?" Mavis inquired. "How to avoid death," Betty replied. "What?" Alice interjected. "This morning, someone encountered Professor Trelawney and spoke to her about Eichmo. She claimed that an evil force lurks within the school, cautioning us to be vigilant." Mavis listened intently. The younger Katie mimicked the professor, her voice hoarse. "Ah, I see ominous signs. Darkness prevails, and elusive evil roams. Terrifying, exceedingly terrifying. The shadow of death is descending. You must be cautious. Someone will be harmed. Stay away from it. You must evade the malevolence." Mavis thought to herself that it certainly did not sound like a genuine prophecy, yet it did not seem entirely incorrect either. Betty began perusing the Owl Post catalog. "How about we buy a crystal ball? I want some tea leaves. Are there any protective charms? I think we could try a luck potion." After a lively discussion, they turned to Mavis. "You're so adept at divining. We should follow you every day." "That is not necessary," she replied. "It's essential," Betty insisted. "You saved that girl from Ravenclaw. Evil fears you, and you must protect us." "Exactly," Alice nodded. "From now on, we'll accompany you to class." Mavis sighed. Chapter 79, Trends. Thus, divination became all the rage at Hogwarts. Even though many students were aware that Trelawney could not truly predict the future, it did not dampen their enthusiasm. Any inaccuracies in divination were merely the fault of the professor. After all, eagerly, they purchased crystal balls, tea leaves, and astrology charts, attempting to predict their daily fortunes with great seriousness. "Wouldn't it be better to just buy a calendar?" Mavis remarked. "Today my lucky color is orange," Betty declared. "I'm going to wear the entire Hermes collection. My lucky number is 3. Does that mean I must eat 3 pieces of cake?" Mavis mused. Alice, who was currently on a diet, felt utterly defeated. Cass was the most unfortunate, lamenting, "Today my luck will be terrible. I might encounter danger." Just then, as she was about to exit the common room, she slipped on some spilled vinegar. Everyone found it particularly uncanny. Mavis, recently surrounded by them, found it impossible to investigate the case alone. Thus, she opted to take a different approach, attending classes and meals with her friends while gathering gossip. "Does Eichmo have a boyfriend?" she inquired of her classmates. They were quite interested in the gossip. "Is she lovesick? Did someone steal her boyfriend? Did she get dumped?" After an enthusiastic discussion, no one provided an answer, but they excitedly recounted various tangled love stories. A likes B, but B rejected A. A, feeling humiliated, spreads rumors about B. In retaliation, B flirted with A's friend C, and now A and C are at odds. "Goodness," Mavis exclaimed. "Or perhaps Slytherin's D likes Ravenclaw's E, but he is fond of Gryffindor's F, leading to a quarrel between D and F, both of whom ended up in detention." Naturally, there were the most stories from Hufflepuff. Mavis had just learned that a Ravenclaw had confessed to Betty, but a girl from the same year had a crush on that Ravenclaw. Betty, feeling awkward, declined, leading to the Ravenclaw and the girl becoming a couple. "Is this even allowed?" she thought, utterly bewildered. "Is dating as casual for you all?" Alice responded, "Of course, why not? Do you have a boyfriend?" Mavis asked. "Indeed," Alice replied, pointing to a boy named Aaron eating at the table across from them. The round-faced boy looked up, smiled at them, and offered Alice a piece of chocolate. "Are we still going to Hogsmeade this week?" "Of course," Alice replied. Mavis doubted the authenticity of her school experience. "When did this happen?" "A week ago," Betty said while slicing her steak. "Sweetheart, who do you think I should date?" "My sister has had 2 boyfriends at her muggle school, and I still Haven tea." Mavis felt exasperated. "Dear, we're only 15. What can you do in a relationship? Hold hands? Kiss? What is so entertaining about that?" Betty replied, "You have to date a few people to discover what you truly like. What is your type?" Mavis quickly shifted her stance. "Someone like Jinlong Woon T be out of the question." "Ah, I've been led astray by you all. So, has no one told me who Eichmo likes?" The others shrugged. "Anyway, it's not someone from our house. Otherwise, if you had asked, we would certainly have told you." Mavis sighed. Unable to find any answers proved frustrating. especially since divination had become so popular. Many believed the books that claimed certain days would bring romantic encounters leading to lifelong happiness. On such days, confessions would occur, and even those who were not well acquainted would often agree. For a week, Mavis was surrounded by her classmates, witnessing countless confession scenes, watching couples form, and feeling as though she were choking on the love they exuded. She resolved to seek out Lockhart for a chat. 2 days later, the dueling club was established. A student informed me that recent events at the school were unsettling, and I, Lockhart, who had faced werewolves, trolls, ghosts, banshees, and ghouls, must take on the responsibility of a professor and teach you how to combat evil. In class, Lockhart spoke with great enthusiasm. On Tuesday evening at 7 o'clock, I will hold a dueling club in the Great Hall. Anyone can participate. While Mavis clapped in support, smiling and nodding, she thought, this is the correct turn of events. Let the lovebirds step aside. Let us duel, young wizards. It must be said that, aside from those preoccupied with romance, the dueling club was far more appealing to the majority of students. Although the boys looked down on Lockhart, the girls, like Hermione, recognized his ineptitude, yet everyone attended promptly. The Great Hall was adorned with a splendid dueling platform, and representatives from all 4 houses stood ready, craning their necks to watch the flamboyant Lockhart introduce his assistant. Professor Snape. Mavis applauded vigorously. Well done. Ron and Harry whispered to each other. Doesn't it seem like Lynn likes this guy? It's Professor Lockhart. Hermione corrected through gritted teeth. Snape, dressed in black robes, cast a cold, disdainful glance at the trio before fixing his gaze on Mavis. Well then, Professor Snape, shall we begin? Lockhart inquired. He explained the dueling etiquette. Like this, bow, grasp your wands. When I count to 3, we shall cast our first spells. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. He launched a spell. Mavis clapped. The professor perfectly exemplified the consequences of underestimating an opponent. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Miss Lynn. Lockhart clambered back to his feet, revealing a dazzling smile. You understand my good intentions. Now, Professor Snape, perhaps it is time to select a pair of students for demonstration? Harry Potter? Snape called. Harry looked utterly despondent. Snape also named Malfoy. Thus began the childish brawl. Serpent's tongue. Malfoy shouted, and a snake appeared. Snape waved his wand, dispersing the black serpent, impatiently stating, Malfoy, stop with the theatrics. Do you understand the disarming spell? Malfoy turned away defiantly, continuing to glare at Harry. The two exchanged a flurry of jinxes, both ending up battered and bruised as they exited the stage. Lockhart inspired them, but the enthusiasm was lukewarm. He remedied the situation by asking, So, who's next, Miss Lynn? The Hufflepuffs were invigorated, cheering, Go Meggie, take them down. Maeve concurred, but suggested, Since Slytherin just faced Gryffindor, let us have Hufflepuff battle Ravenclaw this time, shall we? Compared to the fierce rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor, Maeve's proposal seemed quite mild. Even Ravenclaw felt it was their turn to shine, whispering among themselves about who would confront her. The older students were reluctant to volunteer. Winning would bring no glory, while losing would be humiliating. The younger students either showed disinterest or believed they had no chance, remaining silent as well. Maeve had already stepped onto the stage, encouraging them. Have you made up your minds? This is a splendid opportunity to bring honor to your house. Ravenclaw prides itself on the pursuit of knowledge, doesn't it? This is a rare chance. She scanned the crowd, provoking, At this rate, everyone will look down upon you. The Slytherins responded with mocking laughter, and the twins joined in, chanting, Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw. Finally, a bespectacled girl stepped forward. With pride, she declared, Ravenclaw does not concede to anyone. I shall take part. Maeve replied, And you are? Carter. The girl said, drawing her wand. The two bowed to each other. Expelliarmus, Miss Carter announced. As she cast her spell, Maeve swiftly dodged to the side, while simultaneously uttering, Stupefy. Miss Carter was struck and collapsed to the ground. Maeve remarked, No wonder you all need the DA. That was rather lacking. Quick, revive her. She awakened the girl, adding, You have demonstrated Ravenclaw's bravery, but I still seek someone who is confident enough to defeat me. Maeve fixed her gaze on the Ravenclaw students. Challenging, with the wisdom you take pride in, conquer me. If I lose, I shall perform a stunt of devouring a whole chicken leg. The twins chimed in. What happens if Ravenclaw loses again? Hufflepuff echoed. Yes, what if you lose again? Admit that you have failed to uphold Ravenclaw's glory. Maeve drawled slowly, so, will anyone step up? If not, I shall take it as your defeat. The Ravenclaw students began to feel agitated. What does she mean by that? It happened last time. Is she deliberately opposing us? We cannot let her be so smug. Yes, let us teach her a lesson. Lockhart attempted to mediate. It doesn't have to be Ravenclaw. Anyone willing can participate. This only infuriated Ravenclaw further. How embarrassing for them. The Ravenclaw students huddled together, adopting a serious demeanor as they strategized. Who would go? Her spell earlier was cast with remarkable speed. Who excelled in Charms class? They glanced at Maeve on the stage. To be fair, she did not exude a strong presence, being rather petite and slim. And this year she seemed to have gained a bit of weight, her cheeks plump and round, indeed adorably charming. The problem was, her temperament was disagreeable, and her mastery of spells was quite impressive. I'll go. Someone finally spoke up. The crowd turned to see Stephen Smith, the walking encyclopedia of Ravenclaw, the unfortunate victim of the Boggart battle in third year. While everyone trusted his knowledge, they also recognized that knowledge alone did not equate to skill. They exchanged glances, finally stepping back to allow him his moment. Maeve spotted him and applauded. Wow. It's you. Are you here to redeem yourself today? Smith replied with a cold smile. You'll find out soon enough. Lockhart wiped the sweat from his brow, striving to invigorate the atmosphere. All right, turn away from each other, bow, and salute. 1, 2, 3. The two nearly acted simultaneously. Expelliarmus. Maeve quickly cast a red spell. Smith's lips moved Protego. The spell concentrated on him, but was deflected. He countered with a stunning spell, a barrage of arrows shooting from his wand towards Maeve. Flock of birds. Maeve cried, as a swarm of birds burst forth, hurtling towards the arrows. Bang! They collided midair, both sides suffering damage and dispersing into smoke. Smith continued casting Sandstorm. Blue flames flickered, causing an explosion on the stage, sending wooden debris and sparks flying in all directions. Snape's gaze sharpened as he waved his wand, the shockwave of the explosion seemingly blocked by an invisible barrier, all the debris rebounding back onto the stage. Lockhart exclaimed, "Oh, I wanted to use that spell too." No one paid him any mind. All eyes were anxiously fixed on the stage. Maeve remained unscathed, her protective charm having shielded her from the attack. She glanced at the wooden debris, tracing a half-circle with her wand, multitude of projectiles. The shattered were transformed into a flock of small birds, aggressively taking flight toward Smith. But that was not enough. She promptly followed up with a freezing charm. Frost spread forth. Shatter! Smith yelled, obliterating the flock of transformed birds. He then pointed at Maeve, a flicker of hatred in his eyes. In the next instant, a vivid red glow erupted from the tip of his wand, slowly expanding like a great red net, descending upon her. WOC. Maeve dodged swiftly, but underestimated the net's reach. Grazing her arm, an intense, sharp pain coursed through her. The sleeve of her robe shredded into tatters, revealing red gashes on her skin. Blood trickling down from the torn flesh. Snape's expression twisted in an instant. The blood net curse. While not one of the 3 unforgivable curses, it was a spell created by the Dark Lord, a fragmented version of dark magic. Those struck by would feel as though they were sliced by extremely sharp threads, with lighter injuries causing blood to gush forth, and wielded by someone like the Dark Lord, it could literally dismember a person. However, the Dark Lord preferred the killing curse. This spell, once taught to his Death Eaters, was often used to torture individuals, inflicting countless cuts to induce a slow, agonizing death by blood loss. He wanted to call for a halt, but Maeve suddenly turned her head to glance at him. Ignoring her wildly bleeding arm, she silently cast a spell at Smith. His arm felt as if it had been sliced by an invisible blade, and in an instant, blood gushed forth. The smug expression on his face froze. Enough. Snape could no longer endure it. A wave of immense magical power emanated from his wand, forcefully separating the two combatants, hurling dark magic at each other. I believe this should conclude today's events. Lockhart stood there dumbfounded, stammering, "Why, yes, indeed, it was quite thrilling. Well, let us just call it a day." He craned his neck to look at Maeve, clearing his throat. "Miss Lynn, allow me to tend to your injury. I believe, as a potions professor, I'm more suited for this task." Snape tossed Maeve a vial of Skeelgrow and then aimed his wand at Smith, murmuring the counter curse to disarm. Maeve poured the potion onto her arm, casting a glance at the sullen-faced Smith, chuckling softly. Gotcha. Chapter 81. Seizing the moment. The dueling club had concluded. Perhaps due to the excitement of the two battles, Lockhart capitalized on the momentum, announcing that there would be another session next week at the same time. Judging by the expressions of the students, it seemed that many were genuinely eager to attend. The bleeding from Maeve's arm had ceased. She urged her classmates to return quickly to rest, as curfew was imminent. "I think I'll catch some sleep in the hospital wing." The Badgers were apprehensive, but Snape's cold glare silenced them, and they obediently acquiesced. However, as Snape turned to reprimand Smith, Maeve had already vanished. He silently cursed under his breath, angrily dragging Smith to the hospital wing, tossing him to Madame Pomfrey. "He requires essence of life and blood replenishing potions." Smith opened his mouth to protest. "Professor, Silence. Mr. Smith, Snape interjected icily. I have no interest in your flowery words. Now, lie down if you wish to sleep tonight. The potion's master had a long-standing reputation, and Smith dared not argue, obediently lying down. On the other side, May Weiss extricated herself and intercepted the trio. Hermione was reproaching Harry, exclaiming, "If it weren't for Snape, your Parseltongue would have been exposed." Ron chimed in, "The spells from Lynn and Smith are so cool." Harry replied, "Exactly." The girls, brimming with indignation, interjected, "You too, hey?" May Weiss seized Harry by the collar of his robes, insisting, "Come, we need to discuss something." Harry inquired, "What is it?" She requested, "Could you lend me the invisibility cloak? Also, tell the Weasley twins to meet me at the entrance of Gryffindor Tower at 9. Hermione, visibly anxious, asked, "What do you intend to do?" "You need a rest. It's just a minor injury. Lycienne has already treated it." May Weiss patted Harry on the shoulder. "Thanks in advance." Harry regarded her with suspicion, contemplating questions he felt she would not answer, and muttered, mystifying, "Informing Fred and George without telling me. Why are you so young?" May Weiss showed little sympathy, replying, "This doesn't concern you. Focus on honing your spells so you can at least defeat Malfoy." Harry retorted, "Your spell. The disarming charm suits you better," May Weiss interrupted. Harry huffed and returned to the dormitory, retrieving the invisibility cloak before knocking on the twins' dormitory door to relay the message. Fred, pretending to be asleep, sprang up at the news, exclaiming, "Wow, something fun is happening today." George hastily donned his coat. "Finally, she remembers us. Let us go." Harry watched them enviously as they slipped from the common room. When would he, Ron, and Hermione be able to partake in such grand escapades? At the tower, the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, the fat lady mumbled a few words before swinging the door open. "May," George whispered. "Over here." May Weiss beckoned from corner. "Where's the invisibility cloak?" Fred handed over a silver cape, brimming with excitement. "What are we doing tonight?" "The Marauders map?" George retrieved the folded map from his pocket. May Weiss unfurled it, confirming that Smith was resting in the hospital wing while Snape had rushed to the headmaster's office. "Perfect." She donned the cloak and instructed, "Listen closely. Tonight, I'm heading to the Ravenclaw boys' dormitory. You two will keep watch, understood?" "Ravenclaw? Boys' dormitory?" The twins exchanged incredulous glances, dramatically inhaling. "May, who do you fancy?" "No, who do you intend to confront?" "I have my eye on a rather handsome upperclassman, and I plan to confront him," May Weiss asserted. The twins gasped in horror. The Ravenclaw common room was also situated in a tower, the key to entry being the riddle of the door knocker. "Which letter can be drunk?" "T." The door swung open. The trio stealthily infiltrated the common room, greeted by a dreamlike dome glittering with twinkling stars, the Ravenclaw statue silently observing them. May Weiss gestured for one of them to stay behind while the other accompanied her to the boys' dormitory. The dormitory door was sky blue, each bearing the name of its occupant. She located Smith's room and silently cast the unlocking charm. The door creaked open. She quickly revealed herself. May Weiss chanted the spell, cautiously observing. Silver patterns illuminated the floor. Truly, Ravenclaw's ingenuity. "The tracking charm," Fred whispered, holding the cloak, "is commonly used in wizarding homes. If an intruder enters, one can trace their footprints." May Weiss nodded, tapping her wand to the ground. "Stop." The silver markings gradually faded. She signaled for Fred to guard the door and stealthily entered. The center bed was unoccupied, the nightstand cluttered with thick tomes, and the bed was somewhat disheveled. But it was evident that no diadem was present. The diadem was elusive. She cast a disillusionment charm, turning the bed upside down, even unearthing a few unsavory tomes from the Wizarding World. Yet the diadem remained hidden. However, it was often the case that hindrances stemmed from inept allies. Just as May Weiss was eager to dismantle the bed, a soft light illuminated the space, resembling a guiding beacon in the night. Akin to the matchstick struck by the little match girl, or the Thanksgiving turkey, strikingly conspicuous. She lifted the bedboard and discovered the solitary diadem nestled within the crevice. "Huh." She waved her wand, levitating it as if questioning the magic mirror-esque queen. "You will lead me to the pinnacle of success. One TU?" The diadem's radiance enveloped her. A voice within urged, "Wear me, and you shall gain boundless knowledge. Wear me, and you will become an eminent sage. Wear me, and you will possess everything." Accompanying the whispers was an overwhelming desire. May Weiss found it challenging to articulate this sensation, akin to the sweltering heat following a Quidditch match. Parched and yearning, only to be presented with an icy cola, or like the biting winter wind giving way to the warmth of indoors with a steaming cup of hot tea, reminiscent of her orphan self receiving an unexpected inheritance. By merely accepting, she could escape the orphanage, savoring tea, indulging in hot pot, devouring fried chicken, relishing skewers, transforming into the happiest person in the world. This was not mere temptation of words, but a magic invoking the deepest desires within her. Covering her ears proved futile. Human longing never stems from external lures, but rather from internal uncertainty. I can grant you success. What is success? Success is doing whatever you wish, unimpeded by anyone. May Weiss declared, I want to go home. I can assist you, the diadem replied. Really? Absolutely. May Weiss remained silent, opening the witch's box, but first, I must hide you. It would be disastrous if Smith discovered you. The diadem floated in midair. She waved her wand, imprisoning it within the box. Task completed. May Weiss donned a cloak and retreated. Reuniting with the twins, they inquired, did you succeed? May Weiss replied, absolutely. What did you steal? Fred asked, does it concern Smith? Did he take the relic? Yes, and now I'm off to the headmaster's office. Do you want to join? George spread out the map. Snape is still in the headmaster's office. They exclaimed, now, though they were sneaking around at night and infiltrating another's dormitory. They were merely good kids who returned lost items, likely facing a deduction of points at worst, followed by an admonitory letter. May Weiss winked, what do you say? The twins exchanged glances and replied in unison. We believe it's more fitting to remain unsung heroes. My Weiss retautet, TSK. Don't forget your promise to us. Fred reminded her, the Order of the Phoenix. May Weiss replied, I'll tell you tomorrow. All right. The brothers swiftly withdrew. May Weiss yawned as she made her way to the headmaster's office. Night excursions were trivial, but a Horcrux must never be kept close. As she entered, Severus Snape had yet to depart, his temper flaring. I trust you will engage in a proper conversation with Miss Lynn and refrain from experimenting with unfamiliar magic. Dumbledore interjected. Maggie, your timing is impeccable. Severus wishes me to impress upon you the importance of safety. I only dare to use my magic in the presence of a professor. Maeve displayed an exemplary attitude of contrition, bowing and apologizing. I am sorry, Professor Snape. I should not have recklessly employed dark magic. I am willing to accept my punishment. Snape scoffed. I never anticipated that Miss Lynn would possess such awareness. Maeve produced a witch's box. Are you in a hurry? If Smith isn't sent to the hospital wing, the plan will be difficult to execute. Dumbledore's gaze fixed intently on the box. Maggie, could it be? It's all set. She replied cheerfully. Everything went exceedingly well. The elder inhaled softly and opened the witch's box. The diadem lay within. Snape, as if recalling something, retreated a step, his complexion pale. Dumbledore closed the lid. His lips moving as golden light erupted from his wand, entwining around the witch's box. I fear it may be several days before I can return the box to you. He rose, pacing with a hint of excitement. What an unpredictable turn of events. Dumbledore. Snape, hands clasped behind his back, his fingers clenched into a fist. His smooth voice, strangely modulated, said, You truly. Yes, I am quite certain. Severus, Dumbledore replied calmly. Maggie, you have worked hard. Please return and rest. Maeve gave an affirmative gesture, swiftly departing before she could be reminded of potential point deductions. With the diadem secured, the next manageable target was the locket. Once that was accomplished, the ensuing challenges of the cup, the Resurrection Stone, Nagini, and Harry loomed large, particularly the Resurrection Stone. Maeve hoped to gather enough experience to persuade Dumbledore to allow her to accompany him. After all, whether it be Dumbledore, Snape, or Sirius, each harbored desires to resurrect those they had lost. Yet, the Resurrection Stone does not truly revive. It does not yield to temptation. Perhaps only she could. She was the one who had returned from death. However, that was a matter for another day. Once the diadem was secured, the school would be safe. Maeve reclined, preparing for a restful slumber. It felt as though she had scarcely touched the pillow when she was abruptly roused by a thump. The sun is up. The sun is up. A lark chirped, pecking at her hair. Woe is me. Forget about the Horcruxes. Why hasn't my animagus transformation occurred yet? I'm going to lose my mind. Chapter 83. The Transformation of the Beautiful Girl. In the aftermath, Maeve learned the intricacies surrounding the diadem's disappearance. Smith recounted that he had discovered the room of requirement at the conclusion of the previous term. At the time, he had intended to conceal an item he did not wish to take home and inadvertently stumbled upon an unfamiliar room. Upon returning after the term commenced, he was drawn to the diadem. As a walking encyclopedia of Ravenclaw, Smith had heard tales of the diadem and was instantly exhilarated. Believing himself destined to become the heir of Ravenclaw and ascend to the pinnacle of success. Unfortunately, he was soon spotted by Eichmo, who seemed to have noticed the diadem in his possession. Initially, Smith dismissed it, but once seduced by the diadem, he donned it, gaining knowledge while simultaneously nurturing ambition. To monopolize the diadem, he needed to ensure no one was aware. Thus, Eichmo became an obstacle. Following the incident, he expressed deep regret, unable to comprehend why he had acted in such a manner, feeling as though he had been possessed. Upon learning that Aikmo had not met with harm, he sighed in relief, profoundly aware of his misdeeds and shamed by his actions. This was his account, the veracity of which remains uncertain. Perhaps, like Ginny from the original story, he was entirely oblivious to his actions, or perhaps he was fully aware but too frightened to admit it. Yet akin to Raymond, Dumbledore did not delve deeply into the matter. He summoned Mr. Smith and, after a private discussion, sentenced him to a year of confinement. The incident involving Aikmo's fall was deemed an accident. It was the ghost vine, known for its affinity for climbing the ancient walls of buildings, whose gases and sap are toxic. Those who come into contact with it will become rigid, their minds paralyzed. Professor Sprout introduced this remarkable plant in herbology class, explaining that Miss Aikmo, a third-year student, had encountered the blooming period of the ghost vine and unfortunately fell from a tower. I hope you all take heed and never underestimate the power of plants. The students replied in unison, yes. Today, we will be working with vine branches, paired in twos. Wearing masks and gloves, Professor Sprout instructed. First, we must bag the flowers to prevent the gas from escaping. Everyone set to work. Maeve took a small bag, and as she lifted her left arm, tears streamed down her face. It hurt so much. The blood-replenishing spell could heal wounds, but the blood-net curse, being a spell of the Dark Lord, meant that even after the bleeding stopped, the wound would reopen with the slightest movement, leading to a relentless cycle of torment. Give it to me. Cedric took the bag, blew into it, secured it over the bud, and tied it off. Has Madame Pomfrey not treated you? Maeve, suppressing her tears, lamented, she did, but it will split open. He looked at her with sympathy. Don't worry about it. I'll handle this. She squatted in a corner to cultivate mushrooms. Professor Sprout feigned ignorance as she slacked off for an entire class. Truly, our headmistress is the best, Maeve thought with a sigh. However, while one could slack off in herbology, there was no such luxury in potions. Snape kept a watchful eye on her. Cedric stepped forward to partner with her, only to be reprimanded. Mr. Diggory, I do not believe my classroom is a venue for your gallantry. Miss Lynn, I kindly request that you attend to your own work. Maeve grimaced. At the end of the lesson, she lost 20 points. Snape, relishing his small victory, gleefully awarded her a resounding P. Having learned from you all this time, you're the most miserly. The wound from the blood-net curse did not heal until the weather turned cold. Dumbledore returned the witch's box, generously offering a token of goodwill. The latest sweets from Honeydukes, several vials of healing potions, and 2 handwritten spell notebooks, signed a D. Yet, Maeve keenly observed that the handwriting belonged to 2 individuals. As November drew to a close, the weather deteriorated. A storm was imminent. During dinner, Maeve received a note from Dumbledore, reading, "Be prepared." Maeve fervently prayed, "Lightning, please come soon. I'm going mad." Around 9 o'clock, the winds howled and rain poured. Maeve stood at the window, anxiously awaiting the storm. The wind grew fiercer, and the rain fell in sheets, obscuring the outside world in darkness. After a prolonged wait, a sharp bolt of lightning split the night sky. The time had come. Maeve promptly opened the witch's box, adjusting it to the compartment for potion storage, where she discovered a blood-red potion in the original crystal vial. Finally, she seized the vial and dashed out of her dormitory, making her way to an empty classroom on the first floor. Along the way, she released her Patronus, and upon reaching the classroom, took a deep breath, pointing her wand at her heart. Amato animo animato animagus. After reciting the incantation, she downed the potion in one gulp. A searing pain coursed through her, her heartbeat suddenly doubling, thudding, thudding. The transformation commenced. Maeve understood that there was no room for regret or fear at this juncture. She could only accept and relax. But it was incredibly difficult. She felt her pajamas meld into her skin, her shoes and feet becoming one. A tingling sensation spreading across her back, literally hair-raising, as if countless strands were erupting from her pores, her arms covered in bristles. I can do this. I have faced Voldemort 3 times. An animagus transformation is nothing. If Peter Pettigrew can do it, so can I. Maeve endured the terror of her metamorphosis, unaware that she was actually trembling. Maggie, trust me, trust yourself. She heard Dumbledore's voice echoing in her mind. Maywise held back her tears, gritting her teeth to endure the terror of her body contorting and reshaping. Her heart raced, alternately contracting rapidly and then beating slowly, as the scenes before her eyes swelled rapidly. No, it was she who was swiftly diminishing in size. It appeared she was transforming into a small creature. Oh no, was she still shrinking? Help! Surely, I cannot be turning into a mouse. As she witnessed her form becoming increasingly minute and the classroom expanding before her, panic engulfed May Weiss. She could not ascertain how long this transformation lasted until it finally ceased. Trembling, she lifted her head, comparing her size to that of her wand, discovering that they were now nearly equivalent in length. This small? Oh dear, an extraordinary transformation, indeed. Professor Dumbledore remarked that it was a rare type. May Weiss thought to herself, even the headmaster's comfort cannot alleviate my distress. She attempted to move, only to suddenly feel something amiss. Her perspective abruptly soared, only to plummet back down like a roller coaster. Was she flying? Through the glass windows of the classroom, May Weiss caught a glimpse of her current self, a thrush. Chapter 84. The Favor of Fortune. Once the Animagus transformation was complete, the breath that had sustained May Weiss escaped her. Although continuous practice was still necessary, and despite Gilderoy Lockhart's ongoing antics at school, before the arrival of Christmas, the diary was gone, the crown was lost, and the basilisk had been vanquished. Even if Voldemort were to resurrect from the grave, he could not breach Hogwarts. Safety. May Weiss exhaled, the exhaustion she had suppressed for half a year suddenly bursting forth. In early December, she first succumbed to a fever and cold, spending a weekend in the hospital wing. Upon recovering, she found herself plagued by overwhelming drowsiness. Each morning, the clamor of her roommates rising was insufficient to rouse her. They had to fetch her breakfast, and only as classes approached would she arrive. Her face marked by the imprint of her pillow, struggling to keep her eyes open during lectures. In the evenings, while attempting to complete assignments in the library, she would often succumb to slumber, her head resting on the desk. May Weiss, wake up. As she finally opened her eyes, Cedric had already packed his books, ready for curfew. May Weiss groggily lifted her head, glancing at the clock and then at the mere 2 lines of her essay, exclaiming in despair, "Ah!" In a flurry, she began to pack her belongings, asking, "Have you finished?" Cedric glanced at his parchment. "Almost, but I haven't written my name. E.M. doomed. Let us go back and write it." She yawned widely. "What are you staring at?" Instinctively wiping her mouth, she wondered, was there drool? Cedric pointed to her cheek. "Ink." May Weiss rubbed her face. "Here?" He poked her cheek, and here, and here. After a prolonged struggle to remove the ink, which had likely dried, she decided to draw her wand and aimed it at her face, clear as spring water. Cold water splashed onto her face, sending a shiver through her. And she wiped it away with her sleeve. "Is it better?" Cedric regarded her with a look of exasperation. "Yes." "Achoo." She sniffled. "It's so cold." "It's almost Christmas," Cedric remarked. "By the way, Hermione and Potter came looking for you earlier, but left when they saw you were asleep." May Weiss inquired. "What was it about?" It seemed to involve Professor Lockhart. He scrutinized his companion. "I'm quite suspicious." "What? You truly don't know that Lockhart is a fraud?" "Does it matter?" "It does to me. We haven't learned anything this year." May Weiss replied. "Why not take a closer look at Lockhart's books? His vocabulary and grammar are commendable, especially the dialogue with the female protagonist. Revise it a bit, and perhaps you'll find it useful next Valentine's Day." This sparked a connection in her mind, and she couldn't help but laugh. A week before Christmas, Harry visited May Weiss once more. "Sirius asked if you'd like to celebrate with us," he said. "You're not staying at school, are you?" May Weiss asked, "Where are you going?" Harry replied, "To Remus's family home. Sirius, and I hope to accompany him back for a visit." Considering the brevity of the Christmas holidays and their absence from the Black household, May Weiss decided against joining them. "I want to stay and celebrate Christmas with everyone." "All right," Harry complained. "I'm used to it. You always do this." "Is my home such a strange place? Has it become my home now?" "How wonderful." May Weiss suggested, "Will you come during the summer?" "It's a promise?" "It's a promise." Then, Hogwarts was suddenly emptied. Students filled the returning train, bustling home for the holidays. May Weiss had grown accustomed to this abrupt tranquility. Sometimes, when everyone departed, she felt an odd sense of intimacy, as though she were the sole student at Hogwarts, favored by fortune. The long table in the great hall transformed into smaller tables, adorned with a magnificent Christmas tree that Hagrid had specially fetched from the Forbidden Forest. The ceiling was draped with red and green ribbons and baubles. May Weiss conjured a flurry of yellow stars, which Professor Flitwick made dance upon the candles, playing the melody of Jingle Bells. When Professor McGonagall arrived, she transformed the brooms and mops at the entrance into reindeer, making them prance down the corridors. Dumbledore conjured snowflakes that would not melt. Fong and the Chudley cannons chased after the white snowflakes, playfully darting about. Professor Snape disdainfully sidestepped them. May Weiss grinned. The Christmas feast was, as always, delectable. Having eaten her fill, May Weiss strolled to the kitchen, declaring, "I'm here." The house elves were all donned in clean pillowcases. Greeting her cheerfully, May Weiss waved her wand, transforming their pillowcases into festive red for Christmas. Tonight would be a grand affair. Rubbing her hands together, she asked, "Is the oven ready?" "I'm about to begin." Though now affluent, the tradition of gifting sweets for Christmas seemed somewhat lacking in novelty. Thus, Maywise resolved to create something grand this year, baking her own confections to share. After all, her culinary magic was already quite exceptional, so it would surely be a success. The festive color scheme revolved around red, green, and white. Red for cranberries, green for spinach, and white for cream and white chocolate. Maywise chose the most visually appealing macarons as her centerpiece, vibrant in red and green, with white chocolate drawing smiling faces. Do not inquire about the taste. Aesthetics were paramount. Working late into the night, she began packing into boxes, tying satin ribbons. The house elves assisted her with the packaging while she sat on the kitchen bench, sipping hot chocolate and writing addresses on the wrapping paper, including greeting cards. The gifts she had previously purchased in Paris were also included. She had not yet sent those, having spent a considerable sum, so they would await Christmas. Maywise was frugal, determined to save where she could. In a rush, the little creatures in the olery were growing impatient. As she approached with her bundles, a flurry of them swooped in, pecking at her hair in delight. So slow, they chirped in complaint. "Em soda," Maywise exclaimed, holding her head, fearing she might go bald. "Please don't peck." Dobby nuzzled her cheek, a small figure, claiming the largest parcel with a fierce determination, only to be swatted away by his mother. Tot! The owls divided the parcels and soared into the sky. Snowflakes danced as they fell. In that moment, Maywise felt truly content. Chapter 85, The Holiday. Maywise slept until noon before rising to unwrap her gifts. This year, she received knitted gloves, a hat, and a scarf, forming an entire knitted ensemble. Professor McGonagall gifted her the annual Transfiguration journal. Professor Flitwick presented her with chocolate, and Professor Sprout bestowed a small bottle of essential oil labeled Devil's Snare. Hagrid gifted her several exquisite feathers, suggesting she could adorn her hat with them to ward off minor curses. Professor Trelawney provided her with a package of tea leaves, while Professor Lockhart offered a complete set of new books, all signed with his flamboyant name. Fletcher presented her with a new cloth, while Professor Snape offered a rather unremarkable greeting card, inscribed with the mundane phrase "Merry Christmas," beneath which lay a spell written in fine print, a counter-curse of the most elusive kind. May the incantation of Mevis, mouth. For reasons unknown, she felt a slight twinge of embarrassment, as if she were rather well-liked. Dumbledore remarked, "I do not endorse the use of dark magic among students. Yet since they have already acquired such knowledge, we must endeavor to avert even graver consequences." Snape replied, "Agreed, but I require a promise from you." Dumbledore countered, "This is not a negotiation. Regardless, I shall protect Harry, even at the cost of my own life." Snape warned, "I hope you remember your words today." Dumbledore assured him, "Severus, I am confident that the war will conclude in our generation." Meanwhile, Newt gifted her a playful cat one along with some freshly baked cookies made by Tina. Sirius presented her with a lady's cloak, while Lupin offered a hat. Harry bestowed upon her some dyed leaves and stones, claiming they were local talismans that would bring good fortune. Mevis hung these leaves, stones, and feathers upon her tent. Hermione gifted her a book, an Agatha Christie mystery novel. She suspected the clever girl was testing her in some manner. The Weasley twins provided her with a bag of cookies, which Mevis would never consume herself. Her roommates contributed an array of candies, chocolates, and cookies, but only Betty truly understood her preferences, bringing several tubes of potato chips. Cedric gifted her a bottle of purple ink. Coincidentally, she had given him a Muggle notebook, and an inexplicable pressure for final exams loomed over her. Autumn Zhang sent her a little piglet-shaped pouch, in which she had enclosed homemade blueberry jam for her grandmother. Mevis devoured it for breakfast. Alas, it was quite delightful. If only she were a boy, or if Autumn were one, she might wish to pursue romance at this moment. After unwrapping the gifts, she began to organize her belongings. Ever since acquiring the witch's box, she no longer feared the burden of moving too many items. Just slip the box in, and off she could go. However, upon unwrapping all the parcels, she discovered yet another one, a sample issue from the Wizarding Weekly. Her melodramatic novel had been accepted and would be serialized over the next 3 issues. The editorial team had sent her a payment of 10 galleons. Mevis exclaimed, "Wow, it seems Lockhart is indeed somewhat useful." Christmas had swiftly passed, and soon Hogwarts was bustling with activity once more. Yet, the new topic of conversation was no longer Christmas, but rather Valentine's Day. Lockhart appeared to realize that his true nature was becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. The girls regarded him with suspicion, and he felt compelled to take action. I hope you all are prepared for the surprise I have in store for you. In language arts class, he exuberantly proclaimed that Valentine's Day was a splendid occasion. Yet some individuals were rather shy about expressing their affections publicly. I understand, truly, and I wish to assist you. He unveiled his plan for Cupid. There would be a Cupid to convey heartfelt messages, provided you prepared a sufficiently sincere love letter. Mavis raised her hand. Miss Lynn. Lockhart beamed at her. Mavis joyfully suggested, Professor, your prose is so exquisitely captivating. Why not teach us the proper art of poetry? What a splendid idea. Lockhart seized the opportunity to salvage his reputation, eagerly stating, Miss Lynn has astutely identified the crux of the matter. I shall teach you how to become the stars of Valentine's Day. Hufflepuff earns 10 points. Thus, they embarked on a lesson in poetry writing. Lockhart declared, I shall not assign any homework, but if I receive greeting cards, this will serve as a reference for your final grades. How shameless. The students muttered behind his back. I certainly won T right. Nor will I. I refuse to compose for a man. Classmates inquired of Mavis, will you write? Mavis replied, of course. After all, it impacts my final grade. Well, I won T. The Badgers adopted a laid-back attitude toward school, rejecting the pressure to compete. Disappointed, she resolved to head to the library to toil away. As Valentine's Day drew nearer, the number of students venturing to Hogsmeade during the weekends increased, and shops began offering various Valentine's Day packages, half-price drinks for couples, matching feather quills in different colors, and the Honeydukes Valentine chocolate boxes. Such delightful opportunities could not be missed. Mavis declared, I'll write love letters for 10 sickles apiece, a bargain. The twins chimed in, hair dye, lasting 1 hour, transforming into your favorite color. Mavis added, 4 sickles, I can alter your clothing style for 30 minutes. No need to buy new attire for your confession. The twins offered sweet cookies, with flavors of your choice for kissing, effective within an hour. Ron stood dumbfounded. It seems like they're hosting a sale. The twins wrapped their arms around their brother's neck. Little Ron, would you like a share? It'll leave a good impression on the girls. Ron gnawed on a chicken leg. Who was foolish enough to celebrate Valentine's Day? Hermione scoffed, while Ginny rolled her eyes at him. Chapter 86, Another Year of Spring. Earning money for Valentine's Day was remarkably easy. Mavis initially thought the love letter business would thrive, yet at the outset, no one showed interest. Finally, Cedric approached her, becoming her first customer. She greeted him enthusiastically. I can transform your love letter into a small animal. What would you like? Who is it for? What is she like? Cedric replied, Lockhart. Mavis gasped. He continued, for the final exam. Mavis remarked, you're ruthless. He produced 10 sickles. Anxiously, Mavis accepted the order. Inspired by him, Hermione decided to join in, grumbling, Lockhart is nothing but a fraud. I can't write. Mavis retorted, but for the final exam. Hermione looked utterly humiliated. They closed 2 deals. After breakfast, the little Cupid began to roam, reciting love letters. Although it was mortifying, it significantly improved Mavis's business. Everyone believed that delivering love letters was best done personally, rather than through a proxy. During the breaks, several girls discreetly approached her, requesting alterations to their clothing. Mavis's transfiguration skills had improved remarkably. Changing colors, adjusting sleeve lengths, or altering waist sizes were all second nature to her, providing bespoke services. By the end of the day, she had earned over 3 galleons. Not a substantial amount, but with 0 costs. She and the twins relished their newfound success, and during the weekend, they convened in the all-request room to prepare for their April Fool's Day promotion, set for over a month later. The twins excitedly recapped their plans. Next time, we could bake more cookies. The sweet cookies sold exceptionally well. Everyone will be on high alert that day. Perhaps we need more discreet items. What about creating a fake wand? They animatedly debated, while Mavis leisurely perused her book, as she had no grand ideas and was content to provide technical support. After much deliberation, they resolved to develop a fake wand. If a young wizard accidentally mistook it for a real one, a spell would be triggered. What effect would it produce? Turn into a snake. Turn into a chicken. Turn into trousers. Turn into Mavis interjected. Turn into poop. They exclaimed in unison, Mavis, you truly are remarkable. They then joyfully decided to name it the Poop Wand. The core spell would, of course, be the Transfiguration spell, but maintaining the effect and triggering it accurately would require adding a perception spell and a stop spell. In simple terms, the raw material would be a lump of clay resembling feces, transformed into a wand using the Transfiguration spell. The perception spell would detect the person's grip, triggering the stop spell to halt the transformation, reverting it back to its original form. This constituted a composite spell. Mavis happened to be studying this recently. In a notebook Dumbledore gifted her, there were numerous improvements and combinations of spells, including one crudely named Fire Shield. a combination version of an armor that protects against blazing flames. Mavis surmised this was the basic version of the fire shield spell. In the days of you're in Paris, the incantation in question should be the fiery armor of Loyal Heart spell. The higher the level of the enchantment, the more intricate the combination becomes. However, overly complex spells are often beyond one's grasp. Mastering 10 versions can be quite commendable. As Mei Wei diligently practiced the incantation for the fire shield, she marveled at the sensation of composite spells. During weekends, she immersed herself in the library, seeking knowledge of advanced magic. It was inevitable that she would cross paths with Hermione. The spirited young girl declared, "I am determined to uncover Lockhart's secret." Mei Wei pondered, but he knows nothing at all. Yet every description in his books is accurate. Hermione had several hefty reference tomes laid before her. There was surely a mystery to unravel. "You will help us, won't you?" Hermione inquired. "You all?" Mei Wei replied, "Of course, I, Harry, and Ron." Scratching her cheek, Mei Wei continued, "I might offer you a hint." Hermione's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "You truly know something. You harbor many secrets." Ignoring the latter part of that statement, Mei Wei discreetly divulged, "The spell Lockhart excels at is Obliviate." Hermione was momentarily taken aback. Then her expression grew grave. "Goodness, I can hardly believe it," she exclaimed, furrowing her brow like a miniature adult. "How could this be?" Mei Wei cautioned, "You cannot use Veritaserum. The feathers of the demiguise are quite costly, only found in Professor Snape's cabinet." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Oh dear, I must head to Quidditch practice," Mei Wei said, gathering her books and making a swift exit. Spring had arrived at Hogwarts. The Black Lake thawed and blossoms flourished. Mei Wei's life remained bustling yet fulfilling, reminiscent of her first year when her worries were few and all she needed to do was study diligently. On weekends, aside from participating in Quidditch, she would visit Hagrid to assist with the care of the creatures in his domain, tending to pigs, chickens, and cultivating whatever vegetable she fancied. "Perhaps we should plant strawberries this year," Mei Wei mused, selfishly considering the grapes, for grape juice was delightful. Hagrid replied, "What a splendid idea." Additionally, he mentioned that many bees had come to the Forbidden Forest this year, and he could take her to gather some honey. Mei Wei smacked her lips in delight. How wonderful! Honey cakes are delectable. Without any hesitation, Hagrid, resembling a bear, made no preparations and directly reached in to extract honey, breaking off a piece and dashing away. The bees pursued him furiously, each the size of a child's fist. It was evident these were no ordinary bees, but rather hybrids of magical creatures, abundant in honey, fierce, and venomous. What has made her so complacent, believing she can manage alongside Hagrid? Mei Wei wondered. "Hurry up," Hagrid called, leading the way. Mei Wei blushed, "But they can fly." Hagrid reassured her, "Fear not. It doesn't hurt to be stung." With that, he swatted away the leading bee, pulling out the stinger, his hand showing no trace of red welts. Mei Wei retorted, "I refuse to believe your dubious claims." Her face swelled like a pig's head, as the army of bees threatened to encircle her. Transforming into a pig-like creature seemed inevitable. In despair, Mei Wei thought, "Is it truly fair to be so cruel to a 15-year-old girl?" With no other option, she drew her wand and traced a circle on the ground. Fiery flames erupted, encasing her securely, the dancing flames above converging like a burning cocoon. The charging bees met the flames, instantly turning to cinders as they fell. The others circled the fire cocoon twice before reluctantly retreating. The flames slowly extinguished. "My goodness, that was terrifying," Mei Wei sighed in relief, only to realize something was amiss. This fire shield bore a striking resemblance to a water prison, didn't it? Chapter 87. Time Flies. The makeshift one ultimately produced only a rudimentary version. It could not transform upon grasp, but merely channeled magical energy. The incantation would activate only at the moment of spell casting, ceasing its transformation thereafter. Even so, the events of April Fool's Day were quite tumultuous. The concoction for the mud was a creation of the twins, not only resembling the original, but also exuding a remarkably authentic aroma. That day's class was a disaster. Can one imagine Professor McGonagall calling out names? Only for students to find their desks had not transformed into piglets, but rather their wands turned into foul-smelling objects? The psychological trauma was immense. The demand skyrocketed, and the stock was depleted by lunchtime. The twins lamented. Watching the galleons slip away felt worse than a heartbreak. Mei Wei quipped, "Have you two ever experienced heartbreak?" It was akin to finishing last in your final exams. Mei Wei's face reflected sheer horror. April gave way to increasingly warm weather. It was time to prepare for final examinations. Mei Wei spent long hours in the library, reviewing the history of magic while also delving into the study of composite spells. Her notebook articulated the principles clearly. Not experimenting would be juvenile. Creating new composite spells is simpler than inventing entirely new ones, focusing on three key aspects: coordination, fusion, and synchronization. Coordination implies that the two spells must possess a good compatibility. For instance, the Unlocking Charm and the Lumos Charm would be ill-suited for combination, as casting them simultaneously would be rather peculiar. Mei Wei sought to create an offensive spell. Considering that water and fire had already been utilized, she settled on the freezing spell. The choice of her partner remained under deliberation. Hermione's presence in the library had diminished. One day, Mei Wei spotted her emerging from the restroom, coincidentally at the same moment as the Myrtle. The narrative reflected a stubborn inertia. Mei Wei grew curious, eager to ascertain when Hermione would take action. She waited and waited, yet no movement occurred even as finals approached. Finally, Harry and Ron appeared in the library, though by then, finding a suitable spot had become quite challenging. Hermione had been reserving seats for them daily, even lending her notes for their studies. The two boys wore expressions of utter bewilderment, as if questioning whether they had actually been taught. Hermione, on the verge of exasperation, managed to endure. Perhaps this was the essence of friendship. Mei Wei felt a twinge of envy. As long as the twins did not fail, they were in the clear, attending Quidditch practice weekly. Cedric was even more intense, the embodiment of competitive spirit. His notes on the history of magic were exceptionally thorough, names firmly etched in his memory, along with various obscure tribal names. Mei Wei lamented, "I can't even recall Dumbledore's name." Cedric shrugged. "Unbelievable. Just you wait." Mei Wei, fueled by determination, resolved to salvage her astronomy class. After curfew, she stealthily slipped out, heading to the astronomy tower to study the constellations. Was this one again? Sagittarius? She bit her quill in concentration. The twins materialized beside her. Fred peeked at her book and gasped, "George, she is studying astronomy." George clutched his chest dramatically. "Goodness, the purpose of her midnight escapade is revision." Mei Wei found herself overwhelmed by the stars, clutching her head in anguish. "They all look the same to me. If it's too difficult, don't force it." Fred patted her shoulder, offering encouragement. "I must score first," Mei Wei insisted. "And if you don't, who will spank you?" George teased. Mei Wei fell silent. "Mei Wei." The twins exchanged worried glances. She replied, "There is no particular reason. One must have a goal in life, right? Beyond defeating the Dark Lord. I must find my own value in life. Whether I achieve first place is not of utmost importance. Yet, attaining it would serve as a form of validation." Validation for what? She felt disheartened. "Never mind, I'll just head back to sleep." "Aren't you two going to rest? Our adventure has come to an end." The twins pulled her along. "Come on, the Weasley Knight shall escort the young witch back to her cellar." Mei Wei laughed heartily, feeling considerably lighter. Upon sneaking into Hufflepuff's cellar, she found Cedric still awake, fiddling with a radio. She tiptoed over and exclaimed, "What midnight program are you listening to? Ghost stories? Adult radio?" Cedric replied, "This station plays Muggle songs at night." "Is that true?" Mei Wei crouched down, intrigued, and listened for a while. The host announced, "This is the most popular song among Muggles this year," as the female vocalist sang. "If I should stay, I'll only be in your way." My Vaishi remarked, "I've never heard it." Her introduction to English songs was Through My Heart Will Go On. Feeling drowsy, she waved her hand dismissively, saying goodbye. Cedric waved back. The exam week arrived, and soon it was over. Having prepared so diligently this year, Mei Wei's performance in the history of magic turned out to be surprisingly uneventful. She managed to answer most questions, and whether she made any spelling errors would be left to fate. On the day of the defense against the dark arts exam, Lockhart had a meltdown. During dinner, in front of all the students and faculty, he began uncontrollably confessing the truth, admitting that he had never experienced the many adventures he had claimed, but had instead pilfered stories from others, only to forget them afterward. The entire school was in an uproar. Lockhart slumped into his chair, realizing his downfall. Mei Wei, feeling melancholic, nibbled on a chicken wing. Nevertheless, one must admit that as the defense against the dark arts teacher, Lockhart was quite handsome. Then came the year-end feast. This year, Hufflepuff secured second place in the House Cup. Mei Wei exclaimed, "We have risen," thanks to Snape's relentless deduction of points from Gryffindor, who languished at the bottom. Meanwhile, Ravenclaw, believing they had seen through Lockhart's incompetence, failed to cultivate his favor, resulting in Lockhart frequently awarding points to Mei Wei in the latter half of the semester. Coupled with the generosity of other professors, and with Snape's deductions being minimal, Hufflepuff astonishingly amassed 382 points. Of course, Slytherin, with Snape's influence, still led with a score of 435. "Ahem, quiet now," Dumbledore said as the students settled down. "Before the summer arrives, we must reflect on this past year. The scores for the House Cup are as follows." Slytherin displayed a restrained smile. while Malfoy provocatively gestured towards Harry, who shot him a glare in return. Malfoy continued, "However, there is one matter I believe requires clarification. Last autumn, Miss Eckmer fell from the tower due to the Whomping Willow, and it was thanks to Miss Lynn's ingenuity and bravery that a young life was saved. I believe such an act is undoubtedly deserving of recognition." Slytherin scoffed, yet no one could dispute the statement. "I propose awarding 3 points to Hufflepuff." He paused, and seeing May Wasey's bewildered expression, he added with a smile, "No, that is far too little. 100 points? May Wasey gasped. Who? Hufflepuff, 482, with a wave of his wand. Dumbledore transformed the banners in the Great Hall into a bright, cheerful shade of yellow, as if the sun itself had penetrated the ancient castle. Hufflepuff's table fell into a stunned silence for nearly 10 seconds before erupting into an astonishing cheer. "Hufflepuff!" They leaped up, dancing with joy. Gryffindor clapped fervently, and Ravenclaw soon joined in, while Slytherin offered only a sparse applause. Amidst the jubilant uproar, May Wasey maintained a dazed expression. 100 points? Such generosity? The house cup is ours? Lost in her thoughts, a warm tide rushed to her eyes. Her heart felt as though it were clutched by an invisible hand. Her throat constricted, rendering her speechless. It was peculiar. It was merely an ordinary school honor, and she should have been jubilant like everyone else. Yet, amidst the rising cheers, she bowed her head, burying it in her arms. Silent tears fell. Chapter 88. Since we are here, May Wasey returned to the Phoenix Lodge, proudly clutching her report card with the top score in her year. Although she had made plans with Harry, he had to spend a month with the Dursleys every year, so he would first return to Privet Drive. After staying with Aunt Petunia for half a month, he would go to Grimmauld Place on the 15th, celebrate his birthday, and then return, spending the final month at Ron's house. Harry had packed his schedule tightly. First, half a month at Privet Drive, then half a month at Grimmauld Place, back to the Dursleys, and finally half a month at the Weasleys, before taking the train to school with Ron. May Wasey was perplexed. Why all this moving around? Isn't it exhausting? Harry replied without a hint of fatigue. In July, Dudley is going to summer camp for 15 days, and I'd rather not be around him. To be fair, without Dudley, his life at the Dursleys had become significantly easier. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had perfected the art of ignoring him, and they coexisted peacefully. However, Dudley had a knack for provoking him and frequently bringing up magic, which kept Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon on edge. Harry secretly thought that Dudley had always been curious about the magical world, but merely pretended to be obnoxious. This made Harry quite happy. Since childhood, Dudley had everything he lacked, but now he finally possessed something Dudley did not. May Wasey suggested, "Then write to me when you're at Grimmauld Place. I'll come visit for a few days." Harry eagerly announced, "We can play video games." May Wasey exclaimed. She perked up. "You must call me. I want to play too. Super Mario, Contra, Tank Battle." Harry nodded enthusiastically. However, before they could indulge in joyful gaming, Harry had to do chores at his aunt's house, and May Wasey planned to help tend the garden. Her goal for the year was to concoct a suitable spicy sauce. The recipe was sourced from Autumn's grandmother. Autumn could not comprehend why May Wasey and her grandmother had so much to discuss. She also liked her grandmother and enjoyed the food she prepared. Yet sometimes her grandmother's thoughts and actions baffled Autumn, who had grown up in England. Why make pickles from scratch when they could be bought at the supermarket? Why eat dumplings during festivals when pasta was just as good? Custard buns were delicious, but macarons were equally delightful. When asked about it, her grandmother would say, "This is the taste of home." Autumn partially understood. Her grandmother then inquired, "What kind of child is she?" "Very intelligent, hard-working, and cheerful. It seems everyone likes her." Autumn responded, a hint of jealousy in her tone, "And she is quite pretty." Her grandmother looked kindly at her granddaughter, acknowledging that Autumn was also a beautiful girl. With lustrous black hair, large almond-shaped eyes, and exquisitely shaped features, reminiscent of her younger self. "Is that so? But Autumn is the most beautiful child." Her grandmother smiled. "When you grow up, many young men will surely be captivated by you." Autumn's cheeks flushed as she nestled beside the elderly woman knitting. "Is this for me?" "No, it's for Lifu." The elderly lady picked up the small hunting dog that had been spinning around her feet. A charming little creature that would surely freeze in the coming winter. The puppy barked woof. Autumn pouted, "I'm going to watch television, humph." At the Phoenix Lodge, May Wasey cautiously poured the chili sauce from a pot, its spiciness making her nose run. "Oof, this feels promising." She swallowed, eagerly tearing off a piece of flatbread and scooping a spoonful of chili sauce into it. The sauce contained not just chili peppers, but also shredded chicken, mushrooms, minced garlic, and ginger. The sole purpose was to accompany a meal. Taking a bite, her soul seemed to leave her body. Water flowed like a spring. Her mouth felt ablaze. The fragrant smoke of the chili wafted upstairs. Dumbledore remarked to the newly reborn Fox, "It's fortunate that Bertie Bott's every flavor beans do not include such a flavor." Fox pecked at his feathers, tilting his head. May Wasey tidied up the aftermath, preparing for another attempt the next day. Give up? Abandonment was not an option. No matter how lacking the international student, they would battle to the end for a meal. These past few years, her body had no longer been deprived of nutrition. Yet she could no longer endure the culinary offerings of England. The mushy potatoes were utterly despairing. Days passed. The chili sauce continued to fail. But the jam was successfully made. May Wasey packed several parcels. Without an owl at the Phoenix Lodge, she decided to deliver them herself. The first stop was the orphanage. On the way, May Wasey bought some candies, stuffing them along with the jam into a brown paper bag. Stealthily, she crept to the headmistress's office and tapped on the window. Mrs. Hope turned to look, set down the large gift, waved goodbye, and fled. I have no desire for idle chatter. It feels rather sentimental. Then I visited Harry. He was engaged in conversation with Dobby, who was wrapped in a pristine pillowcase, free from any remnants of the Malfoy household. "Maggie, you've arrived just in time. This is Dobby," Harry introduced. "Greetings, Miss Lynn," Dobby bowed, speaking in a soft tone. "Dobby knows you are a great witch." "Hello, Dobby," Maggie replied, shaking his hand. "What are you discussing?" Harry said, "Dobby wishes for a job." "Indeed, Dobby desires employment." "Dobby does not require a substantial salary, merely 1 sickle per month." Maggie blinked. "That is splendid. There are numerous rooms in Grimmauld Place that remain unkempt. I believe Dobby could be of great assistance. I am willing to hire you." Generously, she produced a sickle. "Come, let me take you to Sirius." Harry was equally delighted, informing Dobby, "In 10 days, I shall be able to visit. Until then," Maggie grasped Dobby's hand. "I am aware you can apparate. Please take me to Grimmauld Place. I implore you." Dobby's tone rose cheerfully. "Certainly." They vanished. In the next moment, Maggie materialized in Grimmauld Place. She cast a spell and entered the ancient, shadowy manor. The filthy mudblood is back. At the entrance, Creature muttered maliciously, cursing that if the mistress knew such a lowly creature had entered the noble black home. "Greetings, Creature," Maggie said. "Is Sirius at home?" Creature ignored her. "Remus, are you there?" No response. As anticipated. Although Grimmauld Place served as a meeting point for the Order of the Phoenix, it was currently uninhabited, with only a few rooms utilized during gatherings. Sirius despised this place and avoided returning whenever possible. However, Remus would occasionally come by to relay messages. After all, Harry frequently visited, and they could not risk exposing him. It was too fortuitous. Doing nothing felt like a waste. Maggie set down the jam and strolled to the fireplace in the sitting room. During the last meeting, she had tea closely observed, but she recalled that the locket had been there before it was stolen. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Creature lurking outside. Since she was already there, the opportunity was rare. Familiarity breeds comfort, and this was the 3rd time. Why not reveal the truth? She cast a detection charm on the artifacts within the cabinet. Red light illuminated one after another. Each one. Maggie scratched her cheek. Chapter 89. Regulus. Such a formidable Voldemort could not possibly be dealt with by a mere 4th-year student, could he? Maggie felt justified in returning to the Phoenix's den for support. The rationale was clear. Since the diary could be found in the Malfoy residence, perhaps other pureblood families possessed similar items. Dumbledore, after minimal consideration, agreed to her proposal to inspect the Black family estate and dispatch 2 adults to assist, Remus and Sirius. They unconditionally obeyed Dumbledore's instructions. Albeit with curiosity, "What exactly are we looking for?" "A dark magical artifact," Maggie replied. "It may bear the letters S or H, be ornate and ancient, and is not originally from the Black family, having arrived just before the Dark Lord's disappearance. Most importantly, it cannot be destroyed." Yet, Sirius had not returned home in ages. He was utterly at a loss and naturally sought out Creature, commanding him to respond. Creature trembled, muttering curses. "Damn mudbloods. You bring calamity. The esteemed mistress shall surely reprimand Creature for allowing such a lowly creature into the noble Black household." Sirius was furious. "Answer my question. Does such an object exist? I command you." Creature banged his head against the floor. Creature cannot defy the Master's command. "Damn it, Creature knows, yes." "Creature knows why the Master has returned," Maggie interjected. "Quickly, confine him. Tell us about the object, and you may insult me for 3 days and nights." Sirius urged. "Creature, cease, and tell me where that object is." Creature glared resentfully at him, slowly lifting his frail arm to point at a locket in the sitting room cabinet. "Who gave it to you?" Maggie inquired. Tears welled up in Creature's eyes. "Master Regulus." "Master Regulus," Sirius sneered. "He seems to have fared quite well." "The Master commanded Creature to destroy it. But Creature could not. Despite all attempts, the aged house elf curled up on the floor, painfully banging his head, tears pooling beneath him. Creature failed to fulfill the Master-S command. Sirius was left in stunned silence. Remus placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Creature, please, tell us the entire story. Creature began to sob as he recounted. Voldemort sought a house elf, and the Black family offered one. It drank a dreadful potion, but, through loyalty to its master, returned home. Then, Regulus went to the cave and replaced Voldemort's locket. He drank the potion and was dragged into the water. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Sirius sat on the sofa, his hands covering his face, tears streaming through his fingers. I truly never understood him, he lamented, his striking features contorting in agony. I should have known better. Remus embraced him. Do not blame yourself, Bigfoot. Dobby Maggie called for the weeping Dobby. Could you please fetch us a few cups of hot chocolate? Dobby, sniffling, began his task, yes. He wiped his tears with a handkerchief and set about preparing the hot chocolate. Maggie ignited the fireplace in the Black household, her head plunging into the flames. Albus. At the Phoenix's den, Dumbledore set down his honeyed tea. What has transpired? I cannot articulate it. You must come quickly. She withdrew her head, covered in soot, coughing violently. Dumbledore arrived promptly, and after hearing the entire tale, he too fell silent. After a long pause, he remarked, there are more unsung heroes than we realize. Maggie suggested, now that we know, should we not retrieve Regulus? You are correct. Sirius rubbed his face. I shall go bring him back. Creature, do you remember the location? Creature screeched. Old Creature would never forget, even if turned to ash. However, Dumbledore interjected, it is too late. The corpse within the cave? Yes, I believe it is that object. Tom fears them because he fears death. Daylight is more suitable for our endeavors. Maggie had nothing further to add, merely staring at the locket in the cabinet. The locket was exceedingly ornate, perfectly aligning with the aesthetic of the Black family, indistinguishable in its appearance. Were it not for Creature's identification, she would have thought the adjacent old serpent locket more akin to a relic of Slytherin. Albus, she inquired, may I ask, have you destroyed the others? Dumbledore responded. Why do you ask? Maggie said, they are far too malevolent. Having been around so many of him, I am quite concerned. Thank you for your concern. He winked. Rest assured, the creatures of the Forbidden Forest have been most helpful. They are quite useful indeed. Maggie sighed in relief. As dawn slowly broke, Dobby arrived with toasted bread, and Maggie invited them to sample her homemade jam. However, no one had an appetite. Sirius consumed breakfast as though gnawing on wood. By 8 o'clock, the sun hung high in the sky. They set out. Maggie remained behind to tend to the house. With nothing to occupy her time, she ventured out to purchase a bouquet of flowers. In the evening, Dumbledore, Creature, Remus, and Sirius returned to Grimmauld Place. They brought back Regulus. This hero, who had never appeared directly, was unexpectedly youthful, his features resembling those of Sirius but lacking his defiance, appearing slightly more refined. He had always been a good son of the Black family, intelligent, obedient, and well-mannered. The portrait of the ever-cursing Mrs. Black vanished from sight, having tormented Maggie for a day. Everyone remained silent. Mayway placed the purchased purple forget-me-nots into his hands. The day was drawing to a close. Dumbledore reminded him that darkness would awaken him once more. Sirius nodded faintly, drawing a deep breath. I am coming. Mayway was perplexed. She watched as Sirius knelt on the ground, embracing his frigid brother, silently raising his wand. Inferno. The searing flames enveloped the body, incinerating flesh and blood. Creature wept openly. The resurrected form returned to oblivion within the flames. Dumbledore waved his wand, scattering the ashes into a silver, intricately engraved box. Sirius cradled it, murmuring, I wish to lay him to rest in the Black family graveyard, to be with his mother. Behind the curtain, someone quietly sobbed. Once estranged relatives, though reconciliation was impossible, at least in this moment, they mourned their shared kin. Mayway sighed, suddenly troubled. Regulus is dead. Can he still be buried in the Black family tomb? If I were to die, could I rest at Hogwarts? Where would be best? The flower fields are beautiful, but there would be cats and dogs relieving themselves. The blueberry and strawberry patches are often fertilized, while the area beside the willow is safe. But what if my gravestone were to be accidentally damaged? Such quandaries. Chapter 90, The Escape. At the onset of summer vacation, Mayway extinguished the locket, believing she could enjoy a leisurely holiday. Little did she know that fate had other plans, and a sensational news story emerged, leaving her bewildered. That morning, as she lazily rose and poured herself almond milk, she noticed the prophet left on the dining table. Azkaban prisoner escapes. Suspect possibly Peter Pettigrew? What? Mayway was utterly confounded. Upon closely reading the article, She realized the situation was indeed dire. The escapade at Azkaban was unfolding as expected, but this time, the protagonists were not Sirius, but Death Eaters. The Ministry of Magic believed that the one who facilitated their escape was none other than the cowardly Pettigrew, issuing a warrant for his capture. This was a grave predicament. Her first thought was that Harry's vacation would be entirely spoiled, and she herself would likely be relocated to Grimmauld Place. As it turned out, this was indeed the case. At noon, Dumbledore returned and saw that she had already harvested the garden's broad beans, peas, and tomatoes, filling 2 large baskets. Along with a small jar of hot sauce she had painstakingly crafted over the past fortnight. Such a considerate child always tugged at the heartstrings. Dumbledore reassured her. "I promise you shall not be bored." Mayway optimistically replied, "Indeed, Grimmauld Place has so many rooms. I can take my time learning how to combat dark magic." The elder could not suppress a smile and extended his arm. Mayway linked her arm with his, carrying her bundles as they moved to Grimmauld Place. Lupin had already settled in. Sirius had transformed into a black dog, staying with Harry at the Dursleys, leaving the headquarters empty save for themselves. More unfortunate was that just after the full moon, Lupin appeared exceedingly weak, retreating into his room. Mayway could only keep company with Kreacher and Dobby. Since Regulus's burial, Kreacher had ceased his foul language towards her. He silently wandered the house, seemingly searching for the shadow of his former master. Mayway felt a pang of sympathy for him, but also had to remain vigilant, lest he be swayed by Bellatrix. In this light, remaining at Grimmauld Place indeed proved more convenient. A few days later, when Lupin had recovered, he brought more news. First, it was confirmed that Peter had indeed played a role in the escape. A common wizard could not slip away from under the watchful eyes of Dementors. But given Peter's cowardly nature, he was certainly not the mastermind. It was clear that another Death Eater had orchestrated the affair. Mr. Weasley conducted a surprise inspection of the Malfoy household, but found no trace of Voldemort there. Snape had not received any summons from the Dark Lord either. As for others who had once been close to Voldemort and had not been captured, such as the Shafik family, they had also been investigated by the Order of the Phoenix, with no findings thus far. Undoubtedly, there was a hidden, fanatical, and loyal Death Eater at large. Mayway speculated it might be young Barty, but then reconsidered. There were simply too many Death Eaters, and many names brushed aside in stories were living, breathing individuals. To overlook them could prove fatal. She resolved not to mislead others and to observe the unfolding events. In August, after Harry had spent a month at Grimmauld Place, he eagerly returned with Sirius. "Did you know? Peter killed my father." Although Harry had first met Sirius in his first year, Lupin and the others believed that the 11-year-old Harry was too young to bear such a heavy burden of hatred, so they had withheld the truth from him. Now, with the newspapers buzzing, the truth could no longer be concealed, and everything was laid bare. Mayway replied, "I heard." Harry was filled with rage, exclaiming, "If I find him, I will kill him." Shortly thereafter, Hermione and Ron arrived. It was their first visit, and everything was novel to them. Ron lamented, "Our family had decided to travel to Egypt. My dad won a bonus, but this summer he has been especially busy, so we couldn't go anywhere." Mayway remarked, "You bought a new robe?" "Oh, yes. Since we couldn't travel, my mom said she would buy each of us a gift," Ron admitted sheepishly. With 3 new pairs of hands, the house-cleaning endeavor progressed more swiftly. Mayway assigned them to sweep the floors, wipe the tables, and clear away cobwebs while she tackled the ever-multiplying dark magical items. The Black residence resembled a grand dungeon, perfect for gaining experience. Within days, the newspapers reported on the escaped Death Eaters murdering innocent muggles. Mrs. Weasley moved in with the Weasleys to Grimmauld Place. "Your father has far too much to do. We cannot add to his troubles," she sternly warned her children. "If anyone dares to cause trouble." The plump housewife brandished her wand. Fixing her gaze on the twins, "I will ensure they learn a lesson they will never forget." "All right, Mum," the twins replied, pulling in their necks and feigning compliance. Mayway, however, was different. She greeted Mrs. Weasley with utmost enthusiasm. "Madam, could you teach me how to make shepherd's pie?" Mrs. Weasley's demeanor softened instantly, replying gently, "Dear, you need to concern yourself with that. Why not go play with Fred and George? It will be perfect for you to keep an eye on them." The twins made faces. Thus, Mayway was shooed from the kitchen, reduced to a child who simply awaited her meals. How fortunate it was to have a mother. She mused, suddenly recalling her original plan. "Harry, where's your game console? Let me play with it. I'll show you how. I've already made it to level 50. Harry exclaimed. Look, although many plot lines remained unchanged, the sentiments of those involved shifted entirely. Despite the presence of foes, Death Eaters, and the rise of the Dark Lord outside, Harry's life was not engulfed by anger and hatred. Sirius and Lupin stood by his side, with Ron and Hermione surrounding him. Each day began with a breakfast prepared by Mrs. Weasley, which he relished. He loved buttered toast, while Mayway spread hot sauce on her toast daily. Hermione warned that too many sweets would lead to cavities, yet Ron devoured the sugar-glazed donuts. Throughout the day, they were engrossed in their games, with Mayway excelling and breaking Harry's records. Harry, willing to bet and accept defeat, treated everyone to pizza. This posed quite a challenge. The Muggle delivery person could not locate Grimmauld Place, and since they could not venture out, Hedwig was dispatched to have the delivery sent to a neighboring house, from which the owl would retrieve the package. Mayway devoured half a bucket of spicy chicken wings, while Harry polished off 2 hamburgers. Hermione criticized the taste of the mashed potatoes, preferring crispy fries, while Ron became enamored with the Muggle toy included, a miniature car model. The twins devised a new prank, vigorously shaking a bottle of soda before handing it to Percy, delighting in watching him get drenched by the fizzy eruption. Chapter 91. On the journey. Days spent gaming always flew by in a flash. Mavis felt as though she had merely completed a few games, and the summer had slipped away. An owl delivered a new reading list, yet they were unable to venture outside, thus entrusting Mrs. Moley to procure everything. As the new year commenced, Mavis had experienced a slight growth spurt. She measured her height daily, eagerly anticipating the moment she would just barely reach 160 centimeters, with little hope of surpassing the decimal beyond 3. This was the unfortunate consequence of childhood malnutrition and the absence of physical activities at school. It was disheartening, especially since those around her seemed to have feasted well, with her trio of friends all taller than herself. The sole silver lining was that she no longer needed to purchase clothes in larger sizes. A standard small was now adequate, though finding well-fitting garments proved challenging, as not every shop stocked extra small sizes. Throughout the summer, Mavis's attire consisted of t-shirts and shorts, complemented by a new pair of sneakers that fit her comfortably. Hermione and Ginny were embroiled in a debate over whether to wear their hair down or tied up, each showcasing bows to compare. Mavis found both styles appealing, but was too lazy to braid her hair. It was fine and soft, often disheveled from sleep, with a natural wave that allowed her to pretend to be naturally curly. The twins remarked, "Mavis hardly seems like a girl at all." She brandished her wand. "Fools. Shall we duel?" The two quickly amended their statements. "You are the most adorable girl." Yet Ron, oblivious to the flattery, voiced the truth. "Then why did no one write you a love letter on Valentine's Day?" Mavis retorted, "You're only 14. Can't you focus more on your studies and less on romance?" The twins ensnare their younger brother, little Ronnie. "Tell us, who do you fancy? Would you like us to prepare a confession package for you next year?" Ron fell silent. Hermione slammed her book shut. Ginny cast a furtive glance at Harry. Mavis exclaimed, "Why are you all starting to have crushes at just 14? Aside from these trivial matters, the only noteworthy occurrence was the P badge that arrived with the letter, signifying her promotion to prefect. Oh no, she would have to manage younger students. It was a source of distress. The twins encouraged her. "You can catch nighttime wanderers and deduct points from Slytherin." Percy, unusually earnest, imparted his wisdom. "A prefect must treat their subordinates fairly. Otherwise, they will not comply with your directives." The twins made a disgusted sound. Mavis scratched her head. On the day school commenced, Sirius and the Weasley family escorted them to the station. There, they encountered the Malfoy family. It was Mavis's first time seeing them all together, dressed in expensive attire, their pallid complexions exuding an inexplicable gloom. Mrs. Malfoy adjusted Draco-S collar, her pale cheeks betraying a mother-s affection. "Lucius, I have yet to thank you," Sirius taunted. "We've acquired a new house elf, and it has been quite beneficial." Lucius maintained a stern expression. Narcissa suddenly remarked, "You visited the graveyard." Sirius replied impassively, "That is none of your concern." The exchange ended on an unpleasant note. Mavis boarded the train, and Lupin followed suit. Harry looked at him in astonishment, and Lupin feigned surprise. "Did I forget to mention? This year, I will be attending school with you." Harry's eyes lit up with excitement. "Good heavens! You are the new defense against the dark arts professor," Hermione exclaimed. Lupin nodded with a warm smile. Mavis pondered that adults could be rather dull at times and said, "I'm going to find my friends." The weather was dreary and foggy. If Dementors were lurking, Harry would be fine with Lupin's protection, but her friends would be in danger. She wanted to locate Betty and the others, but suddenly realized she had never attended school with them and had no idea where familiar faces might be. Mavis felt like a solitary badger. "What are you doing here, silly?" A familiar figure patted her shoulder. "Who are you looking for?" Mavis quickly grasped his arm. "Where is everyone?" Cedric shrugged. "How would I know? I just got on." Mavis asked, "Don't you have a designated compartment?" He pondered. "Follow me." They made their way to the dining car, where they indeed found familiar faces in the nearest compartment. Mavis jumped with excitement. "How did I not know there was ice cream on the train? 5 sickles a scoop." and it's nothing to worry about. Betty cheerfully brandished a new spoon. Scooping a spoonful, sweetheart opened wide. Ah, ma vie complete. She sampled the flavor. White chocolate. Alice inquired. Aren't you staying at school this year? I visited Harry's house. Mavis squinted through the fog train window. Oh, it's raining outside. Casey produced a copy of the Witch Weekly. Is this umbrella stylish? Mavis propped her head on her hand. What are you looking for? Cedric asked. Mavis replied. Have you all heard that the prisoner from Azkaban has escaped? Betty nodded, yes. My dad even asked if I want a bodyguard at school. Goodness, Hogwarts has Dumbledore. I can hardly believe it. Casey, usually vain, became serious. Those are Death Eaters. My dad says the ministry is becoming increasingly ineffective. Alice chimed in. They shouldn't dare show their faces, right? The group eagerly discussed the matter, ultimately concluding that as long as Dumbledore was present, the Death Eaters would certainly avoid the school, thus feeling reassured enough to chat about the evening's dinner menu. With nothing to occupy her, Mavis cuddled with Chestnut and dozed off. Suddenly, she felt a chill, awakening with a start. Achoo! She covered her nose. Are you all cold? Yes. Betty had already wrapped herself in her Hermes scarf. Want to sit next to me? We can share warmth. Mavis handed her Chestnut and retrieved her old robe from her pocket. It had indeed grown colder. Hey, Chestnut, the obedient creature, suddenly bristled. Easy now, Mavis soothed. Stroking its head, don't be afraid. I'm here. Gripping her wand, she opened the train door. The aisle was deserted, and a wave of frigid air surged from the front of the train. Percy barked orders, stay in the compartments. Do not come out. Had he not said it, it would have been fine, but by saying it, he only provoked a few mischievous children to peek their heads out, curious about the commotion. Then, all the train lights went out. Percy, incensed, shouted, do not wander. Listen to me. Remain in your compartments. The clamor lessened somewhat. Mavis felt a twinge of anxiety. Dementors were mental assailants, and she was unsure if she could withstand them. However, Lupin had just endured a full moon. It would be a struggle for him to confront the Dementors. Would she be able to manage, or would he? Mavis, Cedric illuminated his wand, calling her with concern. Mavis did not respond. Shadows loomed closer. Chapter 92, The Fierce Battle. When Mavis practiced the Patronus charm, she had not faced Dementors directly. Now in such close proximity, she had to admit that the creatures were indeed quite terrifying. It felt as though she had been submerged in icy water, the world dimming, her emotions plummeting. In such a state, summoning joyful memories was arduous. Her mind was flooded with unpleasant recollections. Mavis desperately recalled the exhilaration she felt upon receiving her acceptance letter, summoning her utmost resolve to shout the incantation. Expecto Patronum. The moment the pure white rabbit materialized, a cloaked figure emerged at the end of the corridor. The silver rabbit danced gracefully in the air, as if racing across the North China Plain, weaving through the Sichuan Basin, dodging in the hills of Jiangnan. Its size was diminutive, yet wherever it trod, the silver mist dispelled the cold. The Dementors, who had just boarded, were forced to retreat from the Crimson Steam train. What the? Behind the compartment door, wands glimmered with light, revealing astonished faces. Mavis sighed in relief, just as she intended to return to the compartment when the entire train suddenly screeched to a halt, her forehead colliding with the wall amidst a cacophony of gasps and falls. Why has the train stopped? She squeezed into the compartment, pulled open the window, and peered outside. Ahead, a shower of sparks erupted, accompanied by several cloaked figures wielding wands, their faces twisted as they shouted, "For the Master, seize Harry Potter." Mavis exclaimed, "What the? Damn it!" She cursed with genuine emotion. No wonder the Dementors continue to appear. She truly is foolish. The fleeing Death Eaters are right here. She banished the Dementors, and they bounced right back out. Their voices rang loudly. She pointed to her throat. Percy quickly summoned everyone to the dining car. A murderer is approaching. With that, she darted out of the compartment, and Cedric attempted to grasp her arm, only to be pushed aside. None of you are allowed to come out. Her wand was aimed at Cedric's throat, especially you. The other students gazed at them, their expressions filled with confusion. They had yet to comprehend what was happening. What murderer? What is going on? Is the train broken? Quickly, secure the doors. She bolted them shut. Lupin hurried over, anxiously exclaiming, "We must inform Dumbledore immediately. They have gone mad. Take Harry away. They are after Harry. We cannot let them capture him," Maeve replied swiftly. "How can I possibly leave the students alone?" Lupin retorted. "Remus, don't be foolish. The Death Eaters will seize students as hostages and threaten everyone to hand over Harry. He will surely step forward himself." Lupin was rendered speechless. "Apparate him away," Maeve insisted. "Without Harry here, they won't dare linger." Lupin shook his head. "I can't do that. It's just past the full moon. What good would it do if you stayed?" Maeve spoke earnestly. "You take Harry away. If they see he has escaped, they will have no reason to stay." There was little time for debate, and Lupin was indeed weak. Facing a few Death Eaters, he had no confidence in protecting all the students. I understand, he turned back, grasping Harry's hand and leading the bewildered boy off the train. The Death Eaters spotted them and eagerly closed in. Let me see the boy who lived through it all, cackled the madwoman. Take him away. Armored protection. Lupin waved his wand, causing a stunning spell to knock him down. Harry, hold on to my hand. In the next moment, they apparat away. The Death Eaters let out furious screams. The madwoman's wand erupted with a burst of red light, striking the train and creating a gaping hole in the middle. Protect everyone. Maeve cast a defensive spell. The heads of the student councils and the prefects of each house sprang into action, pulling the still-dazed students from the compartments and gathering them in the dining car, which had the largest space, barely accommodating most of the students. Ron and Hermione were among them, both a bit anxious. The Death Eaters charged onto the train. Draco squeezed into the crowd, turning to see, gasping sharply, instinctively calling out the madwoman's name, Bella Annie. Bella fixed her gaze upon him. You're Sissy's son. A good boy. Tell me, where's Harry Potter? Draco nervously replied, I don't know. Come here. Bella commanded. Draco froze, stupefied. Maeve pushed Draco back into the compartment. Don't bully the child. I know you. Bella's eyes suddenly glimmered with a terrifying light. The Dark Lord has specifically called for you. Capturing you without Harry Potter would suffice. She licked her lips. Cruciatus. The two spells were cast simultaneously and took effect at once. Maeve was struck by the Cruciatus curse. The pain so intense it felt as if her very organs were in turmoil. Yet, at the same time, a brilliant fiery blaze erupted, drawing a distinct boundary between the train compartments. Come on. She grimaced in pain. Bella, if you dare come closer. Although mad, Bella was not foolish. She shattered a piece of a door and levitated the splintered wood towards Maeve. The flames consumed the wood, instantly reducing it to charred ash. Maeve steadied herself, feigning that this was truly formidable fire, her face betraying no hint that this was merely a fire shield, although it was indeed just Fire Shield 10. Bella Znird, Avada. Maeve quickly cast a transformation spell, turning the broken wood on the ground into sturdy planks. The green light struck, and the planks turned to ash. Is that all you have? Her body ached terribly, and she was terrified. This was Avada Kedavra. The train's layout offered no opportunity to evade. She could only rely on her shield, but Bella's magic was stronger. Her transformation spells, shield, might not withstand Bella's killing curse. She needed to scare Bella off. Maeve held firm, proclaiming loudly, let me show you something thrilling. Fire God, clear the way. The tip of her wand ignited with an intensely bright flame, resembling a burning arrow, blazing fiercely down the straight aisle. Since the fire shield could only defend but not attack, she had sought Dumbledore's advice at the start of the summer. The fire shield could only burn in place. Was there no fire spell capable of attacking enemies? Surely you know how to use that fire shield for protection. Teach me. The fire god clears the way, Dumbledore had instructed. However, this spell consumed a great deal of magical energy, and only someone as powerful as Dumbledore could use it to disperse the inferi. For a minor wizard like Maeve, this fiery path was her limit. If Bella did not flee soon, Maeve was prepared to run. Suddenly, shadows of figures operating outside the train appeared. Maeve exhaled in relief. The Aurors have arrived. Help! Moody charged in. Chapter 93. After finishing Just Lie Down. Before entering Hogwarts, Maeve remained resilient, reassuring her classmates that she was unharmed. Yet, no one believed her. Scarcely had she spoken those words when blood began to flow from her face, oozing from her nose, ears, and mouth. She felt dizzy. Her ears felt like they were filled with water, and her throat was intensely itchy. When she coughed, pain erupted in her chest. Hermione embraced her, wiping her face with a cloth, furiously shouting at someone, though Maeve could not hear clearly. Strangely, she heard Neville's voice, the chubby boy saying, "It's the Cruciatus curse." Fortunately, it was not long before she was taken to Hogwarts. The moment she entered the school, an unexplainable sense of security washed over her, and she turned to fall asleep. This slumber was particularly deep. Her consciousness sank into an abyss, the world morphing into faded, old photographs. She found herself in an old-fashioned school uniform, wandering alone in an empty corridor. The sunlight was bright, her attire very retro, and everything appeared yellowed. Where am I? She wandered aimlessly on the lawn and spotted a handsome red-haired boy leaning against a tree, reading. Maeve exclaimed, "Meow, meow, meow." Maeve had missed the opening feast, but it mattered little, as those attending had no appetite for food. Students huddled together anxiously, exchanging whispers. It must be the Death Eaters, right? The escaped convicts from Azkaban. I can hardly believe the Ministry of Magic truly let them loose. They won't come to school, will they? Where has Dumbledore gone? I heard they were originally after Harry Potter. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione comforted Harry. Lupin should have taken you away. Yes, there were so many of them, Ron said. Fiddling with his spoon, a frown etched on his face. The Aurors couldn't even catch them. Hermione countered, the Aurors must prioritize protecting the students. Harry remained silent. As a result, everyone fell silent, staring at the empty seat of the headmaster. It wasn't until the feast was nearly over that Dumbledore finally appeared. He announced two matters. The Ministry of Magic, recognizing the importance of the school, has decided to station some guards in the vicinity. I urge you not to approach them, for they are not friendly, and you may see Aurors at the school entrance. He paused, his tone heavy. I am afraid that this year, we must temporarily cancel the weekend trips to Hogsmeade. Someone instinctively murmured their discontent, but everyone else remained silent, and the murmurer had no choice but to fall quiet. Even Draco, who usually despised him, stared intently at his fork, seemingly absorbing nothing. Dumbledore then introduced this year's new professors, which managed to uplift the students slightly. After the feast concluded, Harry and his friends exchanged glances, and the three slipped away to the hospital wing. They encountered Dumbledore at the entrance. Hermione asked, Headmaster, is Maeve all right? Perhaps she should go to St. Mungo's? Thank you for your concern, Miss Granger, but Hogwarts is far safer for her. Dumbledore gazed into the corner of the infirmary, where a house elf had brought her belongings, even including the Hufflepuff's canopy, which lay upon the pristine white bed like a small yellow flower amidst the snow. Harry, feeling anxious, inquired, Why are they trying to capture me? You are his only adversary, Dumbledore replied, lowering his gaze as his half-moon spectacles slipped down his nose. Do not feel guilt, Harry. Your departure was the right decision. I believe they seek to capture you not merely to torment or even to kill you. Tom would not permit such a thing. Harry looked at him in confusion. I think perhaps you hold a more, let me ponder, practical significance for him. Dumbledore placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Courage is not only about confronting enemies. It is also about enduring when necessary. Harry opened his mouth, but words failed him. He nodded resolutely, determined to take action. He did not wish to remain in a perpetual state of protection. Headmaster, you have yet to answer my initial question, Hermione interjected sharply. Will she be all right? Indeed, Dumbledore affirmed confidently. She is stronger than you realize. The trio was dismissed. After curfew, the twins stealthily entered the infirmary. Mebby. They crouched by her bedside, whispering her name. Mavis showed no sign of response. They exchanged glances, realizing the situation was more dire than they had imagined, yet felt powerless. Fred placed the cake he had taken from the dining table beside her pillow. Today's chestnut cake is not sweet. George gently stroked the chestnut cat's head, offering a chicken leg to their loyal guardian. Do you think if she knew who the new professor was, she would wake up immediately? Fred pondered. Perhaps. The two leaned closer, whispering into her ears. Maybe, they said softly, the new professor is Newt's commander. The following afternoon, Cedric and Betty arrived, bearing a plethora of gifts. Betty brought the familiar cat bed for Chestnut and piled up crunchy chips by Mavis's bedside. Cedric observed closely. It seems she has not awakened. She must be exhausted. Betty placed the gifts from their classmates on the bedside table, wondering if something was still missing. Cedric produced a potted plant from his cloak. A cactus? A white thistle, he replied, setting the potted plant on the windowsill. In the afternoon, Newt visited the patient, taken aback by the mountain of gifts crowding the bed. Oh, he had to rummage through his pockets for something to offer, ultimately producing a niffler and awkwardly stating, I should have come later. Dumbledore winked. Though they're all Hufflepuffs, it seems you have not always been so popular. Newt displayed a resigned expression. It is evident, Albus. You are proud of her. Dumbledore asked in surprise. Do not say that, Newt, are you not? Of course. Newt smiled. She's a Hufflepuff. Chapter 94, Awakening. The day Mavis awoke was a Friday afternoon. She sluggishly emerged from her cocoon, feeling as though she had slept for an eternity, her entire body aching. Mimi. Chestnut excitedly rubbed against her chin, its tail sweeping across her arm. Chestnut. Mavis embraced it, planting a kiss on its head. On the windowsill, Fox let out a melodious trill before soaring out of the infirmary. Within 5 minutes, Dumbledore appeared at the door. I am truly delighted to see you awake. Albus. Mavis replied with a beaming smile. I had a most intriguing dream. Dumbledore smiled. Is that so? I dreamt of a younger Albus. She mused, completely captivated by you. Dumbledore paused momentarily, his smile growing more joyful. For an old man, that is quite an embarrassing compliment. Mavis burst into laughter, her joy attracting Madame Pomfrey's attention. Upon seeing the awakened Mavis, she sighed in relief, but scolded her. You never take proper care of yourself. While reprimanding her, she fetched a potion for Mavis to drink. Mavis gulped it down, saying, I feel quite well this time. Madame Pomfrey glared at her, prompting Mavis to retract her head. Dumbledore remarked, It is a splendid day. If you feel up to it, you may take a stroll outside. I believe there is some excitement near the Forbidden Forest. As he spoke, Mavis, filled with curiosity, eagerly expressed that she felt quite well and, given her aches, longed to stretch her legs outside. Very well, your health has indeed improved. After lying in a magical hospital for a week, your injuries have surely healed, Madame Pomfrey conceded, concerned primarily about the Cruciatus curse. Noticing Mavis's vitality, she agreed to let her go for a walk. Dumbledore winked at her. Mavis swiftly drew the curtains, changing into a tracksuit and shorts before linking arms with Dumbledore to discuss a few matters. Is everyone well? Your friends have been quite worried about you, he said. No other students were injured. You did exceptionally well. Mavis replied, Thanks to the spells you taught me, I frightened off the Death Eaters. Why do they want to capture Harry? Dumbledore explained, I believe Tom requires him. This attack has stirred up a great deal of trouble. One cannot imagine he would act so recklessly without a compelling reason. What does he want from Harry? She speculated. Does he need to kill Harry himself to resurrect? Or perhaps he requires something more magical, like hair, nails, or blood. Dumbledore stated, We shall uncover the answer. Mavis reluctantly set aside her inquiries. They parted ways at the kitchen entrance. She rushed into the kitchen. I am starving. The house elves exclaimed, Miss Lynn is awake. They eagerly surrounded her, asking, What would you like to eat? A beef and cheese sandwich, along with a chilled fruit juice, and, oh, are there any donuts? 10 minutes later, she was balancing a warm, greasy sandwich in one hand, fruit juice in the other, and 2 chocolate-covered donuts tucked under her arm. She wandered toward the entrance of the Forbidden Forest. At first glance, there was a crowd, a bustling throng that seemed to include all 4 houses, with students from various years present. Is Lupin using the dueling club? At the back stood several tall Ravenclaw Quidditch players, blocking her view entirely. Mavis puffed out her cheeks, standing on tiptoe. Excuse me, let me see. The players turned upon hearing her voice, exchanged glances, and hesitantly stepped aside. A layer closer, she spotted 2 familiar red-haired heads. The twins, noticing her efforts to bounce up and down, erupted into laughter. Maybe. They watched her stature, stifling giggles as they crouched down. The duo extended their hands to provide her with support. Mavis, without hesitation, grasped their shoulders and stepped up. Now she finally had a vantage point, seeing ahead. A monstrous creature was before her, an eagle-headed, lion-bodied beast with fierce eyes, unrestrained by any harness. Is Hagrid's creature not an eagle-headed horse? Mavis pondered. Is this what it looks like? Has Buckbeak undergone a transformation? Mavis was filled with questions. This is a griffin, indigenous to Greece. A nearby student whispered in a hushed tone, their voice gentle. Yet, whether from Slytherin or Gryffindor, all were silent, not daring to interrupt. The student stroked the magnificent beast, slowly explaining, It is fierce. Young witches and wizards should keep their distance, as it can be dangerous. However, exceptional wizards can befriend them. They can guard treasures, correct, Finley? But I have no galleons to protect. Mavis gasped. Why did no one inform me that Newt is the new professor for magical creatures? As if sensing her fervor, Newt glanced up and spotted the girl springing forth from the crowd. Mavis guab frantically, shouting, Meh, meh, meh. Newt, I want to. The twins burst into laughter, nearly dropping her. Maybe, you sound like you're making a declaration at church. Mavis ignored them, jumping down to the front, lifting her face to beam adorably. Newt extended his hand to gently tousle her disheveled hair. Very well, Miss Lynn, come closer to me. You need not wield a wand. She promptly pressed herself against Newt. Do not move, gaze upon it, and harbor no fear. Newt slowly stepped back. Come, Finn, meet our new friend. The colossal beast rose, towering over Mavis like a small mountain, its shadow enveloping the sky above her. Mavis strained her neck to look up. The griffin advanced deliberately, as if taking a leisurely stroll, its razor-sharp claws, muscular frame, and beak capable of piercing flesh imparted an undeniable sense of intimidation. A slight commotion ensued among the students. Some recoiled, inadvertently stepping on the feet of those behind them, while others simply plopped down in fright. However, Mavis remained steadfast, maintaining her gaze locked with the creature, refusing to avert her eyes. Seconds slipped by, and, as the griffin drew nearer, it lifted its eagle-like foreleg. With a thud, it landed heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. Mavis glanced down at her sandwich, now dusted with grime. Dear me, this isn't quite right. The griffin ignored her, snatching the sandwich from her hand and skillfully discarding the bread, consuming only the meat. Mavis. It chewed a few times, displaying a look of disdain. Newt remarked, "It prefers raw meat. Go ahead, you may feed it now." Mavis rolled up her sleeves. Feeding a pet, and cleaning up after it was second nature to her. She offered a piece of raw meat to the creature. Finn devoured it eagerly while she attempted to groom its fur. After a moment with no response, she increased her efforts. Having lost her lunch, she might as well reclaim something from the situation. "You are already an extraordinary witch," Newt praised her, gently pulling her away. "Now allow some opportunity for other students." Mavis hinted, "Professor, do I not earn any points?" Newt, as if awakening from a dream, replied, Yes, Hufflepuff gains 10 points. Who wishes to go next?" Harry immediately raised his hand. "Mr. Potter." 5 minutes later, Newt announced, "Gryffindor gains 3 points." Chapter 95, A Busy Fifth Year. This year was destined to be eventful. Mavis was preparing for her OWL exams, akin to the gauntlet of high school finals, and young witches and wizards have been gearing up since the beginning of the term. Mavis embarked on an especially hectic year. She recognized her practical skills were adequate, yet the written exams posed a challenge. It felt as if every time she penned an English letter, it transformed into an IELTS or TOEFL test, with always a few words she did not recognize. Memorization was imperative. Other subjects were manageable, having established a solid framework over the past 4 years. But the defense against the dark arts class could not even be described as abysmal. Lupin was greatly troubled, scrambling to catch them up. Mavis muttered loudly, "We want to practice with a boggart too." Lupin replied, "You have yet to complete your theoretical lessons." She propped her chin on her hand, attempting to charm him. "We want to play with a boggart." Her classmates echoed their agreement. "Boggart." Lupin sighed, retrieving the boggart's box. "As a trade, we will have a quiz on the first 3 chapters of theory of magical defense next week." Mavis cheered, "Yay." Betty chimed in, "Honey, can I borrow your notes?" Mavis closed her little notebook hidden beneath the table. "I haven't written anything. I'll finish copying Cedric S. notes for you later." Cedric dipped his quill into a pot of ink, the burden on his shoulder feeling heavier. Lupin waved his wand, rearranging the desks and chairs to create space for everyone to try. "Who will go first?" Mavis, for the moment, was in no hurry, hiding at the back to watch the spectacle. The fears displayed by her classmates were indeed varied. Giant spiders, large dogs, geese, bats, and even their own exaggeratedly obese forms with faces covered in sores, and an irate grandfather brandishing a boot. Yet, Cedric's fear was the most extravagant, a dragon. Mavis inquired, "You fear fire-breathing dragons?" He chuckled awkwardly. "I encountered one with my father when I was little." She instantly felt sympathy. "How unfortunate." Cedric turned away. Finally, it was Mavis's turn. Gripping her wand tightly, she felt apprehensive about conjuring Voldemort. That would be quite the spectacle. "Are you ready?" Lupin asked, holding his wand as well. She nodded. The box opened, and the boggart emerged, transforming into a hospital bed. Upon it lay a figure, obscured by a foggy, breathing mask, rendering their face unrecognizable. The monitor beside them displayed plummeting blood pressure, and the heartbeat was a flat line. Mavis froze. This was her deepest fear, dying alone in a foreign land. How absurd. She cast her spell, feeling utterly devoid of enthusiasm. In truth, she seldom recalled the past. Many distant memories had become faded photographs, perpetually gathering dust. She longed for her faraway homeland, yet deliberately chose to forget the myriad of experiences leading to her demise. It had been the second year of her studies abroad. She had fallen ill, languished in a hospital, and quietly passed away. After that, she could never return home. The library. Mavis rested her chin on her hands. Lost in thought. "Hey, Diggory," Hermione whispered to Cedric beside her. "What's wrong with her?" Cedric mouthed boggart. Harry asked, "Did she conjure a Dementor?" Cedric shook his head, but remained tight-lipped about what it was. Hermione patted Harry on the back. "Stop worrying. Weren't you learning the Patronus charm with Lupin?" Harry sighed in frustration. "I don't know why I keep failing. I have so many happy memories." "Merely having joy is not sufficient," Mavis remarked, coming back to her senses, propping her head on her hand. "Everyone has happiness, but to conjure a Patronus, one must possess a firm and clear belief." Harry frowned. Cedric asked, "What belief? Did you fail as well?" She queried. He shrugged. "Those who lead happy lives find it challenging to produce a Patronus," Mavis explained. "Only those who have experienced loss can harbor a strong desire to protect their happiness, which means one must first endure suffering." Honestly, she believed the later DA sessions could master the Patronus charm largely thanks to Umbridge. She had shattered the students' idyllic lives at Hogwarts, thus fostering their desire for protection. Harry pondered. Think about it. If you were to lose Sirius, lose Remus, wouldn't that immediately resonate with you? Mavis encouraged, "Be resolute, believe in yourself. You can do it." Friday arrived, and Mavis finally found her spirits lifted once more. Today was Newt's class. being older. And with magical creatures not being the most cooperative of teaching aides, Newt only taught one class per week, attended by students from all 7 years. This was the most anticipated class among all students. Despite Malfoy's provocations toward Lupin and having previously slandered Hagrid, in Newt's class, Slytherins behaved as docile as kittens. It was inevitable. Firstly, the lessons were incredibly engaging, and other professors struggled to find such an array of fascinating magical creatures that would obey. Secondly, no one wished to incur the wrath of one who had once captured the first Dark Lord. The Care of Magical Creatures class was held in the afternoon, but Mavis hastily consumed a lackluster lunch, preparing to tag along. Before class, she tidied the lawn for the professor, calmed the magical creatures, and prepared a few snacks for feeding, which she thought was reasonable. Betty could not help but say, "I now believe you no longer like Lockhart." The false idol, assigning tasks to the professor, providing him with an easy way out, bulk purchasing greeting cards. The true idol, a mere follower, a mere follower, a mere follower. Indeed, Mavis leaped up, exclaiming, "How can you compare Newt to Lockhart? Lockhart tried hard too. It pains me that he doesn't team measure up." "So, is Professor Scamander your favorite?" Alice sipped her pineapple juice. "I thought you favored Headmaster Dumbledore." Mavis hesitated, honestly torn. Can I not like both? Her classmates relished the drama. "Which one do you like best?" In a whimsical display, she exaggeratedly dabbed at the corners of her eyes, lamenting, "If only I were born a century earlier, I might have had the chance to choose." Her classmates chimed in indeed. "Why do you always seem to favor the older gentleman?" Betty, eager for gossip, inquired. "Isn't there anyone younger?" "Certainly," Mavis replied. "Who?" The chorus of voices demanded. "I watched Death in Venice over the summer, and oh, Bernard Anderson is simply exquisite." "Huh? That's you." "The most beautiful youth in the world." For a fleeting moment, Betty was entranced, but soon returned to her pragmatic self, retorting, "Your love is misplaced. He has been married for a decade." Mavis plopped back onto the bench, disheartened by the cruelty of fate. Chapter 96, Behold, Love. Although the atmosphere was fraught with anxiety due to the collective escape of the Death Eaters this semester, Mavis remained largely unaffected. After all, as long as Voldemort's forces did not breach Hogwarts, she had to face the impending OWL exams. Among these, potions proved to be the most torturous. It was indeed challenging. Mavis considered this subject to be on par with astronomy in terms of difficulty. Astronomy left her dizzy, as all the constellations appeared the same. While potions required precise knowledge of recipes, handling, stirring, timing, mere rote memorization would not suffice, and any misstep in practical application could lead to disaster. She approached each lesson with trepidation, ensuring she recited all the key points thrice before attempting any practical work. Yet, despite her meticulous preparations, errors would often arise during potion brewing. The herbs handed to her were too dry, yielding no juice. After much effort, she managed to extract a mere drop, only to overheat the concoction, hurriedly stirring when instructed to do so clockwise, but ending up with an extra half-turn. Her grades fluctuated incessantly between A and E. However, to continue with Professor Snape's class in 6th year, an O was imperative. "I just don't understand," Mavis fretted at the end of class. "What am I doing wrong?" Cedric suggested. "Perhaps you're simply too eager to excel." "Excuse me? You wish for every step to be flawless, and the moment you falter, anxiety grips you tightly." Mavis retorted, "Zero." Cedric observed. "Have you not noticed? Professor Snape rarely stands beside you anymore. He has grown indifferent to me." She shrugged. "When he is present, your performance improves, akin to someone who writes fervently, producing deep ink stains yet risking damage to their quill." Mavis was left in profound confusion. "Is that so? Why do you care so much about doing well?" Cedric, perplexed, replied, "Do you truly enjoy potions?" She scrunched her nose. "Not particularly. But I wish to learn. Should I find a passion for potions in the future, who would teach me if I cannot advance next year?" Cedric countered, "Not every career necessitates outstanding potions grades. What do you aspire to be? An aura? Upon graduation, I will only be 17. Should I not pursue further studies? Becoming an overworked adult at such a young age seems rather dismal." She asked, "Have you decided what you want to do?" "Oh heavens! You're not contemplating graduating at 17, marrying at 18, and raising children by 20, are you?" Before Cedric could respond, a shiver ran down her spine. Wizards could be quite daunting. With the burden of academic pressure weighing heavily, Mavis often opted to partake in mischief with the twins on weekends. They planned to concoct some frightful tricks in time for Halloween, hoping to earn a tidy sum. The twins cleverly devised a plan to mock the Death Eaters by creating a box that would explode, revealing hooded figures who would spit and make faces at passersby. If a spell were cast upon them, they would transform into a gooey mass. Mavis was fully supportive and provided assistance with spells. The twins remarked Mavis, You should truly study ancient runes. They're quite useful for crafting such trinkets. I find divination rather appealing, she replied. Well, what astounding prophecy has Professor Trelawney made this time? Mavis wore a subtle expression. She foretold that I would encounter a romance. The twins exchanged skeptical glances. Yet, the prophecy soon materialized. On Saturday night, they stealthily descended the stairs, preparing to return to their dormitories for the night. Just then, Mavis's keen eyes spotted two figures at the school gate. There's someone over there. Let us investigate, she urged. The trio employed their night-sneaking skills, skirting along the wall, only to collectively gasp in surprise. The individuals at the gate were none other than Tonks, stationed for patrol, and Lupin. A romance in the making. Mavis was beside herself with excitement, crouching in the bushes to eavesdrop. Lupin asked with concern, "Are you patrolling so late?" Tonks shrugged, her hair shifting colors. "It's part of the job." Lupin inquired, "Is there any—" Tonks interjected, "I wanted to see you." The twins gasped, crouching lower. Lupin opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Tonks continued, "There's nothing unusual nearby. The department is conducting thorough checks, and the Death Eaters are well hidden." All right," Lupin replied, slightly flustered. Tonks winked. "Would you be so kind as to join me for a warm butterbeer? The October night is rather chilly." Immediately, Lupin cast a warming charm for her, but replied, "The school doesn't serve butterbeer." Tonks glanced at him in silence. Fred exclaimed, "Why not take her to Hogsmeade for a drink?" George chimed in, "The butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks is superb." Mavis wore a shocked expression. "You two know far too much." "Mavis, you must understand, it's easier to win over a girl's heart," they said, linking arms with her except for you. The three murmured together, while Lupin and Tonks exchanged friendly farewells. The twins proposed a wager. "Mavis, shall we bet on whether they will become a couple?" "I bet a galleon that they not only will become a couple, but also have a son." Mavis promptly agreed. The twins declared in unison, "We concede. We won bet." The following day, Mavis shared Lupin's budding romance with Harry. Thus, by Sunday evening, the number of spectators at the school gate had swelled to 6, 3 larger ones using disillusionment charms and the smaller ones cloaked in invisibility. Tonks must be Sirius's niece. Hermione pondered, "I can hardly believe those two." Harry, however, was positively thrilled. "This is incredible. Remus and Tonks. Hermione, we are truly a family now. Even though we always have been, but this makes it even better." He was itching to rush out and confess Lupin's feelings. Yet, Lupin had prepared butterbeer for Tonks, but seemed intent on leaving once it was served. Even Ron could no longer contain himself. Why doesn't he just accept her? He clearly cares for her. Hermione quickly glanced at Mavis, as if seeking an answer. Mavis mused, perhaps this is love, hard to express despite being felt deeply. Chapter 97, The Past and the Future. Harry, the betrayer of the gossiping masses, inadvertently revealed the details of Lupin's romance while practicing the Patronus charm, much to the dismay of the onlookers. Lupin's face turned a shade of green. Harry bit into his toast, regretfully stating, he said if we peek again, we would be in for it. Hermione was ready to pry open his head. "Why would you say such a thing? You were the one who said peeking was inappropriate." Harry shrugged. "I merely wanted Remus to make up his mind sooner." Ron shook his head, pessimistically declaring, "We're doomed." In defense against the dark arts, Lupin summoned the two of them, repeating spells over and over with a severity that was quite astonishing. Yet Hermione supported this. "He needs to be strict with us. Those outside are a threat." She shook her head. "Did you know? Last night I saw Neville practicing the shield charm in the common room." Ron queried, "But he isn't taking the OWLs." Hermione, unsure of the reason, speculated, "Yes, he isn't, but you, Ron, might consider learning from Neville. At the very least, write your essays yourself rather than copying mine." Ron withdrew his head. Harry lowered his gaze, continuing to write a letter. "I want to tell Sirius that we can invite Tonks to spend Christmas with us this year." Hermione, in a huff, turned the pages of her book, ignoring them entirely. Meanwhile, Maeve, aware that she had been betrayed, decided to take drastic measures and directly made her way to Lupin's office. "Remus," she said, caressing the crystal ball, channeling Trelawney, "I have performed a divination for you." Lupin, who always regarded her as an adult, did not indulge in her whims and stated plainly, "Maeve, this is a private matter, and I would prefer you not to intrude." "But it's divination," Maeve insisted, fully leveraging her youthful appearance to feign innocence. "Would you not like to hear what I have foreseen?" Lupin sighed in resignation. She lifted the crystal ball and theatrically proclaimed, "You have already encountered your destined one. With just a modicum of courage, happiness shall be yours." She continued, "The crystal ball reveals that your worries shall not come to fruition, and the child will resemble the mother. However, you must exercise greater caution lest." Maeve raised her eyes earnestly and warned, you may find yourself regretting certain decisions. Lupin fell silent. It was quite unexpected that Miss Lynn possessed such insight into divination. Snape, brandishing a vial of potion, derisively remarked, "How audacious of you to presume to advise a professor." Lupin defended her. "We were merely having a casual conversation." "Thank you, Severus, but I shall partake." Maeve waved her hand dismissively and made her exit. In addition to her matchmaking endeavors, Maeve had classes to attend, Quidditch practices to partake in, and prank products to concoct. Every Friday evening, she added an extra tutoring session for astronomy. Although she was not particularly adept at stargazing, potions proved to be exceedingly practical, and she resolved to conquer the challenges ahead, aiming to continue under Snape's stern tutelage in her 6th year. As for the dream interpretation class, she decided it would be best not to have Snape as the professor. Her stomach couldn't handle it. After a couple of days, Maeve stumbled upon an intriguing memory replay. It was from the 5th year of the previous generation, where Lily was preparing for her OWL examinations alongside Snape. At that time, their relationship had yet to fracture. Young Snape inquired, "There's an event at Slughorn's Slug Club tonight. Will you be attending?" Lily, preoccupied with potion brewing, replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps. We will discuss topics not covered in class." Young Snape skillfully handled the ingredients, all the while stealing glances at Lily. "You should come," he urged. "To be honest, I don't despise Slughorn, but the others." Lily shrugged, applying pressure to her cutting hand, inadvertently ruining the pod. "Oh dear," young Snape reassured her. "It's all right. It can still be salvaged with a little squeezing." Lily attempted to extract the juice. "The book says to chop it finely." "Books are meant for the average wizard," he retorted, not lifting his gaze. "Potions do not adhere to a strict formula. Otherwise, even fools could succeed." Lily bristled at his tone, responding angrily. "So, am I a fool?" "Certainly not," he replied, surprised. "You are, I mean, Slughorn has said you are the brightest which he has ever encountered." "I don't care what he says." She sighed, covering her face. "Severus, I truly fear I will botch the exam." Young Snape reassured her, "You're doing splendidly. Because I need to prove something to certain individuals." Lily raised her chin defiantly. "Even though I hail from a Muggle family, I shall not be outshone by those so-called purebloods." Young Snape hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "Let us not dwell on that." She seemed to realize something and deliberately lightened her tone. "Tell me, Severus, if I were to inadvertently mess up during the exam, is there a remedy?" Young Snape replied, "If you mean slicing the sleeping draft beans, you might try applying pressure with the side of the knife. And if I stirred incorrectly? Do not fret, carry on." "Stirring clockwise isn't necessarily a misstep," he said. Maeve sat in the back row, propping her chin on her hand, observing their whispered exchanges while taking notes. Feeling inexplicably melancholic, some tragedies can still be averted, while certain tales have already reached their irrevocable conclusions. In the upcoming potions class, Maeve deliberately delayed her departure, waiting for Snape to vanish before she swiftly approached the storage cabinet and retrieved a tattered textbook titled Advanced Potion Making. Flipping through its pages, she found several familiar notes, written during Snape's 6th year, after his rift with Lily. Sighing deeply within, she opened the notebook and transcribed the entries. Having copied everything necessary, she closed the textbook and returned it to its place. Task completed, Maeve stealthily exited the potions classroom. 2 minutes later, Snape opened the storage cabinet, his gaze fixating on the disturbed textbook. Chapter 98, The Lavatory. Maeve distinctly felt that potions class had received extra scrutiny from Snape. He stood directly behind her, casting an oppressive shadow, his cold gaze scrutinizing her every move. Maeve felt the pressure of his presence during every examination as long as he hovered nearby. She would nervously recheck her calculations, fearing she had made a mistake. Were the materials handled correctly? Had the measurements been accurate? Was the sequence followed properly? It was maddening. As the class concluded, she swept her desk clear, gathering a large handful of her hair. "I'm going bald," she lamented. In her previous life, she had only started losing hair as a graduate student. Now, before even reaching adulthood, she was beginning to shed. Cedric plucked a strand from her hand. "Is this a chestnut hair?" "I don't care, I'm going bald," she replied sulkily. "Do wizards have anti-hair loss shampoo?" Cedric responded, "There's one with a growth serum." Maeve touched her purse, asking, "Is it expensive?" He looked at her and leaned closer, imparting wisdom. "The prefect's lavatory has some." "Oh," Maeve exclaimed, having completely forgotten about it. The prefects had a dedicated lavatory, but it was on the 6th floor, and she had no intention of scaling 7 flights of stairs for a shower. What would be the point? However, if she could snag something, she nodded thoughtfully. "Good idea." Thus, she gathered up some discarded bottles and jars and made her way to the prefect's lavatory. It was akin to an enormous swimming pool, filled with various fragrant shower gels and equipped with massaging faucets. "Wow," Maeve exclaimed, filling the tub with water, mesmerized by the colossal bubbles, and happily leaping in, not forgetting to catch the fleeing chestnut. Join me for a wash, she giggled, hugging the damp feline, scooping up Bubbles to give it a massage. The chestnut mewed weakly. Meow, meow. Come here, moi, 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 she laughed, only to be met with a mouthful of cat hair. The chestnut was shedding too. Someone sighed softly. You are truly joyful. Maeve nearly jumped out of her skin. You have 3 seconds to leave, Myrtle. Why? We could discuss your friend, Myrtle said, propping her chin on the faucet, gazing at her with a mournful expression. Perhaps you wish to know. Maeve ritorted. Silencio. Myrtle clamped her mouth shut, rendered mute. Maeve mentally applauded Snape for his ever-reliable spells. Tarantaligra. She pointed at Myrtle, who danced away in a flurry of ghostly twirls out of the lavatory. All protections in place. Maeve declared, now free to wash in peace. After her bath, she changed into her pajamas and strolled leisurely back to the dormitory. Approaching the 2nd floor, Maeve spotted a familiar figure, Connie Harris. When they had arrived at Hogwarts in their first year, she, Maeve, and Cedric had shared a boat. In the subsequent years, the two Badgers had engaged in a fierce rivalry, yet Connie had consistently maintained a commendable 3rd place in her grades. Maeve had always thought Connie quite lovely, but as the years had passed, she had taken on a somewhat dulled appearance akin to many Western dolls. Harris looked a bit worse for wear. Her once bright blonde hair had darkened to a shade closer to brown, and her round, soft face had grown, still round but appearing somewhat plump. Of course, worse for wear was relative. Overall, she still retained a certain charm. Connie entered an empty classroom on the 2nd floor, where a large black and gold cabinet was covered by a thick blanket, with broken tables stacked on top. This is an abandoned storage room for teaching aids, filled with numerous old and discarded items. Mavis crouches behind the door, deep in thought. The next day, she sneaks into the empty classroom to examine the peculiar object. It appears to be the vanishing cabinet. Oddly, she recalls that the vanishing cabinet is situated in the room of requirement. Nevertheless, this detail is of little consequence. Harris is repairing the vanishing cabinet. Could it be out of his own curiosity, or is he under someone else's orders? The Death Eaters have escaped early, and Malfoy is merely a 3rd-year student, still just a child, incapable of significant action. Therefore, has the older Harris been chosen for this task? After much contemplation, Mavis resolves to leave the vanishing cabinet undisturbed for the time being. If it were to vanish, there are other options, but finding an alternative that goes unnoticed would not be so easily accomplished. Furthermore, repairing such an item would take considerable time. Perhaps a bit longer wouldn't be so bad. Mavis hatches a plan. She skillfully slips into the storage room, where Filch keeps his cleaning tools. Upon prying open the floorboards, she discovers a considerable amount of green fungi with eyes, blotchy mold. During her time cleaning the school, she had encountered this creature frequently. It feeds on dust and secretes a substance that erodes the foundations of homes. If not cleaned promptly, the structure may collapse. She gathers a large handful and tosses it into the empty room. They quickly retreat into the floorboards and the cupboards, including the vanishing cabinet. Task accomplished. She claps her hands together and begins to worry again. Connie is a Slytherin student, making her difficult to investigate. Chapter 99. 2 Matches. As December unfolds, a significant event approaches, Quidditch. This week features 2 matches, Hufflepuff versus Ravenclaw, and Slytherin against Gryffindor. Early Saturday morning, Mavis dons her newly issued Quidditch uniform, a warm and bright golden yellow sweater and cape. As she eats breakfast, the others are already awake. Cedric hands her a cup of hot coffee. The captain offers her 2 slices of toasted bread, and the beater, Michelle, passes her favorite chocolate spread. Mavis indulges in a bite of bread with a sip of coffee, voraciously consuming calories. The captain inquires, do you have confidence? Mavis replies, not at all. The captain insists, louder. Do you have confidence? Mavis retorts, I am nearsighted. Indeed, it is a sad predicament. After 5 years of study, she has developed myopia. Although the degree is mild, and she does not require glasses in her everyday life. Catching the golden snitch demands keen dynamic vision, and her nearsightedness complicates matters. The captain clenches his fists in frustration. Cedric waves his hand, preventing the captain from berating the team, and casually says, I just ran into Professor Scamander. He said he would come to watch. Mavis, feeling carefree, changes her tune. Let us defeat the neighbors. After finishing breakfast, they head to the pitch, where most students have gathered. Mavis mounts her broom, concealing her wand within her sweater, having modified it into a cardigan for easier access to the inner pocket. Mei-Chi, Cedric calls out to her, don't go soft on Autumn. Mavis, puzzled, responds, why would I go soft on Autumn? You should be the one to remain resolute. Cedric replies, you ate her mooncake. She gasps in surprise. Go for it. He places the hood of her uniform over her head. Madame Hooch blows the whistle to signal the assembly. The two teams file in. Mavis squints and spots Professors Lupin and Newt in the professor's box. Newt sits in the front row, where a dark sniffler rests, adorned with a yellow ribbon on its head. On the other side, the twins are peddling their wares. Cheer for your favorite players. These are color smoke sticks that can shoot out names. They activate one, and with a bang, a burst of colorful smoke erupts into the sky, forming the words, "Mavis is the best." Oh my! She waves energetically at them. Madame Hooch blows the whistle, and the match begins. Mavis takes to the skies, and then, cheekily, pulls out her wand, Misty Veil. It's a cloudy day, and with the fog rolling in, visibility diminishes beyond 10 meters. Since she is nearsighted, she decides to bring the opponents down to her level. In the audience, Newt remarks, "It's clear she's your student." Dumbledore responds, "Is it?" Newt adds, "London's fog is always so dense." Dumbledore explains, "It's a Muggle energy issue." She is cheating. The Ravenclaw team exclaims in outrage. Madame Hooch retorts, "She has not interfered with any players or brooms." Mavis continues to flick her wand. The wind rises, blowing the fog toward her team's goal, significantly improving visibility for the opposing team. Dumbledore observes, "That is a hurricane charm. She is undoubtedly a Hufflepuff student." Newt simply nods. Mavis casts her final enhancement charm, sharpening her senses. Her vision improves instantly. Let the game begin. She retracts her wand and begins spiraling in circles. Autumn, clever as she is, closely follows her. "Why is Autumn trailing me?" Mavis muses as she starts to harass the opposing players, unleashing a flurry of strikes. You can't play like a weaned child. Cultivate your own judgment. Ravenclaw must take pride in its own identity. Don't just follow the upperclassmen to pick up the scraps. Stand up and bravely face the storm. With a swift maneuver, she makes a sharp turn. The sudden change in direction nearly causes Autumn to collide with her face-to-face. Moi, movish blozokish. The upperclassman is leaving. She accelerates, leaving her behind. Believing she has spotted the golden snitch, Autumn speeds up to catch Mavis, only to be nearly struck down by a bludger flying her way. Autumn, don't pay her any mind. The Ravenclaw captain grits his teeth. She is too cunning. Mavis retorts, "If you can't win, then resort to insults? Are you playing with your mouth? Hurry and show me a dolphin spike. I'll give you an adder. Prepare to catch your bronze natter." Michelle swings hard, sending the bludger hurtling away. The match becomes intense. 2 hours later, Mavis, pursued relentlessly by two Ravenclaw bludgers, recklessly crashes into the enemy-s formation, embodying a fearless spirit of let us die together. Then, just before being struck in the head, she seizes the snitch hiding beside the goalpost. The next moment, a sharp pain explodes in her forehead, and her vision blurs. Coming to her senses, she finds herself sprawled on the ground, feeling utterly shattered. Oh my God, tears spring to her eyes. The pain is overwhelming. Once again, the hero finds herself in the infirmary. The following day, she misses the Gryffindor match. However, it matters little. Just past noon, Harry is brought to the adjacent bed by the Gryffindors. Mavis, indulging in a donut, remarks, "Is the Dementor here?" The bludger has been relentlessly targeting Harry today. She appears to be hallucinating. He fell from his broom. "What?" she exclaims, almost impaled by the Slytherin flag. Mavis asks what flag. Today, Slytherin had a flag that spewed snakes, towering high. The twins gesture animatedly. Fortunately, someone destroyed the flagpole beforehand, but it still caused quite a ruckus. "Look, it's all blood." Mavis rubs her eyes. The red blood is noticeable against Gryffindor's uniform, and she had seen clearly moments ago. Indeed, Harry's clothes are stained with blood. She bolts upright, throws off the covers, and runs. Fred shouts, "Mavis, your shoes. Throw them downstairs." Mavis doesn't look back. Chapter 100, damn. Relying solely on running is still too slow. Mavis dashes to the Great Hall on the first floor, colliding with the returning Slytherin players. They mock loudly. Potter, hanging from the flag, looks like a plucked turkey. The boy who lived has once again escaped death. Draco sneers dramatically, hearing his crowing voice. Mavis slams to a halt and glares at him. "Hey, Malfoy." She brandishes her wand. Draco nervously turns his head, retorting, "What are you doing? Are you defending Potter? Did he slip you a confounding potion? Lend me your broom, upperclassman." Mavis points her wand at him, asserting dominance. Will it work? Draco's face flushes red. She presses her wand forward, resting it against his neck. Will it work or not? Draco swallowed hard, his arm lifting stiffly. Mavis snatched his firebolt 2001, leaping onto the broom and darting towards the pitch. The scene was a chaotic wreck, the lawn resembling a bush gnawed to shreds. Beside the Slytherin stands stood a shattered flagpole, likely splintered by a fragmented spell into numerous sharp wooden spikes, with scattered, exploded with chips nearby. Blood-stained Harry's team uniform. Yet almost no traces of blood remained on the grass. Who was responsible? Connie? Or someone else? What should she do now? Inform Dumbledore about the blood? Although she had debts aplenty and could easily fabricate an excuse, would explaining the entire situation not be a waste of time? Mavis. The twins soared over on their brooms. Carrying her shoes. What are you doing? Mavis jolted back to reality, slipping into her boots. Quick. The Marauders map. George hastily pulled it out for her. You seem in a hurry. What has happened? It was not the time for explanations. She unfolded the map, searching swiftly for names. Malfoy was in the Great Hall. Raymond was in the dormitory. Connie was in the Ollery. Bloody hell. She tucked the map into her robes, mounted her broom, and sped towards the Ollery. Yet again, she arrived too late. Before her was a tumultuous flock of owls, all carrying parcels, taking flight in every direction. Mavis felt an impulsive urge to transform, but regrettably, she had no idea which parcel posed an issue. In the center of the shed, Connie stood silently, gazing at the descending figure. Mavis dismounted her broom. Hello? Harris, your wand's coming. Connie's wand zipped from her pocket into her hand. What are you doing? Connie reacted fiercely. Mavis pointed her wand at Connie's, Expelliarmus. At the point of contact, fragmented images of spells materialized. You did this, Mavis confirmed. Connie retorted, I saved Potter. You want his blood, Mavis asserted. Who was the parcel sent to? Connie pressed her lips tightly together. I don't know what you're talking about. Time was of the essence, Mavis boldly bluffed. Want to try some Veritasserum? Don't force me to get physical. Once I figure out everything, you'll surely be expelled. Connie scoffed. Expelled? I welcome it. As she spoke, she lunged for her wand. However, Mavis, being a Quidditch player often targeted by the crowd, reacted swiftly, kicking out her leg and seizing Connie's golden hair. Spill it. Who was it sent to? What good will it do you? Connie glared at her, appearing demure like a porcelain doll, but fighting fiercely, biting Mavis's arm, prying her fingers apart to reclaim her wand. Petrificus totalis. Mavis rolled away, stupefied. Terrantaligra. Shielding herself from the spells, without hesitation, she cast two more. Incarcerus. Apugno. Ropes ensnared Connie completely, leaving her suspended in midair, unable to escape. Tell me, where is it sent? Connie struggled desperately, but to no avail. Panic and fear overwhelmed her, a tsunami of unexpressed dread crashing over her. She broke down, crying as she questioned, what does it matter if I tell you? Can you save my parents? What can I do? Why is it me? If Potter is dead. So what? I just want my parents to live. You don't understand anything. Connie glared furiously at her. You have no parents. You wouldn't understand. Let me go. Mavis gasped, a sudden toothache striking her. Mavis? The twins were never absent from chaos. They sat on their brooms, mouths agape, bewildered by the two disheveled girls, unable to comprehend what was transpiring. Take her to Dumbledore. Mavis decided to cease wasting time. I'm going to find Remus. The twins shouted, hey, what's going on? Turn around. Mavis called back, mounting her broom and dashing off. She initially intended to find Lupin immediately, but as she flew over the forbidden forest, a better choice suddenly presented itself. Newt. She swooped down beside him, launching into a hurried explanation. I suspect Death Eaters may be in Hogsmeade. Can you take me to investigate? Chapter 101. A fierce battle. Riding on Buckbeak's back. Mavis succinctly outlined the situation. A student intentionally caused an accident to steal Harry's blood and sent it to the Death Eaters via owl. I believe using owls for communication is inadequate. The Death Eaters 1 far. Hiding in Hogsmeade seems most plausible. She told Newt, we should check it out. Ideally, we can capture one alive. Newt, not a member of the Order of the Phoenix, had a demeanor distinctly different from Gryffindor's exuberance. He asked no questions, nor did he advise her against accompanying him. He simply nodded, softly saying, stay close to me, and don't wander off. Mavis nodded vigorously. Newt pondered for a moment, then pulled out a niffler from his pocket. Did you hear that? The niffler was playfully toying with a silver coin, nodding dismissively. Bring it along. Newt placed the niffler into her hands, assuring her it would know how to retrieve what they sought. Mavis nodded eagerly. Hogsmeade soon came into view. Newt offered her an arm, urging her to hold on tightly, then cast a disillusionment charm, rendering himself silent and invisible. Yet that was not enough. He gently tapped the snow beneath them, causing the snowflakes to swirl like boiling water, abruptly hovering and falling, perfectly masking their footprints. Mavis, wow. They ascended to the highest point, observing the owl's movements. To Mavis, all the birds looked similar. Even the little darlings she had cared for personally were indistinguishable from such a distance. However, Newt had already identified a Hogwarts owl this way. Despite nearing a century in age, he moved with remarkable agility, and Mavis felt herself being pulled along. Their destination was a dilapidated tea house in Hogsmeade, known for its notoriously bad tea, seldom visited by students. Newt pressed against the wall, dispatching a bowtruckle to investigate through a gap in the roof. The green branch struggled to squeeze through, resembling a forked twig. It wobbled as it entered, and moments later, it emerged in a panic, gesticulating wildly. "Their essay wizard in there from the newspaper," Newt translated. Mavis understood instantly. It was a Death Eater. "What should we do?" she asked. He blinked and opened his carry-on suitcase, releasing a puff of pink fluff. "Good boy," he murmured, embracing the fluff ball and grooming its fur. The pink creature spread its wings, transforming into a magnificent bird. "Shoo!" He gestured for silence, drawing his wand and conjuring earmuffs for Mavis, instantly rendering her deaf. He then cast a large protective charm, ensuring their activity wouldn't be detected. Only then did he release the bird to soar high above. Newt flicked his wand, reducto. All the windows shattered in an instant. He held his fingers to his lips, whistling a melodious tune. The pink bird opened its beak, its throat vibrating. Mavis heard nothing, oblivious to the Death Eaters inside being caught off guard by the screech of the erumpent. The Death Eaters stumbled and cursed as they rushed outside. The erumpent soared into the sky. 2 Death Eaters' wands emitted green light, but the erumpent nimbly evaded, remaining unscathed. Another attempted to cast a binding spell, but it too missed its mark. Newt reached back into the suitcase, this time emerging with a swarm of tiny blue creatures. Mavis recognized them as billywigs. Their stings caused dizziness. "Let us use these," he said, opening a transparent crystal vial containing a faintly green liquid. "Hurry, line up." Thus, the billywigs, like trained worker bees, lined up to dip their stingers into the potion. Newt mouthed diluted basilisk venom. "Mavis." The little creatures swiftly unleashed their power, darting amidst the cacophony of Death Eaters, delivering unexpected stings that left them dizzy and their wounds festering with smoke. Damn it! They resembled a frenzied mob, enraged and stomping, casting the killing curse at the magical beasts, the green light flickering incessantly. Unable to remain still, Newt declared, "I'll take a look. You stay here." Mavis clutched the niffler and nodded. He joined the fray, occasionally blasting a rooftop, causing the ground to cave in or casting stunning spells, working in perfect harmony with the creatures soaring above, holding his own against 3 foes. As Mavis watched in admiration, she peered out, seizing the opportunity while the chaos unfolded outside to sneak a glance for blood. She pressed against the window, straining to see inside. The tea house was a disheveled mess, cluttered with dust-laden parcels, and in the shadows lurked a figure, ominously peering out, a crystal vial-esque cork visible in their pocket. Mavis hesitated, torn over whether to allow Voldemort's resurrection. If he returned, what would become of the Horcrux within Harry? But then, the thought of Connie and her parents flooded her mind. Should Voldemort rise again, his influence would be magnified 100-fold. The Death Eaters would become even more unhinged, and those like Lucius would surely switch sides. It was safer not to resurrect him. She resolved to eliminate all the Horcruxes first. "Let us steal that vial back," she whispered to the Niffler. "I'll handle him." But first, a little intimidation. Shielding herself with armor, Mavis tightened her grip on her wand and launched a surprise attack, a thunderous explosion erupting. The tables and chairs inside exploded, sending old tea leaves flying, filling the room with a shower of fragmented tea dust. "Inferno!" she shouted. Bang! The explosion soared, a wave of force nearly toppling her. She had forgotten that the magical world also adhered to the laws of physics, spitting out the dust from her mouth. She squinted to locate her adversary. To her dismay, the figure had vanished. Alarm bells rang in her mind, but it was too late. A powerful arm reached out from behind, wielding a silver knife, glinting menacingly. Instinctively, Mavis ducked and rolled, yet the air before her suddenly warped, and the previously vanished figure materialized right in front of her, gripping her shoulder tightly. "Damn it, you can apparate too? So can I." She resolved to flee. Almost as she apparat, the blade grazed her cheek. Blood sprayed forth, flesh torn away. In the next moment, Mavis found herself across the street, a gaping wound on her face, almost revealing bone. The cloaked figure lurking outside revealed their true appearance. Pale skin and light yellow hair, clearly a youth. "The item is secured," the young man said. "Let us go. The Aurors will be here soon." Mavis was momentarily bewildered. "I don't resemble Harry, do I? Why do you need my blood?" But she shook her head, deciding not to ponder further. "I've come this far. I must leave a mark." The disarming charm. Chapter 102, Sisters of Fate. Despite the thought of the Cruciatus curse, Mavis felt an overwhelming rush of adrenaline. Inferno. Thunderous explosion. Disarming charm. The incantations didn't require extensive learning, merely the ability to strike. Mavis gripped her wand tightly, her face smeared with blood. Son of a bitch. Return my father's flesh to him. The young man smirked, shattered to pieces. The entire row of rooftops along the street exploded, timber crashing down. Be careful. The snake venom that Newt had collected proved invaluable. As the 3 Death Eaters he battled felt the shift, their bodies becoming unresponsive, and they operated away. He freed a hand and sent a sphere flying. All were petrified. He swiftly cast a spell just as the swooping evil spread its wings, freezing its incantation. The creature lunged at him, ensnaring the foe. Observing this, one of his comrades audaciously reached into his pocket, seizing the crystal vial, and operated away, leaving him behind. Mavis spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling her jaw ache more intensely. She needed to escape. Newt deftly cast a stunning spell on the young man. Are you all right? "Em fine," Mavis replied, though the pain was evident as she mumbled, "I know a place to confine him. Follow me." The Shrieking Shack was destined to play its part this year. Mavis led Newt to an abandoned shack, while she took the secret route back to Hogwarts. "Leave it to me. Please keep an eye on him." She hissed in a breath of cold air. "I'll bring Dumbledore over immediately, along with Veritaserum." "Damn it. Wait." Newt retrieved some Murtlap essence from his suitcase and applied it to her face, concern etched on his features. "Is it truly all right?" Mavis reassured him, "Don't worry." She deftly navigated the secret passage, slipping out from under the Whomping Willow. She collided with Lupin, who stared at her face, astonished and furious. "Good heavens, what happened? Who did this?" "The Shrieking Shack. There are Death Eaters." Mavis replied quickly, "I'm going to find Dumbledore." "What?" Lupin was taken aback. Mavis, in too much pain to articulate, shook her head, signaling him to follow. They rushed to the headmaster's office, where Connie was sobbing uncontrollably, and Snape wore a grim expression. Both turned to Mavis as she entered, eager to speak, but she preempted them. "Professor, there's an urgent matter." Dumbledore immediately responded, "Miss Harris, you may return. We are aware of the situation." Connie nodded, seemingly regaining her composure, but as she passed Mavis, she paused, struggling to say, "I'm sorry." Mavis had no time for idle chatter, waving her hand dismissively. As she departed, she urged, "The Shrieking Shack. Newt's there. He has captured a Death Eater. We need Veritaserum." Dumbledore sprang to his feet. "It's urgent," Mavis said, covering her cheek. "Very important." Dumbledore nodded. "I'll go at once. Remus will accompany me. Severus, please fetch the Veritaserum." The room was filled with true warriors, moving swiftly, and within 15 minutes, they gathered beneath the Whomping Willow. Lupin whispered, "How did you know this place?" "It's a secret," she muttered, adding, "By the way, do you have any pain relief?" "It hurts." Snape scoffed. "I thought Miss Lynn was fearless." Mavis pouted. "Let me see." Lupin, ever gentle, cast a healing spell, restoring her to her former self. As he applied the Murtlap essence, the wound ceased to bleed, the spell attempting to draw the flesh inward to heal. Yet for some reason, it faltered. "Never mind," Mavis whispered, her lips moving without much effort. "We'll address it later." They arrived at the Shrieking Shack. With Newt present, the captured Death Eater was securely bound to a chair. Utterly motionless, Mavis steeled herself, awaiting the interrogation. Dumbledore cast a revival spell, awakening him, then gestured for Snape to administer the potion. "Who are you?" Lupin inquired. The young man grinned, seemingly attempting to bite his own tongue, but Newt was quick to jab him in the face with a stinging spell. His mouth moved, forced to divulge the truth. Barty Crouch. "So it's you? You wretched creature," Mavis retorted. "Why did you attack Harry and me?" She pressed. "The Dark Lord has received a new prophecy. To conquer fate, he requires the bone of a father who represents hatred, the blood of a mother who embodies love, and the flesh of siblings born of destiny." Mavis gasped, "WTF?" Dumbledore inquired, "What prophecy?" Young Barty's face twisted in agony, his muscles twitching uncontrollably. Yet under the influence of the Veritaserum, he could only speak the truth. "After facing death, you stand at the crossroads of life. She is your sister on the path of fate. You share the same birth and experiences. You're destined to tread entirely opposite paths. Each of her successes is your failure, and each of your triumphs will strip her of her future. The stronger she becomes, the weaker you will be. At the terminus of fate, only one among you shall stride towards victory." Mavis, huh? She was utterly dumbfounded, but upon deeper reflection, it indeed made a certain twisted sense. With identical beginnings in orphanages, the same parental abandonment, and the same Transfiguration professor to take them in. Each of Voldemort's prior failures had been orchestrated by her, and they were all, in essence, resurrected beings. Truly, in the realm of magic, prophecies hold a peculiar weight. However, had we reclaimed Harry's blood? She glanced at Newt. Yet Newt, with a hint of regret, replied, "It appears not to be blood." He handed her a crystal vial, the same one the fleeing individual had clutched, but the liquid within was not crimson. Rather, it was a pale green. Mavis, bewildered, inquired, "What is this?" "It resembles serpent venom." The magizoologist confirmed, "It is indeed highly toxic venom from large serpents." Chapter 103, The Patient's Meal. The new prophecy brought forth by little Barty cast a grave pall over the adults, as if it heralded an extraordinary event. Mavis, however, was momentarily surprised before regaining her composure. "What you speak is mere folly. Voldemort is destined to fail," she mumbled. Was a prophecy truly necessary? Dumbledore raised his hand, gently ruffling her hair. Mavis fell silent. With the interrogation concluded, she had no further role in the unfolding events. Taking the vial containing the venom, she approached Snape. "Professor, with this, could an antidote be concocted?" Just as Snape was about to respond, Newt interjected, "The venom is not suitable for the antidote of snake poison, but it can help identify the species of the serpent, allowing for the creation of a corresponding antidote." "Do you know how many types of venomous snakes exist?" Mavis replied, "Over 100, not counting hybrids." Newt affirmed. Mavis nodded, confidently handing the vial to Snape. "Surely, there's no issue. You are the youngest master of potions." Snape fixed her with a penetrating gaze. Mavis feigned ignorance, hastily shifting the topic. "Albus, is there hope for my face? I am merely 15. I cannot bear the thought of disfigurement. The item that harmed you is an exceedingly malevolent dark artifact." Dumbledore pondered. "Perhaps we could have Fawkes attempt something." Yet Newt remarked, "The tears of a phoenix can heal wounds, but they may not erase scars." Mavis, cradling her cheek, implored, "Please save the child, even if scars remain. Let them be as handsome as Harry's." Dumbledore turned to Snape. "Severus?" Snape, with a dark scowl, replied, "I shall need to consult some resources." "Of course. We all trust you." Dumbledore winked. "After all, you are the youngest master of potions." Lupin stifled a smile, as if he wished to laugh but restrained himself. "I would think so." Unable to endure any longer, Snape exited the secret passage of the Shrieking Shack, his robes billowing behind him, striding away without a backward glance. Before anyone else could speak, Mavis promptly declared, "I'm off to the hospital wing. See you tomorrow." Oh, wait. She hadn't returned Draco's broom yet. That was easily remedied. Before heading to the hospital wing for the night, she made a brief detour to the dungeon, casually capturing someone. "Hey, wait. What the how is it you?" The unfortunate soul turned out to be none other than Raymond. Raymond regarded her coldly. "What do you want?" "Call Malfoy," she commanded. Raymond shrugged her off. "Hey," she snapped, "is that too much to ask?" Raymond halted, stating, "If I were you, I would engage in such a tedious endeavor right now." "Mavis." He offered no further explanation, merely uttering 4 words, "Curse dagger." Mavis asked, "Is it your family's relic? Can it heal?" Yet Raymond seemed oblivious, walking away without a glance. 5 minutes later, a sullen Draco appeared, extending his hand. "Return my broom." "Oh, Draco." Mavis skillfully drew her wand with her right hand and hooked her left arm around his shoulder. "Come now. Your senior hasn't thanked you for lending me something yet." Draco, staring at the wand pointed at his chest, attempted to resist. "Careful, or I'll tell my father." "Go ahead, don't hold back," Mavis replied with a feigned smile. "Are you coming or not?" Draco, recalling the humiliating scene on the train, reluctantly followed. "Good boy. Don't worry. Your senior never discriminates against Slytherins," she said. "Now, let me ask you a question. Have there been any new guests at your lovely estate recently?" "What is it to you?" Draco retorted. "Do you like playing with fire, little boy?" Mavis teased. "No," he replied. Mavis pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "Are you staying at school for Christmas?" Draco inhaled sharply, preparing to draw his wand from beneath his robes, but in the next instant, disarm. His wand flew away. Petri ficus totalis. Draco fell stiff as a board, collapsing to the ground. "You know the slug-vomiting charm, don't you? Care to give it a try?" she inquired, watching as Draco's eyes darted wildly. With a flick of her wand, she released her spell, Speak. "My father won tea, let me go back," he quickly revealed. "Can I have my wand back now?" "Of course," Mavis replied, levitating the wand to the top of a statue. "Take your time. Perhaps consider the next time to refrain from casting dark curses behind my back, little rascal." She patted her backside and departed. The following day, Monday, despite having battled Death Eaters the previous day, which had been exhilarating, Mavis had to endure her fatigue and rise early for classes. As is well known, the motivation for students to rise early is never the lessons, but rather breakfast. However, with the wound on her face refusing to heal, speaking was a challenge, and eating was even more arduous. Chewing would inevitably engage the facial muscles, and the pain was unbearable. Yet, she could not forego nourishment. After a long day of exertion, she was counting on a good meal to recuperate. Mavis struggled to open her mouth, cramming a piece of ham inside. After a couple of chews, agony surged, and she dared not move again, swallowing hastily. "Eat this." Cedric offered her a bowl of potato and milk soup. "What happened to your face?" Mavis, with tears in her eyes, gulped down the potato soup. It was akin to milk porridge, easily swallowable, thus friendly to her injured face. However, she yearned for meat. "Cedric, oh dear, darling, your face." Betty, still bleary-eyed, approached aghast. "Who did this to you?" "A bad person," Mavis replied. A hush fell over the Hufflepuff table as voices were lowered. "It was on the train, wasn't it?" "No, I went out yesterday," Mavis assured. "Don't worry. They cannot enter Hogwarts." The Badgers collectively sighed in relief. "You scared us to death. I want something good to eat." Mavis took another sip of corn juice, still unpalatable. "No, I must go to the kitchen to order food. If I'm late for Transfiguration class, just say I have a stomachache." "Betty, okay." Mavis slipped away to the kitchen for a meal. "Do you have black tea? Milk? Also, heat some sugar for me. Mash the taro. Oh, and red beans. Just a handful." 15 minutes later, the red bean and taro caramel milk tea was ready. Mavis took a hearty sip, feeling satisfied. "What as for lunch? Is chicken and mushroom soup acceptable? Tuna salad would also suffice. Tomato soup? That works. Could you add an egg flour, just for me?" After a lengthy ordering session in the kitchen, she finally returned, content. At noon, she devoured 2 bowls filled to the brim with soup. In the afternoon History of Magic class, her bladder nearly burst as she made 3 trips to the restroom. She had no choice but to make another trip to the kitchen. In the evening, the house elf prepared steaming shepherdess pie, with beef finely minced, melting in her mouth, accompanied by the smallest pasta shells, bread salad, warm chocolate, and fluffy cake. Yet, what Mavis relished the most was the beef and tomato wonton soup, akin to Italian dumpling soup. She scooped out the meat filling, consuming only the wonton skins as her main course. The day passed. What would she eat tomorrow? Chapter 104, Recovery. Mavis had subsisted on liquids for several days, her sanity teetering on the brink of collapse. Each meal fueled her desire to confront and vanquish Voldemort. Fortunately, Snape, the master of potions, had salvaged his precarious former boss. On Friday, after lunch, she received a small note from Snape instructing her to go to the cellar. Mavis tossed her backpack to Betty and dashed off with exuberance. Betty remarked, "She is the first person to go to the cellar with such joy." Cedric commented, "Professor Snape seems to be rather kind to Mavis." The Badgers chimed in, "After all, she is Mavis." However, the reality was stark. As soon as Mavis pushed open the door, she heard Snape's stern voice. "Do I need to invite you in?" "The professor." Mavis obediently stood still, her eager gaze sweeping across the table until it landed on the silver, translucent liquid in the cauldron. Snape looked down at her with a slow, measured tone. "The potion in the cauldron is yours." "Thank you." She managed to smile, only to be interrupted. "Brewing potions for students is not my responsibility." He stood in the corner, his black robe nearly merging with the shadows, hoping that Miss Lynn might offer some trivial compensation, such as informing her poor teacher where certain spells were learned. Mavis replied readily, "I discovered it while searching for secondhand textbooks." "Is that so?" Snape retorted coldly. "I suppose you didn't acquire the advanced potion-making textbook before using the Sectum Semper spell." Mavis hesitated. I might have seen it before." Snape crossed his arms. "Your hatred for the Dark Lord is beyond comprehension." "I don't hate him. I just wanted to feed him," she shrugged, "and then we can all live happily ever after." Snape fixed her with a penetrating gaze. "Do not lie to me." Mavis was taken aback. Why would I lie? He bore down on her with a glare that could kill for a full minute and a half before striding over, seizing her by the hair at the back of her head and dragging her toward the cauldron. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Mavis protested. Snape ignored her cries, pressing her head down and forcing her face into the potion. Mavis struggled to adjust her position, trying to keep her nose above the surface. The potion was utterly vile. Yet, she had to admit, the potion felt soothing. The cool liquid touched her wound, as if ice cubes were applied to her burning cheeks, alleviating the stinging sensation considerably. She felt the flesh writhing, new tissue growing over the wound, an excruciatingly itchy process. After a long while, the new flesh contracted into a scar, which faded and finally flaked off, allowing her taut skin to relax. The potion transformed from silver to black. Snape, having released her head, said, "You may leave now." "Thank you, Professor." Mavis wiped her face, not daring to linger, and quickly retreated, shaking off the water. Upon finding a nearby washroom, she rushed to the mirror for a closer look. The blood hole had vanished. The wound had healed. Her skin was once again taut and smooth, as if it had never been injured. However, despite scrubbing her face vigorously and rinsing with water, a hint of silver shimmer remained at the site of the wound, as if she had applied too much highlighter, glistening and refracting light. What could this be? Mavis, puzzled, hurried to Newt's office to help him prepare teaching tools and casually inquired, "There is something on my face that one T come off." "Wounds caused by dark magic will inevitably leave a mark," Newt replied, picking up a niffler and shaking out a small round mirror for her. "Although we have made every effort to perfect the formula, this is the best we can do." Mavis asked, "What potion is this? I've never seen it before." "A unique potion formula," Newt explained. "It consists of phoenix tears, unicorn blood, powdered tail hair from a thestral, and petals from wild daisies." Mavis gasped. "How expensive must that be?" "Thank goodness I wasn't charged." Newt smiled faintly, saying, "Don't worry. You have many generous friends. They willingly offered the materials, hoping to assist you." Mavis felt a touch of gratitude. No one expects a free grooming for Fox. ISNT the unicorn, a little creature from the Forbidden Forest. It stole so many of my strawberries that I nearly couldn't make the jam, and I bathed the thestrals with pure spring water. Cleaning up after them daily pays off in the end, she mused. The only thing that troubled her was that the anti-counterfeiting mark seemed a bit juvenile. That evening, she sat on her soft dormitory bed, gazing at herself in the mirror from various angles, feeling something was off. Perhaps it was due to the daisy petals. But now she felt as though a small flower had been painted on her face with highlighter. Betty patted her on the back. "It's very unique, very rock and roll." "Well, whatever," Mavis thought, not dwelling on it for long. She energetically lay down and declared, "Tomorrow, I'm going to have a hearty meal. I hope there'll be fried fish for breakfast." The next day, she was the first to rise, rushing to the great hall for breakfast. Fried fish fillets, crispy fries, hot milk, bacon, buttered bread, apricot yogurt, and fried eggs. As she was loading her plate, Cedric, seated across from her, suddenly laughed. "Your roommate has arrived." Mavis, her mouth full of fries, mumbled, "Here? Huh?" After swallowing the crunchy fries, she looked up in surprise at her roommate. Betty had applied a thick layer of white makeup, dotted a row of red circles beneath her eyes with red eyeliner, while Alice exaggeratedly painted purple eyeshadow and added sparkling glitter. Cass had plastered blush all over her nose and cheeks, and drawn on a plethora of artificial freckles. "Today we are the Rock Quartet," Betty announced. Mavis scratched her cheek. "Wow, cool." The twins passed by, whistling and applauding, creating a delightful Christmas atmosphere. Then Harry, with his tousled black hair, walked by, glanced at her, and remarked, "This is way cooler than a scar." Mavis hesitated to respond. Only Ron, the silly one, blurted out the truth. "Hey, you've got some grease on your face. What did you eat today?" Hermione couldn't contain herself any longer. "Eat, eat, eat. All you ever do is eat." Ron protested. "Everyone is having breakfast. Why are you only scolding me?" Mavis ran her fingers through her hair, unsure how to explain that she didn't really mind. Yet, she felt a flicker of happiness. How wonderful it is, Hogwarts. How wonderful are my friends. Chapter 105, Good Days. After the crisis with the Death Eaters passed, Christmas arrived. Not only did Harry and his friends stay at school, but the twins and Percy also remained. They said, "Mom said they planned to go to Egypt to accompany Charlie, so we should all stay put." Ron sulked. "I wish I could travel to Egypt." "Come on, little Ronnie. You have no idea how dangerous it is out there." The twins were unfazed, thinking staying at school was just fine. They could explore to their heart's content. Harry was even less concerned. Lupin would be staying anyway, and it was a perfect opportunity for him to practice spells. However, on Christmas Eve, he had a dream. In the dream, there was a hissing snake, numerous hooded figures, and a strange face. Fragmented phrases flashed by, like a broken tape. "Master, arise. Your loyal servant. Great master." Cutting to the bone. He awoke in terror, drenched in sweat. Sleepily, Ron poked his head out. "Hey, what are you yelling about?" Harry shook his head, still shaken. "I had a nightmare. I hope it wasn't about spiders." Ron muttered, then flopped back to sleep. But Harry couldn't fall asleep again. His eyes wide open until dawn, consumed by unease, and he sought out Lupin without even unwrapping his gifts. "You had a dream?" Lupin asked repeatedly. They mentioned Master in her eyes. Harry nodded, anxiously asking, Is it Voldemort?" Lupin fell silent. Harry recalled everything on the train, unwilling to be kept in the dark any longer. "Remus, I want to know. I don't want to be treated like an oblivious child. Mavis is only 2 years older than me, and she knows everything. She can even fight against the Death Eaters. I feel like a coward." He clenched his fists. "I don't want to run away and leave everyone behind anymore." Lupin let out a gentle sigh. He too once experienced youth, understanding that children of this age fear exclusion far more than they do the Dark Lord. "Very well. I can concede that your assertion is likely accurate." Lupin succinctly recounted to him several recent events. Connie Harris's father is a half-blood, while her mother bears the surname Rogier, belonging to one of the 28 families. Her elder brother is a Death Eater who, after escaping from imprisonment, located his sister and her family, kidnapping them and demanding Connie act as an informant at school, seeking a means to acquire Harry's blood or create an opportunity for the Death Eaters to infiltrate. She exploited the Quidditch match, scheming to injure Harry, and subsequently collected his blood. Maeve realized the peril, pursued them to Hogsmeade, and engaged in combat with the Death Eaters. Harry gasped. Her face is that of a Death Eater. Indeed, Lupin withheld the new prophecy, vaguely stating that she had previously thwarted the Dark Lord's plans and, like you, had become a target. Although he apprehended one Death Eater, many more escaped. Harry's throat tightened. So, they have resurrected Voldemort? I find it difficult to believe this is merely a dream. Lupin stated that we must inform Dumbledore of this matter. Harry felt dazed. Early in the morning, Dumbledore had just risen, clad in a blue dressing gown and nightcap, looking somewhat comical. Upon hearing Harry's stammered account, he nodded calmly. It appears Tom has chosen an auspicious day. Harry, is this when we discuss it? Dumbledore seemed to see through his sarcasm, smiling. Harry, regardless of the might of our adversary, we must maintain a steady heart. Today is Christmas, and I believe that instead of worrying about his resurrection, you ought to enjoy the holiday to the fullest. Not only Harry, but also Lupin felt anxious. Dumbledore hesitated to speak. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly chuckled. Here comes Maeve. In the next moment, Maeve's figure appeared on the spiral staircase. She was startled to see them. Why you all up so early? Lupin observed the dark circles under her eyes. You look as though you haven't slept a wink. Not just looking, I truly haven't. She set down the tray she was carrying, yawning repeatedly. I spent the first half of the night baking Christmas cookies and the latter half. The twins dragged me out to build a snowman. She pointed out the window, beaming with pride. Look at our masterpiece. Harry, unable to contain his curiosity, leaned out to take a look. Behind Hogwarts stood an enormous phoenix snowman, with his keen eye for finding the seeker. He could even see Fawkes perched atop the snow phoenix's head, a splash of red amidst the white. Dumbledore said, Maeve, Harry has had a dream, and I have reason to believe that Tom has been resurrected. Maeve, huh? Last night? Christmas Eve? He certainly knows how to pick a day. Harry Lupin. Then I wish him a Merry Christmas. She laughed insincerely, steering the conversation off course. Harry, Remus, I've sent your cookies with the house elf, so remember to eat them. This year I used a new recipe, cranberry and green bean flavor. Harry replied dryly. Voldemort has returned. He would have returned sooner or later. You can say it 100 times, and he won't die again. Maeve said breezily, but we will defeat him. Don't worry, just remember to eat the cookies. Her tone was so matter-of-fact that Harry momentarily felt as though Voldemort was somehow less important than the cookies. Merry Christmas. Maeve embraced them. Another long yawn escaping her lips. I must catch up on sleep. See you this afternoon. We'll play Quidditch. Let Ron be the keeper. And I can fill in as seeker. Harry, all right then. He too let out a great yawn. Chapter 106, Christmas. It turned out that Harry was a normal child. He took a nap, unwrapping gifts while discussing Voldemort's return with Ron and Hermione. Hermione nearly shrieked. What? Unbelievable. And you're still in the mood to unwrap gifts? Ron swallowed hard. Dude, that's Voldemort. Maeve said, even if we discuss it endlessly, he won't die again, so let it be. Harry stuffed a piece of chocolate into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, but today is Christmas. Hermione, on the verge of an outburst, managed to rein herself in. In the afternoon, having missed lunch, Maeve appeared at the Quidditch pitch, sleepily dragging herself along. Harry, Ron, and the twins held their brooms and asked, So, which team are we playing against? Maeve stifled a massive yawn, rubbed her eyes, and set down her suitcase. Allow me to introduce our opponents. Keeper, Bird Snake. Beaters, Griffin. Chasers, Hippogriff. Seeker, Fox. The Gryffindor in-group. This cannot be true, Maeve continued. Next, we have the friendly participation of the Bludgers. The Quaffle, the Horrible Bird. The Snitch, the Escape Bird. The Golden Snitch, the Divination Bird. Ron timidly raised his hand. Even if you're the Seeker, we're still one person short. Yes. So I have recruited a volunteer. Maeve pulled out her wand, pointing it at the corner. Will I help you out, or will you come out by yourself? Draco emerged looking disgruntled. Why should I participate in such an event? If you don't join, I'll hang you on the Christmas tree. Maeve huffed impatiently. Hurry up. Senior is helping you. Don't be ungrateful. Draco. Referee. Maeve clapped her hands. Let's welcome Professor McGonagall, dressed in a brand new green robe. Professor McGonagall nodded modestly. This promises to be an extraordinary match, and I am very much looking forward to it. Maeve clapped. All right, Bow, get on your brooms. And let us begin. In the headmaster's office, Newt cheerfully remarked, "This Christmas is simply splendid." Dumbledore, sipping his tea, smiled slightly, yet inquired, "Severus, how are you faring?" Since this morning, Snape's expression had remained gloomy, and it worsened. He wished to say something, but observing the magical creatures flitting about outside the window, he wisely chose to remain silent. "I can sense it," he said tersely. "The Dark Lord's power is growing." Dumbledore replied, "On the bright side, he will come to us of his own accord." The afternoon Quidditch match lasted only 2 hours. The remainder of the time devolved into a brawl. It began with Draco and Harry grappling, tumbling from their brooms into the snow, exchanging blows. Hermione had initially hoped Maeve would intervene, yet she was more enthusiastic than anyone else. Harry, disarm him. Are you foolish? Stupefy him. Then, Ron, jealous of the hippogriff, was pecked on the backside by the bored creature. Maeve, use the binding charm. The twins removed their earmuffs, only to be chased by the horrible bird from one end to the other, nearly toppling off their brooms. "You all seem to have forgotten," she lamented. "Your father would mourn for you." After the melee, everyone returned to the dormitories, muddy and disheveled, to wash up. The Christmas feast was about to commence. The Great Hall's Christmas tree showered down golden confetti, while candles and snowflakes floated from the ceiling. Professor Flitwick stood on a platform leading the Christmas carols. As Harry and the others approached, they saw Maeve struggling to fit a chair between a purple star chair and a yellow puffskein chair. "I want to sit here," she declared. "Remus, move aside." Lupin, astonished at the sight of his own moonlit high-backed chair, asked, "Is this mine?" "Indeed, it's all transformed by me," Maeve introduced. "The notes are from Professor Flitwick, the lion is from Professor McGonagall, the umbrella flower is from Professor Sprout, and Hagrid surely gets the cauldron. Professor Snape S. is that one." Snape entered, expressionless, waving his wand. His chair transformed into an ordinary black high-backed chair. Harry bypassed him, raising his hand to ask, "Why don't we have one?" Maeve replied, "You are already adults. You must learn to use magic on your own." Harry scratched his head. Hermione was quite enthusiastic, experimenting with her magic. Although she was unable to conjure intricate patterns, changing the colors to her liking proved to be an effortless task. Harry glanced around, noting the disarray of today's seating arrangement. Draco was situated next to Snape, while Remus was seated at a considerable distance from him. Professor McGonagall was beside Hermione, and he himself shared a table with Remus. As for Mavis, she was certainly a lively presence. She had conjured a small outfit adorned in red and green for a chestnut and fashioned a bow for Mrs. Loris. Filch sat at the end of the long table, breaking tiny biscuits to feed his cat. For reasons unknown, he found the atmosphere here particularly delightful, evoking a strong sense of Christmas cheer. No wonder Macy chose to remain at school each year. The dinner bell rang, heralding the entrance of the illustrious Dumbledore, bedecked in shimmering golden snowflakes, accompanied by lively little snowmen wearing red scarves. Mavis slyly plucked one and placed it on the table, prompting the little snowman to tumble and scamper away. She couldn't help but quip, "Albus's taste has become increasingly, well, whimsical." Newt nodded in agreement, recalling that he had once been quite dashing in his youth. Mavis murmured, "He could still be a handsome old man." Hermione, taken aback, inquired, "You've seen what the headmaster looked like when he was young?" Mavis replied emphatically, "Albus was more handsome than Cedric when he was a student, and even more so than Sirius when he became a professor." Newt stifled a laugh and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, she speaks the truth." Dumbledore raised his goblet, winking, "Even with your generous praises, it will not earn Hufflepuff any additional points." Newt turned to him. 3 points for Hufflepuff for honesty." Mavis erupted into laughter. "Ha ha!" The room was filled with a buoyant atmosphere. Chapter 107, Little Hangleton. Christmas was delightful, yet there were still matters to attend to. Mavis, her mind occupied with biscuits, did not forget about Voldemort. She approached Dumbledore with a suggestion. "The Dark Lord's resurrection requires his father's bones. I believe he must have returned home at least once. Perhaps we can investigate there?" "What a splendid idea," Dumbledore replied. "In fact, I have recently acquired a memory from an elderly ministry member." He winked at her, humorously acknowledging, "I must admit, Sirius has done a commendable job." Curious, Mavis asked what memory. "It pertains to events near Tom's father's home." He explained, "I had intended to visit there at some point. And since you share the same inclination, let us embark on a short journey during the Christmas holiday." Mavis exclaimed, "You need to prepare. Winter in England is notoriously frigid." Dumbledore responded cheerfully, "Wait for me at the school gate, but be cautious not to disturb those who are busy." Mavis gave an affirmative gesture and hurried back to her dormitory to change. She donned her thickest sweater, layered it with her wizarding robes, and added a heavy, old cloak, completing her attire with the gift of the season, sturdy shearling boots. Of course, she did not forget to wear the gloves and hat from her Christmas ensemble. Fully equipped, she stealthily made her way to the school gate, sidestepping Remus and Tonks engaged in conversation, and quietly positioned herself by the door. After a short while, Dumbledore appeared and extended his hand to her. Mavis linked her arm with his. In the next moment, they found themselves in the distant village of Little Hangleton. In winter, the village was blanketed in white. A few houses glimmered with light, and the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. They navigated past the bustling homes, ascending a hill until they arrived at a dilapidated house. Mavis gazed up at the Riddle residence, thinking it resembled a set from a horror film. The wind howled ominously, and the interior was eerily silent. Clearly, no one was present, yet the disorderly footprints at the entrance indicated that many had visited. Dumbledore illuminated his wand and led her inside. They beheld a haphazard array of chairs, scorch marks, and splatters of blood. Behind a door lay a frail, lifeless body, dressed in garments that belonged to a muggle. Mavis's mood darkened immediately. It appeared they had lingered here for quite some time. Dumbledore shook his head and remarked, "It seems we have uncovered little." Mavis rushed into the kitchen, finding it devoid of anything notable, and wondered aloud, "They haven tea cooked. How could so many people eat?" Dumbledore glanced at her, his expression suddenly grave. The two hurriedly exited the Riddle house and scoured the village, soon discovering a dimly lit home that seemed amiss. They entered to find a father collapsed at the door, while a mother cradled a 7- or 8-year-old girl, all with wide-open eyes, devoid of any visible wounds, yet lifeless. Mavis took a deep breath and dashed into the kitchen, rummaging through empty cupboards and dirty dishes, realizing they had been preparing meals for those wretched beings. "Wait, Albus!" she suddenly exclaimed. "Look, there are 2 different sets of bowls and utensils, one for a bird and one for a dog. They must have 2 children." Dumbledore waved his wand, releasing a beam of light that spiraled around the room before settling at Mavis's feet. She quickly crouched down, witnessing the flickering glow. As the light brightened, she discerned a trapdoor in the center of the kitchen. Pulling it open with all her strength, she discovered several unopened cans of meat hidden within. Removing one of the cans revealed a terrified little face. The girl, scarcely 3 years old, had both hands clamped over her mouth, her eyes wide with fear. Mavis endeavored to maintain a reassuring smile. "It's all right. We are not here to harm you." The little girl remained silent, her gaze unwavering. Mavis's heart raced. "Oh no. She is petrified. We should call for help." "Let me see." Dumbledore approached, transforming his robes to a vibrant red, and conjured a matching hat for himself. He lifted a plush blanket from the sofa and wrapped it around the little girl, gently patting her back. The child blinked, her eyes following his every movement. Mavis exclaimed, "Oh!" Rushing outside, she transformed a pile of firewood into a sleigh and turned a metal bucket into a tin reindeer. Dumbledore picked up the little girl and placed her onto the sleigh. He then lightly tapped his wand, and the stiff tin reindeer sprang to life, bounding joyously to pull the sleigh. The little girl burst into giggles, exclaiming, "Merry Christmas!" The reindeer pranced, carrying her over the thick drifts of snow, with snowflakes fluttering against her face like cool tears. The sleigh raced through the streets and eventually halted before a lively household. The reindeer raised its head and knocked at the door with its antlers. "Knock, knock, knock." A 7- or 8-year-old boy came to answer, one hand clutching a roasted chicken wing and the other a toy. Upon seeing the reindeer and sleigh, he gasped, "Mom, Santa Claus has arrived. Quick, close the door." A woman hurried to catch her son, but upon seeing the child on the sleigh, she exclaimed, "Charlie, there's a child." "Goodness." She rushed out and embraced the little girl. "Isn't this the Woods child? What has happened?" The commotion drew the attention of neighbors, who peered out to inquire. "What's going on? Where's Mrs. Woods? Who'll check on her? How could they leave a child outside at this hour?" Amidst the clamor, the unexpected guests discreetly departed, heading to the other side of the hill. There lay the Gaunt residence. Chapter 108, The Resurrection Stone. The Gaunt house had fallen into ruin, its malevolence more pronounced than the sheer desolation of the Riddle house, filled with dark, dilapidated furniture that exuded a disquieting aura. Mavis inquired, "What are we searching for?" "Perhaps a ring," Dumbledore replied cautiously. "As you can see, Tom has an affinity for items of particular significance. The Gaunt family possesses an ancestral ring of great value, and should he be aware, he would not part with it easily." Mavis remarked objectively, "He is rather insecure." Indeed, Tom takes pride in his lineage as a descendant of Slytherin, yet feels a deep-seated inferiority regarding the status of his parents. Dumbledore once remarked that one's birth does not define their worth. Maeve concurred, "Although my father is either a rapist or a scoundrel, and my mother an undocumented immigrant, I still identify as a good person." Dumbledore gently placed a hand on her head. Have you sought them out? No, m'avez play. I overheard the staff at the orphanage discussing it. While I was sent to the orphanage, I could discern fragments of conversation, snippets about my father lacking a visa, and so forth. Thus, it follows that my birth mother was either deceived into a relationship for a green card or, tragically, a victim of violence. I harbor no fond memories of my mother, and I wish not to intrude upon her life. Maeve expressed her frustration, stating that her father was either a brute or worse, and seeking him would only lead to disappointment. Maeve, you are entirely unlike Tom, Dumbledore said, a rare moment of hesitation crossing his features. If only I'd shown him a bit more patience back then. Albus, Maeve interjected earnestly, you bear no responsibility for him. What he has become is a result of his own choices, not the coercion of others. We choose the individuals we aspire to be. Your only misstep was failing to intervene sooner, but that is not your fault. No one is a savior. Dumbledore sighed softly. Thank you, Maeve. Are you all right? Maeve inquired with concern. I believe I have been influenced by something, Dumbledore confessed. It has unearthed the darkness within me. The elder spoke with a touch of humor. I hope I do not disappoint you, but every individual possesses a shadowy side. I too have erred in my past. Maeve reassuringly patted his arm. Acknowledging one's mistakes signifies awareness of them. Do not be too harsh on yourself. She exaggeratedly gestured. You are over 100 years old. A little caprice is perfectly acceptable. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment. The magical detection light flickered around the musty, dilapidated room. There was nothing of substance to be found. The room was filled with nothing more than rickety tables, chairs, and the odd broken pot. It was barren. Maeve found nothing of interest. Ultimately conjuring a broom to sweep frantically beneath the cupboard, under the bed, and into all the nooks and crannies. It was under the bed that she unearthed a ring. Dumbledore recognized it immediately. Maeve, come here, do not touch that. No, stay back. Maeve tightened her grip on the broom. I will retrieve it. Dumbledore stated seriously. That is very dangerous. I am aware, she replied, rubbing her hands together. If there is danger, I should be the one to confront it. You can save me, but I cannot save you. With that, she proceeded to kneel down and examine the broken ring on the ground. The dark stone and tarnished band bore no remarkable features. Maeve pondered and cast a detection spell. In the next moment, an overwhelming desire emanated from the ring. Wear it. A familiar temptation echoed in her mind, stronger and more enticing than before. You shall resurrect the deceased. Maeve thought, no. Fragmented images flashed through her mind. The lifeless infant at the orphanage, a newcomer of merely 10 days, whom she discovered had quietly passed away while she changed its diaper, the body growing cold in her arms. She also recalled the opulent lawns of wealthy homes, the beautiful villas and lush gardens. The male proprietor was a renowned businessman. Yet she knew a girl lay forever interred beneath. Following that, there are the deceased Nicole and the muggle corpses from the Riddle House. The tragic fate of a family of 3. Then all faded away. The scene crystallized in a hospital room from a past life, a girl struggling for breath. You can resurrect her. You can bring her back. The thought echoed repeatedly in her mind, reverberating like waves, causing her head to throb. Maeve took a deep breath. Reaching into her pocket, she retrieved a vial of venom, generously sponsored by Newt. She poured it over the ring. White smoke billowed from the ring, a noxious scent rising into the air. The ring, composed of some unknown metal, dissolved into a viscous sludge, leaving only a plain black stone. Maeve inspected it once more. Nothing happened. Maeve? Dumbledore grasped her shoulder, looking at her with seriousness. Are you all right? Quite well. Maeve hesitated. Is it over? So soon? I believe so. The taste of the basilisk corruption is rather unpleasant. He inquired, what transpired just now? Maeve replied, it urged me to wear it, claiming it could bring others back to life. A flicker of realization crossed Dumbledore's face, as though he recalled a past mistake. After a lengthy pause, he spoke with relief. You resisted the temptation. Because Albus is still well? Maeve smiled, and so is Crookshanks. We are all in good health. Who would I even resurrect? Dumbledore regarded her, a glimmer of tears forming in his eyes. In that moment, he felt a long-lost sense of happiness. Chapter 109, Mundanity. After vanquishing Voldemort once more, there was a lightness in Maeve's heart. She and Dumbledore spontaneously decided to dine in Hogsmeade. Thus, in the early hours of the morning, Maeve found herself enjoying a late-night snack at the Three Broomsticks, a croissant, roasted chicken, and a mug of butterbeer. Dumbledore ordered a cup of hot mead. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, Maeve stealthily poured a small amount into her teacup. Dumbledore, exhibiting the typical visual shortcomings of the elderly, remained blissfully unaware. The warm, sweet beverage slid down her throat, bringing immense comfort. Maeve began to eat her late-night meal. Having devoured half a chicken breast, a cloaked figure entered, stealthily taking a seat. Dumbledore raised a finger, tapping the table, and the curious glances around them ceased instantly. Sirius's face suddenly appeared, as he began to pilfer fries. It's freezing outside. Maeve, why is your face so flushed? Oh, have you been drinking something illicit? Hiv. Maeve grinned. Don't expose me, it's bitterly cold. Then you should try Madame MaraudersEra's homemade wine, Sirius suggested, though his eyes were fixed on Dumbledore. Give me some good news. This year has been abysmally unfortunate. Indeed. Sirius, what you have brought is immensely valuable. We have taken another step toward victory, Dumbledore affirmed. There is not much left to do. Sirius exhaled heavily, grumbling. The ministry is insufferable. What is it now? Maeve inquired with curiosity. They initially intended to downplay the escape of the Death Eaters, claiming the Daily Prophet was fabricating stories. But when the Death Eaters attacked the Hogwarts Express, they could no longer conceal the truth and had to send Aurors to apprehend them. Sirius scoffed. You wouldn't believe it. The minister thinks the Death Eaters are merely a band of rogue fugitives too fearful to show themselves again. I suspect that even if the Dark Lord were to return, he would feign ignorance. Maeve replied. He has already returned. What? He exclaimed, astonished. Dumbledore interjected. We believe Tom has somehow returned, and perhaps soon Fudge will witness him for himself. Sirius's expression darkened considerably. Relax, Sirius. Maeve offered him half of her bread. Harry knows too. He is far braver than you. Upon hearing Harry's name, Sirius visibly relaxed, though he was still somewhat shocked. Really? Yes, he is quite brave, Maeve shrugged. He is a Gryffindor after all. Sirius chuckled. Oh, he's just like James. Let me reveal another secret. Maeve leaned in conspiratorially. Remus and Tonks are dating. Sirius was taken aback. Remus? Nymphadora? Maeve teased. Surprise, are we? Sirius. Dumbledore leisurely finished his mousse cake, dabbed at the corners of his mouth with a napkin, and then asked, Once we have confirmed Professor Lupin's personal life, Sirius, could you assist me with one more task? Sirius became serious. What task? I hope you can seek out a unique artifact through some old friends of the Blacks, a relic from either Slytherin or Hufflepuff. Dumbledore mentioned that this item has not been seen for at least 13 years. Sirius replied, No problem. We should investigate those families that have allied themselves with the Dark Lord. Maeve seized the opportunity to drop a hint, suggesting that the Malfoy family should not be an exception, and speculated that Bellatrix was likely his most trusted ally. Yet, with the Blacks involved, could it be her husband? What was her husband's name again? Please, Lestrange? Sirius corrected, Lestrange? Yes, that's right. Maeve asserted confidently, I believe it's him. Her tone was remarkably emphatic. But Dumbledore did not even glance her way, instead saying, Good idea. At least we know where to begin. Sirius readily agreed, preparing to depart. However, just as he lifted himself from his chair, he found himself glued back down, his voice filled with conflict. Remus and Nymphadora? Maeve could not contain herself, bursting into laughter. Ha. The festive season, it seems, moves swiftly except for schoolwork and extra assignments. Maeve and Dumbledore vanquished Horcruxes, while Lupin, after half a year's internal struggle, finally confessed his feelings to Tonks. They shared a kiss in the snow at Hogwarts, only to be met with onlookers. Not only were they observed, but they were also heard, leading the defense against the dark arts professor and the current Auror to deliver an unforgettable lesson to those mischievous children. The next day, Harry found his legs glued together, forced to shuffle forward like a zombie. Ron incessantly complained, each utterance punctuated with a reference to his snotty nose. Hermione had changed her hairstyle to a wild, frizzy look. The Weasley twins sported one black eye each, their cheeks swollen to alarming proportions. Maeve exclaimed, Ha. The others glared at her, collectively deciding to betray her. Clearly, it was Maeve who peeked first. Lupin regarded her, and Maeve chimed in, Remus, you should thank me. I helped you inform Sirius. He grasped his wand and declared, Rictus Sempra. The armor stood guard. Maeve nimbly dodged. All right, you're shy. No need to thank me. Chapter 110, Career Guidance. The second semester commenced. Maeve, unusually fulfilling her duties as head girl, assisted Filch in registering the returning students at the school gate. When she spotted Cedric, she silently sighed in relief. Everything went smoothly on the train, right? She inquired. Yes, we had an Auror with us, Cedric responded, noticing the snowflakes clinging to her knitted hat. He reached out to brush some off. It must be cold. Let me take over for a bit. Maeve laughed heartily, offering him a handful of warmed chestnuts. The chestnuts are warm. I'm not cold at all, and you've already covered for me many times. Cedric conceded. All right then, and handed her 2 milk toffees. You should head to the Grey Hall. Maeve replied, they're serving steak today. Cedric waved goodbye and quickened his pace inside. Maeve remained at the entrance, counting heads. She waited patiently, and, at last, the final wave arrived. Raymond, wrapped in a black scarf, walked through the door with a stoic expression. Maeve looked down, noticing the uneven depth of his footprints in the snow. It was no illusion. His leg seemed injured. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head, deciding to refrain from meddling for the time being. The list was checked off. Excellent. Not a single student was missing. What is the most important thing in the new semester? Naturally, it is the OWL exams and career guidance. The school distributed a form, scheduling interviews between each student and their head of house regarding future employment. Maeve thought, can you believe it? She is only 15 and already contemplating a career? In my last life, I was still studying at 25. Yet, she understood she had to attend. Professor Sprout chose the herbology classroom, where students could work while conversing. What do you wish to do after graduation? The plump head of house asked with a smile. Like Mr. Scamander, perhaps become a magizoologist? Maeve shook her head. I don't think I could. Professor Sprout pondered for a moment before suggesting, how about becoming an orer? Maeve replied, I'm not particularly interested in that either. Professor Sprout contemplated for a while, then remarked, a cursebreaker at Gringotts is an intriguing position. It involves many adventures. Maeve vigorously shook her head, feeling a lack of enthusiasm. Professor Sprout, troubled, frowned, and after a moment's silence, calmly suggested, perhaps you should discuss this matter with Professor Dumbledore. Maeve responded, all right then. The following day, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore stated, Professor Sprout believes I should speak with you regarding your future employment. Maeve grimaced, I have not given this matter any thought at all. We can make an assumption, Dumbledore offered, poured her a cup of hot chocolate. 10 years from now, do you envision yourself living a peaceful and stable life, or one filled with challenges and adventures? Maeve took a hearty sip of the hot chocolate, burped, and replied, the future I imagine is one where we have defeated Voldemort, and everyone lives happily ever after. I believe that day will eventually come, but what about afterward? Dumbledore inquired. Maeve hesitated. If possible, I would like to travel to China. Of course, that is quite feasible. Dumbledore winked, reminiscing, long ago, my dream was to travel with my most faithful friend. Maeve asked, what happened afterward? Dumbledore replied, due to certain circumstances, I had to relinquish that dream. However, as a man who has lived for over 100 years, I have actually accomplished most of what I desired. Maeve sighed wistfully, expressing her frustration. I truly do not know what to do. Dumbledore replied, that depends on what you wish to pursue. She contemplated for quite some time, looking around the room. The walls were adorned with portraits of former headmasters, some of whom were out and others sleeping. Bizarre silver objects on the desk emitted wisps of milky smoke, and various books haphazardly crowded the same shelf, seemingly ready for a brawl at any moment. The ceiling mirrored the color of the sky outside, while a glass case displayed numerous crystal vials containing beautiful specimens, the nature of which remained a mystery. The fireplace crackled merrily, and the constellations on the curtains shifted with the passing days. On a shelf, Fox was preening his feathers, stealthily inching toward a cookie. Quick as a flash, she snatched her favorite cranberry-flavored treat and popped it in her mouth. If I must say, I wish to remain at Hogwarts. Maeve swallowed the sweet cookie, disregarding the peeved Fox, thinking it would be perfect to have an office just like Albus's. Dumbledore chuckled lightly. Why not? He said, perhaps one day, I shall leave everything to you. Chapter 111. The Birth of a Demon. This semester heralds the OWL examinations. This semester heralds the OWL examinations. This semester heralds the OWL examinations. Important matters are worth repeating thrice. Maeve had temporarily set her sights on inheriting Dumbledore's office, eager to roll up her sleeves and engage in a fierce competition with Cedric. Little did she know, he had ceased to compete. She exclaimed. The captain was preoccupied with writing an internship report, stating, I need to train for Quidditch. Cedric replied, you're not participating next year, right? Maeve retorted, what? Unbeknownst to her, yet another captain was about to graduate, and the next captain was none other than Cedric himself. Chosen by popular consensus, he was tasked with training the team members, selecting new substitutes, and preparing new strategies. Weekends were mostly spent on the pitch. Meanwhile, Maeve, due to her rather unconventional playing style, had become somewhat of an outlier, with Hufflepuff agreeing to let her remain a substitute to avoid the risk of disqualification for the entire team. She had become a marginal member of the team. However, with the OWL exams looming, she warned, if you don't study hard, you might lose to me. Cedric shrugged, and what of it? Maeve teased, you'd end up in second place? That is still quite good, he replied with a smirk. I'm not the kind of person who must be first to be happy. May see. Do you wish to duel? Cedric, I do not wish to quarrel with you. Shouldn't you be feeling more cheerful? May C's expression fell. It seemed peculiar that while everyone else languished in idleness, she alone exerted herself. Perhaps I shall seek out Hermione. She walked away in solitude. Fortunately, Hermione never disappoints. She had enrolled in every class this year, and even with all her assignments combined, she too had to toil into the night. Ron and Harry were unreliable, only interested in practicing spells, while their essays were perpetually a disarray. The thought of accompanying her friend brought Mei Wei immense joy, and she promptly presented a hefty stack of books. I have several questions I wish to pose to you. Half an hour later, she gasped for breath. Do not ask me about the history of magic. Help! And astronomy? No, no. She fled in disarray. On her way, she was intercepted by the twins. Mei Bai, we have encountered a slight issue with our invention. Mei Wei C. Have you revised for the OWLs? George, what is that? A newly hatched owl? And you are George. They delighted in their old jokes, cheerfully draping their arms over her shoulders. Hey, don't let those exams concern you. Our success should not be dictated by few test scores. Don't you agree? Mei Wei C chuckled. Yes, I believe you could succeed even if you dropped out. But Mrs. Weasley would surely give you a sound thrashing. The twins. Oh, that is not a very amusing jest. Mei Wei C. You truly are not revising? Fred, perhaps we should first create a dummy to take the hits? George, what a genius idea. Mei Wei C. rolled up her sleeves. Then allow me to demonstrate how to land a blow. Fainting. Fred dragged away the unconscious George. You must study. Mei Wei C. shouted after them. If you two cannot withstand my spells, I shall strike you daily. Protego, study diligently. George opened one eye slightly. Why does she always insist we learn the shield charm? Fred, because failing to learn it could lead to dire consequences? The brothers exchanged glances. After a week of solitary study, Mei Wei C. felt that this could not continue. Since her friends were unreliable, she would rely on her extraordinary abilities. Monday, the owl pocket watch, activate. The mist coalesced and dispersed, and she fell into memories, arriving at the site of last year's OWL exams. Ahem. She found a corner to sit in, raised her hand, and said, Teacher, I have not received my exam paper. The proctor looked momentarily perplexed, then naturally replicated a paper for her. Mei Wei C. rubbed her hands together and began to write. As long as she could simulate the exams frequently enough, the OWLs would pose no challenge. Soon, she would be the most accomplished student at Hogwarts, second only to Albus. Tuesday, the history of magic class for Gryffindor had just concluded, and Fred and George emerged, arms over each other's shoulders when suddenly an invisible barrier appeared in the air before them, causing both to land unceremoniously on their backsides. Mei Wei C., you have greatly disappointed me. Fred shuddered. Brother, she is serious. George swallowed hard. Is it possible she needs an antidote? Mei Wei C., upside down. The twins run. She, TCH, Wednesday. Harry and Ron had just exited the defense against the dark arts classroom. Expelliarmus. Harry's wand flew from his grasp. Mei Wei C. Remus, Harry hasn't been paying attention in class. Just look at how poorly he holds his wand. Lupin cast a glance their way. Harry, no. She just suddenly. Tonight at 7, come to my office, Lupin instructed. Ron, you're not going on a date. Are you, Lupin, Mr. Weasley. You're invited as well. Thursday, I'll classroom. Lily, I'm back. Mei Wei C. said, shall we practice the polyjuice potion today? Lily looked momentarily bewildered, then replied, sure. No problem. You or I am your junior. She winked. Have you forgotten? Lily, of course not. I'm just a bit muddled from all the revision. Friday, Newt. Newt, teach me that spell that eliminates odors and footprints. Newt. That disorientation charm was your invention, right? Teach me. Newt, is Grindelwald handsome? Saturday. Cedric had just returned from training to find Mei Wei C. waiting for him in the common room. How was training today? Feeling faint. Cedric held his bruised forehead. Meichi? I've been quite lenient with you. I showed you my wand-catching skills, and you remain unprepared? Sunday. I'll online class. Hello, Senior Riddle. She squinted, smiling mischievously. Surprised? I have grown up. Chapter 112. Overwhelmed. Without Umbridge's direct provocation, the enthusiasm for dueling among classmates was indeed lacking. Even Harry merely wished to learn a few more spells, hoping to be of assistance the next time trouble arose rather than flee. Thus, the twins had yet to master the Patronus charm, while Harry was already able to conjure a hazy shadow. Yet, even he could not comprehend Mei Wei C's sudden onslaught. Meichi must be playing tricks on us, Harry mused, feeling frustrated. Ron voiced the collective sentiment. It's her OWL exam, not ours. We're still in third year. The twins conveyed the group's opinion, hoping she would show mercy and engage in competition with Hermione instead. Hogwarts only needed one top student and one know-it-all. There was no need for the unfortunate misfit, the career-planning Weasley, and the essay copying little Ronnie. Moreover, compared to the distant OWL exams, Valentine's Day deserved far more attention. This year, they had invented some new gadgets that would surely leave everyone with unforgettable memories. The twins tempted her. Will you join us? Let us be overwhelmed by galleons together. Mei Wei-si declined with fervor. Money can always be made. The OWL exams are only available this year. She had no choice but to set her sights on a certain adult who also indulged in leisure. For instance, on his way to a date, she could set off fireworks for amusement, and during the full moon, volunteer to guard the door, only to be reprimanded by Lupin with a deduction of 10 points. Remus. Mei Wei-si gazed at him with pleading eyes. Lupin, stern and unyielding. I believe you need to respect a professor's privacy. She, QEQ, resigned. She returned to the common room to read, simultaneously memorizing names. Alice approached with a plate of donuts. Care for some? Mei Wei-si picked a chocolate one and stuffed it into her mouth. Have you finished revising your potions? Alice, as she withdrew. Catherine pulled out a copy of the Wizarding Weekly. Completing the questionnaire this month earns you discount coupons. Mei Wei-si perked up, taking it to seize the opportunity. But didn't T forget? How's your transfiguration? Can you turn a cup into a duck? Catherine, Betty boldly stepped forward. Darling, are you looking at handsome boys? Mei Wei-si sat up straight. Where are the handsome boys? Betty pushed Cedric forward, earnestly saying, Your study partner has returned. Take your time revising and spare us. Don't ask me how my charm studies are going. If I don't do well, I'll just go home to inherit my family's dozen or so companies. I won T-starve. Mei Wei-si. Betty, dear, you cannot be so unfeeling. She grasped her roommate's hand. Sincerely, we are good friends who sleep in the same bed. Betty, as long as you don't force us to revise, we shall be friends forever. Mei Wei-si felt conflicted. Cedric, perceptively, opened his textbook to shift her attention. What do you wish to revise? Mei Wei-si. Since our classmates are so disinterested in revising, perhaps I shall quiz everyone on history of magic. Whoever answers incorrectly shall receive a stunning spell. The Badgers. The common room fell silent for half a minute, then erupted into fervent discussion. This year, for Valentine's Day, did Honeydukes have any new products? If it doesn't snow, shall we go to Hogsmeade together? This scarf is truly exquisite. The couple's design is splendid. I am quite fond of this pair of brooms. Mei Wei-si raised her arms, scrutinizing them. You all seem rather lackadaisical. How do you intend to confront the Death Eaters in the future? Our numbers in Hufflepuff are equal to those in Gryffindor. The discussion grew more fervent. Today's wizard chess match was particularly engaging, and the magazine was remarkably appealing. Suddenly, I found myself contemplating the idea of knitting a sweater. Mei Wei-si observed her lively classmates, then glanced at Cedric, who was flipping through a book nearby, and let out a sigh. Never mind. It is quite nice for children to have a normal childhood. Today we are reviewing fairies. Where are you headed? Cedric inquired, puzzled. Mei Wei-si replied, I won't disturb you any longer. I shall seek out my dear upperclassmen for some academic guidance. Betty exclaimed, Dear? Alice added, Upperclassmen? Cass remarked, seeking academic advice. The common room fell into an astonished silence. In unison, they queried, Which upperclassmen from which house are you seeking advice from? Mei Wei-si retorted, I shan't divulge that. Rather than allowing a group of languid individuals to suddenly unite into a formidable force, it is preferable to vanquish the Dark Lords swiftly and reach a happy ending. After all, dueling with Death Eaters is far easier than tutoring classmates. Professor Snape has truly endured much over the years. Mei Wei-si mused as she prepared to exit the common room, only to be suddenly embraced from behind. Betty said, Actually, I would like to practice some defensive magic. Alice chimed in, My potions could also use some improvement. Cass added, I quite enjoy Transfiguration classes. Mei Wei-si responded. Together, then, they exchanged knowing glances. Mei Wei-si asserted, No, that won't do. ABC protested, Why not? She scratched her head, saying, It's not convenient. Not convenient? Betty blinked. Isn't it Professor Scamander? Mei Wei-si hesitated. Yes, indeed. They replied, You are lying. Who is it? Which house? Why, dear, if they were to work on assignments together, it must be a Ravenclaw, right? It certainly wouldn't be a Gryffindor. Could it be a Slytherin? Goodness, is it that Slytherin who once fought you? He seems quite adept in potions. Mei Wei-si pondered. Where am I? Who am I? What was I supposed to do? Oh, right, we are to confront the Dark Lord. But has your gift for Valentine's Day been prepared? The faces of everyone were filled with curiosity. Mei Wei-si hesitated. Valentine's Day, a gift? After a moment of contemplation, she snapped her fingers. You are right, I must prepare a gift for Valentine's Day. Let us go burn the goblet. Chapter 113, Awakening. Whether or not the goblet can be burned on Valentine's Day remains uncertain. However, Mei Wei-si sought to keep herself occupied to alleviate her anxiety regarding the upcoming exams. In comparison to the Dark Lord, the OWLs were trivial, wouldn't you agree? She began writing to Sirius, urging him to expedite his search for clues. Sirius was bombarded daily by her owls, compelling him to endure the distasteful task of placating the insufferable individuals at the Ministry of Magic. Ultimately, a former employee of Gringotts, who had since transitioned to the Ministry, revealed that over a decade ago, Bella and her husband Rodolphus Lestrange had visited the vault. I wager they were concealing something unsavory, he remarked drunkenly. That day, the honesty detector was malfunctioning. Although they responded quickly, I was responsible for maintaining that device, and it had been subjected to a powerful confundus charm. However, I have a little hobby. I always carry some concealed trinkets, and that day, something in my pocket was buzzing incessantly. He then launched into a lengthy discourse on the black magic detector. Sirius patiently endured his ramblings until he finally found an opportunity to interject. What was that? I don't know. It must have been exceedingly wicked. The man mumbled before collapsing into a drunken stupor. Sirius had no choice but to relay this information back to Maywazy. It must be in the vault. We must devise a plan to steal it, she declared. Her strategy was straightforward. Replicate the original plan using the polyjuice potion. However, this would require Bella's hair. Maywazy communicated this need to Dumbledore, hinting that perhaps he could persuade Snape to assist by procuring some hair, but Dumbledore replied, perhaps Mr. Shafiq would be willing to help us. Raymond Shafiq? She was taken aback. Why? He was fortunate enough to discern Tom's true nature in his 4th year. The elder explained. Now he understands what is right. Raymond lamented his misfortune, recalling that during Harry's 1st year, he had directly encountered Voldemort's temptations, believing himself to be the chosen one destined to rejuvenate Slytherin's glory. The outcome was harsh. The misguided youth discovered that he was not a valiant hero, but rather a thief, and the greatest villain was none other than the old man accompanying him. He had been used, which was unfortunate. But the one who exploited him was, indeed, the Dark Lord. A Dark Lord who resided within a serpent. A cunning, treacherous, and despicable Dark Lord. He felt anger, shame, regret, and questioned his existence. Yet, he was undoubtedly fortunate. His mistakes did not ruin his life. His father made efforts to amend the situation, his teachers shielded him. And he continually reflected, if the Dark Lord were such a person, was everything he had done truly right? Later, the Death Eaters escaped from prison and pursued students on the train. Raymond awakened to the truth. They were not valiant champions fighting for Slytherin's glory. They were a band of lunatics. He found his way back, but it was too late. Voldemort had returned, fixating on the Shafiq family. His father was compelled to surrender galleons, relinquish the estate, and offer various dark magical artifacts from their home. The cursed dagger that harmed Maywazy belonged to the Shafiq family. Yet even in such a submissive state, his mute cousin residing in their home was still murdered by the Death Eaters. Raymond had another revelation. They were not merely a group of lunatics. They were robbers, murderers. He finally comprehended the previous animosity of Gryffindor, because now, he too harbored hatred toward them. But his father advised him, you must not hate the Dark Lord. At the very least, do not let any trace of that hatred show on your face. You must revere him, fear him, and submit to him. Only then will you not be killed. Raymond had erred before, so this time, he chose to heed his father's counsel, enduring and awaiting the opportune moment. Connie Harris was not the only student selected. The Dark Lord believed that to deal with Dumbledore, the best instruments were not the Death Eaters, but the students. Dumbledore was lenient with students. Dumbledore cared for students. Thus, to have him betrayed or even killed by a student would undoubtedly be most amusing. If I were to say I wanted to kill you, Bellatrix would gladly assist me. Raymond informed Dumbledore, I can find a way to obtain her hair. Dumbledore acquiesced. He then told Maywazy, Mr. Shafiq has made mistakes. Giving him an opportunity to prove himself is more important than forgiving him. Chapter 114, Disguise. Today is Valentine's Day. However, since Gringotts has not offered couple packages, such as upgrading services by presenting a marriage certificate, the number of guests remains unchanged as usual. At the entrance, the guard wielded a detector, inspecting each visitor. One particular guest caught his attention. She wore a hood, her entire face concealed in shadows, with the tip of a wand peeking from her sleeve. The detector remained silent, yet the guard sensed something amiss and contemplated a second inspection, when suddenly he heard her coldly utter, "Step aside." Startled, the guard decided to avoid further trouble. The guest approached the tall counter and rapped on the surface. The goblin looked up, arrogantly stating, "Good day, madam." Vault 9. The guest lifted her chin, a strand of black hair escaping from beneath the hood. The proximity of the numbered vault signifies the treasury of those ancient families. The goblin, concealing its haughty demeanor, gazed cautiously at her. "Madam, you must verify your identity." "Identity?" The guest raised her wand, laughing maniacally and wickedly. How about a bone-deep curse? The goblin fixed its gaze upon her face, which bore the marks of madness and emaciation, pale and sickly, with strands of tangled black hair cascading, attesting to her ancient lineage, without a doubt, a member of the House of Black. Listen, I intend to access my vault, the witch declared. If you wish to avoid further complications, it would be prudent not to call for help. Or have you already pledged allegiance to Dumbledore? The goblin drummed its bony fingers, sharp nails gliding across the counter. It was best to avoid unnecessary trouble, as goblins cared solely for wealth, and the wizard's conflicts were of no concern to them. Very well, it replied smoothly, I shall fetch the key. As it turned its back, the goblin sensed the faintest motion of the wand tracing circles, seemingly poised to unleash a green light at any moment. The woman chuckled oddly. Do not attempt any tricks beneath my very eyes. Madam, we never meddle in affairs that do not concern us, the goblin retorted as it procured the key, cunningly adding, I can take you to the vault immediately, but, as you know, we must verify your identity to avert any troubles. Perhaps you might relinquish your wand for a moment? The woman grinned widely. Bone-deep curse. The goblin appeared prepared, snapping its fingers, and a malevolent curse ricocheted off a pillar, shattering a statue. Madam, I must remind you that assaulting Gringotts is illegal, the goblin warned. The woman tilted her neck. What a pity. If the wand is off limits, then what about the House of Black's motto? Toujours per, the woman said, nostalgia lacing her voice. How reminiscent, isn't it? The goblin replied, very well, I believe there are no further issues. It turned and strode into the stone corridor, with the guest following closely behind. Upon boarding the cart, the goblin directed it, and it raced through the winding maze like a roller coaster, plunging deep into the bowels of the bank. During this descent, dragons were startled by the sound of the key, remaining still and silent. At the lowest level, the cart came to a halt. The goblin placed its hand on the door, which swung open to reveal the vault. The woman disembarked slowly, entering the vault. Perhaps you should step outside, she warned the goblin, where you might find yourself crushed beneath tons of gold. What a delightful fate that would be. As you wish, madam. The goblin bowed and retreated outside. The door closed behind her. The woman, more accurately, the girl, drank the polyjuice potion, immediately commencing her search for the target. Sirius, I believe it is at the top, a small golden cup. She whispered, do not touch it. Let me handle it. The man concealed beneath the invisibility cloak shrugged. Dumbledore instructed me to follow your lead today. But honestly, for a moment, I thought you were really Bella, especially with that bone-deep curse. Wait a moment. He suddenly realized. Who taught you the unforgivable curses? Mavis raised her hands in mock surrender. Why? It was none other than dear Riddle, of course. After so many attempts, even a fool would learn. Chapter 115, It's a Heartbeat. A quarter of an hour later, Sirius spotted the target golden cup near the ceiling. Mavis rubbed her hands together, eager to perform. It's my time to shine. She instructed Sirius to keep watch. Make sure the goblin does not discover our mischief. Sirius joked. Should I transform into a dog? Sure, she replied, pulling a crystal vial from her pocket, carefully placing it on the floor, but stand back. Do not hinder me. Wingardium Leviosa. The crystal vial floated up, wobbling as it ascended. Mavis deftly maneuvered it, ensuring she avoided contact with the gold coins, gradually bringing it closer to the cup. 3 minutes later, the vial hovered successfully above the golden cup. She slowly lowered it, allowing the vial to settle perfectly inside the cup. Clink. Goal achieved. Mavis stepped back, calibrating the distance between her wand and the cup. She had to strike the crystal vial perfectly without touching the cup. Otherwise, it would trigger a duplication spell, transforming the space into an ocean of faux gold. I'll take it from here, Sirius said, rubbing his head decisively, stepping in for the diminutive witch. However, the ancient family's vault was exceptionally large and tall, and the cup stood upright, making it a close call. Mavis rolled up her sleeves. Lift me up. I don't believe it. All right, Sirius squatted, hoisting her onto his shoulders, boasting. Harry loved this when he was little. Is this the time for boasting? Mavis dismissed him, straining to raise her arm. Height sufficient. Confringo. She cast. The crystal vial exploded with precision, its contents cascading down, swiftly corroding the golden cup. Yay! Mavis cheered. Quick retreat. Too late. A long alarm blared from outside. Crap! Mavis exclaimed as the damaged cup plummeted. She swiftly stuffed it into her pocket and bolted. Being caught would spell trouble. Sirius donned the invisibility cloak, trailing closely behind her. As Mavis opened the door to exit, she did not forget her persona, pointing at the goblin with a mocking smile. I told you, do not cause trouble. The goblin hastily replied. It has nothing to do with us. Take me away from here, Mavis coldly commanded, or you shall experience the taste of the killing curse. The goblin, recognizing her seriousness, dared not provoke the infamous lunatic and climbed aboard the cart. The cart sped away, racing back to the surface. Before she could catch her breath, a goblin burst into the corridor, shouting, "Another Mrs. Lestrange has arrived outside. She is the real one." "You talk too much," Mavis retorted, stupefied. A red light struck him. Mavis wasted no time, casting a soul-severing curse at the goblin beside her. Soul departure. The goblin preparing to cast a spell froze in place. Sirius lifted the cloak, pulling her into its folds. 2 or 3 more goblins rushed in, asking Larry, "Where's your guest?" The goblin replied, "She has already departed." "Damn it." The goblins shrieked in fury. That was a fraud. "What do we do now?" "The real Mrs. Lestrange is outside." They argued and chattered incessantly. Mavis and Sirius, crammed beneath the invisibility cloak, edged their way out. Exiting the corridor led them into the main hall. Inside, debris flew wildly, while the goblins cowered beneath the counters, screaming, "We know nothing. Go to hell." The true Bella waved her wand, unleashing curse after curse. Stone columns shattered, raining down rubble like a storm. The guests trembled in corners, fearful of being struck by stray spells. "Good heavens, bank robbers!" A muggle man panicked, turning to his wife. "Call the police." His wife quickly covered his mouth. "Shut up." But Bella had already noticed them, laughing maniacally. "Muggles? Avada, Expelliarmus." Mavis emerged from the cloak, perfectly interrupting her incantation. Bella glared at the doppelganger before her, fury surging. "It's you? How dare you impersonate me?" "You are the one impersonating me," Mavis retorted. "You vile woman. How dare you vie for Voldemort's affection? I shall kill you." Bella, as if stepping on a painful spot, shouted, "Despicable thief. Bone-deep curse." Mavis nimbly dodged. "You envy me. I am the one Voldemort trusts most." Reducto. Bella's rage boiled over. "Rodolphus." The Death Eater, accompanying her, abandoned the pursuit of the goblin and turned to attack Mavis. Shatter her. Almost simultaneously, a voice echoed through the air. "Fiend fire." Sirius joined the fray. Mavis had no intention of lingering. She could not afford to expose her identity, as it would invite trouble from Dumbledore. While casting spells rapidly, she retreated toward the exit. Gringotts had anti-apparition wards. Once she left, she could escape. Sandstorm. Protego. Stupefy. Nothing hones the spirit quite like the crucible of battle. Melvis felt her entire being ignite with fervor, an overwhelming surge of magic erupting forth. A barrage unleashed. The fragments of stone transformed into countless birds, fiercely hurtling toward the pair of Death Eaters. She took a step back, half her foot resting outside the door. Sirius seized her arm. "Maggie." Melvis recognized the moment was secure and immediately reached into her pocket, raising a golden cup high. "Behold, I am the most significant person to the Dark Lord. Happy Valentine's Day, Tom Riddle." No sooner had the words left her lips than, with a whoosh, they vanished. Chapter 116. The OWL Examination. Valentine's Day had been exceptionally delightful, and for several consecutive days, Melvis's spirits soared. The sole source of her vexation was her friends, who relentlessly inquired, "Whom did you spend it with?" "An individual of great importance," she replied enigmatically. Yet the gossipy Hufflepuffs, with their indomitable spirit, persisted. Everyone celebrated on the 13th. The 14th was a Monday, time for classes. "You were in the library writing an essay with Cedric on the 13th, they reasoned. "Cedric can vouch for you. You did not venture to Hogsmeade for a date. However, on the 14th, Valentine's Day, you took a leave of absence. A holiday specifically for the occasion. How extraordinary. On that day, only one student was absent, Raymond Shafik from Slytherin. Alice observed him alone in the infirmary, engrossed in a book. You claimed to have a stomach ache. Yet you were not in the infirmary." Melvis tilted her head. "So? He is an Auror," the classmates proclaimed emphatically. "He was on duty at the school gate. You said you had a stomach ache, but in reality, you sneaked off for a date." Melvis burst into laughter. "An Auror? Ha ha ha." She cackled for what felt like an eternity before coolly dismantling their deduction. "That's not correct." Betty presented a box of chocolates. Attempting to bribe her, "Give us a hint." Melvis immediately tore it open and indulged. "All right, here's a little hint for Betty. He is our senior." "You cannot show favoritism." "I want one too," pleaded Cass. Melvis replied, Well, he is exceptionally talented." "Maggie," Alice exclaimed. Reluctantly, Melvis decided to be equitable. "He is quite handsome." "That's too vague," Betty complained, pressing further. "So, are you two dating?" "I prepared a splendid gift for him unilaterally and warned off his admirers." Betty gasped. "You have unrequited feelings?" "How could that be?" Melvis asserted with conviction. "We are both pursuing each other. The desire to vanquish one another is the highest form of mutual pursuit. Argue if you disagree." The group remained skeptical, but realizing they could extract no further information, they retreated. After disposing of the golden cup, the remaining Horcruxes ceased to exist. Melvis's task list was filled, 215. A thrilling anticipation akin to completing foreplay before entering the main event. Nevertheless, Hogwarts remained a bastion of safety. Dumbledore stood unwavering, and the students' paramount duty was, as always, examinations. Examinations. The OWL exams were but a few months away. As March approached, even the laid-back Hufflepuffs had to commence their studies. No longer did they engage in wizard chess. Instead, they chatted while practicing spells. During this period, Melvis found herself with some leisure time, strolling with Chestnut, tending to creatures with Newt, and accompanying Hagrid on tasks in the Forbidden Forest. In April, the twins reluctantly paused their research to join the review efforts. Seizing the opportunity, Melvis ruthlessly bombarded them, ensuring they could handle their protective charms as effortlessly as brushing their teeth. By May, Dumbledore frequently vanished from school, and Lupin unexpectedly intensified the students' workload, mandating that all grades master the shield charm. The dueling club was overflowing, and Melvis found herself barred from entry. Remus, she lamented at the door, knocking plaintively, I want to duel too. You cannot show favoritism. I'm a Hogwarts student as well. Remus, QEQ. In hushed tones, Lupin tapped the door with his wand, calmly turning to Harry. Focus, Harry. Harry jolted, hastily concentrating on Draco. June arrived, heralding the start of exams. The first subject was charms, with a written test in the morning comprising fundamental questions, followed by practical exams in the afternoon. She drew the enlargement charm and successfully transformed 10 matchboxes into a set of nesting dolls, perfectly aligned. The examiner inquired, I hear you are a student of Dumbledore? Everyone is a student of the headmaster, Melvis replied, but I am not the most outstanding. The examiner smiled, marking a resounding O on her score sheet. Transfiguration proved to be exceedingly simple. She transmuted a chair into a spinning ballerina, complete with a glowing tutu. Herbology was passed with ease. To her surprise, the examiner for the defense against the dark arts was Moody, and she sailed through. Divination was somewhat ambiguous. Melvis concocted some seemingly profound statements. I foresee a grand spectacle. Something significant is about to occur. The examiner requested her to predict her fortune for the week. Gazing into the tea leaves, she advised, you will encounter minor confusions. Rather than sticking to the status quo, exploring new avenues will yield enlightening experiences and reveal your true desires. Upon completing the exam, Trelawney seized the opportunity to lower her voice and said, You were marvelous, dear child. I believe you will achieve excellent results. Thank you, Professor. The most uncertain was the astronomy exam that night. She gnawed on her quill, struggling to recall the definitions she had memorized. It was exceedingly challenging. History of magic was the final subject. Melvis entered the examination room with a serious demeanor and exited in astonishment. She had correctly answered at least 80% of the questions, half of which were merely revisions of past exams, rephrased but unchanged. This time she was secure. Chapter 117, the end of the academic year. When the report cards were issued, Melvis stared at the 12 O's, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had anticipated 10 O's would be manageable and 11 likely, but 12 required a stroke of luck. After all, in 12 subjects, care of magical creatures was a given. Newt had previously declared her the finest student, and the examiner had preemptively scored her. However, potions. During the exam, Snape had sat directly behind her, arms crossed, scrutinizing her every move. To achieve an O under such scrutiny was a testament to her burgeoning fortitude. Melvis mused joyfully, Cedric, I got 12 O's. Cedric responded, How many did you get? She eagerly inquired. 11, he replied. Which subject received an E? Astronomy, he confessed. Melvis patted his shoulder in consolation. That was unavoidable. The clouds obscured your view, and you drew a challenging question. Unlike her, who had practiced for the simulations countless times, the stars had remained unchanged for centuries. And the questions were merely a few types. She could have guessed correctly. Cedric remarked, Can you refrain from smiling so gleefully? I am not smiling, she retorted. He shot her a disapproving glance. Melvis cheerfully clutched Chestnut as she departed. With exams concluded, the semester was at an end. On the last day of school, a rather amusing incident occurred. Raymond witnessed Snape delivering potions to Lupin and recognized it as Wolfsbane, staring in shock at the professor who had taught him for a year. Regrettable, Snape remarked. Lupin sighed. The curse has taken effect once more. Yet it mattered not. Professional setbacks assuredly paved the way for romantic triumphs. As he gathered his belongings to leave the school, Tonks awaited him at the gate. The two strolled hand in hand to Hogsmeade for a drink. Melvis perched at the window of the headmaster's office, calling out with a resonant voice. Remus, will your son's name appear in next year's enrollment book? Lupin inhaled deeply. Turning in anger, Maggie, Melvis raised her arm, forming a giant heart with her hands. Dumbledore lifted his steaming cup of red tea, reflecting, youth is truly splendid. Love is not solely the province of the young. Melvis waved farewell to her classmates, proclaiming, the twilight's glow also brings happiness. Dumbledore smiled, sincerely remarking, you have brought me sufficient joy. Maywasey leapt down from the tiptoed box. So, have I now bested Newt and become Albus's favorite student? Shushing, he raised a finger. It's a secret. I've already heard, Newt remarked as he entered, placing his suitcase down and stroking the approaching chestnut. Dumbledore, I hope I shan't receive another letter from you this summer. I intend to travel to America with Tina. Dumbledore blinked, a love to be envied. I concur with Muggle-esque sentiment. Love knows no age. Newt replied, as you once taught me, love is of utmost importance. Indeed, Dumbledore set down his teacup. Gazing at his two students, I shall always love you both. Chapter 118, A Lively Summer. Malfoy Manor. The air shimmered as Severus Snape apparated at the entrance. Let me see who has arrived. The Death Eater guarding the door bore a twisted visage, brandishing his wand menacingly at the newcomer, Severus Snape, our traitor. A most grievous betrayal. The curse was cast, but deflected by Snape. Coldly, he replied, the Dark Lord summoned me. Step aside, Dolohov. I received no such order, the traitor. Imprisoned in Azkaban for many years retorted, but I know you haven't endured the same fate in Azkaban as we have. Dolohov. A woman with pale golden hair emerged, Narcissa. Severus. The Dark Lord is awaiting you. Snape curled his lips into a sardonic smile. Now you see, the sands are shifting. He struck suddenly. Dolohov was caught unawares and sent sprawling to the ground. In the underbrush, a small figure darted across the fence, disappearing into the thicket. Remember this, Snape coldly warned. Next time, I won't hesitate to unleash something far more formidable. Narcissa frowned, Severus. Snape scoffed and strode aggressively into the manor. The interior was chillingly cold. He paused before a complex, heavy wooden door, the frostiness of his demeanor melting away, replaced by respect, tinged with unease and trepidation. Enter, a voice beckoned from within. Snape stepped inside, half kneeling, lowering his head, his voice taut, my lord. Severus, it has been a long time, came the unfamiliar voice, yet familiar tone. As a serpent descended from the high-backed chair, coiling around his feet, my loyal servant. In the adjacent room, everything is prepared, a voice declared. I trust it is foolproof. It is time for the world to know that greatness has returned. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. The entire world will know Bertha Jorkins. She has outlived her usefulness. Outside the window, a thrush pecked its feathers and took flight. In yet another room, Bella, Sissy, where has Draco gone? Narcissa, he is hospitalized. I told you, he was threatened by Dumbledore's people and is under an evil curse. Bella, I trust the Dark Lord can resolve this issue. Don't say I didn't warn you. The loyalty of the Malfoy family is often unreliable. Narcissa, Lucius and I have never betrayed our master. Bella, you should learn from Shafik. They have not only revealed their ancestral treasures, but also the sole heir. Narcissa, little Shafik is already in his 7th year. Draco is merely in his 3rd. I believe he will grow to understand how to serve our master better. At the Phoenix Nook, the chestnut, lounging on a cushion, suddenly rose, and under Dumbledore's gaze, darted to the window. Soon, a thrush flew in and transformed into Maywasey. I'm starving, she exclaimed. Dumbledore handed her a sandwich, watching her devour it with satisfaction. I have good news and bad news. Maywasey mumbled through a mouthful of bread. Which one would you like to hear first? Dumbledore pondered the bad news. Bertha Jorkins is dead. Maywasey wiped her mouth. I believe it was Voldemort who killed her. Dumbledore's expression turned grave. You mean another Horcrux? Maywasey continued. The good news is they do plan to do something at the Quidditch World Cup. We can prepare in advance. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Then he said, I hope this is an exception. Mei-Chi, infiltrating is too perilous. I understand, but the less Professor Snape knows, the less likely he is to be exposed, she reasoned. An animagus is not an easily conceived spell. Dumbledore shook his head, still serious, without Severus. I absolutely cannot endorse your risk. Very well, she acquiesced readily. This operation is primarily to expose Nagini. The goal has been achieved, and the remaining issues are minor. Now, we await the World Cup. Harry had long known he would attend the Quidditch World Cup that summer. He thought Sirius would take him, but suddenly, his department became inundated with work, leading him to be sent to Grimmauld Place with the Weasley family. Fortunately, Harry did not mind. He enjoyed a delightful couple of days at Grimmauld Place before everyone gathered at the Burrow. There, they encountered the Diggory father and son. "Hi," Cedric greeted them. Scanning the crowd, Hermione remarked, "May she ISNT with us?" He smiled. "She always seems so mysterious." Harry concurred. "She promised to come for the World Cup. Yet we haven't seen her at all. Perhaps she's already there." Mr. Weasley shrugged. "It seems everyone is here. Let us depart." They grasped the door key and arrived at a desolate marshland. Mr. Weasley led them to the campsite, calling the children to help pitch the tents. After a while, Harry heard Lupin's voice. "Harry, Hermione, come over here." Harry and Hermione ran over to find Lupin had set up a black tent with 3 rooms, each containing 2 large beds. "Harry and Sirius will stay in the middle." "Yes, he is coming, but there are certain matters. The left room is for May-Chi, Hermione. You girls will share," Harry cleverly inquired. "And the right room is for you and Tonks?" Lupin glared at him, then sighed. "No, it's for other friends. We are not yet married." Harry made a face and asked, "What about May-Chi?" "She's with Sirius," he replied. Harry dragged his 2 friends off to find them. Fortunately, not far away, in an open area, Sirius was speaking with a few individuals. May Wacy was also present, clad in a flowing white dress. Its retro cut reminiscent of something only seen on grandmothers in television series. On her head rested a small hat held in place by pearl hairpins, and her feet were adorned with round-toed shoes. She was conversing with a scarred old man, her tone light-hearted. "Albus doesn't enjoy lively occasions. I'm the only one who came." The old man replied, "What a pity." He nudged the tall young man beside him. "This is my grandson, Richard. You two can get to know each other." May Wacy politely shook his hand. "Who is that?" Ron inquired. "A special advisor to the Wisingamot," Percy interjected, having arrived unnoticed. His gaze bright. "He is an old friend of Dumbledore." Then, another serious woman addressed May Wacy. "Your response during the examination was impressive. It mirrored Albus perfectly. I heard Albus mention that you were his examiner." May Wacy responded graciously. "That is the highest form of recognition for me. Thank you for your kind words." Harry asked, "Who is she?" Percy replied, "Giselda McBain, a Wisingamot elder. He is truly envious. Dumbledore has entrusted all his contacts to her." Chapter 119, Turmoil. Before the Quidditch World Cup commenced, the children were busy shopping while the adults engaged in socializing. May Wacy spent a considerable time chatting with a group of elderly individuals from the last century, nearly missing the twins who were ambitiously placing bets to fund their latest prank products, striving for financial freedom through further production. Then, she was sent sprawling by Maeve's sudden strike, rolling several times across the lawn. "Maybe." The twins dared not voice their displeasure. "Mr. Bagman, we don't gamble." Maeve politely nodded at the announcer before fixing her gaze on the still fidgeting Weasley twins, reciting, "To attain wealth, one must steer clear of vice." The twins exchanged glances. "Should we?" She brandished her wand. "Fred George. Ha ha ha." Maeve declared, "I'll let you off this time." She returned to the tent, kicked off her little shoes, and changed into comfortable sneakers, her skirt transforming into a more practical ruffled top and denim dress. Hermione sighed in relief upon witnessing this transformation, remarking, "I thought you were going to wear that dress to the Quidditch match." "How could I?" Maeve replied. "I must adhere to the aesthetic preferences of the elder." Once dressed, she hastily stuffed a few pastries in her mouth. "The match is about to commence. Let us go." Ron marveled. How does she manage to eat and talk at the same time? Maeve burst into laughter. The group gathered, merrily making their way to the stadium. On the way, they encountered Cedric. He inquired, "Why the change of attire?" "It's more convenient." "Hello, Mr. Diggory." She shook hands with Mr. Diggory, adding, "Cedric is a good friend of mine." "It's a pleasure to meet you." Mr. Diggory glanced between his son and the girl, chuckling. "I often hear Cedric mention you." Maeve smiled and ascended a few steps, soon crossing paths with the Malfoy family. Mr. Malfoy, Mrs. Malfoy, and Draco. "It's been a while. You all seem to be in good spirits." Lucius cast a disdainful glare her way. "Get lost, mudblood." "Speak a little louder. I can hardly hear you." Maeve retorted with a cheerful smile, surprised to see Draco today. "How have you been at St. Mungo's?" Draco shot a cold glance at his mother before pushing her away. "Get out of the way." Maeve sidestepped and embraced him, playfully patting his thin back. "Thank you for lending me your broom." Lucius tightened his grip on his wand, shoving her aside and seizing his son. "Ignore her. We are leaving. It is crucial to recognize the times. Today we are foes, but tomorrow we may be friends." Maeve waved them off. Harry overheard this and felt a surge of anger. "Why are you being so nice to them?" Ron looked disgusted. "You even hugged Malfoy?" "Goodness. Children don't understand," Maeve said, placing her hands on her hips. "This really doesn't concern you. We should be on our way." Spotting Sirius, she waved and squeezed through the crowd, finally entering the box. The Weasley family was already there, creating a lively atmosphere. The match commenced swiftly, with the Vila and the little creatures taking turns to perform. Having witnessed the boys' antics, Maeve leaned back in her chair, silent. After an exhausting day of pleasantries, she felt utterly drained. The roar around her was nearly deafening, with bagmen chattering incessantly and the fans passionately cheering and jeering. Maeve's head bobbed, akin to a chick pecking a grain, as she scarcely paid attention to the match. Lost in a hazy stupor, she was jolted awake by a cacophony of noise. Grasping her wand, she peered around, only to find fans exchanging heated insults, nothing amiss. She settled back down to sleep. The match continued. Crumb captured the golden snitch. Ireland triumphed. The occupants of the box erupted into cheers and jubilations. The twins roused her. "Maybe we were almost rich." Maeve replied lazily, "Bagman has no money. Even if he won, he couldn't pay out." Yawning, she prepared to follow the crowd out. Just then, a tremendous explosion erupted amidst the throng. The cheering fans mistook it for part of the match, utterly oblivious, as waves of force surged through the stadium, sending splintered wood and stone hurtling toward the boxes. Screams pierced the air, and curses flew. Then, all the colored lights extinguished. The skeletal remains reemerged. A massive green light shot into the sky, a serpent emerging from its maw, hissing ominously. The world fell silent for a heartbeat before a terrifying uproar erupted among the crowd of wizards. Countless hooded figures appeared, unleashing curses into the masses. Chaotic lights flickered in the darkness, accompanied by the anguished cries of the people. Harry was stunned. "What is that? We must leave." Sirius grasped him with one hand and Hermione with the other, urging them to hold tight. In the final moment of their apparition, Harry caught a glimpse of Mrs. Weasley clutching Ron and Ginny, Mr. Weasley holding the twins, and Charlie and Bill restraining Percy. "Meitchi!" he cried out in alarm, reaching for her. But Maeve stood still, covering her mouth, and sneezed. Finally, it has arrived. Chapter 120, Chaos. Harry stood dazed, finding himself back in the tent, surrounded by Hermione and the Weasley family. "Sirius, Meitchi is still out there. We must bring her back," he insisted. "She has things to do," Sirius replied sternly. "You all stay here. Do not venture out." "It's very dangerous outside," Harry protested, but Meitchi— "Harry, it's all right. We will retrieve her," Mr. Weasley reassured him, lifting the tent flap. Outside, piercing screams and wails echoed as chaos rapidly engulfed the camp. "Charlie, Bill, this is your charge. Protect the younger ones and your mother," he instructed. Sirius added, "Harry, stay here with everyone. Do not go outside, understand?" Harry nodded, dazed. Sirius and Mr. Weasley exchanged a glance before rushing out. The tumultuous spells shattered the night, flashes of green light illuminating the chaos. Harry felt his scar burn painfully. He pressed his forehead. "It's Voldemort." Ron swallowed hard. "Brother, of course it's him. Who else could it be?" "Mum, Mum," came the terrified shouts of a girl from outside. Hermione suddenly exclaimed, "It's Hannah." Everyone recalled, "We must save her." Harry urged passionately, "Are we to do nothing?" Mrs. Weasley embraced Ginny, saying, "Bill, Charlie, check it out, but be cautious." The two adult sons grasped their wands and plunged into the night. Moments later, they returned, leading a tear-streaked Hannah Abbott, saying, "It's horrific outside. There are hooded figures everywhere. They LL kill." Hannah sobbed, "I saw them torturing Muggleborns and Half-Blood students." The twins exchanged glances but spoke in unison. "Mum, let's go." Mrs. Weasley replied, "You're not of age yet. We can't just stand by and watch." They insisted, "In a month will be 60 years. Help. Let me go." "No. Mum. Dad. Who will save me?" Outside, the world was descending into hell, and no one could remain indifferent. Mrs. Weasley tightened her hold on her daughter, brandishing her wand. "You must stand behind me. No one is to act alone. Understood?" Everyone nodded in a chaotic agreement. Like a brood of chicks sheltered by their mother, cautiously stepping out of the tent. Some were fleeing, some were crying for help, and others were thrown high into the air, issuing continuous screams. The hooded figures laughed maniacally, bursting into the tent, using unforgivable curses to torment the panicked wizards. Harry had never felt such fury. He brandished his wand, Expelliarmus. Stupefied, all the spells learned in the dueling club finally found their true purpose. Along the way, they united with Cedric. The Diggory father and son joined their rescue team, soon encountering Neville, followed by Gryffindor's Angelina, the Patil twins, Ravenclaw's Michael, and Hufflepuff's Ernie. What a stroke of fortune it is that 100,000 wizards from across the globe are accustomed to congregating with their compatriots. While the number of wizards in Britain is relatively scant, resulting in their tents being closely clustered together, they also encountered Slytherin's Parkinson, Goyle, and Theodore, whose tents appear to be in good order. Their classmates were hidden behind the curtains, peering out at the chaos beyond. Ugh! Ron spat in their direction. Slytherins were never up to any good. In the midst of such dire turmoil, no one rebuked his sentiment. In the distance, a cluster of red fireworks erupted. Mr. Diggory hesitated for a moment before declaring, "That is news from the Aurors. I shall go and see if I can be of assistance." He looked at his grown son, gripping his arm firmly, and gravely instructed, "Cedric, take care of yourself and look after your classmates." Cedric nodded, responding calmly, "All right, father." They parted ways. Mrs. Weasley said, "We must return." Angelina and the Patil sisters were bleeding. They had just banded together to fend off a hooded figure, but debris had injured their arms. Neville had a broken leg after he was pinned by wood while attempting to save a Bulgarian child. Bill said, "Mum, you can take the back first." Mrs. Weasley replied, "Ron, Ginny, and Hermione, you'll come with me." "No," Harry asserted firmly, "I can help. I am the best in the dueling club." And Remus said, "I have a knack for it." He looked at her pleadingly. "Let me go. I can." Ron and Hermione stepped forward. "We'll be very careful. We will absolutely avoid them." Mrs. Weasley insisted no, but Harry was already prepared. He pulled out the invisibility cloak from his pocket. Thank goodness for the seamless extension charm provided by Muggle. It worked splendidly as he donned it. The boy vanished. "I swear I will stay under the cloak." Harry's voice echoed from the air. Reluctantly, Mrs. Weasley acquiesced, instructing Bill and Charlie to keep them safe. She then led the injured children back to the tent. The remaining small group continued their mission. The eldest, Bill, reminded them, "Remember, our aim is to rescue people. We must avoid them." Everyone agreed. Initially, the plan unfolded quite smoothly. Bill, Charlie, and the twins were skilled in the disillusionment charm. Cedric had also learned it, while Ron and Hermione hid beneath the invisibility cloak without drawing any attention. They located Cho and Lavender, and as they approached another tent engulfed in flames, a hooded figure called out, "Someone's coming." He turned his head, grinning, the scent of children. In the next moment, the hood ripped away, revealing a face covered in fur. "A werewolf, Fenrir Greyback." Bill shouted, "Run. We cannot let him bite us." He charged forward. Thunderclap, explosion. Charlie shouted, "Quickly, bind him." The commotion of the werewolf's transformation attracted the Death Eaters from distance. They remarked, "It's the Weasley family. Dumbledore's lapdogs." Another person muttered, "Let us show these little brats what for. Skin and bones. Expelliarmus." Harry cried. There were still others. The Death Eaters shouted, "Quickly reveal yourselves." The disillusionment charm faltered, and Charlie instinctively blocked to the side, but was noticed by the keen-eyed Death Eater. The werewolf lunged towards Harry's position. Petri Ficus Totalis. Suddenly, someone fell from the air, shattering upon impact. Some individuals may not come riding on a rainbow to save others, but may instead plummet from the sky, rolling on the ground before they can rise again. In the ensuing chaos, Melvis leapt up, her fury igniting like a wildfire. "How dare you?" she seethed. After flying for more than half an hour under the cover of darkness, she had failed to locate Voldemort, and now he had the audacity to ambush her friends? Scoundrel. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Chapter 121, Rising Up. The primary reason the adults dared to leave Melvis alone in the arena was her ability to transform. Although the chaos was severe and spells were flying haphazardly, once she transformed into her animagus form, she could immediately soar to great heights, not only avoiding danger, but also surveying the entire campsite. As the only wizard capable of flight aside from Voldemort, this advantage was irreplaceable. Her mission today was to track down Voldemort's whereabouts and report back to the Order of the Phoenix, setting a trap for him. However, the plan encountered an unexpected twist. Voldemort did not appear. Melvis soared over the entire campsite, failing to find any sign of him. Only hooded Death Eaters. It was well known that Riddle was a flamboyant individual, with such a large figure reappearing in the sky. It was indeed curious that he did not make a grand entrance. Filled with questions, she was about to seek out a hapless victim for interrogation when she stumbled upon Death Eaters attacking her friends. Unfortunately, the werewolf's resistance to magic was formidable, and the petrification effect was too brief to eliminate him. Flames roared. Melvis waved her wand, conjuring several flames that formed a wall of fire. The werewolf charged through the flames, lunging at them. Armor protection. X3. Melvis cast Sectum Sempra. The spell struck the werewolf, blood spraying forth. The Death Eaters behind slowly closed in, shattered them to pieces. Surrounding trees exploded, and branches rained down upon them. Protect us all. Bill and Charlie raised their wands simultaneously. The inferno blazed. Melvis continued to unleash fire. Hermione, ever the clever one, cast the levitation charm. Wingardium Leviosa. The burning branches floated in midair, and Cedric used a movement spell to hurl them across. Fire erupted everywhere, the dancing flames illuminating the sky. The werewolf licked its blood, its sanity overtaken by madness. Howling as it lunged at them, sharp fangs dripping with foul drool. Melvis took a deep breath, raising her hand. Prison of flames. The surrounding flames seemed to coalesce as if guided by an invisible hand, rolling together like a snowball on the marshy ground, instantly forming into an immense fireball. Hot and bright, resembling a meteor suspended in the air. Her body's magical power was steadily released, continuously infusing the fireball. As her wand moved, the fireball appeared to come to life, drawing in the werewolf that sensed the anomaly. The werewolf fled in haste. Obstacles abound. Harry, having mastered the skill, conjured a control spell. The werewolf, its fur ablaze, froze in motion, utterly consumed by the inferno. It emitted a piercing scream. The acrid stench of burnt hair and the aroma of cooked flesh wafted through the air. Avada Kedavra! One of the Death Eaters raised his wand. Bill grabbed her on, while Charlie held onto the twins. Melvis shouted, "Why is Voldemort here?" The Death Eaters instinctively turned to look. "Just kidding." She laughed heartily. "Let us give you something thrilling." Suddenly, she spread her arms wide, and the massive fireball, controlled as if it were a star, burst apart, transforming into dozens of smaller fireballs, like a cluster of flaming grapes, hovering high above them. "Go!" She made a motion as if splashing water. Dozens of burning red fireballs lost their magical tether and rained down upon the Death Eaters. Upon impact with the ground, the marsh turned instantly hard and dry, and withering grass ignited in clusters of flames, forcing the Death Eaters in the rear to douse the fire with torrents of water. Yet, some were not so fortunate. Fireballs fell from the sky, meteor-like strikes pummeling their heads, igniting their hoods, flames rapidly engulfing them. The heat seared their skin. Armor protection! Armor protection! They frantically attempted to extinguish the flames, but once a spark ignites, all combustible materials become accomplices. Melvis exclaimed, "Wow. The fire prison is the twin brother of the water prison." She felt that merely dropping a large fireball was insufficiently agile and, in a moment of inspiration, unleashed a flurry of spells. The outcome was spectacular. She decided to name it Earth Explosion, Divine Fire Punishment. "I have truly risen." She sighed deeply, casually casting a spell to her side, causing her adversary to collapse in a stupor. The charred figure was sent flying, crashing into the flames of the nearby underbrush. The inferno consumed and devoured his form. Mei Wei contemplated the situation and deemed it essential to strike while the iron was hot, particularly when dealing with creatures such as werewolves. The ground gave way beneath her, and the parched earth suddenly sank, creating a gaping pit several meters deep. The incapacitated werewolf fell helplessly into the abyss, buried beneath the debris. "All right, that has settled." She turned her gaze towards the fleeing Death Eaters, denying them an opportunity to escape. "Fire God, clear the path." A straight line of flame erupted from the ground, surging directly towards the gathering group of Death Eaters. "Capture her!" cried a female Death Eater, claiming she was of great interest to the Dark Lord. "That one is mad," someone remarked, as deranged as Bella. "Lucius, you are merely afraid of Dumbledore's wrath." The female Death Eater scoffed twice, and as the flames roared towards her, she unleashed a spell. Fiend Fire. A serpentine inferno twisted into existence. Mei Wei thought to herself, "This is most uncouth. Setting fire to the mountains, one would end up in a dungeon." She exclaimed, her hands moving with unrelenting speed as she deftly manipulated a fireball to roll ahead. It was thoroughly incinerated. The fierce flames sensed the presence of life ahead, but could only ignite through contact. In this swamp, the combustible materials had already been commandeered by Mei Wei. The ground was barren, and even as the flames rose 3 meters high, they could not breach the firebreak. Mei Wei extended her hand gently, lightly tapping in their direction, reminiscent of a little girl playing hide and seek, patting her friend on the shoulder. A whirlwind descended, tearing the flames toward the downwind. Without hesitation, Lucius vanished from sight. Avada, the furious Caro siblings could no longer tolerate such failure. They were willing to pay any price to eliminate her. Mei Wei promptly employed a movement charm, causing a cluster of bushes to shift and transform into a sturdy wall. The green light struck the shield, shattering it to pieces. "Run, run. We can't hold out much longer." Chapter 122, An Impending Storm. It was hard to determine whether the number of Aurors or Death Eaters was greater. Though the Order of the Phoenix was well prepared and the Aurors had arrived early, ultimately, half of the Death Eaters fled on their own, with the remainder being driven away. As the night wore on, the chaos subsided. The frightened young wizards were gathered into tents at the Black residence, each with a sleeping bag, huddled together for the night. The adults conversed outside. Fred and George were eavesdropping on the tent. The tent was enchanted for soundproofing, forcing them to employ some clever gadgets. Harry anxiously inquired, "What is happening?" "Shoo," Fred signaled for silence, and everyone leaned in to listen closely, catching snippets of conversation. "Voldemort, no. Captured a few. Vampires. Trade. Meichi." Upon hearing the familiar name, they exchanged glances. In a corner of the hall, Mei Wei was nestled in her sleeping bag. Her hair tousled, the bag rising and falling as she slept peacefully, a sight that seemed inviting. Among the small wizards, she was the only one asleep. Liza. In her dreams, she was calling for her cat. After eavesdropping for a while, without gaining any useful information, the young wizards resigned themselves to lying down and dozing off. The next morning, they were awakened by Sirius. "Get up, you're going home." Everyone sprang to life, and, as Harry dressed, he asked, "Have they captured everyone?" Sirius, noticing the perked ears of the young wizards, smiled before coldly stating, "No, we only caught a few. They'll all be sent to the ministry today." "Harry, I can't take you back. Can you stay with the Weasleys for a few days?" "No problem." Harry was happy to remain with his friends. Sirius embraced him. "Sirius." Mei Wei poked her head out of the sleeping bag. "What did Fudge say?" Sirius shrugged. "What about Dumbledore?" "Dumbledore will head straight to the ministry." "All right." She twisted in her sleeping bag, slipped on her jeans, and crawled out. "Where's Remus?" "Outside," Sirius replied, puzzled. "What do you need him for?" "To ask Remus to buy me some butterbeer." She yawned and dashed out of the tent, calling Remus. Lupin was speaking with Moody when he saw her pop out. Looking somewhat surprised. "Meichi, please give me some butterbeer." She grinned, hugging the werewolf, and whispered, "I killed Fenrir Greyback." Lupin was taken aback. Moody, upon hearing this, twirled his magical eye and pulled out a flask. "Good job." Mei Wei rummaged through her pocket, retrieving a thermos, excitedly exclaiming, "Alastair, you're the best." "Molly Weasley. She has not of age yet. 2 more months." Mei Wei cheerfully poured herself half a cup. "Cheers." Lupin finally processed this, his eyes uncontrollably moist. Oh, Merlin. He found himself at a loss for words, looking up at the grim sky, the bittersweet emotions washing over him. "I don't know what to say. Thank you. You've made me." His throat tightened, and he opted for silence, embracing the girl tightly and patting her back. "Thank you." Mei Wei bit her lip, looking at the werewolf-esque graying hair, reassuringly stating, "Don't worry. Everything will be all right." She believed it wholeheartedly. Harry returned to the Weasley home. The latest edition of the Daily Prophet had been published, filled with tales of nefarious fugitives sowing terror and intent on tarnishing Britain's image, yet failed to acknowledge the Death Eaters or the return of the Dark Lord. Percy remarked, "The ministry is trying to stabilize public sentiment. Besides, we truly haven't seen the Dark Lord. Those are Death Eaters." Ron argued loudly. Percy ignored him. Turning to Mei Wei, "Meichi, Dumbledore thinks so too, right? The ministry believes there's a sinister force provoking them," Mei Wei stated earnestly. "It may be related to international disputes. Perhaps Germany or America is behind it." "Percy, Dumbledore and Fudge have fallen out." She took a bite of her pasta and mumbled, "Fudge's time as minister is nearing its end. Who would want to ally with him?" She feigned surprise. Aligning with Fudge now is no different from siding with the Nazis in 45. "Surely, no one will be so foolish?" Percy awkwardly questioned. "Fudge is the minister." "How could that be?" "Of course, he'll remain minister for a while longer," Mei Wei replied. "Dumbledore believes he should be given another chance." "What can we do?" "The old man is simply soft-hearted." She shrugged, stuffing another bite of meat sauce in her mouth. Ron and Harry whispered to each other. "What are they talking about?" Harry asked. "Fudge isn't a good person?" "Shut up, you two," Hermione scolded, exasperated, as she speared a piece of bacon, chewing vigorously. Mei Wei urged them, "Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, we'll play a game." The twins, who had been murmuring and sharing secrets, perked up at her words. "What game?" Mei Wei grinned. "How to dodge the killing curse." The twins froze, as did Harry and Ron, all shuddering in unison at the thought of the terror that came with the protective enchantments. Chapter 123. The beginning of a new term. This summer, everyone finally realized that practicing protective enchantments was not the most daunting of tasks. The killing curse could not be countered with spells, without the brother wands and blood magic. Avoiding the curse relied solely on physical means. One could either evade it or hide behind obstacles. Mei Wei adorned her wand with a green rubber ball, resolved to first cast a Lumos charm to simulate the green light before swiftly following up with a Stupefy. "My goal is to make you see the green light." Just as Ron would upon encountering a spider, Mei Wei declared. Ron protested. "What did I do wrong?" In summary, for the Weasley family, it was an unpleasant summer. Mei Wei, conversely, was quite content. Having spent an entire summer in leisure, she felt an unsettling sense of incompleteness as the start of the school year loomed. She yearned for the enchanting halls of Hogwarts, yet the impending expenses of a new term weighed heavily on her mind. With a courageous heart, Mavis counted the gold and silver coins in her purse and boldly stepped into Madame Malkin's robe shop. "What shall you purchase?" Madame Malkin inquired, casting a kind glance at her attire. "It seems you're in need of a new robe." An apprentice was measuring the first-year students, and a little girl, holding her mother's hand, looked up with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. "I'll take 3 wizarding robes and a hat," Mavis stated resolutely. "Very well," came a reply. After taking her measurements, Mavis also acquired a winter cloak. "Why are you buying the same things as me? Are you a new witch too?" the little girl asked. "Because I didn't buy them before," Mavis replied earnestly. "I need to catch up this year." The young girl nodded in bewilderment, not quite grasping her words. Next, Mavis ventured into a leather goods shop, purchasing a pair of dragonhide protective gloves and a pair of boots. Then, she proceeded to the potion shop, where she acquired a new cauldron, a set of glass vials, and a new brass balance. Finally, she visited Ollivander's wand shop for a maintenance session on her wand. "I remember your wand, made from the tail hair of a Zowu and crafted from cherry wood," Ollivander said, stroking the wand with a satisfied smile. "It is well cared for, though it bears a few minor blemishes. You must use it often, which is splendid. I shall restore it to its former glory." He diligently cleaned the wand and applied care oil before handing it back to her. "Get a try." As Mavis waved her wand, a brilliant golden light erupted from its tip, identical to her memories from years past. Ollivander beamed with joy, noting the only difference was that she had matured, and her magical prowess had intensified. "Yet, it remains perfectly suited to you," he affirmed, observing the wand closely. "Though it may not appear extravagant or crafted by a master, it is akin to our shoes. Even when muddied, it serves as our most loyal companion on the path ahead." Mavis grinned. "What a splendid metaphor." "Your wand is only suited for those with pure hearts," Ollivander continued. "I'm delighted to see how harmoniously you still bond with it. Miss Lynn, you shall become a remarkable witch." Mavis nodded, confidently proclaiming, "I believe so too, for I am a student of a great witch." Ollivander chuckled, then winked. "Perhaps we shall meet again this year." "I look forward to it," Mavis replied. On September 1st, the day of a new term, Mavis, pulling her luggage behind her, arrived at platform 9 3/4 to reunite with her friends, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. She waved at them, embracing each one warmly. Harry, awkwardly releasing his grip on his wand, stammered, "Are you taking the train this year? Every student ought to ride the Hogwarts Express." She laughed heartily before embracing Fred and George, who also set down their wands, yet remarked, "May, you seem a bit odd." With a playful shove, Mavis sent them both onto the platform. The red steam train looked just as it had on their first encounter. After a moment of wandering, she spotted Colin Creevey with a camera. "Hey, Lynn," Colin exclaimed joyfully. "Snap a picture of me with the train, will you? I'll treat you to some sweets." "No need, I'll cover it," Colin insisted, confidently finding the right angle for a photo. "Make sure to develop it for me. It's my first picture." "No problem," Colin replied. "Mavis," someone called from behind. Cedric poked his head out of the train window. "We're about to leave. I'll be right there," she called back, hopping onto the train to find their compartment. "This year, we can't escape," Cedric stated. "We have to go to the prefect's compartment." Mavis gasped. "What? We have to go to the prefect's compartment?" She clung to Betty. "What should I do if I don't want to go?" "If you treat me to a chocolate frog." "I'll go," Cedric replied. "Deal," she agreed, and he dashed off to procure the sweets. With glee, Mavis unwrapped the chocolate frog, popping the head into her mouth and flipping over the card. "Oh, Albus, what luck?" She tucked the card into her pocket and asked, "Would you like some?" Cedric politely accepted a piece, commenting, "You look like a first year today." She smiled silently as rain began to pour outside. "Cedric," she said, "this is a very important year." "Why?" he questioned. "In a month, I will be of age." She declared, "You should feel excited." "May," Cedric began, but Mavis Lynn shrugged, gazing out toward the misty Scottish Highlands. "Sixth year, here we come." Chapter 124. Dinner this year's school opening did not bode well, given the dreary weather. As the train arrived, students braved the torrential downpour to board the carriages, emerging as drenched as drowned rats. Peeves was still at the entrance, hurling water balloons, while Filch fumed, scolding the young wizards. "No making this place filthy." The little wizards stood frozen at the entrance, soaked until Professor McGonagall arrived to rescue them. Amidst the rain, Mavis and Cedric confirmed the head count before slowly boarding the thestral-drawn carriages. She huddled under a ginger-colored rubber raincoat, resembling a drenched cat. Meow. A small creature darted out from the castle. Mavis perked up. "Crookshanks." She rushed over, wrapping her arms around the adorable half-Kneasel, burying her face in its soft fur. Alive. I'm back. With the warm little creature in her arms, she cheerily greeted Professor McGonagall, Filch. Just then, a water balloon exploded on her forehead. Oh, Peeves. Oh, Peeves Langlock. The ghost's laughter abruptly ceased. She shook off the water, removed her raincoat, and called out, "Is there a kind little house elf who can help me carry this to my dormitory?" With a pop, a cheerful house elf appeared. "Miss Linda is at your service." "Thank you, Linda." Meavis handed over her raincoat and the cat, saying, "Much appreciated." Linda gleefully vanished. A gaggle of first years, resembling a flock of ducklings, huddled together at the entrance, whispering amongst themselves. "Who is she? She looks impressive. Is she a senior? That cat is so cute. I've seen her before when buying clothes." Miss Lynn is an excellent student at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall brushed off her robes, maintaining her composure. She belongs to Hufflepuff. As you may know, Hogwarts has 4 houses, and of course, Gryffindor is also quite remarkable. She gestured. "Now, follow me. The sorting ceremony is about to begin." "I'm on my way," Meavis replied with a smile, jogging into the Great Hall to take her seat. The familiar routine commenced, with the sorting hat performing its song and the new students queuing for their placements. "Meavis, this year's defense against the dark arts teacher has changed again," someone remarked. "Do you know who it is?" Meavis responded, "I do. It's an Auror. That should be intriguing. Hopefully, they can teach us something useful like Professor Lupin did." "My goodness, this doesn't sound like you. Did you forget about the World Cup this year?" Once the sorting concluded, Dumbledore, ever the exemplary headmaster, declared, "Now, please enjoy your dinner." Dinner was served. Meavis was already famished, eagerly devouring the hot mushroom soup, followed by roasted potatoes, and then tackling a hefty portion of steak. "Delicious," she exclaimed, attacking it with her fork. After savoring the steak, she could indulge in a salad, crunching through the leaves like a cow. Once she had finished her meal, dessert time brought joy as she enjoyed a waffle cone filled with ice cream. "How envious of you, Meavis. 6th year, either 16 or 17. And already the desire for beauty has blossomed. Many witches are on diets, but aren't all Asians petite?" "No." Mevis pondered deeply, proclaiming with conviction, "I am but a mere 215 centimeters tall, because I have suffered from malnutrition since my time in my mother's womb." To substantiate her claim, she consumed a generous glass of sweet milk. Suddenly, with a thunderous bang, the door was violently thrust open, causing the students who were fervently enjoying their meal to look up in bewilderment. A man, limping and marred by scars, with one eye obscured and hair as white as snow, appeared at the entrance. Betty clutched Mevis, trembling with fear. "I just watched a slasher film this year." Mevis erupted in laughter, her joyous sound echoing through the hall. The menacing figure approached, tapping his cane with authority, his magical eye swiveling ominously in her direction before he took his place at the teacher's table. Dumbledore announced, "This is our defense against the dark arts professor for the year, Professor Moody." Mevis clapped enthusiastically, the only one in the room to do so. Dumbledore redirected the students' attention, stating, "This year, we shall not host a Quidditch tournament. Instead, over the coming months, we will engage in an extraordinary competition. A friendly rivalry among the 3 wizarding schools of Europe, as you may have heard." He elaborated, "Hogwarts will be the host for the Triwizard Tournament this October, with Beauxbatons and Durmstrang arriving to select champions from each school through a fair adjudicator. For safety reasons, only wizards age 17 and above may participate." Before he finished, 2 figures suddenly leaped from the Gryffindor table. "Mevis, when is your birthday?" the twins shouted. Mevis responded loudly, "October 1st. A chorus of groans filled the air. Chapter 125:17. The arrival of Moody cast a shadow over the young wizards. It was rumored that during the first class, he displayed his magical eye and recounted in a nonchalant manner the gruesome encounters he had with dark wizards. As the younger wizards trembled in fear, he declared that they must master the shield charm within a month, threatening to conduct surprise assessments. Ron exclaimed in distress, "I thought only Harry was doomed." Harry Potter, the shield charm expert, glared at his friend. Hermione interjected sharply, "You 2 imbeciles, something significant is about to happen this year. Do you understand?" With fervent enthusiasm, she immersed herself in the study of various spells. Ron lamented, "Our dear Miss Granger has gone mad." Hermione retorted, "Don't even think about copying my essays." Moody continued the tradition of the dueling club, offering guidance to students twice a week. It was then that they realized that last year's Lupin, despite his anger, was a gentle teacher, while Professor Moody was brusque and unyielding. "Your enemies won't observe any etiquette," he bellowed. "Concentrate, Potter. During a duel, do not be distracted by others." "All petrified," he commanded. "Mr. Malfoy, This applies to you as well. Before entering the hall, they were lively children, but upon exiting, they resembled battered brutes. Madame Pomfrey's workload surged. Regrettably, such an exhilarating club was not an opportunity for Mavis, as her sixth-year curriculum was filled with advanced courses, advanced transfiguration, advanced charms, advanced potions, and a newly introduced alchemy class. The professor, a young woman with hair as white as snow, was reclusive, selecting only her favored students for instruction, with each class limited to 7 pupils. Mavis, securing her position as the top of her year, claimed one of those coveted spots. Alchemy, a branch of magic, explored the fundamental components of the world and the combinations of the 4 elements. The professor stated calmly, items crafted through alchemy possess power rivaling that of magical spells. As you may know, it can even grant immortality. She continued, no spell can confer eternal life, but alchemy can. It can preserve youth, halt the passage of time, and perhaps even restore life. Mavis diligently took notes, feeling an unexplainable awe. Additionally, Snape's advanced potions class had become even more challenging. He was in a foul mood, his gaze dark and brooding, as if a storm were brewing. Mavis understood the weight of his pressure. Dumbledore had informed her that Snape had returned to the Death Eaters. But there was one detail that concerned everyone. When summoned by the Dark Lord, he cloaked himself in darkness, refusing to reveal his true visage. Perhaps there was a problem with his resurrection, or perhaps there was another reason. Dumbledore was deeply troubled, yet the chaos from the World Cup had persisted. And Voldemort remained elusive. On October 1st, Mavis turned 17. An enormous cream cake was delivered by Betty's owl. You never tell us your birthday. We thought you didn't know. I truly didn't. Mavis feigned ignorance, explaining, I only discovered it from the admission book. The Badgers quickly forgave her and celebrated her belated birthday. That day, Mavis received a cartload of gifts. Harry gifted her Honeydukes chocolates. Ron presented automatic correction ink. Hermione bestowed a set of books. Cedric offered a crystal ball, and the twins delivered a hat. Sirius sent her a mirror. Lupin gifted a notebook. And Newt presented a knitted vest. This vest was as large as a waistcoat, with a slightly coarse texture. After some examination, Mavis discovered it could change size with the wearer and was remarkably waterproof. Thus, she ventured to the prefect's bathroom to test it, finding that while wearing the vest, she could float on the water surface without sinking. A breakthrough. It was indeed a vest woven from the hair of a lake monster. Moody gifted her a bottle of alcohol. Professor McGonagall provided a magazine on Transfiguration essays, and most significantly, Dumbledore gifted her a lovely dress. Yet, the most unexpected gift came from Snape, a bottle of Felix Felicis. The intention of this professor could not be interpreted at face value. Thus, it could not mean that he was proud to have such a student, but rather, one must read between the lines. You are destined for misfortune, and may your humble professor provide you with a trifling bit of assistance to preserve your pitiful life. A chill ran down her spine. For some reason, Mavis felt a similar foreboding. Something was about to transpire. On October 30th, students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang arrived. Chapter 126, October 30th. On a Friday afternoon, Mavis diligently worked in the library, cutting out newspaper clippings. Halloween was approaching, and the Wizarding Weekly was hosting an event. Collecting 12 candy vouchers from the zodiac signs would grant a free treat. Furthermore, answering a few tricky questions from the October magazine's curse section would earn a Halloween mask. Having just emerged from poverty, Mavis was determined to seize every opportunity. Cedric observed her forsaking her alchemy paper to race around answering questions. Do you really like that mask? He inquired, picking up the magazine. Mavis replied, I could sell it to the younger students. Oh, he said, setting it down and returning to his essay. After much effort, she finally completed the curse questions and dashed to the window, sticking her fingers in her mouth to emit a loud whistle. Madame Pants frowned. A plump owl flew in. Mavis handed it a letter. Kiss moi. The owl nuzzled her cheek, grasping the letter and soaring away. Madame Pants admonished. Owls are not permitted in the library. It merely perched on the windowsill, Mavis replied, quickly tidying up and cleaning the feathers that Dowdu had shed. She then resumed, writing her essay. Alchemy is so difficult. I don't understand, she lamented. Heavens. Around 5 o'clock, Cedric put away his thesis. It was time to head to the foyer. Where's your cloak? Mavis asked as she hastily pulled her new cloak from her pocket and draped it over herself. Upon entering the foyer, Professor McGonagall was already rigorously inspecting attire. Miss Lynn, she fixed her gaze upon her. Adjust your attire, quickly. Mavis scratched her head, rummaging through her belongings until she found a hair tie, which she used to fashion her unruly hair into a bun before donning a plain hat. She casually removed the pen cap that had been caught in her bangs and tucked it into her collar. With a flick of her wand, the pen cap morphed into a silver crystal chain, elegantly clasping the ends of her cloak and cascading down naturally. As for her sneakers, she sighed and with a reluctant wave transformed them into Mary Jane shoes. Professor McGonagall scrutinized her 3 times from head to toe, finally producing her wand to transmute the crystal chain into a crescent moon and flowers. The buttons on her shoes transformed from mundane clasps into lustrous pearls. Perfect, she declared with satisfaction before turning sharply. Mr. Potter, ensure you have your glasses, and Weasley, where are your hats? She conducted a thorough inspection, confirming that everyone had transformed into obedient little chicks before leading them down to the foyer. The moonlight cast a gentle glow. The Beauxbatons have arrived, announced Dumbledore. The enchanted carriage descended from the sky, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Madame Maxime's towering stature and elegance astonished many. Hagrid's spring has arrived. Mevis playfully slapped Harry on the back. This year, let us sneak a peek at his date. Isn't that inappropriate? Harry replied, eager yet hesitant. When? Hermione. That's not acceptable. Hagrid may appear rugged, but he possesses a delicate heart. Hermione, he needs our assistance. Well, perhaps, Hermione conceded. That horse is enormous, Ron exclaimed, as they whispered amongst themselves. The Black Lake suddenly erupted with towering waves, and a grand ship appeared, wooden planks seamlessly bridging to form a walkway for them to disembark. Mevis tiptoed, attempting to catch a glimpse of Karkaroff, only to be surprised by an unsettling realization. Among the arriving students, most were draped in disheveled brown furs, while Karkaroff's cloak was a soft, silvery white. However, beside him stood a tall figure clad in an exceptionally smooth, deep purple fur cloak. Good day, Professor Karkaroff. Dumbledore greeted with a warm smile. Karkaroff shook his hand and beamed. Allow me to introduce you. This is Krum. He gestured to a bear-like boy standing behind him, pride evident in his tone. The students erupted in uncontrollable awe. Karkaroff grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. This is Leo Cape. He turned to the individual beside him. This is Professor Dumbledore. I've heard much about you, the boy replied, as the hood of his black cloak fell away, revealing a handsome visage. His skin was as pale as marble, with raven-black hair meticulously styled and deep brown eyes that held a hint of darkness. His lips, devoid of color, were thin as parchment. Professor Dumbledore, he acknowledged. Dumbledore adjusted his crescent-shaped glasses and regarded him for a moment before smiling. Hello, Leo. It is a pleasure to meet you. Betty nudged Mevis. He is quite handsome. Isn't he, Mevis? Uh-huh, Mevis stammered, her linguistic faculties momentarily failing her. Please come in, Dumbledore invited. It's rather cold outside. Isn't it? The students squeezed into the warm hall, exhaling contented sighs. Dumbledore addressed the distant guests. Please choose your preferred seats. He seated Karkaroff and Madame Maxime beside him. Meanwhile, Quidditch enthusiasts like Ron could hardly contain their excitement, chanting, Krum, Krum. Yet Krum took his seat with Slytherin. The Beauxbatons students dispersed, with some settling at Ravenclaw, such as the beautiful Fleur, while others chose Hufflepuff, where the Badgers produced chocolate. Due to someone's habitual pre-meal snacking, the house elves always discreetly left treats on the chairs. Just as Mevis unwrapped a piece of candy, a shadow loomed before her. A gentleman, having shed his black cloak, politely inquired, May I sit here, beautiful lady? Mevis crunched the candy between her teeth, looking up at him. Their eyes met, and the hall fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 127, Registration. The Hufflepuff long table was steeped in an uncanny stillness, as everyone devoured their steak. They fixated on the 2 individuals seated across from one another, a dashing young man exuding a stylish aura, yet surrounded by an uncomfortable air, and Mevis, who focused on the man rather than her meal, her expression a curious blend of excitement at encountering such a handsome figure and a predatory threat. After hastily finishing dinner, Dumbledore commenced his announcement regarding the rules of the Goblet of Fire. While he did not delve into specifics, he introduced the judges, emphasizing the selection of champions. Dumbledore produced the Goblet of Fire, its rough exterior contrasting with the mesmerizing blue and white flames that danced atop it. Students aspiring to become champions were to cast their names and schools into the chalice, with a time limit of 24 hours. By this time tomorrow, the list of champions would be revealed. Dumbledore succinctly outlined the rules, stressing that only students age 17 and above may enter. For once chosen, champions could not withdraw, bound by an ancient contract that none could contravene. Mevis observed Leo, licking his lips as he said to her, Isn't this thrilling? She replied, Indeed. I'm even more excited. By the way, handsome, what is your name? Leo Cape. Oh, aren't all Germans named something with Hank? He offered a cool smile. You're named Leo. Do you fancy lions? Certainly not. Perhaps you do? Why not? Because it's foolish. How haughty of you, she retorted, quite invigorating. Dumbledore glanced at them. Now, you may return. Mavis let out a satisfied burp. See you tomorrow, handsome. She departed with her friends. In the dormitory, roommates began to interrogate her. Have you taken a liking to that German fellow? Mavis, brushing her teeth, replied through a mouthful of foam. Have I? You have, Betty asserted. You didn't blink once while gazing at him. She spat out the foam. Is that so? Come clean. They pounced on her. Do you like him? If that is what you think, so be it, Mavis shrugged. Betty fumed. Naughty Mavis. Cunning Mavis. Alice chimed in. Wretched Mavis. Kay added. Hee. She leaped on her bed, snuggling with her stuffed animal. Good night. I still have to register tomorrow. The following day, discussions of registration filled the air. As Mavis approached, the twins were conspiring with Harry and his friends. Then, they boldly crossed the age threshold, transforming into elderly gentlemen. Ha ha ha. She erupted in laughter, two little old men. Ha ha ha. She knew it was amusing, yet it was even more hilarious than anticipated. Goodness, you two and your beards, it's hard to tell, ha ha ha. The twins, embarrassed, retorted, annoying Mavis. Mavis waved her paper airplane. I am of age, brothers, ha ha ha. She gleefully tossed her paper into the flames, which consumed her name. Harry and his friends remarked, I have no doubt. Hogwarts will surely be represented by Mavis. Ron shook his head. No suspense here. Why don't we guess which school will win? Is that even question? Hermione raised her head confidently. It must be Hogwarts. Mavis completed her registration, and Cedric soon arrived to cast his own paper. Said, I didn't know you were this confident. Mavis eyed his paper. I'm giving you a chance to withdraw. No, Cedric replied, tossing his name into the cup. Let the fair competition begin. She huffed in reply. At dinner, in the bustling auditorium, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd as every gaze fixated upon the flaming goblet, awaiting the announcement. The flames transformed into a deep crimson, and a slip of parchment soared forth. Dumbledore unfurled it. Champion of Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour. A girl as enchanting as a siren rose from her seat. The second parchment followed. Champion of Durmstrang, Victor Krum. Dumbledore lowered his eyes, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. Karkaroff, brimming with pride, proclaimed, This is the nephew of a nobleman from Germany, recently transferred to Durmstrang. Snape cleared his throat. Karkaroff shot him a glance, falling silent. The third parchment was opened by Dumbledore, who paused before clearly and forcefully announcing, Champion of Hogwarts, Mavis Lynn. At last, Mavis stood, embracing Cedric beside her. I'm so sorry, said. I've taken the honor that belongs to you. Chapter 128, Transformation. In the champion's quarters, Mavis glanced at Leo, then at Fleur, anxiously awaiting the results. Surely, Harry would not be selected again. Last night, she had stealthily descended to cast a Confundus charm on the goblet, ensuring that no student named Harry Potter existed in this world. She had paved the way for her enemies to be left with no path to tread. In the stillness, Ludo Bagman, Old Crouch, Karkaroff, and Professor Maxime entered, accompanied by the ever-white-bearded Dumbledore. Mavis scanned the room, her heart soaring as she did not see Harry. Old Crouch announced, Congratulations, you have all been chosen as champions. I will now provide guidance for the first task. Mavis turned to Fleur, who appeared somewhat anxious, then to Leo, whose eyes flashed with disdain. His icy gaze fixed on Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled warmly. Mavis shot back. What are you looking at? My father is right here. A hint of cold mockery danced at the corner of Leo's lips. The first task was set for November 24th, Crouch stated plainly. Yet no one was listening except Fleur. Once he concluded the details of the competition, Karkaroff eagerly addressed Leo. Mr. Krum, you may return now. Leo seemed to shed his facade of kindness, departing with a frigid demeanor. Fleur, however, bid Mavis a friendly farewell. I look forward to the competition. Before leaving in the company of Madame Maxime. Following them, Bagman, Crouch, and Moody exited, seemingly embroiled in a debate about the safety of the tasks. The room was left with only the Hogwarts representatives. Dumbledore said, Mavis, you should return. Everyone is waiting to celebrate you. Albus, are you proud of me? She inquired. You have always been my pride, Dumbledore replied. Mavis beamed with delight, waving before swiftly exiting the small room. A faint trace of worry flickered in Dumbledore's blue eyes. Professor McGonagall stood beside him, remarking, Miss Lynn seems to have been struck by a happiness charm lately. Minerva, she possesses an extraordinary intuition, Dumbledore replied slowly. This competition may harbor grave dangers. McGonagall frowned. The first task is indeed perilous. They are merely students. No, it's not that, Dumbledore shook his head, refraining from further explanation. Very well, I shall speak with Newt. He will provide assistance to Mavis. As he exited, he murmured to himself, now is not the time. Upon returning to the Hufflepuff dormitory, Mavis found it overflowing with people. The table was laden with cake and butterbeer, the walls adorned with ribbons and confetti, and everyone donned celebratory hats, enveloping her in a whirlwind of joy. "Help, help!" Mavis gasped, clinging to Cedric. "Lift me up, I can't breathe." Cedric, along with another Quidditch chaser, hoisted her onto their shoulders. The air instantly felt refreshing. She peered down at them. "Are you all jealous? You nearly drowned me." Laughter erupted among her classmates. Someone cheered champion, and the others followed suit, clapping and chanting. "Champion of Hogwarts. Champion of Hufflepuff. Our champion." Mavis put her hands on her hips. "All right, enough. This is quite embarrassing. Come on, you're of age now. Have some of our treasure." A seventh-year prefect slyly produced a bottle of mead. "Shall we?" Mavis exclaimed, eagerly pouring herself a generous half-glass. The prefect watched in agony as she downed it, muttering, "Take it easy, save some for me." Mavis drank heartily. Soon after, she was dragged back to the dormitory by her exuberant roommates. "You're a lightweight." Her roommates teased in unison. The following day, Mavis received even more accolades. On her way, she encountered Cho, who embraced her, saying, "We all believe you will win." "Hangdu, Joel." The Gryffindors were even more enthusiastic as Harry, Ron, and Hermione surrounded her, discussing the tasks at length. Ron thumped his chest. "Charlie must know something. I'll ask him for you." "Thanks a lot," Mavis said, patting his shoulder, grateful for his help. Ron's face flushed as he declared loudly, "You must win, especially against that German brat." Hermione shot him a glare. Mavis affirmed, "I will win. Victory is destined for me." Harry nodded vigorously. "Yes. Who else but you?" Mavis asked him, "Are you happy for me?" Harry grinned, "Of course." Hermione chimed in, "Don't remind me." Harry spent all night talking about it, making others think he was the one chosen as a champion. Harry looked somewhat embarrassed. "If it were me, I'd be too nervous to say a word." Mavis patted his shoulder, saying nothing. Fate had already shifted. What outcome would this tale unveil? Chapter 129, Rita's Interview. What was it like to become a champion? Mavis replied, being the center of attention, being named, being tutored. For the first 3 days, wherever she appeared, eager younger students would spring forth, pleading for autographs or photographs, or simply to shake her hand. The teachers suddenly became stricter, presenting her with exceedingly difficult questions in class, and upon her answering, encouraging her to strive even harder. In the evenings, she was summoned to the office by Newt, the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, who personally taught her the course on magical creatures. Naturally, the content revolved entirely around dragons. Among the dragons, females are more lively than males. Their robust hides can withstand most spells, making direct confrontation with a fire dragon ill-advised. Newt shared old photographs, showcasing various irritable dragons of different breeds. He patiently recounted his encounters with each dragon, often concluding with a fairy tale-like ending. Lost children reunited with their parents, captured innocents returned to their homelands, families discovering suitable habitats to thrive and flourish. Mavis rested her chin on her arms, grinning as she listened to the stories. Who could resist Newt? After class, she participated in promotional activities with the Ministry of Magic, such as wand inspections. Mavis caught sight of Leo's wand, a dark wood entwined with a serpent. Serpent wood, the essence of snakes, extremely rare, as Ollivander noted. To my knowledge, only Salazar Slytherin's wand is made from serpent wood. He waved his wand, conjuring an image of a serpent. A slight smirk graced Leo's lips. As if he were pleased, Mavis rolled her eyes and extended her own wand. Her wand was nothing remarkable, just freshly maintained, akin to a celebrity preparing for a red carpet. Ollivander conjured a large bouquet of dandelions, smiling as he said, "Very good. Your wand is most loyal to you and shall be your greatest companion." Mavis nodded vigorously. "I believe that too. What suits me is the best." With that, she deliberately cast a glance at Leo, playfully sticking out her tongue in a provocative manner. Caught between them, Fleur glanced left and right, lost in thought, before tossing her silvery locks and revealing a radiant smile. After inspecting her wand, it was time for a group photo. This was the first time Mayway encountered the Beetle reporter, Rita Skeeter, who requested a solo interview. Unfazed, Mayway shrugged and acquiesced. The first interviewee was Leo, from whom Rita emerged in disarray after a mere 3 minutes. The second was Fleur. Their discussion lasted 20 minutes, and when they emerged, both wore smiles, suggesting a delightful exchange. Then it was Mayway's turn. Rita produced her quill and parchment, stating, "All right, Miss Lynn, it's your turn. I hope we can converse openly and candidly." The quill danced across the parchment, inscribing lines of text. Mayway glanced over. It was writing, "Miss Mayway Lynn is in her 6th year. Yet her petite stature makes her appear as though she were in 4th year, raising doubts about her qualifications to be a true champion rather than merely a pawn of the influential. It was well known that Miss Lin's guardian was none other than the illustrious Albus Dumbledore. Clenching her fist, Mayway grasped her wand tightly. Rita continued, "Don't mind that, dear. Let's talk. Can you tell me how you became a champion?" "Well," Mayway replied, "I can only say it was an inevitable outcome, though you may harbor some doubts. It simply unfolded naturally. The Triwizard Tournament, a prestigious competition in Europe, is indeed a grand affair." Half an hour later, Mayway picked up the parchment and praised Rita. "You truly are the charming blonde, a first-rate journalist. Miss Skeeter's interview was splendid." Rita's face stiffened as she read the content on the parchment. The charming blonde, a top-notch journalist, Rita Skeeter, aged 43, brings us the latest authentic and moving report. Miss Mayway Lin is a lively and delightful girl, possessing thick, dark hair, bright brown eyes, and a charming smile. She evokes images of spring flowers, summer stars, autumn leaves, and cozy winter fires. Intelligent, healthy, and kind, she is one of Hogwarts' most outstanding students, reminiscent of the greatest white wizard, Albus Dumbledore, from a century ago. Undoubtedly, Miss Lin is the most suitable student to become a champion of Hogwarts, and there are no doubts about that. If there are any, let them be silenced. It was well written indeed. Mayway read it again, feeling grateful to Lockhart once more. Chapter 130. The competition begins. Rita's report was published. Aside from Mayway's praise, coerced through a confundus charm, the Beetle reporter, relentless as ever, appended a sensationalized gossip piece. During breakfast, the twins read it to her, one on each side. According to insiders, the beautiful Miss Lin had garnered numerous admirers at school, including the handsome Quidditch captain from her own house, Cedric. The twins exclaimed, jumping onto their chairs with a mock bow. It even included a certain talented young man from Slytherin. Across the long table, Raymond made a disgusted face, while Draco scoffed. Nonsense. Who would fancy her? Of course, there was also the infamous boy who lived. Harry stuffed a piece of pumpkin pie into his mouth, saying, "Mayway is quite the busy bee." Mayway, clearing her ears, asked, "Are you done yet?" "Almost," Fred declared loudly. Surprisingly, another champion from Germany seems quite smitten with her. Mayway burst into laughter, milk spraying from her mouth. What kind of magic did Miss Lin possess that so many suitors were drawn to her? As George finished the last paragraph, he said, "Let us wait and see." The Hufflepuff Badgers politely applauded, expressing their admiration for Miss Skeeter's prose. At the staff table, Professor McGonagall closed the newspaper, remarking, "It's hard to believe Miss Skeeter would produce such a report. I trust she must have conducted thorough research to write so well." Newt commented, removing a tiny glass vial from his pocket. Professor Sprout added, "Indeed, we Hufflepuffs have always been loyal companions. Haven't we, Mr. Scamander?" Newt smiled faintly. Only Professor Flitwick appeared displeased, flipping through the newspaper repeatedly, lamenting the absence of Ravenclaw representation. Professor Snape's expression was equally sour, seemingly wishing to exchange places with him. Dumbledore, however, raised his cup, sipping hot pumpkin juice, and remarked, "Youth is a splendid thing, with so many choices ahead." Rita's report was mere fluff and of little significance. The first event commenced. That morning, the entirety of Hogwarts buzzed with excitement as Harry, Ron, and Hermione squeezed in a crowd, speculating on what the event would entail. The twins handed them a sparrow badge, then asked, "Want a hat?" It cost us sickles. Harry immediately reached for his money, insisting, "We must support Mayway." Ron protested, "Why we have to pay?" The twins shrugged, "Don't look at your brothers like that. We only take half." "Give me one," someone behind said. Fred replied, "No problem. Badges are free. Headmaster Dumbledore?" Dumbledore pinned the badge to his chest. "Enough dilly-dallying, Mr. Weasley." Professor McGonagall hurried down. "Where is Miss Lin?" "Mr. Scamander has taken her into the Forbidden Forest." McGonagall sighed in relief. By the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Newt led Mayway into the tent. Bagman greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Scamander, you shouldn't be here. I'll explain to the other champions that Mr. Scamander will ensure your safety." Fleur nodded at him, a bit anxious. Mayway raised her hand. "Can we draw lots now?" "I'll wash my hands." Of course, Bagman reiterated the process for selecting dragons, then handed them the bag. "Let me think, ladies first." Leo appeared indifferent. Fleur graciously stepped aside. "You're the youngest." "Thank you." Without hesitation, Mayway exhaled into her palm and drew a slip. "Chinese Fireball, number 3. "Yay!" she exclaimed, jumping up. Then it was Fleur's turn. She drew the Welsh Green, number 2. Leo, the last, casually pulled out the Swedish Short Snout, number 1. Mayway took a seat, waiting for them to go first. Leo was the first to enter the arena. Within 5 minutes, gasps and chaos erupted, followed by the sound of footsteps. Soon, he returned, bloodied, with dragonhide boots leaving a trail of red. Fleur looked at him in horror as she stepped out, her feet unsteady. Outside, there were sporadic gasps and cheers, and after several minutes, a thunderous applause erupted, accompanied by whistling. Mayway stepped outside. A colossal crimson dragon lay in the arena, its massive body resembling a small volcano. Chapter 131, The Fire Dragon. The fireball is the only fire dragon from the east, strikingly distinctive in appearance. Its smooth scales are a vivid scarlet, adorned with a lion-like nose and a fringe of golden, tassel-like spines surrounding its nostrils with bulging eyes. This dragon is named for its ability to emit mushroom-shaped fireballs from its nostrils when provoked. Its weight ranges from 2 to 4 tons, with male fireballs typically larger than females. The eggs of the fireball are a vibrant deep red, speckled with golden dots, and are highly prized in the realm of Chinese wizardry, widely utilized. The fireball dragon, inherently combative, exhibits a notable tolerance for its kin compared to most fire dragons, occasionally even willing to share its territory with 1 or 2 others of its kind. While most mammals fall prey to the fireball's appetite, it harbors a particular fondness for swine and humans. Newt Scamander, from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, has provided Mevis with authentic and trustworthy insights drawn from his own experiences with the limited types of fire dragons that exist in the world. Upon drawing the Chinese fireball dragon, Mevis began devising a strategy to confront it. As she approached the arena and confirmed the identity of her opponent as a fireball dragon, she crouched low and concealed herself behind a rock. With a flick of her wand, she transformed a larger stone into a young fireball dragon. Grateful to the great Newt for the photographs of fireball hatchlings she had seen, Buckman exclaimed, "Oh, Merlin, what a splendid transfiguration. Undoubtedly advanced magic." Professor McGonagall straightened her robes, maintaining her dignified composure, her expression reserved. The temporarily transformed hatchling stumbled towards the fireball dragon, which, as noted in Newt's writings, exhibited remarkable patience towards its kin, particularly with this young one. As a newly minted mother dragon, it overflowed with maternal affection, despite being a stranger's offspring. It concernedly nudged its head towards the hatchling when it tumbled down. The hatchling, unable to rise from a pit it had fallen into, struggled to dig itself out. Initially, the mother dragon merely observed from her nest, but as the hatchling's struggles waned, anxiety overtook her, and she began to move her head restlessly, her bulging eyes fixed in a steady gaze. Yet, a large rock and several bushes obstructed her view, preventing her from assessing the hatchling's condition. Eventually, unable to contain her concern, she half sat up, stretching her neck to peer. At that moment, her focus shifted entirely from the golden egg. Mevis, having utilized the disillusionment charm to approach silently like a ghost, held her breath and swiftly cast a summoning charm. The golden egg soared into the air, landing gently in her arms as she cast a color change charm, rendering it camouflaged among the foliage. Simultaneously, she directed her wand at the stone by the nest, once again employing the Transfiguration charm to turn it into a golden egg. The mother dragon seemed to sense a surge of magic, turning her head warily, her large eyes scanning the surroundings, sparks flying from her nostrils. However, Mevis, seasoned from her years of nocturnal escapades, remained perfectly still. Just then, the hatchling made a noise, laboriously rising from the pit and puffing as it passed in front of the mother dragon. Her gaze was fixed on it, yet her forelegs clung tightly to the nest, guarding the golden egg. If the egg were to roll or float, it would undoubtedly alarm her. Thus, enveloped in a veil of mist, Mevis skillfully employed the spell. White mist gathered from all directions, gradually obscuring visibility. The mother dragon watched as the hatchling gradually disappeared into the haze, forlornly lowering herself. Yet never forgetting to secure her egg, the mist thickened to the point where even within half a meter, nothing was discernible. Only then did Mevis stealthily lift the camouflaged egg, tiptoeing away. At this moment, a fierce gust swept through the platform, dispersing the thick mist. Newt stood at the entrance, casting a concealment charm upon the mother dragon, which immediately shielded her eyes with a black cloth, her previously agitated demeanor calming into tranquility. Mevis raised the golden egg high towards the audience, forming a V shape with her fingers. Wow, this was Hogwarts' home ground, and nearly all the students leapt to their feet, erupting in ecstatic applause. Buckman proclaimed, "Absolutely spectacular. Miss Lynn has showcased her wisdom and bravery. We must note that Miss Lynn emerged unscathed, and so did the dragon. Marvelous." He clapped vigorously, declaring, "I shall award Miss Lynn a perfect score of 10. A more thunderous wave of applause followed. Mevis, Hufflepuff, Hogwarts. The cheers resonated through the air. Chapter 132, December. After exiting, Mevis learned from Newt about the scoring. Leo had won swiftly, earning a score of 10 from Karkaroff, yet he had harmed a fire dragon, resulting in Buckman awarding him only 9, Old Batty granting 7, Madame Maxime giving 8, and Dumbledore a mere 5. Excluding the highest and lowest scores, the average was 8. Fleur's hypnosis charm had also succeeded, though it singed her dress, leaving her somewhat disheveled, and her average score was likewise 8. Undoubtedly, Mevis's performance was the most impressive, as she had neither harmed the fire dragon nor sustained any injury herself. Buckman and Old Batty both awarded her 10, while Karkaroff begrudgingly gave her a 5 without reason. Madame Maxime rated her 8, and Dumbledore bestowed a 10. Ultimately, her score totaled 93, rounding to 9. For the time being, Mevis held the lead. Subsequently, Buckman informed them that the next event would take place on February 24th at 9 a.m., with the specifics contained within the golden egg. Mevis nodded nonchalantly, clutching the golden egg as she exited, where she encountered Rita Skeeter. Mevis greeted her with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "It's been so long since I last saw you. I am truly delighted to see you again today." Rita's hair appeared somewhat disheveled, the once lustrous golden strands lacking their former sheen, and her cheeks were gaunt, as if she had endured a harrowing ordeal. She managed a strained smile, saying, "Miss Lynn." Mevis, beaming, inquired, "May I see the article you wrote about me?" Rita flipped her hair back, asserting, "I shall faithfully report on your brave performance, Miss Lynn." "I eagerly anticipate it," Mevis replied, waving her hand dismissively as she allowed Rita to pass. After the first competition, December arrived swiftly. Professor McGonagall announced the details of the Christmas ball. Upon hearing that only students from the 4th year and above could participate, Harry and Ron exhaled in relief, grateful not to miss such a grand occasion. However, their expressions fell in unison when they learned that everyone required a dance partner. In contrast, the girls were abuzz with excitement, whispering amongst themselves, their eyes flitting from boy to boy, stifling giggles. The atmosphere among the students seemed to shift, becoming both peculiar and shy. This sentiment was limited to the younger years. Most 6th-year students, now approaching 17, were effectively young adults, and the notion of a dance partner seemed trivial. Wasn't it merely about finding a date? The issue arose in the common room when Betty, clutching a muffin, exclaimed to Mevis, "Our Mickey still doesn't have a boyfriend." Mevis retorted, "So?" Betty's eyes sparkled. "You absolutely must find yourself a boyfriend before the ball." Mevis, swallowing her food with difficulty, replied, "What is the difference between finding a date for the ball and growing wheat for cake? What do you plan to do then?" "A warrior must dance the opening dance," said Cass. Mevis, brimming with confidence, declared, "That's not a problem. I have a plan." "You're not considering asking a professor, are you?" Alice said skeptically. "That would be so embarrassing with Durmstrang and Beauxbaton students around." "Right, we can't lose to them," Betty encouraged. "You must outshine them." The Badgers chimed in. "You are the top scorer. We absolutely cannot lose." Mevis took a spoonful of ice cream and said indistinctly, "Don't worry, I have a plan." "You saying that only makes us more worried." December at Hogwarts became a battlefield for dance partners. Cheers and laughter echoed at every turn, while heartbreak lingered nearby. Everyone was brimming with energy. Mevis assisted Newt in concocting potions to heal that unfortunate fire dragon, eagerly anticipating Christmas, wondering what it would eat. Newt inquired, "Have you found a dance partner?" Mevis nodded emphatically. "Yes, I have some ideas." Newt tilted his head. "Really? I shall not allow anyone else to steal this spotlight." She vowed, "I shall prepare thoroughly." Newt inquired, "Do you need my assistance?" "That would be splendid," she replied. Mevis shyly retrieved a piece of paper from her pocket and smiled bashfully. "Could you help me select a dress?" Chapter 133. The Dance Partners. Everyone expressed immense curiosity regarding Mevis's choice of dance partner. Professor McGonagall was the first to stop her. "Miss Lynn, do you have a partner?" Mevis cheerfully responded, "Of course. I have it all sorted. I look forward to your performance on Christmas." McGonagall nodded, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Mevis flashed a large OK sign. However, as soon as the professor departed, her classmates gathered around in astonishment, chattering excitedly. "Goodness, Mevis, have you truly found a partner?" Mevis rolled her eyes dramatically. "Of course. I am a warrior, destined to perform the opening dance." "What do you mean with that tone? Do you doubt my ability to secure a partner?" "We are merely curious." Betty interjected, linking her arm with Mevis, her eyes glancing around. "Who is it? Who invited you?" Mevis proclaimed with conviction, "Is it something that can be disclosed? This is my strategy. What if it gets out and Leo and Fleur find out?" She made a valid point, yet the others insisted. "Leo has invited a Slytherin girl, and Fleur's partner is Roger Davies from Ravenclaw." Mevis was taken aback. "Huh? But that's fine," she replied, They clearly lack discretion. Perfect. This time the spotlight will surely be on me. Just wait for me to bring glory to the school. Her classmates abandoned their attempts to extract information from her and turned their gaze to Cedric. Is it you? Cedric glanced at Mevis and raised both hands. Not me. I haven't even had a chance. It must be one of the twins. Instantly, a new target emerged. During a charms class, the Weasley twins approached. Mevis, do you have a partner yet? Mevis replied, duh. What a pity, Fred remarked. We thought at least one of us could secure a partner. Mevis suggested. There's another set of twins in our school. Why not invite them? Then you can play the guessing game of who is with whom. Good idea. The twins high-fived each other. At lunchtime, they encountered Harry and his friends in the Great Hall. Ron was exclaiming loudly, impossible. Hermione, someone actually invited you? Mevis interjected. Why impossible? I bet he is a handsome fellow, right, Hermione? Hermione shook her head. Mevis, don't mind him, just wait and see, Ron. Ron was astonished. Harry, did she just call me Weasley? Harry simply laughed, offering no response. Ron and Mevis complained. Ever since he invited Cho to be his partner, it's been like this. Mate, you're utterly embarrassing. Harry was lost in his own joy. I'm going to write to Sirius. I have never attended a ball. Ron countered, what about me? Mevis pondered, why not try asking Lavender? She has been eyeing you. Ron glanced at Lavender, who immediately turned away, laughing with her friends. Mevis shrugged and found a place to sit and eat. After lunch, she noticed Dumbledore waving at her. Albus, she smiled, are you here to ask me about my partner? Dumbledore replied, it seems you have already made arrangements. Mevis affirmed, indeed, a partner is quite significant. Isn't it? I have found the most suitable candidate. He expressed a hint of regret. It seems you no longer require my advice. Mevis quickly found a way to seek his counsel. Perhaps you could assist me in choosing the color of my shoes and my hairstyle. I'm contemplating whether to dye it a different color. She produced a magazine from her pocket. This one, or this one. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, carefully examining each page before stating, your black hair is quite distinctive. I believe no alteration is necessary. What about my eyes? She raised her head, widening her eyelids. Muggles have a type of lens that can change my eye color. Brown is the color of the earth in candlelight, symbolizing inclusiveness and warmth. The elderly man gently patted her shoulder. That is your most remarkable quality, Mevis. You're already exceptional as you are. Mevis nodded vigorously, with Albus's assurance. I feel at ease. She reiterated, I shall prepare thoroughly. Dumbledore remarked, I eagerly anticipate that day. Christmas arrived in due course. Early in the morning, Mevis stealthily entered the room of requirement, clutching her chestnuts. It had transformed into a well-equipped dressing room, replete with mirrors, wash basins, and wardrobes. Mevis set down her witch's box and began to rummage through her belongings. The gifts from which weekly, ribbons acquired through card collections, badges won in raffles, and hairpins. The beautiful cufflinks given to her by Gilderoy Lockhart in gratitude for the Valentine's card she wrote him. A commemorative pin from Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration journal. Sparkling trinkets generously sponsored by Sniff Sniff. A comb purchased at a Muggle supermarket. A face mask gifted by Betty. A pen presented by the head of the orphanage. Okay, let the transformation begin. Mevis dove into her self-makeover. Chapter 134, The Ball. At 7 o'clock, the ball was about to commence. Harry donned the suit Sirius gifted him, and alongside Ron, who was also dressed in new attire, they stumbled into the common room like two clumsy ducks, playfully pushing each other. There, Ron met his dance partner, Lavender, while Harry hurriedly dashed to Ravenclaw Tower to fetch Cho. He was immensely excited for the day. Ron gazed at Hermione, who descended the stairs like a princess. He was utterly astonished. Hermione? Thank you, Ron, she replied, giving him a sidelong glance as she donned her gloves. Ron questioned, who is your partner? Hermione greeted others and turned to say, you'll find out soon enough. Indeed, as soon as Ron stepped outside, he spotted Crumb waiting at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. He extended his arm to Hermione, awkwardly complimenting in broken English. You look beautiful today. Thank you, Hermione responded, casting a glance at Lavender, whose expression was anything but pleasant as she tightly gripped Ron's arm. Ron remained oblivious, frowning as he said, Hey, Lavender, let go. Hermione rolled her eyes. See you in the hall. She and Crumb made their way ahead. We should get going, Ron urged, dragging Lavender along as they hurried to the hall's entrance. One by one, guests began to arrive. Harry linked arms with Cho, who was dressed in a cheap owl, and expressed admiration for Hermione's partner before turning to scan the room, spotting the Weasley twins and the Patil twins, whose combination was delightfully confusing. The stunning Fleur was undoubtedly the center of attention, her partner appearing both anxious and intimidated, prompting Ron to remark, he looks like a short beast that has wandered into a pigsty. Harry nearly burst into laughter. However, as more attendees arrived, they suddenly realized Mevis had yet to appear. Goodness, She was the warrior destined to perform the opening dance. Hermione grew anxious, scanning the room. At that moment, the doors swung open, and Professor McGonagall announced, "Warriors, come forward." Fleur and her partner were the first to step forward, their hands linked like a queen and her attendant. Next was Leo, clad in a black suit, who strolled in leisurely with a Slytherin girl whose name Harry could not recall. She followed Leo, both excited and fearful, resembling a newly appointed maid. "We should head inside." Ron patted Harry on the shoulder, reminding his good friend, "Mavis will arrive." Harry nodded, and alongside Ron and Hermione, they entered the Great Hall as ordinary students. Today, the hall resembled a winter wonderland. The ceiling sparkled with bright stars, and silver flakes cascaded from the walls, accumulating on the ground with a snowy sheen. Small round tables adorned with delicate vases emitted a soft, ethereal glow. Mistletoe hung high, and white flowers blossomed in every corner. "Wow!" Ron gasped in astonishment. Overwhelmed by the spectacle before him, they found a spot to sit, eagerly awaiting the entrance of the valiant warriors. The band on stage began to play a melodious tune as the grand doors swung open, revealing Professor McGonagall leading the champions into the hall. Following her were Fleur and Roger, Leo, and a Slytherin girl, and then they caught sight of a flash of red trailing closely behind. The girl was adorned in a white gown, delicately layered with sheer fabric that flared elegantly, the front of the skirt short while the back flowed long, revealing her lithe legs. The satin was artfully fashioned into a bow at her chest, a gradient of red that harmonized beautifully with her softly curled crimson hair. "Wait, red hair? Ginny." The three Weasleys present exclaimed in unison, calling out their sister's name. Ginny shot them a look of exasperation before they could utter another word. Their gaze shifted to her dance partner. Maeve sported a chic mid-length haircut, reminiscent of Snape's, with layers that framed her face and a particularly soft, glossy strand at her forehead, embodying both youthful vigor and feminine grace. She had opted not for a gown, but rather a white shirt, a brown waistcoat, and black trousers. Newt raised his teacup, remarking, "A nostalgic style." Dumbledore observed her with a hint of sorrow in his azure eyes. However, despite her refined appearance, Maeve added her own unique touches. Her cufflinks were exquisite crystals, a pen pinned to her chest, and her bow tie spelled out Hogwarts, while her polished shoes sparkled with charms. But who really cared? She linked arms with her junior, striding confidently into the hall, surveying her surroundings and feeling more astute than anyone else present. Now, what lay ahead? The next challenge, underwater rescue. The likelihood of needing to save her dance partner was high. Thus, selecting the right partner was half the battle won. Pray tell, what qualities should an ideal rescue target possess? Firstly, they must be light in weight, like Fleur's sister, thus ruling out all the boys, such as Cedric and the Weasley brothers. Wouldn't rescuing them cost her half her life? Pass. Secondly, they should ideally be a tad shorter than her. If too tall, how could she manage them underwater? Regrettably, this meant eliminating Betty, Hermione, and Cho as well. They were all far too tall, QVQ. With that, her options dwindled. Ginny was somewhat familiar to her, just barely shorter, and third years weren't allowed to attend the ball unless invited, so she would surely be willing to lend her assistance. Looking at it now, this choice seemed quite astute. Maeve waved at those around her, observing their expressions of shock, disbelief, or resignation, as she unveiled a radiant smile. Excellent. Everything was within her grasp. Next, it was time to vanquish her rivals and become the brightest star on the dance floor. Chapter 135. Transformation into a Beautiful Girl. The lanterns dimmed, the music began, and Professor McGonagall gave Maeve a knowing look, signaling that the champions and their partners were to commence the opening dance. Maeve nodded vigorously, linking arms with Ginny as they glided into the dance floor. They had practiced extensively and moved gracefully, their skirts swirling, clearly a sight to behold. Ginny was remarkable. Though only a third year, she showed no signs of hesitation, moving deftly without stepping on anyone's toes. Soon, others joined the throng of dancers. Oh, it was getting a bit crowded. Maeve and Ginny weaved through the crowd, eventually finding themselves beside Neville, who stood alone, looking rather forlorn. "If you don't mind." Ginny shrugged and gestured. "Absolutely no problem." Maeve released her, giving Neville a gentle nudge. He quickly approached Ginny, extending an inviting gesture. She placed her hand in his palm, and they seamlessly transitioned into the second piece of music. Meanwhile, Maeve bounced in place, secretly casting a slight enlargement charm on her dance shoes, which had been pinching her a bit. Then she surveyed the area, turning to Professor Trelawney, extending her hand. "Beautiful lady, would you care to dance with a champion of Hogwarts?" Professor Trelawney appeared somewhat taken aback. As the school's eccentric professor, no one had invited her to dance before. Professor Dumbledore was dancing with Professor McKinnon, Professor McGonagall with Professor Moody, and Professor Flitwick had invited Professor Sprout. Professor Snape? He sat in a corner, exuding an aura of do not approach. After a moment's hesitation, Professor Trelawney decided she could not refuse a student's invitation. Maeve led her into the dance floor. They twisted and turned through half a song, and Maeve devised another idea, moving to Professor Flitwick's side and loudly suggesting, "Professor, shall we swap partners?" Both Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout agreed. Maeve whisked away her head of house. The plump Professor Sprout swayed gracefully, as if slightly inebriated. "Lynn, regardless of whether you ultimately achieve victory, you're the pride of Hufflepuff." "Thank you, Head." When the music concluded, Maeve embraced her. The next dance, of course, was with Professor McGonagall. One must admit, Professor McGonagall's dancing was exceptional, her posture elegant, head held high, back straight, reminiscent of a noble lady from the last century. Maeve nearly stumbled, narrowly avoiding stepping on her feet. "You ought to practice a bit more," Professor McGonagall remarked. Maeve nodded vigorously, then quickly made her exit. After dancing 3 consecutive pieces, she felt a bit fatigued and plopped down beside a table for a drink. "Maeve," Fred joined her, giving her a thumbs up. "You really did it." Maeve tossed her hair playfully. "So, do I look stunning to you?" Fred replied, "I think, when everyone sees you with Ginny, they'll surely think the same." Maeve quipped, "Cool, right?" Which lower year student managed to sneak in? Fred spoke at lightning speed, then grabbed a drink, leaping over a chair in his way, disappearing into the crowd. Maeve felt like a pufferfish, fuming. Wasn't she striking enough? This was the attire of Professor Dumbledore in his youth. Unappreciated, she resolved to find a partner who could truly recognize her worth. "Jo, I'm me, Dassine." Maeve aimed for the girl in Cheapow. "Would you care to dance with me?" "You look absolutely adorable," Cho complimented, but with an apologetic expression added. "As you can see, someone has already invited me." She joined a Ravenclaw boy on the dance floor. Maeve had no choice but to shift her focus. Her dear Betty was dancing with Cedric, Hermione with Harry, Ginny had been whisked away by George, and Fleur was the center of attention, with a queue of boys vying for her attention. Feeling somewhat dejected, she angrily gnawed on a large apple. In the distance, Betty suggested, "Maeve's available. Shall we go over?" Cedric replied, "She'll surely say, dancing with me isn't the coolest thing anymore." "What a fool," Betty remarked about her friend, clearly the lovely girl herself. Cedric shrugged. Maeve bit into half an apple, determined not to give up, preparing for another round when Dumbledore approached. "Albus, shall we dance together?" she cheerfully proposed. Dumbledore smiled warmly, saying, "Of course, I would be delighted. But before that," he snapped his fingers. Silvery, soft light enveloped Maeve, transforming her stiff shirt and waistcoat into a flowing, soft cream satin gown, bright and gentle in hue. Then, vibrant green leaves adorned her shoulders, a vivid mistletoe sprouting forth, its tender green leaves charming yet not gaudy, its berries glistening like plump pearls, tinged with a hint of pink. Her severed long hair grew back, effortlessly coiling into an elegant bun, its rich dark brown hue harmonizing beautifully with her gown. Dumbledore removed the brooch from his robe and transformed it into a pearl crown, which he placed upon her head. Maeve lifted her gaze and spotted Leo standing a short distance away, his expression frigid, his eyes elongated and crimson, resembling that of a serpent. Miraculously, Maeve discerned his innermost thoughts. Dumbledore was bestowing a crown upon the victor. In that moment, they simultaneously declared to themselves, "I am the true winner." Chapter 136, The Debate. Successfully disguised, Maeve reclaimed the spotlight that rightfully belonged to her. Observe the gentle sheen of the satin, the sparkling brilliance of the sequins, and the gracious crown atop her head. She could seamlessly traverse into the set of XX Manor. Maeve danced with Dumbledore, ensuring equality in their partnership, sought out Professor Flitwick, and shared half a tune with Newt and Hagrid, before succumbing to exhaustion and abandoning her aspirations of dancing with the handsome lads. "Enough. I am utterly fatigued," Maeve declared, making her exit with the grace of a distressed bird. It was her roommates who assisted her back to bed. "My feet no longer feel like my own." Maeve stared blankly at the ceiling. "I need some white fresh." Her roommates expressed their inability to help, equally drained and sprawled across their beds. "I'm so tired. I could devour an entire cow." "I think my foot is twisted," Alice lamented. "That foolish Jim stepped on me multiple times." Maeve fumbled under her pillow for her wand, weakly uttering, "Heal as before." The pain dissipated, and Alice joyfully descended from her bed. "Thank you, my dear Maeve." "Here, have a sip of water." Maeve feebly replied, "I am parched. A spring of pure water will be delightful." Alice seated herself at the desk, indignantly pulling out paper and pen. "I shall break up with that silly boy." Betty chimed in, "This semester, you have already switched boyfriends twice." Alice retorted, "Fear not, I shall soon find a third." Betty rolled her eyes and turned to Maeve on the adjacent bed. Maeve, what are you pondering? Maeve replied, wondering why I lack a romantic love story. My dear, because you are still in a fairy tale, she said. Maeve scoffed, as if you were not. Enough bickering. You all are entrenched in a tale of heroes vanquishing the Dark Lord. The Christmas ball had drained the students' vitality. In the following days, everyone appeared listless, with fewer snowball fights in the courtyard. Maeve needed to prepare for the upcoming match, borrowing books from the library and seeking a quiet classroom to practice. However, the ball seemed to have sparked numerous romantic connections, as several classrooms were occupied with young couples entwined in passionate kisses. Excuse me, my apologies for intruding. Please continue. Eventually, she stumbled upon a familiar, yet unfamiliar classroom. Upon entering, she found someone inside. Maeve instinctively reached for the door to retreat, but, upon closer inspection, realized it was another solitary figure. Ah, Leo, she remarked, deciding to stay and survey the room. The classroom, albeit aged, was impeccably clean, filled with the scent of dust. Furnished with a sofa, carpet, and fireplace. What brings you here? Leo replied. Do you know what this place once was? Maeve certainly did. What place? The First Club. He shrugged. You probably haven't heard of that name. Maeve retorted, do not underestimate me. I have indeed heard of it. The Dark Lord's former club. Perhaps the precursor to the Death Eaters? Leo remarked. It seems you possess a keen interest in the Dark Lord. Maeve candidly stated. We both hail from orphanages and share similar experiences. Hence, I am curious as to why he chose to become the Dark Lord. Why do you refer to him as the Dark Lord? Leo inquired with intrigue. To my knowledge, only the Death Eaters and pureblood families address him thus. Dumbledore's people call him the Mysterious Man. Maeve contemplated before responding. There is no particular reason. I have another name for him, but regrettably, he remains unaware. Leo questioned. What is it? Senior, she replied. If we were contemporaries, perhaps we would have been friends. Leo coldly asserted. The Dark Lord has no friends. Wow, Maeve said, slightly exaggerated. I expected you to say that the Dark Lord does not require friends. Leo stated, love can render one weak. That is a vulnerability. And hate? She queried. Does it not empower? Leo replied. Hate is a more intense emotion, a more formidable magic. We easily abandon a person, but find it exceedingly difficult to forgive them. Do we not? Indeed, she agreed. He gazed at Maeve. You believe Dumbledore loves you, but such love is fragile. If faced with a choice between you and the boy who lived, would he choose you? Maeve shrugged, honestly admitting I do not know. While in Germany, I heard tales of his past. Leo moved to the fireplace, settling into the solitary armchair, his arms crossed. Dumbledore professes that love is the most powerful magic. If so, he cannot be the greatest wizard. Chapter 137, Fate. Under the moonlight, with stars sparse and snow blanketing the ground, Maeve navigated her way through the night. Her destination was the tower, and upon reaching the top, she was unsurprised to find Leo standing beneath the clock. She approached him, gazing outward from their vantage point, taking in the vista of the Black Lake and Forbidden Forest. How fortuitous, she remarked. You two indulge in nocturnal strolls. Leo looked at her. How did you come to know this place? Maeve countered, I am indeed a student of Hogwarts. How could you possibly know this location? He replied, someone informed me. You seem to have many friends, Maeve subtly implied. Do you not think that from this height, all of Hogwarts lies beneath your feet? Maeve responded, no. He smirked, a hint of derision evident. I feel as though I am seated upon a giant's shoulders. Have you ever experienced such a sensation? Being hoisted onto your father's shoulders to survey the surroundings. Every vista laid before you? Leo's expression soured, his tone icy. Is that so? I was unaware you had a father. I do not, she chuckled, which is why I indulge in such fantasies. Silly fantasies. Leo's voice was laced with indifferent coldness. If you wish to see further, you must ascend higher, perhaps even soar. Until one flees from death? She inquired. Fleeing from death, he echoed. That is the grandeur of a wizard. Maeve responded, the immortal Nicholas ultimately chose death. Leo retorted, foolish. Then, as if casually, he questioned, what became of the Philosopher's Stone? I attended alchemy class today. The teacher mentioned there are 3 stones imbued with magic, yet I only know of the Resurrection Stone and the Philosopher's Stone. What is the third? She countered. Leo answered, the Stone of Destiny. Curious, Maeve asked, the Resurrection Stone brings the dead back to life. The Philosopher's Stone grants immortality. What purpose does the Stone of Destiny serve? He replied, to see fate, alter fate, and master fate. She pondered. How do you know this so well? It's a collection of the Capet family, Leo stated nonchalantly. Old Capet was a saint. Are you familiar with saints? Maeve responded, the first Dark Lord's followers. Correct, Leo continued. It is something Grindelwald sought after. To my knowledge, both he and Dumbledore wished to alter a certain fate. Ah, you refer to the Blood Oath? She suddenly became interested. Can the Stone of Destiny change the constraints that prevent them from harming one another? Leo hesitated, his demeanor shifting to one of caution, yet his tone remained casual. As if an idle conversation. How would I know? Maeve displayed a look of disappointment. I had assumed you knew everything. Snowflakes began to fall. Hogwarts lay in profound silence. In the headmaster's office, the fireplace crackled with a fierce flame, casting warmth throughout the room. Dumbledore and Snape were engaged in a conversation. Snape, Dumbledore, you must provide me with an explanation. This is perilous. Why? Dumbledore, I have reason to believe that he will exercise restraint until he achieves his aims. Severus, I have always kept a watchful eye on him. Snape, your favored student appears to be taking advantage of this, acting with impunity. Dumbledore, I do not deem this a fair assessment of Meg. She is fully aware of her actions. Snape, pardon your professor for being even more ignorant than an underage wizard. Dumbledore, she wishes to understand her adversary. Severus, she is unlike us. In our youth, we were beguiled by certain forces that led us to make erroneous choices. Snape, many adult wizards can be ensnared by him. Are you certain, Dumbledore? Indeed. I do not deny it. Yet this time, rather than manipulation, it seems more akin to validation. They have chosen entirely different paths, each striving to prove themselves right. Snape, fate, Dumbledore. Yes, fate is quite extraordinary. Once a person gazes in a fate, they become ensnared by its grasp. Snape, that dreadful prophecy. Dumbledore, Severus. We both know that prophecies are about choice. He chose Harry. Snape fell silent. After a moment, he asked, Tell me, Dumbledore, can fate be altered? Dumbledore pondered for a long while. I believe it is akin to prophecy. When people disbelieve, it holds no power. Only through belief and subsequent choices can prophecy be fulfilled. He emphasized, fate operates similarly. Those who glimpse in a fate cannot alter it, for they are entwined by its chains until the final moment arrives. Snape inquired, Is he the only one? This time, it was Dumbledore who fell silent. The logs in the fireplace erupted with a crisp crackle, sending sparks onto the carpet, leaving small blackened spots. No, Dumbledore struggled to articulate. There are two. Chapter 138, the second task. We have taken your most cherished possession. You have but 1 hour to seek and reclaim what you have lost. On the morning of February 24th, Mavis hummed a little tune as she arrived punctually at the competition venue at 9 o'clock. She was thoroughly prepared. That morning, she had breakfast with Betty, while Cedric sat across from her, handing her a cup of hot chocolate to ease her nerves. Harry, Ron, and the Weasley twins all wished her well, hoping she would vanquish Leo and claim the tournament's crown. With no one missing, it could only be Ginny who had transformed into a treasure. I'm truly clever, Mavis thought to herself as she followed the crowd to the edge of the Black Lake. Before her lay a sea of dark heads. Fleur, clad in the blue robe of Beauxbatons and matching swimsuit, her silver hair elegantly styled in a bun, looked as beautiful as a swan. She greeted Mavis nervously, hugging the little girl beside her. Mavis casually remarked, Hello, Fleur, hello, Gabrielle, wait. Why is Fleur's sister here? Mr. Buckman enthusiastically announced. Miss Lynn, hello, oh. The third student has arrived. Leo had also arrived, his expression calm, even hinting at impatience. Mavis scratched her head and scanned the crowd. Students gathered to watch the competition. The stands packed to the brim. Hufflepuff students had crafted large banners, raised high in support. She waved at her friends. Are you ready? Old Crouch asked them, receiving a unanimous affirmative. Mr. Buckman waved his wand, saying, Champions, please line up here. Excellent. Allow me to inform everyone that yes, the second task will take place underwater, and the champions will face an astonishing challenge. Mavis did not heed his incessant chatter, her gaze fixated on the red-haired girl beside the twins. Oh my, it's Ginny. For safety reasons, this competition would be officiated by Mr. Scamander. Buckman gestured toward the lake's edge, as Newt gracefully yet deliberately ascended the wide-leaved bulrush, settling himself atop the back of the water creature. Mavis, I trust you are prepared. Buckman winked at them, adding, let me remind you, not all magical creatures are suited to remain underwater, and your time is limited. What? Magical creatures? A thunderclap of realization struck Mavis, leaving her stunned as she looked at Dumbledore. Despite Newt's presence, why had the task of rescuing hostages transformed into a rescue of magical creatures? This was absurd. The chestnut was a cat. Was it humane to send a cat into the water? The elder turned to converse with Madame Maxime and Karkaroff. Perhaps we need to offer the children some encouragement. He approached Mavis and patted her shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. Madame Maxime signaled to Fleur. Face it calmly. The situation is not dire. you still have a chance. Gabrielle whispered, don't fret, Nemo is a Ramora. Mavis felt a wave of despair wash over her. A Ramora is a silvery fish found in the Indian Ocean. Karkaroff directly addressed Leo. We are bound to succeed. Leo replied flatly, of course I will not fail. Mavis glared at him, then, as if understanding something, turned to look at Dumbledore. Newt is here, Dumbledore assured. I believe this will not be a challenge for you. Mavis responded, I know. She had an inkling of why the treasure had transformed into a chestnut. It was evident that Leo's treasure was none other than Nagini. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Buckman blew his whistle. Mavis stepped into the water, plunging down with a splash. Simultaneously, a massive bubble enveloped her head like a giant oxygen tank. She flailed her arms and legs, adjusting to the buoyancy, feeling powerless, and resorted to using her wand to transform her feet into web flippers. This made movement considerably easier. Yet Mavis felt no relief. Her beloved chestnut was being eyed hungrily by mermaids, while she could not rush to its rescue. For she had a more pressing task, to delay Leo, or rather, Dear Tom, to give Newt ample time to deal with Nagini. This was the last remaining Horcrux. Chapter 139, A Skirmish. The bubblehead charm allowed her to breathe underwater, albeit with a persistent acrid taste. Inhaling too deeply could cause her to swallow the bubble. As Mavis gasped like a dog, she searched for Tom's whereabouts. She could not see him. That boy was far too swift. Frustrated, she kicked her legs and swam forward, at last catching a glimpse of a slender figure. Ethereal and enchanting, with silvery seaweed hair, beautiful as a siren. It was Fleur. Forgive me, my dear, Mavis thought, pulling out her wand and delivering a sudden, stunning spell. Fleur sensed the change in the water's flow and attempted to evade, but 2 Grindylows seized her ankles. The red light struck her forehead, knocking her out without a doubt. Mavis intended to send her upwards when suddenly the water rippled, and a mass of seaweed emerged, clutching the sinking Fleur. Newt appeared from beneath his bulrush cloak, patting the creature's neck. The water creature surged up, tossing Fleur into the air. Another Newt waved his wand, catching her. Mavis released a large bubble of air. Look at what she had discovered. A time turner. Newt pointed in a direction. Mavis understood and switched to a dog paddle. This time, she finally spotted Tom's trail. Falling into a stupor, a beam of crimson light shot forth. Yet, upon encountering an unseen barrier, it was abruptly thwarted. Leo, or rather Tom Riddle, turned around. His elongated form suspended in the water, a dense shield of delicate, transparent bubbles enveloping him like a grand cocoon. From a distance of 100 paces, Maeve observed 3 ice-blue blocks of ice floating nearby, each encasing a cat, a snake, and a fish. Is this reasonable? She fumed internally, lamenting Albus's lack of adaptability. Why was her prize not a dog? If it had been a dog, they could have executed a clever ambush. But alas, the creature within was indeed a cat. Swiftly, she invoked a binding spell, and a rope erupted from the tip of her wand, hurtling toward Tom with remarkable speed. His lips twitched, and in an instant, the rope ignited, disintegrating into fine ash beneath the water. Seeking death, he thought. The myriad bubbles seemed to create an isolated space, and as Tom spoke, his words emerged crystal clear, unencumbered by the surrounding bubbles. Maeve resolutely altered her strategy, directing her wand outward. Thunderous explosion. The aquatic vegetation erupted, setting the lake's waters into a swirling tempest, sending waves that forcefully propelled both combatants away. A flicker of irritation crossed Tom's face. He had initially intended to smuggle Nagini into Hogwarts, hiding her within the Forbidden Forest, but this year's inspections at Hogwarts were exceptionally stringent. Not only did the dim-witted giant patrol the area, but also that old Cadre commander. To avoid Albus's scrutiny, he had employed the Imperieuse curse on Buckman, persuading him that the second treasure need not be a human, but rather a magical creature cherished by a brave soul. As expected, Newt's commander readily acquiesced. Albus harbored no suspicions, foolish chuflipoofs. Yet during the competition, Albus would inspect the magical creatures, and Tom dared not take risks. Thus, the one encased in ice was merely an ordinary python. Tom had to locate the Nagini smuggled into the Black Lake by Buckman, ensure her disguise was sufficient, and successfully rescue her. Albus would not concern himself with a scrutinized snake. In Tom's intricate scheme, she played an exceedingly pivotal role. However, before that, he needed to dispose of that damned false snake. The obstacles were formidable. With the force of the waves propelling him, he successfully cast a barrier spell. Maeve was nearly toppled, gasping for air. Yet, the resistance of the water was significantly greater than that of air, and she swiftly regained her footing, launching a counterattack. The water was disturbed by an invisible hand, forming a massive cocoon that ensnared Tom entirely. An overwhelming surge of water pressed inward, causing bubbles to rupture at an alarming rate as the protective shield was breached. Tom silently moved his lips. A sharp blade sliced through skin, and Maeve felt a sharp pain in her cheek. It was as though she were bound by fishing line, the thin yet resilient strands cutting into her flesh. Armored in spells, she hastily cast the shield charm in the latter half of her incantation. The disadvantages of combat underwater became evident once her opponent employed a silent spell. She would only realize his actions after the spell took effect. Luckily, she was not alone in this battle. The scent of blood attracted the merfolk. They surged into the fray, forcibly separating the two students. Maeve observed the merfolk. Their iron-gray skin and green hair made them towering and robust. Their forms dwarfing the two students, armed with stone-tipped spears, they eyed them with predatory intent. "You shall not harm one another," they warned. A green light flickered at the tip of Tom's wand, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. He did not wish to reveal himself just yet. Maeve, more resolutely than he, stowed her wand and swiftly swam toward the python. Tom, with his long limbs, outpaced her effortlessly. He had devised a new plan: feign the rescue of the python, then switch it out later. As long as his speed was sufficient, everything would fall into place. Maeve thought, now is the moment. She kicked off hard, leaping like a frog, and clung tightly to his back. Tom glared at her fiercely, mouthing the words, "You seek death." Maeve lowered her head and delivered a forceful headbutt. Tom evaded, grasping her throat. Maeve twisted his hand free and bit down fiercely. The merfolk formed a circle, watching their tussle. Chapter 140, Beneath the Water. Tom Riddle had not engaged in a bare-knuckle fight for quite some time. In the past years, he had grown accustomed to wielding his violet wand, executing the most intricate spells with finesse, preferably those of the dark arts. He relished the cruelty, savagery, and terror of dark magic, watching the weak weep and plead for mercy, seeing them flee in desperation, filled him with a profound delight, a superior pleasure derived from controlling the fates of others. However, this brutish combat transported him back to the wretched wolves' orphanage. There were always some forgetful ruffians who enjoyed shoving him around with their brawny limbs and dim-witted brains. Tom had once been pushed down the stairs, but upon landing, he floated up unharmed, causing his assailants to tremble in fear and utter nonsense. It was then he first sensed the wonder of magic. No matter how powerful a muggle, they were but inept beneath a wizard's hand. Tom yearned for immense power, disdainful of weakness. Yet, both had manifested in his life twice, once in childhood, and once after losing his body, each lasting 11 interminable years. 11 was the number Tom despised most, a harbinger of misfortune. He spent a long time trying to erase those unpleasant memories, but at this moment, they resurfaced. Billy Stubbs, Amy Benson, Dennis Bishop. The wretched recollections ignited his fury. He abruptly opened his palm, and his wand, which had sunk to the lake's bottom, seemed to respond to his call, shooting up towards his grasp. Maeve sensed his intention and gripped his hand tightly, her strength so fierce that one might wonder if she intended to snap his fingers. Bubbles escaped her lips as she twisted, wrapping her arms around his right arm while her legs kicked at his left hand. Fortunately, they were underwater, otherwise, such acrobatics would have been impossible on land. "I will kill you," he snarled, his face contorted, his voice cutting through the water's surface and reverberating in her ears. "Coward," Maeve retorted. Their wands floated nearby, attempting to draw closer, only to be pushed away again. Tom seized her by the collar, pulling her back with force. The collar constricted around Maeve's neck, depriving her of breath as he yanked her away. Damn it, I should have used gillyweed. The bubblehead charm required mouth and nose. Had she used gills, he would have been a loss. She fumed internally, her speed undeterred, and, as she pushed away, she grasped her wand. Tom raised his wand and swung it forcefully. The pent-up fury erupted amidst the tumultuous waters. The merfolk were stunned by the piercing shriek, reeling and scattering away as the waves surged like an earthquake, creating a colossal tide. Maeve was left dumbfounded. Was it reasonable to summon a tsunami in a lake? Time for complaints would have to wait. The waves transformed into a massive water serpent, its enormous head swaying as it lunged toward her. An orb of water. The lake's waters, drawn by magic, instantaneously morphed into an invisible prison, firmly restraining the serpent's movements. The water serpent thrashed, colliding with the prison's boundaries. The barrier erupted into a flurry of tiny bubbles. Maeve gritted her teeth, holding firm as her wand traced a gentle arc, new water filling the gaps, mending the fractures. Tom let out a cold laugh. The water serpent raised its head, flicking its tongue and shrieking, and in the next moment, the water surrounding its neck dispersed. giving rise to 2 new serpent heads. All 3 heads launched a simultaneous attack on the prison's barrier, nearly shattering it in an instant. Maywis held her breath, her heart soaring at the sight of the numerous stones, aquatic plants, and corals surrounding her. A delicate mist seemed to rise from the ice blocks encasing her frozen pets, filling her with uncontainable joy. Previously, in her effort to display her treasures clearly, the ice blocks had been entirely transparent, devoid of any fog. She could swear to it. Without hesitation, she raised her wand and aimed at them. Confringo. In an instant, the underwater scene erupted like a detonation site, with stones shattering first, and corals and aquatic plants transforming into clouds of dust amid the colossal explosion. The earth burst open, and flames roared beneath the water. Through the thick haze, Maywis caught a glimpse of Tom's astonished face. The 3 water serpents abandoned their pursuit of her, diving into the explosion site. Yet, such a grand explosion was impervious to water. Even for the serpents that had evolved from it, they could not maintain their form amidst the violent upheaval. Protego. Maywis frantically cast protective spells around herself, yet the pain in her eardrums and the dizziness that threatened to overwhelm her persisted. At this juncture, she and Tom were already quite distant from one another. An invisible figure glided beside her and tugged at her. Maywis was engulfed in a buzzing sound, unable to hear anything, and she could only gesture. Quickly, a suitcase materialized in the water and vanished just as swiftly. Maywis felt a wave of relief. The invisibility cloak. The time turner, Newt's suitcase, these buffs stacked together. How could she possibly fail? But she felt nauseous. Her brain lost its balance amidst the aftershocks, her stomach roiling violently. It was over. Breakfast threatened to rise in her throat. Help! I'm gonna be sick in the water. Chapter 141. Cause and Effect. Not wanting to swim in her own vomit, Maywis struggled to hold it in until Newt rescued her from the water creature. Ugh! She heaved onto the creature. The water creature. Sigh. Newt promptly calmed the rampaging beast and brought her to the shore. The crowd gathered by the Black Lake had been dispersed, leaving behind a vast expanse of mud battered by waves. Dumbledore stood at the forefront, extending a hand to steady the staggering Maywis. Simultaneously, the waters of the Black Lake parted, and Tom emerged, water dripping from his hair like a specter risen from the depths. He fixed a piercing gaze on Maywis. I will forever remember this day. Maywis patted her ears and shouted, I'm deaf. I can't hear you. What did you say? Tom sneered coldly and inquired of Buckman, where are my pets? Buckman glanced at Old Batty and Dumbledore. Dumbledore replied, I cast protective spells on them, but now. He turned to Newt. What is the situation in the lake? Very bad. Newt rolled up his sleeves. The mermaids are frightened. We need some time to calm them. Dumbledore said, Mr. Capet, it seems you will have to wait for a while. Rest assured, they will not be harmed. I trust Newt will bring them back. Tom's expression darkened considerably. The Black Lake was a forbidden area of Hogwarts, home to many magical creatures, with mermaids being just one of them. He had heard tales of even more secretive races dwelling beneath the lake, guardians left by the 4 founders. Had it not been for this, he would not have hidden Nagini here. But now, thwarting Dumbledore's plans had become a source of his own torment. Another setback. This made Tom glance once more at Maywis. Every success she achieved led to his failure. They stood at opposite ends of fate, one weak, the other strong, with only one destined for victory. He loathed fate, for it was beyond control. The second task saw Fleur eliminated early, while Maywis and Leo failed to complete it within the time limit, collectively scoring 0. A futile endeavor. Maywis received concern and inquiries from her classmates. They animatedly described the scene at the shore when suddenly, a massive wave surged from the lake. Dumbledore cast an impressive shield spell, perfectly blocking the impact of the wave, sending it crashing back into the lake. Maywis remarked, no wonder it shook so violently. Then, many previously unseen magical creatures surfaced, including a giant squid. Unfortunately, no one got a good look before they were driven away, leaving the younger students excitedly exclaiming, so there really are squids that eat people. Maywis, of course, did not divulge what had transpired, vaguely stating, Leo and I were fighting. We might have disturbed some magical creature that threw us out. This explanation was deemed reasonable, and everyone accepted it. After crafting excuses to appease her friends, Maywis had to report to the infirmary. After lying in the ward for an entire afternoon, as evening approached, Dumbledore finally arrived. I suspect you have many questions for me. Maywis sat up and complained. You tell me nothing. I have to deduce everything myself. I believe you can comprehend it all, Dumbledore replied, winking and offering her a delectable chocolate as an apology. Maywis unwrapped the candy and, with chocolate in her mouth, asked why. Because of the Stone of Destiny. The old man explained slowly, I trust you have heard this name in your alchemy class. Yes, it seems quite magical, she responded curiously. Fate and prophecy are the most challenging enigmas in the world. Wizards yearn to glimpse the future, hence the existence of prophecies. Upon learning of prophecies, they strive to alter their destinies, Dumbledore continued. But as far as I know, no one has ever succeeded. Maywis raised her hand. What does this have to do with the tournament? Tom has already obtained the Stone of Destiny, the old man replied, through this artifact. He can see his own destiny line, and you share the same line with him. Maywis vigorously tore open a chip bag and candidly said, I can hardly imagine that scenario. Is it like everyone has an ID floating above their heads, datafied like a game, or vast, indecipherable codes, akin to the Matrix? Maggie, what Tom sees is inconsequential. Dumbledore observed her intently. What is certain is that those who pry into their destinies are more easily ensnared by the threads of fate. This is the reason I kept this from you. Maywis, you have seen too much, he stated. She was taken aback. Maggie, Dumbledore emphasized. Ever since you brought Peter before me, I knew you were a child favored by Merlin. And for my own selfish reasons, I must admit, I anticipated that you would bring more good news, neglecting the potential costs you might incur. Maywis doubted that her concussion had not yet healed, feeling a bit dizzy. She collected her thoughts. Have I seen too many futures? Hard to argue. Those who have read the entire book certainly have a comprehensive understanding of everyone's destinies. Am I also ensnared by the threads of fate? This seems somewhat logical. Resolving Peter, exposing Quirrell, stopping the Dark Lord from stealing unicorn blood, intercepting the diary, uncovering the crown, stealing the goblet, becoming a champion of the Triwizard Tournament. These were originally stories belonging to others. Harry's, Ginny's, Sirius's, Cedric's. They were their futures. She altered the destinies of others, so the fate lines that were originally theirs fell upon her, leading her step by step to the present and the eventual confrontation with Tom. So-called destiny is merely cause and effect. I'm pretty cool too. Maywis couldn't help but munch on a chip. But Albus, I have no idea what Tom intends to do. Tom has chosen the Goblet of Fire, Dumbledore stated. This is his answer. Maywis lifted her head. Everything will conclude at the Goblet of Fire. Chapter 142, Behind the Scenes. When Dumbledore returned to his office, Newt and Aberforth were already waiting for him. You've worked hard. Gazing at the now older Newt Scamander, Dumbledore felt a twinge of guilt. What was the outcome? Newt gently patted his suitcase, softly responding, They are all here. Dumbledore nodded slowly. When Bagman proposed to replace the treasures with magical creatures, they realized that the director of the Department of Magical Games and Sports might have encountered some minor issues. After some contemplation, he ultimately acquiesced to the suggestion. For Leo's magical creature was likely the newly crafted Horcrux, Nagini, which had been fashioned shortly before the World Cup. Although the colossal serpent, delivered as a treasure, was indeed formidable, it was not her. It stands to reason. Nagini had been in Tom's proximity for far too long, making it nearly impossible for her to go undetected. Moreover, she bore a blood curse that rendered her incapable of utilizing her transfiguration abilities over an extended period. In other words, she might have been smuggled in, but could not remain concealed for long. Hagrid had inquired among the inhabitants of the Forbidden Forest, who reported no anomalies. Thus, within the vast expanse of Hogwarts, the only place left to evade scrutiny was the Black Lake. Dumbledore speculated that Tom might brazenly reveal Nagini during the competition, a notion that aligned perfectly with his character. Having anticipated this, the plan became exceedingly straightforward, to seize Nagini before Tom made the switch. Newt emerged as the most suitable candidate. Officially, he would serve as a referee on the shore, yet he would utilize a time turner to return 3 hours prior and lay in ambush beneath the water. To obscure Tom's perception, they borrowed the invisibility cloak from the Potter household. Naturally, executing the switch would require someone to disrupt Tom's movements. Plan A involved Aberforth. Plan B included Newt's favored Nundu. Maeve was designated as Plan C, and Newt concurred with Dumbledore's strategy, advocating for minimal information leakage to allow events to unfold naturally. However, their brave companion excelled beyond expectations. Upon learning that the treasure was a magical creature, she almost instantly deduced it was Nagini. Not only that, but through the subtle synergy of the trio, she detonated the scene after Newt succeeded. Aberforth's sole task transformed into escorting the unfortunate creatures, Chestnut and Nemo. Liz was of immense significance to Maeve. Dumbledore relayed a message from his long-absent brother. She asked me to request your care for a while. Aberforth had long neglected his elder brother. Had it not been for the urgency of the mission, he would not have acquiesced. Fine, he coldly replied. But I cannot guarantee I'll take good care of this little creature. Dumbledore exchanged a glance with Newt, momentarily lost in reminiscence of their youthful days, fraught with entangled love and animosity. Yet, Dumbledore smiled faintly, his countenance embodying an unprecedented tranquility. "Thank you, Aberforth." He lowered his head, his frail hand supporting the edge of the table, cautiously inquiring, "Is there any possibility of saving Nagini?" A glimmer of sorrow flickered in Newt's eyes. "I fear not." Dumbledore's expression betrayed a profound disappointment and anguish. Yet Aberforth did not mock his feigned sorrow. They had both witnessed the girl ensnared by the blood curse. A friend of Credence, who once shared a bond of mutual hardship. Regrettably, Credence had perished early, and the whereabouts of the girl, consumed by the blood curse, led her to ultimately transform into a true serpent. She no longer remembered her past or her friends and had irrevocably become a tool of Voldemort's will. After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore spoke. "Newt, you have accomplished all that a friend could possibly do. The remaining matters are best left to others." Newt parted his lips, seemingly on the verge of speech. Yet in the end, he merely caressed the suitcase, its ancient leather warm to the touch, reminiscent of time slipping away. "She was a good girl," Newt remarked. "Wasn't she, Aberforth?" "Indeed," Dumbledore responded. "We all know this truth." Newt sighed softly. He slowly, deliberately opened his suitcase, leaving it atop the headmaster's desk, and then turned to depart. Aberforth followed suit. The headmaster's office returned to silence as Dumbledore appeared burdened, gradually sinking into his chair. He gazed at the suitcase, aware that it bore the weight of trust. As a leader, he possessed more than mere respect and admiration from others. He also bore the weight of all sins. The souls of the deceased pressed heavily upon his heart, transforming into an indelible sense of guilt. The elderly man adjusted his half-moon spectacles, calmly accepting this outcome. With a flick of his wand, the Phoenix Patronus soared into the cellar. 10 minutes later, Snape appeared at the door of the headmaster's office. "I hope you bring good news," he said warily. Dumbledore pondered. "I recall you once acquired a vial of venom. Perhaps you have concocted an antidote?" Snape cast a glance at the suitcase, his body instinctively tensing. "That is indeed the case." "Take it," Dumbledore murmured. "Let's find a quiet place." Chapter 143, Life Indeed. Maeve reported to the infirmary, where a potion healed her bruises from the scuffle. And then she tidied herself to return to the common room. In contrast to the raucous celebration following the first event, today's Badgers maintained a sense of restraint, likely due to their concern for her despite not winning. They offered her a few words of comfort before returning to their own affairs. After all, 5th years had exams, 7th years had exams, and 6th years were preoccupied with romance and essays. The tale of the brave was merely an embellishment of life, not its entirety. Maeve exchanged a few words with her roommates before gathering her belongings to head to the prefect's bathroom. "I smell of the Black Lake's algae," she complained as she climbed the stairs to the 6th floor. Filling the bath with bath salts, Maeve stripped off her clothing and, clad in her swimsuit, dove in with a splash. A cascade of bubbles erupted from the bottom of the tub, buoying her up. Maeve spread her arms and legs, transforming into a floating star atop the water's surface. She yawned, gazing dreamily at the starry ceiling, inadvertently recalling the conversations of the afternoon. To be honest, Dumbledore's words did not instill fear within her. Rather, upon learning that everything could conclude after the Goblet of Fire, she felt an invigorating thrill. After all, every story must reach a grand finale. An exquisite and satisfying conclusion is far superior to the endless seasons of mediocre sequels. Though the cost of this ending might be her own life, Maeve had already mentally prepared herself. She felt little trepidation regarding death, nor did she harbor significant regrets. The saga of Harry Potter culminated at King's Cross Station, in the moment Voldemort perished. The subsequent 19 years merely echoed with a lingering resonance, inviting reflection. She had no concept of these 19 years, and thus was indifferent to whether she survived to witness the final curtain. In this lifetime, amidst the long yet fleeting span of 17 years, being able to become a witch, study at Hogwarts, save those deserving of salvation, and ultimately vanquish the Dark Lord, concluding with flair, was already a remarkably complete narrative in Maeve's heart. Life, after all, resembles a game. Unlocking achievements is paramount, while duration is of little consequence. Completing the first playthrough was immensely satisfying. Maeve unknowingly waved her arms, spinning in the bath, before resuming her previous position. Strangely enough, the sensation of floating on the water bore an uncanny resemblance to the instant of death, as if her soul were departing her cumbersome body, drifting into an enigmatic realm. The last sentence was merely conjecture. When she perished in her previous life, she only felt her body growing lighter, pain dissipating, breaths becoming shallower, her consciousness dispersing like an egg cracking in a pot. When she came to, she had transformed into an infant, the entire experience devoid of pain or awareness, truly exemplary. Humans fear the unknown, yet they are seldom as frightened by experiences they have already undergone. She mused thoughtfully, stifling another yawn, tears forming at the corners of her eyes. So sleepy. Time to rest. No, perhaps she was on the brink of a long slumber, so there was no rush. Maeve swam a lap in the pool to awaken herself. However, she was simply too fatigued today. With her magical energy depleted, physical stamina waning, and mental faculties exhausted, her body's energy reserves were critically low. She floated for a while, and before she knew it, she had succumbed to slumber in the temperature-controlled bath. Hey, wake up! Someone was blowing softly into her ear, and the realization struck her that she was late for an exam. An exam? Late? Mavis sprang upright, plunging into the water with a splash. An exam? What exam? Am I late? Is there an exam today? She gazed in terror at the specter before her, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The ghost chuckled, flicking her hair. It's about time you woke up. Someone has been waiting for you for over an hour. He requested that I check on you, and for that, he had to confess to me. She covered her mouth, as if revealing a secret, and winked. Well, Peach Blossom doesn't want to betray him, so you should go out now. With that, she tumbled into the bath, sending a cascade of water splashing everywhere. Ugh! The ghost turned the warm water into cold, and Mavis spat a couple of times, climbing out of the tub with a sullen expression. She took another shower, donned her pajamas, and habitually pumped 2 doses of body wash and shampoo, filling up the empty bottles before slinging a basket over her shoulder and wandering outside. Sure enough, someone was waiting at the door. Mavis was slightly taken aback. Cedric? Cedric waved at her, a cup and saucer floating beside him. Would you like a cup of hot chocolate? Mavis, having just woken from a nap, found herself not particularly tired but quite hungry. She unceremoniously beckoned for a teacup and took a delightful sip. Thank you, but why are you having a picnic in a bathroom? Cedric, caught off guard by her remark, replied with a hint of embarrassment. Actually, I was waiting for you. This is just a side thing. She noticed a plate of cookies and casually helped herself to one. Did you come to find me for something? Cedric glanced toward the bathroom door. Are we really going to discuss this here? Mavis inquired, somewhat muddled. Walk and talk? It's already past curfew, he said. You've been in there for quite some time. What does the head boy care about curfew? I'm merely patrolling, she retorted with conviction. Cedric, well. It seemed like her companion had something to say, and Mavis tilted her head, finally adopting a serious demeanor. All right, since you're here, follow me. At this hour, only the request room was open 24 hours. She sought a suitable room for conversation from the castle and was granted a space filled with flowers, cozy sofas, and plush toys. Mavis plopped down into the soft chair, sinking into its embrace. She picked up a monstrous plush toy and, altering her voice, asked, Pray tell, why is our second-year Hufflepuff Quidditch captain, one of the most popular boys at Hogwarts, so troubled? Could it be she elongated her tone? That he had a significant life matter for which he sought the counsel of a friend? Cedric picked up a dragon plush. That wouldn't be entirely inaccurate. He is indeed troubled by something. Why not try divination? She suggested, clear the mists and glimpse into the future. Cedric replied. The divination book states that while he faces tremendous challenges, he should take action rather than wait in vain. Mavis remarked. The fortune-telling books always say that. And then what? He found it quite reasonable. Excellent. Mavis could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. What is it? Exactly? A cliched reason, Cedric shrugged. He likes a girl, but doesn't know what she thinks. Mavis nodded, becoming slightly more serious. As far as I know, she pondered. Autumn accepted Harry's invitation to the ball, but hasn't agreed to be his girlfriend. It made sense. After all, dancing is about making a spectacle. But Harry is a year younger than her and still a bit immature. Cedric emitted a soft, revealing an expression of I knew it. Actually, I feel a bit guilty. Mavis cleared her throat, feeling a twinge of remorse. She had taken the place of a champion, inadvertently leading Cedric to be less enthusiastic about the ball, while Harry, encouraged by Sirius, had become bolder than before. Autumn had first received an invitation from Harry and thus agreed to him. I haven't really been paying attention to Autumn this year, Mavis confessed. I heard she's south been getting close to Davis, but it seems everyone has had more than one conversation. Alice has changed boyfriend 4 times. Cedric rested his chin on his hand, waiting for her to continue. So, I think, she said earnestly, starting a little later isn't a bad thing. You still have plenty of time. I believe with your character, Cedric, you will surely find happiness. Chapter 144, Miss Miracle. Mavis sincerely offered her blessings, and Cedric gazed at her for a while, appearing somewhat relieved. He shrugged and said, Well, I must admit, you have comforted me. You are right. Perhaps starting later isn't so bad. Mavis patted his shoulder reassuringly. Cedric glanced at her hand, resting on his shoulder, and candidly remarked, "You really don't need to mimic the headmaster so early." Mavis replied cheerfully, "Don't say that. I'm still far from it." Cedric. He placed the dragon plush on her head, stood up, and said, "All right, it's getting late. Let's call it a night. You must be quite tired." Mavis stretched. "I'm a little. Today has been rather long." She yawned widely. "You should head back. I'll just sleep here for the night to avoid disturbing Betty and the others." Cedric gave her a glance. "Mavis, since you're not going back." He pulled a letter from his robe pocket. "Here, take this." Mavis accepted it, discovering it to be a wax-sealed letter with only to Mavis written on it, appearing unremarkable. "What is this?" she asked curiously. Cedric replied, "A letter." Quite obvious. Mavis noticed a magical aura around it, and cautiously asked, "It won't bite my hand as soon as I open it, will it?" Maybe he seemed to find it amusing. "Open it when you're sure you want to know." "Is it a prank?" She wondered, inspecting it thoroughly, or perhaps an ancient language like runes. "Cedric, I certainly won't tell you." "How stingy." Mavis remarked, "I guess it's a rare spell." He shrugged. "It can't possibly be the final exam questions, can it?" She continued guessing. "Good night." Cedric waved. "Sleep well." He gentlemanly closed the door behind him. Mavis rested her chin on her hand, distressed. It was well known that to induce insomnia in someone, one must say, "I have a secret to tell you." Never mind. Cedric was so mysterious. The letter surely contained something special. Mavis pondered for a moment before deciding to open it. However, she could not break the wax seal. To her surprise, words appeared on the wax. "Do you really want to know?" "Yes," she replied. "Are you certain?" "Yes." Mavis became even more curious. The wax read, "You have one chance to reconsider." Mavis thought about what she might regret and decisively confirmed, "Yes." The wax ignited. The envelope opened. Mavis pulled out the letter, and at first glance, it was filled with words. She began reading from the beginning. "Hello, Mavis. I am quite curious about when you will open this letter. 10 minutes from now, 3 days, or perhaps 5 or 10 years later. I can never guess your thoughts, and this time is no different. Now, let me help you recall. I wrote this letter on February 13th of our 6th year. At this very moment, you are seated before me, perusing an aged notebook. I suspect it belongs to one of the professors. You have been reading it for several years, and it seems to contain many spells, but it is protected by a concealment charm, so I cannot see what is written within. Tomorrow is Valentine's Day, and I thought I should not deliver this letter to you on that day, as it might cause you some distress. You always have many worries, and I do not wish to become one of them. However, the story I am about to tell you might trouble you. If you are already burdened with concerns, then stop reading here. Nothing is more important than the happiness of friends." The rest was blank. Mavis recognized this as invisible ink, needing a wand to reveal the text. She pondered. "Reveal quickly." A fresh line of ink has appeared. "Well, since you wish to know, allow me to recount the tale from the beginning. On the very first day at Hogwarts, I encountered many significant individuals who would play pivotal roles in my life. My best friend and roommate, our Quidditch captain, and an extraordinary girl. I must admit, when I first laid eyes on her, I was filled with astonishment. How could such a disheveled little witch exist? She appeared utterly dismal, clad in ill-fitting and peculiar attire. Her hair as unkempt as weeds, and she truly did not resemble an 11-year-old child. I felt a twinge of concern for her. Indeed, as we boarded the boat, she was overlooked by everyone, and no one wished to share a boat with her. Thus, I made the wisest decision of my life and invited her to sit with me. The subsequent events, I'm certain you are well aware of. She was sorted into Hufflepuff, a most splendid outcome. Yet, my astonishment regarding her did not cease. Over the ensuing years, I was repeatedly awed by her. Her defiance against professors, her steadfastness in upholding the integrity of her classmates, her bravery in rescuing them, and her empathetic comfort to those around her. She never hesitated to bring hope and glory to others, the glory that belongs to Hufflepuff. Believe me, this is not mere flattery. Should you ask any student from Hufflepuff, I believe you would receive a similar response. At times, I perceive her as a miracle. The Miracle Mississippi Chapter 145, Gentle Affection. Dear Meggie, the existence of Miracle Miss is akin to a sunflower amidst the grass, her brilliance and warmth instantly recognizable to all. I take immense pride in being friends with such a girl. Of course, as an ordinary witch, I occasionally find myself troubled. While I was still fretting over the owl examination at school, she was already battling adult wizards. I feel as though she is transforming into a sun, brighter, warmer, and more distant. I wonder if she realizes that, at certain moments, we worry about her. Sometimes, I wish I were Gryffindor, for perhaps then I could openly inquire if she needed my assistance. But I'm a Hufflepuff. I constantly fret that my excessive concern might burden her. She resembles the dragon-slaying hero from Muggle fairy tales, wielding her sharpened sword against the infamous dragon. A friend's worry would only cause her distress, and frankly, there is no need for apologies. I sincerely wish not to bring her any trouble. She will not waver from her chosen path, will she? Thus, I opt to accompany her through the mundane days when the warrior does not need to battle dragons. Yet, I overestimate my own strength. I am perpetually disheartened, ashamed of my cowardice. If I wish to do something for her, I should not merely wait passively. But what can I do for her? She is resolute, knows her purpose, and has the greatest white wizard as her mentor, along with admirers guiding her life's direction. I am not even a friend who brings her the most laughter. I'm just an ordinary good friend to her. Upon reading this, Mavis could not help but scratch her face. The pressure of such expectations on a friend had never crossed her mind. Yet, she harbored no regrets. How could one attract the attention of Senior Riddle without being exceptional, thus achieving a great reciprocity? Poor Cedric, I did not intend for this to happen. She shrugged and continued reading. Meggie, being friend with a girl you admire is indeed a vexing affair. Mavis, stunned beyond belief. What had she missed? How could these two statements be connected? Was there a missing page? Impossible. This is but a paragraph on a piece of parchment. She stared in astonishment, rereading it twice to ensure her eyes were not deceiving her, then continued reading with her chin resting on her hands. Ah, you did not misread. I believe you are somewhat astonished now, aren't you? Forgive me for presenting such an important matter in such a light-hearted manner. I hope this is not a declaration too grave. Let us keep it easy-going, shall we? This is not a proclamation of a mysterious return. Merely your good friend sharing a trivial secret. Although I suspect that everyone in Hufflepuff is aware of it, only Miracle Miss remains oblivious, which is forgivable as she is preparing to save the world. Meggie, let me tell you why I chose to write this letter to reveal my secret. Because I never know when you will open this letter. If it is now, I will be an old man with white hair, which seems rather amusing. Merlin, you wouldn't be reading this letter at my gravesite, would you? If so, considering we were once the best of friends, could you tidy things up? By the way, I am not like Miracle Miss. I do not enjoy washing my face with water as clear as a spring. In any case, please feel free to continue treating me as your friend. Yes. Now it becomes your responsibility to keep this secret, a small act of revenge on my part. Moreover, this is merely me confiding in a friend. No response is required, nor should you feel troubled by it. Liking an exceptional girl is perfectly normal. It does not bring me any trouble, and most of the time, I am quite content. Last Valentine's Day, I encountered Professor Dumbledore. He told me that I'm still young and need not rush for results. Destiny has its own arrangements. I sincerely believe this to be true. Well, that is my secret. Enjoy reading it. Your forever friend, Cedric. Mavis finished reading the letter and finally emerged from her state of shock. Upon reflection, it seemed unnecessary to be so astonished. In her life, aside from being a bit short, she was rather cute in appearance, consistently ranking first or second in exams. The favorite student of the greatest wizard, Albus Dumbledore, and often praised by Newt. Cedric truly had an eye for talent. His choice to write a letter of confession did not surprise Mavis in the slightest. Cedric was always gentle and considerate, borrowing classmates' assignments, bringing snacks for everyone, encouraging younger students. Being around him was always comfortable. Even Slytherins could not bring themselves to dislike him. Mavis cherished this friend and felt particularly grateful for his thoughtfulness. Otherwise, she would indeed be troubled about how to respond, as any answer seemed inappropriate. This was for the best, Mavis thought, retrieving her quill from her robes. Contemplating for a moment before elegantly inscribing 2 words at the conclusion of a letter, I know, she slipped the letter back into the envelope, cast a spell to restore it to its pristine state, then altered its color and placed it into her witch's box. The box held many treasures. Magical creature paraphernalia from Newt, items from the Forbidden Forest from Hagrid, a lucky stone from Harry, and a knitted hat from Albus. Unbeknownst to her, she had amassed a treasure trove. Now, with Cedric's letter added, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction within. In this world, I am equally cherished by those I have once loved. Mavis mused, reclining against the soft cushion. The stars on the ceiling twinkled. If love is the greatest magic, then she had no reason not to emerge victorious in the end. Chapter 146, Chicken Pie. Mavis wore a grave expression. Cedric wore a grave expression. They both gazed solemnly at the teacher at the podium. They were attending alchemy class. This elective course, introduced in the 6th year, was notoriously challenging. They did not need to attempt alchemy themselves, nor did they have the means. The alchemical products were prohibitively expensive. The 6th year primarily focused on theory. Mavis looked at her notes, feeling as though she had listened, but simultaneously absorbed nothing. What on earth was being discussed? The essence of alchemy lies in transformation and combination. The professor articulated that the four fundamental elements could be interwoven through magical prowess to forge specific structures, thus achieving transmutation of matter. With tears welling in her eyes, Mayway thoughtfully inscribed these words, reminiscent of the agonizing days in middle school listening to chemistry lectures. The reactions between this and that, the combinations of one with another, along with the incomprehensible structural diagrams to be drawn, were all too much to bear. Was she not on the brink of a decisive battle? Why was there still a need for classes and assignments? With a resounding thud, her head met the desk, rendering her momentarily incapacitated. Cedric urged, "Hurry and write. There's only 10 minutes until class ends." Mayway, in her anguish, continued to grapple with the questions. They were exceedingly challenging. Perhaps their expressions were too fearsome, prompting the professor to exhibit a rare kindness, allowing them to return to their writings while regaling them with a tale for the remainder of the class. In truth, this year's Goblet of Fire was a unique alchemical artifact. The professor's opening statement successfully captured Mayway's attention. She raised her hand and inquired, beyond selecting champions, "Does the Goblet of Fire serve any other purpose?" Rather than merely serving to select champions, it is its singular function that warrants such usage, the professor clarified, stating that the goblet's true purpose lies in the establishment of contracts. "What kind of contracts?" Mayway pressed. "Any kind of contract," the professor replied, when its flames turn red. "It signifies that a contract has been fulfilled and is irrevocable." "And what are the consequences of violation?" she asked, intrigued. The professor cast her a glance and remarked, "I am not referring to the Triwizard Tournament. The contracts for this competition encompass numerous conditions and do not result in dreadful repercussions." "What dreadful repercussions?" Mayway queried. "Those who genuinely breach a contract shall be consumed by flames," the professor warned, explaining that the fire of the goblet is, in essence, a peculiar curse. "Similar to the fiend fire?" Mayway inquired. "Indeed," he affirmed. "Oh, how intriguing," she mused, eager to pose further questions, but alas, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. The professor promptly waved his wand, gathering his materials and making his exit. Professor Hornheim never lingers after class. Cedric stretched lazily and began packing his bag, eager to partake in a meal. Mayway hastily stuffed parchment and quills into her pockets, urging herself to hurry, for today promised chicken pie. Cedric quickened his pace as well. The chicken pie is one of the most delectable offerings in the Hogwarts dining hall, a favorite among both students and faculty. Mayway dashed and leaped, performing 2 impressive jumps down the slide, landing gracefully on the ground floor amidst the cheers of Peeves, the poltergeist. The other students were not so fortunate. The mischievous staircase often twisted and turned, necessitating a wait, unlike her, who was always fortuitously caught by the moving steps. "I'll save you a spot," she called out, her figure vanishing from sight. In response, Hufflepuff lost 5 points because a certain young lady did not use the staircase. Mayway pretended not to hear and rushed into the great hall for dinner. The chicken pie was in high demand, and those who arrived late could only lament the absence of it. Harry, arriving late and noticing that the chicken pie had been entirely devoured, made his way to the Hufflepuff table where several were piled high, simply borrowing a meal. Mayway generously shared half of her pie with him, reminiscent of the time she had shared a hard baguette. "You look much better," she observed, savoring her dessert. "Have you moved on from your heartbreak?" Harry replied glumly. "Could we not discuss that?" "Oh," Mayway turned her attention to Hermione, inquiring enthusiastically, "How's your relationship with Krum going?" Hermione responded candidly, "Quite well. He possesses a gentlemanly demeanor that starkly contrasts his appearance." "Umph," Ron scoffed, evidently perturbed by something. Hermione feigned ignorance. "Are you heading to the library this afternoon?" "I have 2 papers yet to complete and would love to hear your thoughts." "I have no classes this afternoon, so I should be around," Mayway replied. "Preparing for the 3rd task?" Harry interjected. Mayway shook her finger. "The Wizarding Weekly is releasing its March issue today. There will surely be some April Fool's coupons." "Your interests are quite akin to my mother's," Ron remarked. Mayway rolled her eyes. "You wouldn't understand. Collecting coupons is immensely entertaining." Chapter 147, The Eve of the Final Confrontation. Hogsmeade, dried jackfruit, chocolate truffles, and bubble gum, a total of 3 galleons, Mayway stated, presenting a coupon. "This promotional coupon applies, right?" The shopkeeper took it, glanced at it, and smiled. "Indeed, just a moment while I calculate." Mayway hesitated. 2 galleons, 6 sickles, and 23 nuts? Her tone wavered, her confidence shaken by the peculiar conversion. The shopkeeper replied, "I believe so." Mayway handed over another coupon. "I also have one that deducts 5 sickles when spending 3 galleons. Could you adjust it to 2 galleons and 1 sickles?" The shopkeeper hesitated, then said, "Apologies, but after the discount, it doesn't total 3 galleons." Then I'll just deduct 5 sickles. 46 sickles at 8% off would be 2 galleons, 2 sickles, and 23 nuts, Mayway lamented. But that works too. The shopkeeper added. And there's this, a free bag of exploding bonbons for every galleon spent. Mayway handed over her money. Thank you. The shopkeeper stammered, please wait. He began calculating, struggling to ascertain the total discount. After a long pause, he decided to relent. All right, this will do. Mayway handed over 3 coupons, returning home laden with treats. Outside Honeyduke's, she and Ron and Ginny divided their spoils. Air shared their sweets. Ron claimed the bubblegum, while Ginny took the chocolate truffles and dried jackfruit, both brimming with goodies. Likely for others as well. How much? 2 galleons and 10 sickles, with 7 sickles as the procurement fee. This was significantly cheaper than the original price, and the siblings had no objections. Ron paid. These coupons are quite advantageous. Where did you find them? In the library. I snatched the copies as soon as the new issue arrived, or else they would have been gone. Mayway shrugged, pocketing the procurement fee, also managing to snag a free bag of exploding bonbons. She had struck gold. With her money secured, she made her way to the Leaky Cauldron for afternoon tea. En route, she passed the joke shop, witnessing the twins being ejected by the staff. Hey mates, we were just looking. We paid. The shopkeeper coldly tossed a few nuts back at them and slammed the door shut. We merely provided honest feedback on your products. We simply informed the customers that your wares pale in comparison to ours. The twins, embarrassed but undeterred, opened the box they wore around their necks and began selling on the street. Fattening fudge, anyone? Let your April Fool's Day be filled with joy. Canary creams. Transform into a lovely little bird. Suddenly, the joke shop's door swung open, and the staff waved their wands, aiming to knock the 2 rascals out cold. However, they were thwarted. The twins expertly cast a shield charm. Mayway remarked, well, I certainly did not expect that. She approached, standing on tiptoe to drape her arms over their shoulders. You've done well, you little rascals. Huh, is someone speaking? Fred glanced around. George shrugged, saw no one. Mayway drew her wand. The twins quickly inflated like balloons, floating high above as they transformed into enormous signs. The proper use of the inflating charm. Wow, they exclaimed in unison. No need to thank me. Mayway waved dismissively, heading off for her afternoon tea. The Leaky Cauldron was small and dim, lacking the culinary delights of the 3 broomsticks or the ambience of Madame Putafoot's tea shop. The patrons, cloaked in robes, resembled individuals preparing for dubious dealings. Of course, Mayway was no exception. She had long since donned a cloak, her petite stature hunched as she stealthily ascended the stairs. Sirius and Lupin awaited her arrival. Butterbeer? Lupin inquired. Mayway retrieved a thermos from her robe pocket. No thanks, I'd rather not risk an upset stomach. Aberforth was cleaning glasses, though not very thoroughly, and she did not wish to engage in a duel with Senior Riddle while grappling with digestive issues. Sipping her sweet and tangy apple juice, she asked, what are we up to today? Ugh, your voice reminds me of an insufferable woman. Sirius made a face as if he were about to vomit. Maggie, spare my ears. Maeve grimaced in response. Clearing his throat, Lupin interjected, the preparation for the 3rd task are nearly complete. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we can expect a substantial turnout. Maeve inquired. Such as? The Ministry of Magic hopes to distract the public from last year's World Cup, redirecting attention to the Triwizard Tournament, which is, after all, a significant event for Europe. Sirius shrugged, remarking that Fudge must be out of his mind. Did he not consider the possibility of Death Eaters infiltrating the event? Maeve, however, was not concerned with that. Will there be participants from the Ministry? The Department of Magical Games and Sports, the Department of International Magical Cooperation, and the press will all be involved. Sirius casually listed a few departments, explaining that as long as one could obtain a work permit, they would be able to attend openly. As he spoke, Lupin produced a work permit and winked at her. Maeve leaned in for a closer look, reading Temporary Editor. The Daily Prophet. She gave him a thumbs up. Additionally, as per tradition, the families of the champions are allowed to attend the tournament. Sirius asked, is there anyone you wish to invite? Maeve pondered thoughtfully. Suddenly, the dirty wooden door was pushed open with force. Aberforth entered, carrying a tray laden with mead and 2 slices of bread. You've been here long enough. I've got it, Maeve exclaimed, snapping her fingers joyfully. Aberforth, you shall be my family. Aberforth looked at her as if she were foolish. Albus is my guardian, so Aberforth is also my uncle. Uncle? Maeve briefly grappled with her familial hierarchy, but quickly dismissed it, resolving, so be it. Aberforth retorted coldly, I have no connection to him. Maeve feigned sadness. Then I have no relatives. Aberforth glared at her. Well, I'm used to being without family. Maeve shrugged, declaring, I'm okay. She jumped off her chair and called outside. A fluffy bundle raced down from the attic, leaping into her embrace. Chestnut. Sister, give me a kiss, meow. Maeve hugged Chestnut, burying her face in its belly. You've had a rough time, poor thing. Have you been eating well lately? Meow, it replied. She burst into laughter. Chapter 148. The Fate Stone. June 24th marked the date of the third task, but before that, there were final exams. Yes, final exams. Maeve exclaimed, I've never seen such cruel circumstances. As a champion, she was about to face the Dark Lord, yet she still had to study and prepare for finals. Why couldn't England take a page from Japan's book? Well, they simply obliterated Tokyo. Summer vacation was just around the corner, and who wanted to face defeat? Even lying down required doing sit-ups. But regardless of her complaints, as long as the world did not end, students had to take their finals. Maeve endured a month of grueling revision. The elective courses for the upper years were exceedingly challenging. Among them, only Transfiguration proved manageable. The potions curriculum had devolved into advanced chemistry, with steps filling 10 sheets of parchment. A mere 10-point question required a comprehensive account of the 3-month potion-making process. To elucidate, this might seem abstract. So let us enumerate. The preparation time for a certain advanced potion spanned 100 days and involved 13 steps, including an astonishing 26 stirring motions. 3 clockwise, 5 counterclockwise, 3 circles in each direction, followed by 2 counterclockwise stirs after a 5-minute pause, then 2 more stirs in each direction, and so forth. The ingredients totaled 52 varieties: feathers, branches, roots, fur, organs, slime, skin, beans, fruits, and more, with weights of 5 grams, 3 grams, 6 grams, 22 grams, 18 grams, etc. The temperature requirements varied: gentle heat, low heat, high heat for 10 minutes, gentle heat for 10 days, off for 30 minutes, and then quickly adding on low heat, etc. And this was merely one question. The alchemy course was even more daunting. The ingredient list resembled that of the potions course, but included numerous historical questions. The principal inventions of Nicholas Flamel, the 10 prohibitions of alchemy, the most renowned alchemical products in history, and the deconstruction of an alchemical product's elements. Maeve felt utterly defeated, casting resentful glances at Leo each time she saw him. You don't have to take finals. Aren't you special? She thought bitterly. June, in its unhurried manner, descended upon Maeve's struggles. Shadows of the third task loomed in every corner of the castle. The Quidditch pitch had been transformed into a vast stone forest. Hermione remarked, It resembles the Colosseum in Rome. You aren't planning on dueling directly, are you? Maeve reclined atop the tower, relishing the gentle breeze against her cheeks. Who knows? Yet stone seemed preferable to thickets. At least it could shield from Avada Kedavra. Harry, peering through binoculars, suddenly called out, The stones are moving. Are we to play wizard's chess? Ron exclaimed excitedly. They did not appear to be chess pieces. Maeve speculated, I think it's a labyrinth, a shifting labyrinth. Hermione, as ever, displayed her intelligence. Maeve remarked, Am I the only one who thinks it resembles a graveyard? Look at those large stones. Don't they resemble tombstones? Hermione gasped Merlin. Ron added, What a dreadful thought. Harry exclaimed, This is terrible. Maeve felt a twinge of regret. It was not her fault. Some people simply enjoyed dancing in graveyards. By June 20th, the maze was fully completed. That night, the stars twinkled in the sky. Tom stood atop the highest tower, gazing out at the distant stone forest, clutching a white stone that emitted a faint glow in harmony with the stars. He closed his eyes. The white stone illuminated, and in an instant, the surrounding scenery faded like a washed-out photograph, transforming into hazy silhouettes. Bright threads emerged from his body, soaring in all directions. He saw the first thread fall beneath him. This was Hogwarts, the place where he had gained his power. The second thread flew toward the headmaster's office. This was Dumbledore, his mentor, and the one he feared most, having influenced his entire life. The third thread extended to Gryffindor Tower. This was Harry Potter, the child prophesied to be chosen by him, who had first introduced him to the taste of failure. Yet now, that thread flickered, growing dimmer. The fourth thread drifted toward the staircase below. This was Lynn Maeve. She sat on the moving staircase, turning this way and that, as if riding a carousel, bored and childish. Tom reached out, grasping that thread. The thread was intangible. Yet the moment his hand made contact, a searing pain coursed through his skin, as if burned by fire, causing his very soul to shudder. Simultaneously, numerous images flashed before him. He beheld the stone forest. He witnessed flames. He saw extinguished stars. And he also saw the green light. Ah! Tom emitted a pained wail. Forced to release his grip, everything vanished. He covered his face, but could not prevent his visage from melting away, flesh hanging from his bones like a burning candle, blood mingling with the viscous remnants of his flesh, dripping and seeping through his fingers. The bones of a father that represented hatred, the blood of a mother that represented love. the flesh of siblings that represented fate. Alchemy was magnificent. Through the entanglements of love, hatred, and destiny, he stabilized his fractured soul, yet at a cost. This body could not personally kill Harry Potter and Lynn Maeve, unless a new contract could replace the old sacrifice. That day was swiftly approaching. Chapter 149, Morning. The last subject Maeve was contemplating was potions. The questions were numerous, the answers lengthy. Her quill raced across the parchment as she barely managed to finish before class ended. When she looked up, she found Snape staring intently at her from the podium. Maeve thought. She meticulously reviewed her answer sheet, ensuring that every question was addressed, with no omissions, and that the essay questions were thoroughly filled out. She even noted down the uncertain points of knowledge, striving to earn every possible point. What did I go wrong? Did I forget to write my name? Which question did I leave unanswered? After repeatedly checking 2 or 3 times without noticing any issues, she cautiously submitted her paper. Snape's lips curled slightly, as if he were about to unleash some astute metaphor, but ultimately, he merely cast a cold glance at her before snatching the parchment away. Maeve visibly exhaled in relief and made a swift exit. It was already quite late. She felt utterly drained after several days of intense examinations. Although tomorrow marked the final event, her mind was a complete blank. All she desired was a bath and sleep. And so, she did just that, lying down and succumbing to slumber. Betty, with a face mask on, playfully applied one to Maeve as well. Once the competition is over, summer vacation begins. Maeve replied, sprawled out like a zombie, her brain seemingly siphoned away. Where are you competing in tomorrow? Alice asked, offering her a cookie. A maze competition, I presume? Maeve yawned. You're going to win, right? Cass inquired. Of course, Maeve replied, her exhaustion palpable. She got up to rinse her mouth, drew the curtains, and declared, I can't take it anymore. After finishing the potions exam, I feel half dead. I'm going to sleep. Everyone felt the same. Final exam reviews were particularly exhausting. Once she succumbed to sleep, they too decided to wash up and retire for the night, swiftly extinguishing the lights in their dormitory. Maeve had expected to suffer from insomnia that night, but after a day of mental exertion, she fell into a deep sleep until the following morning. With her hair in disarray, she stood before the mirror, questioning her existence. Help! She screamed. Why are my dark circles so pronounced? I have a beauty potion. Cass chimed in, pouring a capful for Maeve. This little bit will suffice. If you drink too much, you'll turn into a flirt, Alice warned. Maeve pinched her nose and downed the potion. The dark circles vanished. I adore magic, she sighed, washing her face and brushing her teeth. The competition was scheduled for the afternoon, with the morning designated for receptions. Officials from the Ministry of Magic, reporters, and the families of the competitors arrived in succession. Hogwarts had never been so lively. Students gathered in the Great Hall, whispering to one another as they identified wave after wave of guests. Aurors, including Moody, were the first to arrive as security personnel. Lupin came along with Rita and the editor of the Prophet, representing the press. Sirius, Mr. Weasley, and others were, of course, officials from the Ministry of Magic, invited guests for the day. Most astonishingly, the Malfoys, Mr. Shafik, and several adult wizards were present, reportedly members of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Maeve was curious about Leo's family, but no one showed up. However, Fleur's parents and sister were in attendance. Around noon, Albus appeared. Hey, Maeve greeted. Good people never want to see children suffer. The lunch spread was unprecedentedly lavish. Sirius and Lupin returned to the Gryffindor table, their expressions jubilant. For those who had long graduated, returning to campus to relive the student experience was a truly delightful affair. Maeve craned her neck to count. Among the Board of Governors, Slytherin and Ravenclaw members were the most numerous, while Gryffindor had the most Aurors, and several from the press hailed from Ravenclaw. Only 2 from Hufflepuff. Unbearable. Just as she prepared to stand, Newt came down from the Professor's table and sat beside her. Nervous? He asked softly. Maeve shrugged. I've begun to look forward to it. Newt smiled briefly, picked up a syrup pie, and spread yogurt on it. After lunch, you need to visit the headmaster's office. He said gently. Albus has something to say to you. Maeve took a big bite of her pudding. All right. Chapter 150, noon. As Maeve entered the headmaster's office, she overheard a conversation between Dumbledore and Snape. Snape's tone was quite poor. There are too many people. Today Hogwarts is busier than Nocturne Alley. I cannot refuse the legitimate requests of the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore replied calmly. And this is not a bad thing. Snape mocked, is it? Tom is bound by his own contract. Dumbledore emphasized, before the competition begins, Hogwarts remains safe. Snape reiterated, before the competition begins? Dumbledore explained. They will leave the Great Hall shortly. I believe that once the competition commences, the safety of the students will not be in question. He spoke with significant meaning. All the children are there, are they not? Snape fell silent. There was no time for regrets. Dumbledore sighed softly. Please go fetch Harry, Severus. Snape moved his lips and finally uttered, Tell me, Dumbledore, you will not betray my trust. I promise you, Dumbledore assured. Their conversation concluded. Mavis stepped inside. Dumbledore adopted a deliberately casual tone, saying, I hope I have not interrupted your lunch. I've finished, Mavis replied, patting her stomach. To be 17, when the stomach only protrudes slightly, without a hint of a belly. Dumbledore poured her a cup of red tea and organized his thoughts. I trust you are prepared. Indeed, she affirmed. May I see your wand? He inquired. Mavis graciously extended her wand to him. Dumbledore examined it meticulously, reminiscent of Ollivander, and praised, a loyal companion. Mavis beamed with pride, of course. Dumbledore returned the wand to her, articulating slowly. I hope you understand that the adversary you will face is far more formidable than you might imagine. Mavis nodded seriously, yes. Confronting such an enemy requires not only courage but also immense strength. Dumbledore opened a drawer and retrieved a 15-inch wand, placing it before her. I believe this may assist you. Mavis was taken aback. The Elder Wand? She curiously picked it up. The legendary wand felt heavy. Its elder wood particularly unwieldy. It possesses great power, capable of compensating for your shortcomings, Dumbledore said gently. I do not deny it may bring some troubles, but I believe you can wield it well. Mavis pondered seriously for a moment. Then, regretfully shaking her head, she replied, Albus, it's too long. She attempted to wave the Elder Wand, sensing it did not resist in her hands. However, 15 inches was not a friendly length for someone petite. It feels like a walking stick, she remarked earnestly. Perhaps the Grim Reaper used it as a cane. A look of surprise flickered in Dumbledore's azure eyes. Mavis set it back on the desk. What a pity. If only I were a bit taller. The air fell silent, the clock ticking away. The portraits of past headmasters observed them, while Fawkes groomed his feathers with his beak. After a considerable pause, Dumbledore sighed softly. He adjusted his half-moon spectacles and sincerely said, I wish I could do something more for you. You've done enough, Mavis reassured him. For a man over 100 years old, that's quite impressive. Dumbledore chuckled at her words. He gazed long at her youthful, radiant face, first recalling Ariana, then Lily, Alice, and other once-young faces. Her figure seemed to merge with theirs, like a phoenix reborn, vibrant and striking. What conclusion would this time bring? When Mavis returned to the Great Hall, only students remained. They clamored to express their grievances. We can only stay here. This is unfair. Why can the ministry officials go to the live event? It's so annoying. We can't cheer for you. We can only watch the broadcast. But Hogwarts doesn't allow electronics. How are we supposed to see? Undoubtedly. The last remark was posed by Hermione. Her voice, sharp and unusually discontented, pierced the air. Why can't we watch the match at Hogwarts? Because the spectator seats cannot accommodate everyone, Miss Granger, Professor McGonagall replied, and then, with a flourish of her wand, demonstrated how to view a live broadcast in the magical realm. She spread her arms wide. Her wand weaving gracefully, a shimmering water screen materialized. Silvery magic filled the entire hall, and in an instant, the walls transformed into cascading waterfalls. The scene adjusting and flickering to display the Quidditch pitch. Simultaneously, the ceiling mirrored the view of the field. Hermione was left speechless. Ron, equally astonished, exclaimed, Wow, cool. Chapter 151, Afternoon. At 1 o'clock, the third match was about to commence. Madame Maxime was constantly reassuring Fleur, while Leo stood by the bridge leading to the Quidditch pitch, gazing at the towers of Hogwarts. Mavis stepped out of the hall and found a corner to down a bottle of Felix Felicis. The taste was peculiar, yet potent. She immediately felt an exhilarating surge of confidence, as if she were a badger, heir to Dumbledore, and ready to confront Voldemort. Burp. Goodness, I'm such a fairy. Even my burps taste of red tea. Truly a Mary Sue moment. After a 2-minute pause, she recovered from this inflated mindset. Wow, Professor Snape's potion is remarkably effective. She bounced with excitement, reminding herself to maintain composure, and sauntered towards the pitch. The stands, filled to capacity with spectators, were occupied by high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Magic, and Sirius seemed to have attracted several witches from the French and German ministry. Oh, Marie! With wizards from other countries present, it won't be so easy for Fudge to deny Voldemort's return. Mavis waved vigorously at the handsome wizard. Sirius gave her a thumbs up. Hello. I am the editor of the Daily Prophet. Lupin accompanied a middle-aged man, his smile warm and inviting. May I interview you, Miss Lynn? With the final match approaching. How do you feel? For Hogwarts. I will definitely win, Mavis shouted, while inwardly musing if she had overindulged. Surely, Professor Snape provided a supersized cup. The editor praised her. You exude confidence, and requested Lupin to take her picture. Mavis resisted the urge to strike a pose, avoiding the perils of an embarrassing legacy. Once the photo was taken and the formalities completed, the match was about to begin. Bagman outlined the rules for the third match. As you can see, this is a vast labyrinth. You must find your trapped companions within and discover the way out. He glanced at the three warriors before him, shrugged, and smiled. Trust me, this maze is far more perilous than you anticipate. Should you encounter an insurmountable danger, choose to surrender by using your wand as signal for help. Raising his wand, he shot a red firework into the sky. Upon seeing this signal, we shall rescue you. Bagman inquired. Any questions? Mavis raised her hand. What companions? I wasn't aware I had any. This is a novel twist. Weren't we supposed to be finding a trophy? You'll find out. Bagman clapped his hands. If there are no further questions, you may enter. Mavis looked up. 3 entrances appeared before her. Tom blandly remarked, ladies first. Mavis turned to Fleur, guests first. Fleur hesitated, recalling her low score, nodded in acceptance of Mavis's courtesy, and proceeded to the left entrance. Mavis promptly chose the middle one. Tom calmly approached the right entrance. Their figures were swallowed by the stone maze. Hogwarts Great Hall. Look at Mavis, look at Mavis. The twins loudly demanded a channel change. Professor McGonagall suppressed a smile and glared sternly at them, yet her body obediently switched the camera. The water screen displayed Mavis's face. She walked and paused intermittently, and soon stumbled upon Fleur, who was engaged in a fierce battle with a blast in its grip. Sparks flew, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred ash and something foul. Mavis crouched stealthily. Fleur tirelessly waved her wand, finally navigating past 3 scrutes, but the next moment, a red light shot from a corner, striking her squarely and rendering her unconscious. Professor Flitwick commented, a beautifully executed, stunning spell. Seizing the opportunity to remind the students that simple spells do not equate to weak power, as they are fundamental spells every aura must master. Yet, no one was inclined to listen. The twins whistled whoosh, one down. Mavis is so cool. Mavis seized Fleur's wand and launched a red firework, successfully extricating her beautiful companion from the battleground. The game commenced. Chapter 152, The Art of Dueling. When Harry awoke from his stupor, he found himself bound to a stake, with a Slytherin girl on his left and a Ravenclaw boy on his right. He recognized them. The girl was Leo's dance partner, and the boy was Fleur's. It appeared they were indeed Leo and Fleur's companions, and he was Mavis's partner. The thought thrilled Harry. Mavis was his first friend. They had met in the Muggle world and reunited in the Wizarding realm. Though he was inseparable from Ron and Hermione, she held a significant place in Harry's heart. Participating in the third task alongside Mavis, aiding Hogwarts in their quest for victory in the Triwizard Tournament, was undeniably exhilarating. Thus, when Dumbledore inquired if he was willing, emphasizing the potential dangers and life-threatening risks, he readily agreed. Gryffindors do not fear danger. He longed to stand with his friend and embark on the most arduous adventure. Harry waited, both excited and anxious. The stone forest was dense, and he saw a red light flash by, followed by a figure slowly emerging. It was Leo. Harry felt a twinge of disappointment. It was unexpected for Leo to be the first to find a companion. However, upon reaching the end, Leo merely glanced at him before waving his wand to untie the Slytherin girl, then stood silently, lost in thought. The Slytherin girl rasped, Harry Potter is here, should we? No need to rush, Leo replied in an unusually calm and haughty tone. Time will soon reveal itself. Strangely, as he spoke, Harry felt a sharp sting in his scar. Confused, he quickly turned his attention to the emerging figure. Mavis appeared, clad in Hogwarts's plain robes, wearing a hat, and adorned with a Hufflepuff badge. She greeted high. She looked up at the sky, making an odd remark. It's still afternoon, yet it feels dark. Harry followed her gaze, astonished to find she was correct. The sky was overcast, thick clouds blanketing it, as if a torrential downpour could commence at any moment. You arrived quite swiftly, Leo remarked. Mavis replied, with such a vast path, the stones are all blown up. I'm not blind. Leo smiled. Perhaps I was eager to meet you here. All right, but I need to rescue my companions. Mavis waved her wand, and the ropes binding Harry fell away. He eagerly drew his wand, ready to join the fray. I'm ready. Mavis. Mavis glanced at him, then at Leo, asking, shall we bow or something? Harry interjected, I don't think that's necessary. But Leo insisted, of course. Etiquette must always be observed. He bowed slightly, as if inviting a lady to dance. Voldemort sends his regards. Harry, what did he just say? He widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at the other party in shock, perceiving this as a cruel jest. It was not amusing in the slightest. Concurrently, the Slytherin girl erupted into a sharp, mocking laugh. She bent slightly, feigning a dramatic tone, and proclaimed, Yes, master, Bellatrix Black sends her regards. Harry was rendered immobile. Meanwhile, Mavis tilted her head, adopting a high-pitched tone as she gently chided. Don't be like that, Harry. We must maintain some decorum. Greetings, Tom, Bella. Harry began to suspect that he was the only one ensnared in a dream. Tom replied, You don't seem surprised at all. You can sense me, and I, of course, can sense you. After her lessons with Umbridge, Mavis felt a sense of satisfaction, as if the narratives of 7 books converged into one. She was finally somewhat composed. Enough of the trivialities, she stated. Dinner is served at 6 o'clock. Either you take my seat, or I take yours, or we all share ours. There are no other options. Let's commence. Chapter 153, Beyond Greetings. As Mavis and Voldemort exchanged pleasantries, the battle had, in fact, already commenced. The moment Tom revealed his identity, the spectators in the audience stirred. Officials from the Ministry of Magic, guests from Germany, and board members were enveloped by a shroud of dark mist almost simultaneously. The next instant, a thick cloud of black smoke surged skyward, transforming them into Death Eaters cloaked in robes, brandishing their wands. Green luminescence coalesced in the sky, morphing into a skull, as a green serpent slithered and flicked its tongue. Clever indeed, Sirius scoffed, realizing this could easily be attributed to Polyjuice Potion. As long as we can capture them all, Remus remarked. They turned their gaze toward Dumbledore, who rose calmly, clutching the Elder Wand. A brilliant red light erupted in the sky, with sparks cascading like shooting stars, enveloping the entirety of Hogwarts in a warm glow. At that very moment, all windows and doors were drawn shut by an invisible force, closing in an orderly fashion. The windows of the towers clanged shut, and the doors of the classrooms sealed tight. The castle was locked down. Members of the Order of the Phoenix stood up to confront the cloaked Death Eaters. After a moment's hesitation, Aurors also joined the fray against the robed figures. Only Fudge mumbled in a cold sweat, This is a joke. It must be a joke. But no one heeded him. Green and red lights flickered together, shooting toward one another. In the Great Hall, Hermione pounded on the suddenly closed door, anxiously exclaiming, Professor McGonagall, please open the door. Miss Granger, kindly maintain your composure, Professor McGonagall replied sternly. Everyone quiet. Her authoritative voice silenced the raucous students. Ron, however, climbed onto the table, declaring, Harry is still on the pitch. We must save him. Professor Sprout added, Minerva, there are still students outside. Indeed, Cedric inhaled deeply. Maggie is still out there. He gazed at the image on the water curtain, feeling a surreal disorientation. He couldn't let her face the mysterious man alone. What was happening? Was this still part of the Triwizard Tournament? Why was Tom the mysterious man? Pomona, I cannot open this door. Professor McGonagall pressed her lips together tightly. Dumbledore initiated the castle's protective enchantments. Professor Flitwick tapped his wand lightly, confirming the assertion. Indeed, this is a life-binding spell, unless the caster releases it or perishes. We cannot break it. Dumbledore is sacrificing his life to protect us, Ms. Hooper commented. Staying here is the safest course. Stop jesting, Ron exclaimed, nearly in tears. We are safe, but Harry is still outside. He looked utterly distraught, as if he were on the verge of sobbing. Merlin, that is the mysterious man. Neville hesitated, saying, Professor, we cannot just stand by. Students from Hufflepuff echoed in desperation. Professor, please think of something. Maggie is in grave danger. Outside, there are Aurors and Professor Dumbledore. Professor Flitwick waved his wand, parting the water curtain. Let us remain calm and assess the situation. At that moment, the twins chimed in, Hey, while we are indeed worried about Mavis and Harry, they pointed at the water curtain where the battle unfolded. Mavis, having resolved the seating issue, disregarded whether Tom understood her and pulled Harry away. Yes, let us make the fiercest threats while engaging in the most cowardly duel. Harry stumbled after her, repeatedly confirming, Maggie, is he the mysterious man? Is he Voldemort? Yes. Why is he here? Harry bombarded her with questions. What about Dumbledore? Mavis replied, He's outside. We must inform the headmaster. He anxiously suggested, Can we leave? Is it possible to use broomsticks? I fear not. Mavis stated, Look outside. Harry cautiously peeked out. He beheld towering blue flames, encircling the stone maze like a high wall, the enchanting flames reflecting the massive skull overhead, creating a bizarre spectacle. What is this? He was taken aback. I suppose it is the fire of the Goblet of Fire, Mavis replied. Harry, the ones Tom intends to kill are you and me. Thus we must eliminate him. We cannot call the headmaster. The Death Eaters are all outside, and they cannot enter. I completely do not comprehend. This is the contract of the Goblet of Fire, ensuring the competition is completed and a victor emerges. She poured half a vial of Felix Felicis from her pocket into his mouth, urging him, Drink it all. Good. Now draw your wand. Go. Chapter 154. the third person. Harry had always performed admirably in the dueling club. Remus and Sirius had taught him numerous techniques, and during his years of skirmishing with Malfoy, he had ample opportunities to practice various spells. However, at the onset of today's duel, he felt every hair on his body stand on end. Bella raised her hand, unleashing a beam of green light. Instinctively, Harry sprinted to evade it, and in the next moment, a massive stone disintegrated into dust. It dawned on him belatedly that it was an Avada Kedavra. "Bella," Tom admonished sternly, "do what you must." Bella anxiously licked her lips. "Yes, master. I understand they belong to you." She took a few steps back in a show of humility, yet the swiftness of her wand movements did not falter. Crucio. Boom! The stone behind which Harry was hiding exploded, sending shards flying into his face, blurring his vision and causing tears to stream down his cheeks. Excruciating. The very essence of torment. Though dazed and unable to see clearly, Harry instinctively responded. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust, obstructing Bella's view. The Cruciatus curse grazed Harry's body, sending an abrupt pain coursing through him, as if a giant had stomped on his heart, leaving him trembling. Fortunately, the agony was fleeting. He quickly regained his composure, raised his arm to wipe the dust from his face, and declared, "Petri ficus totalis." Bella's movements faltered slightly. "Except you." The second incantation was left unfinished as Bella's wand tip ignited with a blaze of orange flames. Incendio. The explosive sound resonated as the fireball lunged towards Harry like a rogue, uncontrolled projectile. He was compelled to alter the incantation on his lips. Aguamini. Water surged forth, dousing the fireball, and in an instant, a cloud of white steam billowed into the air, enveloping the arena in a thick mist. However, the flames did not extinguish. Instead, they continued to advance upon Harry, menacingly. "Huh," Bella cackled. "You cannot escape Potter." Yet she was unaware that her interference was complicating Tom's task. While Bella was occupied with intercepting Harry, he played a game of cat and mouse with Mavis. Mavis was quick on her feet, hardly paying Harry any heed. After they separated to sprint in opposite directions, she continually concealed herself behind the massive stones, evidently wary of the killing curse. Tom, too, was in no rush to find her. He was a skilled hunter, effortlessly dismantling the obstacles before him. Shattered bones. After each tranquil incantation, a massive boulder was reduced to mere powder. As Mavis evaded the chaos, she marveled silently at the sheer might of magic. Its potency never rested upon the incantation itself. Those who lacked mastery over their spells could just as easily be consumed by the flames of their own creation, even if they wielded the most ferocious of fire spells. Bella's explosive charm could only shatter a significant portion of the stone, resulting in debris of various sizes, but Tom's shattering curse truly obliterated the rock into a fine white dust drifting about like ashes. When this dust encountered fire, even a modicum of chemical knowledge would reveal the potential for an explosion. The fire spell was not the same as the ferocious flames. The latter devoured all, including dust, yet the fire spell's flames remained distinct, intertwining with the powder to produce a violent explosion. A wave of heat surged forth, and Harry scrambled behind a rock, covering his mouth and nose. Meanwhile, Bella, having cast a protective charm upon herself, merely stumbled and fell. She instinctively defended herself. "Master, it was not intentional," she pleaded humbly. "Fool." Tom's protective charm was formidable enough to withstand such a mundane explosion, and he grimaced in distaste. "Severus, it is time to end your charade." Harry froze, looking up in disbelief as shadows loomed over him. He beheld Fleur's companion, a former Ravenclaw student, emerging from the smoke, clad in a billowing black robe that replaced the student's uniform. A sullen, greasy visage appeared before him, precisely grabbing Harry by the scruff of his neck, as had occurred countless times before. "I've got him, Master," Snape said calmly. Chapter 155, Another Life at Stake. The moment Sirius saw Harry captured by Snape, his eyes blazed with fury. "You slimy toad." He abandoned the Death Eater before him, attempting to breach the barrier of blue flames, which, though searing, felt as impenetrable as a solid iron wall. "Sirius." Lupin intercepted a malevolent curse. "Be careful." Sirius wielded his wand with fervor. Shatter. Crumble. He attempted several spells in quick succession, yet was unable to breach the illusory wall, anxiously calling out, "Harry! Mavis!" Amid the curtain of rain, Mavis seemed to hear his cries and bravely surged forth. Stupefied, her wand emitted a beam of red light. Snape regarded her coldly, incarcerous. Mavis was swiftly ensnared by ropes, rolling clumsily on the ground to free herself. "Bella caim crucio." In an instant, Mavis darted behind the boulder. In that fleeting moment, Tom had already approached Harry. Harry drew his wand, Yet before he could utter a spell, Snape silently moved his lips, and a silent, disarming curse struck him. The wand slipped from his grasp and fell into Snape's hand. Harry Potter, Tom's eyes turned crimson from a certain angle. His new visage bore a striking resemblance to Harry's. He reached out, gripping Harry's face, and calmly stated, "It is time to rectify the errors of over a decade past." Harry felt an overwhelming chill, as if plummeting into the black lake of December, his bones and blood frozen by the cold. He could not breathe, only fixated on Tom. In that moment, he was engulfed by terror. Was he to perish? Dad, Mom, Sirius, Remus. He could hardly draw breath. Yet he did not avert his gaze, his emerald eyes boldly meeting those of the Scarlet. Mavis. The courage coursing through Gryffindor's veins ignited within him, and with all his might he shouted, "Run." Now. Similar cries stirred long-buried memories within Tom. He recalled James Potter and also Lily Potter. A wave of loathing surged within him. Avada Kedavra. Tom pronounced the curse with chilling precision. A flash of green light erupted. Harry collapsed. Tom apathetically shifted his gaze, seeking another's presence. Snape hesitated, stepping forward to peer down at the body beneath him. "Master, please allow me to bring him to Dumbledore." He paused, a malicious smile creeping across his face. What an intriguing gift. Of course, Tom had utterly lost interest in Harry, casually nodding. Snape bent down to lift Harry, but just as he prepared to turn, the body in his arms suddenly stirred. Harry shot upright, as if awakening from a nightmare, gasping in terror. Tom halted, stunned, turning his head. In that instant, Harry seized the wand from Snape's sleeve, his wand. "Go to hell." Tom instinctively sensed the anomaly. Yet reality allowed no time for contemplation as the killing curse failed him once more. Automatically, he raised his wand. The red and green lights collided in midair, causing both Harry and Tom to levitate, enveloped in a dazzling golden radiance. The Song of the Phoenix resonated through the sky. Snape's expression shifted dramatically. He reached for Harry's robe, but when his gaze met the smoke swirling from the wand's tip, time froze. He could no longer move, only stared dumbfounded at the woman formed from the thick haze. The gray specter rendered her hair and eye color indistinguishable. Yet, he would never forget that face. It belonged to Lily. Chapter 156, A Reunion. Within the golden net of light, the phoenix sang. Those who had once fallen victim to Voldemort revealed themselves. A dark-haired boy, a plump woman, and a pair of unfamiliar parents guiding a little girl appeared, leaving Harry bewildered, struggling to comprehend the unfolding scene. But soon, a couple he had only seen in photographs materialized, ethereal as they descended, gazing tenderly at him. Harry's hands, clutching his wand, trembled violently. James, with his tousled hair and glasses, looked every bit like a brother. "Well done, Harry." Lily added, "Your father and I are so proud of you." Harry's vision blurred, tears welling in his eyes. "Dad, Mom," he rasped, his thoughts spiraling, "am I dead?" "You are still alive," Lily reassured him. "He has failed once more." "It is your mother's magic that protected you. Great maternal love," James explained. Lily tossed her hair back, exuding the essence of a warrior. "Enough of this. Listen, Harry. From now on, you must rely on yourself. I believe in you. You have wonderful friends." James encouraged, his pride evident. "You must go now." Lily gazed at her child with profound reluctance, her tone unwavering. Amid the swirling light, Tom regained his grip on his wand, a brilliant white light igniting, consuming the specters. James stepped in front of her, shielding her with his body. Lily glanced at Snape, who gazed back, his eyes filled with remorse and anguish. "Severus." She called her friend's name. Snape looked at her, his lips quivering, struggling to articulate fragmented words. "Lily, I'm sorry." His deep-seated guilt left him unable to plead for forgiveness, merely able to utter a belated apology. "I beg your forgiveness." People often entangle themselves in love and hate while living, until death teaches them to relinquish their obsessions. Lily simply stated, "I forgive you," and with a nod to her childhood friend, she smiled. "Thank you always." The care and protection from their student days, the 15 years of struggle and guardianship. Regardless, thank you, my friend. Snape understood the weight of her words. Once more, he was forgiven, as had happened countless times before. After every quarrel, as long as he apologized, she would never withhold her friendship. A torrent of emotion enveloped Snape. However, he lacked the time to process it. "Leave this place." Lily lunged towards the blinding light, joining forces with her husband to withstand Tom's might. "Harry, quickly." Harry yearned for one last glance at his parents, yet found his control over the wand slipping away. He was compelled to retreat, and in the next moment, the golden net vanished, causing him to fall heavily, gripped by Snape's arm. "Go, Bellatrix." Snape's betrayal ignited her fury. "How dare you?" She recognized the treachery and, in a fit of rage, uttered Avada. Snape snapped back to reality. Sectum Sempra? A sharp spell shot forth, leaving no trace. Yet blood gushed from Bellatrix's neck, erupting like a cluster of fireworks. She clutched her throat, struggling to utter her incantation. Cadavra. Harry stumbled and fell hard to the ground. While Snape was caught off balance by his force, the green light grazing his back before striking the stone. The boulder collapsed with a thunderous crash. Reluctantly, Bellatrix fell. Snape immediately seized Harry, propelling him towards the outer wall at breakneck speed. Maggie, I need to go back. She's still inside. Silence. Snape coldly spat the words, exerting all his strength to hurl him into the blue flames of the goblet. No use what? Tom was about to proclaim that Harry Potter could never escape. But Harry's body effortlessly passed through the fire, landing heavily on the meadow outside. Snape downed a vial of fireproof potion, enduring excruciating pain as he dashed through the surrounding wall. The flames licked at him, comparable to the agony of the Cruciatus curse. Yet he gritted his teeth and staggered through the fire, and as he emerged from the flames, the blue fire extinguished itself, leaving only the tattered black robe as a testament to the recent horror. Harry was helped up by Sirius. Sirius! He beheld the scene outside. The Quidditch pitch lay in ruins, a chaotic wasteland, as Death Eaters retreated under the overwhelming might of the wizards led by Dumbledore. Wait, Dumbledore? Headmaster. Harry felt a surge of hope and rushed forward. Maggie's still inside. Dumbledore nodded at him. I am relieved to see you unharmed. It appears our suspicions were correct. What? Harry asked. Dumbledore did not elaborate, his focus fixed on the sky. Harry followed his gaze, spotting Mavis reappearing, seemingly unfazed by her entrapment, instead querying Tom. Do you know why the goblet's contract did not sever Harry's blood magic? Tom responded coldly. I am indeed curious about that. He sensed the connection between himself and Harry Potter, which led him to invoke the goblet's contract in hopes of overshadowing their fated bond. Why did it fail? Before the registration, that is, before the contract was formed, I cast a Confundus charm on the goblet, Mavis revealed. I made it believe that there was no such person as Harry Potter in the world. Tom's expression shifted. Am I clever? Mavis mused. I am exceedingly clever. Chapter 157. The battle commences. Blue flames encircled the Quidditch pitch, expanding into a labyrinth of ruins, littered with shattered stones. Bellatrix's lifeless body lay on the ground, her blood saturating the earth. Mavis stood neither too far nor too close, declaring, Now, it is just the two of us. Tom replied coldly. Do you have any final words? Indeed, Mavis asserted boldly. I have much to say. That depends on how long you can endure, Tom said, as the tip of his wand glowed green, shooting forth like an arrow. Mavis deftly dove behind a stone to evade the indiscriminate killing curse. Let me ponder where to begin, she contemplated before continuing. I've always wondered, during your student days, you were so cunning and clever, easily winning everyone's favor. Why? After becoming Voldemort, did you transform into something so terrifying? The stone exploded, flames dancing like serpents, crackling and bursting like firecrackers. Tom answered her inquiry. In the face of absolute power, all schemes become unnecessary. I think the same, Mavis replied. Those who delight in manipulation are politicians, like the Malfoys, and opportunists like Fudge. But you, she emerged from the dust, retaliating with a conflagration charm. The roaring red flames surged forth, swift and fierce, akin to a Maserati, though she had never driven one and could not say if a sports car could indeed be that fast. In any case, it was fast enough. Tom frowned. The green light at the tip of his wand transformed into serpentine flames. The flames could consume anything, including the fire itself. Do you think that people's fear of power is the most solid foundation? She inquired. Tom replied, That is where Dumbledore falters. Mavis fully grasped his meaning. Yes. Albus is the most powerful wizard, and like you, he scorns manipulation, yet he does not intimidate others with power. The Ministry is quite dissatisfied with him. A smirk curled Tom's lips. People do not hold the greatest wizard in high regard. He paused before stating, If I were the master of the Ministry, they would never dare to treat me this way. You are correct. It took me a long time to comprehend your logic, Mavis reiterated. You desire people to fear you as they fear storms, tsunamis, and earthquakes. In fear, they will be more obedient than those who are loyal and noble. This time, Tom fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, I can grant you another opportunity. Why? You are akin to me, Tom slowly articulated. You can comprehend my thoughts. I must admit, not everyone can achieve that. Perhaps it is due to our similar experiences. Are you referring to being abandoned by our parents? Or the life in the orphanage? Or our days at Hogwarts? Mavis inquired, bombarding him with questions, but then shook her head. Tom, I understand you. But you do not understand me. Tom's expression turned cold, his eyes flashing red like a serpent's slitted pupils. The green flames consumed all, morphing into a three-headed serpent that coiled through the labyrinth, devouring the scattered stones. A scorched earth remained. You do not grasp why I speak these words, Mavis declared. You too harbor fears, do you not? Me? Tom mockingly countered, what do I fear? You or Dumbledore? Mavis responded, you fear love and death above all. Love is an enigma to you, something you dread, fearing it might topple you, while death is the ultimate outcome you most fear. Tom's tone turned icy. You are mistaken. I do not compel you to accept my views. Mavis generously replied, I merely wish to convey the reason I stand here. The green three-headed serpent towered over her, slowly opening its gaping maw. The searing heat of the flames scorched the charred earth, ashes swirling through the air like snowflakes. Mavis gazed at the colossal serpent and its opponent beneath. I will defeat you using your own philosophy of life. She spread her arms wide, wind. A tempest arose, spiraling at astonishing speed, the air currents swirling the floating ashes, faintly outlining the form of a colossal beast. A giant bird with a wingspan of several meters materialized in midair, shrieking as it dove downward. The battle between wind and fire had officially commenced. Chapter 158, The Fight Continues. Flames soared skyward, saturating the overcast heavens with an ominous hue, reminiscent of the distant auroras piercing the ocean. Shimmering upon the cliffs of the Scottish Highlands, the invisible winds battered the green, three-headed serpent, the fierce currents extinguishing the flames. Yet in the swirling moment, the venomous serpent viciously struck its wings. The sound of the wind howled, the magical flames piercing through the water curtain, stinging the eyes of onlookers. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Mad-Eye Moody, peering through his magical eye, accurately seized a Death Eater attempting to flee, incapacitating him and dragging him toward the audience. The place had transformed into a temporary prison, with a multitude of Death Eaters scurrying like frightened rats, subdued by Aurors, lying in disarray like lifeless corpses. Almost there, Moody took a sip of his drink, invigorating his spirit. It had been 15 years since such a significant victory was last achieved. Arthur Weasley remarked, Dumbledore is here. I cannot fathom how they could succeed. The two exchanged a brief chuckle before their expressions darkened with concern. Indeed, it was not only they who were unprepared. It seemed the Death Eaters were equally astonished that Dumbledore had not been impeded by Voldemort, but rather chose to stand firm against the Death Eaters. A wizard feared even by Voldemort, against whom no matter how powerful the Death Eaters were, they found themselves nearly powerless beneath his formidable magic. The advantage was overwhelmingly one-sided. These filthy rats could only strive to escape. Those swift enough might flee, while the slower ones faced death or capture. Perhaps a swift demise could be a more favorable outcome than a kiss from a Dementor. However, Dumbledore, serious, urged by his students, inquired of the elder. Leave this to us, McGonagall. Dumbledore lowered his gaze to Harry and the others, who seemed hesitant to speak, and slowly shook his head. We cannot allow a child to confront him. Lupin's brow furrowed, emphasizing, she's merely a student. Regrettably, Dumbledore replied, his voice hoarse. It is not that I do not wish to assist. It is that I am incapable. Others were skeptical. If Albus Dumbledore could not accomplish this, then surely no one could. Yet the adults kept their thoughts to themselves, while Harry could not refrain from asking, why? Headmaster, you are so powerful. I must concede. I'm no longer young, Dumbledore slowly articulated. The elder had too many vulnerabilities, and Tom was a cunning adversary. He could not guarantee victory over him. He continued, in fact, Harry, the last person to defeat Tom was your mother, Lily. Harry recalled his parents from earlier, uncertain of how to respond. Lily was a fully fledged witch. Snape pressed his lips tightly together, striving to maintain his usual composure. Miss Granger is already of age. She is at the peak of her physical and magical prowess. While most witches of her age struggle to unlock their potential, she is an exception, Dumbledore asserted. She is an exceptionally powerful witch, lacking only experience compared to Tom. But that is of little consequence. He gazed ahead at the water screen, emphasizing the strength of her soul is sufficient to compensate for all of that. Maintaining such a massive spell is, to be honest, quite exhausting. Mavis felt as though she had just run an 800-meter race. Her body was still in motion, yet she was panting like a dying dog. Must we persist in this manner? She exclaimed. Is this truly enjoyable? The fire cannot consume me, and the wind prison cannot contain your flames. Do not squander your magic. Ah, the scorched grass blades struck her face, and dust filled her throat. Mavis coughed twice. Are you trying to suffocate me? This is unlike you, Tom. Tom stared intently at her. In the next moment, both wind and fire dissipated simultaneously. The air became refreshing. Mavis could finally breathe. It should have been like this from the start. No sooner had she spoken than a green light flashed like lightning, slicing through her line of sight. However, just as it was about to strike her, Mavis's figure shattered like a broken mirror. Tom's crimson pupils constricted slightly as he swiftly turned around. Her visage and a red magical aura manifested concurrently. Tom raised his wand. Two bright bolts of lightning converged in midair, exploding with a bang, shattering the hard ground and scattering debris in all directions. Chapter 159 is Fear. High-level combat often requires no overly complex incantations. At this juncture, Tom did not need to resort to the killing curse. It is well known that pure magical energy can also bring death to an adversary. Much like a bullet fired from a gun, the accuracy and lethality are significantly enhanced. The true source of death has never been the gun itself, but rather the gunpowder. A muggle wielding a wand and uttering Avada Kedavra cannot kill. An ordinary wizard casting the killing curse may not necessarily succeed in taking a life. Green and red lights intertwined. Tom's face shifted continuously under the light as he maneuvered, sometimes evading, sometimes attacking, his immense magical force leaving the area in disarray akin to a tornado's passage. Yet, Mavis had only lost a couple of strands of hair. He found himself unable to truly subdue her. The wand of purplewood trembled and hummed in his grasp. The magical confrontation had reached a stalemate, requiring all his might to approach her. Yet often at this moment, she would use apparition to evade his grand strikes, narrowly escaping death's grasp. Tom's heart raced. He swung his arm, the wand spinning in the air, conjuring a green circle of light. The magic sliced through the earth like a laser, leaving a distinct trench behind. Mavis, quick-witted, leapt aside, narrowly avoiding the scythe of death. She took a gentle breath, fully concentrated. Not having to recite incantations did not imply a mere physical exchange between two wizards. Rather, it resembled a natural mastery that transcended spells. A series of green lights fanned out. Unable to evade, she raised her wand before her, and an invisible wall suddenly surged up, blocking the onslaught. This was not a shield charm. She had not uttered the incantation, yet it functioned as one, for the principle remained the same. The essence of magic involves harnessing the magical forces of the wizarding world, and through countless prior practices, she had ingrained this process into her very bones, allowing her to execute it smoothly without needing an additional step. She believed Tom's green light was akin. There was no need for the incantation of Avada Kedavra. When he unleashed this malicious force intended to take a life, it was already a killing curse in its entirety. Countless evasion attempts. One encounter with death was sufficient. She dared not be careless, adjusting her breath to counterattack. Expelliarmus, she shouted, casting the disarming charm. Tom distinctly felt his wand slip from his grip for a fraction of a second. It was brief, so brief that he could reclaim it. It must be noted that the wand slipping from his grasp was a magical effect, not merely a matter of gripping it tightly or tying it down. The root of the disarming charm is expello, to expel. Whether it be a hand or a tether, no matter how tightly it is secured, it will still part ways. Magic adheres to physics. Once it diverges from that, it ceases to be magic. Of course, this was a simple spell, and Tom's power easily disrupted the charm. Yet it altered his mindset. A wand is unlike any other object. A flame-igniting fabric is a common occurrence, but a wand chooses its wizard. The wand is part of the wizard's very essence. By shaking Mavis's wand, he had shaken the very core of his existence. Thus, fear was born. Tom recalled the earlier vision, uncertain and entirely bewildered as to why his wand, in contrast to Harry's, exhibited uncontrollable behavior. Those he had once slain reappeared, as if they had never truly perished. Death had always been a taboo subject for Tom Riddle. He frequently brought death to others, yet was reluctant to contemplate the scenes following his own demise. To evade this moment, he had fractured his soul, hoping to escape the gaze of the Grim Reaper. Yet now, he felt as though he had returned to 15 years prior. In Godric's Hollow, death had arrived unexpectedly. Tom was afraid. A wizard possessing immense power, even with the slightest of spells, could take a life. Perhaps one of her spells, some weak, concealed, inconsequential incantation, could bring about his end. She had already killed him numerous times before. Tom was aware it was she who had done it, guided by the Vila Stone. He had glimpsed the intertwined threads of life. He refused to acknowledge his fear. Let the game end here, he coldly declared. Indeed, he was afraid. I've already given you an opportunity, he sighed. My Vashi exclaimed, oh. Tom pressed his lips tightly together, then opened his palm to reveal a small crystal vial. Within it floated a wispy thread of blood, shifting and dissipating. Chapter 160, The Power of Love. What is this? May Wasey squinted, her nearsightedness prompting her to lean closer. Tom remained silent. He crushed the vial, allowing the blood thread to cascade down and seep into a piece of white stone. Green flames ignited once more, but this time, they consumed the peculiar stone. The flames transformed into a pure white hue. They encircled Tom, and in the next moment, countless slender white serpents erupted from the ring of fire, surging towards May Wasey in a relentless wave. Goodness! May Wasey gasped, feeling a chill. In some respects, these small serpents were more terrifying than their larger counterparts. She felt as if she had plunged into a serpent's den. The multitude of fiery white snakes lunged at her, igniting her hair, the hem of her robe, and the soles of her shoes. May Wasey retreated until she realized there was no escape. The vast stone maze had been reduced to rubble, and all that lay before her were the firewalls of the flame cup and the undulating fire serpents. The intertwining blue and white flames resembled a hellish mirage. Tom stood at the center of the inferno, declaring, "This fire emanates from a powerful sorcerer. He once used it to test the loyalty of his subordinates, but I believe it holds a more fitting purpose." May Wasey circled, pursued by a throng of serpents that grew longer and longer, akin to a voracious serpent. She resolved to buy herself some time. "Oh, I must admit," Tom continued, "Lily Potter's magic is quite intricate, but I have resolved this issue. If Voldemort can defy death, he can conquer love." May Wasey retorted, "You talk so much. It reveals your insecurity. Otherwise, why would you need to acknowledge it?" Yet, glancing at the serpents, she played along. "I don't understand. This is Harry Potter's blood." Tom unveiled the riddle, his voice laced with a sense of superiority. "Dumbledore always said that love is the most potent force. So I am curious whether the flames birthed from Lily Potter's blood can be vanquished." May Wasey stood stunned. This line of thought had indeed eluded her. "You are impressive," she sincerely praised. "It is no wonder it is you." She had long recognized Tom Riddle's intelligence. Otherwise, he would not have unearthed such profound dark magic as Horcruxes. Yet she had not anticipated his brilliance to this extent. If Lily's love could be the key to unraveling this, then Dumbledore would have lost. He would no longer need to fear the so-called love. Conversely, if it could not be undone, then no one could triumph over him. He had already acquired this power. A smirk graced Tom's lips, revealing his sense of triumph. Her tone assured him that he was gazing upon the dawn of victory. However, May Wasey posed a question. "I know Lily's magic. A heart filled with hatred cannot touch Harry, correct? In light of this being your final words, I shall answer you." Tom smiled. "Yes, as long as your heart is filled with hatred, as long as you harbor no love for me, you cannot pass through it." May Wasey shunned. "I understand. Grindelwald's fire shield tests loyalty, while Tom's fire shield examines love and hatred." She ceased her flight. "I have one last message." She raised her hand. Tom furrowed his brow, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over him. "It is over." May Wasey chuckled. She had circled the Quidditch pitch, running an impressive 800 meters. Thanks to her former captain, Smith, who had trained her stamina well. She halted, pivoted, and charged towards Tom. The air was sweltering, the ground sticky beneath her feet. The white flames pursued her. In a flash, the scene Tom had envisioned in his prophecy collided with reality. He beheld a young girl rushing towards him, as light and agile as a bird. The tearing flames surged upward, like self-propagating clay, attempting to keep her at bay. The following fire serpents surged forward, the leading head grasping the trailing tail, forming a seamless circle. Everything spiraled in a loop, the tail returning to its beginning. May Wasey, reminiscent of an Olympic athlete, broke through the finishing line. She plunged into the white fire shield, the flames scorching her hair, penetrating her body, and reuniting. She emerged before Tom unscathed. He hastily raised his wand, but it was too late. Tom had never anticipated failure at this moment. He had learned from past lessons. He had even harnessed love. May Wasey's wand was pointed at his throat. "I love you, Tom," she whispered. "Without you, there is no Harry Potter." The story of Harry Potter is the tale of Harry defeating Voldemort. Light and darkness, hero and villain, none can be absent. Voldemort's existence gave rise to 7 volumes, creating this vibrant and magical world. He is the ultimate antagonist and the origin of this narrative. May Wasey cherished this colorful world, loving yet loathing Voldemort. Hatred, but not enmity. Tom could scarcely believe it. Anger and fear consumed him. No, the flames ignited with his hatred, coiling into a towering inferno. Awakening like a great serpent from hibernation, it hissed, flicking its forked tongue, the dual fire serpents biting down on her shoulders. The colossal serpent slithered forward, its long tail leaving 2-meter-wide charred marks in its wake. May Wasey felt the oppressive heat as if plummeting into volcanic magma, nearly unable to breathe. Yet she stood resolute, clearly and determinedly uttering the incantation, Sectum Sempra. In an instant, the spell cleaved through Tom's neck, flesh and blood parting to reveal bone and muscle. Blood gushed forth, propelled by the heartbeat, splattering her face in a scalding crimson. No, he cried in despair, and no. The 3-meter-high serpent opened its gaping maw, viciously devouring her head. She was consumed. Next, it would be Tom. The inferno engulfed all. Chapter 161. The Train of Death. The blue flames resembled weary birds returning to their nest, slowly retreating into the flame cup, buoyed by the evening breeze. Clouds of mist rose, white smoke coiling, obscuring the scene. Newt waved his wand. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the haze. The onlookers beheld a wooden cup, akin to a decayed tree root, gray and lifeless, lying on the ground, utterly devoid of its previous might. Not far away, Tom and May Wasey lay upon the ground, blood pooling and winding into a crimson stream. Attention gripped everyone, their breaths caught in their throats. In that moment, no one could move, only gazing blankly, hesitant to approach and confirm. Dumbledore slowly raised his hand to rest on Harry's shoulder. Harry sensed the old man's tremors. He too struggled to swallow, his hands shaking, legs trembling. He yearned to ask, is Mechi still alive? And also, is Voldemort dead? But his lips moved without sound, his throat constricted as if gripped by an unseen force, rendering him speechless. Merlin, Lupin gasped, taking a few steps forward before halting again. Sirius hesitated unusually, glancing at the ground, then at Dumbledore, repeatedly licking his lips. Even Mad-Eye Moody dared only to inquire, is he dead? I mean Voldemort? Dumbledore inhaled deeply and steadily. He understood he could not falter. He must bear witness to the outcome. The elder steadied himself and strode forward. He first examined Tom's lifeless body, his eyes widening in disbelief as blood soaked his entire being, his face a mask of incredulity, until the very moment of death. He could not fathom that he would truly perish. Yet those eyes, filled with terror, undeniably conveyed his awareness of his fate. He was terrified. He was dead. Dumbledore calmly proclaimed that we have truly defeated him. A palpable sigh of relief echoed through the crowd, accompanied by faint sobs. Each individual present bore the indelible scars of war. The anguish inflicted upon them was profound, and despite the vengeance they had sought, the sorrow of lost loved ones rendered laughter unattainable. They yearned only to weep, to release their tears with abandon. Harry, unable to contain himself any longer, hurried over, exclaiming, "Where's Mevis? Is she still alive?" Mevis lay motionless on the ground. As she trembled, her eyes fluttered open. "Where am I? A hospital gurney? No. It seems more akin to the Hogwarts Express." As these thoughts coursed through her mind, the surroundings gradually coalesced into focus. She beheld the expansive window, the rows of opposing seats, and the tightly shut compartment door. Outside, a blinding white void enveloped everything, while within, the familiar sight of a train reigned. She glanced at her hands and discovered she was clad in school robes, appearing as a youthful girl. In the next moment, a familiar face appeared in the seat across from her. Tom stared at her in shock, instinctively raising his wand. "Avada Kedavra," he intoned, yet no green light erupted. Nothing happened, as if the object in his hand was merely a stick. Tom's expression contorted in disbelief as he questioned, "What has happened to me? Have I become a muggle?" "No," he shouted, lunging forward in an attempt to grasp her throat. His fingers passed through her visage. "Tom, we are both dead," Mevis said slowly. "One cannot die a second time. Remain calm." Tom, losing his composure, shouted, "What jest is this? How can I be dead?" He stood, leaning against the table, declaring, "Voldemort cannot possibly die. Thank goodness for that, or you would have sprayed your spit all over my face," Mevis replied disdainfully, wiping her face. "You are indeed dead. I killed you, and you killed me." Tom clamped his mouth shut, refusing to accept reality. Mevis gazed out the window. "I never imagined there would be a train to hell. The accommodations are rather pleasant." Tom regarded her, while she idly tapped her fingers. "You have a way to escape this place," he asserted confidently. "Let's make a deal." "Excuse me?" Mevis retorted. "If we are truly dead, how can you remain so composed? How did you manage it?" he inquired. She replied, "Your refusal to accept does not preclude my acceptance. I defeated you. The nightmare is over, and everyone has a bright future ahead. And you? I've already composed my epitaph and written my will," Mevis cheerfully offered. "Would you like to know what I wrote?" No defecating or urinating allowed. Tom stared at her, bewildered. "All right, I was jesting," Mevis said, making a face. "Still, having lived is rather cool." Tom remained silent, slowly sinking back into his seat. Mevis enthusiastically remarked, "Barring any surprises, this will be our final conversation. Is there anything you wish to say?" "This is not the life I desired," he replied coldly. "This should not be my life." Mevis countered, "Life is shaped by our own choices." He sarcastically questioned, "Is it Dumbledore who avoided this outcome? You are not meant to die." "Your words sound like the release of gas," Mevis retorted mercilessly. "You chose me, and I chose you." "Why?" Tom pressed, his lips tightly pressed together. "Is it worth it?" Mevis stated, "Our lives are strikingly similar. I will guide you on your way, and you will walk more assuredly. You lost to me, not to bloodlines or wealth." She spoke earnestly, "Tom, I hope you have no regrets." Tom fell silent. Chapter 162. Farewell, Tom. The train of death traversed the vast, white mist. Mevis and Tom sat across from each other, reminiscent of first-year students embarking on their journey to Hogwarts. In truth, they appeared as children. "Why do you suppose we are like this?" Mevis mused, not requiring his response, seeking her own answer. "Perhaps this reflects the essence of our souls." A mocking smile crept upon Tom's lips. "Me, an 11-year-old brat? Your life was altered during that year," she stated. "So was mine," Tom replied. "This is the life I was destined to have." "You truly loathe the orphanage," Mevis said. "Did you envision a life born in Malfoy Manor, a prodigy from the start, revered by all upon entering Hogwarts, with even Albus unable to rival you, and Nicholas Flamel taking you as his apprentice to teach you the art of creating the Philosopher's Stone?" She babbled on. "The Ministry of Magic would court you, and you would scoff at their advances. You would vanquish Albus and become the mightiest wizard in Britain, achieving immortality, all while instilling awe akin to that of Slytherin." Tom's face darkened, yet he asserted, "I am indeed the heir of Slytherin. By blood," Mevis remarked. "You take pride in your lineage while shunning your muggle father." Tom scoffed. "Do you take pride in your criminal father?" Mevis gasped. "He truly ended up in prison? You never investigated?" Tom maliciously replied. "Who concealed your lineage?" "It is something I chose not to pursue. I have no interest in him," she dismissed. "Whether he is a criminal or a professor is irrelevant to me, Tom. I care not for him, nor for my mother." Tom appeared unconvinced, a cold sneer etched across his face. Mevis asserted, "Choices are more significant than birth. I chose to be a Hufflepuff. I chose to oppose you. This has nothing to do with my parents. I chose my own life." "So did I," Tom replied calmly. "I simply failed. Do you accept your failure?" He did not respond. Mevis continued, "Your silence matters not. Regardless of acceptance, we are destined to perish." Tom clenched his fists, seemingly battling some inner turmoil, yet he restrained himself. "Ah," Mevis cradled her face in her hands. "Life is such that birth and death are beyond our control. We can only passively accept it. Try to see it differently. I do not wish to die either. I have yet to graduate. If there is any regret in this life, it is that I have not finished my studies at Hogwarts." "No, graduation," she lamented, growing increasingly despondent, falling silent. The air thickened with an eerie stillness, time seemingly suspended. The train appeared to be continuously journeying towards an unknown destination, yet it also felt immobile. In the stillness, a sound broke through Mevis's reverie. Tap, tap, tap. It was eerily familiar. In a moment of daze, she felt as though she had returned to her small room in the orphanage, where an owl had once knocked on her window, altering the course of her life. Instinctively, she turned her head and met a pair of eyes. "Huh?" Mevis blinked in astonishment, realizing that there was indeed an owl outside the train window. It perched on the ledge, tapping at the glass. She glanced at Tom, who squinted, unexpectedly opening the window first. The owl swooped inside, circling the compartment. Tom grasped his wand, quickly restrained it, too late. Mevis seized the owl, and in the next instant, it was as if she had touched a key to a door. Time twisted and spun. She stumbled, narrowly avoiding a fall, and when she regained her balance, she discovered she was no longer on the train, but on a stark white platform. The train loomed before her. Tom remained inside, desperately pounding on the window. "Let me out." Yet the window remained steadfast, impervious to his attempts to break it or wield his wand as previously. He was trapped within. "Let me out," he implored, a sense of urgency in his tone. "I could do anything for you." "Anything." Mevis feigned contemplation. A flicker of understanding ignited within her as she cheerfully waved goodbye. "I've reached my destination. Farewell." "No." Tom's face twisted in terror. "Don't leave me. Let me out. Take me back." The train slowly began to depart. "The next leg of your journey is yours to traverse alone," she called out. Melvis leaped and danced, her laughter ringing out. "Keep it up. In the next life, be a good person." She cupped her hand around her mouth, forming a trumpet shape. "I want to send you off. Goodbye." Tom's expression grew increasingly desperate as he reached out, attempting to grasp her, yet he remained trapped within his own compartment. The train departed the platform with a peculiar blend of speed and slowness. Melvis understood that Tom was gone. Chapter 163. The Journey Home. The sports field lay in ruins. Scorched earth all around, and Melvis was surrounded by people. Dumbledore had dispelled the protective enchantments, and Hogwarts was opened once more. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick Sprout, Trelawney, Hagrid, Madame Hooch, Madame Pants, and all the faculty gathered, employing every means at their disposal to revive her. Professor Trelawney clutched her shawl, repeatedly murmuring, "I see the shadow of death. The train has long departed. No, I do not see her. She is not there, not at all." No one paid her any heed. Madame Pomfrey cast every healing spell she knew, yet her complexion remained pale. "I'm not certain. She has no breath, but it shouldn't be this way. It shouldn't be." Newt knelt down, prying open her mouth to pour a glimmering silver liquid inside. Students slowly gathered, none daring to speak or ask questions. Suddenly, a figure darted through the crowd, squeezing into the circle. Chestnut rushed to Melvis's side, extending its soft tongue to lick her cheek, calling out incessantly, "Meow, meow, meow." Melvis stood, dazed on the platform. How does one leave the station? Harry had simply walked out. Yet she muttered incessantly, "Let me out. Help. If I don't leave soon, I'll be burned. The Haven Tea already buried me. Have they?" Still, she remained rooted to the spot, forlorn. Where am I? Is there no signpost? She wandered aimlessly, longing for a marker. There were neither signs nor directions. In her frustration, Melvis wished to crash into a pillar. Just then, she heard Chestnut's voice, the sound of a small cat growing nearer. Her eyes widened. "Chestnut, where are you?" A fluffy cat appeared, calling out from a distance. Anxiously pacing in circles, Melvis ran towards it, her speed increasing, yet her body grew heavier. She gritted her teeth, pushing forward with all her might. Chestnut called out repeatedly, urging her on, encouraging her. Finally, the figure of the cat became clearer, and with a determined lunge forward, Melvis fell to the ground, pain coursing through her body. "Ouch!" she cried out, struggling to open her eyelids. So many people, familiar faces all around. "Help me!" In that instant, she awoke, filled with dread. "You're not holding a funeral, are you?" The air fell silent for a moment. 3 seconds later, cheers and sobs erupted simultaneously. She saw Dumbledore remove his glasses, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. "Welcome back," the old man said with a smile, "my child." 2 weeks later, Privet Drive, the Dursley residence. Petunia sat on the sofa, her expression indifferent as she asked, "So, the one who killed Lily is dead?" "Yes, Aunt," Harry replied cautiously. "I can move out now. I won't be a bother to you anymore." Petunia maintained her stony demeanor, coldly stating, "That S for the best. Just think of how much we VE spent on you. Did you really expect me to beg you to stay?" Harry lowered his head, hastily finishing, "I'll go pack my things. For Christmas, I'll send you gifts using Muggle Post." Petunia turned her head away. Harry exited the living room. Petunia stood up and walked to the kitchen to retrieve the freshly baked cookies. Harry hurried upstairs, but halfway up, he suddenly stopped. A faint sound of sobbing drifted from the kitchen. He said nothing, silently returned to his bedroom to gather his belongings. Voldemort was dead. He no longer needed to hide beneath the protection of blood magic and could move in with Sirius. Everything was over. Harry Potter could finally lead a normal life, relishing the joy of reuniting with loved ones. He felt an immense sense of relief as he quickly packed all his belongings, ready to leave. Dudley collided with him at the door. He had grown taller and bulkier, a football cradled in his arms, looking at Harry in surprise. "Hey, where are you going?" "I'm moving out," Harry answered lightly. "Goodbye." Dudley's eyes flashed with surprise. It seemed he did not fully comprehend, nor had he ever imagined, that his cousin, who had grown up alongside him, would one day leave. This left him momentarily bewildered, unsure of what to say. "Excuse me, let me through." Harry squeezed past him and boarded the taxi. The driver inquired, "Where to?" "Burger King." Harry pulled out a long shopping list. 3 hours later, Harry, arms laden with food, walked into St. Mungo's. He encountered Neville in the corridor on the 5th floor. "I'm here to help you." Neville reached out to take 2 bags from him. Harry sighed in relief. "You're a great help." Together, they entered the ward. Cough, cough. Lying in the hospital bed was Melvis, wearing a knitted hat, weakly asking, "Will I be able to eat burgers and fried chicken before I die?" Cough, cough. Harry produced the food. Burgers, fried chicken, pizza, cola, coffee, chips. "I ran to 5 different places." "Thank you, Harry," Melvis said peacefully. "I can die content now." "You said the same thing 3 days ago," Harry complained. Melvis inserted a straw into her drink and sipped the cola, her expression earnest. "I'm not deceiving you. Look at this, all the blood I coughed out, cough, cough." She coughed forcefully, spewing forth blood. "My cola," she wailed, resignedly wiping it away. "I need to eat more. Thankfully, my stomach has recovered. Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment. After Melvis's revival, she collapsed within 3 seconds, bleeding from all orifices. Everyone hurried her to St. Mungo's for treatment. Following diagnosis, the healers deemed her internal organs severely damaged. Dumbledore stated this is a curse. Tom's hatred altered the flames of the fire shield, transforming them into a dreadful curse. The flames coursed through her body. She was indeed perilously close to death at the last moment. Yet an unknown force protected her, and afterward, with Tom's demise, the curse was lifted, and she survived. However, the damage was irreversible and must be treated gradually. Fortunately, she had consumed dragon's blood, and Newt had timely administered unicorn blood. Combined with the effects of Phoenix tears, her condition had already improved. A week prior, her heart had stabilized. 3 days ago, her digestive system had recovered. The coughing up of blood was due to her lungs still healing. But she would be all right. Everyone held onto that belief with unwavering faith. Chapter 164, A New Beginning. On August 31st, at King's Cross Station, a young girl with a backpack sat in the waiting room reading a newspaper. Her features were characteristically Asian, sweet and lovely. Yet for reasons unknown, beneath her cap lay a patch of pale skin, her hair completely gone. She occasionally coughed, her complexion pale, as though recovering from a grave illness. Passers-by seemed to understand her plight. An elderly woman offered her a bag of gingerbread men. Embracing her, "Child, everything will be all right." The girl nodded obediently. A 5 or 6-year-old girl, encouraged by her parents, sprinted over and handed her a piece of candy, smiling sweetly. The girl unwrapped the candy, mumbling her thanks. "Thank you. It's delicious." Time passed slowly, and at 10:58, she folded the newspaper, seemingly intending to buy a cup of coffee. However, as she walked between platforms 9 and 10, she vanished. The retired detective, who had been observing her closely, was taken aback and hurried a few steps to the edge of the platform, peering down. There was no one below. He sighed with relief, thinking perhaps they had wandered off to another location. Platform 9 3/4. Mavis stepped back from the platform. Only a few individuals remained on the platform, and she deftly hopped onto the carriage. The compartments on both sides were abuzz with animated conversation. In carriage 1, a Ravenclaw younger student was expressing her grievances. "I spent my summer at my aunt's in France, and my cousins kept asking me about the Goblet of Fire, inquiring how that person met his end. I told them it was all fire, that we couldn't see anything clearly, and they didn't believe me. My father grilled me for quite a while too. I told him the stadium had been cleared, and we didn't even see the body. You don't believe those tabloids, do you? That he didn't actually die? That Dumbledore faked the results? Of course not." In carriage 2, a discussion among Slytherin's students unfolded. In July and August, Wisingamot tried many people. It would be one thing if they were arrested on site, but they even came to our estate to apprehend individuals. My great-uncle, who had gone to Germany, was still caught by an Auror. When did Fudge become so ruthless? He must be protecting his position as Minister of Magic. What a vile scoundrel. Surely, there must be another way. In carriage 3, Gryffindors were celebrating. My father hardly came home at all this summer. He captured numerous Death Eaters. They deserve a Dementor's kiss. Malfoy turned green at the mention of it. Did you hear the Wisingamot-esque trial? They denied it again, claiming it was the soul-sucking curse. And the Polyjuice potion. How cunning. In carriage 4, Hufflepuffs were searching for someone. Is Midge all right? I wanted to visit her at St. Mungo's. But there is an Auror at the entrance. Some Death Eaters are still at large. The Ministry is worried about her safety. It's clearly a cover-up. Just look at what the Daily Prophet has written. Lucky girl, Dumbledore's puppet. The Ministry wants to validate its existence. So, can Midge come back to school? Mavis listened, her expression relaxing. Ah, yes, that's the feeling. A new term, new events, a new boss. She had often imagined what life would be like without Voldemort. Now everything seemed as it always had, and she felt utterly at ease. Mavis gently touched her head and precisely pushed open the compartment door. Just like in countless dreams before, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were seated inside. The scenery outside the window raced by, and they were engaged in a heated discussion. Ron exclaimed, "Fudge is such a shameless fellow, taking all the credit for himself." Hermione analyzed, "He wants to preserve his position through public opinion. To be honest, this has significantly expedited the trials of the Death Eaters." Ron made a disgusted face. "You're actually defending him." Hermione retorted, "I'm stating the truth." After a pause, she wrinkled her nose in distaste. "Of course, I don't like him either. But that's beside the point. Oh, Midge, you're here." She enthusiastically made room for Mavis. "Are you feeling better? I've been meaning to visit you." "Much better." Mavis sat down without hesitation. "What are you discussing?" "Fudge." Hermione unfolded a newspaper to show her the headlines. You've been recuperating, unaware that Fudge has made a deal with some fellows. They're sending those caught red-handed to Azkaban in exchange for letting some unmasked individuals escape punishment. She gave Mavis a knowing look. Ron scoffed. The Malfoys. Mavis glanced at the newspaper and casually asked, "Does that concern us? For instance, the defense against the dark arts teacher?" Harry, who had been buried in his homework, chimed in. "I heard Snape applied, but Fudge thinks they should send someone from the ministry." "What is the reasoning?" she inquired with curiosity. Harry flipped through the newspaper, pointing at a line. "This, preventing the emergence of second heir of Slytherin. He blames Dumbledore for Tom Riddle's actions. He is furious, saying it was Dumbledore who admitted him to Hogwarts, and thus he must take responsibility. He wants to force Dumbledore to resign." Hermione interjected sharply. "I must say, Midge, you need to be careful." "Why?" Mavis responded. "To prevent a second heir of Slytherin. He is referring to you." The young witch said incisively, "You are Dumbledore's student. Everyone knows you defeated Voldemort. If this continues, the title of Minister of Magic will pale in comparison to Albus Dumbledore. He is tarnishing the headmaster's reputation. Mavi Sigid, the Dark Lord of the fairy tale world is dead, and the filthy adult world has arrived. Indeed, it carries that essence, the aura of the Order of the Phoenix." She nestled into her seat, nodding in agreement, observing them furrowed in concern as they deliberated. After a while, the compartment door swung open. The Weasley twins squeezed in. "We knew you were here." They peered at the newspaper and simultaneously exclaimed, "Boring stuff. Dear Midge, let us discuss our plans for the new term." "I'm broke." "You have the prize money from the Goblet of Fire." They eagerly settled beside her. "We've already scouted a new shop. We just need the rent." Mavis replied, "Focus on your studies and start a business after graduation." "Oh." The twins exaggeratedly sighed. "You sound just like our mother." "You little rascals." She affectionately ruffled their hair. "You missed." The twins laughed heartily and made a hasty exit before she could get angry. The train glided smoothly through the summer landscape of Scotland. The high hills were lush and verdant. Mavis rested her head on the table, slowly unwrapping a chocolate frog. The door opened once more. Cedric smiled. "I knew you'd be here." Mavis weakly replied, "I'm no longer the head girl." "Indeed, you're the student council president now." He shrugged. "No one can boss you around anymore." Mavis quipped, "Doctor, I need oxygen." Cedric observed her for a couple of seconds and wisely redirected, "Hermione, Ron, come with me to the head carriage. Don't follow her example. You need to patrol the train from midnight to 1. Mavis feigned death. Hermione eagerly stood up, pulling the rather embarrassed Ron along. Harry continued to furiously complete his homework. "Actually, they don't need to do this. I don't mind. The head girl is supposed to look after the younger students. In this regard, Ron is far more experienced than he is. He also needs this affirmation more than himself. You're wise. You have more important matters to attend to this year than being head girl." Mavis yawned. Harry looked up, puzzled. What matters? "The ministry has sent their lackeys to meddle in Hogwarts. This obviously requires a warrior to defend our home." Mavis replied lazily, "You don't expect me to step up, do you?" "Youth, I have grown old. I know I am too ill for this, cough cough." Harry pulled a bottle of cola from his backpack. "Would you like some?" Mavis instantly perked up, snatching the cola. "Isn't this a potion for coughs?" As she spoke, she took out her wand and cast a freezing spell. The lukewarm bottled cola instantly transformed into slushy cola, crystalline droplets forming on the transparent bottle. Harry observed her wand. "Haven't you gotten a new wand yet?" Mavis's wand had perished in the inferno alongside Tom's. She scratched her head. "Ollivander said he'd make me a custom one, but it'll take a few months. A suitable core is hard to find. This is borrowed from Albus. It's too long. Isn't it?" Harry agreed like a walking stick. Indeed. Chapter 165, Back to School. The train traversed the same track for the 7th time. In the distance, Hogwarts could already be seen perched atop its cliff. The whistle sounded, and the steam train gradually came to a halt. Students began to disembark one after another. Mavis climbed onto the carriage, patting the Thestral's rear. The familiar breeze, the familiar Black Lake, the familiar Hagrid. She alighted from the carriage, embracing the tall figure before her, and, with a satisfied smile, strolled into the hall. The hall had been freshly adorned, prepared to welcome the newcomers. At the beckoning of her friends, Mavis took her seat at the very front of Hufflepuff. Her ABC roommates enveloped her in warm embraces. Alice presented her with a brand new wizarding hat, a chic auto model from the Elegance brand. "Doesn't this pumpkin color resemble Hufflepuff?" she remarked. "I bought one for everyone." Betty and Cass donned their new hats. Mavis chuckled. "My hair may have been scorched, but it will grow back. However, all right then." She cheerfully adjusted her wizarding hat, feeling a chill on her bald head, susceptible to a cold. As she straightened the brim, she noticed a woman in a pink ensemble at the staff table regarding her with a scrutinizing gaze. Mavis returned the smile. "Ah, Umbridge," she called out in her mind with a melodious sigh. instantly invigorated. Professor McGonagall arrived to sort the first years. The sorting hat cleared its throat, and, amidst the astonished gazes of the newcomers, burst into song. I am the sorting hat of Hogwarts. Don me, and you shall discover your rightful house. Perhaps Gryffindor, where your indomitable courage lies. Perhaps Hufflepuff, where your admirable loyalty resides. Perhaps Ravenclaw, where your relentless pursuit of knowledge flourishes. Or perhaps Slytherin, where deep-seated ambition thrives. Dear students, allow the sorting hat to enlighten you. Regardless of which house you belong to, you are now part of Hogwarts. Revel in laughter, chase your dreams, and embark on adventures, for Hogwarts is the birthplace of miracles. Though the sorting hat's melody was still rather off-key, Mavis clapped enthusiastically. The first years nervously commenced the sorting process. One after another, as if it were 7 years ago or even centuries past. Once the final student had departed, Dumbledore rose, tapping his silver goblet. Welcome to our new students, and a warm welcome back to our returning students. A summer has passed. I trust you have completed your assignments. Dumbledore, adorned in a splendid purple robe and crescent-shaped spectacles, appeared unchanged, still the wisest and most remarkable individual. As is customary before the commencement of a new term, I shall announce a few matters. First, let us extend a warm welcome to the Ministry of Magic's representative, the new defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Umbridge. Clearing her throat, Umbridge stood, feigning a gracious smile as she expressed gratitude for the headmaster's welcoming words. It is truly delightful to return to Hogwarts, and I eagerly anticipate getting to know all of you, becoming friends with whom I can share anything. A profound silence enveloped the room. After a few seconds, someone spoke up. So do I, Professor. Umbridge immediately scanned the room, only to find it was not a Slytherin student, but rather Mavis Lynn. She fixed her gaze on Mavis, and after a prolonged moment, declared, "Interrupting while the professor is speaking is quite impolite, and I believe I must deduct points from you." Mavis slapped her thigh in mock horror. Oh dear. I hope you remember this lesson. Umbridge emphasized the importance of adhering to rules, stating, "The Ministry believes that young witches and wizards should exhibit greater decorum, which I perceive to be currently lacking among Hogwarts students. In the coming year, I shall impart this wisdom to you." Mavis replied, "I am absolutely looking forward to it, can't wait." Her overly compliant demeanor drew Umbridge's attention, especially since the other students wore expressions of disbelief, prompting her concern. Very well. Umbridge resumed her seat. "Thank you, Professor," Mavis applauded, genuinely appreciative of her contributions to her 7th year. Dumbledore smiled and continued, "This year, we will resume Quidditch matches. The pitch has been restored. The Forbidden Forest remains off-limits. And I must reiterate that it is exceedingly dangerous." Umbridge attempted to speak, but found her tongue inexplicably glued to her palate. Terrified, she turned to Snape for assistance. Snape cast her a sidelong glance, his expression devoid of emotion as he sneered. "Seems you've learned quite a bit. Haven tea you?" Mavis fiddled with the fork on her plate, feeling a twinge of hunger. Cedric quietly placed 2 chocolates in front of her. Mavis devoured them in one bite. 5th and 7th years must prepare for exams. Your time is limited. Dumbledore briefly stated, then waved his wand. In an instant, numerous silver goblets appeared on the table, filled with butterbeer. "We have endured much together last term," he said slowly, "and it is fortunate that we ultimately overcame the challenges and reunited here." Students raised their heads, their expressions a blend of complexity. Dumbledore lifted a silver goblet. "Before the feast begins, let us toast to our survival. May Merlin bless us all. Cheers!" He raised his goblet high. "Cheers!" Mavis exclaimed loudly for Hogwarts. The professors and students raised their goblets in unison. For Hogwarts. Colorful confetti rained down. Fireworks erupted in vibrant hues, bubbles danced from the goblets, and friends gathered together. Mavis laughed joyously. "Hogwarts, never to graduate.